Jianghai City Lin Family Estate Villa. Lin Mo lay sprawled across the leather sofa gazing at the night outside the window. A tiny ball of flame blossomed in the center of his palm. It was the initial skill he had obtained a few hours earlier during the class change ceremony after awakening as a mage, Fireball. 18 years had passed since he came to this world. This was a world whose wilderness teemed with monsters. At the age of 18, everyone awakened to a different class, growing stronger by slaying monsters and leveling up. Just a few hours ago Lin Mo had awakened as a mage, yet he turned out to be a blank slate mage with no elemental affinity whatsoever. Mages in this world came in many forms: blazing mages with affinity for fire, thunder mages attuned to lightning. As for his own blank slate mage lacking any elemental affinity, learning skills was laborious, controlling them was clumsy, a profession fit for the gutter. While blank slated is Lin Mo sighed. He poked the little flame in his palm with his other hand as though teasing a pet. You may be a bit weak, but I don't mind having you around. From now on you can handle lighting my cigarettes and warming my meals. We'll spend our whole lives hiding out in this mansion, living comfortably. Isn't it better to be a happy lighter than to go out there and risk your life against bosses dozens of meters tall? Before he could finish speaking, the tiny fireball in his palm suddenly convulsed violently. At the same time, lines of information surfaced on his interface. Your skill, Fireball, vehemently protests against your words. Fireball believes your career plan is an insult to its fiery dignity. It is roaring. You may be a salted fish, but I am not. I will grow stronger. I will evolve. I will become a forbidden spell that can lay waste to heaven and earth. Who would ever agree to be a mere lighter? To avoid being raised into a useless flame, Fireball has decided to run away from home and go level up on its own. Huh? Lin Mo froze, his mind unable to catch up. With a sharp whoosh, the little fireball left him no time to react, surging away with fierce resolve, dragging an angry red tail of flame as it shot straight out the window. Lin Mo glanced at his now empty palm, then looked toward the window. At that moment the fireball entry in his skill bar also changed. Fireball LV 1. Status: ran away from home, Berserk mode. Current mood: murderous damage 100. Lin Mo blinked hard. Am I seeing things? Has my skill grown sentient? His mouth twitched. He had heard of wives leaving husbands for being useless, but he had never heard of a skill abandoning its owner for being a salted fish. While Lin Mo stood there in a daze, his mother Su Wan's gentle voice floated up from downstairs. Mo, come down for dinner. Coming. Lin Mo answered, grabbed his phone and dashed out of the room, weighed down by his thoughts. The Lin family dining hall glittered with gold and jade. A long table large enough to seat 20 people was laden with exquisite delicacies. At the head of the table sat his father Lin Tianhao, one of Jianghai City's city defense commanders, a thunder war god by profession. Even in loose home clothes he could not conceal the mountain-like pressure of his presence. Beside him his mother Su Wan, the head of Jianghai City's largest potion conglomerate, a sacred high priest, was gracefully ladling soup for her husband. Indeed, Lin Mo's family background was such that he could walk sideways in Jianghai City. He pulled out a chair, picked up his chopsticks with one hand and began frantically searching online with the other. His search terms included but were not limited to skill: ran away from home, skill has self-awareness, I got cursed out by my skill. Clearly in this world where everyone had been changing classes for centuries, no similar record existed. Lin Tianhao's brows knit slightly. Or if you're eating, then eat properly. Why are you glued to that phone and looking so absent-minded? Lin Mo set his phone down on the table and forced a smile. I'm just looking up some information about post-awakening classes, Dad. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes they both saw a trace of pain they could not conceal. Their son might not say it aloud, but of course he cared about being a blank slate mage. He was skipping his meal to read up on information. How could they not ache for this child? Stop reading. What's online is a mixed bag and it will only make you more upset. Eat first, your health matters most. Lin Tianhao picked up a piece of steak and placed it in Lin Mo's bowl. Su Wan also gently filled a bowl of soup for Lin Mo and comforted him in a soft voice. That's right, Mo, or don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Mo, Mom has it all figured out. You can pick any university and just post. After graduation, learn a few life skills.
Cooking seems nice. Our family owns quite a few 5-star restaurants. You can use them to practice. Or plant acceleration, that works too. My thousands of acres of potion gardens are just missing someone to watch over, manage them. With a sweeping gesture, Su Wan pointed toward the sprawling estate outside the window. All these hills belong to us. In future you can just stay home walking birds and raising fish. As long as you stay away from gambling, Mom can support you for 10 lifetimes. Listening to his parents, Lin Mo actually felt a surge of joy. In his previous life he had worked himself to death in a brutal rat race. Having lived again, why should he live so hard this time? Look at this estate, these sumptuous dishes, this wealth so vast it could last several lifetimes. To be a good-for-nothing rich heir spending his days strolling with birds, admiring flowers, and enjoying entertainment, wasn't that delightful? Besides, his skill had run away. Was he as a mage supposed to go out and bunk monsters with a staff? Lin Mo set down his chopsticks and looked at his parents with sincere touched eyes. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Starting tomorrow I'll specialize in helping Mom spend money and polishing Dad's military medals. I'll definitely be a qualified second-gener, son. PFF, the soup Lin Tianhao had just sipped nearly sprayed out. Su Wan's smile froze on her face. They had meant to comfort their son, but wasn't he sliding down the slope a bit too quickly? Couldn't he at least show a hint of do not underestimate a poor youth defiance? One moment he seemed diligent searching for information, the next he was wearing the blissful expression of someone who could finally freeload openly. What was that about? Ahem. Lin Tianhao coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. Well, Mo having a good mentality is a good thing. Alright, since you've thought it through, eat a bit more. Got it, Dad? Lin Mo lifted his bowl, shoveling down his food in a few quick bites until it was clean. I'm full. Dad, Mom, you should get some rest too, don't overwork yourselves. With that he pushed his bowl away, wiped his mouth, and ran upstairs. He was still deeply curious about what was going on with that rebellious fireball skill, where it had gone and whether it would ever come back. As his figure vanished around the bend of the stairs, Lin Tianhao let out a long sigh and rubbed his temples. A blank slate talent is one thing, but this mindset, far too salted fish. He glanced at his wife Su Wan. This is all because you've spoiled him with that happy education of yours. Now look, he doesn't have a trace of wolfish ferocity left. Lin Tianhao, don't you pin this on me? Su Wan's willow brows shot up, her elegant aura vanishing in an instant. Before the awakening ceremony, who was the one nagging non-stop about not wanting our son to risk his life in the wilderness? When Mo practiced sword as a child, who secretly swapped his black iron wooden training sword for a foam stick because he was afraid his hands would hurt. And now you're complaining that he's a salted fish. Too late. I'm telling you, for what Mo has become, you as his father bear full responsibility. I was just worried about him. The mighty Thunder War God, who had been so imposing moments ago, suddenly seemed half a head shorter, his neck drawing in. Su Wan gave a soft snort, her eyes tinged with helplessness. Enough, stop sighing and moaning. With Mo's class, all of a mage's skills above the basic tier are elemental. Without elemental affinity, even if he consumes skill books, the chance of successfully comprehending them is very low.
Moreover, in actual combat his fine control over skills will be far inferior to other specialized mages. Just let things run their course, as long as he's happy, that's what matters.
Lin Tianhao's playful expression faded. He lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and his features grew grave. That's all well and good, but our family's holdings are vast and many eyes are on us. While we're around, no one dares touch him. But if one day we retire or something unexpected happens. He glanced toward the upper floor and lowered his voice. With Mo salted fish lazy character, I fear he won't just fail to guard this legacy, he might even drag it down upon himself. Su-won fell silent. She might dote on her son, but as the woman commanding a vast commercial empire, she understood this world's law of the jungle better than anyone. Then what do you suggest we do? Lin Qianhao stubbed out his cigar and looked at his wife with burning eyes. Honey, in theory with me as a war god and you as a top-tier healer, our genes are absolutely elite. Mo's situation is purely a statistical fluke. Old Lin, what exactly are you planning? At his words, understanding dawned on Su-won, a blush rose on her cheeks. Let's draw another number in the genetic lottery. Lin Qianhao chuckled as he leaned closer to Su-won. She did not push him away. You incorrigible old rogue. At your age you still want to draw another number? How is that being an old rogue? Lin Qianhao declared righteously. In one swift motion he scooped Su-won into his arms and strode toward the master bedroom, his steps light and quick. This is for the continuation of the family line. Honey, let's start tonight. I ate most of that dragon meat and now I feel power surging through me. You rascal, keep it down, don't let him overhear. On the second floor in the bedroom, Lin Mo remained completely unaware of the grand, alt-account training plan his parents were preparing downstairs. He reached back to lock the door, then flung himself heavily onto the soft spacious bed and opened his profession panel at once. On the panel the icon for fireball spell remained dimmed. It's already been half an hour and it still hasn't returned. Just then, lines of notifications suddenly popped up on the panel. Your skill, Fireball Spell, has traveled a long distance and arrived at the southern outskirts of Jianghai City, verdant grassland LV. 1 LV. 3. Encountered an enemy. Ahead a grazing, sharp-toothed rabbit LV. 1 has been spotted. Fireball Spell mocks the sharp-toothed rabbit, seriously? This kind of trash dares call itself a monster. Are you here to make me laugh? Fireball Spell enraged strikes out, accurately hitting the sharp-toothed rabbit's front teeth. Kill confirmed. Experience 5, Skill Proficiency 1. Fireball Spell is extremely displeased. It believes the experience granted by such low-level monsters is an insult to its noble status. It is accelerating its search for stronger opponents. It roars, I want to take on 10 at once. Staring at the rows of combat logs on the panel, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. First and foremost, the crucial point was that the experience was actually being fed back to him. This meant that although Fireball Spell appeared to have run away from home, it still remained a part of his own skill system. So that means... Lin Mo rubbed his chin. My cheat ability has finally arrived. The golden cheat I've waited 18 years for has finally been credited to my account. A skill given human-like will. Lin Mo might be lazy, but he was far from stupid. As a lifelong bookworm in his previous life, he instantly understood just how terrifyingly valuable this cheat truly was. First, there was fully automated cultivation. Other people to level up had to risk their lives in the wild, engaging monsters in brutal close combat. Although this world was highly game-like, a life was still only granted once. Death was true death. There was no such thing as a resurrection token. But as for him, he could sit comfortably at home while experience rained down from the heavens. As long as his skills were diligent enough, even if he simply lay in bed sleeping, his level and skill proficiency would keep climbing at a rapid pace. Next came the most broken aspect of all, absolute microcontrol. Even among mages of the same level, the disparity in actual combat strength could be vast. In ferocious battles, predicting movement, adjusting positioning, and controlling the trajectories of spells demanded exceptional combat talent and rich battle experience. But now, the skill itself had a mind of its own. It would aim on its own, make its own predictions, and might even understand how to kill monsters better than Lin Mo, its master. This isn't just a golden cheat, it's practically a fully automated AFK plugin. Lin Mo lay back in comfort, propping his pillow a bit higher. Not bad at all. Its temper is foul, sure, but considering how hard it's working, I'll forgive it for running off without saying goodbye. Besides, in this world, casting skills consumes one's own mental power, yet little fireball seems to be leveling outside without using up my mental strength at all. Could that be another benefit of its personification? Ding! Your skill, Fireball spell, has been surrounded by a pack of grassland grey wolves. LV 1. Quantity 15. HM 15 level 1 monsters. Lin Mo's heart jolted. Even if these were starter creatures, they were far too dangerous for a level 1 professional. Hey, don't throw your life away. If you can't win, just run. Lin Mo blurted out instinctively, even though he had no idea whether a skill could actually die. Yet the system notifications that followed left Lin Mo utterly stunned. Facing the encirclement, little fireball not only feels no fear but is instead wildly excited. It believes that targeting enemies one by one is a waste of time and severely hampers leveling efficiency. In its fury, it begins to think, to deduce, to attempt restructuring the arrangement of fire elements. Little fireball erupts. It comprehends the profound fission mystery of fire elements. Congratulations! Thanks to your skill's heaven-defying insight, it has independently deduced and evolved into an advanced skill, Multiple Explosive Fireball. LV 1. Multiple Explosive Fireball instantly splits into 1015 fireballs for area bombardment and upon impact triggers secondary explosive damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Boom! Grassland Grey Wolf X 15 slain. Experience gained 75. Skill proficiency greatly increased. Little fireball surveys the wolf corpses littering the ground and blows out a contemptuous smoke ring, a bunch of trash, and you thought you could hinder my path of evolution. What the? Lin Mo shot up from the bed. At that moment, a brand new skill, Multiple Explosive Fireball, had appeared distinctly in his skill bar. This actually works. Lin Mo might be a poor student, but he still possessed the most basic professional knowledge. In this world, learning skills was far from simple. Skills were divided into 6 tiers: basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, legendary, and forbidden curse. Basic skills such as the fire-type Little Fireball and the water-type Water Arrow spell could be learned by any mage. But from the elementary tier onward, matters became far more complicated. One could not casually learn them just by consuming a random skill book. Although Multiple Explosive Fireball was merely an elementary skill, it involved intricate techniques of element fission and secondary ignition. Even a flame mage specialized in fire skills would be unable to comprehend it in a single attempt. Let alone someone like him, a complete blank slate mage. Yet now, he had only changed classes less than half a day ago, had not even glimpsed the shadow of a monster, had not so much as seen the cover of a skill book, and simply because the skill itself despised slow killing, it had gone ahead and comprehended the upgrade on its own. It was unheard of. Lin Mo stared blankly at the newly appeared skill icon. Heaven-defying, this is truly heaven-defying. So this is the realm of the ultimate grinder. Other people train skills, here the skill is the one training me. Lin Mo shook his head, slightly unable to help his wandering thoughts. If things continued along this trajectory, when he reached level 10 and could learn a second basic skill, if he chose Water Arrow spell, would it also end up despising its weak power and grind itself into Tsunami spell? If he learned Earth Shield, would it find itself too soft and roll itself into absolute defense? If every element's skills worked this hard, would this so-called blank slate mage end up becoming an element forbidden curse archmage? Lin Mo drew in a sharp breath. This was practically the path to becoming a god while lying down. At this rate, during the professional examination 3 days from now, could this blank slate mage of mine end up shocking everyone? He could not help feeling a surge of excitement. Laziness aside, if he could achieve a good result while practically sleeping through it and earn some dignity for his parents, that would be quite satisfying. Ding! Fireball spell considers the monsters on verdant grassland far too weak and is heading toward a higher level area, gloomy forest, LV. 3 LV. 5. Message: go to sleep and stop overreacting, you're interfering with my operations. Staring at this domineering message, Lin Mo finally felt completely at ease. Very well. Since the skill was working so hard, how could he afford to drag it down? At a time like this, the greatest support he could offer was simply not to cause trouble. To fully cooperate with the grand leveling undertaking of my skill, I hereby decide. Lin Mo yawned and shifted into the most comfortable position he could find. To sleep. The world may be vast, but sleep is vaster. Hey little fire, do your best. If you haven't reached level 3 by tomorrow morning, I'm absolutely going to mock you. 2 minutes later, steady breathing filled the luxurious bedroom. In the master bedroom, Lin Qianhao leaned against the headboard, a satisfied look on his face as he lit a cigar. His bare upper body was covered in crisscrossing scars, the badges of honor from his past as a war god. You're getting stronger with age, Commander Lin. Su Wan, wrapped in a silk robe, leaned lazily against her husband's shoulder, gently tracing her fingers over his scars. It seems that piece of dragon meat wasn't eaten in vain. Your combat power remains undiminished. Of course. Lin Qianhao raised an eyebrow with pride, waving his hand grandly. Don't you know who I am?
The Thunder War God. He continued, in the last battle, if I hadn't been worried about waking up Mo, I would have unleashed 2 more moons of Thunderweight.
Su Wan shot him an annoyed glance and lightly pinched his arm. Enough boasting. Do you want to tear down the house? With that, Su Wan's expression turned anxious. I hope this time we can have a gifted little one. If Mo is bullied in the future, at least he'll have a younger brother or sister to protect him. Lin Qianhao held his wife's hand. Don't worry, I have a feeling this time it will definitely work. He added, Mo was coffin accident. If we try again, it will surely be a little monster. Just then a buzzing sound came from the bedside table. Lin Qianhao frowned slightly, picked up his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and his expression changed subtly. Who could it be at this hour? Su Wan asked. Who is it? Old Zhao. Lin Qianhao grimaced. That old man Zhao Lei, he must be here to show off. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Lei's loud voice came through the receiver. Hey. Old Lin? You're still awake at this late hour? Given the noise, you're not resting. Spit it out quickly. Lin Qianhao replied irritably, I'm busy, I don't have time for your nonsense. Hehe, it's nothing serious, just that my kid has awakened and I thought I'd share the good news with my old comrade. Zhao Lei was not offended and spoke with a hint of pride. Before Lin Qianhao could respond, Zhao Lei began to boast about his son. My kid has awakened as a fire mage, but unfortunately his fire element affinity is only rated S, quite mediocre, I suppose. Zhao Lei sighed, pretending to be humble. Lin Qianhao snorted coldly. Rated fire element affinity fire mage, and you call that mediocre? My affinity as the Thunder War God is only S as well. A profession with shredded elemental affinity will undoubtedly be among the top combat forces in the city in the future. Oh, that's not bad. Lin Qianhao replied dryly. Congratulations. Congratulations to you too. Zhao Lei pretended not to notice Lin Qianhao's displeasure and continued, don't say I didn't tell you, my son is quite impressive, he's almost at level 3 now. By the way, old Lin, I heard your Mo's awakening isn't too great. How about I have my kid help him level up? After all, we've known each other for quite a while. Before Zhao Lei could finish, Lin Tianhao expressionlessly hung up the phone. The bedroom fell into a brief silence. Su Wan hugged his arm sympathetically and said softly, "Are you angry about what old Zhao said?" "If you know what kind of person that old man is." Lin Tianhao leaned back against the headboard once more, but this time he tightened his grip on the cigar. "Back in college I always overshadowed him, and later when he joined the city defense forces I overshadowed him again. For all these years Zhao Lei has never stood tall in front of me. Now it's good heaven has sent him and traded Fire Mage son. He's been holding back for decades and finally found a chance to take revenge on me." Su Wan sighed, her gaze revealing a trace of helplessness. Honey Untraded Affinity Fire Mage is a genius among geniuses. In 3 days during the vocational exam that Zhao kid will surely steal the spotlight and might even break city records. If MOR's results are too poor, those rumors will surely come. He dares. Lin Tianhao's eyes widened and a surge of anger erupted. "If he dares to speak ill of MOR in front of me, I'll tear his mouth apart. Hey old Lin, you can use your fists to shut Zhao Lei up, but you can't stop the opinions of the masses. Zhao Lei's son is used to being arrogant and has always had a bad relationship with MOR. There's no doubt he'll stir up some gossip among the younger ones." Su Wan glanced at Lin Tianhao, her worry evident. After a moment Lin Tianhao exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice becoming hoarse and deep. "The exam. Based on fairness, only the most ordinary bronze-grade equipment is allowed. It's a real test of strength, live-streamed across the city under everyone's watch." With that, Lin Tianhao forcefully extinguished the freshly lit cigar, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "No. I can't let MOR suffer this humiliation. Wife, tell MOR tomorrow to take a sick leave and not go to the exam," he declared. "After all, we have plenty of money, we can spend a little to find a university for him to muddle through for a few years. Rather than let him be laughed at by Zhao Lei's family at the scene, it's better for him to stay home and sleep in comfort." Su Wan was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes turned slightly red as she nodded. "I'll do as you say. We only have this one son, it doesn't matter about face as long as he's not unhappy." Lin Tianhao firmly extinguished the freshly lit cigar and turned to Su Wan. "Wife, let's try again. Is Zhao Lei trying to compete with sons? Good. Then we'll compete to the end." He added, "As for MOR, throughout his life we'll shield him from the storm. Even if he's a waste, he is still my Lin Tianhao's most cherished waste." Su Wan proactively wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, her gaze gentle. "All right. Our Lin family's child is not someone others can bully." The next morning Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes and stretched. He had slept particularly soundly. So comfortable, Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and instinctively opened his profession panel. Name Lin Mo, profession Mage, level LV 325. Skills Fireball LV 3, multiple explosive Fireball LV 3. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted and his sleepiness vanished in an instant. Holy crap! I'm really at level 3? In this world, leveling up is not an easy task. Even the geniuses from prestigious families can only reach LV 3 on the first day under the guidance of a whole team. And what about me? I just slept and did nothing and I'm at LV 3. Moreover, my experience bar has increased by 25. Is this the charm of fully automated leveling? Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. He glanced at the skill bar and below Fireball there was a status prompt: status recharging, sleeping soundly, mood extremely fatigued, even a bit craving a midnight snack. Last night's achievements: killed 158 sharp-toothed rabbits, 135 prairie gray wolves, 112 poisonous spiders. Message: exhausted my dad. Whoever, hurry up and get me some fire element food to replenish or I'll go on strike. Looking at this somewhat irritable message, Lin Mo didn't feel angry. Why bother being upset with his own skill? Besides, it was helping him level up. Just then a gentle voice from downstairs called out, "Mo, are you awake? Come down for breakfast." "Coming." Lin Mo quickly rolled out of bed, washed up, briefly changed into casual clothes, and hummed a little tune as he went downstairs. In the dining room, his mother Su Wan and father Lin Tianhao were already seated at the table. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, casually grabbing a slice of toast, feeling quite cheerful. Su Wan looked at her son's carefree demeanor, feeling a pang of sadness inside. Lin Tianhao's words from last night echoed in her mind. Although telling her son to take sick leave and not go to the exam was to protect his mental health from being subjected to ridicule. However, telling her son directly, "You're not capable, don't go and embarrass yourself," was indeed a cruel thing to do. Su Wan pondered her words, preparing to bring up the sick leave. Suddenly her innate sense as a high priestess felt something was off. Lin Mo's aura was stronger than yesterday. Inside the restaurant, Lin Tianhao was about to ask what was wrong when his gaze swept over Lin Mo, causing him to tremble in surprise, his eyes nearly popping out. "Level 3? He suddenly stood up, disbelief written all over his face. "No more, you were still at level 1 before sleeping last night. How did you jump to level 3 now?" Faced with the shocked expressions of the two elders, Lin Mo's heart sank. This was bad. He had been too caught up in the excitement and forgot how to explain it. Should he say that his skill autonomously went out to hunt monsters? No, this was too shocking. In this world, the idea of skills developing self-awareness was unheard of. Once exposed, he could not predict the consequences. Moreover, this was his greatest trump card, and he could not reveal it easily. Lin Mo's mind raced, and in just a fraction of a second he put on a somewhat embarrassed yet stubborn expression. "Dad, Mom, actually." Lin Mo scratched his head and sighed. "After dinner last night I lay on my bed thinking, and I just felt a bit uncomfortable. Although I'm a novice mage, I am still the son of Lin Tianhao and Su Wan. So after you both fell asleep last night, I secretly snuck out to level up for a bit." At this point Lin Mo's eyes were clear and his tone sincere. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Although I lack elemental affinity, I will work hard to become stronger. Even if I'm just a clumsy bird, I want to take a few steps forward first." The restaurant fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged glances, their eyes instantly reddening. Look! Look! Who said my mower was just a lazy fish? This child is so considerate that it breaks my heart. While saying he wants to rely on us, he secretly practiced all night just so we wouldn't worry. As for why Lin Mo could reach level 3 overnight, the two elders found it completely unremarkable. Their son usually spent pocket money in large amounts, so he must have hired a few high-level professionals to help him level up. While extravagant for the Lin family, was this even a concern? Good. Good child. Lin Tianhao patted Lin Mo's shoulder emotionally, saying, "With this kind of determination, I'm satisfied. Since you want to practice, Dad will fully support you." Saying this, Lin Tianhao waved his hand and shouted towards the door, "Hung Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, a striking figure pushed the door and entered. It was a young woman in a black tight leather armor, tall and curvy with the right places accentuated. Her wide hair was tied in a high ponytail, giving her an air of confidence, her eyes sharp as a knife. She slightly bowed, her voice cold as ice. "Commander." Lin Tianhao nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Mo and said, "Since you are eager to level up, don't go sneaking around, it's unsafe. After dinner let Hung Yu take you to the wilderness. Level up however you want, but safety comes first." Lin Mo glanced at his dad's loyal subordinate Yi Hung Yu. He recognized her as his father's loyal subordinate, and her strength was considerable. Sigh. It seemed he had no choice but to head out to the wilderness. With the temper of this little fireball, if he continued to lie at home, it would definitely make a fuss about going out to hunt monsters. At that time he really couldn't explain why he could level up while lying around. Well, if he had to go out, then so be it. After all, letting the little fireball hunt monsters wouldn't consume his mental energy. Lying around would still be lying around, right? Just consider it a walk. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. With this thought, Lin Mo immediately broke into a radiant smile. Hey, good. Lin Qianhao looked at his hardworking son and also revealed a gratified smile. Su Wan urged Lin Mo to sit down and eat. Just as he picked up his chopsticks again, Lin Mo suddenly thought of the little fireball's message. Fire element food? Could it be that his skill needed a constant supply of corresponding elemental energy so it wouldn't consume his mental energy during battles? Lin Mo pondered and looked at his mother Su Wan. Mom. For today's breakfast, is there anything with a strong fire element? Like flame fruit or fiery beast meat? Su Wan was taken aback and then her smile deepened. It seemed her son wanted to compensate for his lack of fire element affinity through food. Although this method could only be a drop in the bucket compared to having the talent, this wolf-like ambition and drive were too precious. Yes. Of course. Su Wan immediately turned and instructed the butler, quick, bring that box of lava heart fruit and the batch of fiery rhinoceros tenderloin that just arrived yesterday. Get the kitchen to fry it up right away. As long as Moa is willing to eat, even if I have to get you the heart of a fire dragon from the heavens, I'll get it for you. 10 minutes later, a plate of expensive food was placed in front of Lin Mo. The rich fire element aura made Yi Hung Yu, who was standing nearby, unable to help but glance over. The value of this breakfast equaled the yearly expenses of an ordinary family. Lin Mo was not polite and picked up a lava heart fruit that looked like a small tomato and tossed it into his mouth. Boom! A surge of heat instantly flowed down his throat and spread throughout his body. At the same time, Lin Mo could clearly feel the skill icon of the little fireball stirring up suddenly. Ding! Fireball has tasted high purity fire element. Mood joyful like drinking a bottle of ice-cold soda on a hot day. Fireball roared, awesome. This is the flavor. I feel full of power. Where are those damned wild monsters? Let me out. I want to burn them to death. Lin Mo's hand that was cutting the steak paused. This little fireball is too impulsive. It can't be let out like this. Little fire, calm down. As my skill, can you have a bit of composure? Lin Mo couldn't help but soothe this hot-headed character in his heart. Fireball, scoffed, composure can be eaten. Less nonsense and take me to the wilderness quickly. My great sword is itching to make a move. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, silently thinking, we'll go after eating, but we have to set some rules first. Once we get to the wilderness, don't stray too far from me. Stay within 500 meters, okay? Fireball, let out a cold huff, tch, so troublesome. Fine, you'll listen to you for the sake of this meal. Hurry up and eat, then let's get to work. And the second point, Lin Mo continued in his mind, you need to put on a facade. Other people's fireballs shoot one at a time and explode. You, on the other hand, float in the air looking for your next target after firing. Is that appropriate? So you need to learn to disguise yourself. After firing, quickly disappear from the spot, got it? Fireball exploded with frustration. You want me to shoot and then run away? I want to be a forbidden spell existence. How can I do such sneaky things? I want to float in the air and let those monsters tremble in fear. Lin Mo. This skill is quite impulsively dramatic. No. If you dare to float outside, it will be easy for others to discover my problem. If I get caught and dissected for research, who will feed you this top-tier beast meat? As he spoke, Lin Mo deliberately pierced a piece of sizzling fiery rhinoceros meat with his fork and waved it near his mouth. See? This piece of meat costs tens of thousands. If you don't listen, I'll eat plain porridge every day and not let you have any spark. Fireball fell silent. The originally murderous icon flickered twice, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. It was a battle between dignity and food. A few seconds later. Fireball, compromise. Alright, as long as there's enough meat anything goes. Fireball, grumbled and added, but remember this isn't cowardice, it's tactical evasion. It's for longer lasting carnage. Lin Mo twitched his mouth, then sent the piece of fire element beef into his mouth. Alright, tactical evasion is fine, carnage is fine as long as you're happy. That's more like it, little fire. As long as you listen, don't say it's fiery rhinoceros meat. Even if it's the heart of the crimson flame dragon, I'll get it for you as a snack in the future. Fireball's rage value instantly reset to 0, status changed to anticipation. Done. Lin Mo was in a great mood, quickly finished the food on his plate, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Dad, Mom, I'm full. Yeah, let's go to the dark woods. Hearing the 4 words dark woods, Su-won paused with her utensils in hand. Dark woods. Mower, that is the mixed level area from level 3 to level 5. Inside there are not only packs of shadow wolves but also poisonous spiders. You lack practical experience and being a fragile mage. Su-won looked at her son with concern. Before Lin Mo could speak, Lin Tianhao burst into laughter, waving his hand casually. Oh dear wife, you worry too much. He pointed at Yi Hongyu standing nearby, his tone filled with trust in his subordinate. With Hongyu around, what are you afraid of? Hongyu is the youngest elite captain of the special forces in our Jianghai City Defense Army. Her strength is remarkable. Hearing the commander's praise, Yi Hongyu slightly bowed. Although her valiant face still bore no expression, her eyes radiated absolute confidence and calm. Madam, please rest assured. As long as I have breath left, I will not let the young master suffer even the slightest harm. Su-won looked at Yi Hongyu, then at her husband and son, ultimately sighing helplessly. Well. Okay. But Mower, you must remember there's no need to push yourself too hard. If you encounter danger, hide behind Hongyu. Never try to be brave, understand? Lin Mo obediently nodded. Don't worry Mom, I value my life the most. Lin Tianhao, seeing this, laughed in satisfaction and then turned to look at Yi Hongyu. His originally cheerful expression became a bit serious, revealing the commander's authority. Hongyu, I leave Mower in your care. If you encounter uncontrollable danger, whether it's a person or a monster, eliminate them directly, no need to report. As he spoke the last half of the sentence, a chilling aura flashed through the restaurant. Yes, Commander. Yi Hongyu stood at attention, her gaze sharp as a blade. Alright, don't make it sound like a life and death separation. Lin Mo could not take the atmosphere any longer, waved his hand and walked towards the villa's entrance. First, Dad, Mom, see you. Tonight I want to eat stir-fried crimson flame dragon. Fireball, drooled Mood, excited and eager. Damage 100. Alright Mom, we'll have someone prepare it right away. Su-won shouted from behind. A black military off-road vehicle rumbled ominously to a stop at the entrance of a dark forest on the outskirts of Jianghai City. The door swung open and Yi Hongyu was the first to step out. She scanned the surroundings cautiously, ensuring it was safe before opening the back door. Young master, we have arrived. Lin Mo stretched lazily and got out of the car. He gazed at the forest shrouded in mist year-round. A chilling wind blew through, rustling the leaves, and the occasional roar of a wild beast echoed from deep within. The fireball technique let out a cackling laughter. Dark forest, my little fireball has returned. Tremble monsters. Fear mere ants. My wrath shall cleanse this wicked land once more. Be modest, you are a skill, not a villainous boss. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, silently complaining in his heart. The two of them walked into the outskirts of the forest, one in front of the other. As Yi Hongyu walked, she skillfully drew 2 glimmering daggers and spoke, Young master, to ensure your leveling efficiency, I want team up with you. After all, teaming up will split your experience, and high-level players teaming with low-level players will also receive reduced experience. My plan is to lure the monsters, control them, and bring them to the brink of death. The final blow will be delivered by you, allowing you to enjoy 100 of the experience. Understood, Sister Yi. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo nodded, looking relaxed. Yi Hongyu looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor and sighed slightly in her heart. She had watched this young master grow up. Although this young master had always been rather lazy, preferring to lie down rather than sit, he had never exhibited the arrogance typical of wealthy offspring. He was always polite and courteous to the servants, and everyone in the household liked this young master. Originally she thought this awakening setback would leave the young master despondent for a while, but unexpectedly he showed such ambition, diving straight into an all-night leveling session right after awakening. Unfortunately, he awakened as a blank mage. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Hongyu's eyes. In this world, the mage profession values elemental affinity above all. Affinity not only determines damage and the probability of comprehending skills, but also dictates control over magical skills. A flame mage with fire elemental affinity, even as a beginner, could cast fireballs with precision, hitting their mark effortlessly. A blank mage, however, is like wielding a gun with tremendous recoil, where hitting the target relies on fate. As time goes on, this gap in control becomes increasingly evident. Although the young master is determined, no matter how hard he tries, this innate deficiency is too difficult to overcome. She had been putting all her effort into helping the young master level up these past few days, but getting into the legendary Supreme Academy of Kyoto seemed impossible. After all, that academy had been established for hundreds of years and had never admitted a blank mage. Just as she was pondering this, the two had already ventured a distance into the forest. Yi Hongyu stopped, her expression becoming more serious. Young master, ahead lies the active area of the shadow wolves. Though these monsters are also level 3, they are known for their speed and agility, making them extremely troublesome. She turned to Lin Mo and suggested, with your current control over the fireball technique, even if I severely injure them, it would still be difficult for you to hit such a nimble target. If you miss, it would not only waste mental energy but also time. My suggestion is to bypass this area and head west to find iron-hide wild boars. Although they have thick hides, they move slowly, making them suitable for you to practice your aim. Lin Mo, however, shrugged dismissively. Since we're here, let's hit them if we encounter them, don't waste the experience. But Yi Hongyu was about to persuade him further. Don't worry, Sister Yi, I have some confidence in my aim. Lin Mo grinned, exuding confidence. After all, the little fireball had already taken down a few last night, so Lin Mo was not worried at all. Yi Hongyu was taken aback, looking at Lin Mo's confident expression with some skepticism. Where did the young master get this confidence? He probably had never encountered high-agility wild monsters. Even in rank elemental affinity flame mage, just one day into their class change would find it nearly impossible to hit a shadow wolf. But then Yi Hongyu thought again. Indeed, the wild monsters on the verdant prairie could not match the speed of the shadow wolf. It seems that his confidence stemmed from never having encountered one. Alright, since the young master insists, let's give it a try. Yi Hongyu said, no more, gripping her dagger tightly. If you miss, I will immediately step in to finish it off. I won't let you be in any danger. Alright, thank you, Sister Yi. Lin Mo smiled and patted Yi Hongyu's shoulder. Just as he finished speaking, the dense bushes on the left suddenly exploded and a gray-black shadow lunged out like an arrow released from a bow. Shadow Wolf level LV 3, be careful. Yi Hongyu's eyes narrowed, her body moving faster than her voice. With a leap she darted forward like a specter, her dagger slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Awoke! The shadow wolf that had lunged through dare let out a shriek. Yi Hongyu accurately slashed its front leg and abdomen, then delivered a stunning side kick that landed heavily on the wolf's waist. Bang! The shadow wolf crashed to the ground. Though not dead, it was in a very sorry state. Young master, now's your chance. Yi Hongyu shouted, simultaneously stepping back to create space for the kill. Though the wolf was injured, as a beast known for its speed, its instinct to evade in life-or-death situations remained formidable. It was up to the young master to seize this opportunity. Go little fire. Lin Mo issued the command. The fireball technique even disdainfully ignored the wolf. Humph, just a stray dog, allow me to grant you a glorious death. Whoosh! An orange-eared fireball shot out from Lin Mo's palm. In that instant, true to its agile nature, the shadow wolf, despite its severe injuries, rolled sharply to the right, utilizing its innate skill Shadow Blink. This roll allowed it to narrowly avoid the fireball's original trajectory. Oh no, I missed. Yi Hongyu's heart sank. Was it really not going to work? The trajectory of a Blank Mage's fireball was too straightforward, unable to adapt to sudden changes. She was preparing to step in for the kill to prevent the wolf from threatening the young master. But in the next second, Yi Hongyu froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she had witnessed something incredible. The fireball that had seemingly missed suddenly came to a halt after grazing the wolf's body. Then it forcefully altered its direction, making a U-turn straight towards the shadow wolf. The fireball technique, scoffed. You dared to dodge. Did I allow you to? Take this. Though Yi Hongyu couldn't hear the fireball's thoughts, she could vaguely sense the fireball's momentum, filled with a furious determination as it turned. Boom! The spiraling fireball struck the shadow wolf with pinpoint accuracy. The already injured shadow wolf was blown apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Killed shadow wolf. LV 3 gained experience 20. After defeating the shadow wolf, the little fireball vanished as promised. At that moment, Yi Hongyu, standing nearby, stared intently at the lingering flames. This is mental energy second-tier guidance. Yi Hongyu turned to look at Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo stood there with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed and carefree. The second stage of mental power guidance, while not considered an advanced technique among mages, allows high-level mages to perform intricate operations such as making a fireball draw a flower in midair. But the problem is, this young master in front of me just awakened yesterday? A novice mage who has just transitioned for less than 24 hours, but Blank Mage without elemental affinity, relying solely on mental power to forcefully alter the trajectory of skills. No wonder the young master hasn't even glanced at the agile shadow wolf. No wonder he was too lazy to dodge just now. Did he even scratch his ear? So this is the confidence of a strong person. Sister Yi? Lin Mo called out when he saw Yi Hongyu staring at him in a daze. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Quickly summon another one. Yi Hongyu came back to her senses and took a deep breath. She forcibly suppressed her shock, and her gaze towards Lin Mo completely changed, now filled with genuine admiration. It's nothing, young master. I just didn't expect your mastery of the fireball spell to have reached such a level. It seems I was overly worried. With your level of control, the shadow wolf indeed poses no threat. Ha ha ha, is that impressive? Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. After all, he had done nothing but shout fire up. Fireball spell rolled its eyes just a turn. Why does this woman look as if she's never seen the world before? Fireball spell mocked while picking its nose. If I were to show her a Thomas full spin 720 degrees followed by zaped ghostly steps, wouldn't she kneel in shock and cry out to the heavens? Humans really make a fuss over nothing. Lin Mo felt a wave of speechlessness inside. This little fireball talks too much. Yi Hongyu adjusted her emotions and said seriously, young master, since you have such precise control, let's change our strategy. Since accuracy is not an issue, this high agility but fragile wild monster is perfect. I will lure the monsters and weaken them, and you will handle the finishing blow. This is the most efficient way. Alright, Sister Yi, let's do that. Lin Mo was delighted to hear this. He wouldn't even have to move his legs, he could just wait here, which was fantastic. Okay, young master, please be careful. Yi Hongyu stopped talking nonsense. Her figure flashed and she transformed into a black streak of light, rushing into the depths of the forest. Watching Yi Hongyu's disappearing figure, Lin Mo stretched lazily. He looked around and found a crooked tree that looked somewhat appealing, then sat down with a thump, leaning against the trunk and finding the most comfortable position. Then he skillfully pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned it horizontally, and started playing a game. Fortunately, this lousy forest has signal. Lin Mo mumbled, casually queuing for ranked matches. Fireball spell roared, "Where are the monsters? I want to farm monsters, I want to evolve. What's the rush?" Lin Mo didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the screen. "Sister Yi went to help us lure monsters. You can take a break for now, you'll have your turn later." Fireball spell huffed coldly, "Tired. The word tired doesn't exist in my dictionary. Only slaughter. Only getting stronger. I aim to become an existence of forbidden spells." Moments later, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. "Young master, get ready!" Accompanied by Yi Hongyu's light shout. Whoosh! A shadow curved through the air in a parabolic arc. It was a shadow wolf with its hind leg injured. "Here it comes." Lin Mo still stared down at his phone screen, completely focused on a critical moment in the team fight, not even lifting his eyelids. Fireball spell instantly became excited. "Die for me!" Boom! A fireball struck accurately on the head of the shadow wolf that was still screaming midair. The flames erupted and it was a one-hit kill. "You killed a shadow wolf, experience 20. Great aim." Yi Hongyu, who had just landed, exclaimed in admiration. But when she looked down at the tree, her entire being froze again. Lin Mo still maintained his previous posture, holding his phone with both hands, muttering, "Archer, can't you play? Don't send me to die. Back to the tower. Back to the tower." Yi Hongyu. The young master is playing a game. He didn't even look up during that hit. Yi Hongyu felt a bit incredulous. She gritted her teeth and sprang back into the forest. After a while, Yi Hongyu returned. "Young master, here it comes." This time she didn't throw it directly in front of Lin Mo, but threw a severely injured shadow wolf high into the air. Lin Mo still stared at the screen, furiously tapping, "Are you blind, support? Protect me. Don't rush in. Come back and protect me." Meanwhile, the fireball whistled out, shooting straight into the sky. Whoosh! Fireball spell looked at the target in the sky and sneered, "Flying high is useful. Die for me." Boom! The fireball collided precisely with the falling shadow wolf in midair, instantly blowing it to pieces. "This can hit." Yi Hongyu, not believing her eyes, dashed back into the forest. This time she grabbed a venomous spider and threw it towards Lin Mo's blind spot. "Young master, watch out from behind. Are they stealing the base? Damn, someone is stealing our base." Lin Mo cursed at his phone. In Yi Hongyu's view, it seemed he was cursing the opponent in the game, but it also seemed like he was responding to reality. Just as the spider was about to land. Whoosh! A fireball flew out from Lin Mo's side, making an extremely unscientific sharp angle turn in midair, instantly circling behind the tree. Bang! A dull sound came from behind the tree as the venomous spider was exploded, its juices splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained as steady as a mountain, not even turning his head. Yi Hongyu stood still, watching the boy immersed in his game, feeling a chill run down her spine. For the next half hour, a red figure darted through the forest, continuously tossing half-dead wild monsters towards the giant tree. There were shadow wolves, venomous spiders, and even a few unfortunate armored wild boars. And the boy under the tree seemed as if he had activated an all-map hack. No matter from which tricky angle Yi Hongyu threw the monsters, behind, overhead, or from behind the tree, the fireball always arrived first and produced a violent explosion at the moment of contact, ensuring that no monster landed. The most terrifying part was that throughout it all, Lin Mo's eyes never left the phone screen. Is this the true genius? After Yi Hongyu threw out another shadow wolf, she panted slightly, looking at the lazy figure in the distance, her heart stirred with waves of astonishment. Multitasking? No, this is no longer just simple multitasking. This has already reached the realm of spiritual eyes. Without needing to see with his eyes, relying solely on the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents and mental power perception, he could lock onto all targets and calculate the perfect ballistic trajectory. Commander Lin always says the young master is lazy. Yi Hongyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with shock. So this is the world of geniuses. Killing these monsters is even less challenging for him than a mobile game. Indeed, like father like son, you know. It should be said that blue is better than blue. As time passed, the sun gradually tilted to the west. Under the tree, a warm golden light enveloped Lin Mo. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 5. Your skill Fireball spell has gained immense proficiency after an afternoon of slaughter. Current level LV 5. Lin Mo stretched comfortably and put away his phone. Awesome. 5 consecutive victories and leveled up. This life is looking more promising. At this moment, Yi Hongyu also walked out from the forest. After a whole day of monster luring, even as a high-level professional, she was exhausted. Young master, congratulations. Yi Hongyu said sincerely, you can reach LV 5 by the next day. This leveling speed is already quite fast. Lin Mo put away his phone and stood up, patting his bottom. It's mainly because Sister Yi, you lure the monsters well. Yi Hongyu replied, young master, the commander just sent a message saying he has prepared a random wild dungeon scroll for you. The experience points from the dungeon are higher than those from the wild. We should head back to grab the scroll and have a meal. Lin Mo nodded and said, alright, let's head back first. Fireball spell eagerly darted around the interface and drooled, hurry, hurry, hurry. Stir-fried red flame dragon. Let's eat. Yes, young master. Yi Hongyu looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, her respect for him deepening. As the engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life, the two left the dark forest, heading straight for the Lin family estate. In Jianghai City at the Lin family villa, night fell and the lights inside the villa illuminated the mansion as if it were daytime. A black SUV slowly drove through the gate, stopping in front of the ornate fountain. The car door opened and Lin Mo stretched lazily as Yi Hongyu maintained her vigilant posture behind him, even in the absolute safety of the Lin family stronghold. As the two approached the villa entrance, they were greeted by the simultaneous bows of 10 maids in elegant black and white uniforms. Welcome home, young master. Those perfectly long legs and just the right smiles could leave any man at a loss. However, Lin Mo was already accustomed to it. He smiled and nodded, casually waving his hand. Hey, good. Mower is back. In the hall, Su Wan had been waiting for a long time. Dressed in home attire, she still exuded an air of elegance and grace. Upon seeing her son enter, Su Wan's smile blossomed instantly. She quickly approached, taking Lin Mo's hand and looking him over. How is it? Are you tired? Did you get hurt? I see your clothes aren't dirty at all. Hongyu protected you well. Lin Mo shrugged and chuckled. Mom, I just went to level up, not to fight. How could I get hurt? Besides, with Sister Yi around, I'm very safe. As long as you're safe, that's good. Su Wan nodded in satisfaction and then pulled Lin Mo toward the dining room. You must be starving, right? Quick, Mom specially asked the kitchen to prepare a feast all made according to your requests from this morning with the fire element maxed out. Great, I'm just hungry enough. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he obediently followed his mother to the dining room. Inside the dining room, the 5-meter-long dining table was already filled with a dazzling array of delicacies. Tonight's dishes were all strikingly red. Stir-fried crimson flame dragon liver, lava heart fruit salad, fiery rhinoceros bone soup, lotus fire roasted whole lamb. The entire dining room was filled with a hot and rich aroma that made one feel as if they were swallowing a ball of fire with just one whiff. Lin Qianhao was already seated at the head of the table, and upon seeing Lin Mo enter, he waved cheerfully. Come, Mower, sit here with Dad. As soon as Lin Mo sat down, the little fireball began to roar wildly. Fireball technique, glimmering with excitement, drooling all over. Eat. Hurry up. That's fire dragon liver. I want it. Put it in your mouth. Mood extremely hungry, wishing to grow a mouth, Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, picked up his chopsticks and leisurely blew on the hot piece of liver. What's the rush? Don't you know it's hot? Lin Mo thought to himself, and then elegantly took a small bite, savoring it slowly. Fireball technique, jumping up and down anxiously. Hot my ass. Am a fireball? Am I afraid of the heat? Are you even a man? Eat heartily. Ignoring the impatient little fireball, Lin Mo enjoyed his meal. As the high-purity fire element food entered his stomach, Lin Mo could feel the warm current nourishing the restless little fireball within him. At the dining table, the atmosphere was harmonious. Su-won turned to Yi Hongyu beside her, smiling. Hongyu, you've worked hard today. I just checked Moer's level and he's already at LV 5. He leveled up by 2 levels in one day. You must be exhausted. As Su-won spoke, she took out a golden card from her bag and handed it over. This is a VIP card for an equipment store under my name. You should change your equipment. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Yi Hongyu did not reach out to take it. She slightly bowed, her tone respectful yet stubborn. Madam, I appreciate your kindness. But my current equipment is working well for me and I don't have a need to change it for now. Protecting the young master is my duty as well as the commander's order. It would feel undeserved to accept it. Just take it. Lin Tianhao's face turned serious as he pretended to be stern. What's with all the nonsense? My wife's words are orders. Moreover, if the Lin family's soldiers go out with shabby equipment, it tarnishes my Lin Tianhao's reputation. Seeing the commander like this, Yi Hongyu finally accepted the golden card with both hands and stored it carefully. Then, taking a deep breath, Yi Hongyu's expression turned somewhat complicated. Actually, madam, there's something you misunderstood. The reason for the young master's rapid leveling up today is mainly because he's quite skilled. She paused and added, without the young master's incredible skills, even if I drew in more monsters, the efficiency wouldn't be so high. As her words fell, the dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Tianhao and Su-won exchanged glances, blinking as if they thought they misheard. How much could a whiteboard mage really excel? Moreover, Lin Tianhao was well aware of Yi Hongyu's character. She was a very proud subordinate. For Yi Hongyu to speak so seriously about someone's skills, it must be something extraordinary. Su-won, however, was unaware of this and thought Yi Hongyu was flattering, immediately saying, Hongyu, I know you're loyal and want to give Moer face. But let's just be honest. Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and said earnestly, Commander, madam, I am not exaggerating it. The young master is the most gifted mage I have ever seen or heard of. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but retract his neck, his cheeks slightly flushing. Being praised as the most talented so earnestly made even him with a thick skin feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he had spent the whole day gaming. But then again, having a cheat can be considered a talent, right? The most talented. Lin Tianhao put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Hongyu, please explain further. He understood Yi Hongyu. This girl was straightforward and would never lie to please her superior. Yi Hongyu did not answer but instead pulled out her phone from her pocket. Words are not enough, Commander, madam. This is a video I recorded this afternoon in the dark forest. After you watch it, you'll understand. As she spoke, she opened the video and turned the phone screen toward Lin Tianhao and his wife. The video was only a short few seconds long. The dining room was dead silent. Only Lin Mo's somewhat awkward chewing sounded particularly jarring in the quiet air. Lin Mo cast a glance at his parents' expressions out of the corner of his eye, his toes unable to stop digging into the ground inside his shoes, wishing he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment right then and there. Social death. So very much social death. Not because he showcased his strength, but because of that phrase, I have a big one. It was simply public execution. Sister Yi, you could have given me a heads up before recording the video, couldn't you? It took Lin Tianhao a long while before his voice returned. His hands, calloused from countless battles hardened by years of wielding war blades, trembled faintly now. Was that fireball just guided by second stage spiritual energy? Moer is multitasking? Playing a game? As one of Jianghai City's elite combatants, Lin Tianhao knew precisely what this implied. Ordinary mages must concentrate fully to cast even the simplest spell. Even so-called prodigies, flame-wielding masters among them, must fix their gaze upon their target and channel every ounce of spiritual energy to steer a fireball mid-flight. Yet his own son, controlling a fireball with surgical precision, while simultaneously immersed in a game. Such mastery of microcontrol was exceedingly rare, even across all of Longguo few peers could match it. My son is no ordinary talent, he bears the bearing of an emperor. Is this truly Moer? Su Wan clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. No elemental affinity, and yet direct unassisted control over spell trajectory. This is a talent of terrifying magnitude. Feeling his parents' blazing gaze, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Fine, let him be a genius then. He certainly couldn't tell them his fireball had gained sentience. Who would believe such a thing? Lin Mo feigned a cough, sipped his soup and mumbled indistinctly. Cough. Just casual practice. Mainly that ranked match was critical, it was promotion season. I didn't have time to glance up at the enemy, I just tossed it by instinct. Dad, Mom, you're staring at me like that and it's making me self-conscious. Lin Tianhao slammed his thigh in exhilaration. What a splendid casual practice. What a magnificent by instinct. I knew it. A son of mine, Lin Tianhao's blood, could never be a waste. The couple exchanged a glance, each seeing unbridled elation reflected in the other's eyes. Earlier they'd even debated whether to stage an illness for their son on the day of the grand examination, to spare him cruel whispers at the venue. Now? What nonsense, feigning illness. Out of the question. To hoard such godlike microcontrol talent within the confines of home idling as a pampered heir would be nothing short of sacrilege.
What of Zhao family scion, Awaken with Rank fire affinity? At comparable levels where basic skills are nearly identical, he likely wouldn't rival Moer's finesse in execution.
Su Wan composed herself and turned directly to the matter at hand. Moer, the grand examination approaches swiftly. To secure admission into a top-tier academy you'll need to reach level 10, and master a second foundational skill, for safety's sake. She turned to Yi Hongyu, speaking with solemn authority. Hongyu, for the next 2 days you will accompany Moer in intensive leveling, ensure he reaches level 10 before the exam. Yes, madam. Yi Hongyu snapped to attention, her eyes alight with fervor. Lin Mo nodded, accepting without protest. Understood, I'll do my best. In truth, whether he sat the exam, or which university he attended, held little weight for him. After all, his little fireball trained itself. Wherever he lay was still lying. His bed at home was comfortable, but under his parents' watchful gaze it felt subtly confining. University, however, offered a different reality. Rumors claimed dormitories imposed no curfews, if one possessed sufficient strength sleeping through classes went entirely unchallenged. Moreover, accommodations at premier academies rivaled, if not surpassed, those at home. Yet the truest incentive lay elsewhere. Watching his parents beam with pride, their faces radiant with triumph, would be deeply satisfying. In this life they had loved him beyond measure, indulging him to his very marrow. Earning them honor then was but filial duty fulfilled. Seeing her son acquiesce so readily, Su Wan's smile deepened. As for your second skill, you ought to begin considering it now. Our family possesses foundational skill manuals across all elemental disciplines. Su Wan recited them with practiced ease. Water arrow art, earth shield art, wind blade art, wood healing art, even the rare thunder strike art. Mower, which shall you learn? Name it and I'll have it delivered at once. Lin Tianhao added, leaning in with paternal counsel. Son, let me offer some advice. Though your fireball art boasts unmatched accuracy, mages remain fragile, vulnerable to assassins closing in or distant foes concentrating fire. Thus for your second skill I recommend Earth Shield art, the highest defensive coefficient among fundamentals. Master it and you gain a second shell, your life safeguarded when it matters most. Survive first, then strike. Agreed. Su Wan nodded in earnest approval. Your father speaks wisely this time. Safety above all, we seek no glory in slaughter, only assurance of your unharmed return. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in quiet contemplation. A second skill. Indeed, survival was paramount. Yet what truly intrigued him was whether this new ability too might attain sentience, and if so, what manner of personality it would bear. He only hoped it wouldn't mirror his fireball, a hot-headed, irascible elder brother. One was quite enough, a second would give him migraines. Fireball art lets out a satisfied belch burp, a blissful. Fireball art beams contentedly, then ignites anew with fierce resolve. That dragon liver tasted exquisite, I feel surging power coursing through me. Bloodshed, I crave bloodshed. I sense the forbidden spell drawing ever nearer. Ignoring the gluttonous little sphere, Lin Mo lifted his gaze to his parents. All right, father's suggestion stands. For now we'll settle on Earth Affinity for the second skill. An extra layer of defense grants me greater peace of mind. Staying alive is priority, one must live long enough to enjoy parental support after all. Lin Tianhao chuckled heartily, unfazed by his son's unambitious quip. Excellent. You decide, my input remains merely advisory. With our goal set, leveling must proceed without pause. So saying, Lin Tianhao flipped his wrist. An ancient scroll radiating a deep violet-black luminescence settled solemnly upon the table. This is the dungeon scroll for hard mode Phantom Castle. Originally intended for later use, its deployment has been accelerated, given your astonishing progression speed and extraordinary microcontrol aptitude. Tonight is the hour. This dungeon permits entry only between levels 3 and 5, Hongyu cannot accompany you inside. No matter, your party has already been assembled. Party. Lin Mo murmured instinctively. Lin Tianhao, noting his son's reaction, spoke with grave tenderness. Mower, your microcontrol gift is exceptional, yet never let it breed arrogance. Monsters within hard mode dungeons dwarf common field beasts in lethality. Life offers but one chance, I refuse to risk even a scratch upon your skin. Father, I understand. Caution navigates safely across millennia, that wisdom I hold dear. In truth, he welcomed his father's arrangement. Though his fireball wielded formidable might, he himself had never entered a dungeon. First steps warranted prudence, and his father would never endanger him. Seeing his son accept counsel with sincerity, Lin Tianhao nodded reassured, then turned to Yi Hongyu. Hongyu, descend to the subterranean armory. Select the finest mage ensemble currently suited to Mower's level. Yes, Commander. Yi Hongyu pivoted sharply and strode away with purpose. At that moment the elderly steward entered swiftly, bowing slightly. Master, Madam. Miss Xia and her companions have arrived, their vehicle awaits outside. Ha, right on cue. These youngsters certainly keep impeccable timing, Lin Tianhao remarked, glancing at the clock with a warm smile. Inside the Lin family's villa, several slightly awkward young people stood still, clearly awed by the grandeur of the manor. Lin Tianhao strode ahead, with Su Wan following closely behind Lin Mo. Ha ha ha, welcome. Don't be shy, treat this place like your own home. Lin Tianhao's hearty laughter broke the silence. At the forefront was a girl dressed in a light blue mage robe. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were exquisite like a porcelain doll, yet her eyes exuded an aura of icy aloofness. Behind her were two boys and a girl. One was a tall, slender boy carrying a longbow, another was a burly man with a large shield, and the last was a shy little priestess with twin ponytails. "Hello, Uncle Lin. Hello, Aunt Sue." The cold girl nodded slightly and greeted politely. "Oh, is this the girl from the Xia family?" Su Wan released Lin Mo and walked forward with a kind and gentle expression, taking the girl's hand. "You've really grown more beautiful. I heard from your father that you awakened as an A-class water system mage." "That's wonderful." "Thank you, Auntie," the girl replied with a calm demeanor. Lin Qianhao waved his hand and introduced Lin Mo, saying, "Moer, come and meet her. This is Xia Qingyue, the captain of our team and a powerful water mage." Xia Qingyue extended her delicate hand and said in a crisp voice, "Hello, Lin Mo." "Hello, Miss Xia." Lin Mo shook her hand politely. Although they had no prior interaction, Lin Mo's name was well known. She was the aloof school beauty from the school next door, rumored to have suitors lining up from the south to the north of the city, a dream girl for countless boys. However, Lin Mo felt no waves in his heart. He never proactively approached those with such an aloof demeanor, it was simply too tiring. Today was just about teaming up for a dungeon. Seeing Lin Mo's clear gaze, which did not scrutinize her like other boys, Xia Qingyue developed a slight fondness for him. She turned to introduce her teammates. "Since we are teaming up, let me introduce the other members. This is Wang Meng, a frontline shield warrior with strong defense responsible for tanking damage. That one is Zhang Kai, a ranger skilled in ranged physical damage. And this is Lu Weiwei, a light priestess responsible for healing and buffs. We are all level 4 and well-equipped, and our teamwork is harmonious, so clearing this dungeon shouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhao smiled and added, "Moer, don't worry. The fathers of these kids are all old subordinates of mine from the military. I know them well. They have undergone formal military training since childhood. Although they just changed professions, their combat skills and awareness are not something ordinary students can compare to." "Got it, Dad." Saying this, Lin Mo glanced at the four and politely responded, "Then I'll be counting on you all." Just then a sound of footsteps came from the side hall. "Young master, the equipment has been brought." Yi Hongyu appeared carrying a pile of gear radiating a faint orange glow. At the same time, the four young people were wide-eyed. This is the legendary Purple Cloud set. The divine gear for mages below level 5. Zhang Kai, carrying the longbow, couldn't help but swallow hard. Even the always expressionless Xia Qingyue showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Was this the foundation of a top-tier aristocratic family? In this world, equipment is categorized into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and mythical. To assign such a legendary set to a newly awakened novice mage just 2 days after awakening, this was simply wasteful. Lin Mo, however, felt nothing as he was served by Yi Hongyu, putting on the gear like a helpless person. It fits quite well, thanks, Sister Yi." Lin Mo moved his arms, and the dazzling robe transformed into specks of starlight, instantly disappearing into his body, reverting to his original casual outfit. This was also a special feature of the equipment in this world. Apart from combat mode or when actively activated, the appearance would automatically hide after wearing without affecting daily activities. Lin Mo eagerly opened the panel and took a glance at the attributes of the Purple Cloud set, immediately gasping in awe. It was incredibly powerful. This set of equipment had no fancy attributes, its main focus was simple and brutal: CD reduction. The robe reduced 10, the boots reduced 10, the necklace reduced 15. Plus the extra attributes activated by the set. The total CD reduction reached a staggering 60. What does this mean? The cooldown time of the fireball spell, originally 3 seconds, could now be cast in just 1-2 seconds. And the multiple explosive fireball, which originally required a long cooldown of 15 seconds, now only needed 6 seconds to unleash one. This truly is top-tier equipment, so enticing. Standing not far away, Zhang Kai and Wang Meng exchanged glances, feeling a pang of jealousy. Is this the skill of rebirth? Someone born in Rome wearing this equipment as a novice mage, what good is it other than looking good? Every subtle change in expression did not escape Lin Tianha's eyes. As a battle god who carved his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had a profound insight into human nature. He saw the envy in Zhang Kai's eyes, the jealousy in Wang Meng's gaze, and the underlying contempt they held for Lin Mo. Lin Tianha's smile faded slightly and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He pulled Lin Mo aside, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking with unprecedented seriousness. Son, remember this. This dungeon scroll was produced by our family and we provided them with quite a bit of money. You are the boss, they are the workers. Lin Tianhao pressed his large hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Moer, you must understand that this world, whether outside the city or in dungeons, is a veritable hell where people can die. Human nature cannot withstand testing. In the face of extreme danger, a person's instinct is to protect themselves first, and they might even develop inappropriate thoughts out of jealousy for your equipment. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao glanced back at the four young people, his voice unconsciously rising. If anyone dares to point fingers at you or make sarcastic remarks that cause you distress in the dungeon, come back and tell Dad. Dad will tear their mouths apart. Although those few were the children of Lin Tianha's old subordinates, human nature is such that it cannot be spoken, researched, or tested. Only by making them fear Lin Tianhao more than they fear the monsters could Lin Mo be absolutely safe. Got it, Dad, Lin Mo replied, feeling both amused and speechless. It was like dealing with a gang. Then Lin Tianhao turned to Yi Hongyu. Hongyu, after you deliver them to the dungeon entrance, stay outside and guard. If they disrespect Moer along the way, you can deal with it yourself. Understood. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Hongyu's eyes as her gaze swept coldly over Zhang Kai and the others. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng felt a chill down their spines. Even Xia Qingyu's expression stiffened. All right, Sister Yi, don't scare them anymore. Lin Mo waved his hand and walked towards the exit. First, let's go, classmates, don't waste any more time. Hey, got it, young Master Lin. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng quickly followed Lin Mo, acting like two loyal henchmen. Lin Mo led the way, guiding the group towards the villa's front door. On both sides of the villa, the rows of maids who had been waiting for a long time suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Young Master, take care. Young Master, watch your safety. May you succeed in your endeavors. The synchronized cries startled the four young people. Is this what it's like to be in a prestigious family? This spectacle. It's so terrifying. The car smoothly started driving towards the desolate wilderness under the night sky. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat oppressive. After all, facing a rich young master exuding the aura of wealth along with a fierce female assassin driver in front, these young people simply could not relax. Zhang Kai seemed to want to lighten the mood. He cleared his throat and forced a flattering smile at Lin Mo. Young Master Lin. We are heading into a difficult dungeon this time. The monsters inside are quite ferocious, unlike those silly wild creatures outside. Lin Mo, casually sipping his cola, nodded in acknowledgement. And then? Seeing Lin Mo engage, Zhang Kai's courage increased slightly. We've been cooperating for a long time and our tactical system is quite intricate. You are just a novice. I mean an all-round mage. Your accuracy might be a bit lacking, which could disrupt our rhythm. So when we enter the dungeon, how about you just stay at the back? Let us handle the dirty work. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the car instantly froze. Xia Qingyue furrowed her brows, feeling that Zhang Kai had gone a bit too far. On the surface it sounded like he was concerned for Lin Mo's safety, but frankly wasn't he just implying that Lin Mo was a burden and should not cause any trouble? Lin Mo had yet to say anything. Suddenly, the speeding luxury car slammed to a halt. The immense inertia caused Zhang Kai to lurch forward, his face colliding harshly with the seat back in front. "Ah, damn!" Zhang Kai cried out, covering his nose in agony. Before he could complain, he looked up and met a pair of icy piercing eyes in the rearview mirror. Yi Hongyu, with one hand on the steering wheel, glared at Zhang Kai through the rearview mirror. "If I heard correctly, are you implying that our young master is too weak to fight alongside you? Or are you teaching the young master how to act?" The car fell silent at this moment. As an elite warrior, Yi Hongyu's imposing aura was something these students who had barely left the school gates could not withstand. I didn't mean that, sister, I didn't mean it that way." Zhang Kai's face turned pale, instantly struggling to articulate, "I just wanted young Master Lin to be safe." I'm clumsy with words.
He even raised his hand and slapped himself. "Young Master Lin, please don't take it to heart. I'm just a bit clumsy with my words, please just ignore me."
Beside him, Wang Meng and Lu Weiwei dared not even breathe. They huddled in the corner, trembling. Especially the timid Lu Weiwei, her pale face fearing that she might be the next one called out. At this moment they truly understood what it meant to be with a tiger. Even the usually composed Xia Qingyue felt a slight sweat forming in her palms. She realized that in front of this seemingly gentle young master, any inappropriate remark could lead to unpredictable consequences. Lin Mo watched this scene with a sense of helplessness. Why did it feel like he had become a villain? The kind that would be killed by the protagonist early on. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and spoke to ease the tension. "Sister Hongyu, Zhang Kai indeed has a clumsy tongue, but he meant no harm. He is just genuinely concerned for Lin's safety. Please don't hold it against him." Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. "All right, Sister Yi, just drive. Don't scare them." His intentions were indeed good. Upon hearing the young master's words, Yi Hongyu's killing intent slowly receded. "Humph." She snorted coldly and pressed the accelerator again. The car resumed its journey. Zhang Kai slumped in his seat, his back soaked with cold sweat, silently vowing not to say another word. At this moment the little fireball also began to stir. "Fireball technique," roared. "Can't hold it in. Absolutely can't hold it in. That kid actually dared to say you're weak. What does he think he is? I've slain more monsters yesterday than he has seen in his entire life. This is not just an insult to you but to me as well. As long as you nod, he'll fly out right now and ensure he won't even find his ashes. Let him know what it means to not need to lift a finger." Lin Mo felt a headache coming on and quickly pressed down on the agitated fireball in his heart. Little fire. Calm down. It's just a slip of the tongue, right?" Fireball technique furiously retorted. "How can it not matter? A strong person cannot be insulted. This is a provocation against my dignity. Burn him. He must be burned." Lin Mo sighed helplessly and advised seriously, "Little fire, we as beings, as skills, must have a broader perspective. If you want to kill someone just because they said something unpleasant, what will we become? A rampaging killer? A villain? Such thoughts of killing at the slightest provocation are wrong, understand? Fireball technique. Hypocritical human. Strength is meant to protect oneself and those we care about, not to bully teammates. As long as we are strong enough, the truth will naturally silence them. There is no need to harbor murderous intentions over trivial quarrels. That is too disgraceful and lacks principles." Lin Mo responded calmly in his heart. Although the fireball technique continued to grumble, it at least quieted down. Fine, you'll spare him this time. Once we enter the dungeon, I'll showcase what real output is and blind them with it. That's more like it. Lin Mo smiled slightly. About an hour later the luxury car stopped at a desolate stony beach.
The car door opened and everyone tumbled out of the vehicle. The cold wind of the night wilderness was biting, but for Zhang Kai and the others who had just experienced the death glare of Yi Hongyu, this cold breeze felt incredibly welcoming.
Young master, we have arrived. Yi Hongyu walked around the front of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped out and looked around. Yi Hongyu took out an ancient scroll. The coordinates are accurate. As the scroll burned to ashes, a buzzing sound erupted, the air ahead violently trembled and a space rift emanating purple light tore open. This was the entrance to the dungeon. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo. Young master, although this is a trained team, the situations inside the dungeon can be unpredictable, so please be cautious. Do not act rashly in danger, preserving your life is the priority. Lin Mo nodded. Rest assured, Sister Yi, I will take care of myself. Then Yi Hongyu's gaze swept back to Xia Qingyue and the others. You all listen carefully. Since you accepted the Lin family's money and took on the Lin family's task, you must risk your lives to protect the young master. If when we come out the young master is missing a piece of skin. Yes. Don't worry, Sister Yi. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng nodded vigorously, almost swearing on the spot. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingyue nodded earnestly. Please rest assured, as the captain I will ensure the safety of my teammates. Go on. Yi Hongyu waved her hand. As the figures of the 5 individuals completely vanished into the rift, only the howling cold wind remained on the desolate rocky beach. Yi Hongyu leaned against the hood of the stretched luxury car, pulled out a box of women's cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. Amid the swirling smoke she raised her head and her gaze fell upon the rift above, which recorded the historical completion time of the hard-level Ghost Castle. Current highest record 1 hour, 15 minutes 23 seconds. Record holders Mei Xuan Chen Jin Lu Shu. 18 years ago. 1 hour, 15 minutes. This record stood like an insurmountable mountain looming over all new practitioners below level 5 in the Dragon Kingdom for a full 18 years. It was a miracle created by the most brilliant geniuses of that year, and to this day no one could break it. If it were the young master. That terrifying microcontrol and mastery of skills, as if they were extensions of the body, indeed qualified to challenge this record. One could even say that the young master's personal strength was always the absolute core damage dealer in any generation. Yet the next moment Yi Hongyu shook her head. What a pity. Records are never broken by a single individual. She exhaled a smoke ring, her gaze tinged with regret. Although that girl from the Xia family isn't a level water mage with solid fundamentals, those 2 boys, while also quite strong, are well equipped. But they're merely decent. To ordinary people this might seem like a luxurious elite team. Yet in Yi Hongyu's eyes, who had witnessed Lin Mo's freakish operations, this team's configuration simply did not match up to her young master. Clearing the dungeon is undoubtedly possible, but to break the record, these little guys will probably only become a burden weighing down the young master's progress. Yi Hongyu flicked the ash off her cigarette, no longer thinking about that unattainable record. Her current task was simple: to stand guard here and await the young master's triumphant return. At this moment inside the dungeon, after a dizzying sensation of spinning, Lin Mo opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a sinister and terrifying corridor of an ancient castle. The walls were made of darkened bluestone bricks covered with withered vines and moss that emitted a foul stench. The air was filled with a rotten, damp smell. On both sides of the corridor, every few meters, hung a grotesquely shaped skull lamp with ghostly blue flames flickering within. This dungeon has a bit of an underworld vibe, Lin Mo remarked while surveying his surroundings jokingly. The little fireball also began to stir at the right moment. Fireball, this can hardly be called fire. Fireball expressed its frustration. I am the orthodox fire element. It is light. It is heat. This group of imposters posing as flames sickens me. Status update: angry purifier vowing to burn all false flames here. Current mood irritable and filled with murderous intent, damage to undead creatures 100. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. Goodness, can this little thing even get angry? Are you a racist? Just because the fire is the wrong color you want to extinguish it. However, there's one thing Lin Mo still didn't understand. That is why this little fireball could frequently grant itself a damage amplification buff. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. It was probably similar to those hot-blooded male protagonists he had seen in anime in his past life. As long as you shout loudly enough and get excited enough, your damage output could multiply. Something like my suffering outweighs yours. The fault is not mine but this world. At that moment, Xia Qingyue head had swiftly entered battle mode. She gently tapped her staff on the ground and a soft water blue halo spread out, slightly dispelling some of the surrounding chill. Everyone stay alert. Xia Qingyue's voice was cold yet imbued with calmness. This is a hard-level dungeon. Both the attributes and combat skills are on a completely different level compared to wilderness monsters of the same rank. She quickly scanned the crowd and began to lay out strategies. Form up. Wang Meng, hold your shield at the front. Pay attention to hate management and absolutely do not let the monsters break through the defense. Yes. Wang Meng growled, slamming the heavy tower shield onto the ground. Zhang Kai, you are on my left, responsible for ranged physical damage output and scouting. Always be on the lookout for the ceiling and shadowy corners. Understood. Zhang Kai drew his longbow, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. Wei Wei, you take the center, ready to shield and heal Wang Meng at any time. The little priest named Lu Weiwei nodded, nervously gripping the cross tightly in her hand. Finally, Xia Qingyue's gaze fell on Lin Mo. Lin Xiao. You stand in the center of the team. After that, she turned to Zhang Kai and emphasized, Zhang Kai, if any monsters sneak attack from behind, you support Lin Mo immediately. Zhang Kai immediately understood, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Captain. As long as I have breath, I won't let a single hair fall from Lin Xiao. Alright, they'll just stand behind and cheer you all on. Lin Mo was indifferent to Xia Qingyue's arrangement for him and instead pulled out a snack mixed with fire attributes from his pocket. He had just grabbed it casually while at home. Fireball, sneered Cheer. Let this bunch of noobs protect me. What a joke. A huge joke. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered with the little fireball. This skill was indeed a bit talkative. The team slowly advanced. The ancient castle was eerily quiet, with only the heavy footsteps of the group echoing in the corridor. Creak. Suddenly a faint sound came from the dark corner ahead. It sounded like the grinding of bones. Stop. Xia Qingyue called out in a low voice, the tip of her staff glowing with light. Something is coming. Everyone's nerves instantly tensed. They saw two ghostly blue flames slowly materializing from the darkness ahead. Then, aided by the dim light, they finally saw the true form of the monster. Ethereal Spirit Cat, Elite Level LV 5. Though called a cat, its size was akin to that of a leopard. It had no flesh, only stark white bones with eerie blue flames burning in the gaps between the bones, staring intently at everyone. It's a high agility monster. I didn't expect the first monster to encounter would be an elite level. Xia Qingyue's expression changed. Wang Meng, raise your shield. Its speed is too fast, ranged attacks will have difficulty hitting it. Wait until it pounces before attacking. Don't waste your mental energy. Before her words fell, whoosh, an orange-eyed light suddenly illuminated from the back of the team. Following that, accompanied by a wave of heat, a fireball the size of a fist whizzed past the ears of Xia Qingyue and Zhang Kai with a certain reckless momentum. Lin Xiao, wait until it's closer to attack. You won't hit it from this far away. Zhang Kai instinctively shouted. Facing such a high agility monster at this distance, it was nearly impossible for these newcomers who had just transitioned 2 days ago to hit it. At this moment, randomly casting skills was simply a waste of mental energy. Just as the fireball was about to hit the ethereal spirit cat suddenly darted to the left and the fireball flew past barely grazing it. Sigh, as expected it missed. Zhang Kai sighed. However, the next second that fireball, which had clearly flown past, suddenly halted in midair as if being forcibly pulled by invisible hands. In the eerie long corridor, Zhang Kai and Xia Qingyue widened their eyes, staring at the pile of shattered bones before simultaneously turning their heads to look at Lin Mo in the middle of the group. Dead. Zhang Kai's voice was a bit dry. 3 shots. Just 3 fireballs? Xia Qingyue's cold eyes were filled with disbelief. As a grade water mage and a top student who aced the theoretical exams, she understood better than anyone what that scene meant. Generally speaking, even a blazing fire mage with grade elemental affinity would need at least 6 fireballs to kill a fully healed level 5 elite monster. This novice mage managed to do it with just 3 shots. How could that be possible? Moreover, the most critical aspect was that terrifying micromanipulation ability. The fluidity, the precision in predicting the monster's landing point, and the control to accelerate again after a sudden stop. Was this truly achievable by a novice mage who had just awakened 2 days ago? Such a level of micromanipulation was beyond the reach of even the top fire mage students in the annual Dragon Kingdom professional exam. Lin Mo looked at everyone casually pulling out a bright red nut from a snack bag and tossing it into his mouth. The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the quiet corridor. He then took out a few more and offered them to the group. Want some? They're quite spicy. This. Only then did everyone realize. Lin Mo had just been snacking while executing such outrageous micromanipulation. No thanks. Zhang Kai instinctively replied. Oh, if you don't want any, that's fine. Lin Mo didn't insist and retracted his hand. Fireball, snorted coldly. Humph, is this enough to scare you all silly? It's just basic skills. You wait until I use Heavenly Maiden's flower shower. Want you all be scared to the point of wetting your pants? I said. He swallowed the pine nut in his mouth, looking at everyone with a hint of helplessness as he patted the crumbs off his hands. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and let's go. This creepy place is giving me the chills and I want to finish this and get some sleep. Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, everyone snapped out of their daze. Ah. Oh. Yes. Yes. Zhang Kai suddenly shivered, and the look in his eyes towards Lin Mo had completely changed from earlier condescension. Lin Xiao is right. Lin Xiao is amazing. I knew it. Lin Xiao's demeanor clearly reveals him as a hidden expert. Those 3 fireballs just now, tsk tisk, simply art. Art. Wang Meng scratched his head and began to flatter. Xia Qingyue watched Lin Mo with a complex expression. Originally she thought this team-up would be a difficult journey with a deadweight, and she had even prepared herself to rescue Lin Mo at any moment. But now it seemed who the real deadweight was still uncertain. This seemingly lazy young master of the Lin family was not some rich second generation waiting to die, but a true monster in disguise. Everyone adjust your state and let's move on. Xia Qingyue quickly composed herself. Though shocked as the team leader, she had to remain calm. Since Lin Xiao has such powerful output, we can afford to be slightly more aggressive with our strategy. Wang Meng, you lead the way and speed up a bit. Got it. Wang Meng, now filled with confidence, shouted. At that moment Lu Weiwei, who had been relatively inconspicuous, suddenly turned pale, staring at the pile of bones. There are so many monsters. The group tensed up, following the direction of her finger. They saw countless pairs of eerie blue eyes lighting up where the elite level nether spirit cat had appeared earlier. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. There were at least dozens of them. Nether spirit cat LV. 5 all were nether spirit cats. Though smaller than the earlier elite monster, being mere ordinary level creatures, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Don't panic, it's just a bunch of ordinary level nether spirit cats. Aside from their numbers, their attributes are far inferior to the elite monster we just faced. Xia Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out cold and calm. Her gaze sharpened as she quickly issued commands. Wang Meng, activate immovable as a mountain, hold the front line. Zhang Kai, use rain of arrows to suppress the left flank, don't let them encircle us. Wei Wei, shield Wang Meng and be ready for group healing. Everyone back against the wall, tighten the defense circle and well clear them out bit by bit. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her tactical arrangement. Whoosh! A familiar wave of heat surged from behind her once again. A bright orange fireball charged straight towards the dozens of nether spirit cats. Lin Xiao! Xia Qingyue instinctively exclaimed. This young master was far too impatient. They were dealing with dozens of highly agile monsters. Making a reckless move like this could easily provoke all the monsters and trigger a riot. This is too reckless. But the very next second everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at the fireball. The fireball trembled violently for a moment before splitting in midair. In the blink of an eye it divided into over a dozen fireballs resembling a small meteor shower raining down upon the group of nether spirit cats. What is this? Multi-explosion fireball? Isn't this a beginner skill for fire mages? As a top student, Xia Qingyue recognized it immediately. Boom 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 boom. Without giving the group time to think, the fireballs crashed into the cat swarm. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the ancient castle. Flames surged high into the sky. Kill Nether Spirit Cat experience 40. Kill Nether Spirit Cat experience 40. Fireball, laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. How about that multi-explosion fireball? Scared you, didn't it? I just comprehended it yesterday. Xia Qingyue quickly regained her senses. As the team leader, she had to quickly organize the attack. Don't just stand there. Hurry! Xia Qingyue shouted, assist Lin Xiao in clearing out the monsters. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Wang Meng, finish off any stragglers. Zhang Kai, pick off the low health ones. In truth, they didn't need too much assistance. Because Lin Mo's assault had never stopped. Thanks to his exquisite purple cloud set, which boasted a cooldown reduction of over 60, ordinarily such powerful AoE skills had a long cooldown. But for Lin Mo, only 6 seconds had passed. Whoosh! The second fireball shot out, splitting into over a dozen fireballs once again.
Under this terrifying firepower, in less than half a minute the battle was over. Xia Qingyue stared blankly at the piles of bones ahead.
Dozens of monsters of the same level in her original expectation would require the entire team to cooperate and cautiously pull them for at least 10 minutes. But now, in less than half a minute, the world had fallen silent. Awesome! Incredible, Lin Xiao! Zhang Kai stammered. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Mo, who was still munching on snacks. Lin Mo felt a bit awkward under their scrutiny. He was merely snacking and watching the show. It was all the fire magic's doing, not his responsibility. Xia Qingyue stood still, gazing at Lin Mo, unable to help but speak. Lin Xiao. That skill just now was the beginner fire mage skill, multiple explosive fireballs, wasn't it? Lin Mo tossed the last pine nut into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and nodded, saying, yes, that's right. This skill involves the techniques of elemental division and secondary detonation. Xia Qingyue's eyes were complex. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but tentatively ask, Lin Xiao, may I ask how many skill books did you consume to learn this move? In Xia Qingyue's view, a blank mage with no elemental affinity would find it nearly impossible to learn advanced elemental skills. Let alone a blank mage, even a fire specialization mage would typically need to consume a certain number of skill books to aid their comprehension and learning of new skills.
So this Lin Xiao must have consumed dozens if not hundreds, right? Is this the foundation of a wealthy family?
One must know that the prices of skill books are extremely high. Even a beginner skill book starts at a six-figure amount in Dragon Kingdom currency. Before Lin Mo could respond, Xia Qingyue added, "Lin Xiao, if you don't want to answer, just pretend I didn't ask." Skill books. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking bewildered, and said, "That thing. I've never seen it." Xia Qingyue was taken aback. Never seen? Do you mean you haven't used any skill books?" "Yeah." Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't it just about splitting and then detonating? Is that hard?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Mo's skill bar began to shake violently. "Fireball, couldn't take it any longer. Is that hard?" "It's certainly not hard for me. I clearly comprehended it last night while struggling on the grassland." "What were you doing at that time?" "You were sleeping." Fireball looked at him disdainfully. "Showing off will surely attract lightning. Shameless. Stealing my hard-earned results. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Lin Mo remained composed, silently replying in his heart, "Shut up. Do you still want to eat tonight's stir-fried crimson flame dragon?" Fireball instantly fell silent. Status update: endure humiliation and bear burdens. Damage 100. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief as the little fireball quieted down. "I must say, occasionally showing off feels quite nice." Xia Qingyue opened her mouth wanting to say something but found she didn't know what to say. To comprehend skills by oneself, even for those with S-level elemental affinity in magic professions, is an extremely challenging task. Yet this Lin Xiao as a blank mage managed to comprehend it the day after he changed professions. With such proficiency in releasing it, he likely comprehended it on the very first day. Such talent is terrifying. Absolutely a gift. Undoubtedly top-tier talent. Zhang Kai suddenly jumped up beside them. He was so excited that his face turned red, analyzing loudly. "Captain, think about it. If he learned it by grinding skill books, even an S-level affinity fire mage could only split out 3 to 5 fireballs at most." Zhang Kai pointed at the numerous scorch marks on the ground, but Lin Xiao just now split out a full 15. 15. What does this indicate? It shows that Lin Xiao's understanding of this skill has reached the realm of great perfection. This is an effect that cannot be achieved simply by stacking skill books. This clearly makes him an unprecedented, unbeatable super magic genius. Compared to Lin Xiao, those so-called S-level affinities should go home and raise pigs. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Xia Qingyue felt a bit embarrassed. If S-level affinity should go home to raise pigs, what about her level affinity? Go home and play in the mud? Meanwhile, Wang Meng and Lu Weiwei, having heard this analysis, looked at Lin Mo as if they were gazing at a walking deity. Lin Mo felt a bit numb on his scalp from the flattery. "I must say Zhang Kai is quite a competent lackey." Ahem. All right. Lin Mo waved his hand, somewhat embarrassedly interrupting Zhang Kai's spellcasting. "Let's keep a low profile. It's not that exaggerated, just luck. Let's hurry up and clear the dungeon so we can get back to sleep early." Xia Qingyue, having recovered from her shock, glanced at Lin Mo, and the respect in her eyes deepened. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he is also so humble and low-key, only wanting to sleep. This is truly the demeanor of a true expert. Everyone listened to Lin Xiao and continue forward. Xia Qingyue quickly commanded, "Maintain formation. Since Lin Xiao is unleashing his full power, let's advance at full speed." Meanwhile, on the rocky beach outside the dungeon, Yi Hongyu leaned against the front of the vehicle where 5 or 6 cigarette butts had already been scattered around her feet. The dim red glows flickered in the darkness. "It's been half an hour." Yi Hongyu raised her wrist to check the time, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she had great confidence in Lin Mo's remarkable micromanipulation, it was a hard dungeon after all. Even an elite team would at most have just cleared the outer area in half an hour. She took a deep drag of her cigarette, preparing to exhale a smoke ring. Suddenly a rumble reverberated from the ground. Immediately after, an extremely oppressive and malevolent aura enveloped the entire rocky beach. Yi Hong-yu's face changed drastically as she suddenly looked up at the spatial rift. The dungeon entrance, which had originally emitted a mysterious purple glow, was now swirling with an impenetrable pitch black, wildly roiling. This is... Yi Hong-yu's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, fear appeared on her normally calm and cold face. Abyssal transformation? How is that possible? Being an experienced soldier, Yi Hong-yu understood too well what this scene before her signified. In this world, dungeons are divided into two types. One type consists of fixed dungeons that are stable and safe. The other type is temporary dungeon spaces opened using random dungeon scrolls. And these temporary dungeons have an extremely low probability of being corrupted by the aura of the dimensional abyss, resulting in mutation. How low is this probability? 1 in 100,000? Even lower. It has been 8 whole years since Jianghai City last encountered a case of dungeon abyssal transformation. This is bad. If the young master is in trouble. Yi Hong-yu's fingers trembled as she extinguished her cigarette, turned around, and pulled out her phone, dialing Lin Tianha's number. If the abyssal transformation of the dungeon merely means that the monsters become stronger, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But the most terrifying aspect is that in normal dungeons, as long as you crush the return scroll you carry, you can forcibly escape the dungeon and save your life. This was also her greatest confidence in allowing Lin Mo to enter, as she had given him multiple return scrolls while in the vehicle. However, once the dungeon undergoes abyssal transformation, the return scrolls will become ineffective. The only way to survive is to slay the final boss and complete the dungeon. After just 2 rings, the call connected. Hello? Hong-yu, did Moer clear the dungeon? That's quite fast. Lin Tianha's hearty laughter came through the receiver. Commander, there's been an incident. Yi Hong-yu spoke rapidly. The dungeon where the young master is has undergone an abyssal transformation. What did you say? On the other end of the line, the sound of a teacup shattering came through, followed by Lin Tianha's roar, "Wait for me, I'll be there immediately." Deep within the ancient castle, the once eerie corridor was undergoing a more bizarre transformation. The decaying damp scent in the air gradually vanished, replaced by a sweet fishy aroma of blood that seemed to have fermented for a long time. The skull lanterns burning with ghostly blue flames on the walls suddenly flickered violently, their flames shifting from ghostly blue to a dark purple. Something's wrong? The one leading the way, Xia Qingyue, abruptly halted her steps. She fixed her gaze on the swirling mist ahead while scanning the changes in their surroundings. Captain, what's wrong? Zhang Kai, following behind, asked instinctively, somewhat bewildered. Xia Qingyue kept surveying her surroundings, seemingly confirming something repeatedly before finally uttering a single sentence: "The abyss has transformed." At her words, the expressions of the others instantly froze. Everyone knew what the transformation of the abyss signified. The abyss has transformed. Zhang Kai's body went limp with fright, and he hastily pulled out the return scroll. A faint light emanated from the scroll, yet nothing changed. The return scroll is unresponsive. It really has transformed into an abyss. Zhang Kai's voice trembled, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. The atmosphere of hopelessness spread throughout the group. The timid priestess Lu Weiwei was already covering her mouth and crying in fear. Even the burly Wang Meng was shaking uncontrollably while gripping his shield. What should we do? Zhang Kai looked at Xia Qingyue, then turned to Lin Mo. Before entering the dungeon, the group may have looked down on Lin Mo, considering him a burden from a wealthy family. However, after enduring a barrage of challenges, Lin Mo had come to replace Xia Qingyue as the backbone of the group. Lin Xiao. Zhang Kai's voice trembled, tinged with a cry. What should we do now? Lin Mo gazed at the pitch-black path ahead, feeling somewhat speechless. What kind of situation was this? After 18 years he finally obtained a golden finger, yet he encountered a 900,000 probability right after stepping outside. His luck was truly unparalleled. The Abyss dungeon required an entire elite team to have any hope of clearing it.
The fireball spell was eagerly absorbing the abyssal aura in the air.
Fireball trembled with excitement. This scent filled with brutality, destruction, and decay. So wonderful. Fireball laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. This is what a dungeon should be? Those previous ones were mere child's play. The caster felt the hot blood within him igniting. It was a call from the depths of looking at this chaos-loving skill. Lin Mo sighed. So this guy grows stronger when facing stronger foes? However, even with a 200 damage increase it might not be enough to take down the abyssal boss. Lin Mo brushed off the crumbs from his snacks and said calmly, all right, stop with the long faces. Since there's no way back we can only move forward. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, tightened her grip on her staff and her gaze became resolute. Lin Xiao is right. Crying won't help, we can only fight. Everyone listen up. Collapse the formation, protect Lin Xiao and we'll charge in. The journey ahead was nothing short of brutal. The monsters transformed by the abyss not only had skyrocketing attributes but also displayed an insane desire to attack. Creatures that could be dealt with a few fireballs now required a greater firepower to subdue. Fortunately, Lin Mo's purple cloud set had an outrageous cooldown reduction effect combined with the abyssal damage 200 buff from the small fireball, enabling the team to push through to the deepest part of the dungeon with surprising ease.
Lin Mo's level had reached LV 6 while the others had all reached LV 5. They stood before a towering 10-meter-high black giant door.
We've arrived. Xia Qingyue's voice was hoarse. The boss is inside. With a rumble, before the group could push the door it automatically swung open slowly. A terrifying pressure instantly swept out. In the center of the hall a horrific figure sat upon a throne made of piled bones. Abyssal Bone Knight BOSSLV 5. It wore tattered black heavy armor and beneath its helmet there was no face, only two flickering purple soul flames. In its hand it wielded a gigantic sword nearly 2 meters long and beneath it was a skeletal warhorse engulfed in ghostly flames. Invaders! It growled. Roar! A terrifying hoarse voice echoed through the hall. Accompanying this roar was a wave of killing intent. With just a glance Zhang Kai and Lu Weiwei found it hard to breathe, even losing the courage to lift their weapons. Even the usually composed Wang Meng was trembling violently while gripping his shield. Although it was only a level 5 boss, the terrifying abyssal aura was far more horrifying than any monster they had encountered before. Fireball was extremely excited. This is the true opponent. Let me take it on. Xia Qingyue forced down her fear, waved her staff and shouted loudly, don't be afraid. It's only level 5. With Lin Xiao here we still have a chance. Wang Meng, go in front. Lin Xiao, prepare. Before she could finish her sentence, there was no need for Lin Mo to even raise a hand. Whoosh! An orange-eared afterimage shot past the group, heading straight for the Bone Knight on the throne. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the vast hall. With the terrifying bonus of abyssal damage 200, this fireball's power was astonishing. It hit. Zhang Kai's face lit up with joy as he clenched his fist. However, the next moment his smile froze. As the smoke cleared and the flames extinguished, the Bone Knight remained seated on the throne, not even shifting its posture in the slightest. Around it was a layer of strange purple translucent shield emitting a chilling glow. That previous strike hadn't even left a crack on this shield. Fireball was left stunned. Fireball was incredulous. No damage. This was an enraged strike with a 200 damage increase. This defies logic. Roar! The Bone Knight slowly lifted its head, a mocking glint evident in the two flickering flames. It then mounted the skeletal warhorse, sharply spurring its belly, and charged towards the group engulfed in blue ghostly flames. The ground trembled. "Be careful. Wang Meng. Block it," Xia Qingyue urgently commanded. "Ah! I'll fight you to the end." Unyielding as a mountain, Wang Meng's eyes blazed red as he roared, smashing his tower shield into the crack in the ground, his body radiating a yellowish glow. In the next moment, the 5-meter-long giant sword struck heavily against the tower shield. Clang! Puff! Wang Meng along with the shield was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood midair, and finally crashed heavily against the wall several meters away. "Wang Meng!" Lu Weiwei screamed as she rushed over. How could this happen? Even Lin Xiao's powerful fireball couldn't move it. Zhang Kai's face turned ashen. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the group, not excessively panicked, only slightly furrowing his brows. "This is a bit troublesome. Little fire, don't stop to blast it back, don't let it get close." Fireball roared, "No need for you to say. I'll settle this with it." Boom! 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 The hall was ablaze with fire, and the sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Under the relentless bombardment of the fireball and multiple explosive fireballs, the Bone Knight was forced to retreat repeatedly. However, once the firelight dissipated, the purple shield remained completely intact. Lin Mo observed this scene, his expression growing grave. It seemed that without breaking this shield it was impossible to defeat this boss. A thunderous roar. Under the ceaseless bombardment, the relentless impacts humiliated the skeleton knight. Its two pulsating orbs of purple soul fire swept past the others and fixed upon Lin Mo. It seemed to realize that among these mere ants only this youth posed a true threat. Kill him and that vexing flame would vanish. No! Xia Qingyue lunged before Lin Mo, a flash of grim resolve in her eyes. She was the captain, the one responsible for this mission. She had taken the Lin family's payment. Even in death she could not allow her employer to perish before her. Xia Qingyue spun around, the once icy perfection of her face was streaked with dust. "Young Master Lin, run, I'll hold it off." A broad figure stepped between Lin Mo and danger. Wang Meng hefted his shield and called over his shoulder, "Young Master Lin, I'll stall it, get out of here." Watching these two comrades ready to die heroically, Lin Mo sighed in helplessness. He planted a swift kick into Wang Meng's rear. "Are you out of your minds?" Lin Mo stared at them as if they were fools. "Run. Where would we go? Hide until we starve to death." Xia Qingyue froze, bewildered by Lin Mo's sudden rebuke. Lin Mo's gaze hardened as he turned to face the imperious skeleton knight.
"Strike it, then stride out boldly. If you cannot break its shield once, try 10 times, 100 times, kill it." At those words, Xia Qingyue fell silent, taken aback.
Yes. There was no path but battle. Even to die charging was nobler than crouching in a corner like a coward and awaiting death. Young Master Lin is right. The collapsed Zhang Kai scrambled to his feet, legs trembling yet his eyes alight with a frantic ferocity. "Damn it! We're dead either way, so let's go for it. Young Master Lin, tell us how to strike and we'll do it." Wang Meng tightened his grip on his shield and wiped blood from his mouth. "Follow Lin's lead. Finish it." Not far off, the skeleton knight slowly stooped. The skeletal warhorse pawed at the flagstone, sending up showers of sparks as the knight crouched lower. Two ghostly blue nether flames raged across its frame. Lin Mo watched his comrade's fighting spirit flare anew and allowed the faintest of smiles to lift one corner of his mouth. At that moment, within his mind, the little fire orb perceived the charged atmosphere of impending combat. The fireball technique was in a state of extreme agitation. It knew that to pierce that defense it must draw all the flames back in. It strained to compress the vast fire elements toward the center, attempting to condense them into a single point. But the fire elements were uncontrollably wild. The slightest pressure made them burst outward and scatter. They could not be stabilized into form. Isn't it obvious? Spin it. When rotation reaches the extreme, every bit of energy locks at the center and stops dispersing. Extreme rotation yields extreme penetration. Understand? Lin Mo could not resist offering the hint. In his mind, the once raging ember suddenly fell silent. Fireball technique. Spin. Rotate. In the little orb's non-existent mind, a flash of lightning sped through. The fireball technique was simulating a new arrangement of elements. The fireball technique erupted with ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha. A genius. I am truly a genius. Congratulations. The fireball technique independently derived and evolved an advanced skill, Explosive Flame Spiral Dragon Orb Novice, which deals massive fire damage to a single target. Cooldown 30 seconds. Lin Mo watched the little orb grasp a new skill and involuntarily muttered in awe. The word, spin, sounded simple, but in practice it was exceedingly difficult. Fire is the wildest of the elements. To compress it into an extreme high-speed rotation was tantamount to reaching the heavens. A single misstep would collapse the internal structure and cause it to detonate in the caster's hand. Only a freak like the little orb, one with independent consciousness and an almost perverse mastery over fire, could with a mere hint accomplish what was theoretically impossible. Now that it has learned it, let's give it a try. Lin Mo remained unhurried. He slowly raised his right hand, formed it into the shape of a pistol, and pointed at the skeleton knight. A faint smile touched his lips. Xia Qingyue, watch closely. A mage must not only wield AoE but also carry a merciless killing strike. Xia Qingyue froze for a moment at those words. A merciless killing strike. The others looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Could this young Master Lin have learned another new skill? Were skills something one could summon at will? Before any of them could react, a hum filled the air. At Lin Mo's fingertip a scorching fire orb materialized. The next instant the great sphere began to tremble violently, then spun like a furious wheel. The air around it was sucked dry, forming a visible vortex. Under the twin forces of centrifugal and centripetal acceleration, the fireball began to shrink at a speed perceptible to the eye. Fist-sized. Then ping-pong ball-sized. As it dwindled, the flame's hue underwent a profound change, from bright orange to a deep somber crimson. Though now only a diminutive point of flame, the terrifying energy contained within distorted the surrounding space like ripples on water. A violent backdraft whipped Lin Mo's robe and sent his hair flying. At that moment the little orb's roar and Lin Mo's voice merged as one. Fireball technique, shatter for me. With a snap of his fingers into the void, the compressed dark red point burst forth with a piercing sonic boom. By virtue of its rapid rotation, the flame trailed a terrifying spiral of tailfire. Wherever it passed, the flagstones cracked and were ripped into the air by the savage gusts. A cataclysmic explosion shattered eardrums in an instant. The entire hall seemed to tremble from the impact. A streak of dark red flame cut clean through the skeleton knight's purple shield. The barrier splintered into fragments and scattered like extinguished starlight. The skeleton knight was blasted backward by the tremendous force, hurled dozens of meters before slamming into the white-boned throne behind it, sending plumes of dust and debris skyward. It's shattered. Zhang Kai stared in disbelief. The once impenetrable purple shield had vanished, leaving only the lingering heat in the air. Xia Qingyue and the others stood rooted to the spot. One strike. It had truly taken only a single blow, an audacious frontal strike that shattered the very shield that had rendered them helpless. What kind of transcendent existence was this Lin family young master? While everyone still staggered under that question, Lin Mo spoke sharply. What are you dawdling for? He blew on his still warm fingertip, then glanced at them with a harder edge in his eyes. Strike while it's wounded, take its life. Move. Attack. Outside the instance on a rocky beach. The once desolate and quiet wilderness is now illuminated by several glaring military searchlights bright as day. Hundreds of fully armed city defense soldiers quickly erected a yellow warning line surrounding the entrance of the instance. A thunderous sound of something breaking through the air erupted. Lin Tianha's burly figure fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thud. At this moment he didn't even have time to put on his military uniform, draped only in a black coat, his bare chest heaving violently. His usually dignified tiger-like eyes were now bloodshot. Beside him Su Wan's figure also appeared. Although her complexion was pale, her back remained straight. As a powerful woman in control of a vast business empire, she could not afford to show any weakness in front of the public at such a moment. "Commander! Madam!" Yi Hongyu rushed over upon seeing the two. "What's the situation?" Lin Tianhao nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. Yi Hongyu bit her lip and began reporting. "The young master and the others entered the instance about 45 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago the instance was completely transformed into an abyss." Su Wan swayed slightly, whispering, "How could this happen? After so many years without incident, how could it happen to more?" Lin Tianhao looked at the pitch-black entrance, his fists cracking ominously as lightning surged around him. Everyone present understood what the abyss transformation of the instance meant. If the instance was not cleared within 24 hours, the monsters inside would break out, leading to disaster. Fortunately, this was just a low-level instance. If the monsters inside were not particularly strong, and the army of Jianghai City could handle it. Just then a sudden screeching sound of brakes echoed outside the warning line. Several black military off-road vehicles came to a stop and a group of imposing individuals stepped out. The middle-aged man at the forefront was dressed in a crisp suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Following him was a proud-looking young man accompanied by 4 exceptionally well-equipped and sharp-eyed young professionals. "Old Lin, what's the situation?" The middle-aged man strode over to Lin Tianhao and asked in a calm tone. Lin Tianhao turned his head, his brow furrowed. "Xiao Lei? What are you doing here?" The newcomer was indeed Xiao Lei, one of the commanders of the Jianghai City Defense Army of the same rank as Lin Tianhao. Behind Xiao Lei stood his pride and joy, his son Xiao Yu, a fire mage genius awakened with level elemental affinity. "Such a big incident has occurred. As one of the commanders of the Jianghai City Defense Army, I naturally have to be present." Xiao Lei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze shifting to the abyssal entrance of the instance, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. "Abyss transformation. This 1 in 100,000 probability is indeed regrettable." After a brief pause, Xiao Lei turned to Lin Tianhao and tentatively asked, "Old Lin, I heard from the reports below that this team trapped in the instance. Your son is among them?" Lin Tianha's breath hitched slightly at the words, and he nodded solemnly. "Yes." With the confirmation, Xiao Lei continued to inquire, "What is the configuration of this team? Aside from your son, who else is there? What are their levels? How is the equipment?" Lin Tianhao remained silent for a moment, and Yi Hongyu answered for him. "Besides the young master, there is an A-level water mage, a level shield warrior, a level ranger, and an A-level priest, all level 4 before entering the equipment. Around golden level." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei's brows instantly furrowed. Behind him his son Xiao Yu displayed a mocking expression. After all, he and Lin Mo were both sons of commanders, and he had always been compared to Lin Mo since childhood, gradually developing a dislike for him. With such a team configuration, clearing this difficult abyss instance was simply impossible. Are you confused, Old Lin? You're usually a sharp person, how could you be so foolish at this moment?" Xiao Lei sighed, his tone expressing disappointment. "If you wanted someone to help your Lin Mo level up, you could have just told me. Let Xiao Yu lead the team, wouldn't that be better than this ragtag bunch?" Xiao Lei shook his head, sighing. "With this configuration, I estimate they will struggle to even break through the defenses. Their survival rate approaches 0. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. This was merely a normal dungeon run. Who could have predicted that 1 in 100,000 abyss transformation? Zhao Lei stopped pretending to be the good guy. Lin Tianhao and Zhao Lei had been in a silent rivalry for half a lifetime, and he had always overshadowed Zhao Lei in terms of military achievements and strength. Now that Zhao Lei's son was successful, the thought of begging Zhao Lei to let his son take Lin Mo along was more painful than death. Besides, who could have foreseen such a misfortune as an abyss transformation? Fine, I won't argue with you on this matter. It's useless to say more now. Zhao Lei glanced at Lin Tianhao, indicating he had no intention of arguing. After all, Lin Tianhao's son was on the verge of death. If he provoked him, he couldn't win against Lin Tianhao. Fortunately, this is only a difficult level instance. Once the instance reopens, my Xiao Yu will lead his level 5 elite team right in. Zhao Lei pointed to the young people behind him. This instance has a level restriction of 35. They are all level 5, fully equipped with legendary gear and work well together. This is currently the only force in Jianghai City that can handle this abyss instance. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward confidently with the air of an level genius. Uncle Lin and Su, please rest assured. Although the probability of Moa is high, I will always be prepared. Once the instance resets, I will lead the charge to personally behead that boss and avenge Moa. At that moment, Su Wan, who had been silent, suddenly raised her head. Her red-rimmed eyes flickered with a mother's unique stubbornness and unwillingness. Who says Moa will definitely die? Su Wan's voice trembled slightly but was filled with unwavering determination. The instance hasn't reopened yet, which means they are still alive. I believe in my son. Perhaps Moa not only can survive but can also clear this abyss instance. Right, old Lin? Su Wan turned to Lin Tianhao, her eyes filled with hope. It seems that as long as Lin Tianhao nodded, their son would truly survive. Lin Tianhao looked into his wife's eyes. Clear it. He knew the difficulty all too well. But at this moment, seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, how could he bear to utter the cruel word no? Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Yes, Moa will definitely make it. He will surely make it. Hearing this from the couple, Zhao Lei was taken aback. Then he could only helplessly shake his head, not bothering to refute further. A talentless whiteboard mage leading a ragtag team trying to clear the abyss instance was simply a fantasy. Zhao Lei adjusted his glasses, sneering inwardly. If someone with Lin Mo's configuration could really clear it, then today Zhao Lei would eat the tires of this military off-road vehicle. Inside the dungeon, the skeletal knight was embedded in the ruins of the Bone Throne, weakened after its shield was broken. Listen to Lin Xiao take advantage of its illness to strike. I'll shoot you dead. Zhang Kai roared as he drew his longbow, unleashing a rain of arrows toward the skeletal knight. Wang Mang also charged forward with a shield, smashing it heavily against the skeletal knight's knee. Although the damage was low, the humiliation was intense. As the grade water mage in the team, Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and waved her staff. Streams of azure water condensed in the air into sharp arrows, continuously shooting toward the boss. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still munching on snacks while watching the show. The little fireball switched to automatic kill mode, relentlessly bombarding the boss. Boom! The massive fireball from the explosion instantly engulfed the boss. The series of damage made Zhang Kai and the others' eyelids twitch. Now that's what output is. Compared to Lin Xiao, they were merely scratching an itch. Under the storm of attacks from everyone, the long health bar above the skeletal knight's head visibly dropped. Soon its health fell below 70. Roar! An extremely angry roar echoed through the ruins. The skeletal knight suddenly swung its giant sword, sending Wang Mang, who was closest, flying. Immediately after, a despairing light purple translucent shield enveloped its entire body once again. Damn! Here it comes again. Seeing this, Zhang Kai abruptly turned to look at the relaxed Lin Mo at the back of the team. Lin Mo didn't waste words, raising his hand for another shot. Buzz. A dark red light point rapidly condensed, compressed, and rotated at Lin Mo's fingertips. Here it goes. Lin Mo lightly pressed his fingertip. Boom. There was no suspense. The spiral dark red fire line pierced through the purple shield once again. The layer of shield that had just formed exploded into a shower of starlight. The skeletal knight let out a painful howl. Its massive body was once again blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall. Lin Xiao is awesome. Lin Xiao is invincible. Zhang Kai jumped up in excitement, drawing his longbow to continue the output. Although Xia Qingyue had seen this attack before, she couldn't help but glance at the calm Lin Mo. The firelight illuminated Lin Mo's tall and slender figure. His black hair fluttered slightly in the heat wave, and the contours of his profile appeared exceptionally distinct in the interplay of light and shadow, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. This aura of remaining unperturbed amidst the collapse of mountains, combined with his extraordinarily handsome face, made Xia Qingyue's heart skip a beat despite her usually high standards. Is this the true demeanor of a strong person? Xia Qingyue's gaze froze on Lin Mo's fingertips, still emitting wisps of smoke. As a top student, she understood better than anyone the significance of this move. Fire element, that is recognized as the most violent element. Compressing the fire element to the extreme while maintaining high-speed rotation. This move, explosive flame spiral, although merely a beginner skill, is certainly as difficult to comprehend as advanced skills. Moreover, the damage of this move is entirely proportional to its difficulty. It is the highest single target damage beginner skill among all professions, including hidden professions, bar none. Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, what kind of monster are you? The ensuing battle became utterly devoid of suspense. Every time the skeletal knight managed to conjure a shield, it had no time to show off before being mercilessly shattered by Lin Mo's finger explosive flame spiral cannon. After repeating this 3 times, the skeletal knight's massive body collapsed, turning into a pile of withered bones emitting black mist. Congratulations! Successfully killed Abyss Skeletal Knight LV. 5. Gained experience 20,000. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV. 745. A golden glow of upgrade illuminated Lin Mo. We won, we really won. Lu Weiwei sat weakly on the ground, tears of joy streaming down her face as she looked at the pile of bones. Ha ha ha. I didn't die. I cleared the Abyss dungeon. Zhang Kai even crazily rushed over, bouncing around while hugging Wang Meng. Even the typically aloof Xia Qingyue couldn't help but smile at this moment. This is an Abyss dungeon. Although it was only at the hard level, its significance was enough to leave a bold mark on their records. Quick, let's see what loot we got. Wang Meng shouted, pointing at the few glowing orbs floating above the skeletal knight's corpse. Lin Mo casually glanced at them, observing the dropped equipment and materials, among which the most valuable was a piece of golden equipment.
It was just warrior equipment, and Lin Mo didn't actually care for golden grade items. You can divide these among yourselves. Lin Mo pointed at the glowing orbs and waved his hand casually.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qingyue's voice rang out, "No way." She looked at Lin Mo, her face filled with seriousness. "Lin Xiao, this is against the rules. First of all, you are the boss and the output in the dungeon rightfully belongs to you. Secondly, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it through, let alone survive. So in all fairness, these items are yours. With this dungeon we managed to gain so much experience and level up twice, we are already taking a huge advantage. One mustn't be too greedy, or they will face heavenly retribution." Zhang Kai and Wang Meng and the others were momentarily stunned after hearing this. That was golden equipment. It would be a lie to say they weren't tempted. But soon Zhang Kai reacted, "The captain is right. Lin Xiao, all these items are yours." The others also expressed their agreement. Lin Mo glanced at them, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no use for this junk. Has no one wanted to give away free stuff these days? But since they insisted, Lin Mo didn't bother to argue further. Alright, do as you please. Lin Mo waved his hand and collected all the loot on the ground into his panel's backpack. Seeing Lin Mo accept it, Xia Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Mo and casually said, Lin Xiao, the big exam is in 2 days. With your current strength you should be able to get into the Tianlong Academy in the capital. As Xia Qingyue spoke, her eyes flashed with envy. That is the sacred place of all professionals in the Long Nation, the Supreme Academy. It gathers the most elite prodigies from all over the country, and even the security guard at the entrance might be a retired high-level professional. Students graduating from there start at a level equivalent to the leader of a city legion, a true backbone of humanity. Tianlong Academy? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Whatever, as long as the accommodation and cafeteria are good, that's what matters most. The Supreme Academy should be pretty decent. Just then Zhang Kai suddenly interjected, Hey, I heard that Jianghai City has put in a lot of resources this time, preparing a complete heart of a lava giant beast as a reward for the top student. A complete heart of a lava giant beast. Hearing this, Wang Meng's hand shook and he gasped, Wow, that's really a big investment. The lava giant beast is already rare, and even a single piece of meat on the market has skyrocketed to an exorbitant price, and it's something that has value but is hard to find. Fireball spell. Fireball spell is drooling. I want that. I want the lava giant beast. That's definitely something I love to eat, and it has value but is hard to find. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Although his family is wealthy, there are some things in this world that cannot be bought with money alone. After all, he is not the only one with money. Fireball spell is extremely greedy. Did you hear that? I want this. I want this. Eating this will definitely bring me closer to forbidden spells. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing this fiery skill. Want it? Then call me daddy and I'll reluctantly go get that top student back. Fireball spell instantly blew up insolence. Bold. I am destined to become a noble existence of forbidden spells. You want me to call you daddy? Oh, is that so? Lin Mo shrugged indifferently in his mind, well fine, I was too lazy to move anyway. So for this big exam, let's just mix in and get through. It doesn't really matter which academy we go to. What a pity about that heart. I heard it's full of fire element essence, and taking a bite will cause an eruption. TSK. Fireball spell fell silent. Fireball spell swallowed an imaginary drool. Its dignity was shaking violently in the face of food. A few seconds later, Lin Mo heard a very awkward voice in his mind. Fireball spell extremely reluctantly and shamefully. Dad. Daddy. Speak louder, did you not eat? I can't hear you. Lin Mo pressed on. Fireball spell angrily and shamefully, enough already. I already called you. Alright then. Lin Mo, too lazy to tease the little fireball further, waved his hand at everyone. Let's go everyone. Sister Yi is probably about to fall asleep waiting for us, so let's head out. On the rocky beach outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Lin Tianha's eyes were bloodshot and his black coat billowed wildly in the wind. Su Wan stood beside him, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest. This strong woman was at that moment merely a mother praying for her child's safe return. On the other side, Zhao Lei appeared much calmer, occasionally glancing at his priceless Patek Philippe watch. At that moment, the vortex of the dungeon, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly stilled. This was a sign that the dungeon was about to reopen. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan's hearts instantly leapt into their throats. In this world, when an outdoor abyssal dungeon reopened, there were only two possibilities. Either everyone inside had perished and the dungeon was resetting, or they had cleared it. Zhao Lei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, saying, Looks like it's over. Shall you get ready to enter? Understood, Dad. Zhao Yu flexed his wrist, eager to showcase his abilities in front of such prominent figures. However, Yi Hongyu suddenly exclaimed, Wait, look above. Everyone instinctively followed the direction of her pointed finger. They saw the record that had stood for 18 years rapidly fading away. Current highest record 1 hour 5 minutes 22 seconds clearing Team Xia Qingyue Zhang Kai Wang Meng Lu Weiwei Lin Mo. This. How is this possible? Zhao Lei's expression froze, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. His son Zhao Yu was no better, staring blankly at the record, cleared it. Moreover, broke the record. And under the conditions of the dungeon being abyssal? Before anyone could recover from this immense shock. Buzz! The light at the entrance of the dungeon flashed. Several figures slowly emerged from the vortex. The moment Lin Mo stepped out of the dungeon, he was startled by the scene. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers, dozens of bright lights, and pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. Wow, what a grand display! Lin Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Zhao Yu, whose expression was full of wonder not far away. He raised an eyebrow and waved with a half-smile. Oh, young Master Zhao is here too. Why aren't you home sleeping at this late hour? Come out here to enjoy the breeze. Quite a leisurely spirit. You. Before Lin Mo could tease him further, Su Wan rushed over. More. She could no longer care about her image as a CEO and hugged Lin Mo tightly. The force was so strong it nearly crushed Lin Mo's ribs. You scared me to death. An abyssal dungeon? How could you be so unfortunate? Boo-hoo. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want to live. Su Wan cried while patting Lin Mo's back with force. Cough, cough. Cough. Lin Mo was nearly choked, his face turning purple as he struggled to pat his mother's back. Mom. Mom. Let go. I wasn't killed by monsters, but I might die from your chokehold. Hearing her son's plea, Su Wan finally reacted, quickly releasing her grip and hastily wiping the tears from her face. She looked Lin Mo up and down, her eyes filled with concern and apology. I'm so sorry, I was too emotional. Let me see if you are hurt. Where does it hurt? Oh, I'm really fine, not even a scratch. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly, also showing his unscathed limbs. At this moment Lin Tianhao also walked up. Though this iron-blooded commander did not lose his composure like his wife, the hand he placed on Lin Mo's shoulder trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement. Good lad. As long as you're alive. As long as you're alive. Lin Tianhao's gaze passed over his son, looking at the four who followed behind him, Xia Qingyue and the others. His eyes narrowed, brows furrowing slightly. Aside from looking a bit dusty and tired, these four surprisingly showed no signs of serious injuries. What is going on? Lin Tianhao asked in a deep voice. Even though his son had some talent for microcontrol in that kind of environment, just surviving would be remarkable. How could he emerge with the entire team unscathed? Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, stepping forward to bow deeply to Lin Tianhao. Uncle Lin and Su. This time we were able to come out alive and clear the abyssal dungeon, all thanks to Lin Mo. If it weren't for Lin Mo shattering the final boss shield by himself and bearing over 90 of the output firepower, we would have perished inside long ago. Saying this, Xia Qingyue took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Tianhao with both hands. Uncle Lin, we cannot accept the payment for this mission. We didn't help at all in the dungeon. Instead, we benefited from Lin Mo's experience and leveled up twice and received the honor of the clearing record. This money is too hot to handle. Please make sure to take it back. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng behind her nodded repeatedly like little chicks pecking at rice. Yes, Commander. Lin Mo is amazing. Really, he carried the whole team. We just went in to shout 666. We really feel bad taking money. Hearing this string of compliments, Lin Mo felt a bit awkward and scratched his head, his cheeks faintly flushed. Being praised like this in front of so many people was indeed a bit overwhelming. Cough. Everyone is too polite. Lin Mo waved his hand, trying to appear humble. It's not that impressive, just generally impressive, just generally impressive. Lin Qianhao looked at his son's nonchalant demeanor, genuinely finding it hard to believe. A single person carried the whole team and even broke a record that had stood for 18 years under abyssal conditions. Could his son really be that amazing? Lin Qianhao suppressed his overwhelming joy and laughed heartily, directly pushing the card Xia Qingyue had handed over back to her. Keep it. The money I, Lin Qianhao, give out has no reason to be taken back. This. Xia Qingyue's hand holding the bank card froze in midair, feeling a bit at a loss. At this moment Su Wan gently grasped Xia Qingyue's hand, pushing the card back into her palm. Little Xia, if Uncle Lin tells you to keep it, then you should keep it. Even if Moer put in more effort this time, if it weren't for you standing in front and the trust you had as teammates, you wouldn't have achieved much alone. Moreover, you accompanied Moer through such a perilous journey. This money is just a small token of Auntie's gratitude. Take it and buy some supplements to nurture your spirit. This. Xia Qingyue looked into Su Wan's sincere eyes and ultimately nodded, taking back the bank card. Then thank you Uncle Lin, thank you Aunt Su. Alright, let's not stand here in the cold wind. Lin Qianhao was in a great mood and waved to a subordinate nearby. Whoever, take little Xia and the others back first. Not far away Zhao Lei looked on in disbelief. Everyone is unscathed. Zhao Lei muttered, his voice low and chilling. Not only did they clear it, but they also did so without any injuries. Dad, how is this possible? Zhao Yu standing nearby muttered. Zhao Lei snorted coldly. It's likely that old fox Lin Qianhao spent a fortune to give Lin Mo some trump card. As he spoke, Zhao Lei's gaze fell on Xia Qingyue, who was preparing to leave. Moreover, I see that girl named Xia Qingyue is not simple. Do you know her? Zhao Yu followed his father's gaze and nodded. I know her. She's from the nearby No. 1 high school with a level water element affinity. She's quite famous at school. Before her job change, she was always first in both theoretical scores and practical simulations. A level water magic school first. Zhao Lei squinted his eyes. Let's go, we have nothing to do here. He opened the car door and before sitting down turned to a nearby officer and coldly ordered, go investigate that Xia Qingyue, thoroughly find an opportunity to talk to her and say we want that top scorer from Jianghai City. Just name your price for compensation. Understood, Commander. The officer accepted the order and left. The car window slowly rose and Zhao Lei turned to his son beside him, his tone becoming serious. Xiao, you don't let such small matters disturb your mind. This time's Jianghai City top scorer reward, that item Heart of the Lava Giant, is crucial for your fire mage profession. Zhao Yu clenched his fists, fire igniting in his eyes. Don't worry, Dad. This time's Jianghai City top scorer, I must have it. Seeing his son like this, Zhao Lei's originally gloomy mood lightened considerably. Truly he is my Zhao Lei's child. Facing strong enemies without flinching, instead igniting a stronger fighting spirit. This is how it should be. Only this kind of wolf-like nature deserves to stand at the peak in this predatory world. The fireball technique was listless. I'm so hungry. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. The originally arrogant voice of the little fireball had turned weak. Lin Mo rubbed his stomach. Galoyalu, indeed he was hungry too. He felt like he could eat a whole cow. He turned to his mother Su Wan and said, Mom, let's save the sentimental talk for later. I'm about to faint from hunger. Can we get something to eat first? Ideally something high calorie and rich in fire elements. I need to replenish. Su Wan immediately put on a fiery expression upon hearing this. Eat. We must eat. Mom will get the 5-star chef team at home to start cooking right now. What do you want to eat? Fire dragon meat? Kirin arm? Or deep sea flame essence soup? Whatever you want, Mom will find it for you. Meanwhile, Lin Qianhao turned to look at the direction where Zhao Lei's convoy had disappeared. The night wind rustled his coat. Humph. That old Zhao Lei. That smug face made him furious just to think about it. Moer hasn't even sent a message yet and he already brought the whole team, as if he was sure Moer would be dead. Didn't expect Moer to be this impressive, right? After fighting for half a lifetime, does he really think he can turn the tide with his son? Lin Tianhao snorted coldly and then looked at Lin Mo. Moer, since you have such great talent and are so hardworking and ambitious, we cannot waste it. Lin Tianhao waved his hand grandly and declared, Dad has decided. Tonight we will directly mobilize the 3rd Special Forces team of the City Defense Army. This entire rocky area along with the nearby leveling zones will be sealed off tonight.
Let them help you lure monsters. Once they're weakened you can reap the rewards. We won't be going back tonight and we'll level up all night. We must trample Zhao Yu underfoot before the big exam and deflate the Zhao family's arrogance.
Lin Mo had been thinking about the fire dragon meat feast later. Upon hearing this he froze in shock. No way. Leveling all night. We just finished the Abyss dungeon, even the production team's donkey wouldn't be worked this hard. Lin Mo wanted to refuse, expressing his basic human need for sleep. No way. Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Wan slapped Lin Tianhao's hand away, glaring and scolding Lin Tianhao. Are you crazy? Moer just escaped from the Abyss dungeon, his mental energy is depleted and you want him to level all night. Do you want to tire my son to death? Huh? Which is more important, leveling up or health? No way. Absolutely not. Moer needs to go home and sleep right now. Lin Mo nodded frantically in his heart, giving his mom a thumbs up. Exactly. Don't you need to sleep? Fireball technique, sleep. Only the weak need sleep. Fireball technique after the feast, continue working. I am destined to become a forbidden spell, fireball. Is this little effort exhausting? Get up and have fun. Lin Mo looked at the wildly bouncing little fireball icon in his skill bar and felt a wave of exhaustion. This ungrateful child might really do it. If he goes home and sleeps and wakes up to level up, how will he explain it? Haha, just kidding. I sneaked out to level up at midnight. Wouldn't I be thought of as a lunatic? As Lin Mo pondered, Lin Tianhao chuckled and said gently to Su Wan, hey dear, don't be anxious, let me finish. I care for our son too. I know Moer is tired. So what I mean is, let's move the big bed from home and set up a temporary base. The Special Forces team will lure the monsters and weaken them to a sliver of health, then bring them to Moer. Moer just needs to lie comfortably on the bed and take the last hit with a finger. Su Wan was stunned for a moment. Moving the bed outdoors. Leveling while lying down. This is completely out of order. Su Wan hesitated. The outdoor environment is so poor with the wind and dew. How can Moer sleep well? At this point Lin Mo knew he had to voice his opinion. Since there was no escaping it, he might as well enjoy it. After all, with a bed to lie on, the fireball would handle the fighting and he could sleep, which wouldn't conflict. Lin Mo took a deep breath, instantly adjusting his expression. He stepped forward, his gaze becoming resolute, and spoke with powerful conviction, Mom, Dad is right. Although I'm very tired and want to go home to sleep, but... Lin Mo clenched his fist. Lin Mo may not have great ambitions, but I absolutely cannot let my parents down. Isn't it just all night? Isn't it just missing a sleep? For the big exam, for the Lin family's glory, I'm all in. This. As these words came out, combined with his determined gaze, they instantly left Su Wan in awe. She looked at her son, her eyes instantly reddening. What a understanding child. Clearly so tired, yet still willing to endure extra training for the sake of his parents' pride. Good. Good child. Su Wan was so moved that she choked up. Then she took out a skill book radiating a yellow-brown glow. Since you have this intention, Mom won't stop you. This is what I specially prepared for you before I left this morning. I originally wanted to wait until you came home tonight to give it to you. Su Wan placed the skill book into Lin Mo's hands and said gently, this is the earth-based basic skill, Earth Shield technique. You might be able to use it soon. Take it for now. Lin Mo received the skill book. Skill book Earth Shield Technique Basic Effect summons an Earth element shield to block a certain amount of physical and magical damage. You can learn new basic skills at level 10. He was already nearly halfway through level 7 experience. If the entire Special Forces team helped him level up, he'd probably learn it after a good night's sleep, right? By then, once he learned the Earth Shield technique, hopefully it would be a stable skill. Please don't let it be another violent little brother. Thank you, Mom. Lin Mo put away the skill book. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao turned to the officer beside him and said, "Go bring the entire 3rd Special Forces team over and dismantle Moer's bedroom bed and bring it over silk quilt latex pillow aroma diffuser. Bring them all. Also notify the kitchen team to bring all the ingredients and cooking utensils. They must depart within 10 minutes. The officer beside him was stunned. He stood straight, responding loudly, "Yes, Commander." But after turning around, the officer wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Is this what being wealthy means? Moving a bedroom outdoors and mobilizing an entire Special Forces team to help lure monsters. It's just outrageous. After arranging everything, Lin Tianhao turned to Yi Hongyu and instructed Hongyu, "We'll leave Moer in your hands." "Yes, Commander." Yi Hongyu stood at attention, her eyes sharp. Lin Tianhao nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Lin Mo. "Your mom and I are heading back. Remember, if you really get too tired, take a break." Su Wan also held Lin Mo's hand reluctantly, reminding him several times before getting into the car. Just before getting in, Lin Tianhao suddenly turned around and shouted at Lin Mo, "Son, go for it." Lin Mo pounded his chest, then pointed at Lin Tianhao, responding loudly, "Dad, this time I'm definitely taking the top spot in the city. Not even Jesus can stop me, I'm telling you." Seeing his son so confident and spirited, Lin Tianhao and his wife exchanged smiles, their faces filled with pride and joy. "Looks like our son's talent wasn't wasted." "Yeah. Hey dear, who is Jesus?" "I don't know, probably one of Moer's classmates." Oh. On the rocky shore, a giant luxurious tent was erected out of thin air. Inside the tent, the lights shone brightly and the ground was covered with thick Persian rugs. On the long table in the center, covered with a pristine white tablecloth, a feast of freshly cooked delicacies was laid out. "Come on, young master, open your mouth." A young woman dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt beside Lin Mo, using a silver fork to pick up a piece of steak. Lin Mo opened his mouth willingly and bit into the steak. The sensation of it melting in his mouth, bursting with heat on his tongue, made him involuntarily squint his eyes. This pork belly from the flame demon pig is grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside," Lin Mo mumbled in appreciation. Fireball technique, was eagerly swallowing saliva. "Delicious. So delicious. Hurry. Bring another piece. Can't you see I have no hands?" "I'm glad you like it, young master." The maid chuckled lightly, intentionally brushing against Lin Mo. "That's because the young master has a good constitution. He can handle any nourishment well. If it were someone else, they might have already had a nosebleed," she said, extending her finger to gently wipe a bit of sauce from the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, the tent's curtain was lifted. Yi Hongyu strode in. "Young master, the Special Forces have assembled and are standing by on the perimeter."
Your bed has also been arranged. All unnecessary personnel have been cleared away, so you can practice leveling up with peace of mind.
Lin Mo glanced at the half-eaten dishes on the table, wiped his mouth, and stood up. "All right, I'm full, let's get started." As Lin Mo stepped out of the tent, a familiar custom-made soft bed appeared before him. Surrounding the large bed were dozens of heavily armed, fierce-looking special soldiers standing at attention. Lin Mo plopped down onto the soft mattress. "So comfortable. Young master is great." Seeing Lin Mo sit down, 3 burly men stepped forward and saluted in unison. Yi Hongyu stepped forward and began to introduce young master. "This is a Berserker, this is heir, a ranger, and this is Shirtu, an earth mage." They will lead tonight, helping you deal with the monsters and bringing them over. Ahu thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, young master. I can guarantee that any monster we bring over will have less than 5 health left. You just need to lift a finger to reap the rewards. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Alright, thank you brothers. Let's get started. With that he pulled out his phone and skillfully turned it sideways. Having just eaten and not feeling sleepy, he decided to play a few rounds of games. Yes. As 3 of them shouted the command, the surrounding special soldiers instantly transformed into shadows, disappearing into the night. In just a moment. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a beast, sure 2 voice came through. Young master, aggro incoming. At the 3 o'clock position. Immediately after, a severely injured wasteland demon wolf LV 6 was thrown high into the air, flying accurately towards the right side of the bed. Lin Mo remained focused on his team play. Fireball technique, excited kill for me. Whoosh! An orange-eared fireball whistled out, accurately striking the head of the airborne demon wolf. Wasteland demon wolf killed, experience 35. Beautiful. Sure 2, who had just thrown the monster, brightened at the precision and prediction of the strike, which was simply divine. Young master, 12 o'clock position. 2 of them. Aha's loud voice rang out. 2 severely injured venomous lizards were thrown over. Boom. Boom. In just 2 seconds 2 bursts of fire exploded. Double kill. What the hell? Ahu, who had just returned, looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. He exchanged glances with Sure 2 and couldn't help but swallow. Team leader Yi said the young master has exceptional microcontrol and possesses the skill to multitask. I originally didn't believe it, but it's true. Sure 2 beside him muttered, I'm an earth mage, I know how difficult it is to combine microcontrol with multitasking. No wonder he is the young master. As time went by, the coordination of the Special Forces team became increasingly proficient and the frequency of pulling aggro rose. From the initial 1 or 2 monsters to later groups of 3 to 5. Various types of wasteland monsters were thrown around the large bed after being beaten down. Time ticked on and the night deepened. Lin Mo played 7 or 8 ranked matches. After a winning streak, he suffered another round of defeats and his spirit finally began to wear thin. Yawn. Lin Mo yawned, his eyelids began to droop and the images on his phone screen became blurry. I can't take it anymore, I can't last. After staying up all night yesterday and diving into a dungeon today, even an Iron Man would have his limits. Lin Mo casually tossed his phone to the edge of the pillow, tilted his body and snuggled into the soft warm silk quilt. You all continue, I'll take a quick nap. After saying that, Lin Mo found a comfortable position and buried his head into the pillow. In less than 3 seconds even breathing sounds began to emerge. Ahu not far away was just grabbing a iron-armored rhinoceros as he rushed back. He was about to shout young master aggro incoming, but saw that Lin Mo had already curled up in bed, stunned in place. At that moment Sure 2, who had gone to pull aggro on the other side, was also returning with a barely alive hedgehog. Seeing this scene, Sure 2's steps halted and he stared blankly. This is the young master asleep? Ahu, somewhat at a loss, nodded. It seems he really is asleep. Then, should we still throw the monsters? Sure 2 looked at the hedgehog in his hand and then at the rhinoceros in Ahu's hand. Ahu frowned and pondered for 2 seconds before saying, Team leader Yi said to practice leveling up overnight. He didn't say to stop if the young master fell asleep. Sure 2 hesitated, but the young master is asleep, what if something goes wrong? Ahu gritted his teeth and said, it's fine. We've already beaten the monsters down to their last bits of health. If the young master doesn't react, we can finish them off. It definitely won't harm a hair on the young master's head. Alright. Let's give it a try. Sure 2 nodded as well. Let's go. Ahu exerted his arms and gently tossed the heavy iron-armored rhinoceros towards the empty space at the edge of the bed. Buzz. A fireball condensed out of thin air accompanied by a piercing sound instantly pierced through the iron-armored rhinoceros. Ahu and Sure too were instantly petrified on the spot. Is he really asleep? Sure too said in disbelief. Young master? Ahu tentatively called out softly. On the bed Lin Mo showed no reaction. Young master? Ahu raised his voice slightly. Lin Mo slightly frowned, then hugged the pillow and turned over, continuing to sleep soundly. Ahu and Sure too exchanged glances. He's really asleep. Ahu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. He even turned over so naturally. This is definitely deep sleep. Incredible, truly incredible. Sure too trembled with excitement, speaking in a low voice. Who have you heard of it? Legend has it that some top-tier professionals in pursuit of extreme combat instincts deliberately train themselves to fight while asleep. They don't need conscious awareness, they completely rely on their body and mental instincts to kill. Ahu frowned slightly at this, hesitating as he said this. Sure too, no one in our team can do this right. Ling Xiao just recently changed jobs. What do you know? Sure too rolled his eyes at him, rebutting firmly. Can we compare ourselves to Lin Xiao? Who is Lin Xiao? He is the son of Commander Lin. Does a tiger father have a dog son? Ahu was taken aback after hearing this, then nodded heavily. That's true. After all, he is the commander's son. It's reasonable for him to have some abnormal talent. In an instant the two reached a consensus, their eyes filled with even more reverence. What are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Let's go, let's go. The next day. Lin Mo groggily turned over, instinctively reaching out beside him. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a delicate and charming face. A young woman in a black and white lace-made outfit stood by the bed holding a cup of warm milk. Seeing Lin Mo wake up, she leaned slightly forward. Young master, you're awake. The maid's voice was soft and melodious. You were exhausted last night and slept until now. Drink some milk to replenish your strength, okay? Lin Mo sat up, took the milk and drank it in one go, then instinctively opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Mo, occupation mage, level LV 10-8. Wow, really, level 10? Is this the joy of taking it easy? While others were busy grinding monsters, I just slept and leveled up. Lin Mo glanced around and found only his maid nearby. He curiously asked, where is everyone? The maid took the empty cup and softly explained, young master, about an hour ago Captain Ahu and the others stopped attracting monsters. Because you were sleeping so soundly afterwards, the monsters they sent over didn't react at all. Captain Yi was concerned for your safety and didn't want to disturb your rest, so he had them stop for now. Some are guarding outside while others have gone to take turns resting. Oh, I see. Lin Mo nodded after hearing this. It seems that the little fireball has also worn itself out. Just then Yi Hongyu came over with Ahu and Sure too. The three of them looked somewhat fatigued, with faint traces of bloodshot in their eyes. Good morning, young master. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo stretched lazily and got out of bed. I slept too deeply last night. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Not at all. Young master, that was deep meditation. Ahu chuckled, his face full of sincerity. To maintain such precise killing efficiency in deep sleep for most of the night, you are simply a master. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, not picking up on that. So young master, shall we continue leveling up? Yi Hongyu glanced at the special soldiers on standby and asked, if you want to continue, I'll have them attract monsters right away. Lin Mo, hearing this, looked at his skill bar. Fireball, status soundly sleeping, drooling with the main output on standby. Who would level up at this time? Manual casting fireballs? Don't joke around. It would be much more enjoyable to lie in bed and play a few ranked matches. Forget it, Yi. Yeah, let's not practice for now. Lin Mo waved his hand, yawning. I just woke up, my head is still a bit fuzzy. Let me rest for a while to clear my mind. Okay, I'll follow your lead, young master. Yi Hongyu nodded. At this moment Shidu, standing aside, suddenly asked curiously, young master, since you are already level 10, can you learn a second basic skill now? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo recalled. Indeed, at level 10, he could learn the next basic skill. Right, survival is important. Lin Mo took out the Earth Shield basic skill book that Su Wan had given him yesterday. Seeing this, Hu immediately spoke up, young master, you've chosen the right skill. It's not just about survival, more importantly, Shu is the only rank elemental affinity mage in our special team. And he has an affinity for earth elements. In terms of understanding earth skills in our Jianghai city, few would dare to claim to be better than Shu. Shu waved his hands in denial, brother, who don't exaggerate. In front of the young master I wouldn't dare claim to be rank. Young master is a master of micromanipulation. I see that your proficiency with Fireball is more profound than my 10+ years of practice with Earth Shield. I only have a slight understanding, just a bit. Though he spoke humbly, the confidence in Shida's eyes was hard to hide. As an rank Earth affinity mage, his perception of the earth and construction of defensive skills indeed possessed a talent beyond the reach of ordinary people. Alright, brother Shidu, there's no need to be modest. Lin Mo smiled and patted the skill book. Since you are an expert, I'll need your guidance once I learn it later. I wouldn't dare. Young master, feel free to try. If you encounter any problems, I will definitely share everything I know. Shu was flattered. This skill was crucial for his survival, and the sooner he learned it, the better. Use. As Lin Mo focused his mind, the skill book in his hand transformed into specks of light and entered his brow. You have learned the basic skill Earth Shield LV. One Earth Shield summons an earth element shield to block physical and magical damage from the front. Lin Mo didn't care much about the skill's effects. What he cared about was whether Earth Shield could communicate. He called out tentatively in his heart. Little Earth? Are you there? Is there anyone? Hey. Hello. Moses. The Earth Shield icon in the skill bar remained completely silent. No way. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Could it be that only the little fireball is special? Or is this skill mute? Seeing Lin Mo lost in thought after finishing learning the skill, Shu couldn't help but ask, young master, how do you feel? Shu, with the demeanor of an experienced person, patiently explained, actually the hardest part for earth mages is communicating with the earth elements. Fire elements are volatile and ignitable at a moment's notice. But earth elements are inherently stable, and to use earth skills well requires immense patience. It's normal not to feel anything just after you start. Lin Mo also stopped dwelling on it. After all, Shu was right there sharing his experience. If he didn't respond, it would be somewhat impolite. Oh, I see. Thank you for the guidance, brother Shu. Seeing Lin Mo's humble attitude, Shu felt a great sense of achievement. He chuckled and pointed to the open space in front of Lin Mo. Young master, why don't you try releasing Earth Shield here? I'll help you observe. Alright, let's give it a try. Lin Mo nodded and then stood up. With a hum, as the skill was activated, the surrounding air trembled slightly. A faint yellow-brown halo appeared around Lin Mo, then condensed into a translucent earth element shield floating in front of him. It looked as if it could fall apart with a gust of wind. Hu and Yi Hongyu exchanged glances. Without elemental affinity, it was already quite difficult to shape it on the first release. As for strength, don't expect too much. However, Shu was very responsible. He stepped forward and knocked on it. Young master, as a first release, shaping it like this has already surpassed 90 of newcomers. Though he said this, what Shu really meant was that for a mage without elemental affinity, being able to release it like this was quite impressive. But since it was the young master, he had to be more tactful. However, Shitu changed his tone and began to guide. The structure here is still too loose, young master. Try to calm your mind, don't think about how to defend, but feel the earth beneath your feet. Imagine you are extracting the rocks and soil below you, constantly compressing and stacking them to fill this shield. Shitu gestured while using his spiritual power to guide. Come on, young master, follow my rhythm, take a deep breath. Feel that heaviness. Lin Mo nodded and closed his eyes following Shitu's instructions. Though he didn't have elemental affinity under Shitu's guidance, that thin shield began to change. This was also his first time fully releasing a skill independently. With a hum, the color of the shield visibly deepened. Though it still didn't seem very strong, at least it looked like something. Yes. Just like that. Shitu's eyes lit up, unable to help but clap in applause. Young master, remember that feeling. With the current thickness of this shield, it will definitely be more than enough to withstand an attack from a basic fireball of the same level. Shitu eagerly suggested, young master, let's test its actual defensive power. I'll use the most basic fireball to attack and see how it goes. Hearing that he would be hit, Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. Shitu, the young master just learned this. Do we really have to test it right away? Don't worry, Team Yi, I know what I'm doing. I'll just use a small fireball for testing. With the thickness of this shield, it's completely enough to withstand it. Shitu confidently patted his chest and assured. Seeing his certainty, Yi Hongyu finally nodded. After all, Shitu was considered a veteran mage and he should have this level of control. Then Yi Hongyu led a few steps back. Shitu also retreated to a distance of 10 meters. Whoosh, a ball of orange flame suddenly surged in his palm. This fireball was indeed small, even smaller than Lin Mo's previous fireball. However, at the moment this fire appeared, the previously unresponsive Earth Shield icon trembled violently. Earth Shield senses a dangerous aura. Earth Shield screams like a pig, no. There's danger. Don't come near. What? Lin Mo was stunned as he listened to the ear-piercing scream in his mind. Wow, so you can talk. After yelling for so long with no response, why is it suddenly so loud? But danger. What danger? Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the rock 10 meters away. At this moment, the small fireball the rock was holding was only the size of a fist. It looked even weaker than the fireball he could cast himself. Is this it? This thing can be called dangerous? Lin Mo glanced at the earth shield in front of him, feeling speechless. Does this earth shield technique have some misunderstanding about the word danger? However, the earth shield technique in his skill bar did not calm down, instead it began to flicker wildly. Earth shield technique, trembling, it's terrifying. I can feel it, that fireball, it's grinning maliciously. Master, it will turn you to ashes. The earth shield technique started to think irrationally due to excessive fear. It believes that a thin shield cannot possibly withstand such a terrifying attack. It needs to be thicker, harder, more comprehensive protection. The earth shield technique is desperately drawing earth elements from deep within the ground. Congratulations! Due to your skill's extreme fear of death, it independently deduced and evolved into an advanced skill, Earth Flow Wall beginner level.
Earth Flow Wall instantly raises a thick wall of earth and stone from the ground, capable of blocking damage from the front and altering the terrain. Cooldown 5 seconds.
Lin Mo looked at the newly appeared skill introduction on the panel, his mouth twitching involuntarily. What is this? Terrified to death, and yet it comprehended the earth flow wall. Before Lin Mo could regain his senses, the rock standing in the distance asked, Young master, are you ready? Don't be nervous, take a deep breath and focus your mental energy on the shield. I'm going to attack now. Lin Mo glanced at the icon of the earth flow wall, then at the harmless-looking mini fireball in the rock's hand. His expression was a bit strange. I'm ready. Having comprehended the skill should count as being ready, right? The rock keenly noticed the unusual expression on Lin Mo's face. He reined in his smile and his tone became particularly serious. Young master, you really don't need to worry. This earth shield, while it may not look very thick under my guidance, is already sufficient. Moreover, I will hold back, you can be completely at ease. Based on my decades of experience as an earth mage, your shield will 100 withstand it and it won't even shake. This time it's mainly to let you experience the sensation of blocking an attack. The nearby Ahu chimed in cheerfully, yes young master, just relax. Don't look down on the rock. Being an earth mage, he also has a good grasp of the fireball technique. If he says it's enough, then it definitely is enough. Yi Hongyu stood not far away. Though she didn't speak, she nodded slightly, indicating Lin Mo that he could rest assured. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. What he was worried about wasn't whether he would get hurt. What he was concerned about was whether they would be scared. But there was no way to explain this, so Lin Mo could only nod. Alright, come on brother rock, I won't dodge. Alright. Young master, watch closely. As the rock spoke, he gently shook his wrist. Go! With his soft shout, the oranger mini fireball shot toward Lin Mo at a slow speed. Meanwhile, Earth Shield technique let out a desperate scream. Ah! It's coming! It's coming! Earth Shield technique, panicked, help! I'm going to die! This is a fatal blow! Earth Shield technique, just comprehended a new skill and I don't know if I can withstand it. I can only try. Earth Shield technique, vowing to protect the master at all costs. Boom! Suddenly the ground began to tremble violently without warning. The noise was as if a giant earth dragon was turning over underground. What the hell? Aha's face changed, an earthquake? Yi Hongyu's pupils also contracted as she drew her dagger, warily looking around. Even the rock looked bewildered. The next second, in the puzzled gazes of everyone, the ground in front of Lin Mo suddenly exploded. Rise! Accompanied by a furious roar from the Earth Shield technique in his mind. Boom! A massive amount of soil and rock erupted madly from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent wall of earth and stone stood between Lin Mo and that mini fireball. It was not a shield but a wall. A gigantic barrier that was 5 meters high, 10 meters long and 2 meters thick. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped everyone present. The previously sunny clearing now seemed to be blocked by a small mountain. And that mini fireball, which carried educational significance, appeared so small and helpless in front of this wall of size. The fireball collided with the center of the earth flow wall. It didn't even leave a scorch mark, it simply extinguished. Only a wisp of faint blue smoke slowly rose in front of the massive wall, looking exceptionally forlorn. A deathly silence. On the rubble-strewn ground, besides the howling of the wind passing through the earth wall, there was no other sound. This shield. No, this wall. Ahu stared blankly at the wall, murmuring. Yi Hongyu's hand holding the dagger also froze in midair, her eyes filled with disbelief. As for the rock, he was so astonished that his eyes were almost popping out. He looked at the earth flow wall, which resembled a city wall, completely bewildered. This. An earth beginner level skill, the earth flow wall. Just learned the basic skill and in the blink of an eye comprehended an advanced skill. But the point is not this, the point is using the earth flow wall to block a mini fireball the size of a fist. Is it really necessary? Meanwhile, the Earth Shield technique also wore a look of relief. Earth Shield technique, trembling, exclaiming in gratitude after surviving the disaster that was close. So close. It was still shaken just that instant. I even felt the countdown to death. That fireball was less than 10 meters away from the master. Earth Shield technique proudly claimed credit, master. How was my reaction? Wasn't it filled with a sense of security? If it weren't for me, you would have definitely been toast, turned into a pile of charcoal. Lin Mo stood behind the thick earth wall, looking up at this massive object. He reached out to touch the wall, feeling the rough and solid texture of the rock, still carrying the chill from deep within the earth. This does give a strong sense of security. But, brother, can we have a bit of dignity for the skill? A mini fireball the size of a fist and you make it seem like the apocalypse. I feel so embarrassed. The fireball technique woke up grumpily. What noise is that? It has disturbed my slumber. The fireball technique looked around angrily. Who's causing trouble? Show yourself. There are strange sounds and enemies. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Little Earth, that's your elder brother. Fireball technique, one of us, it's fine. Upon hearing this, the Earth Shield technique finally relaxed its tense nerves a bit. The fireball technique also realized the situation, eyeing the new little brother with suspicion. I have a little brother now? When did that happen? Before it could sort out its thoughts, the little fireball, extremely sensitive to fire elements, suddenly twitched its non-existent nose. The fireball technique frowned. Wait a minute, why is there a faint smell of fire element in the air? The fireball technique stared at the wall in front of it, stunned. What is this thing? Why is there suddenly a mountain ahead? Lin Mo patiently explained. Someone just tested an attack with a little fireball. This was created by your new little brother to block skills. Hearing this, the fireball technique was silent for 3 seconds, then showed a look of disdain. The fireball technique sneered, with this little fire element you managed to create such a large wall to block. The fireball technique looked disgusted. To be scared by such rubbish. If this gets out, don't say it's my little brother. I can't afford that reputation. A true powerhouse does not need such a turtle shell. The Earth Shield technique weakly retorted. Well, safety first. What if I injure even a single hair of my master? I don't think I did anything wrong. The fireball technique rolled its eyes. Enough already. Coward is coward. Stop making excuses. This level of attack I couldn't be bothered to even take a second look. Only someone as lacking as you would make a fuss. The Earth Shield technique muttered softly. I never admitted it's your little brother. I only have one elder brother, and that is the master. A brute. The fireball technique shot a cold glance. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. The Earth Shield technique held its neck high. I said the master is the most handsome. Alright, everyone shut up. Lin Mo listened to the two skills bickering, feeling a headache coming on. Little fire, if you keep arguing, tonight's dragon meet is cancelled. At this, the fireball technique icon flickered a few times and fell silent. Again with this tactic, it's really infuriating. The fireball technique felt humiliated. It was destined to be a noble existence of forbidden spells, yet now it was constrained by a piece of meat. Simply a great shame. The fireball technique felt indignant. If it weren't for the fact that it had no mouth, why should it be at the mercy of others? When will this life of depending on others come to an end? The fireball technique status updated muted. Looking at the suddenly quiet elder brother, the Earth Shield technique felt it had followed the right person. The Earth Shield technique looked at Lin Mo with admiration. As expected, the master is amazing. One word is enough to put that brute in his place. Seeing the finally quiet fireball technique, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. The world finally grew silent. Young master, young master. At this moment the voice of Stone came from behind the wall. Are you alright? Lin Mo patted the dust off his clothes, walked around the earthen wall and said calmly, I'm fine, brother Stone. This fireball technique is well controlled. It hasn't hurt me at all. Outside the earthen wall there was a deathly silence. Ahu, Stone and Yi Hung Yu were all staring at the earthen wall in front of them. Goodness! Ahu reached out to touch the rough and heavy earth wall. It felt ice cold and hard enough to shock. Stone, tell me the truth. Ahu turned to look at Stone beside him. How long did it take you to learn this skill? The tide of monsters? Lin Mo asked curiously. Seeing his young master looking bewildered, Shirtu quickly explained, Young master, the so-called tide of monsters refers to a special spatial disturbance occurring in the wild areas. Sure continued while gesturing with his hands. This disturbance attracts wild creatures from hundreds of kilometers around, causing them to converge frantically towards the center of the disturbance.
Furthermore, the closer they get to the center, the more frenzied they become with their desire to attack, and their attributes significantly enhanced.
At this point Sure expression grew serious. The most critical part is that once the time arrives, a wild boss will randomly spawn near the center, so the tide of monsters often signifies extreme danger. Who chimed in at this moment? Yes, young master, once wild creatures enter a 10-kilometer radius, their strength will noticeably increase. For the safety of the wild practitioners, we will also implement a military lockdown of the surrounding 10 kilometers. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. I see. Just then Yi Hongyu's phone began to vibrate. She glanced at the caller ID and quickly pressed the answer button. Commander. Yes. Understood. I will lead the team over now. Rest assured, Commander, we will complete the mission. After a brief conversation, Yi Hongyu hung up the phone. Turning around, she scanned the crowd present and said in a low voice, the commander has ordered us to pack up immediately and head to the Sunset Canyon lockdown zone, taking the young master with us. Huh? Take the young master with us? Hu and Sure were taken aback, their faces displaying surprise. Sure somewhat worried said, Team Leader Yi, that's the tide of monsters if the creatures are frenzied and dense. Although the young master has the earth flow wall for protection, it's still a chaotic battlefield. Yes, Team Leader Yi, this seems a bit dangerous. Hu also hesitated. However, Yi Hongyu shook her head. With me, with you all and the special forces, what danger could there be? Just like last night, instruct everyone to weaken the monsters before leaving the finishing touches to the young master. With this density of monsters and such harvesting efficiency, perhaps the young master can level up to 15 in one go. Hearing this analysis, Hu and Sure exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Damn! How did I forget about this? That's right. Where else can we find such a good opportunity? This is practically a leveling paradise prepared for the young master. The three instantly reached a consensus. After all, in this world, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. Lin Mo was currently at level 10. Even with help in attracting monsters according to normal wilderness density, he could at most reach halfway through level 12 in one day, which was already the limit. But this tide of monsters was different. If harvested properly, he might really reach level 15. Yi Hongyu looked at Lin Mo asking, Young master, what do you think? Before Lin Mo could respond, the panel displaying Earth Shield technique trembled first. The Earth Shield technique curled up tightly, desperately advising tide of monsters. Hearing the name is terrifying. Master, it's too dangerous. Let's not go. Before the words finished, another furious voice immediately roared. Fireball technique, angrily shouted, shut up. You coward. The flames on the fireball technique flared wildly, pointing at the Earth Shield technique icon. All you know is to hide. Don't listen to that turtle shell, we must go. I want to burn everything down. I will turn that place into a sea of fire. Earth Shield technique, weakly retorted you. This is reckless behavior. Master's safety comes first. Fireball technique, get lost. Strength is strength. What is being timid worth? I think you're just begging to be burned. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on and hurriedly shouted in his mind, everyone quiet down, my head is buzzing. Lin Mo looked at the fully armed Hu and Sure, then at the calm and collected Yi Hongyu. With this lineup plus the special forces and his own wall of size and cannon, what danger could there be? Thinking of this, Lin Mo shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. I trust Sister Yi. Good. Yi Hongyu was just about to turn around and issue the order to assemble. Lin Mo changed the subject seriously and added, and bring the bed along too. The air instantly became silent. Clearly possessing top-tier talents that countless people admire, yet he wants to level up with a bed. Should we say the young master is a hard-working genius who even practices leveling while sleeping, or should we say he is a spoiled rich kid who only knows how to enjoy life? Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and calmly said, "Young master, don't worry. Not only will we bring the bed, we could even bring a house if needed. Who go arrange for a vehicle to bring the young master's things, and sure to go assemble the troops." Yes. 2 hours later, a steel torrent rolled into the outer region of Sunset Canyon. At this time the sky over Sunset Canyon displayed a bizarre dark red color as if drenched in blood. A large number of city defense troops had already set up warning lines at various intersections. The extended luxury car Lin Mo was in slowly drove into the lockdown zone. As soon as he got out, a crisp voice came from a distance. "Lin Xiao." Lin Mo turned to look. Not far away, Xia Qingyue was standing there waving at him. In the next moment she jogged over. "Lin Xiao, are you here to participate in this defense mission?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, Sort of. What are you doing here?" Xia Qingyue forced a smile and said, "We were originally leveling up in this canyon, but when the warning for the tide of monsters came, we were driven out." Lin Mo nodded. "Oh, I see. Then be careful." He had no intention of letting Xia Qingyue tag along to reach experience. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Xia Qingyue. Moreover, there were other places suitable for her to level up, so it wasn't necessary for her to stay here. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't extend an invitation, Xia Qingyue didn't feel disappointed. It was only natural. She thought for a moment, then leaned closer to Lin Mo and lowered her voice. "By the way, Lin Xiao, the Zhao family contacted me last night." "The Zhao family?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Xiao, yes, father, the commander. What do they want with you?" Xia Qingyue nodded and candidly replied, "They want to bribe me. The Zhao family said that as long as I don't take the exam too seriously tomorrow and let Zhao Yu have the top spot, they are willing to give me 3 million Dragon Country coins as compensation." "Did you agree?" Lin Mo asked curiously. Xia Qingyue shook her head, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "I refused." "Why? Is the money not enough?" Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Xia Qingyue glanced at Lin Mo, then disdainfully curled her lips. "It's not about the money. I simply can't stand the arrogant demeanor of the Zhao family, especially that Zhao Yu, who has little ability but a big temper." At this point Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, her tone becoming particularly serious. "More importantly, I know very well who the real strong ones are. Lin Xiao, rather than trying to please the Zhao family for that bit of money, I would rather stand by your side, even if it's just a matter of attitude." She was very smart. She didn't want to get involved in the struggles of the wealthy families, but if she had to choose a side, having witnessed Lin Mo's strength, she unhesitatingly chose the Lin family. Accepting the Zhao family's money at this time might make Lin Xiao think of her as a money-grubbing traitor who could stab her teammates in the back at any moment. That would be a loss. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Pfft, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh, unable to resist poking Xia Qingyue's forehead. "Are you stupid? Why refuse free money? Or do you really think you can get the top spot with all your might?" "Huh?" Xia Qingyue was momentarily stunned by the poke. Lin Mo shook his head, clicking his tongue. "Has the Zhao family lost their minds? What good is it to bribe you? Do they really think the Abyss dungeon yesterday was cleared by you leading the team?" "This." Xia Qingyue opened her mouth, her face turning crimson. Although the words were blunt and piercing, they were completely on point. The Zhao family was willing to spend a fortune to buy her off purely because she was a great genius, coupled with clearing the Abyss dungeon last night, which they mistakenly thought she led the team to accomplish. "Alright, stop with the this and that." Lin Mo waved his hand, acting as if it were obvious. "Since they are willing to be fools, just let them be. Take the money, prepare to take the exam as you normally would. As long as I don't go easy, that top spot will surely have nothing to do with you two." Xia Qingyue looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor and the last bit of her hesitation vanished. I understand, Lin Xiao. She nodded heavily, then took out her phone and left. Watching Xia Qingyue's departing figure, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Don't go against anyone, just don't go against money. Just then an aide hurried over. He first saluted Lin Mo, then looked at Yi Hongyu beside him and whispered, Team leader Yi, Commander Zhao's troops have also arrived. Their captain Zhang said he needs to talk to you. Zhang Chao? Which deity is that? Lin Mo casually inquired. Young Master Zhang Chao is the captain of the first team under Commander Zhao Lei, and he is also Zhao Lei's most trusted confidant. Yi Hongyu said, her gaze shifting to the middle-aged man striding toward them. Lin Mo nodded in realization. In other words, his status is similar to that of Yi Hongyu in their commander's circle. As they spoke, Zhang Chao had already approached with two aides. The man was slender with deep-set eyes that gave him a sinister appearance. Team leader Yi, long time no see. Zhang Chao greeted with a skin-deep smile. The last time we met was about half a year ago, wasn't it? Team leader Yi still has her charm. In response to Zhang Chaos pleasantries, Yi Hongyu didn't even lift her eyelids, her voice icy. Get to the point. You know that the monster tide is about to erupt and I have no time for idle chatter. He team leader Yi still has quite the temper. Zhang Chao was not offended, his gaze shifting to Lin Mo behind her. At that moment, behind Lin Mo, dozens of people were busily setting up a temporary camp. A familiar soft bed was placed in the center. The accompanying maids were arranging fruit platters and snacks on the bedside table. Nearby, a chef was testing the barbecue grill, preparing to treat the young master to an outdoor barbecue. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Chaos' eyes twitched violently.
He had seen people leveling up with a group and wealthy heirs experiencing life, but this was the first time he had seen someone bring their home directly to the front line of a monster tide.
TSK. Zhang Chao retracted his gaze and said to Yi Hongyu, this must be Lin's young master, right? Quite the spectacle indeed. After all, he is from a wealthy family. Facing the monster tide, he can still live as if on vacation. As he spoke, Zhang Chao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What use is a level 4 scout? With high levels but no matching skills or practical experience, he is nothing more than a super soldier. Moreover, he is a blank mage with no elemental affinity, such a waste of resources. Zhang Chao, if your mouth is of no use, I can help you sew it shut. No, team leader Yi, I was just joking. Zhang Chao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I came here this time to discuss serious matters. Spit it out quickly. Yi Hongyu replied coldly. Zhang Chao reined in his smile, pointing to the depths of the canyon. According to past practices, in the face of large-scale disasters like the monster tide, we usually work together to clear them out for maximum efficiency. However, this time the situation is special. Zhang Chao glanced at Lin Mo again and pointed in the direction of his own group. Your young master needs to level up, and our Zhao Gongzi also needs to level up. With too many monks and not enough porridge, if we mix together we might end up hurting each other over monster kills, and it won't look good for either side. So, Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. Therefore I suggest we keep to our own waters this time. Zhang Chao drew a line. We will be responsible for the western defensive area, and the monsters there belong to us. You Lin family will handle the east, and the monsters there belong to you. Each to their own without interference. As for the inevitable wild boss that will spawn. Zhang Chaos' eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he added, whoever finds it first gets it. The other side must not intervene or snatch it away. How about that? Yi Hongyu did not immediately agree. This proposal sounded quite fair, and one could even say it was the most reasonable solution at present. If there were no division of areas and both sides mixed together once conflicts arose over an elite monster, it could easily escalate into a standoff between two factions. Moreover, the issue of boss ownership is an unwritten rule in the professional circle known as the first hit principle. However, with the young master present, she had no right to decide on her own. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo and asked young master, what do you think of Zhang Ke's proposal? Lin Mo did not think much. This proposal is indeed very normal. Everyone plays their own game and the boss is also based on strength, no problem. Sure, sounds reasonable. Lin Mo nodded with an indifferent expression. With Lin Mo's approval, Yi Hongyu turned to Zhang Chao and said, our young master agrees. The west belongs to you, the east belongs to us. The boss goes by strength. Now you can leave. Quick and decisive. Zhang Chao had achieved his goal and didn't care about Yi Hongyu's attitude. He took one last look at Lin Mo, who was setting up a barbecue grill, and at the young master, who was already turning to head toward the large bed, a wave of disdain rising in his heart. On the other side, within the Zhao family's defensive camp, unlike the relaxed atmosphere on Lin Mo's side, the mood here was tense, with hundreds of soldiers on high alert. Zhao Yu was sitting on a chair meditating with his eyes closed. Buzz, the phone beside him vibrated. Zhao Yu opened his eyes and answered the call. Speak. A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Young Master Zhao, it's done. Xia Qingyue has accepted the 3 million and promised not to compete with you for the top spot in the upcoming exam. Upon hearing this news, a smirk of disdain formed at the corner of Zhao Ye's mouth. Got it. He casually hung up the phone and tossed it aside. A teammate sitting beside Zhao Yu scoffed, you were acting so aloof before and now you've taken the money. This summer's campus beauty is really good at pretending. TCH. Zhao Yu snorted coldly, a hint of disdain on his face. My dad is just too unnecessary. He insisted on spending that wasted money. Even if Xia Qingyue leads the team to clear the Abyss dungeon, so what? In the end, it's just a class water mage. Zhao Ye's face was filled with displeasure. Although his family was not lacking in money, he felt as if they were being taken advantage of. The Abyss dungeon, even at the same level and difficulty, had a significant difference in actual difficulty. Clearly that so-called Abyss dungeon must be of low difficulty. Otherwise, how could a class water mage lead a team to clear it? Just based on her theoretical and practical scores being first in the school before the job change? Ridiculous. The gap in professions cannot be made up by mere scores. Exactly. A teammate immediately echoed, in my opinion the dungeon must be too simple. In terms of damage output, how could it compare to young Master Zhao's glass flame mage? Young Master Zhao's multi-hit explosion fireball can split into 5, and with that talent no one in Jianghai City can rival him. Giving that 3 million to her is simply feeding it to the dogs. At that moment Zhang Chao strode back. Young Master Zhao. Zhang Chao slightly bowed to Zhao Yu. I've already reached an agreement with the Lin family. The west belongs to us, the east belongs to them. As for the BOSS, following the first hit principle, whoever touches it first gets it. Zhao Yu chuckled lightly and nodded. By the way, what's going on with Lin Mo over there? What is he doing now? When this was mentioned, Zhang Chao replied somewhat speechlessly, the young master of the Lin family is probably lying on the bed playing with his maid right now. Bed? Zhao Yu was taken aback. Wait, did he bring a bed over? Zhang Chao shook his head and shrugged. Not only that, but maids and chefs are also here and the barbecue grill is set up. It looks more like a vacation. Compared to your meticulous professional demeanor, the difference is just too great. Ha ha ha. Before Zhao Yu could respond, several teammates around him couldn't help but laugh. Does this young master of the Lin family have a problem with his head? Why not just bring the whole house over? Does he really think that just because his level is high he can do whatever he wants? Without skills and practical experience he is nothing. But he is a rich young master and what he values is enjoyment. Listening to his teammates' mockery, Zhao Yu also shook his head helplessly. His disdain was even more pronounced in his eyes. But it can't be said like that. Zhao Yu said lightly, although he is a blank mage relying on his level suppression, it is not impossible for him to mix into the top 10 in the city. At this point Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a bit pensive. Once upon a time before the job change he had always regarded Lin Mo as his greatest competitor. After all, their family backgrounds were comparable and their fathers were both powerful city defense commanders, so they had always been compared to each other since childhood. Back then Lin Mo, although seeming lazy, had always kept close in both theoretical and practical scores, remaining neck and neck. But now, Lin Mo was completely finished. He was destined to enter a top-tier university and soar to great heights. From the moment of his job change they were no longer from the same world. Since they were not on the same path, why treat him as a rival? That would be an insult to his class talent. At the center of Lin family's temporary camp, Lin Mo reclined leisurely on a soft bed, two plump latex pillows propped behind his back. Young master freshly air-freighted chilled purple crystal grapes, peeled and ready. Please taste them. A lace-clad maid knelt beside the bed, delicately holding a translucent grape between her fingertips and gently offering it to Lin Mo's lips. Lin Mo opened his mouth and took the grape. Excellent. Sweet. Deserves a reward. With that he casually withdrew several hundred yuan banknotes from the People's Republic of Longhua. A flash of delight lit up the maid's eyes. Thank you, young master. You're so kind, I'll peel grapes for you every day. As Lin Mo felt the softness of her arm brush against his, an involuntary sigh rose in his heart. Corruption, sheer unadulterated corruption, this decadent capitalist aura, and yet, delicious. Earth Shield Art trembled frantically. Master, I still sense grave danger. This is after all a wild monster tie. Perhaps we should simply return home. Before Lin Mo could respond, the irascible old fire erupted instantly. Fireball Art roared indignantly, return. To what? Here we have food, drink, beauty, and monsters to slay. This is paradise. Return where? Earth Shield Art, but... Enough, Xiao Tu. Before Earth Shield Art could speak again, Lin Mo reassured him, rest easy, everyone here is under my command. A mere monster type? Hardly worth a second thought. At that moment Yi Hongyu strode forward, flanked by Shi Tu and Ahu. Seeing Lin Mo idly savoring grapes, none of the three voiced objection. In their eyes Lin Mo's talent was unprecedented, a singular genius. In this world strength dictated all. True power conferred not only dominance, but poise and unshakable confidence. To them his current ease was no sign of aristocratic indolence, it was the serene self-assurance born of absolute peerless aptitude. Young master. Yi Hongyu bowed slightly, her expression grave as she delivered her report. Our reconnaissance unit has just transmitted fresh intelligence. As she spoke she unfolded an electronic map in her palm. Young master, sensors confirmed that wild monsters across hundreds of kilometers are converging upon our position. Their levels range from LV 10 to LV 40, diverse in species. The first wave will consist of low-level local monsters, LV 1 through LV 10. Later arrivals include heavier threats, such as the LV 25 raging grizzly bear and the LV 30 venomous flying serpent.
At this, Yi Hongyu paused, circling a sector on the map. We can currently confirm the final arrival will be from this zone, the LV 35 to LV 40 Thundercloud Storm Eagle.
This elite flying beast hails from the northern Leiyun peaks. Swift beyond measure, it wields lightning-infused ranged attacks, making it exceptionally formidable. Once they appear, the boss should spawn shortly thereafter. Shi Tu stepped forward and added, young master, slaying monsters 10 or more levels above your own yields sharply diminishing experience gains. He counted off on his fingers, meaning, once those LV 25 creatures arrive, especially the LV 40 storm eagles, the experience you'd gain from killing them would be negligible, poor value indeed. Moreover, Shi Tu hesitated, then chose his words carefully, such high-level monsters present overwhelming level disparity, you'd struggle to land meaningful damage at all. Yi Hongyu resumed, young master for early waves, monsters below LV 35, will weaken them and deliver them to you for the final blow, accelerating your leveling. But when elite flying monsters arrive later, our priority shifts, to eliminate them outright, ensuring your absolute safety. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the final aerial beasts posed too great a gap. Forcing such kills would be perilous. With such disparity, even if one stood bleeding at its last sliver of health, he might still fail to pierce its defenses. Very well, I defer to your judgment. Safety first. Lin Mo raised no objection. Yi Hongyu paused briefly before continuing, young master, beyond this tide the most critical factor is the inevitable wild boss. According to headquarters predictive models, this boss will likely spawn between LV 25 and LV 40. Even accounting for experience decay, claiming its full bounty alone would yield a truly substantial gain. If we locate and secure it before the Zhao family arrives, your level may reach 16, or even 17. At this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. In past years, most examinees ranked around LV 10, only a handful reached LV 13, LV 15. To hit LV 16 would place him head and shoulders above all competitors. So, how do we find this boss? Lin Mo asked curiously. Yi Hongyu replied, ordinarily it's pure chance, or exhaustive grit searching. However, it depends on the boss's elemental affinity. If it's Earth-aligned, sure to, S-Rank Earth Affinity Mage, can sense and pinpoint it instantly. Likewise, if fire-aligned Zhao Yu of the Zhao family could detect it. So this isn't merely a contest of strength, it's also one of fortune. Lin Mo's expression cleared. Elemental resonance, so it was. Then, as a blank slate mage, was he doomed to stand blind? No, his gaze instinctively drifted to his skill panel. That hot-tempered little fireball, though brash, possessed an uncanny sensitivity, sharper than any hound's nose. And timid Xiao Tu, ever obsessed with survival, perceived his surroundings with near supernatural acuity. If it came down to sensing, perhaps he wasn't quite so helpless after all. Just then an aide rushed in, saluting sharply, reporting Lieutenant Yi. The first wave has reached 3 kilometers ahead, mainly plains wolves and fang-toothed rabbits. Yi Hongyu's expression hardened instantly, combat readiness activated. She turned to Ahu and Sure Tu, execute the original plan. Sure Tu, take your team east. Ahu, west. I'll remain here to guard the young master. Signal immediately upon sighting the boss. Yes. Mission guaranteed. The group roared in unison, then dispersed at speed. The once crowded camp emptied in moments, leaving only Lin Mo, a few personal maids, and Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu said nothing further. Drawing a short blade, she moved to the camp's main entrance and assumed sentry duty, awaiting the delivery of weakened monsters. Fireball Art, long impatient, let out an ecstatic roar. They're coming. Glorious. Last night's slaughter was exhilarating, today legions queue up to die.
And there's feasting too. This is life. Fireball Art felt itself the happiest skill in existence, its ascension to forbidden spell status imminent. It had chosen its master wisely.
Earth Shield Art quivered nearby, madman, utterly deranged. What if they breach the line? Fireball Art sneered, you understand nothing. Slaughter is the ladder of evolution. Little fire, if it's that thrilling, how about calling me Dad again? Lin Mo teased, reigniting his favorite game. Fireball Art froze instantly. Fireball Art wrestled inwardly, unreasonable. Didn't I call you Dad last night? Even I possess dignity. Oh. Dignity. Lin Mo mused aloud. Then how about stir-fried potato shreds for dinner? Haven't had them in ages. Earth Shield Art cheered, yes. I love potatoes. Fireball Art. 2 seconds passed in silence. Then, A voice thick with reluctant surrender, Dad. Dad. On the west side of Sunset Canyon, the Zhao family's defense zone. Roar. Several LV. 8 wolf-type monsters lunged at Zhao Yu with fierce roars. Zhao Yi's expression was stern as he skillfully distanced himself. The staff in his hand glowed brightly with red light as the fire element surged with full force at that moment. Multiple explosive fireballs. With a low shout he swung the staff fiercely. Whoosh! A massive fireball split in midair, transforming into 5 fireballs the size of human heads, accurately crashing down on the group of magic wolves. Boom! 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 5 explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The monsters did not even have time to let out a cry before being blasted to pieces, their charred bodies flying in all directions. Beautiful. Zhao Xiao's 5 consecutive explosions are simply masterful. A teammate immediately flattered him. As expected of Zhao Xiao, not long after the job change he was already able to consistently split 5 fireballs. The output efficiency is terrifying. Zhao Yu panted lightly, taking out a bottle of blue mana potion from his waist and downing it in one go. Even with S-level affinity, frequently using such advanced skills was still a massive drain on both mental and magical energy. Yet he thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. Sweat trickled down his cheeks and the mana surged within him. It was a testament to his growing strength. Just then a scouting officer hurried over. Xiao Xiao. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually asked, "What about Lin Mo?" Deep down Zhao Yu still found it hard to believe that Lin Mo would just turn into a complete loser. After all, he had been his comparative rival since childhood. Even if Lin Mo awakened as a blank slate, he could not possibly be unaware that having levels without practical skills is utterly useless. The officer's expression was peculiar, and after hesitating for a moment he reported honestly, Report to Zhao Xiao, young master Lin Mo is lying in bed seemingly watching a movie while a maid is feeding him fruit. I can't see anything more than that. A sudden dirt wall appeared behind, blocking the view, and I could only see monsters with low health being thrown inside. Dirt wall? Zhao Yu frowned slightly. He guessed it was that person in charge of the stone, and this security measure seemed overly exaggerated. The air stiffened for a few seconds. Then Zhao Yu let out a sneer and shook his head. It's over, completely over. Zhao Yu slammed the staff heavily on the ground and coldly stated, how could I have regarded him as a rival before? I even trained hard just to surpass him. Looking back now, treating someone like him as an opponent is simply an insult to myself. Disgusting, truly disgusting. After saying this, Zhao Yu no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Too slow? This few monsters are simply not enough for me to kill. What about the next wave? Bring them all over? I want to fight 10 of them. The fireball spell roared in discontent. 1. Just 1. Are you insulting me? On the east side of Sunset Canyon, the Lin family camp. 3 towering and thick dirt walls stood like a fortress enclosing Lin Mo within. Inside the fortress, Lin Mo lay sideways holding a glass of chilled watermelon juice. Beside him a maid held a tablet that was playing a comedy movie. Gulp. Gulp. Lin Mo took a sip of watermelon juice, looking quite content. On top of the 5 maternal dirt wall, Yi Hongyu stood upright, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Young master, monsters are coming. Yi Hongyu reminded him. Just as she finished speaking, a crippled wasteland magic wolf was hurled in by Ahu from outside the wall. Boom! The fireball spell shot out, instantly killing it. The fireball spell protested. I said I want to fight 10. What does it mean to kill one by one? Lin Mo sighed helplessly and shouted toward the top of the wall, Yi Jia, throw in a bit more, send dozens at a time. Yi Hongyu was slightly taken aback. She had never witnessed Lin Mo's multiple explosive fireballs before. Even last night, due to the sparse distribution of monsters, they were basically only sending 1 or 2 at a time. Although young master was incredibly skilled at micromanaging, such quantity was extremely dangerous once it ran out of control. No worries, just throw them in. Lin Mo waved his hand and casually said, "You'll take responsibility if anything happens." Seeing this, Yi Hongyu said no more. At most she would be a bit cautious if she still had the ability to instantly kill dozens of low-level monsters. Yi Hongyu called out to the people outside the wall, 15 at once. Outside the wall, a dozen subordinates paused for a moment, then simultaneously exerted strength. Whoosh! A total of 15 severely injured wild monsters soared over the tall dirt wall, crashing down onto the open space to the right of the large bed. Standing on the wall, Yi Hongyu's hand slightly gripped the hilt of her sword, muscles tensed. If the young master couldn't handle it, she would have to descend to clear the field. However, the next second an orange-red fireball whizzed out, and in the moment it flew out, it violently trembled and instantly self-destructed, splitting apart. 1. 5. 10. 15. A swarm of closely packed small fireballs precisely locked onto every wild monster still in the air. Boom! 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 Multiple explosive fireballs. Yi Hongyu, standing on the wall, was utterly astonished. She watched in awe as those 15 fireballs acted like guided missiles with independent consciousness, weaving and darting through the air. This. Yi Hongyu stared blankly at the group of monsters being precisely annihilated, stunned. Not only did he comprehend multiple explosive fireballs, but he also split them into 15 at once. According to her knowledge, Xiao Yu from the Zhao family could at most split 4 or 5, and even that was widely known in Jianghai City. Truly worthy of being my young master. Yi Hongyu murmured, this composure, this talent. That so-called strength from the Zhao family isn't even worthy to carry young master's shoes. She lowered her head, her gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, landing on Lin Mo below. Under the glow of the flames, Lin Mo still maintained that extremely nonchalant side-leaning posture, watching the tablet screen held by the maid. He seemed completely unfazed by the earlier 15 consecutive kills. This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse, unflinching even when faced with the collapse of a mountain. The fireball spell howled in ecstasy, so refreshing. So satisfying. It was so satisfying. The fireball spell was still lingering in aftertaste. This is the kind of spectacle I should have. That explosion earlier was simply perfect. Let's do it again. The earth shield spell cried out, no, please don't. So many monsters at once, what if one slips through? Master, I think it's still too dangerous. The fireball spell instantly erupted in anger. Dangerous? Monsters slipping through? Are you questioning my strength? The earth shield spell curled up. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the master. Master. Should we reduce the number of monsters a bit? The fireball spell was furious and trembling with rage. Seeing that his own skill bar was about to start a quarrel, Lin Mo sighed helplessly and stepped in to mediate. All right, everyone stop arguing. Little Earth, you have to believe in your big brother's strength, even though it's reckless, it's still precise. Little Fire, you should tone it down a bit too, don't scare your little brother, he's just looking out for me. The earth shield spell, humph. The fireball spell, humph. The two icons standing side by side in the skill bar turned away from each other, back to back, ignoring one another. Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In this day and age, even changing jobs is not easy. He also had to be responsible for mediating the relationships between skills. Time swiftly passed. The sky over the Sunset Canyon grew increasingly dim. Young master, the monsters are coming. With a shout from Shidu, dozens of dark shadows were thrown in from the earthen wall. Boom! 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 Inside the wall, fire blazed into the sky, and the sounds of explosions echoed one after another. Moments later, everything fell silent. Shichu wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the relaxed Lin Mo on the wall filled with admiration. Young master's talent is truly unparalleled. He glanced at the vigilant Yi Hongyu beside him and sighed. He may be a bit lazy, but he is still ambitious, knowing to practice more before the big exam, and has a high sense of safety awareness. Shichu touched the thick earthen wall beneath his feet. Even with us here, he still prioritized erecting this wall first. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. The young master's caution is indeed wise. Being cautious in the wilderness can sometimes be more important than strength. With such talent and awareness, the young master is destined for greatness. Just as the two were casually chatting, an officer responsible for perimeter reconnaissance rushed over with a hurried expression. "Report. Yi team." The officer gasped for breath, speaking rapidly. "We have detected a swarm of thunderstorm eagles. The numbers are overwhelming, covering the sky. They have already reached 5 kilometers away. Have they finally arrived?" Shichu glanced at the sky and said solemnly, "This is the last wave of the monster tide. According to the pattern, after this wave of flying creatures, the wild boss should refresh." Yi Hongyu's eyes sharpened as she ordered the nearby soldiers sternly, "Everyone heed my command. There is no need to leave any monsters alive. Kill them directly and ensure the young master's safety." "Yes." Dozens of soldiers shouted in unison. Afterward, Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo inside the wall. "Young master, the last wave of thunderstorm eagles is about to arrive. The level of these monsters is generally above LV 35. The level difference is too great and the experience points will be severely diminished. Moreover, at your current level it will be extremely difficult to break through and reap the rewards. You should refrain from engaging this wave of monsters. Just rest assured and let us handle it." Lin Mo looked up at the ominous sky in the distance, faintly hearing the approaching sound of thunder. He opened his panel for a glance. Level LV 15-12. After an afternoon of frenzied harvesting, the experience bar increased rapidly. "All right, I will listen to Sister Yi." Lin Mo nodded readily. Hearing the young master's understanding, Yi Hongyu let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Earth Shield technique on the skill bar began to stir restlessly. Earth Shield technique is trembling anxiously. Earth Shield technique looked at the unobstructed sky above and fell into great anxiety. Earth Shield technique cried out, "Although we have walls, we have no roof. What if they attack from above?" Earth Shield technique anxiously said, "Master, we should run. This place isn't safe, really not safe." Before Lin Mo could reassure it, Fireball technique erupted. Fireball technique disdainfully remarked, "Run. What does it matter if you are high level? As long as they dare to fly in, you'll burn one. Bring in a pair and you'll burn them both." Earth Shield technique despaired, "You only know how to boast. Those are monsters above level 35. We're only level 15. Enough, enough." Lin Mo, annoyed by the noise, had to step in to mediate. "Everyone quiet down. Little Earth Sister Yi and the others are guarding outside. Just a few birds can't get in. We can't leave just yet. If there's a boss that is about to refresh and the boss gives a lot of experience points." Earth Shield technique continued to murmur, but it really is very open above. What if one gets through? I'm so anxious." Lin Mo rolled his eyes and decided to ignore this coward, closing his eyes to rest. Caw. Accompanied by sharp, piercing cries, a vast expanse of dark clouds swept in from the depths of the canyon. Upon closer inspection, it was thousands of massive eagles with wingspans exceeding 3 meters. Their feathers glimmered deep purple, and as they flapped their wings, arcs of electricity flickered. "They are here. Everyone prepare ranged classes, unleash your skills. Bring them down for me." Yi Hongyu stood atop the wall, shouting sharply. In an instant, the ranged attackers who had long been poised unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Multi-arrow, explosive arrow, wind blade technique. Ice Spike. In an instant a myriad of colorful skills illuminated the dim sky as bright as day. Boom! Skills collided with the swarm of monsters, causing brilliant fireworks to explode in the sky. Countless thunderstorm eagles were struck midair. However, the sheer number of these flying monsters was simply overwhelming, and they did not charge mindlessly like ground monsters. They circled and dove in the air, skillfully dodging the skills from below while retaliating with powerful bolts of lightning from their mouths. Damn, there are too many of them. Ahu stood atop the earthen wall of the camp, continuously drawing his bow and shooting arrows, vigilant against any potential threats to the young master. However, there were simply too many. Faced with such an all-encompassing aerial assault, the defense line began to show cracks. Caw! A massive elite-level storm eagle enveloped in intense lightning relied on its abnormal speed to evade 3 wind blades and an explosive arrow. With a powerful flap of its wings, despite sustaining light injuries, it ferociously broke through the outer firepower blockade and headed straight for Lin Mo's position. Young master, be careful. Yi Hongyu was dealing with 2 storm eagles flanking from the side when she caught sight of this scene, her expression changing dramatically. However, it was too late to turn around to rescue him. The elite storm eagle let out a sharp scream and dove straight toward Lin Mo. Its speed was so fast that it even created a sonic boom in the air. Earth Shield technique, screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! It's coming. I told you. I said it wasn't safe above. Lin Mo, however, remained calm. With so many powerful allies around, he truly did not believe this beast could touch a hair on him. Beast! You shall not harm my young master. Shida's eyes widened, his mana surging. Die for me! Boom! A sharp stone spike as thick as a bowl erupted from the ground, directly stabbing toward the descending storm eagle. The spike pierced through its chest, impaling it like a lamb skewer, pinning it in midair. Blood dripped slowly down the stone spike. Shurchu gasped, wiped the dust from his face, and turned back to Lin Mo, grinning. Young master, did I scare you? Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. Brother Shida, solid. The crisis was averted. However, the oppressive feeling that had been so close lingered deeply in the heart of the Earth Shield technique. Earth Shield technique, trembled, lost in thought, so terrifying. So terrifying. Earth Shield technique, murmured, it was just a little bit. Just that little bit? What if that big oaf had been a second slower?
Earth Shield technique, fell into deep self-doubt. What good is a high wall? No roof means being a live target, what to do but sealing the top.
Earth Shield technique, was almost in tears. The principle of Earth Flow Wall is to guide the energy of the earth veins to erupt vertically. It's so hard to make the soil and stone turn 90 degrees in midair to seal the top. Fireball technique, scoffed, you're not just a coward, you're also useless. Lin Mo, listening to the grumbling of the Earth Shield technique, was also at a loss. A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. Wait, Xiaotu, calm down. I was only joking. Earth Shield art, ecstatic revelation, my heavens. Master is truly a genius. How did I not think of it? If I burrow into the earth, who could possibly harm Master? Earth Shield art is furiously analyzing the geological structure of the earth. Earth Shield art, by altering the density of surrounding earth elements, liquefying solid rock to create a quicksand-like consistency. Seeing that Earth Shield art had already entered a state of rapt absorption, Lin Mo abruptly sat upright. Xiaotu, listen to me, I need oxygen. There's none underground. You understand? This could cost a life. Lin Mo tried reasoning with the skill now utterly lost in its own epiphany. Underground is dark and damp, there might even be insects. It's far more comfortable here. Lin Mo had no intention of hiding beneath the soil. Yet Earth Shield art in its current state was completely deaf to Lin Mo's words. In its perception, these remarks were merely further enlightenment. Oxygen. A self-contained pocket space would suffice, just surface periodically to replenish the air. Earth Shield Art shut out all external interference, devoting itself entirely to skill refinement. This is bad. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Congratulations. Your skill Earth Shield Art, suffering from acute insecurity, has successfully deduced an advanced Earth Element technique Earthborn Stealth Beginner Tier. Earthborn Stealth enables seamless integration into the Earth, permitting free subterranean movement while carrying objects within a limited radius. Duration scales with mental fortitude at cooldown 15 minutes. Earth Shield Art bursts into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Master is extraordinary. One phrase shattered my delusion, truly worthy of being my master. No sooner had the words left its awareness. Woomph. Lin Mo felt the ground beneath him give way. The once solid floor instantly softened and flowed like liquid. His custom-made bed began sinking downward at astonishing speed. The maid kneeling nearby froze stunned. She watched wide-eyed as her young master, and his entire bed, vanished into the earth as though swallowed whole. Why, young master? Instinctively she reached out, but grasped only empty air. Lin Mo caught just one last glimpse, the shrinking expanse of sky above, and the maid's face contorted in terror. What the? Whoosh! Soil churned and surged, sealing shut in an instant. The surface smoothed over pristine and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever occurred. Meanwhile, atop a 5-meter earthen rampart, Yi Hongyu reversed her blade and decapitated a swooping beast. The storm raven flock overhead had been nearly eradicated. At that very moment, Shi too felt the earth shudder violently beneath him. He lowered his gaze to the ground, and sensed an immense dense fluctuation rising from deep within the earth. As an SSS-Rank Earth Affinity Mage, Shi too knew this sensation intimately. This feeling, it's here. Noticing his abrupt stillness, Yi Hongyu turned. What is it? An Earth Element boss? Yes. This pure unadulterated surge of Earth energy, there's no mistaking it. The wild boss spawning today is undoubtedly Earth-aligned. Are you certain? Yi Hongyu pressed immediately. Shi too pointed firmly at the ground beneath their feet. Before an Earth Element boss spawns, it voraciously draws upon geomantic energy, causing subterranean Earth elements to swirl into a colossal vortex. Much like a whirlpool on water's surface, if we trace the flow of subterranean Earth energy to its vortex center, we'll find the boss's spawn point. Yi Hongyu paused briefly, then asked, how many can your Earthborn Stealth carry? Shi too replied with quiet pride, approximately 120 kilograms, so theoretically both you and young Master Lin could ride along. Agreed, let's do it. Yi Hongyu nodded decisively. A minor boss, mere child's play. With young Master Lin aboard, the two of them could effortlessly reduce it to near death, leaving the final blow for him to claim. This boss would fall, no question. Both turned simultaneously and froze. Where is young Master? Where was that enormous bed? Where was that towering living man? Yi Hongyu's expression hardened. In a flash she leapt from the 5-meter rampart and landed before the trembling maid. Where is young Master? Her voice carried a rare urgency. This was the innermost sanctum of their heavily guarded camp. How could anyone possibly abduct him right under her watch? The maid, jolted by Yi Hongyu's shout, finally snapped back to awareness. Trembling, she pointed at the smooth, unbroken earth before her. He fell down. Fell down. Shi too, having just landed, blinked in confusion. How? There's no pit here. The maid struggled to articulate, gesturing wildly. Just now, the soil, it turned liquid like water, and young Master, bed and all, whoosh, vanished beneath. And then, the earth sealed itself back up. Shi too and Yi Hongyu exchanged a stunned glance, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Soil turning liquid. Burying oneself underground. Leaving no trace. Why does this sound so familiar? Could this be Earthborn stealth. Sure-2 gasped aloud. He dropped to his knees, instantly pressing both palms flat onto the spot where Lin Mo had disappeared, sensing for residual traces below. Seconds later he jerked his head up, pale as if confronting a specter. Team leader Yi, it's true, it really is Earthborn stealth. This. Sure-2 swallowed hard, feeling his worldview fracture. First Earth flow wall, now Earthborn stealth, both mastered within a single day. What manner of prodigy is this? Even more unnerving, that custom solid wood bed weighed at least 300 or 400 kilograms. As an elder Earth Mage, Sure-2 himself could carry only 120 kilograms, yet Lin Mo, newly awakened, had taken the entire bed down with him. But most astonishing of all, Lin Mo had descended before Sure-2 even sensed the boss's emergence.
What did that imply? That Lin Mo's elemental perception range surpassed even that of an enshrined Earth Mage.
Before Sure-2 registered the disturbance, Lin Mo had already perceived the boss's imminent spawn, and spontaneously refined Earthborn stealth vanishing beneath the earth alone. Most crucially, he deemed this wild boss too trivial to warrant assistance. He intended to solo it. Bed and all. Insane. Unshakable confidence. Was this the unyielding pride of a peerless genius? Stop daydreaming. Yi Hongyu snapped back to reality, cutting through Sure-2's reverie. Hurry, take me with you. Young master's life is priceless, we cannot afford a single misstep. Right, yes. Team leader Yi, hold on tight. Woomph. A tawny gold radiance flared, and the earth beneath their feet liquefied instantly. Sure-2 plunged downward, Yi Hongyu gripping him tightly, vanishing into the depths. On the western side of the Sunset Canyon at the Zhao family's defense line, Zhao Yu unleashed a fireball spell, killing a pangolin that had launched a sneak attack from the side, his expression somewhat anxious. He glanced around as if searching for the traces of the boss. Time was running out, the boss should be about to respawn, yet he felt nothing indicating it was not of the fire attribute. At that moment a middle-aged officer rushed over from a distance. Young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao? There's a situation. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened. He recognized this officer as a great Earth Mage. What happened? Did you sense the boss? The officer, ignoring the sweat on his brow, spoke urgently. Yes, I sensed it. Just now there was an extremely terrifying fluctuation of earth elements from deep underground. Young Master Zhao, this glass Earth Mage from the Lin family, must have sensed it earlier than us. We need to hurry over. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's heart raced. If they were even a moment late, the vast amount of experience points from that boss would no longer concern him. If the second-generation heir Lin Mo took the experience points while on vacation, he would probably be disgusted for 3 days without sleep. What are we waiting for? Your Earth stealth can take me, right? Let's go. Zhao Yu decisively stated. The officer hurriedly replied, yes, my Earth stealth can carry about 80 kilograms, taking the young master is not a problem. The officer did not dare to delay and immediately cast the spell. Buzz, a brownish-yellow light enveloped the two, the ground softened, and Zhao Yu and the officer's figures instantly sank into the earth, disappearing from sight. At this moment, deep underground, Lin Mo was already feeling dizzy from the turbulence. If skills had a physical form at this moment, the fireball spell would probably be throwing up uncontrollably. The once luxurious soft bed now resembled a small boat without a rudder, violently tossing in the raging torrent of earth elements. Soil, rocks, and debris flew past the shield like a flowing liquid. Slow down. Slow down. Are you trying to die? Lin Mo gripped the headboard tightly, his whole body jolted, feeling nausea rise in his stomach. He could not comprehend. Just a moment ago they were in a peaceful vacation mode. How did it turn into a journey to the center of the earth in the blink of an eye? Fireball roared in anger. Can you even drive? Fireball pointed at the rocks ahead. Are you blind? Can't you see that big rock? We hit it. Damn. We hit it again.
Fireball, what level is this? making me sit in such a spiritual vehicle.
Damn turn. Earth shield, panicked. I don't want to either. There's a huge pulling force dragging us. I can't control it. Bang. A dull thud. The luxurious bed crashed into a hard granite layer. Lin Mo felt like crying without tears. I told you not to come down, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. Where the hell are we going? Earth shield, cried pitifully Woo. Master, I didn't expect it to be like this down here. That pulling force is too strong. It feels like it's going to pull us somewhere. At that moment, the previously narrow earthen tunnel suddenly opened up. A massive underground current swiftly wrapped around the bed, violently surging upwards. Earth shield, panicked Master, hold on tight. I feel like we are about to take off. Take off? Are you kidding me? Lin Mo shouted, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth exploded. On a flat ground in Sunset Canyon, the originally even surface suddenly bulged into a large mound, then erupted like a volcano. A luxurious big bed along with a cloud of dust and debris was forcefully propelled dozens of meters into the air. Finally, the bed crashed heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of Earth Shield, the bed did not collapse and Lin Mo remained unharmed. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Lin Mo peeked out from the quilt, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. Good job, little Earth. Before Lin Mo could finish, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. Lin Mo abruptly raised his head. What met his eyes was a terrifying giant made entirely of obsidian and crimson magma, standing at least 10 meters tall. It was flowing with scorching geothermal lava, and its eyes, the size of grinding wheels, sparkled with a brutal red light, fixating on this little insect that had suddenly emerged from the ground. Geothermal Magma Titan Lord Level BOSS. Level LV. 40. Description: a terrifying entity born from the essence of the geothermal veins in Sunset Canyon, possessing the power to destroy the world with extremely high defense, immune to most controls. Their gazes locked. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Mo watched the boss's crimson level indicator above its head and gulped. Level 40. Lord level boss. Is this really something I can fight at my current level of just 15? I should be aware that I am only at level 15. Is this what you call taking me to hide? Lin Mo's heart sank, unable to restrain himself from speaking out. Earth Shield was already dumbfounded. I don't know either. This is the end of that pulling force. Earth Shield cried in despair. What kind of monster is this? Level 40. It's obvious we can't win. Master, run. Earth Shield tried to activate the skill to re-enter the ground, but the skill was already on cooldown. Fireball exploded in anger, flames erupting all over its body. Fireball roared, run. Fireball was not afraid at all. Instead, its fighting spirit surged. What if it's level 40? I am destined to become an existence of forbidden spells. On the path to the supreme, all obstacles will turn to ashes. God blocks kill God. Buddha blocks kill Buddha. At this moment, Lin Mo only wanted to slap this little fireball. Is it crazy? The boss is level 40, I am level 15, that's a 25 level gap. Am I going to give it a massage? Killing gods. Why don't you ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? At the same time, the little fireball could no longer hold back. Whoosh! An orange-red fireball shot out with the momentum of I am the best in the world. Boom! The firelight flashed and was clearly just a light scratch. Although the damage was low, it was highly insulting. The Magma Titan was instantly enraged. Boom! It lifted its massive foot with magma rolling beneath, heat waves oppressive. Damn it! Lin Mo watched the colossal creature charging towards him, his heart racing. There was no escape now. He could only fight. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened, a fierce determination surged from the depths of his heart. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Does it really think I'm a soft persimmon? Little fire, let's take it down. After the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Yi Hongyu hurried to Lin Mo's side. Only when she confirmed that their young master was apart from a slightly rumpled hairstyle completely unharmed did she let out a long relieved breath. Young master, it is a relief that you are unhurt, but you were truly reckless this time. Shi Tu stepped forward, his expression grave. Young master, I know you bear the confidence and proud spine of a strong man. I understand the urge to challenge your limits alone to seek a breakthrough between life and death. But that was a level 40 field BOSS, he continued. Since you sensed it first with your extraordinary perception, you should have notified us instead of charging in to face it alone. Yi Hongyu nodded. Young master, what if Shi Tu had been half a second slower, how would we explain this to Commander Lin? Lin Mo stood motionless, silent. Challenge the limits alone. Seek breakthroughs at the edge of life and death. Face a level 40 field boss by oneself. What a damn farce. I was comfortably in bed and for no reason was dragged before this thing. Well, since matters have come to this, I might as well grit my teeth and play the part. Lin Mo brushed the dust from his sleeve and offered a faint smile. It is nothing. I sensed the boss while in bed, then a sudden flash of insight let me grasp a new skill, an itch to try it, and next thing I know I was pulled here. Fortunately brother Shi Tu and sister Yi arrived in time. He cast them an apologetic smile. Sorry to have worried you. It will not happen again. Hearing this, Yi Hongyu and Shi Tu exchanged a glance, each seeing the same stir of emotion in the other's eyes. Their young master not only possessed a defiant talent but the invincible audacity to confront a level 40 lord at level 15. More importantly, he could afterward apologize so humbly to his subordinates and even promise it would not recur. Neither arrogant nor rash, modest and magnanimous. This was the true bearing of a great commander. Young master. Shi Tu's voice tightened with feeling. You overpraise us. Protecting you is our duty. Yi Hongyu bowed slightly, loyalty shining in her eyes. Young master, you flatter us. Nonsense, we are all family. Lin Mo waved, smiling. Yet inwardly he roared. Little Tu. Get out here. Tu Dunshu cowered in the corner of the panel, trembling. Master. I was wrong. Sob. Wrong. You nearly sent your master away, do you understand? Lin Mo ground his teeth. From now on you must heed my orders. If I say no burrowing, then no burrowing. If you act up again, I will have the little fire roast you into a tile. Do you believe me? At those words Huo Qiu Shu trembled. Huo Qiu Shu gleeful, happy to oblige. Tu Dunshu terrified, no. Big brother, don't. Master, I really was wrong. Tu Dunshu vowed, I will never burrow on my own again. I will obey the master's orders. That is more like it. Lin Mo rolled his eyes in helpless amusement. His skills truly were one worry after another. He could only hope the forthcoming water, wood and lightning skills would be less troublesome. In times like these, being a mage was no easy task. Just then, a sudden disturbance rippled through the ground not far off. Two somewhat bedraggled figures clawed their way out from beneath the earth, Xiao Yu and his earth-affiliated adjutant. PFT, cough cough. Xiao Yu had barely emerged when he spat a mouthful of mud, his face smeared and sullied. Damn! The tunnels below are so rough. Ugh! The three turned and the two sides met each other's gaze. Xiao Yu froze. Seeing the massive heap of shattered rock and rubble behind the trio, he immediately realized the boss was gone. Oh, if it isn't young Master Zhao? Lin Mo revealed a dazzling smile. Quite a distinctive look. You must have had a rough time in those tunnels. Zhao Yu stared fixedly at the pile of boss corpses, eyes burning with unwillingness. Damn it, his luck was truly rotten. Why would a soil-type boss spawn here of all places? His side boasted talent across all affinities, yet their earth contingent could not compare to the Lin family. Zhao Yu drew a deep breath, forcing down his fury, and said coldly, Lin Mo, levels without matching real combat ability and skill proficiency are just high-ranked grunts. Being spoon-fed by your family, only you could level that way. With that, Zhao Yu would not stay another second. Let's go. He swept his sleeve and with his adjutant turned and left. Zhao Yu felt as though he had been toiling in the fields while the idle heir next door baked in the sun, and not only did that heir reap a better harvest, he had of all things stolen his land. This was a level 40 boss, vast experience, snatched by someone on vacation. Revolting, utterly revolting. Watching Zhao Yu's departing silhouette, Shi Tu scoffed. What a creature! He said disdainfully. He lacks skill and blames his luck, even complains about the bossless attribute. If a fire type had spawned, he might not have stolen it from our young master either. Yi Hongyu sneered and withdrew her gaze. This Zhao Scion is too small-minded to ever become great. Compared with our young master, his shortcomings are not slight. At that moment, Huqiu Shu and Tu Dun Shu began to fuss again. Huqiu Shu twitched its non-existent nose. How fragrant, how enticing. The scent of becoming stronger. Tu Dun Shu also sighed with rapture. Master, I smell it too. Such a warm, earthy aura. Both skills reacting at once. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Could there be something valuable? He turned and scanned the ruined carcass of the lava titan. Brother Shi Tu, sister Yi, go and take a look, seems like something good dropped. The three walked over. As they closed the distance, a radiant golden radiance materialized before them. Shi Tu stepped forward and shuddered. What the? Hundun Rongyan Jiexing? Yi Hongyu could not remain calm either, disbelief painting her features. A noble earth-fire dual attribute treasure. If I remember correctly, this is Longguo's first piece this year. Shi Tu swallowed and blurted, my word, what outrageous luck. Slap. Yi Hongyu smacked the back of his head and glared, how dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a dog? Shi Tu clutched his head and hastily corrected himself. I meant myself. I'm the dog. If I had that luck, I'd gladly be a dog. Lin Mo watched their exaggerated reactions with growing curiosity. He stepped forward and picked up the prize. Item Hundun Rongyan Gxin Legendary. Description: it contains the ultimate essences of fire and earth, and exceedingly rare dual attribute treasure. This was also an ability every vocation in this world possessed. Through the post-class change panel, one could identify information about dropped items. Reading the description, Lin Mo asked with curiosity, Brother Shi Tu, is this thing really useful? Shi Tu slapped his thigh in excitement. Young master. Useful. It is more than useful, it's priceless. It can be used to comprehend combination techniques. Lin Mo paused in surprise. Combination techniques. That's right, young master. A combination technique is the fusion of two different elemental powers, giving birth to an advanced skill that embodies the characteristics of both elements. Stone gazed at the spoils in Lin Mo's hands and said such skills are usually only grasped by those at the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement, adding, to comprehend a combination technique, one must possess a high-level affinity for dual elemental attributes. The vast majority of magical professions have a single element affinity. For example, Stone has an great affinity for earth, while for fire he can only cast a fireball spell. Stone chuckled helplessly and said, indeed, only those legendary hidden professions like the Thunder Fire Mage with great affinities for both lightning and fire have the innate conditions to attempt it. However, to comprehend a combination technique, certain elemental materials are essential. They serve as a medium to harmonize different elements. Without these, successfully grasping a combination technique is impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo began to understand. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, so this means that such materials are hard to come by. Stone chuckled lightly. This thing is a rarity with a price but no market. For instance, the Chaos Lava Heart in your hand should be the first one produced in our dragon country this year if I remember correctly. As the words fell, Stone glanced at Yi Hongyu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is the first one produced this year in dragon country. Once such a thing is presented, it will be immediately snatched up by the top combatants nationwide. Not only mages but also high-tier magic swordsmen and elemental archers need this kind of thing. Stone added, such materials are not only rare for dual elements, even single-element ones are quite rare. For example, during this major exam, Jiang Haishe plans to reward the city champion with the complete heart of a lava beast, which is a single-element material of this type. Such single-element materials can greatly enhance the success rate of comprehending mid to high-level elemental skills. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Goodness! It seems my luck is indeed quite extraordinary. Falling into the ground by accident, defeating a boss by chance, and obtaining this year's first limited edition item. Meanwhile, the two skills began to stir. Fireball complained, why must I work with this coward to perform a combination technique? Earth Shield also shook its head vigorously, as if I want to work with you, you brute. Master, I protest. Lin Mo ignored the quarrel between the two skills. With such an impressive item, how could he not use it? Ultimately, it was his skill meant to serve him as the master. They had no right to be picky. At this moment, Stone continued passionately, young master, even with such materials, it's not guaranteed that one can comprehend the combination technique. Usually one needs to wait until reaching a higher level with a profound understanding and insight into the dual elements for a higher success rate. Gotcha! A crisp sound of shattering interrupted Stone's lengthy explanation. Both paused. They froze simultaneously, their gazes directed at Lin Mo's hands. They saw red and yellow streams of light flowing from the gaps between Lin Mo's fingers, instantly burrowing into his body.
Ah! I was too quick. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking innocently at the two. Stone opened his mouth wide, feeling his heart twitch.
This is a thing with a price but no market. The first piece from Dragon Country this year. And you just used it. At what level is my young master right now? Using it now, the success rate must be very low. However, at that moment, lines of information floated onto Lin Mo's profession panel. Successfully used Chaos Lava Heart. The fire element and earth element within you, under the influence of the Chaos Lava Heart, were forced into a rather unfriendly meeting. Fireball roared, no way, you coward, why is it all sand? Earth Shield shrieked, ouch, ouch, ouch. You brute, can you tone down the fire a bit? After intense grinding and restructuring. Congratulations! You have successfully comprehended the dual element combination technique, Lava Armor. Lava Armor summons magma from the Earth's core to cover your body, forming an indestructible armor. All attributes significantly enhanced. Additionally, while the armor exists, your normal attacks will deal extra fire damage. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. This was successful. Lin Mo stared at the notification on the panel, a bit dazed. But upon a second thought, Lin Mo instantly understood. Normally, when comprehending a combination technique, one must carefully balance two entirely different elements. But he was different, his skills had a mind of their own. The Chaos Lava Heart forcibly crammed Fireball and Earth Shield into the same room. They could only rely on their instincts to automatically find the most perfect combination point. Fireball let out a desperate wail, what the hell is this? I am a noble flame, why must I don this hideous thing? Fireball resisted fiercely, moreover, I am the damage dealer. Only cowards wear armor. I won't wear it. Not even if you kill me. Earth Shield said pitifully, master, this form is engulfed in flames and too conspicuous, it offers no sense of safety. How about we don't wear it? Lin Mo completely ignored the protests of the two skills. He couldn't care less about whether they agreed or not, he was the master. Boom! A terrifying wave of heat erupted from Lin Mo's center, spreading outward. Stone and Yi Hongyu instinctively retreated several steps, gazing at Lin Mo in horror. Blocks of jet black obsidian rapidly adhered to the surface of Lin Mo's body. Between the gaps of the armor, boiling magma flowed, causing the surrounding air to warp from the intense heat. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient demon god emerging from volcanic lava. Lin Mo looked down at his attire and clenched his fist. Cool. Simply astonishingly cool. But does this mean he would truly become a melee mage from now on? Forget it, melee combat is too exhausting. It's more comfortable to throw skills from a distance. They'll just treat it as a new defense skill. This. Stone and Yi Hongyu exchanged glances, each seeing an unparalleled shock in the other's eyes. Is this what genius looks like? A god-level skill just a click away. After a while, Yi Hongyu finally regained her senses. She looked at the now unarmored Lin Mo, who had reverted to the lazy young man with a wry smile on her face. That was the feeling of deep helplessness and resignation faced by an ordinary person when confronted with a true prodigy. Young master, it's already quite late, we should head back. Yi Hongyu glanced at the now completely darkened sky. With your current strength plus this monstrous combination technique, tomorrow's major exam will surely make you the star of the show. Get some good rest tonight. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should head back, I'm starving. Fireball was excitedly bouncing around. Food. I am starving to death, I want to eat dragon liver. Eat blazing rhinoceros. Earth Shield, weakly added Master, I am hungry too. Is there any of that aged earth vein rock essence? I want to eat. These two fellows were quite clever. They recognized that resisting the combination technique in front of him was futile and tactfully refrained from bringing it up again. Alright, there will be. Lin Mo generously responded in his heart, today I am in a good mood regardless of whether it's dragon liver or earth vein essence, as long as we have it at home it's all yours. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu took out her phone, notifying her subordinates to come and pick them up. Then she began to ponder. Once they return home, she would need to report to Commander Lin and the madam about the young master's situation today. Where should she start? Today the surprises the young master brought her were simply too many. In Jianghai City at the Lin family's grand villa, the night was deep, yet the estate was brightly lit. A convoy of luxury cars slowly approached the intricately carved main gate, coming to a steady stop in front of the fountain of the main villa. As soon as the car door opened, the maids who had been waiting on both sides bowed in unison. Welcome home, young master. You must be tired. Lin Mo had just stepped out of the car when his mother Su Wan hurriedly approached him. More. Although Su Wan was dressed in home attire, she still exuded an air of elegance and nobility. She grasped Lin Mo's hand, and upon seeing his slightly disheveled hair, her eyes turned red. Oh dear, look at you, so dusty and disheveled, you must have suffered. Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Lin Mo smiled, allowing his mother to hold him. Alright, as long as you're fine. Su Wan with a pained expression patted the back of Lin Mo's hand without saying much more. The chefs are still preparing dinner. You should go take a bath and get a massage to relax, then you can enjoy your meal comfortably. Sure thing, Mom. Lin Mo nodded and turned to wave at Yi Hongyu, who had just gotten out of the car. Sister Yi, you should go rest as well. Yes, young master. Yi Hongyu replied with a nod. Watching Lin Mo leave, Su Wan turned and grabbed Yi Hongyu's arm. Hongyu, come with me, tell me what Moer encountered today that made him so distressed, even his hair is in disarray. Su Wan's voice was gentle. Yi Hongyu slightly bent her body and said, Madam, young master's experiences today were quite astonishing. I think it's best if the commander hears about it too. Su Wan was slightly taken aback, then nodded. All right, old Lin is in the study, let's go. On the second floor in Lin Mo's exclusive bathroom. In the center of the bath, steam was rising gently. Ah, this feels nice. Lin Mo leaned against the wall of the tub, letting out a long sigh of satisfaction. Young master, is the water temperature all right? Two young maids had long been waiting nearby. It's perfect, just the right temperature. Lin Mo closed his eyes, casually resting his hand. The two maids took towels and began to wipe his body. Young master, you've worked hard today, your muscles are a bit tense, let us help you relax. Lin Mo casually responded. This was the treatment a transmigrator should enjoy, all the fighting was just for this moment of indulgence. However, Lin Mo was already accustomed to this treatment, after all he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After soaking for a while, Lin Mo felt much less fatigued and casually took out a few Red Dragon Country banknotes from the pocket of his clothes by the tub. Here's a little something for you, go buy some snacks. The eyes of the two maids instantly lit up. Thank you, young master. You're so kind, young master. Then the maids exchanged glances and cheerfully said, young master, you seem quite tired today, how about we head to the massage room next? We've recently been practicing a new technique called, Do You Controls the Flood. It will definitely help you relax. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, opening one eye. Do You Controls the Flood? What on earth? I'd like to see how impressive it is. Lin Mo stood up from the water, allowing the maids to drape a bathrobe over him. Meanwhile, in the study on the first floor, the atmosphere was filled with gravity and shock. After hearing Yi Hongyu's report, the study fell into a brief silence. Lin Qianhao sat behind a wide desk, taking a deep puff from a cigar that had long been extinguished, only to realize it was out of fire, and he tossed it aside. So Moer is already level 17 now. Lin Qianhao lit another cigar, trying to calm himself. For ordinary professionals, leveling up to level 17 in just 3 days is indeed a fantasy. But for the Lin family, this was not something to be astonished about. The key point was Lin Mo's talent. Su Wan's face was filled with disbelief as she counted on her fingers. Moer, this is too exaggerated. It's not even been 3 days and he has already comprehended fire system techniques like multiple explosive fireballs, explosive flame, spiral, dragon ball, earth system techniques like earth flow, wall, earth submersion. Su Wan became more and more astonished as she counted. He even grasped the fire-earth combination technique, lava battle armor, which is an incredible offensive and defensive skill that can be used for a long time. Standing in the center of the study, Yi Hongyu, though silent, was equally shocked. Even as a witness recounting Lin Mo's day still left her with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. She understood too well what this meant. In just 3 days, not to mention the ordinary S-class geniuses, even S-class geniuses could only comprehend a maximum of 3 skills. But what about Lin Mo? 4 skills plus a dual system combination technique? This was simply SS level. No, far beyond SS level talent. Lin Qianhao took a deep puff and sighed. He's about to reach level 20. Soon he will be able to learn a new basic skill. In this world, every time a professional levels up by 10 levels, they can learn a new basic skill. Under normal circumstances, mages are limited by their elemental proficiency and tend to specialize in one element with little improvement in their new basic skills every 10 levels. But Lin Mo was different. Without elemental proficiency, he had already surpassed countless geniuses in his understanding and application of fire and earth dual systems. Lin Qianhao looked at Su Wan, his tone filled with anticipation. He has already excelled in both fire and earth elements. Now he can learn a 3rd skill soon, dear. Do you think Moer can continue to be this extraordinary? Su Wan paused for a moment, instinctively rebutting no. That's impossible, right? For Moer to have such mastery in the fire and earth dual systems is already a blessing from heaven. Could it be that he is a tri-system genius? Dear, don't forget the most important point. Lin Qianhao exhaled a puff of smoke, interrupting Su Wan. Moer is a blank slate mage, he has no elemental proficiency. Hearing this, Su Wan reacted. Yes, if he could excel in both fire and earth without elemental proficiency, it would mean he could excel in other systems as well. Suwon's breathing became a bit rapid. Old Lin, do you think Moer might become an alliement mage in the future? This is unprecedented. Yi Hongyu stood aside listening to the analysis of the two esteemed individuals, feeling her scalp tingle. An alliement mage? There has never been one in this world. The most powerful mage only reached 3 elements, and even then one of them was simply at a mid-high level. Suwon calmed herself and said, Old Lin, which element should we let Moer learn for his 3rd skill? It should be up to his own choice. We don't need to overly restrict a genius like Moer, we just need to provide support. You're right, dear. Lin Tianhao nodded in agreement. Alright, it's about time, dinner should be ready. Suwon stood up adjusting her clothing. Hongyu, go call the young master down for dinner, this child has been busy all day and must be starving. Yes, madam. Yi Hongyu turned and exited the study. Lin family restaurant. The long dining table was piled high with various exquisite ingredients. Lin Mo buried his head in his meal. This is the taste. Awesome, absolutely amazing. Suwon looked at her son who was devouring his food and gently said, slow down, no one is competing with you. Have some soup to wash it down, don't choke. Mom, it's just too delicious, Lin Mo replied indistinctly, his chewing motions not slowing down at all. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Tianhao looked kindly at Lin Mo. Moer, you are almost at level 20 now. It's about time you learn some new basic skills. Do you have any ideas? Suwon also put down her chopsticks, looking at her son with anticipation. Yes, Moer, as long as there are skills you want to learn, I can get you the best basic skill books. Lin Mo swallowed the meat in his mouth and fell into deep thought. Since he was going to learn, he surely had to learn the strongest. Having read so many novels in his past life, Lin Mo knew very well that at the top of the hierarchy of magical professions stood 2 awe-inspiring attributes, light and darkness. If he could master both attributes, not only would it be impressive, but it would also be powerful. If he could combine light and darkness like the fire and earth dual system. Tisk, the imagery was too beautiful to behold. With that thought, Lin Mo raised his head and tentatively asked, Dad, Mom, since you've both spoken, can I learn the light attribute? Or perhaps the darkness attribute? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao and Suwon exchanged glances, revealing a hint of difficulty. What? Can't get the skill book? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. With the Lin family's financial resources, how could there still be basic skill books that they couldn't obtain? That's not the problem. Suwon sighed lightly, her tone becoming somewhat serious. Moer, you don't know. The light and darkness attributes, although referred to as the strongest magical systems, have extremely harsh requirements for talent. The basic skill books for these 2 systems are firmly controlled by the state and will not flow into the market. But that's not the main point. The main point is, without corresponding elemental affinity, forcibly learning the skills of these 2 systems can be fatal. Fatal. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Lin Tianhao took over, nodding gravely. For ordinary elements, even without corresponding affinity, you would at most just fail to learn, or the power would be greatly reduced. But light and darkness are different. If you lack the talent for holy light affinity, the moment the light element enters your body, it will cause your body to explode and die. As for the dark element, its corrosive nature is extremely strong. Without corresponding affinity, your mind will collapse instantly and you will become a mindless killer. Saying this, Lin Tianhao looked at Lin Mo earnestly and said, Son, although you have talent, you lack the corresponding affinity. We don't want you to gamble your life on such probabilities, do you understand? Suwon quickly added, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, Moer, you are already very outstanding. You have mastered the fire and earth dual systems to perfection. With your talent, even if you only excel in ordinary elements, you will be able to stand atop the world as a powerful mage in the future. There's no need for you to take such life-threatening risks for a skill. Lin Qianhao pondered for a moment and added, if you really have an obsession with the light and darkness systems, there are still opportunities in the future. Once your level is high enough beyond level 100, your elemental powers will theoretically be sufficient to resist the invasion of light and dark elements, and there will be no life-threatening risk. As for now, listen to your dad's advice, it's too early. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back after hearing this. Goodness! Exploding to death. Becoming a madman? He wanted to grow stronger, but he didn't want to end up cold. Let's just forget about it and talk about it later. With that thought, Lin Mo quickly waved his hand, a look of fear on his face. All right, let's stop. Since it's so dangerous, then forget it. Seeing her son heed her advice, Su Wan obviously breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, since light and darkness won't work, how about learning the thunder system? The thunder system? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Su Wan nodded. That's right, the thunder system is a rare attribute second only to light and darkness, possessing extremely high burst output and attack speed. The basic skill books for the thunder system are quite expensive in the market, but our family is not short on money. More think about it. After hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The thunder system is great. In this day and age, who doesn't dream of controlling lightning? Just then, Fireball suddenly popped up. Fireball, scoffed in terms of burst, the fire system is undoubtedly the king of all magic. Thunder system? It's just a sound, go sit at the children's table, don't come near us. Fireball looked disdainful. Humph in the face of the great flames, lightning is just a little brother. That fleeting thing has the nerve to compare with the eternal flames. Shut up. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. If you keep making noise, there won't be any fire dragon liver for the next meal. Fireball was stunned, gritting its teeth, and ultimately chose to go silent. Having dealt with the troublemaker, Lin Mo raised his head and said, Mom, I think the thunder system is pretty good, it's cool. Let's go with that. Great. Su Wan smiled and said, you'll have someone fetch it and send it to your room later. Alright, Mom. Lin Mo wiped his mouth and casually asked, by the way, Mom, do we have any other basic mid-level skill books for the fire and earth systems at home? I want to take a few to study. In fact, Lin Mo was quite curious. With such user-friendly skills, what would happen if he fed them skill books?
Yes. Su Wan nodded and said, we have plenty of skill books at home. You'll have someone send them all over later. Although skill books are valuable in the market, even basic skill books can be quite expensive.
But with the Lin family's financial resources, we can have as many as we want. Then thank you, Mom. Lin Mo stood up contentedly. I'll head back to my room to rest and prepare for tomorrow's big exam. After Lin Mo left, the restaurant fell silent once more. Su Wan paused and looked at Lin Qianhao beside her. Old Lin, tomorrow is the big exam. Yes, indeed. Lin Qianhao exhaled a puff of smoke. With Moer's strength now, getting the top score in the city is like reaching into a bag. We just need to go there to applaud him. Su Wan rolled her eyes at him. I'm not talking about that. What good is it to get the top score in the city? That old classmate of yours, Su Wenchang, I remember, he seems to be an admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class at the Kyoto Tianlong Academy, right? Give him a call and invite him to come to Jianghai City to see this big exam. Lin Qianhao was taken aback upon hearing this. The Dragon Sequence class. That class only recruits individuals with S-level talent or higher, and they also consider performance in the big exam. S-level is just the threshold. This year Jianghai City only produced Xiao Yu with S-level talent. Su Wan directly interrupted Lin Qianhao at this point. Old Lin, are you out of your mind? What does Xiao Yu from the Zhao family have to do with this? Who does he think he is to warrant a special visit? I was talking about our Moer. Do you think Moer's talent is any worse than that so-called S-level? Are you blind? Su Wan's series of sharp words made Lin Qianhao shrink his neck. Cough cough. Dear, calm down, I didn't mean it like that. Of course I know our son is amazing. I'm just worried that old Su might not see the light and refuse to come. Suwon scoffed. Anyway, my mower must enter the dragon sequence class. You have to bring him even if you have to tie him up. Alright, you'll call him later. Lin Tianhao quickly replied. Inside Lin Mo's bedroom, the floor was covered with various skill books of fire and earth elements, each quite valuable. He sat cross-legged in the center of the carpet holding a mid-tier fire skill book titled Blazing Fire Pillar. It's impossible to learn forbidden spells directly as there are no skill books for them, but learning some mid-tier skills isn't bad. After all, each one costs 500,000. Lin Mo thought with anticipation. Blazing Fire Pillar is a good skill that can shoot out high-pressure fire pillars from a fixed point on the ground. Combined with a skill like Earth Flow Wall, which alters the terrain, it can completely trap monsters and turn them into roasted delicacies. Alright, let's learn it. Lin Mo focused his mind, and the skill book in his hands transformed into a crimson stream of light diving straight into his glabella. The fireball skill, which had been dozing, saw this stream of light and reacted like a hungry wolf encountering fresh meat. Without any hesitation, the fireball skill transformed into a ravenous wolf, pouncing forward to devour the glowing orb that represented Blazing Fire Pillar. Learning failed. Your skill Fireball has devoured Blazing Fire Pillar. Fireball multiple exploding fireballs and exploding flame spiral Dragon Ball proficiency has greatly increased. Current skill levels: Fireball LV 17 has reached the current limit. Multiple exploding fireballs LV 13, exploding flame spiral Dragon Ball LV 5. Looking at this series of prompts, Lin Mo was stunned for 2 seconds. Wait, a mid-tier skill book costing 500,000 just improved skill proficiency. In this world, skill proficiency is a tough challenge. Ordinary practitioners need to use a skill hundreds or thousands of times to level up even once, and the skill level cannot exceed the practitioner's own level. Therefore, most people at this level typically have skills around LV 5, while those who reach LV 10 are considered hardcore gamers. But now, he had merely consumed a skill book and his skill level surged upward. Though the ability to boost proficiency with money is quite pleasant, it's an unexpected joy. Lin Mo's forehead throbbed. But what I want is to learn new skills. This wasteful thing, a skill book costing 500,000, just increases skill proficiency. The fireball skill burped innocently too. Too delicious, I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. Lin Mo sneered. Fine, I declare the fire dragon liver for tomorrow is cancelled, and the blazing rhinoceros is also cancelled. From now on you can drink the northwestern wind. The fireball skill panicked instantly. No. Daddy, no. Give me another chance, I promise I'll resist next time. Seeing this creature back down, Lin Mo finally suppressed his anger. He picked up another skill book, Blazing Fire Ring. If you dare to eat again, you can forget about eating meat for the rest of your life. Lin Mo clicked to learn again. The stream of light entered his body once more. In the skill bar, Fireball trembled and curled up in fear. It was trying hard to restrain itself, desperately enduring. However, the aura emitted by that stream of light held a deadly attraction for it. The fireball skill trembled all over. I can't eat. The fire dragon liver is too tempting. I must hold on, I must hold on. Fireball's eyes began to bleed, its rationality crumbling. The fireball skill gradually went insane. But it's provoking me. My territory only allows one Lord of Flames to exist. How can I allow others to sleep beside me? Hello. It only lasted 3 seconds. Instinct completely overpowered reason. Learning failed. Your skill Fireball has devoured Blazing Fire Ring. Fireball multiple exploding fireballs and exploding flame spiral Dragon Ball proficiency has greatly increased. Current skill level: Fireball LV 17 has reached the current limit. Multiple exploding fireballs LV 16. Exploding Flame Spiral Dragon Ball LV. 10. Lin Mo's eye twitched and he laughed in anger. Good, very good, you're done for, your life is over. The fireball skill was somewhat distraught. It was terrified at the thought of never having fire dragon liver again. I can't control myself. This isn't my fault. At this moment the Earth Shield skill, which had been silently watching, suddenly jumped out. The Earth Shield skill shouted indignantly, Master, it did it on purpose. Earth Shield accused loudly, what do you mean you can't control yourself? That's just an excuse. It completely disregards the Master's words. Such a disloyal and ungrateful skill deserves to starve. The Earth Shield skill looked obedient. Master, please don't be angry, I am very obedient and definitely not like that reckless one who eats randomly. Lin Mo glanced at the skill icon of Earth Shield and raised an eyebrow. Alright, little Earth, you do understand. Since you're so obedient, show your older brother how it's done. This is Earth Spike. Learning it will allow you to attack and defend. Come on, master it and show your brother what it means to be obedient. The Earth Shield skill replied confidently, no problem, master. I guarantee I will complete the task. Fireball began to feel uneasy upon seeing this. It couldn't be sure whether Earth Shield, the old sixth, could control itself. If Earth Shield could control itself, wouldn't that mean there would be no more fire dragon liver to eat? After all, the master was about to learn a new lightning skill. Lin Mo didn't waste words and directly clicked to learn. A yellow-brown stream of light drilled into his glabella. In that instant the Earth Shield skill, which had been so confident just a second ago, suddenly became frantic. It felt a certain invasive presence, a sense of threat, wanting to establish new rules in its territory. Learning failed. Your skill Earth Shield has devoured Earth Spike. Earth Shield, Earth Flow Wall and Earth Stealth proficiency has greatly increased. The air suddenly went silent. The Fireball skill, which had just been worried, paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. The Fireball skill rolled on the ground laughing, ha ha ha. Obedient. Show me how it's done. The Fireball skill mercilessly mocked, you coward. You ate faster than I did. How dare you say anything to me? Earth Shield was left dazed after devouring Earth Spike, filled with disbelief. It huddled in a corner looking down at its own body as if it had made a grave mistake. Lin Mo observed this scene, falling into deep contemplation. He didn't lose his temper but calmly asked, Little Earth, you can't control yourself either? The Earth Shield skill cried, Master, I really can't control myself. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Mo completely understood. It seems that the personified skills also possess exclusivity. Within him, each elemental category can only have one ruler. Any incoming skill book of the same type will trigger an instinctive territorial awareness. However, new skills of different elements are different. For example, the lightning basic skill Lightning Strike, which he needs to learn after reaching level 20, theoretically can be learned normally since there is still no ruler in the lightning element. Thinking of this, Lin Mo shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. So it means, for the rest of my life I am destined to be unable to learn new skills of the same type through skill books. But he quickly felt relieved. After all, others have to rely on day and night of hard work to improve their skill proficiency. But he didn't have to, he just needed to spend money. Having understood this, Lin Mo waved his hand, pushing all the remaining skill books on the floor in front of him. Then let's max out all the skill levels first. 10 minutes later. Lin Mo looked at the refreshed skill panel, nodding in satisfaction. Fireball LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Multiple exploding fireballs LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Exploding flame spiral dragon ball LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Earth shield LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Earth flow wall LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Earth stealth LV. 17 has reached the current limit. Lava battle armor LV. 17 has reached the current limit. All skills were raised to the same level as Lin Mo's own level, which is LV 17. If others found out about this, they would surely be envious to the point of dropping their eyeballs. They had to repeatedly use skills day and night to improve proficiency, while Lin Mo achieved it instantly with money.
Finally, Lin Mo took one last look at the skill book Lightning Strike. Still 3 levels away from learning the lightning element. The rarest magic system besides light and dark, known for its strongest burst and fastest speed.
I hope it brings some surprises when the time comes. The next morning, Lin Mo, still drowsy, turned over and reached for the nightstand. A maid who had been waiting immediately handed him a cup of warm honey water. "Young master, drink some water." Lin Mo cleared his throat and finally woke up completely. He stretched comfortably. So refreshing, this sleep had left him utterly invigorated. Habitually, Lin Mo focused his thoughts and opened his personal attribute panel. Name: Lin Mo. Profession: Mage. Level: LV 1792. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and unconsciously glanced at the skill bar. Fireball technique. Yawn, looking exhausted yet profoundly satisfied. Ah. Is this the feeling of dawn? Fireball technique. Glanced at Lin Mo. Awake. I wiped out all the wild monsters in that area last night. Fireball technique. Said proudly, no need to thank me, this is all necessary accumulation on the path to forbidden spells. Status: Sage mode. After extreme excitement, a little sleepy but still able to fight. Urgently needs fire element food. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Little fire, oh little fire. If conditions allowed, I would definitely award you the Best Spellcaster of the Year trophy and have you paraded with a big red flower. Fireball technique. Snorted, just a false name, I don't care about that, what I care about is power. Alright. Lin Mo, in great spirits, got out of bed. Soon after finishing his morning routine, Lin Mo hummed a tune and arrived at the dining room. Lin Tianhao and his wife were already seated. Today's atmosphere was more solemn than usual. Lin Tianhao was dressed in a crisp military uniform adorned with rows of dazzling medals, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect. Su Wan also wore a dignified black long dress, her hair elegantly styled, looking both graceful and capable. Dad, Mom, good morning. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down casually, grabbing a piece of toast. Why so formal today?
If I didn't know better, I would think you were being promoted to City Lord today. Lin Tianhao's eye twitched and he said sternly, "You little brat, today is a major exam, the whole city is watching, I am one of the examiners, how can I not dress formally?"
Su Wan served Lin Mo a bowl of crimson flame beef brisket porridge, gently saying, "Eat more, the exam is physically demanding, don't let yourself go hungry later." "Thank you, Mom." Lin Mo took the porridge and happily took a sip. Lin Tianhao then reminded, "By the way, Lin Mo, the admissions officer from the Tianlong Academy's Dragon Sequence class will be coming today, so make sure to perform well." Dragon Sequence class? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is it very impressive? Lin Tianhao chuckled. "Son, let me put it this way. In the entire Long Kingdom, the number of candidates participating in the professional examination each year is in the millions. To be admitted to Tianlong Academy is to be a Ancient Millennium genius. And the Dragon Sequence class never admits more than 20 students a year." Hiss! Lin Mo gasped upon hearing this. That is indeed quite impressive. Of course. Lin Tianhao continued, "Once you enter this class, it's equivalent to joining the privileged class of the nation, even enjoying privileges of deferred approval while in school, do you understand?" Got it, Dad, don't worry, it'll definitely make you proud." Lin Mo said vaguely while drinking his porridge. For him, the major exam was just to bring honor to his parents, anywhere would suffice. After all, the skills would upgrade themselves and he would comprehend them on his own. Seeing his son so confident, Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged glances filled with pride. Good. That's the spirit. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily, standing up to pat Lin Mo's shoulder. "Since you have confidence, then I can rest easy." Su Wan also stood up, tidying Lin Mo's collar gently, saying, "Just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter if you get into the dragon sequence class or not, you are the best in your parents' hearts." Lin Tianhao glanced at his watch, his expression turning serious. "All right, it's almost time. Your mother and I need to head over to oversee the exam. After all, today is a significant day. As official high-ranking members, we must arrive early to inspect the exam venue. You just finish your breakfast and take the family car over." Lin Mo nodded. "Okay, you both go ahead." Elite slowly. Jianghai City Professional Exam Monitoring Command Center. In the massive circular hall, hundreds of high-definition screens monitored every corner of the exam site in real time. Lin Tianhao and his wife had already arrived in the VIP monitoring room on the second floor. Just then a slightly lazy voice sounded. "Old Lin, you tricked me into coming from Kyoto. If I end up seeing nothing, I won't let you off easily." Lin Tianhao turned to look. Su Wenchang was walking over holding 2 walnuts. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? How many years of friendship do we have? When have I ever let you down?" Lin Tianhao laughed heartily and went to greet him. Su Wenchang rolled his eyes and plopped down on the sofa. "Come on, what can your mouth promise? Still talking about your son mastering a total of 4 skills in both fire and earth elements, saying he can hit anything he points at? You think this is a novel? Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that we shared a bunk bed back in the day, I definitely wouldn't have come." Lin Tianhao merely smiled mysteriously and poured a cup of tea for Su Wenchang. "Whether it's a novel or not, you'll find out when the exam starts. I have one thing to say: if my son doesn't get into the dragon sequence class today, it will be your greatest loss in this lifetime. It's a loss for the country. Don't start adding value to me." While the two were bantering, Zhao Lei also arrived with several aides. His gaze immediately fell on Su Wenchang, his pupils slightly narrowing, clearly surprised. "Oh, isn't this old Su? What brings you here?" He couldn't figure out why Su Wenchang would appear here. Could it be for his strength-talented son? Thinking of this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy. It seems that he had enough face to not even call anyone over, and Su had come over excitedly. Su Wenchang heard the voice and slightly turned his head. The 3 of them were classmates from the same university back in the day. At that time, Lin Tianhao was recognized as the battle maniac of the school, with strength that was in a league of its own. As for Zhao Lei, he was the perennial second best, always overshadowed by Lin Tianhao. Su Wenchang, on the other hand, was the onlooker who enjoyed the show. For decades, Zhao Lei had harbored a desire to beat Lin Tianhao, which was no secret among old classmates. "Ha ha ha, old Zhao, long time no see." Su Wenchang did not stand up, just smiled lightly and said, "I was invited by old Lin." "Invited? By old Lin?" Zhao Lei was taken aback, his tone becoming a bit strange. "Hold, Su, you can't be joking, right?" Su Wenchang shrugged. "Yeah, old Lin praised his son to the skies, claiming he's a unseen millennium talent, insisting that I come to witness it." Pfft! Zhao Lei couldn't help but burst out laughing. He retracted his hand, adjusted his collar, and then plopped down on the sofa on the other side. "Old Lin, what is the dragon sequence class?" "That's a place that looks at hard strength." "You invited old Su, are you trying to pull strings? Or do you mean you prepared a disposable skill scroll for Lin Mo trying to cheat?" Zhao Lei said this, then seriously warned, "I advise you not to have such thoughts. The consequences of cheating in the exam are severe." Lin Tianhao didn't even lift his eyelids, blowing at the steam rising from his teacup. "Zhao Lei, your vision is just this limited. Always suspecting others of having ulterior motives. No wonder you couldn't catch up to me back then. Now, in the next generation, you won't be able to catch up either. You..." Zhao Lei's expression darkened. But soon he regained his composure, snorting coldly, "You'll see what extraordinary performance your son has later." After saying this, Zhao Lei ignored Lin Tianhao and turned to Su Wenchang. "Hold, Su, I suggest you pay more attention to my son Zhao Yu. Rank fire element, affinity flame mage. I have been giving him devilish training these days. His skill proficiency, his casting speed, tsk. Zhao Lei gave a thumbs up, pride on his face. He is definitely the top candidate in Jianghai City this year. Su Wencheng listened to Zhao Lei's bragging, politely smiled. S-Rank Fire Mage is indeed impressive. However, the Dragon Sequence class looks at fate and on-site performance. Let's just wait and see, no rush. Su Wencheng's response was evasive, neither agreeing nor completely rejecting a typical perfunctory remark. Seeing this, Zhao Lei leaned back on the sofa. He felt overjoyed inside. Originally his S-Rank-talented son had no chance to showcase himself to the admissions officer of the Dragon Sequence class. Now with Lin Tianhao inviting Su Wencheng over, it was all good. No matter how extraordinary Lin Mo the Blank Mage was, how far could he go? He surely wouldn't catch the eye of the admissions officer, instead giving his son Zhao Yu an excellent stage to showcase himself. This was a divine assist. Thinking of this, Zhao Lei picked up his phone and edited a message to his son Zhao Yu. Son, perform well later. The admissions officer from the Dragon Sequence class is here. In the heart of Jianghai City, at the examination ground for practitioners, a black stretched limousine bearing a military plate came to a poised halt before the main gate. The door opened and a long, graceful leg stepped out first. Yi Hongyu approached the rear seat, respectfully opened the door and courteously steadied the roof frame with her hand. Young master, we have arrived. Lin Mo yawned as he climbed out of the car. That languid yet subtly aristocratic manner immediately drew a number of curious glances from those nearby. That must be the Lin family's young master, right? I heard his awakening is a blank slate. Should keep your voice down. His father is Commander Lin Tianhao of Jianghai City. Even without an awakening, he'll never want for anything. Yi Hongyu stood beside Lin Mo and spoke softly. Young master, ahead is the examination area for offensive professions. The tank and support tests are on the other side. Lin Mo nodded, stretched, and said lazily, all right, I know. Thanks, Sister Yi. I'll go in first. I'll wait for you outside, she replied. Yi Hongyu bowed slightly, then stood by the car to watch Lin Mo stride toward the exam gate. A long line had already formed at the security checkpoint. Lin Mo, however, walked through the VIP lane, which lay empty before him. Two uniformed attendants were on duty for the security screening, one male and one female. Hello, please present your admission ticket. The male attendant extended his hand in a procedural manner. Lin Mo handed over the ticket. The attendant glanced at the name and stammered, Lin Mo? The female attendant, who had been organizing materials nearby, immediately approached and appraised him with keen eyes. Oh my, are you the son of Commander Lin Tianhao? Lin Mo nodded with composure. Yes, that's me. Is the photo not much like the real thing? No, you're even more handsome in person, the woman replied with an ingratiating smile. Both driven by curiosity involuntarily activated their detection technique. The male attendant could not contain himself and blurted, holy! Level 17. In past years a level 15 candidate had been remarkable enough. They had already been astonished by Zhao Yu at level 16 a moment before, and now a level 17 appeared. The two exchanged looks, each reflecting the other's shock. Is this the power of an influential family? They had simply elevated an unawakened mage to a level that eclipsed everyone else. The male attendant, trained to maintain composure, quickly quelled his expression of amazement. Young Master Lin, my apologies. No wonder you are Commander Lin's son, like father like son. He gestured toward the metal detector and said respectfully, this is a routine security scanner. You only need to stand beneath the light curtain for 5 seconds. It will be very quick. Lin Mo took back his admission ticket and nodded. All right, no problem. He then stepped toward the scanner. The moment he entered the curtain of light, a soft hum. A pale blue beam descended from overhead. At that instant his earth shield, Shu, sent an alert of imminent disturbance. In the next breath a tawny spherical shield enveloped Lin Mo, sealing him from the outside world and cutting off all light. The two attendants exchanged another startled glance. What was happening? It was only a security check. Was young Master Lin being overly cautious? Heir. Young Master Lin, this is merely to detect contraband and to ensure equipment quality does not exceed bronze level. The attendant stammered, addressing the shielded figure. Inside the barrier, Lin Mo pressed a hand to his forehead, incredulous. A mere security inspection turned into such a spectacle as strangers would think he was terrified of dying. Ahem, sorry about that. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly, then consciously dispelled the skill. I've been leveling aggressively lately, my nerves are frayed. I overreacted, my apologies. He scolded the earth shield in his mind, little shield, don't be so jumpy, okay? One day you won't get me killed by enemies, you'll scare me to death instead. The earth shield replied plaintively in his mind that it had only acted out of concern for its master. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, too indifferent to argue with the cowardly charm of his own skill. All right, young Master Lin, the check is complete. You may proceed. The attendants glanced at the monitor and granted him passage. Lin Mo nodded and moved into the exam passage. As they watched his retreating figure, the two attendants whispered among themselves. My goodness, is that how cautious the wealthy are? Putting up a shield for a security check. If I were the Lin family's son, I'd be even more cautious. True. Beyond the corridor, Lin Mo entered a vast open-air plaza where many examinees had already gathered in loose clusters. His arrival instantly drew attention. Among Jianghai City's peers, the name Lin Mo resonated with considerable weight. Lin Mo? A familiar voice called from behind. The crowd instinctively opened a path. Xiao Yu strode forward amid his entourage. Level 17, not bad at all. Lin Mo turned and, recognizing him, replied offhandedly, Oh. Isn't that Brother Zhao? Anything you need? Xiao Yu smiled lightly and said, I'm just reminding you that inside the exam hall your father's men won't be there to shield you. You should take care once you go in. If you need to forfeit the exam, then do so. An unawakened mage has little reason to be here. The surrounding examinees cast mutters and sideways looks. Lin Mo's expression remained cool. He answered mildly, Thanks for your concern, Zhao, but perhaps you should worry more about yourself.
After all, I'm an unawakened mage. If I fail, it will be expected. But you are in strength prodigy. If you don't achieve a high score later, then Uncle Zhao's face won't have a place to put itself.
Xiao Yu's manufactured smile froze. He opened his mouth but could not summon a retort. That logic was infuriatingly sound. Lin Mo grew bored and, hands in his pockets, strolled indolently toward a corner of the rest area. Don't be angry, Zhao, don't be angry. No need to bother with someone like that, a follower purred, trying to soothe him. Lin Mo just talks big. We all know how he managed to get to level 17, an empty prestige with nothing behind it. Exactly, another follower chimed in. Zhao, you're the prodigy headed for Jingdu Tianlong Academy. Lin Mo will most likely be stuck in Jianghai City his whole life. Not even the same world, why stoop to his level? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression eased somewhat. He accepted a water bottle from a flunky, took a sip and snorted coldly. Tianlong Academy? Humph, that's just the baseline. A gleam flashed in his eyes. My goal is the Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy. Dragon Sequence class? Those around him were taken aback. Brother Zhao, the Dragon Sequence class is the highest reserve echelon of Longgua's forces. Do their recruiting officers even come to Jianghai City? I've heard the entry bar starts at S rank. Listening to his men, Zhao Yu raised his chin. Master Su Wenchang of the Dragon Sequence class has indeed come to Jianghai City, and he came for me. Huh. Brother Zhao is amazing. Brother Zhao, when you rise to glory, don't forget to bring your brothers along. Surrounded by such flattery, Zhao Yu's gloom evaporated and the haughty confidence returned. Humph, how could sparrows comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Lin Mo, this frog in a well, will never know how vast the true world really is. Fireball Art grumbled irritably. What does that brat's gaze mean? Is he daring to scorn this sovereign? Fireball Art raged, leaping about wildly. This sovereign despises arrogant know-nothings most of all. His fire elemental affinity is as feeble as a matchstick's flicker, yet he struts about like some grand predator. Calm down, Xiaohua. Patience, we'll have our chance soon enough, Lin Mo murmured inwardly, unruffled. According to the annual Grand Examination regulations, the first phase is typically an individual trial, but the second phase usually features PvP combat, though specific rules vary each year. Upon hearing this, Fireball Art erupted in crackling flames. And Fireball Art clenched its fists eagerly. Excellent. This sovereign's blade has long thirsted for battle. Earth Shield Art spoke meekly. Combat against other humans. Humans are far more ferocious than wild beasts. Master, perhaps we should simply skip Phase 2 altogether. The moment those words left its mouth, Fireball Art instantly flared into fury, before Lin Mo could even speak. Fireball Art shot forth a blazing tendril, pointing accusingly at Earth Shield Art. Silence, you spineless coward. You've shamed the entire realm of arts.
Earth Shield Art pouted miserably. I'm only concerned for Master's safety. That Zhao Yu looks terrifying. As the two arts teetered on the brink of another quarrel.
Lin Mo once again stepped in as peacemaker. Enough, Xiaohua, rein in that fiery temper. Your brothers, both worthy and noble, treat each other with kindness and respect. And you shall too, Lin Mo added, voice firming slightly. Your current defensive resilience is absolute. Should Zhao Yu somehow breach it, I'll write my surname, Lin, backward. So what in blazes are you afraid of? Under Lin Mo's gentle but unyielding guidance, the two arts finally settled. Just then, silence, now a commanding voice thundered across the entire plaza. All heads lifted. Upon the elevated dais at the plaza's center stood a towering, broad-shouldered figure. And that's Zhang Taijun, the deputy commander of Jianghai City's urban defense force, nicknamed Iron Wall Lion. Someone recognized him and whispered in awe. And Zhang Taijun's expression remained stern and impassive. His voice boomed like temple bells. I am Zhang Taijun, chief examiner of this grand examination. I'll spare you needless rhetoric. Since you stand here, cast aside all frivolity and levity, then, this is not a playground, it is both examination hall and battlefield. You will one day face monstrous horrors and the abyss itself. If you cannot muster even this measure of solemnity, go home now and sip milk from a bottle. And Yi's stern rebuke sent shivers through the crowd, and many students instinctively hunched their shoulders, faces tightening with tension. Zhang Taijun nodded faintly at their reaction, then raised his voice. Now, announced the examination rules. Then, this grand examination consists of two phases. Phase 1, the trial tower. Then as he spoke, the plaza's earth trembled violently. And dozens of obsidian towers, each soaring over 30 meters, rose slowly from beneath the ground. The trial tower contains 30 floors. Each floor spawns different species and tiers of monsters, and the rule is simple: clear a floor, earn 100 points. Final ranking shall be determined first by total points, ties broken by shortest completion time, and only the top 200 candidates after Phase 1 will advance to Phase 2. At the phrase top 200, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. And this year's Jianghai City cohort numbered in the tens of thousands, only 200 would proceed. The attrition rate was merciless. Unmoved by the commotion below, Zhang Taijun continued, as for Phase 2, the 200 qualified candidates will be teleported randomly into the Mistfall wastelands. There, a high-tier wind art practitioner stationed outside will summon a vortex storm. Its perimeter will steadily contract over time. Do not attempt to cross it. To do so is to be torn asunder instantly. In Phase 2 slaying common beasts yields 10 points, elite beasts grant 20. Here Zhang Taijun paused, and a palpable aura of lethality surged forth. Of course, beyond beasts there exists a swifter path to points, defeating fellow candidates. Defeat a candidate, you immediately seize all points they hold, and now stunned silence shattered into chaotic murmurs. Seize all points. It meant no matter how many beasts you slew early on, if you were ambushed and stripped bare at the end, every point became another's triumph. Watching the candidates' shifting expressions, Zhang Tiejuan's voice turned icy. Fear not for lives lost, and every examinee bears the soul ward, a protective enchantment binding them throughout the exam. Should you suffer fatal injury, the ward activates automatically, sustaining you until the exam concludes. Yet such activation also means immediate disqualification. Now, all candidates line up by admission number and enter the trial towers. Then, the grand examination begins. Then Lin Mo listened calmly to the full regulations, his expression utterly unchanged. After all, it was merely monster slaying, and manslaying. And he casually pulled out a pouch of fire elemental snacks and joined the queue toward the trial tower. NN Surveillance Command Center, 2nd floor VIP monitoring room.
The chamber gleamed with opulent refinement. Even attendants stood ready to serve tea. Su Wenchang sat centered upon the principal sofa, Lin Qianhao and his wife occupied one side, Zhao Wei the other. Though outwardly cordial, undercurrents churned fiercely.
It begins, and Lin Qianhao straightened as the main screen displayed candidates filing in. He turned to a technical aide behind him and issued a quiet order. With a few keystrokes, the aide magnified Lin Mo's internal trial tower feed, until it filled the entire screen. On screen, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the floor, snacking idly. Your son seems remarkably relaxed, Su Wenchang remarked offhand. Lin Qianhao's face flushed faintly. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Old Su, my boy, simply possesses exceptional composure. That's the Taoist virtue of unshaken countenance, even as mountains crumble before one's eyes. Ha ha ha, excellent. Unshaken countenance even as mountains crumble. Today's youth are too often wound-tight. How refreshing to encounter one so delightfully unconventional. Zhao Lei, overhearing, bristled. Relaxed. Unshaken. That was sheer apathy, willful surrender. Zhao Lei snorted coldly and instructed another aide, bring up Zhao Yu's feed and, yes, Commander Zhao. Instantly Zhao Yu's feed appeared beside Lin Mo's, both centered prominently on the screen. And Zhao Yu stood poised, staff in hand, his gaze sharp and hawk-like, his bearing taut with disciplined intensity. The contrast between the two frames could not have been starker. And Zhao Lei pointed meaningfully at the screen. Old Su, behold the proper attitude for a grand examination. Even a lion commits its full strength to slay a hare. That is the hallmark of an elite professional, never lax, never complacent even before the weakest foe. Glancing sidelong at Lin Qianhao, Zhao Lei added, dripping with irony, unlike certain individuals who treat the examination hall like an amusement park, such carelessness will cost dearly on the true battlefield. Lin Qianhao bristled instantly. Zhao Lei, don't twist this into some ideological crusade. And must one wear a grimace while slaughtering mere pests? How exhausting. One might mistake him for battling an abyssal boss. And my son embodies effortless mastery. Do you even comprehend that concept? Yan Zhao Lei shot Lin Qianhao a venomous glare. Effortless mastery? I call it sheer negligence. And so what if it is? Dare you race him, who clears the tower faster? Lin Qianhao retorted, jaw set defiantly. Seeing the two old classmates verge on open squabble, Su Wenchang swiftly intervened. Enough, you're both seasoned men, not schoolboys bickering in the courtyard. Look closely, Su Wenchang said, eyes dancing between the twin screens with warm amusement. One is a prodigy of rare genius, effortless, luminous, untethered. The other, a paragon of foundational rigor, unwavering discipline and meticulous craft. And each shines with distinct brilliance. Let us watch on, the trial tower has yet to awaken. The finest drama lies ahead. Humph! Then both Lin Tianhao and Zhao Lei snorted in unison, then turned away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. Yet though Su Wenchang spoke evenly, his gaze lingered longer, far longer, upon Lin Mo's feet. After all, in decades of overseeing the Longshu class recruitment, he had never seen a single student dare project such profound unflinching nonchalance, right beneath the scrutinizing eyes of the examiners. The first layer of the trial tower, the internal space where Lin Mo is located. It is an exceptionally spacious enclosed hall with an area of about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding walls are made of an unknown black metal emanating a cold aura. Attention examinees! A broadcast sound echoed. The first layer of monsters will arrive on the battlefield through the teleportation array in 60 seconds. Please adjust your combat status. On the right side of the hall there is a basic supply box containing low-level mana potions and life potions available for use as needed. The countdown begins. 59, 58. Lin Mo glanced at the teleportation array in the distance. It seems like a simple test of the output abilities of those in damage-dealing professions. Monsters will arrive through the array in each layer. Fireball technique bounced with excitement. Hurry, hurry, where are the monsters? I will turn this place into a crimson hell. He, let those ants wail in the flames. Lin Mo couldn't help but retort. I say, little fire, can't we do without the villainous laughter? Fireball technique scoffed disdainfully. Humph! Boring human. In this world violence is truth and destruction is eternal. What do you know? Lin Mo sighed and said, all right, but can we not laugh like a villain every time? Earth shield technique weakly interjected. Exactly, big brother, you're too violent. Can't you be a bit more composed like me? Fireball technique sneered, learn from you. Go up to the sky with us? Earth shield technique raised its head defiantly. That was an accident, do you understand? Enough of the noise, the exam has started. Lin Mo interrupted the argument of the skills. Meanwhile, the 1-minute countdown officially reached 0. Buzz! The teleportation array at the end of the hall suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The space twisted and several small ugly figures slowly emerged. 5 creatures with rusted iron rods and greenish skin rushed out from the array. Goblin Warrior LV. 5 Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Only level 5. Still novice monsters, goblins. But thinking about it, that's normal since this is just the first layer. Forget it, little fire, send them on their way. Fireball technique instantly surged with flames emitting a chillingly eerie laugh. He. They have finally arrived. Next, turn to ashes in despair. A fireball quickly formed in front of Lin Mo. Go! Lin Mo mumbled indistinctly while chewing on snacks. The fireball, trailing a long tail of flames, whizzed toward the goblins who had just steadied themselves. Just then, rumble. The ground in front of Lin Mo suddenly trembled. A heavy earthen wall rose up 2 meters in front of him, shielding him behind it. However, it also blocked the fireball that was ready to wreak havoc. Bang! Sparks flew and dust filled the air. The 5 goblins preparing to charge looked a bit confused. What is that human doing? The human's tactics. Have they become this abstract now? Behind the earthen wall, Lin Mo's lips twitched wildly. Fireball technique was stunned. Fireball technique completely exploded with anger. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Why did you stop me? Fireball technique continued to output. I just shouted turn to ashes and you pulled this stunt on me? Do I not have any pride? Facing the elder brother's roar, Earth shield technique explained softly. Earth shield technique curled up weakly. I was just worried those monsters would hurt the master. Fireball technique roared, hurt the master? With those trash? Are you questioning my strength? Earth shield technique murmured, safety first. As long as the master is fine. Besides, look, my wall can't be blown up even by you, which shows I'm really strong. Fireball technique, I will kill you. Enough. Lin Mo slapped his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rising. Can you all calm down? This is an exam live stream to the whole city. Can you leave me some face? Lin Mo took a deep breath and said calmly, Little Earth, let's be reasonable. Your original intention is good, but you need to understand the situation. With those level 5 small monsters, it's completely unnecessary to use the earth flow wall. Besides, if you must use it, you should wait for your elder brother to go out first. Do you understand the coordination? After being scolded by the master, Earth Shield technique completely wilted. Earth Shield technique lowered its head in guilt. Sorry, master. I was just too nervous. I was wrong. Seeing Lin Mo on his side, Fireball technique wore a smug look. Fireball technique laughed with hands on hips. Did you hear that, coward? Hurry and clear the way. Don't block my output. Earth Shield technique drew circles in grievance. Understood. Lin Mo turned to appease the irritable elder brother. Alright, little fire, you shouldn't take advantage of the situation. It's time to send those goblins on their way. At this moment, the goblins outside also reacted. Their intelligence was low and they did not understand what this human was doing. They only knew they wanted to kill all humans. Gaga. The goblins waved their iron rods, yelling and charging over. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold, and then he focused his mind. The thick earthen flow wall before him instantly transformed into quicksand, merging back into the ground. His vision suddenly cleared. The leading goblin raised its iron rod, revealing a sinister grin. Fireball technique sneered, laugh. Let's see how you cry later. Give me death. A blazing fireball quickly formed. As the fireball was shot out, it suddenly trembled violently. Multiple explosive fireball? What was originally a single fireball instantly transformed into 15 explosive fireballs, accurately locking onto the 5 pitiful goblins before it. Under the dual pressure of profession level and skill level, the goblins stood no chance of retaliation. Boom, 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 boom. Flames shot up to the sky and waves of heat rolled. In the narrow fan-shaped area, it instantly turned into a sea of fire. The 5 goblins were instantaneously refined. In the Professional Examination Monitoring Command Center VIP room. Good. 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 Zhao Lei suddenly slammed his thigh. He pointed at one of the screens, his face filled with pride and delight. Old Su. Did you see? My little you not only comprehended multiple explosive fireball but also split it into 5 fireballs, each accurately hitting. This kind of micro-operation, this kind of talent, Old Su, this is definitely the ceiling for examinees in this session from Jianghai City. However, the expected praise from Old Su did not come. Old Su. Zhao Lei was slightly puzzled, turning to look at Su Wenchang. Shut up. Su Wenchang suddenly spoke, then sternly ordered the technical staff rewind the footage of examinee Lin Mo for 10 seconds. Slow it down 10 times. Yes. The technical staff immediately complied. The screen switched instantly and time began to flow backward. Zhao Lei had just focused all his attention on his son Zhao Yu and didn't notice what was happening on Lin Mo's side. At this moment, seeing Old Su's expression, he keenly sensed that something was off. Could it be that Lin Mo was caught cheating? That would be great. On the screen, the footage began to play in slow motion. Under the tenfold slow motion lens, everyone clearly saw that the fireball trembled violently in the air and then began to split. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. This. Zhao Lei suddenly jumped up from the sofa. 10, 15. How is this even possible? Su Wenchang's mouth was slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. As the enrollment officer for the Dragon Sequence class of the Tianlong Academy, he had encountered countless talents. SS level elemental affinity. He had seen it all. Dual elemental affinity. He had seen that too. Even those monstrous beings with awakened companion spirit beasts were not unfamiliar to him.
However, a newly transitioned mage with no elemental affinity who can instantaneously cast a multiple exploding fireball without using a staff producing a terrifying total of 15 balls, had crossed into the blind spot of his knowledge.
At this moment on the other side, Su Wan subtly elbowed Lin Tianhao beside her, lowering her voice. "Oh Lin, look at Zhao Lei's face, it's as green as that goblin's." Lin Tianhao raised his teacup using the action of drinking to hide the slightly upturned corners of his mouth and whispered back, "Did you hear that, my dear? Just now he was bragging about his son being the best in Jianghai City, so what about our mower? The son?" Su Wan glared at him reproachfully. "Keep it low-key, don't laugh out loud." Just then Zhao Lei came to his senses and suddenly shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Cheating, this must be cheating." He turned around and coldly pointed at Lin Tianhao. "Lin Tianhao, do you still have any shame? To get your son into the Dragon Sequence class, did you really prepare skill scrolls for him? 15 instant casts. Do you think everyone present is an idiot? In history, which mage could achieve this at this time?" Facing Zhao Lei's accusation, Lin Tianhao replied leisurely, "Zhao Lei, food can be eaten randomly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Do you have evidence?" "Evidence? Just wait and see." Zhao Lei turned and commanded the staff in the examination room behind him, "Go bring over the staff responsible for Lin Mo's entrance security check. I want to interrogate them personally." "Yes. Yes. Commander Zhao." The staff trembled in fear and quickly ran out of the room. Su Wenchang also came to his senses, gazing deeply at Lin Tianhao. "Oh Lin, it seems your kid is not simple at all. He didn't say much about Zhao Lei's behavior. After all, he wanted to know whether Lin Mo was truly this talented, or if he was indeed cheating. Of course, old Su, I've said long ago, is there any need to deceive you?" Lin Tianhao's lips curled slightly. Zhao Lei sneered beside him. Keep pretending, just wait until the security staff arrives and we'll see how you end up." Lin Tianhao remained as steady as a mountain, even crossing his legs with confidence. His son relied on his own abilities to excel. What does that have to do with cheating? Before long, 2 staff members in uniforms were trembling as they were brought into the VIP room. They were the same man and woman who had conducted Lin Mo's security check at the entrance of the examination room. As soon as they entered, they felt the oppressive atmosphere in the room, which was charged with tension. Especially Commander Zhao, whose gaze was fierce enough to seem as if he wanted to devour someone. "Commander, you were looking for us?" the male staff member stuttered as he asked. Zhao Lei stood up and slowly approached the two. "You were responsible for Lin Mo's pre-examination check, right?" he questioned them coldly. The male staff member immediately trembled and hurriedly replied, "Zhao. Commander Zhao, yes, we were responsible for young Master Lin Mo." Zhao Lei raised his wrist and calmly adjusted his sleeve, speaking in a flat tone. "Did you check thoroughly when that Lin Mo entered?" We checked thoroughly, Commander Zhao. Everything complies with the regulations." The staff member responded. Zhao Lei stared at him coldly, warning, "They'll give you another chance, think carefully before you answer. Did you turn a blind eye during the pre-examination check on this candidate due to accepting bribes or being threatened by certain individuals? You must be very clear that the consequences of such behavior are very serious. Not only will you have your skin peeled off, but you might also spend the rest of your life in prison. Now confess, and it will be considered a self-surrender. Do you understand?" The 2 staff members were so frightened by this invisible pressure that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak. The male staff member took a deep breath and shouted, "Report to Commander Zhao. We can guarantee with our lives." The inspection process was absolutely compliant. There were no oversights. Young Master Lin Mo was wearing compliant equipment, and there were no illegal skill scrolls or props. Zhao Lei's eyes narrowed slightly, not immediately refuting. A few seconds later he coldly spoke, "No scrolls. Then tell me how he achieved the instant casting of 15 fireballs." This. The male staff member swallowed hard as if he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, although there were no scrolls, an incident did occur during the security check. At that time the device had just started emitting the detection light curtain and young Master Lin instantaneously cast the Earth Shield spell to block the light back. That speed was extremely fast, released at the moment the light curtain was emitted. After our explanation, young Master Lin voluntarily retracted the skill, and only then did we complete the check. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's brows furrowed tightly. He let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. You mean to say that Lin Mo, a student who has just transitioned for a few days, has mental acuity that surpasses the detection beam of a machine? Do you think I'm an idiot? Faced with Zhao Lei's pressure, the male staff member was sweating profusely on his forehead. Commander Zhao, I swear what I said is true. If you don't believe me, look, even the surveillance footage from that time is available. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a tablet and displayed the detection situation of Lin Mo during that period. Zhao Lei snatched the tablet away. Moments later his expression stiffened. Both the detection results and the surveillance footage were consistent with what the staff member had said. No skill scrolls or automatic protection props were found. Yet he managed to instantaneously cast the Earth Shield spell for defense in such a short time. Undoubtedly this was the instinct of combat, something that could not be faked. The room fell into a suffocating silence. All right, you may leave. Su Wenchang, who had not spoken all along, waved his hand. The two staff members felt as if they had been granted amnesty, bowed to the several bigwigs, and quickly fled the room. After the people left, Su Wenchang sighed. Old Lin, it seems your Lin Mo is indeed not simple at all, achieving this level in both earth and wood elements, even confidently casting spells without a staff. Everyone present understood what this meant. Casting spells without a staff is something that every mage can do. However, without a staff to guide the mental energy to the elements, the power will usually be inferior to that of staff-based casting and may even be greatly reduced. Only when one has extreme confidence in their control over themselves will a mage choose such a seemingly showy but actually difficult operation. In a staffless state, instantaneously casting 15 fireballs, the value of that. Su Wenchang clicked his tongue in amazement. Hearing Su Wenchang's praise, Lin Tianha's face was almost breaking into a flower of laughter. Alas, old Su, you can't praise him like that.
This kid is just too lazy to even pick up a staff. This is a major examination. What does this count as?
In this regard, my Lin Mo is indeed not as good as Zhao Yu from old Zhao's family side. Zhao Lei's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. He wasn't stupid. How could he not hear the underlying meaning in Lin Tianha's sarcastic remarks? This was clearly saying that his son struggled for half a day with a staff, yet couldn't compare to his son casting skills barehanded. This is just the first layer. There are still 29 more layers. I want to see how long Lin Mo can keep this up. Zhao Lei said coldly. All right, let's all tone it down a bit. Su Wenchang once again stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he said, which genius isn't confident? It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. As long as they have strength, anything they do is correct. Just then a staff member voiced a question. Young Master Lin. What is he doing? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked towards the monitoring screen. At this moment the second wave of monsters had been cleared, yet Lin Mo was still busy. He is building a wall inside the trial tower. In front of Lin Mo, the once empty teleportation array was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, the sixth earthen wall rose from the ground, closely connecting with the previous 5 walls. At this point the construction was declared complete. With the teleportation array at its center, 6 walls, each 5 meters high, formed a perfect hexagonal cage. It was like a bottomless pit, trapping the monster tightly within. The Earth Shield technique let out a long sigh of relief. Ah! This feels comfortable. Now I feel much more at ease. Lin Mo was also generous with his praise. Well done, Little Earth, this is how a mature skill should perform. You must understand we are a team not just for safety but more importantly for cooperation, got it? Only by trapping the monster can your hot-headed big brother output better damage. I have to say, although this Little Earth is a coward when it comes to infrastructure and defensive constructions, it's absolutely a master. This approach of nipping danger in the bud resonates deeply with him. Hearing the masters praise the icon of the Earth Shield technique glowed with happiness. The Earth Shield technique, nodded vigorously. I understand, Master. Cooperation. I want to cooperate well with Big Brother. However, on the other side of the skill bar, the Fireball technique wore a face of disdain. The Fireball technique, scoffed Humph, what's the point of making it so complicated? Things that I can solve with a single fireball, why build a pigsty for it? The flames of the Fireball technique started to flicker wildly. True strength always confronts things hidden. My flames are capable of devouring everything. Upon hearing this, the Earth Shield technique, which had just been basking in joy, suddenly felt wronged. It had worked hard to build several walls and now it was being belittled by its own big brother. The Earth Shield technique, cried out Master. Look at him. He just wants to undermine everything. That brute. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. All right, little fire, say a little less. You don't think if the monsters spread out you'd have to aim at each one individually? How tiring is that? Now that Little Earth has gathered them all together, you just need to throw your skills into that pit. What do you call that? This is called catching turtles in a jar. This is efficient monster farming. When using skills you must have a broader perspective, understand. The Fireball technique was momentarily taken aback, seemingly pondering this logic. A few seconds later the Fireball technique reluctantly accepted Humph. Although it sounds like an excuse, as long as it allows me to explode happily, I can accept it. At this moment an electronic countdown was also heard from the broadcast. 10 seconds until monster teleportation, almost there. Lin Mo adjusted himself into a comfortable position waiting for the arrival of the monsters. Buzz. The countdown ended. Within the small space tightly surrounded by 6 earthen walls, the teleportation array suddenly brightened. Immediately 10 figures slowly coalesced in the light. Goblin Warrior LV. 5 compared to the first wave of weak goblins, this batch was noticeably more robust. The rusty iron rods in their hands were replaced with spiked maces and their skin took on a deeper shade of dark green. These 10 goblin warriors stepped out of the array with a fierce rage and thirst for blood. Gah! Humans! Die! The leader of the goblin warriors let out a roar, swinging the mace in its hand. However, the next moment it raised its head in confusion, looking around. All directions were blocked off. They felt like frogs sitting in a well. Where is this? GUH. Have we changed prisons? The goblins looked at each other, their minds drifting back to their tumultuous past. Once upon a time they lived freely in the dark, damp caves, catching rats every day and occasionally disturbing humans, living a carefree life. Until one day ugly yet powerful humans barged into their caves and without a word tied them up. Soon followed was a life of imprisonment without light. In that cold dungeon they honed their maces day and night, dreaming of the day they could regain their freedom and kill at will. Until today. Those humans brought them out of the dungeon and soon after a mysterious light summoned them. They thought it was the horn of freedom and the beginning of revenge. But what happened? Changed to another cell? Just then a dazzling red light suddenly lit up above them. They looked up. It was a fireball, blazing and bright, filled with the aura of destruction. Rain. Screech. The goblins let out terrified screams. They wanted to escape, but the high walls surrounded them, leaving no way to retreat. This was a meticulously designed execution ground for slaughter. The Fireball technique let out a mad laugh. Ugly monsters, feel the wrath from the sky. Boom 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 boom. The violent explosion reverberated within the earthen walls. The terrifying shockwave was tightly locked in and the energy with nowhere to vent could only accumulate inside. Flames rolled in the narrow space, igniting every inch of air. Those 10 pitiful goblin warriors were instantly turned to ash. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. The second level has been cleared. Time taken 3 seconds. Please prepare, you will enter the third level in 5 minutes. The fireball technique smacked its lips, still unsatisfied. Is that all? A bunch of weaklings. The earth shield technique beamed with pride. Big brother, we are truly amazing. The fireball technique. The earth shield technique spoke up confidently. What do you mean by that? Look, big brother. Without me, could you explode so comfortably? So effortlessly? Lin Mo listened to the quarrel in his mind and timely stepped in as the mediator. Alright, stop arguing. You're both amazing. One is an indestructible shield and the other is an unstoppable spear. This is a perfect team. This is what it means for brothers to unite. Their power is unbreakable. With that, Lin Mo lazily laid back on the ground, resting his hands behind his head. This exam is truly boring. But to be fair, this tactic is quite effective. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 5 and 10 low-level monsters. Now remember, this is only the second level and the maximum is 30 levels. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be more numerous and higher-level monsters appearing later. At that time, no matter how many come, just block the teleport point and slowly explode them. Lin Mo comfortably swung his leg. This is not an exam at all. This is clearly a chance to unleash the ultimate power. Meanwhile, in the VIP monitoring room outside, it fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the figure lying comfortably on the screen along with the still smoking hexagonal earthen walls. Ah, this. Su Wenqian's old eyes were fixed on the screen, letting out a dry gasp of astonishment. As the admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class of the Tianlong Academy, he had witnessed countless ways to conquer the trial tower. Some relied on positioning and maneuvering, some on explosive bursts to eliminate their foes, and even some on summoning beasts to withstand attacks. But he had never seen anything like this. Building a wall at the monster's spawn point and then bombarding it with fireballs. It must be noted that the Earth Flow Wall is an advanced Earth-type skill. At just 3 days post-class change, an ordinary Earth Mage would be lucky to stabilize a wall, let alone create such a solid and seamlessly fitting hexagonal cage. Moreover, to practice the Earth Flow Wall to such a level while simultaneously possessing the terrifying firepower to melt 10 goblins in an instant. Those naturally gifted with dual affinity for earth and fire would be formidable if they could manage to stabilize a somewhat thick wall while accurately casting fireballs during the major examination. Old Su, what do you say? Lin Tianha's lips were harder to suppress than a gun, but he still feigned calm. Su Wenchang took a deep breath, his tone filled with shock. Old Lin, your kid is truly remarkable. No, he's just a bit better than average. Lin Tianhao replied while observing Zhao Lei from the corner of his eye. Su Wenchang turned to the technicians. Rewind the footage. Slow it down. The screen rewound. Everyone clearly saw the rain of fireballs incinerate the bewildered goblins. The most crucial point was that Lin Mo had not once looked at the situation inside the earth wall. Did you see that? Su Wenchang pointed at the screen, his voice deep. Every split fireball accurately hit a goblin. In the absence of visual confirmation, he could still lock onto each monster's position. This kind of absolute perception, to be honest, I have never seen before. Ha, old Su, you're exaggerating. Seeing his son receive such high praise, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but blush, waving his hand. This kind of perception technique, can't you do it too? Why haven't I seen it before? Su Wenchang shot Lin Tianhao a glance, annoyed. Old Lin, saying that makes no sense. I've been class changed for 30 years and your son has only been for 3 days. How can you compare? This is genius, a true genius. Old Lin, I must thank you for notifying me in time, otherwise it would indeed have been a loss for our dragon sequence class. Ha! Ha ha! Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged glances, their smiles ready to overflow. Oh old Su, you're overdoing it. Su Wan took over the conversation, saying just the right thing. What genius! Our mower doesn't have any grand ambitions, he's simply lazy. He thinks chasing monsters is too tiring, so he came up with this lazy method of encircling and blasting them to make things easier. Exactly, Lin Tianhao added, our mower has always been like this, he will lie down instead of sitting whenever possible. The couple chimed in together. To Su Wenchang and Zhao Lei it seemed as if they were saying basic skills number 6, all sit. Zhao Lei appeared calm, but a storm was already raging in his heart. This terrifying control over elements, this unbelievable tactical thinking. I truly misjudged it. The Abyss Dungeon had nothing to do with Xia Qingyue. It was entirely this kid who led the team. Damn! I underestimated him. Su Wenchang glanced at the data and spoke again, 3 seconds. Old Lin, what is the highest record in the history of our trial tower? Lin Tianhao thought for a moment and replied calmly, the current highest record was 5 years ago, level 27, with a total time of 20 minutes not including the rest period. 20 minutes, level 27. Su Wenchang muttered, at this rate Lin Mo not only will break the level record but will probably also set the fastest clearance record for each level. Dream on. Zhao Lei could no longer hold back, snorting coldly and interrupting Su Wenchang's speculation. He glared at the screen, trying to regain some face. Old Su, you have too high an opinion of him. The last 5 levels have monsters at level 25, and their numbers aren't small, if there are even flying creatures. How can these few earth walls hold up? Lin Tianhao merely smiled faintly in response. Old Zhao, your perspective is limited. Since you think it's a dream, let's just keep watching. Zhao Lei's expression darkened and he stopped responding, turning to look at his precious son. Unfortunately, his son was currently in a state where he couldn't even catch up to Lin Mo's toes. Meanwhile, on the second level of the trial tower in the independent space where Zhao Yu was located. Phew, Zhao Yu leaned on his staff, gasping heavily. Although he had won the last battle, it was not easy. These 10 goblin warriors not only had tough hides but also knew how to encircle and attack with a strong desire to engage. He had to maneuver while calculating skill cooldowns, accurately releasing each fireball. This level of combat. Is it only the second level? Zhao Yu walked over to a supply box and pulled out a bottle of basic mana potion, downing it. Congratulations to candidate Zhao Yu. You have cleared the second level. Time taken 1 minute and 47 seconds. Please prepare, you will enter the third level in 5 minutes. Upon hearing the voice from the broadcast, a proud smile appeared on Zhao Ye's face. 1 minute and 47 seconds. An ordinary level candidate would have to engage for at least 3 to 5 minutes, and any slight misstep could lead to injury. Even for S-level talents, it is rare to resolve a battle in under 2 minutes. Yet he had done it in less than 1 minute and 50 seconds. This achievement in past years would absolutely be the pinnacle among S-level talent candidates. And there were no S-level existences in Jianghai City. In other words, my current achievement is most likely overwhelming all others. With this thought, Zhao Yu turned his head, his gaze landing on the surveillance camera in the corner. Dad, did you see that? This is the dominance of an S-level flame mage. This time I've got the top spot in Jianghai City for sure. Although he couldn't see the footage from the surveillance room, he firmly believed that his father was sitting in the VIP monitoring room watching him with pride. At this moment in the monitoring room, since Lin Mo had already cleared the level, everyone's attention had shifted to another enlarged screen which showed Zhao Yu. Looking at the mysterious smile Zhao Yu displayed on the screen, Lin Tianhao pretended to be puzzled and asked, Hold Zhao, what's your Zhao Yu mumbling about over there? Zhao Lei's face darkened upon hearing this. No one knows their child better than their parents. He understood his son too well. From that expression, that upward curve of the lips, Zhao Lei could guess what the kid was thinking. Normally he would indeed feel proud and boastful. But now, looking at that monster who cleared in 3 seconds next to him and then at his son's expression of him the best in the world, Zhao Lei felt a surge of blood rush to his head, wanting desperately to dive into the screen and drag Zhao Yu out to give him a good beating. How embarrassing. So incredibly embarrassing. Within the trial tower, a faint scent of charred residue lingered in the air. The battle raged on, or more accurately, a one-sided slaughter continued. Buzz. As the light of the teleportation array illuminated, the monsters on the 3rd floor just began to reveal themselves. Immediately following was a baptism of fireballs descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound of explosions echoed within the earthen walls, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Congratulations to examinee Lin Mo. The 3rd floor has been cleared. Time taken 3 seconds. Lin Mo didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply shifted to a more comfortable position, lying on his side while munching on a piece of jerky. The 4th floor. The 5th floor. The same scene replayed endlessly. Whether it was the skeleton soldiers wielding rusty swords or the shadow leopards attempting to ambush with speed, anyone daring to teleport over would be met with a barrage of multiple explosive fireballs without any blind spots. Earth Shield expressed heartfelt admiration. Big Brother is truly fierce. Big Brother is mighty. Fireball, huffed humph, that's only natural, just learn well. But your cage is somewhat acceptable. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This little fireball certainly had the demeanor of an elder brother, and now it even acknowledged its CPU junior. The 19th floor. Throughout this journey, regardless of goblins or wasteland wolves or the half-orc wielding a shield, anyone that dared to teleport over was crushed and bombarded at the teleportation point, unable to emerge. Congratulations to examinee Lin Mo. The 19th floor has been cleared. Time taken 42 seconds. As a golden light shot into the sky, Lin Mo's level rose to LV 18. Not bad. Level 18, just 2 levels away from learning Lightning Strike. Although fire and earth dual elements are strong now, who could resist the thunder that represents speed and destruction? Fireball, proudly proclaimed Little Thunder. Am I getting another little brother? But if he comes, it's just right. Little Earth will handle the beating. Little Thunder will run errands, and I'll just look cool. Earth Shield excitedly rubbed its hands. Am I going to be the second brother? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Soon the broadcast echoed again, interrupting Lin Mo's thoughts. Attention examinees. You are about to enter the 20th floor. Monsters in this floor are of level LV 22. And include flying monsters. Please be prepared for aerial defense. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Flying monsters? My earth flow wall cannot seal the top after all. Moreover, how can the fireball spell explode if the top is sealed? Earth Shield instantly became tense, anxiety setting in. Master, what should we do? Should we dig underground later? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The last adventure in the Earth's core was still fresh in his memory. Why panic? With your big brother here, they'll still die if they come out. Don't act rashly, Little Earth. Until the last moment, no digging underground. Earth Shield lowered its head. All right, Master. As the countdown reached 0 Ga, accompanied by a piercing shriek, 10 gray-white monsters with bat wings appeared from the teleportation point. Gargoyle LV 22x9 Elite Gargoyle LV 22x1. The leading elite gargoyle was significantly larger than the ordinary ones and exuded a faint dark red glow. As soon as they appeared, driven by instinct, they took to the skies at once. Fireball disdainfully remarked, "Ha, sorry, but flying is forbidden in my territory." Fireball roared, "Let me blow them up." Fireballs soared into the sky, splitting into 15 tracking fireballs that accurately locked onto the gargoyles that had just taken flight. Boom, 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 boom. The flames shot into the sky, waves of heat rolling forth. This wave of firepower coverage was still terrifying. However, an unexpected event occurred. Despite Lin Mo's skills dealing significantly more damage than other mages of the same level, one of them was an elite monster at level 22. Moreover, he was not wearing that top-tier cooldown reducing equipment, making it impossible to maintain continuous firepower suppression. After the first wave of bombardment, the remaining elite gargoyle was still alive. Fireball coldly snorted. Humph, it didn't die. Take another hit from me. A fireball shot out again. Boom. The flames exploded. The large elite gargoyle was charred black, yet its health bar still held firm with a remaining segment. Not dead. At this moment, both multiple explosive fireballs and fireball entered cooldown. The elite gargoyle seized the opportunity, flapping its damaged wings and charging out of the cage. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto Lin Mo on the ground. Earth Shield let out a pig-like scream. Aw! You let the monster escape. Big brother, you let the monster escape. Earth Shield panicked immensely. Help! Master, be careful. Boom! Just as the gargoyle was about to pounce on Lin Mo, a wall of earth shot up from the ground. The gargoyle's claws could not shake this wall of size at all. Little Earth, your reaction is quite fast. I knew you would come through at a critical moment. Lin Mo generously praised it. He was well aware of the art of PUA when it came to his skills. The more you compliment it, the more it feels its existence is valuable and its protective instincts become stronger, making it work harder. This is called the way of mastering skills with clear rewards and punishments. Earth Shield, hearing the praise, was instantly moved to tears. Whoa, as long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair on my master. At the same time, the disoriented elite gargoyle did not give up. It circled around the earthen wall, soaring high again, preparing to launch an attack from above. Lin Mo looked up, locking eyes with the gargoyle in midair. Hey, I have to handle this again. The next moment, he shaped his hand like a pistol, pointing directly at the gargoyle. In the next life, don't provoke a wall. Buzz. A dark red light point suddenly condensed at his fingertip. Bang! Lin Mo slightly parted his lips. A spiral-shaped dark red fire line tore through the air, instantly piercing the gargoyle. Charred fragments of stone scattered everywhere. Congratulations to examinee Lin Mo. The 20th floor has been cleared. Time taken 9 seconds. Lin Mo blew at his fingertip where no smoke existed. Not bad, it was thrilling but without danger. After dealing with the monsters on this level, a dispute between the skills began. The Earth Shield technique complained tearfully. That was a level 22 elite monster. How could you let it escape? The Earth Shield technique strongly insisted if I had been even 0.01 seconds slower, what would the master do? This is serious negligence. It's dereliction of duty. Facing the accusations from his little brother, the usually proud Fireball technique couldn't maintain his composure. Fireball technique felt a bit guilty, his eyes darting ahem. It was an accident, purely an accident. Fireball technique desperately tried to salvage his reputation. I didn't expect this golem's skin to be so tough. I thought it would be similar to the previous monsters and would die easily. Earth Shield technique refused to listen to any explanations, excuses. All excuses. Do you even realize how dangerous it was just now? You were just standing there like an idiot. If it weren't for me and the master reacting quickly, you would be crying now. Seeing the two brothers about to argue again, Lin Mo had to step in once more. Alright, everyone, quiet down. The two skills instantly fell silent, but they still coldly huffed at each other. Lin Mo stroked his chin and analyzed. Our biggest shortcoming right now is the lack of sustained area damage capabilities.
Although the multi-explosion fireball is powerful without the cooldown reduction equipment, the cooldown time is a bit long.
After one wave of explosions, if not all are dead, we enter a vacuum period like just. If we encounter monsters that cannot fly, that's fine, we can trap them and wait for the cooldown. However, if they can fly, it becomes problematic. As for the fireball technique and the explosive flame spiral dragon ball, they are both single target damage. At this point, Lin Mo suddenly thought of something and said to the fireball technique, "Little fire, I remember there was a mid-tier skill book called Flame Pillar in the skill book I fed you before, right?" Upon hearing these 4 words, the icon of fireball technique trembled slightly. It couldn't remember any book. Once it was fed the book, it had lost its mind, only remembering that the taste was good. Seeing fireball technique looking confused, Lin Mo also realized that this guy was too busy indulging. Forget it, expecting you to read is impossible. In any case, it's about accumulating fire elements on the ground and then spraying out a high-pressure flame pillar. Got it? Lin Mo said casually. He didn't know how these skills were realized. But it didn't matter, he would leave the process of comprehension to the skills themselves. He just needed to pose the questions. Fireball technique thought deeply, accumulating on the ground. Spraying out a flame pillar. Although it felt a bit unreliable, the fireball technique decided to give it a try. Buzz. Fireball technique struggled to press a cluster of fire elements towards the ground. Puff. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of flatulence. A small cluster of flames jumped up from the ground, reaching a height of about 30 centimeters. Comprehension failed. Fireball technique instantly became furious, justifying, "Look, it's not that I'm not trying, it's simply impossible." Lin Mo helplessly shook his head. It seems that comprehending skills is really not that simple. At this moment, Earth Shield technique weakly raised its hand. Big brother, actually, although the ground looks very flat in my perception, there are many tiny pores and textures. Earth Shield technique continued, speaking softly, "These pores may be small, but if utilized well and directed through these pores." Exactly. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a crucial point. "Little Earth, can you share this perception with Little Fire?" He looked at the skill panel, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Earth Shield technique was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "I should be able to do that. We are all skills of the master, our origins are interconnected." Earth Shield technique turned to Fireball technique. "Big brother, can I try to pass this feeling to you?" Fireball technique, although still skeptical, reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I will make an effort to feel the world through your eyes." Buzz. A strange wave rippled through the skill panel. In the trial tower, the 21st level. With a twist of space, Lin Mo was transported to the center of this level. Attention examinees. This level features highly agile flying monsters. Please be prepared. The merciless voice of the broadcast echoed in the hall. Lin Mo stared expressionlessly at the ground. He was waiting. Waiting for the fireball technique to evolve new skills. At this moment, under the perception sharing of Earth Shield technique, the ground, which had seemed ordinary in the eyes of the fireball technique, transformed into a surface covered with countless tiny pores. As long as the fire element was compressed and infused through these nodes, then detonated. Buzz. The air suddenly grew hot. A faint dark red glow emerged from the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet, as if magma were surging underground. Immediately, a series of notifications popped up on Lin Mo's panel. Your skill, Fireball technique, has successfully comprehended the Earth's texture. Your skill, Fireball technique, has autonomously evolved, successfully mastering the mid-level fire skill, Flame Pillar LV. 1. Flame Pillar creates a circle of flames on the specified ground. After a brief delay, it erupts with a high-pressure flame pillar, dealing significant fire damage to enemies within range. Cooldown 15 seconds. Current level LV. One effect can continuously release 5 pillars. For each level increase, the number of pillars increases by 1. Cooldown 15 seconds. Is it done? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He looked at the new skill introduction on the panel, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this the true value of a mid-level skill? Starting with 5 pillars if the level maxes out the scene is simply unimaginable. However, the red circle warning mechanism, while it seemed a bit silly, could still be acceptable when paired with some control skills or terrain-altering skills. Fireball technique, rejoiced, ha ha ha. It's done. I have succeeded. Fireball technique dispelled its surrounding agitated flames and glanced at the earth shield technique beside it with rare appreciation. Fireball technique, snorted Humph this time. I suppose you have some use. I tentatively acknowledge you now. Earth shield technique, shyly replied, actually it's mainly because the master is amazing. If it weren't for the master's timely reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. The master is the eternal deity. Fireball technique nodded appreciatively. This human may be lazy most of the time, but he is indeed not bad at critical moments. Once I become a forbidden spell, you all will be my greatest contributors. Alright, with the new skill in hand, let's get to work. Lin Mo silently interrupted the commercial flattery between the two skills in his mind. Little Earth raised the wall. Earth shield technique, responded energetically, okay master. Rumbling. The ground trembled. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Mo did not remain idle. He focused and directly opened the attribute panel's inventory. There lay several unspent skill books quietly. The examination venue did not prohibit carrying these skill books, only forbidding one-time skill scrolls. Lin Mo directly used all the remaining skill books. Buzzing. Streams of light flew out from the inventory and entered Lin Mo's body. Your skill, Fireball technique, has absorbed Flame Impact, Rapid Fireball, Personal Flame. The proficiency of Fireball technique, Multiple Burst Fireball, Flame Spiral Dragon Bullet, and Flame Pillar has significantly increased. Current skill levels: Fireball technique LV 18 reached current limit. Multiple Burst Fireball LV 18, Flame Spiral Dragon Bullet LV 18, Flame Pillar LV 18. Your skill, Earth Shield technique, has absorbed Rock Skin. In just a few seconds, skill books worth over 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins were all transformed into nourishment. Lin Mo's skill panel was completely refreshed. All skills, including the newly comprehended Flame Pillar, were raised to match his own level of 18. An LV 18 Flame Pillar, with a base of 5 pillars plus the bonus from level 17 totals 22 pillars. Perfect. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. He glanced at the empty inventory and started calculating. However, this consumption is indeed a bit high. Once the grand exam is over, I need to go back to find my mom for some more supplies and also prepare some Thunder-type skill books. If I enter that so-called Dragon Sequence class, my mom will probably give me a bit more pocket money when she's happy. At this moment, the countdown in the broadcast also just hit 0. Monster transportation begins. Buzz. Within the hexagonal earthen cage, the teleportation array's light suddenly brightened. Space twisted and figures began to emerge. A total of 20 level 22 monsters filled the small space to the brim. Half of them were the grotesque bloodthirsty bats. They landed in confusion. All around were towering earthen walls, leaving not even a tiny gap. Before they could react, the ground beneath them suddenly lit up with bright red circles. 1, 2, 5. Countless red circles instantly covered the entire ground of the cage, leaving no inch of land untouched. At the same time, above them a rain of fireballs composed of 15 fireballs also poured down. Fireball technique, laughed maniacally, welcome to the hell of flames. Boom, 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 boom. 23 flame pillars erupted simultaneously from the ground. In that instant the world inside the earthen walls transformed into a purgatory. The rain of fireballs falling from the sky, the flame pillars surging from the ground. Those poor monsters did not even have time to scream before they were blown to ashes. Flames shot up to the sky, illuminating half of the trial tower's space. Even the thick earthen walls were burned to a bright red. Lin Mo stood at a distance, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him, quietly pulling out a bag of unopened snacks. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, this is a mid-level skill. Its explosive power is more impressive than previous skills. I can't even imagine what high-level or forbidden spells would be like. Fireball technique, let out a refreshingly satisfied sigh. Awesome. So transparent. So brutal. I love this new skill. Earth shield technique, looked at the soaring flames and couldn't help but swallow. Big brother is amazing. I feel like my wall is going to collapse. Fireball technique, laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. Wait until I become a forbidden spell, I'll show you what true flames are. A few seconds later the flames dissipated. Congratulations, examinee Lin Mo. You have cleared the 21st level. Time taken 3 seconds. The broadcast sounded at the right moment, announcing the end of this one-sided massacre. Lin Mo stretched lazily, his bones cracking. On to the next level. He casually glanced at the flickering red light of the surveillance camera in the corner. He was unaware. On the other side of the camera someone was preparing to take their seat. In the surveillance room the blazing pillars of fire emitted a sky-high light, casting a crimson glow on the monitor. Everyone froze in shock. Having just transferred 3 days ago, he comprehended a mid-tier skill within the trial tower, something utterly unheard of. Moreover, he started with over 20 pillars of fire. This meant that the skill proficiency had already reached Lin Mo's own level cap. How on earth did he achieve this? Lin Qianhao turned his head, his gaze playfully directed at Zhao Lei on the other side. So what do you say? Should we steam this screen or fry it? At this moment Zhao Lei's expression was beyond difficult to describe. He stared at the screen in disbelief. But the truth was right before him. Cough cough. Su Wenchang's gaze swept between the two, his tone laden with meaning. Old Zhao, we are both prominent figures, since these words have been spoken. This is no jest in the military. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhao immediately chimed in. Haha, old Su, you worry too much. What kind of person is old Zhao? He is General Zhao, a high-ranking official in Jianghai City. How could he possibly renege? As he spoke, Lin Qianhao glanced at Zhao Lei and added, but the taste of this screen probably isn't great. Old Zhao, if you really find it difficult, just say my son is not even as good as Lin Mo's finger and we can consider this matter settled. How about it? Though this seemed to offer a way out, it was actually far more difficult for Zhao Lei to say it himself than to be killed. Zhao Lei suddenly lifted his head, gritting his teeth. Fi Zhao Lei, am upright and will accept my losses. Guards, dismantle this screen for me. The adjutant beside him was momentarily stunned. Ah, General, are you serious? Nonsense, this is no jest in the military. Dismantle it. With a loud shout, Zhao Lei commanded. The adjutant, startled, quickly took down the screen. Looking at the dark display before him, Zhao Lei took a deep breath. Boom! A mass of scarlet flames erupted from his palm, instantly reducing the monitor to a pile of black ash. As a high-level fire attribute warrior, his physical prowess was almost a different breed from ordinary humans. Eating a monitor would merely cause discomfort and nausea, inflicting little damage to his body. Yet the humiliation was far more intense than any poison. Lin Qianhao, watching Zhao Lei prepared to feast, gave him a thumbs up. Now that's a tough guy. Su Wenchang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed it's our General Zhao. I admire this courage. After saying this, he shifted his gaze back to the main screen. At that moment Lin Mo had already cleared the 21st level and was awaiting the transfer to the next stage. But speaking of which, Su Wencheng's tone grew serious. Old Lin, your kid is not simply comprehending a mid-tier skill, it's far more than that. Starting with over 20 pillars of fire, and each pillar's damage is evidently higher than that of other practitioners of the same level. Hearing this, Lin Tianha's face also showed confusion. He couldn't make sense of it. Normally, skill enhancement required repeated usage to gradually improve skill proficiency and grow stronger. Who could achieve such a high level of proficiency right after comprehending a skill? It was absurd. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment and sighed. Perhaps this is what they call extraordinary talent. You don't know, my kid has always been different from other children since he was young. He often lay on the sofa at home staring at the flames in the fireplace for an entire afternoon. Back then I thought he was just slacking off. Looking back now, this child may have been comprehending the essence of fire elements from a young age, accumulating knowledge until he finally soared after his class change. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Xiao Lei swallowed a mouthful of screen ash, he heard this and nearly choked. Staring at the fireplace can lead to over 20 pillars of fire. Then should we have him stare at a light bulb to see if he can comprehend a light-based forbidden spell? Oh Xiao, you're just jealous. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, is it so hard to admit others are exceptional? This world is vast and full of wonders. Some people exist solely to break the norms. Su Wencheng nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. No matter the method, the results cannot deceive. Such terrifying speed of learning and control. If he could join our dragon class, his future would be limitless. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, the vast plaza was bustling. Countless eliminated candidates were looking up at the enormous list suspended in midair. At this moment, apart from the still fighting Lin Mo and Zhao Yu, the remaining tens of thousands of candidates had all been eliminated. According to regulations, they must wait for the final score rankings to be announced and the confirmation of the top 200 candidates who would enter the second phase. First place Lin Mo, current level 23. Second place Zhao Yu, current level 13. Third place. My goodness, 23 levels already. Lin Xiao really isn't going to break through the trial tower, is he? Damn, I was eliminated on the 3rd level and he's already made it to the 23rd. Is this the disparity of the world? Wasn't it said that Lin Mo was a blank mage? What kind of blank mage is this powerful? Did he cheat? Probably not cheating. Would you dare let your blank son cheat like this? Do you really think the review committee is idle? Without comparison, there can be no harm. Didn't Zhao Yu's followers boast about being the pinnacle of Jianghai City? Pinnacle. There's a full 10 levels of gap between them. This isn't just the tail light, you can't even see the wheel marks. Laughing to death in class genius compared to Lin Xiao is simply a joke. What do you think Xiao Yu will feel when he sees that list? He'll probably feel as if he ate shit, haha. On one side of the plaza, Yi Hongyu crossed her arms leaning against a luxury car, her face full of pride. At this moment, Shitu was squatting on the ground holding a telescope he had somehow gotten, staring at the large screen and chuckling. TSK tisk, our young master is truly exceptional, leaving Zhao's grandson unable to even see the tail light. Yi Hongyu chuckled softly, her tone filled with calm confidence. Naturally, those people only see the young master's laziness, unaware that it is the unique composure of a strong person. Shitu lowered the telescope and looked around. Media reporters with cameras were everywhere. Yi Team, tomorrow's headlines across Long Nation will surely be about our young master. The young master is truly about to become famous. Yi Hongyu adjusted her wind-blown bangs and gazed at the towering trial tower. Fame is inevitable. Since the young master has chosen to shine, the world must tremble at his brilliance. The young master's stage has never been limited to this small Jianghai city.
In the square outside the trial tower, a white beam of light lit up, drawing countless gazes towards it. As the radiance faded, Zhao Yi, a somewhat disheveled figure, emerged from the trial tower.
His meticulously groomed hairstyle was now as messy as a bird's nest, and his face was smeared with grime and blood. Huff! Huff! Zhao Yu gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Yet he still forced himself to stand tall, straightening his back with that usual proud expression on his face. The 13th level? This was his final achievement. Although he stopped at the 13th level, he had absolute confidence. After all, in previous years' major exams, very few candidates had managed to pass the 10th level, let alone reach the 13th. This achievement was enough to look down upon others, enough to become a legend in Jianghai City. Zhao Yu surveyed his surroundings. Seeing the throngs of candidates in the square, the smile at the corners of his mouth widened. As expected. It seems most have been eliminated. Just then a few of Zhao Ye's followers hurried over. Zhao! Xiao! You're out. The leader of the group held a towel and water, but his expression seemed a bit strange. Zhao Yu took the water and took a sip, frowning slightly. What's with that expression? Did someone in your family die? He was quite displeased. This achievement of his was the pinnacle of great genius. Shouldn't these people be cheering and shouting Xiao is awesome? Whose gloomy face is this meant for? No. The follower wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, Xiao, your results are indeed impressive. 13th level, definitely top of the class in previous years. Of course. Zhao Yu threw the water bottle, glaring angrily at the others. If you know it's impressive, then what's with this reaction? What do you think my results are beneath your notice? Or do you think there's someone in Jianghai City stronger than me? The group of followers exchanged glances. Each one shrank back, not daring to speak first. In the end, it was still the leader who cautiously reminded him, Xiao, take a look at the leaderboard behind you. What for? Zhao Yu snorted coldly, turning away with a face full of disdain. Look at my astonishing number. 2nd place. At that moment Zhao Yu froze. He couldn't comprehend that he was not in 1st place. Even more incomprehensible was the vast gap between him and the 1st place. What he found most unacceptable was that the 1st place was Lin Mo, the 2nd generation heir he had always looked down upon. No, it can't be. This is impossible. Zhao Ye's pupils dilated as he murmured, the system must have a bug, it must be displaying incorrectly, or Lin Mo must be cheating. Yes, Lin Mo must be cheating. One of the followers cautiously leaned in and whispered, we've been watching for a long time, and Lin Xiao. He was just too fierce, basically clearing each level in a flash. Shut up. Zhao Yu suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Did I ask you to speak? The follower shrank back in fear, nobody daring to say another word. Zhao Yu withdrew his gaze, fixating on Lin Mo at the top of the leaderboard. Although he blurted out that Lin Mo was cheating, deep down he knew that was nearly impossible. In this world, the consequences of cheating were extremely severe, resulting in the extermination of 9 generations. Lin Qianhao didn't have the guts for that. Besides, his family was well off and had no motive. But he still couldn't believe how this novice mage Lin Mo could be so impressive. While he was thinking, another follower couldn't help but ask, Xiao, do you think Lin Mo might actually clear all 30 levels? The historical highest record is only 27 levels, if he really clears it. Before he could finish, Zhao Yu sneered, 30 levels. What a joke. No one has managed to do it for so many years, how could a novice mage like him accomplish it? Does he think all those SS grade geniuses are fools? Zhao Yu straightened his disheveled collar and pointed at the 2 imposing stone lions outside the testing ground. If Lin Mo can really clear this 30th level, Zhao Yu will swallow these 2 stone lions whole. Not chewed, just swallowed. As soon as this was said, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. The followers exchanged glances, but in order to curry favor with their master they cheered loudly, Xiao is domineering. Lin Mo definitely won't be able to get those stone lions. Inside the trial tower at the 29th level. Here lay a desolate desert terrain where the howling winds whipped sand into painful stings on the face. Starting from the 26th level, the terrain was no longer uniform but began to undergo various changes. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 29th level. Time taken 56 seconds. Huff. Lin Mo brushed off the sand from his backside and let out a rare sigh. Beneath his feet lay dozens of giant desert scorpion corpses sprawled haphazardly. These monsters had incredibly tough exoskeletons and could burrow underground to launch sneak attacks, making them exceptionally troublesome. This is getting a bit tough. Lin Mo stretched his somewhat stiff neck, looking at the few walls that had become somewhat damaged from recent collisions. In that last battle he hadn't even been able to sit still. To evade the magical creature's attacks he had to keep moving around and even used earthly stealth once. I'm tired, it just ended, let it be over. Lin Mo complained helplessly. Fireball shouted excitedly, awesome. This is what battle is. That group of scorpions was something. They actually withstood 2 multiple explosive fireballs from me. Fireball's fighting spirit soared. Only this level of fierce combat can forge the true form of forbidden spells. Earthshield nervously replied, dude, don't say that. It was really too dangerous just now. This place is too perilous and the monsters are becoming increasingly bizarre. Earthshield started to falter, Master, why don't we just give up? Let's go home. I miss the big bed back home. Fireball instantly erupted in anger, coward. You want to quit at the entrance? I can't afford to lose face. We must clear this level. Earthshield weakly retorted, but the next level will definitely be harder, what if? Enough, stop arguing. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead helplessly, stating, since we're here we have to at least take a look at the last level. Anyway, I have a priest buff so I won't die. Besides, Little Earth, have you forgotten the combo technique we just comprehended yesterday? We haven't used it in practice yet, right? Upon hearing this, Earthshield was momentarily stunned. Earthshield suddenly realized, oh yeah. The combo technique with my big brother, it looks quite sturdy. Earthshield instantly perked up with that layer of armor. I mean with that layer of battle armor, what am I afraid of? Earthshield changed its attitude faster than flipping a page, Master. I feel like I can do it again. Let's charge. We must clear it. Whoever doesn't clear it is a grandson. Fireball rolled its eyes, haha, fickle coward. Just then the countdown for the teleportation also reached 0. The surrounding space began to twist and the scene transformed. What appeared before Lin Mo's eyes was an enormous circular arena. Surrounding it were towering stands, though empty they seemed to echo with the shouts of millions. A chilling atmosphere rushed towards him. Trial Tower, 30th level. The final level. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo, for reaching the final level of the Trial Tower. This level is the ultimate trial. Monster level 25. Number of monsters 50, BOSS 1. We wish you good luck. Inside the monitoring room. The 30th level. Su-won tightly gripped Lin Tianha's hands, her eyes filled with worry. This is an area where no candidate has ever set foot. Can Moa really succeed? Lin Tianhao reached out and gently patted his wife's hand. Although his hand trembled with excitement, he tried to keep his tone calm. My dear, with soul protection in place, even if he fails there won't be any danger to his life, so don't worry. At this, Lin Tianhao lowered his voice. Besides, have you forgotten our son has a trump card yet to be revealed? Su-won paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Are you talking about that? Exactly. Lin Tianha's lips curved into a smile. That's a skill that many covet. Even if the boss at the 30th level is powerful, it's only level 25 and definitely won't break through the defenses of lava battle armor. Hearing her husband's analysis, Su-won finally felt her anxious heart relax a bit. Indeed, Moa still had a trump card up his sleeve. At this moment Su Wencheng also spoke up, "Sister-in-law, old Lin is right. Let's just sit back and watch. I believe your Lin Mo has a real chance of becoming the first candidate in history to clear the trial tower." Just then in the corner Zhao Lei, who was holding a heap of dark gray screen powder, sneered at Su Wencheng's words, "Clear the level. Dream on." His gaze fell on the screen as he chuckled, "The last 5 levels are all random maps. Can't you see that the 30th level is the most disgusting shadow arena? The guarding boss of this level is Shadow Wing Demon Lord, an entity that is particularly effective against ranged classes." "So what?" Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Zhao Lei was unaware that Moer had a combination skill. "So what?" Zhao Lei looked at Lin Tianhao as if he were an idiot. "Lin Tianhao, you're an experienced warrior. Don't you know the characteristics of this boss? It possesses both super evasion and extreme flight capabilities. Its movement speed is extremely fast and its evasion is remarkably agile. For mages and archers, this boss is simply a nightmare. I admit your son is indeed impressive in damage output, but hitting the Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Dream on. He is bound to lose this round." After hearing this, Lin Tianhao merely smiled lightly. "Old Zhao, nothing is absolute. My son is skilled in microcontrol. Who knows, he might just hit it."
Microcontrol. In the face of absolute speed and evasion, microcontrol is just a joke. Zhao Lei scoffed. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao teased, "Since you're so confident, how about we bet another screen?"
Zhao Lei paused. The taste of that previous screen was indeed a bit hard to swallow, even somewhat scratchy. But at this moment, spurred on by Lin Tianhao and given his understanding of this boss mechanism as well as his impression of ranged classes, no matter how he thought about it, Lin Mo had no chance of winning. A fragile mage without mobility or survival skills facing an assassin-type boss, what else could he do besides waiting for death? "Let's bet." Zhao Lei said loudly, "Are you afraid? If he clears this time, not only will I eat the screen, I'll even chew on the corner of this table." "Alright." Lin Tianhao laughed heartily. "Su Lao, be a witness." Su Wencheng helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed, Fine, I'll be the witness." "You two old men combined over 100 years, how childish." Trial Tower 30th level. In the center of the enormous circular arena, Lin Mo stood there all alone, appearing remarkably small. The teleportation array for monsters at this level was more than 10 times larger than before. However, Lin Mo was not idle. He directly commanded Little Earth to start building walls. Rumbling. The ground trembled. Thick earth flow walls rose up from the ground, rapidly erecting earthen walls along the edges of the massive array. Phew. Lin Mo sighed, "This project is quite large, but it should be done in time." Just as the last earthen wall was about to close, the countdown ended. Countless beams of light shot into the sky and various hair-raising howls echoed through the air. Following that, dense figures of monsters appeared. Hellhound LV. 25x10 Abyssal Wolf LV. 25x10 Bloodthirsty Bat LV. 25x15 Harpy LV. 25x15, a total of 50 monsters. Half of them were ferocious land beasts, while the other half were flying monsters circling in the air. Fortunately, the land monsters were trapped inside the earthen walls. However, those flying monsters, the bloodthirsty bats and harpies, immediately took flight, soaring over the 5-meter-high earthen walls and swooping towards Lin Mo. A dark mass blotted out the sun. Time to shoot some birds, little fire. Lin Mo looked at the flying monsters charging out without a hint of panic. Fireball, chuckled, "I've been waiting for this moment. Prepared to die?" Boom, 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 boom. Multiple explosive fireballs and columns of flame erupted simultaneously. The monsters in the air were instantly annihilated in droves. Although the monsters were not low-level under Lin Mo's fully mastered skills and the damage boost from personification, they were still easily defeated. After a wave of explosions, the sky became significantly quieter. At the same time, Lin Mo raised his arm and swiftly unleashed a barrage of explosive shots. The dark red spiral beam tore through the air, instantly piercing through the chests of the remaining few harpies. The fireballs also began to finish off the stragglers. In just 30 seconds, all 30 flying monsters were wiped out. Meanwhile, inside the earthen wall, the 20 land monsters were still frantically banging against the walls, trying to break free. "Earth Shield," cried out Master. "They are so fierce. My walls can barely hold up." "Can't hold. Then let's send them on their way." Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as he looked at the massive earthen prison. "Little fire, cover it with flame pillars." On the ground inside the earthen prison, bright red warning circles suddenly lit up, densely packed, leaving almost no space to stand. In the next second, boom! 22 fire pillars shot up into the sky. The rain of fireballs followed closely behind. After 2 rounds of repeated bombardment, all the monsters trapped inside the earthen walls turned to ashes. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. Attention! The boss will arrive in 60 seconds. Boss name: Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Level LV 25. This target possesses extremely high flight speed and has a strong instinct for evading ranged attacks. Please prepare yourself, candidate. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Extremely high flight speed and a strong instinct for evasion. TSK. Lin Mo clicked his tongue. This does sound a bit tricky. For mages, it's not the thick health that's concerning, but the erratic movements of the monsters. This assassin-type boss indeed counters mages who are fragile and require predictions for their skills. Thankfully, he himself is not fragile. Little fire, be careful. The main event is coming. This boss is extremely fast and counters mages. Wait for my command, don't fire randomly, we need to think. Lin Mo silently thought to himself. After hearing the introduction, he already had a tactical plan for this boss. Fireball, scoffed disdainfully fast. In front of me there is no target that can't be hit. Just watch, I'll hit it right away. Watching the arrogant fireball spell, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. This foolish child is still too young, he hasn't played games and doesn't know what occupational suppression means. Alright then. Lin Mo no longer persuaded him and simply said calmly, "Since you are so confident, you go first. But let me make it clear beforehand, if you miss or get outperformed, then just obediently keep quiet and follow my commands, got it?" Fireball was stirred up with competitive spirit. "Alright, just wait and see my performance." Earth Shield obediently replied, "Master, I will always follow your commands and protect you with my life."
Imagine good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Fireball. Fireball made a gagging face up. Disgusting.
Flyer. Seeking a few free small gifts, thank you TT. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the enormous teleportation array erupted with a blinding blue light. Immediately afterward, a sharp screech tore through the air. A shadowy figure shot out from the teleportation array, hovering in midair. Shadow Wing Demon Lord Bill SSLV 25. This was a humanoid demon. It had a devilish face, and behind it were wings formed from some kind of black energy. Each flap left eerie afterimages in the air. It scanned its surroundings before locking its gaze firmly on Lin Mo. Fireball spell, confidently declared, "Can you fly?" "So can I." "Prepared to die?" Before the fireball spell could finish its words, it had already streaked forward. However, just as it was about to touch the Shadow Wing Demon Lord, the figure of the Shadow Wing Demon Lord wavered strangely, and the fireball passed directly through the afterimage, missing completely. "Fireball spell," scoffed Ha. "Still trying to dodge? What a joke." Without any hesitation, the fireball traced a perfect arc in the air and once again aimed at the boss's back. Fireball spell, take this. However, the agility and evasion of the Shadow Wing Demon Lord were beyond the imagination of the fireball spell. No matter how the fireball spell predicted or curved to accelerate, it could only graze past its afterimage, not even touching a single hair. Fireball spell was losing its composure. What the hell is this? A loach. If you have guts, don't move and let me blow you up. While the fireball was engaged in a battle of wits with the air, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord seemed to have had enough fun. It narrowed its crimson eyes, landing its gaze on Lin Mo. That weak aura, that reliance on manipulating elements for ranged attacks. It was too familiar. Human mage. In its long memory of slaughter, this frail profession was its favorite prey. It could no longer remember how many human mages it had torn apart with its own hands. It relished watching the despair and terror on the faces of human mages when it approached them. Roar! The Shadow Wing Demon Lord let out a roar. In the next second, the black mist wings behind it suddenly flared. Boom! It was as if an explosive sound barrier burst in the air. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord shot towards Lin Mo on the ground at a terrifying speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the monitoring room. Be careful, Moer. Su-won exclaimed, unable to help but grip Lin Tianha's arm tightly. Even knowing that there was soul protection in place, Lin Mo should be safe. But as a mother, witnessing such a scene instinctively made her heart race with worry. Lin Tianha's pupils also dilated. Even the usually composed Su Wenchang couldn't help but lean slightly forward. This was the absolute suppression of an agile boss over a mage. Without any means of survival, death was certain. In the corner, Zhao Lei smirked slightly. Ah yes, that's it, die. Inside the trial tower. Facing the rapidly approaching Shadow Wing Demon Lord, Lin Mo wore a calm expression. The next moment. Boom! Red and yellow, two entirely different elemental forces fused perfectly. An extremely terrifying heat wave erupted wildly in all directions from Lin Mo's center. In an instant, the hard black obsidian rapidly covered Lin Mo's entire body. Within the crevices of the armor, scalding red magma flowed like veins, emitting a high temperature that warped the air. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord's claw struck against Lin Mo's lava armor. That layer of obsidian armor flowing with magma only left a few shallow white marks. Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Its eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. Not broken. Is this the toughness a fragile mage should have? In that moment of stupor, it saw the slight curve at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. In that instant, a primal shiver coursed through its body. Something's wrong. Run. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord's wings behind it flapped violently, trying to create distance. However, it was too late. A hand wrapped in scalding magma seized its wrist tightly. Lin Mo teased, "Gotcha, little bat." The Shadow Wing Demon Lord struggled desperately, its wings wildly flapping behind it, trying to escape from this terrifyingly hot monster. However, under the full attribute enhancement of the lava armor, it couldn't break free at all. At the same time, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord noticed Lin Mo had raised another hand, placing it on its abdomen where a dark red point of light was spinning and compressing frantically. "You can dodge, right? Hee, let's see you dodge this." "Fireball spell," shouted excitedly. "Awesome. Yes, just like that. Kill this dead bat. Blow its intestines out." Bang! As Lin Mo's lips parted slightly, boom! The dark red spiral beam erupted at point-blank range. The immense impact struck the Shadow Wing Demon Lord's abdomen, sending it flying. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo's gaze became extraordinarily sharp. His thinking and skill connection reached its zenith at that moment. All commands were instantaneously conveyed through his inner thoughts. "Little Earth, stand against the wall." Earth Shield spell was already prepared. "Understood, Master." Boom! As the Shadow Wing Demon Lord was sent flying, the earth flow wall rose from the ground, sealing off its escape. Bang! The shadow-winged demon lord crashed heavily against the earthen wall. Little fire? Lin Mo commanded again. Fireball spell was already eager. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Take off now? Under the shadow-winged demon lord's feet countless red circles had already lit up. A total of 23 flame pillars stacked together. Boom! 23 flame pillars erupted in succession. The terrifying flames blasted the shadow-winged demon lord into the air. Get it? Fireball spell, laughed maniacally, all missiles launched. Die! The fireball that had been pent up from earlier, unable to hit, finally found an outlet. It instantly split into 15 fireballs in the air. Faced with the boss now immobilized by the flame pillars, the fireball spell no longer needed to predict its movements. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions rang out in the air. The shadow-winged demon lord, being an agile boss, inherently had lower health compared to other bosses of the same level. Under Lin Mo's extraordinarily high attack and smooth combo, its health rapidly dwindled. Fireball spell was filled with battle spirit. Die, 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 die. With the final fireball spell striking the shadow-winged demon lord, it didn't even have time to let out a scream before turning into a cloud of ash in the air. The shadow-winged demon lord could not comprehend even in death. Why hadn't a veteran of the battlefield fallen to the point where it couldn't even break through the defense of an 18-level mage? Had it grown old? No, it was this human who was just too strong. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 30th level. Time taken 24 seconds. A voice echoed in the silent trial tower. At the same time, a dazzling golden light rose from Lin Mo. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 19. Lin Mo released the state of lava armor, dusted himself off, and let out a long sigh. In the surveillance room, every eye was fixed on the youth clad in magma battle armor Rongyan Zhanjia. Moments earlier they had witnessed a textbook perfect solo kill. Su Wencheng's voice trembled as he muttered this. His eyes filled with astonishment as he murmured, facing the Yinyi Maju, whose agility and evasion are exceptional, he did not rush to attack. He feinted with a fireball and feigned weakness to lure the Yinyi Maju into close quarters. Once in close range, he exploited the magma battle armor's high defenses and melee amplification to clamp down on the Yinyi Maju, stripping away its greatest advantage, speed. At point-blank range, he unleashed the inescapable explosive spiral draconic bomb Baoyan Luoxian Longdan, then erected an earthen wall to seal off escape, using the impact stun to segue into an infernal pillar Lian Huozhu. He leveraged the pillar's floating mechanic to chain into aerial pursuit with multiple burst fireballs Duchong Bao Lai Huqiu. The entire combo flowed like running water, each move linked to the next with absolute economy and precision. Saying this, Su Wenchang snapped his head toward Lin Qianhao, his gaze blazing. Old Lin Mo's mastery of skills is already peerless and his tactical composure is terrifying. This is top-tier combat caliber. Such talent in a student who only switched vocation 3 days ago. It's monstrous. Lin Qianhao was elated. He nodded, swallowing his excitement. Old Su Miamo may be lazy, but he's sharp. So what do you think? Does this performance qualify him for your Longshu class? Su Wenchang inhaled deeply and without hesitation replied, yes, absolutely. On tactical thinking and microcontrol alone, even if he were a blank slate mage, ID recruit him, Su Wenchang said. Then his tone shifted. However, the final exam still has a second phase, real PvP confrontation. Human hearts are far more complex than monsters. I want to see whether he can keep this composure when faced with his own kind turning on one another. Lin Qianhao smiled confidently. Then watch on, I believe the kid will not disappoint. Meanwhile, in a corner, Zhao Lei's face had gone ashen with fury. His gaze locked onto Lin Mo on the screen. As Jianghai's city defense commander and a high-tier fire element practitioner, he understood all too well what that display signified. The perfect fusion of fire and earth, offense and defense unified a qualitative transcendence. Such a combination could only arise from profound mastery of both elements and countless trials. Why should this be? He himself had spent 30 years without grasping a single combination technique. Lin Mo learned one in just 3 days. Had he spared himself 30 years of detours? How is this possible? Zhao Lei felt his worldview begin to crumble. Lin Tianhao looked at Zhao Lei's shocked face and felt a surge of satisfaction. He personally removed a monitor, tore off a corner of a solid wood table and walked over slowly. "Old Zhao," he said, "in the military we do not speak idly. Mo has cleared it, you cannot escape this monitor. In. I've brought the table corner as well, it's hot, help yourself." Zhao Lei's expression grew even darker. He snorted, incinerated the monitor and table corner to ash, then began to gnaw. The crunching echoed through the room. A boss is a boss. Even in the absurdity of eating a screen, he exuded the savage relentlessness of one who would gnash an enemy's bones. Lin Tianhao watched with a smile and thoughtfully offered a cup of water. "Take it slow, don't choke. No one is going to snatch it from you." Outside the trial tower in the plaza, the crowd erupted as Lin Mo cleared the 30th floor. He cleared it. 24 seconds. He took only 24 seconds on the 30th floor. I spent 3 minutes on the first floor and he did the 30th in 24 seconds. Is that even human? In the crowd, Zhao Yu stared at the name perched atop the leaderboard, his eyes going blank. Impossible. Impossible. How did he do it? The historical record was only 27 floors, how did he rush through 30? On what grounds? Then someone in the crowd cried out in astonishment.
"I have an uncle working in a surveillance center who just messaged me. The boss of the 30th floor is the so-called mage killer, the Inimaji."
At that revelation the plaza went berserk. Ha! Inimaju. I remember the textbooks say mages should give up resistance and die with some dignity when facing that thing. Absurd. How could a frail mage accomplish this? Has young Master Lin been enhanced? Surrounded by a tide of astonishment, Zhao Yu felt as if he could not breathe. His body trembled uncontrollably, the proud gleam in his eyes was replaced by raw bloodshot fury. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over him. 24 seconds. Impossible. Zhao Yu ground his teeth. His vaunted strength talent in that instant felt like a cosmic joke. At that moment a henchman edged forward cautiously and whispered reassurance, "Zhao. Young Master Zhao, do not lose heart, this is only the first phase. Then Lin Mo is nearly good at killing monsters, when it comes to the second phase PvP it will still depend on our Zhao." "Shut up." Zhao Yu spun on him, eyes blazing red. "Are you actually stupid or pretending? Someone who can solo kill the Inimaju in 24 seconds, do you think I can beat him in PvP?" The henchman shrank back at the roar, silent. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, his chest heaving. He knew he could not win. Inferior in strength, in talent, even in luck. Yet he refused to accept it. How could Lin Mo, a second-generation layabout who loafed about all day, trample a man who had worked so hard? Why should he look like a clown while someone else basked in the glory that should be his? If I cannot have it, then you shall not enjoy it either. Hatred spread through Zhao Yu. With a look he summoned several trusted henchmen. "Go. Contact everyone who has taken money from the Zhao family. And those who have been currying favor with my father, notify every one of them. Tell them in the second phase wait for my command. Everyone assemble then. Surround and kill Lin Mo." The henchman hesitated. "Young Master Zhao, isn't this extreme? After all, he's Commander Lin's son. What is there to fear?" Zhao Yu sneered. "The second phase is inherently PvP. A spontaneous assault on the highest scorer is perfectly reasonable. Zhao Yu was sharply aware of the truth. Lin Mo's current performance had effectively guaranteed his entry into the Longshu class that could not be altered. But he simply wanted to make Lin Mo suffer. Zhao Yu spoke each word with deliberate venom. I will never let Lin Mo walk through the final exam in comfort. I will make him leave the arena in disgrace. Go. Contact them now. Tell them that anyone who eliminates Lin Mo will have their previous reward doubled, no tripled. Yes. Young Master Zhao. The henchman immediately turned and plunged into the crowd. Outside the trial tower, the colossal transmission light column gradually dissipated. Lin Mo appeared at the center of the plaza, still bearing his usual listless demeanor. He even stifled a yawn. He's out. Young Master Lin is out. Is this the prodigy who cleared 30 floors? Yet he looks as if he just woke up. You don't understand, this is the effortless aura of a true master. Haven't you seen the other examinees who emerged earlier? All of them looked utterly wretched. I suspect you're referring to young Master Zhao. Sure. Among the crowd, many girls' eyes began sparkling with admiration. Wow. He's so handsome, I can barely keep my legs together. I wish I were that boss monster. I'd beg young Master Lin to pin me down and unleash everything he's got. Young Master Lin is wealthy, handsome, and immensely powerful. It's absolutely irresistible. I'd bear him a whole litter, not just one child. Dream on. With your frail frame, how long could you possibly endure young Master Lin at full power? You'd collapse after a single strike, and beg for mercy on your knees. Humph. Even so, I'd gladly accept it. To die beneath the peony is to live, or die, as a true romantic. Amid this increasingly feverish and brazen chatter, Zhao Yu stood in the shadows of the crowd, his gaze icy and venomous. His eyes locked fiercely onto Lin Mo, the center of all attention. He listened as praise and adoration once meant for him now poured unreservedly toward that detestable Lin Mo. Jealousy festered deep within his heart. Meanwhile, the sycophants who usually surrounded Zhao Yu, vying for his favor, had vanished without a trace. Silence. This clamor is intolerable. Have you turned this place into a marketplace? At that moment, a voice thunderous with authority drowned out the entire plaza's din. Upon the elevated platform, Chief Examiner Zhang Taijun stood upright, arms clasped behind his back, surveying the multitude below. His cold gaze swept across tens of thousands of examinees. Look at yourselves now. This year's cohort has deeply disappointed me. The first 5 floors of the trial tower are populated solely by level 5 monsters. And yet over 60% of you fell before even clearing those 5 floors. Some even wet their pants at the sight of goblins on floor 1. Zhang Taijun scolded bitterly. With such feeble mental fortitude, how will you ever face the abyssal demons? How will you defend your homeland? Do you imagine the demons will spare you simply because you weep? Many examinees bowed their heads in shame. Zhang Taijun shifted tone, his gaze gliding over Lin Mo and others in the front row, his expression softening slightly. Of course, a rare few have demonstrated extraordinary talent and combat discipline far beyond their peers. Especially the examinee who shattered the trial tower's long-standing record, whose tactical decisions and skill application were nothing short of textbook perfect, worthy of emulation by all. Though no name was spoken, everyone knew precisely whom he meant. Zhang Taijun drew a deep breath, then raised his voice once more. Phase 1 of the examination has officially concluded. The rankings have been updated, check them at once. Examinees ranked within the top 200, you have earned eligibility for Phase 2. As for those ranked beyond 200, regrettably your examination ends here. Immediately vacate the examination zone, do not linger in the plaza. Now all examinees, rest and regroup. In 2 hours, qualified candidates shall assemble before the transmission array to commence Phase 2, the mist-shrouded wastelands.
As his words settled, the plaza erupted into a landscape of stark contrasts. Joyful cheers clashed with hollow despair. Yet none of it stirred Lin Mo's composure.
His sole thought was simple hunger. Lin Mo strode directly through the crowd toward the commercial district flanking the plaza. The area's infrastructure was exceptionally refined, 2 rows of shops lined the avenue. To the left stood armories, skill manuals, emporiums, and even low-tier pet beast vendors, their storefronts adorned with flamboyant signage. To the right stretched an unbroken line of eateries, from street-side stalls to elite banquet halls, each exhaling mouth-watering aromas. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings, his gaze swiftly settling upon the most opulent establishment, a grand restaurant whose twin dragon-coiled pillars silently declared, exorbitantly priced, beggars need not apply. This one then. Lin Mo stepped inside. Moments later a server guided him to an elegant windowside seat on the second floor. Fireball technique pounded the table mentally, starving. Starving. This sovereign demands feasting, bring meat. Fire elemental meat. Vegetables are heresy. Earth shield technique timidly raised its hand, master. I'm famished too, I need nourishment. Cease your babbling, I'm ordering right now, Lin Mo replied inwardly, then picked up the menu. This, blazing flame feather chicken, how much does it cost? The server enthusiastically explained, our signature dish, tender flesh infused with dense fire essence. Served per plate 3 slices of breast meat artfully arranged to resemble a phoenix soaring through 9 heavens, a symbol of supreme auspiciousness. Priced at 8888 Longua coins per plate.
Very well, 3 whole chickens and 3 servings of thick earthstone beefsteak. Lin Mo waved his hand magnanimously.
Ah, this. The server blinked stunned. Most patrons ordered just 1 plate, 3 slices, but this young man demanded 3 whole chickens. Does he own a mine? Anything wrong? Lin Mo arched an eyebrow. Just then a head waitress hurried over and swiftly pulled the flustered server aside. Oh! Young Master Lin! What an honor, your presence graces us though we failed to greet you properly. She whispered to the bewildered server, this is the son of Commander Lin Tianhao, should he wish to purchase our entire establishment it would take but a single word. Go, arrange it immediately. Ah! Hearing this the server paled, bowing deeply, forgive me young Master Lin. I failed to recognize a true sovereign. Enough, no need for theatrics, Lin Mo waved dismissively, uninterested in further ceremony. Just hurry, the food please. I'm starving. Yes, immediately. You'll halt all other orders, kitchen staff will prioritize your table alone. The head waitress bowed repeatedly before retreating. Indeed, under Lin Mo's influence the restaurant's efficiency was unparalleled. Within 20 minutes the private room door swung open. 3 golden red roasted chickens sizzling and glistening with oil along with an array of delicacies filled the table to overflowing. Please enjoy your meal young Master Lin, the server murmured politely before withdrawing. The moment the door clicked shut Lin Mo seized a drumstick, tore it free and bit down hard. Exquisite. Oil dripped from his lips as he sighed contentedly, now, that's living. Fireball technique, absorbed fire essence voraciously while moaning in bliss, delicious, truly divine. Earth shield technique, drooled, master, try the stone beefsteak. Hurry. At that moment a graceful figure approached. Lin Mo glanced up, Xia Qingyue. She surveyed the extravagant feast laid before him, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Young Master Lin, your appetite is impressive. Senior Miss Xia, what brings you here? Lin Mo asked casually. Xia Qingyue paused, her expression turning grave. Young Master Lin, there is something I must tell you and now is the time. Zhao Yu has contacted numerous examinees who advanced to Phase 2. They are planning a coordinated move, and their target is you. Oh. Lin Mo paused slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fireball spell was furious. How dare they? This is simply outrageous. Even the Earth Shield spell, which usually preferred to bury itself in the ground when faced with trouble, was indignant. How dare they gang up on the master? Do they think the master is just a boss to farm? Big brother, let's deal with them. The flames around the fireball spell surged violently. We must take them down. A bunch of insignificant beings dare to stir trouble under my nose. Lin Mo leisurely pointed to the chair opposite him. Don't stand there, sit down and tell me what's going on. Xia Qingyue glanced at the remnants on the table, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression still serious. Young Master Lin, I just received a message from the Zhao family. Because I took their money as you advised, they now see me as one of their own. In the second phase of the Misty Wasteland, aside from killing wild monsters to gain points, defeating other candidates also allows you to directly plunder all their points. As time goes on, the outer storm circle will continuously shrink, forcing all candidates to gather towards the center area. The teleportation is random, but the communication devices have not been blocked. What Zhao Yu meant is that once the teleportation lands, he will notify everyone of his coordinates. Everyone should gather around him first. Once they successfully band together, they will begin a carpet search and surround you, young Master Lin. After hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. TSK, TSK, TSK. A group of dozens banding together. Do they really think they can farm me like a boss? The fireball spell, scoffed disdainfully, does having more people really help? Those insignificant fish, no matter how many come, I can burn them all. The Earth Shield spell, chimed in, exactly. We have the lava armor, and the Earth Flow barrier, why should we be afraid of them? Lin Mo calmed his restless spells and looked at Xia Qingyue. So is this all their plan? Yes. Xia Qingyue nodded. She looked at Lin Mo's calm demeanor and couldn't help but admire the composure of this young master. Young Master Lin, you are indeed strong, but that is still dozens of people. What do you plan to do? Are you going to avoid their sharp edge? How avoid their sharp edge? Lin Mo leaned back, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Since they want to play, I'll play along with them. He looked at Xia Qingyue, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Xia, the campus flower, once the teleportation lands, as soon as Zhao Yu sends out his coordinates, forward them to me immediately. Xia Qingyue was taken aback, then she understood Lin Mo's intention. You want to take the initiative? Lin Mo nodded slightly. Even if dozens of people come at me together, I'm not too worried. After all, they probably won't be able to break through the lava armor defense, even though it only lasts for 5 minutes. But I have plenty of skills. 5 minutes is enough to wipe them out. However, what a hassle. As the saying goes, capture the ringleader first. If I can take down Zhao Yu right at the start, the rest of the rabble will naturally scatter. Why wait for them to gather before dealing with the matter? Xia Qingyue looked at Lin Mo, paused and hesitantly asked, Young Master Lin, do you trust me this much? What if I lead you into a trap? Hearing this, Lin Mo shrugged, a look of indifference on his face. A trap? So what? It's just a bit of trouble. At this point, Lin Mo looked at Xia Qingyue with a half smile. But you, Xia, the campus flower, aren't you afraid that Zhao Yu will retaliate after you come to inform me? After all, the Zhao family does have some power in Jianghai City. Xia Qingyue's hands clenched slightly on her knees after hearing this. After some deliberation, Xia Qingyue seemed to make a decision, raising her head to look Lin Mo in the eye. Young Master Lin, I have an A-level talent. Perhaps I am considered a genius among ordinary people, but in the whole Dragon Country A-level talents are as common as dirt. My family has no background, no resources. If I don't strive for better opportunities, the best I can do after graduation is to join a large guild as a thug or start from the bottom in the military, risking my life for those meager resources. I am unwilling. At this point her tone became incredibly firm. Young Master Lin, you have strength, background and poise. Alright, I understand. Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting Xia Qinyue's lengthy discourse. He was well aware of her intentions. Xia Qinyue just wanted to cling to a powerful figure for support. But he had no interest in gathering followers at the moment, and managing them was too tiring. Lin Mo took a sip of juice beside him and said casually, "You don't need to pledge loyalty to me, I'm not interested in that. Since you helped me, I won't let you work for nothing. After the big exam, I'll mention it to my dad." However, Lin Mo changed the subject casually. "I'm only responsible for mentioning it. As for how my dad arranges it and what treatment you receive, that's his business. I won't make any promises." Though it's just a mention for Xia Qinyue, it was already a ladder to the heavens. Who is Lin Tianhao? The god of war in Jianghai City. If she could join his direct subordinate forces, it would be a leap to the sky. What more could she ask for? Xia Qinyue's face lit up with joy as she quickly stood up and bowed. "Understood, young Master Lin. Just being able to help you is enough. Thank you for your support. I will not let you down." Lin Mo nodded and pointed to the 2 remaining chickens on the table. "Have you eaten? Did you not eat at all? This chicken tastes really good." Xia Qinyue glanced at the tempting roast chicken and swallowed hard. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin, but I'll pass. I have to leave first to avoid being seen with you, which might alert Zhao Yu and ruin your plans." "Alright, then go. Be careful." Lin Mo didn't insist, waving her off. Xia Qinyue turned and quickly left the private room. The door closed again. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated, displaying the words "Father" on the screen. "Hello, Dad." "Son." Lin Tianhao's booming voice came through, making Lin Mo instinctively pull the phone away a bit. "Ha ha ha. Well done. You've truly brought me honor. 30 floors. A 24-second clearance. Do you know? Just now Zhao Lei's face turned green like a goblin. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. So satisfying." Listening to his father's infectious laughter, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. "Basic operation, don't show off. You kids still so pretentious." Lin Tianhao scolded with a laugh, then his tone turned a bit serious. "By the way, I have some serious news for you. The admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class is very satisfied with your performance and can even be said to be astounded. As long as you don't mess up in the second phase, getting into the Dragon Sequence class is basically a done deal. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to our ancestors. What a coincidence, don't you see whose son I am?" Lin Mo said with a smile. "You little brat." Lin Tianhao laughed and scolded. Holding the phone, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Should he tell his dad about Zhao Yu planning to gang up on him? After thinking for half a second, Lin Mo dismissed the idea. What's the use of telling his dad? It would only add to their worries without any meaning. Moreover, with Zhao Yu's little tricks, to be honest, he didn't take them seriously at all. Such a small matter, he could handle it easily. Why bother alarming his parents? At this moment, Su Wan's voice came through. "Old Lin, let me talk to my son for a moment." "Hello. Moer." Su Wan's voice instantly became as gentle as water. "You must be tired from that just now. If the second phase is too exhausting, we can find a place to hide. After all, the results from the first phase are already good enough. Mom, I'm eating right now at the restaurant by the square and the food is really good." That's good, that's good. Eat more, don't skimp on yourself." After chatting with his mom for a bit longer, Lin Mo finally hung up the phone. At this point, the food on the table had already been mostly devoured. Lin Mo burped, stood up and strolled back to the square as the second phase was about to begin. Inside the plaza, Lin Mo idly picked his teeth, strolling aimlessly with nothing better to do. Fate conspired against him. Directly in his path appeared Zhao Yu and his entourage. Their eyes met. "Well, well, if it isn't young Master Zhao." Lin Mo spoke first, feigning surprise. I just checked the leaderboard. How is it you emerged after only the 13th floor? This trial tower doesn't seem particularly difficult. He paused, then feigned sudden enlightenment. Oh, I see now. You're deliberately holding back your score, aren't you? After all, as an class prodigy, surging ahead too early would leave the rest of us hopelessly behind. How terribly unbecoming of a peer leader. Tisk tisk tsk, now that's vision. Utterly admirable. At these words, a vein on Zhao Yu's temple throbbed violently. Holding back. Hold back your score, you wretched. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit. This was all he could muster. Jaw clenched, Zhao Yu seethed inwardly, humiliated beyond measure. Lin Mo, don't get too cocky. The monsters inside the trial tower are at best mindless beasts.
Without tactics, without adaptability. What glory is there in defeating creatures devoid of reason? Lin Mo blinked slowly, wearing an expression of genuine bewilderment.
Huh? So if young Master Zhao can't even best a beast without a brain, does that make him less than a beast? At Lin Mo's remark, several passing candidates burst into unrestrained laughter. Cough cough cough. Logically impeccable, I must say. Less than a beast. Ha ha ha, brilliant. You. Amidst the surrounding snickers, Zhao Yu felt a suffocating pressure rise in his chest, so intense he nearly spat blood, trembling from sheer fury. Humiliating. Unbearably humiliating. He sputtered for long moments, yet no retort came forth. Fireball technique raged within his mental interface. Look at that bastard. He dares glare at you? Just wait, I'll incinerate him the moment we meet. Earth Shield technique chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Master, shall I bury him first? Lin Mo waved dismissively. Alright, stop shaking. You look like someone with advanced tremor syndrome. See you later, young Master Zhao, good luck. Don't end up boxed before the trial even begins. Wouldn't want to tarnish the reputation of an class prodigy now, would we? With that, Lin Mo didn't spare Zhao Yu another glance. Hands tucked deep in his pockets, he strode past him with languid confidence. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Zhao Yu's eyes burned with incandescent rage. Just then a red-haired lackey sidled up beside Zhao Yu. Staring after Lin Mo, he spat contemptuously onto the ground. TCH. What is that guy? A petty upstart. Young Master Zhao, calm yourself, don't lower yourself by acknowledging trash like him. At that moment another lackey rushed over, breathless, leaning in to whisper urgently. Young Master Zhao, you truly foresaw it? I saw it with my own eyes. Xia Qingyue slipped away to the tavern beside the plaza and entered Lin Mo's private chamber. She remained inside for a full 10 minutes before emerging. At this report the lackey's expressions darkened instantly. Damn. Xia Qingyue has no shame whatsoever, accepting payment and betraying us? She's asking for death. Damn traitor, eating from both bowls. She's begging for death. The red-haired lackey turned fiercely to Zhao Yu, voice thick with indignation. Young Master Zhao, you are absolutely right. That woman is utterly untrustworthy. Once we enter the examination grounds, we tell no one, not even her. Let her fend for herself, and watch how she fails trying to play both sides. Yet Zhao Yu did not erupt in fury. Instead, a calm, calculating confidence settled upon his features. No. He shook his head. We will inform her, but only after every last participant has assembled, and our encirclement is perfectly sealed. The red-haired lackey's eyes lit up. You mean, to trap her like a rat in a jar? Brilliant. Truly worthy of young Master Zhao. Humph. Zhao Yu adjusted his collar with deliberate composure. Over 50 fighters, diverse classes, perfect synergy. Do you truly believe Lin Mo stands a chance against that? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Young Master Zhao's wisdom is unmatched. Ha ha ha, pitting wits against young Master Zhao. Lin Mo is but a child. Hearing his subordinates' fervent praise, Xiao Yu's earlier vexation dissolved entirely. Lin Mo, you may be strong, but in this world intellect reigns supreme. Time's up. All qualified candidates, immediately assemble. 2 hours of respite vanished in the blink of an eye. The 200 candidates, once scattered across the plaza, swiftly converged upon its center. Upon the elevated dais stood Zhang Tiju in posture unwavering. Beside him now stood an elderly man clad in azure ritual robes. Who is that? A candidate murmured low, awestruck. That's Gu Changfeng, the vice president of the Horizon Guild. The Wind King. Holy, it's really him. He's my idol. Rumor says he's Jianghai City's sole master of the wind element forbidden art, Apocalypse Tempest. Goodness, a true legend. They say he once unleashed that single spell, obliterating hundreds of thousands of beast hordes and leveling entire mountains. Hearing the whispers below, Lin Mo glanced twice, curiously, at the old man. A wind element forbidden art? Sounds formidable. Yet Lin Mo felt no envy. After all, forbidden arts of any element would inevitably be his in due time. Fireball technique, interjected haughtily, he merely relies on superior cultivation level. Once I reach his tier, a single fire element forbidden art will reduce those 100,000 beasts to ash. Lin Mo's lips twitched faintly. This little fireball certainly knew how to boast. Silence, everyone. Zhang Taijun raised a hand. Immediately the plaza fell into utter stillness. He gestured toward the elder beside him and declared, voice resonant and grave. Allow me to introduce Master Gu Changfeng, the Wind King. The storm barrier encircling the second stage trial grounds, the Mistvale Wastelands, will be maintained personally by Master Gu. Gu Changfeng offered a slight dignified nod. Zhang Taijun continued, voice booming across the plaza. I have already explained the rules, let me reiterate them one final time. The storm barrier will steadily constrict toward the center over time. It is a true high-tier wind artifice. Contact means immediate disqualification. Though your soul shield ensures survival, the agony of near death remains utterly real. Zhang Tiejuan's gaze, sharp as a honed blade, swept across every youthful face before him. You 200 are Jianghai City's finest generation. But towering trees cannot grow in greenhouses. In Stage 2, combat is permitted. All means are sanctioned. To claim the sole top-rank title, to win the heart of the lava colossus, you must unleash your raw, unyielding spirit. Fight. Seize it. These words ignited fierce passion in many candidates, eyes blazing with battle lust. Especially Xiao Yu, who fixed his burning glare upon Lin Mo's back. Even if Lin Mo is strong, he cannot withstand our coordinated assault. Die well, Lin Mo. Now. Zhang Taijun swept his arm downward. All personnel, enter the formation. Boom. A colossal teleportation array at the plaza's heart roared to life. Blinding white light erupted skyward, flooding the entire square in searing radiance. Violent spatial energies surged, whipping robes and hair into frantic motion. May fortune favor you. Zhang Tiejuan's final words faded into the thunderous resonance. Shua. White light consumed everything. In an instant, the 200 candidates vanished from the plaza. The Mistfall Wasteland, aptly named, stretched endlessly beneath a shroud of ashen fog. Visibility was near zero and the air hung thick with dampness and the faint musty scent of decay. So we're in already? Lin Mo glanced around, brows furrowing. What wretched conditions, dripping wet all over, utterly unbearable. He unfolded his map. The Mistfall Wasteland sprawled vast and unforgiving. 200 examinees had been scattered at random across its expanse. Chance alone would decide whether any would cross paths. Ah well, might as well wander aimlessly, grind a few monsters and wait for Xia Qingyue to send Xiao Ye's coordinates. Lin Mo stretched languidly and strolled forward without direction. He had taken barely a few steps when, shush shush shush, a rustling erupted from the thicket ahead. Instantly two grotesque creatures lunged forth, rotting hyena hounds, their bodies festering with oozing pustules, jaws agape and dripping foul saliva as they charged. Rotting hyena hound LV. 10. Truly an arresting specimen, Lin Mo remarked with a disdainful twist of his lips. In the next breath, boom, boom. Two fireballs split midair, and struck true, obliterating both beasts instantly. Defeated rotting hyena hound 20 points. Current score 3020. Having cleared 30 floors of the trial tower, he entered the exam with a staggering 3000 point head start, 100 points per floor. That score stood far beyond the reach of most examinees, even if they hunted relentlessly until the final bell. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, he muttered idly. Lin Mo ambled onward unhurried. 10 minutes later, Flame Orb Technique grumbled irritably, "This wretched place reeks of moisture, I feel thoroughly unsettled." At that very moment Earth Shield Technique jolted sharply, "Master? Behind you, something red is moving." Red? Lin Mo froze mid-step, turning his head. A shock of crimson hair pierced the gray mist like a beacon. And just then the figure seemed to sense his gaze, whirling sharply around. Their eyes locked. Lin Mo smiled. Wasn't this the same fiery-haired lackey who'd barked loudest behind Xiao Yu in the plaza? His name? Irrelevant, besides he was merely another easy point. Well, if it isn't Xiao Young Master's most devoted retainer, Lin Mo beamed, raising a hand in greeting. What a coincidence, lost your way. The lackey paled instantly upon seeing that smile, trembling head to toe. What the hell? Lin Mo? His scalp prickled. Without hesitation he shrieked and bolted. Gale step. Crack. The grass before him exploded upward, a wall of earth surged from the ground. Thud. He slammed full force into the earthen barrier. Shit, my nose. Blood gushed. He crumpled onto the sodden earth, dazed and bleeding. Running already? Am I truly so terrifying? Lin Mo's voice drifted coolly from behind him, calm and towering. The lackey summoned his last shred of bravado. Lin Mo, you won't gloat for long. Young Master Zhao has prepared everything, just wait till he deals with you. Yet his quaking knees and frantic retreat betrayed his terror far more honestly than his words. Though soul protection ensured survival, pain remained brutally real. Tisk tisk tsk. Lin Mo shook his head. What a loyal hound, you serve so faithfully, does your master even know? Flame Orb Technique scoffed impatiently, why waste breath on trash like this? A flame orb coalesced and shot forth, whoosh, engulfing the lackey in searing light. Then, a soft silvery glow bloomed, coalescing into a thin mist-like shield that enfolded him completely. Soul protection had activated. Though death was averted, the shield rendered him eliminated, frozen, utterly unable to move or act until the exam concluded. Flame Orb Technique sneered, is that all? Pathetic, weak beyond belief. Even weaker than the monsters. Lin Mo gazed down at the shield-encased figure. Fine. Just watch closely, how your master meets his own elimination. Defeated examinee 210 points. Broke. Lin Mo glanced at his tally, shook his head in mild disgust and continued walking. No sooner had he advanced a few paces than a swarm of venomous frogs leapt forth. Lin Mo flicked out a fireball absently. Flame Orb Technique grumbled, more of these slimy sopping creatures, disgusting. Can't we get something dry for once? Earth Shield Technique offered placid reassurance, brother, bear with it, the environment is what it is. We must persevere. Lin Mo paused, scanning the mist. Strange. 20 minutes have passed, Xiao Yu should have rallied his forces by now. Why hasn't Xia Qingyue sent a word? Could she have, landed in a box right after drop. He drafted a quick message and sent it off. Meanwhile in the surveillance command center, old Lin, look at Zhao Ye's feed. Su Wan nudged Lin Tianhao's arm. Lin Tianhao turned toward Zhao Yu's monitor. On screen Zhao Yu stood in a low-lying marshland, already surrounded by a dozen examinees. And from the live map overlay more luminous dots converged rapidly toward that same location. Gathering allies. Su Wan frowned. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, veteran surveillance officer that he was such behavior was familiar. Though PvP was permitted in the grand exam, examinees normally regarded one another with deep suspicion. To coax so many into lowering their guard and clustering together so swiftly, only one motive could explain its overwhelming incentive. Lin Tianhao glanced meaningfully at Zhao Lei. It seems Commander Zhao spared no expense for this grand exam. Su Wenchang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ambushes targeting the top scorer have occurred before, but never on this scale. This is unprecedented.
Lin Tianhao, confident in his son without reservation, replied, good, saves Mo the trouble of hunting them down. They're delivering themselves right to his doorstep.
Just then Zhao Lei spoke with chilling amusement, old Lin, are you celebrating too soon? Have you not yet realized where exactly this is? Lin Tianhao and Su Wenchang exchanged glances, peering closer. Blackmire Swamp. Lin Tianhao's brow furrowed. Zhao Lei laughed heartily. He'd already briefed his son on Lin Mo's profile after Phase 1 ended. Blackmire Swamp, the most hostile terrain in this region. Perpetual vapor blankets it, humidity clings like a shroud. Here fire elemental potency is suppressed, any fire-based technique loses at least 30% of its power. And further, earth elemental arts are inherently countered by the swamp's viscous mud. Earth walls, earth spikes, none will hold firm here. Do you grasp the implication, Commander Lin? Zhao Lei wore a look of unbridled triumph. Even now knowing the truth changed to nothing. Once formal assessment began, proctors were strictly forbidden from transmitting any information to examinees, lest someone cheat by remotely directing tactics via the live map. Su Wenchang's expression shifted to sudden clarity. Ah, I see. He studied Zhao Lei, impressed. Old Zhao, young Zhao has come fully prepared. This trap was engineered precisely against Lin Mo's dual affinity for fire and earth. Lin Tianhao's face darkened slightly, yet he quickly steadied himself. Zhao Lei, how certain are you that Mo will even enter Blackmire Swamp? The Mistfall wasteland is immense. If Mo simply avoids it, your trap becomes a hollow jest. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lei's laughter rang sharp and arrogant. Old Lin, you're naive. Every trap requires bait. As for how it was done, that's none of your concern. Su Wan tugged Lin Tianhao's sleeve, anxious. Old Lin, what do we do? If Mo walks into that, he'll be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. Zhao Lei, spare me your theatrics. Against absolute strength, intellect is irrelevant. Terrain counters? Don't dream of it. Even halved in power, even without earth flow barrier, he'll annihilate your entire pack single-handedly. His words remained defiant, but inwardly his pulse raced. Fire suppression mattered little. Lin Mo's damage output already vastly exceeded necessity. What truly troubled him was the nullification of earth arts, especially earth flow barrier, a 5-second cooldown battlefield divider invaluable in group combat. Now it was unusable. His gaze locked onto Lin Mo's idle wandering figure on screen, his palms slick with sweat. You reckless boy, don't falter now. If you lose this round, my face won't survive the shame. In the misty wasteland in the southwest corner, a roaring spiral fireball swept across, piercing through the head of an alligator monster lurking in the grass. The massive body twitched twice before falling silent. Lin Mo glanced disdainfully at the warty alligator and retracted his still smoking finger. As he swayed along the way, he had dispatched quite a few monsters and conveniently dealt with 3 candidates who tried to run upon seeing him. After all, since he was here, why let them leave? Looking at his experience bar nearing level 20, Lin Mo felt a bit more relaxed. At that moment his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out to find a message from Xia Qingyue on the screen. Xia Qingyue, Lin Xiao Zhao, you sent the coordinates 325, 668. Xia Qingyue, however, Lin Xiao, I feel something is off. Normally Zhao Yu would send the coordinates immediately upon landing, but it took so long for him to send them. I suspect it's a trap. Trap? Lin Mo frowned and replied. Lin Mo understood. Feel free to go or not, but I will definitely go. After sending the message, Lin Mo tucked his phone back into his pocket. Earth Shield technique expressed some concern. Master, that woman said it's a trap, shouldn't we avoid it? Fireball technique erupted instantly. Why not go? I can't wait to twist that Zhao Ye's head off and use it as a ball to kick. Lin Mo pulled out a piece of jerky and chewed it. To go or not to go? From a rational perspective, there was actually no need to go. His father had just called saying that the admissions officer from the long sequence class was very satisfied with him and his admission was basically a done deal. The purpose of participating in the major exam this time was to make his parents happy and bring them honor. One could say that this goal had already been achieved. As for the results of the second stage, it was somewhat irrelevant. To put it simply, his performance was already enough to secure him a spot in the long sequence class. But Lin Mo chewed on the jerky, his gaze gradually becoming deep. What he feared most was trouble, endless trouble. Zhao Yu was like an unrelenting fly. After witnessing his crushing performance in the first phase of the trial tower, a normal person would have long tucked their tail and behaved. Yet this guy still dared to gather people to ambush him. What did that signify? It indicated that he was still not afraid enough. It showed he still harbored hope, believing he could turn the tables by relying on numbers and terrain advantages. If such a person wasn't thoroughly beaten, subdued, and made to have nightmares whenever he saw Lin Mo for the rest of his life. Lin Mo swallowed the jerky in his mouth, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Who knows what kind of trouble he would concoct to annoy him in the future. Rather than being harassed by him time and again, it would be better to eliminate the threat now. With that thought, Lin Mo brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Let's go, my little ones. Let's give that Xiao Xiao a lesson. Fireball technique cackled, he he he. That's right. This is the kind of human I approve of. When it's time to act, one must take action. The black water mud. This is an area perpetually shrouded in black mist. The air is thick with moisture and the ground is covered with black sludge emitting a putrid stench. At this moment, a crowd of people numbering 50 or 60 had gathered around this marsh. Although most of them were only slightly over level 10, their profession composition was quite complete and their quality was relatively high. After all, those who made it to the second stage were the elite candidates ranked within the top 200 in the first stage. Such a team configuration would be more than sufficient to take on a similarly leveled wild boss in the wilderness. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Yu held a phone, the screen displaying a video. It was a video sent by his father Zhao Lei before entering the second phase, showing Lin Mo's monitoring footage of the Shadow Wing Demon Lord being dispatched in 24 seconds. Zhao Yu had watched this video many times. The fluidity of the combo, the terrifying explosive power, and that dismissive gaze at the end, even through the screen, Zhao Yu felt it was incredible. Why could Lin Mo, someone without any elemental affinity, be this strong? Damn, Xiao Xiao, are we really of the same species as Lin Mo? A lackey standing next to Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Xiao, can we really defeat him? Upon hearing this, the surrounding lackeys fell silent, their morale plummeting. What are you afraid of? Zhao Yu put away his phone, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he said solemnly, Lin Mo is indeed very strong, I do not deny this.
But don't forget this is the Black Water mod which naturally counters fire and earth professions. Look around you if these are the elite forces among this year's candidates.
With the timing, terrain and manpower on our side, the advantage is ours, understand. If we can't take down Lin Mo, there's no need for any of us to take the exam, we might as well go home and farm. Zhao Yi's calm analysis instantly dispelled much of the fear in everyone's eyes. Indeed, with the terrain advantage and the numerical superiority, this was a guaranteed victory. Zhao Xiao is right. The advantage is ours. Defeat Lin Mo. Defeat Lin Mo. Defeat. Seeing the morale of the troops settle, Zhao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to three identical professionists who were triplet brothers. Your father was an old subordinate of my dad, and you have received the most brutal practical training since childhood. Whether it's cooperation or close quarters combat skills, you far exceed your peers. Moreover, coincidentally, you are all a grade melee professions, tough and resilient. When Lin Mo appears, your task is simple: hold him down tightly, giving our back line a chance to deal damage. Understand? Don't worry, Zhao Xiao, when the three of us work together we won't lose to anyone in close combat. One of the triplet brothers assured. Zhao Yu nodded. As long as the front line can hold him down and the back line focuses fire, even a deity would kneel. Just then someone is coming. A bowman called out in a low voice. Zhao Yu looked up. Xia Qingyu's figure appeared not far away. She stopped in her tracks upon realizing the scene before her. Dozens of eyes were fixed on her. Clearly, after receiving the message, she rushed to the coordinates at the first opportunity, and though she wasn't too far away, she was the last to arrive. In an instant, Xia Qingyue was certain that this was a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly edited a brief message to Lin Mo and then turned to run. You came all this way? You still want to run? Zhao Yu scoffed. The triplet brothers instantly surged forward, chasing after Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue ran back without a care for anything else. The triplets were hot on her heels. As a mage with short legs, she was at a disadvantage, especially since the triplets had undergone inhumane physical and combat training since childhood. Before long, Xia Qingyue was caught up. Still running? A mocking voice came from behind her. She abruptly turned around, and a flash of light gleamed from her staff.
Several azure water arrows shot through the air. However, the frontmost meat shield class didn't even raise his shield, he simply sidestepped to the left, easily evading the water arrows.
Immediately another brother on the left accelerated in an instant, swinging his giant axe to seal off Xia Qingyu's retreat. Such excellent coordination! Her pupils constricted sharply. Before she could react, a third figure had silently appeared behind her. Goodbye. The cold voice echoed in her ear. Then a flash of blade light swept past, striking Xia Qingyue. The other two attacks followed closely behind. In less than 3 seconds, a soft white light erupted from Xia Qingyu's body, transforming into a translucent cocoon of light that enveloped her completely. The soul protection took effect, indicating that Xia Qingyue had been eliminated. In the state of protection, although Xia Qingyue was immune to all damage, she lost her ability to act. She could only remain like a statue until the exam concluded. At this moment, Zhao Yu strolled over leisurely. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Oh right, you can't move now, can you? You're truly despicable. Xia Qingyue, although unable to move her body, still spoke coldly. Hey, you're too naive. All's fair in war. This is called strategy, this is called intelligence, do you understand? Zhao Yu snorted coldly, his tone dismissive. In this world the victor is king. The process doesn't matter, what matters is the result. Result? Xia Qingyue fixed her gaze on Zhao Yu, sneering. Do you really think you're a match for Lin Xiao? Just with this ragtag bunch of yours? Zhao Yu, you think too highly of yourself and too little of Lin Xiao. Hearing this, the smile on Zhao Yi's face vanished instantly. Xia Qingyue, please recognize where this is, Black Mud Marsh. The environment here counters both fire and earth elements, and with dozens of elite fighters, how does Lin Mo expect to win? Just stay here and watch closely, see how your master is surrounded and slaughtered, ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, deep within the misty wilderness on the edge of the black mud marsh, the mist here was thicker than on the outskirts and presented an eerie gray-black color. Lin Mo stepped onto the soft ground. He frowned, lifted his foot, and looked at the black sludge covering the sole of his shoe. This place really makes me uncomfortable. Lin Mo squinted. Fireball is sluggish. What kind of place is this? I feel so uncomfortable all over. Little Earth, try to set up an earthen wall. Lin Mo instructed in his mind. Although Earth Shield also felt somewhat uncomfortable, it immediately responded, received, master. Rise. Buzz. The ground trembled slightly. A clump of wet black mud barely heaved up from the ground. Not even 2 meters high. Lin Mo remained silent as he stepped forward to test it. To his dismay, with just a bit of force, the soft wall collapsed instantly, turning into a puddle of mud. Fireball burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Second brother, what happened to your wall? Is this poop? Earth Shield was almost in tears. This isn't my fault. Earth Shield was panicking. I tried my best, but I just can't gather any hardness. Lin Mo gazed at the puddle of mud, deep in thought. As expected, the earth element was severely weakened and the fire element was diminished. Is this Xiao Ye's confidence? Lin Mo stroked his chin, quickly calculating the current situation in his mind. On Xiao Ye's side there were many people, and they were humans, not those low-intelligence monsters. Humans have tactics, understand how to kite, and can cooperate. Although he possesses the invincible, lava battle armor. The problem is its duration is only 5 minutes, but the cooldown time is as high as 1 hour. Once the battle armor is activated, the opponent definitely won't be foolish enough to clash with him. They will surely use their numerical advantage and terrain advantage to perform kite tactics, dragging out those 5 minutes. Moreover, his own Onetomany battlefield splitting skill, the earth wall, was rendered useless. Once the armor time is over, he would fall into a passive position. In terms of offense, Lin Mo glanced at his skill bar. Both Fireball and Multi-Explosion Fireball had cooldown times, one of 3 seconds and the other 15 seconds. It's really hard to deal with an intelligent human team. As for the Fiery Pillar, although it has a wide range and high damage, the bright red warning circle is simply too obvious. It works against less intelligent monsters or targets that are restricted in movement. But to hit these elite candidates who are both agile and clever, without control skills to assist, once they see the red circle they will dodge it and won't hit at all. It seems a bit difficult. Earth Shield grew increasingly anxious. Master, what should we do? My wall can't stand if they focus fire on you. I can't hold them off. How about we just not go? Wait, control. Suddenly Lin Mo had a flash of inspiration. He said to Earth Shield, Little Earth, change your thinking. Don't focus on how to make this pile of mud hard. No offense is the best defense. As long as we immobilize them, whether to kill or maim is up to us, right? Earth Shield jolted, huh? Lin Mo continued, try to control the soft mud, let it flow like strong glue. Do you understand what I mean? Earth Shield was stunned. In its non-existent mind it felt as if a door to a new world was slowly opening. Earth Shield muttered, offense is the best defense. Not thinking about how to harden. Let it flow? Earth Shield seemed to have realized something. Yes. As long as we control them and then brother can quickly take them down, that's also a way to protect the master. Earth Shield became excited. Master, I want to try it. You try it. Lin Mo pointed to an empty space in front of them. Gurgle. Gurgle. The previously calm black muddy ground began to writhe, forming a slowly rotating vortex. In the monitoring room, Everyone held their breath staring intently at the screen. Zhao Lei had been amused by the collapsed earthen wall. But when Lin Mo began to stare blankly at the ground and the soft muddy surface started to writhe, the smile on his face vanished. Su Wencheng's pupils constricted. The soft mud is flowing. This kid, could it be? What could it be? Zhao Lei saw Su Wencheng's hesitant look and felt an inexplicable irritation. He snorted, mocking, "Hold, so you don't mean to say Lin Mo is about to comprehend another new skill, do you?" He only grasped a mid-tier fire skill this very morning. Only a few hours have passed. Now another skill? Does he think this is like buying cabbages at the market? Buy one in the morning and casually pick another in the afternoon. Why should he be able to comprehend a new skill again? Lin Qianhao glanced at Zhao Lei with arrogance. "My mower is extraordinarily gifted. Comprehending skills is as effortless to him as drinking water. What's the big deal?" "Ha, extraordinarily gifted?" Zhao Lei was about to retort. Su Wenchang interrupted abruptly, his voice unusually grave. "In the marshland the ground is forming small whirlpool-like currents. That hallmark matches only one thing: an earth mid-tier control skill, Luxia domain, flowing sand domain. Mid-tier skill. Is that possible?" Zhao Lei glanced at them and objected. 2 mid-tier skills successfully comprehended within a single day. That would overturn everything we know about practitioners. Lin Qianhao chuckled and teased Zhao Lei. "Let me ask you, is it possible for a blank slate mage to clear 30 floors of the trial tower in 24 seconds? A person without elemental affinity suddenly mastering a combined fire-earth technique, do you think that's plausible? A student who changed class 3 days ago who can summon over 20 pillars of blazing fire with a gesture, do you find that believable?" Lin Qianhao spread his hands. "Those feats have been pulled off. Why should it be impossible to comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in one day?" "You." Zhao Lei opened his mouth but found himself utterly speechless. Indeed. Lin Mo, that oddity, since the great exam, how many of his actions have been ordinary? Reason told him that comprehending 2 mid-tier skills in a single day was pure fantasy. Yet a strange unease prickled his heart regardless. Damn. Su Wenchang sighed and sought to smooth things over. All right, let's speak less. The world is vast and full of wonders. Anything is possible. Why argue? The result will tell. But Lin Qianhao would not let Zhao Lei off. "Old Zhao, since you're so certain, shall we bet a few screens?" The word made Zhao Lei's stomach churn. Having just swallowed 2 displays and a solid wooden table corner, he had rushed to the lavatory and vomited violently.
The raw burned down his throat and the taste of plastic and sawdust still made him gag. To eat again. He might as well kill him.
Zhao Lei snorted coldly. "Bet screens? Who is childish enough for that? If we're betting, bet something else." "Fine." Lin Qianhao seemed prepared. He shifted topics. "Then bet the legendary mage set. You recently completed the Huangling set, Phantom Spirit set. Don't say you don't have it. I know, you spent half a year scraping together that level 20 legendary set for your Zhao Yu." At those words, Zhao Lei's heart skipped. The Huangling set. Though only level 20 and classified as a novice set, its price was anything but beginner. It carried the mage's most coveted cooldown reduction attribute. A full set could reduce skill cooldowns by as much as 65%. That set was rare and prized on the market. Zhao Lei had spent tens of millions of dragon currency to assemble it and had called in many favors besides. Seeing Zhao Lei remain silent, Lin Qianhao drawled, "What, you don't dare? You call betting screens childish and you want bet your gear, then what do you want to wager? How about a streak?" Su Wenchang spat his drink in surprise. Streaking. Only Lin Qianhao could say such a thing aloud. Zhao Lei's face flushed and paled. He trembled with indignation. Commander Zhao, if he truly streaked, he might as well disappear from Jianghai City tomorrow out of shame. Compared to social death, losing a set of gear seemed almost tolerable. Zhao Lei inhaled deeply and forced himself to calm. 2 mid-tier skills in 1 day. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With that resolve, Zhao Lei squared his jaw. Alright. Let's bet. Bet the Huangling set. Lin Tianhao, you asked for this. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate. He waved his hand. Deal. Old Su, be a witness, don't let him back out. Su Wenchang shook his head helplessly. Fine, you'll bear witness. Zhao Lei sneered and refixed his gaze on the screen. Hold, Lin, get ready to reimburse me for that gear. 2 mid-tier skills in 1 day. You're dreaming. At the edge of the black cement marsh, Lin Mo had no idea about the wager. He sat bored munching snacks and scrolling his phone. In his skill bar, 2 shield technique was undergoing an unprecedented brainstorm. The skill seemed to murmur, fully focused, yes, that's it, feel it now. Your skill 2 shield technique has entered an epiphany state. Comprehension progress 1. 2. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. No way, it's actually happening. He had only muttered a few random ideas and suddenly comprehension began to strike in earnest. So he sketches the dream and the skill brings it to life. Wonderful. As Lin Mo marveled, the progress bar rocketed upward. Your skill has epiphanized another form of defense. To trap the enemy is to guard. Congratulations. Your skill 2 shield technique has independently deduced and successfully comprehended a mid-tier skill, Wuxia domain, flowing sand domain LV. 1. Wuxia domain transforms the designated ground into flowing sand traps with terrifying adhesion. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill effect: upon activation within an initial radius of 500 meters, all hostile targets entering the area suffer powerful bindings from the earth, rendered unable to move or use any displacement abilities for 5 seconds. Skill potency is affected by environmental factors and level disparity between foes. Each skill level increases the radius by 50 meters. Awesome! Lin Mo read the new skill description and a gleam of delight crossed his eyes. This skill is quite strong. A 500-meter radius and hard crowd control for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is ample time to unload every offensive skill onto an enemy. But the effect is influenced by environment and level differences. So in this marshland the skill will be even stronger. Coupled with his level far outpacing his peers, the control effect should be devastating. 2 shield technique trembled with excitement. Master? Master! I succeeded. You are incredible. If you had not suggested it, I would never have thought to use it this way. 2 shield technique bristled with vigor. Whoever dares harm the master, I will sink them in the mire and make them unable to move. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He immediately began consuming skill books. Microtransaction activated. Tap tap tap. In mere seconds all skills surged to level 19. Wuxia domain LV. 19 current cap reached current radius 1400 meters. Lin Mo looked at the final skill panel and a faint smile curled the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! A 1400-meter radius. Zhao young master, you planned and planned, yet you failed to foresee that this black cement marsh would not suppress me but become my battlefield. Still talking tactics? Against absolute strength, tactics are a joke. Lin Mo adjusted his collar and gazed toward the fog-shrouded depths of the swamp. My little ones, advance. Fireball technique laughed wildly. He. Tremble, mortals. I have arrived. 2 shield technique brimming with confidence for the master. Whoever dares touch me, I will render them immobile. In the black muddy swamp, mist swirled around. Xiao just now. Xia Qingyue has already informed Lin Mo in advance. Will Lin Mo really come? He wouldn't be too cowardly, would he? Zhao Ye's sidekick was already becoming a bit impatient. Zhao Yu let out a cold laugh, his tone confident. You have no idea about Lin Mo. I have been competing with him since childhood. Even when we were in our diapers, adults would put us together to compare. For the past 18 years, although he appears lazy and carefree on the surface, deep down he is prouder than anyone else. Moreover, he just won first place at the trial tower, breaking the record. He is at the height of his confidence right now. Even knowing I have people waiting for him here, he will definitely come. Listening to the boss analysis, the surrounding lackeys exchanged glances and soon showed a look of realization, their previous impatience instantly dissipating. As expected of Xiao Xiao. You understand that kid's thoughts thoroughly. One lackey waved his fist and sneered, he as long as he dares to come, we will teach him how to be a person. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes and turned to face the 50 or so elite candidates behind him. He took a deep breath, his voice booming, listen carefully today. As long as we can make Lin Mo out of the game, Xiao Yu will triple the previous reward. As soon as these words came out, the crowd erupted in cheers. Xiao Xiao is generous. Defeat Lin Mo. Defeat Lin Mo. The shouts of dozens of people gathered together, creating an imposing momentum. At that moment, Lin Mo's figure appeared within everyone's line of sight. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, holding their breath and staring intently ahead. This feeling was like waiting for a long-awaited boss to finally respawn. Tense, thrilling, expectant, yet tinged with a hint of inexplicable fear. Lin Mo stopped, slightly furrowing his brows, and stuck his pinky finger into his ear. TSK. So noisy. I could hear you all wailing from far away. I would have thought someone was having a funeral. The entire venue fell silent. Lin Mo. Xiao Yu stepped forward from the crowd, wearing his usual arrogance and mockery. You really dared to come, huh? Knowing this is a trap, knowing this is the black muddy swamp, yet you still came alone. Xiao Yu shook his head, letting out a mocking sigh. Should I say you are overconfident in yourself, or should I say you are foolish to the extreme? You got first place in the first stage and broke a record, and you really think you're invincible? Not far away, beside a dead crooked tree, Xia Qingyue was enveloped in a white light, the state of soul protection activated. Although she could not move, her consciousness was clear. Watching Lin Mo, who was all alone, Xia Qingyue felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in her heart. Lin Xiao. This is the Black Muddy Swamp, a terrain with dual suppression of fire and earth, and there are dozens of elite candidates opposite. Can he really win? Facing Zhao Ye's taunts, Lin Mo seemed not to hear. He rubbed the black mud beneath his feet with the sole of his shoe and looked around. Xiao to Xiao, I must say the ground you chose is quite good, mud that can't support a wall, quite suitable for burying people. Burying people? Zhao Ye's smile froze on his face. Why? Why at this point could this guy still be so calm? Clearly the terrain was suppressing him. Clearly the numbers were overwhelming against him. Clearly all the advantages were on my side. Why can he still maintain this expression? A surge of nameless fury rushed to Zhao Ye's head. Good. Very good. Zhao Ye's face twisted, roaring, you dare to talk tough even when death is approaching. I want to see if you can still be so calm later. Attack. With Zhao Ye's command, dozens of candidates erupted simultaneously, colorful skills shining brightly. However, Lin Mo's movements were even faster than theirs. Quicksand domain activated. A wave radiated from Lin Mo, instantly sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. They were shocked to find that the originally soft muddy ground beneath their feet had turned into swirling quicksand at that moment. A terrifying suction force emanated from the ground. What's happening? I can't move. I can't even use my displacement skills. Xiao Yu also realized this. He abruptly looked up and met Lin Mo's cold, mocking gaze. Lin Mo still stood in place, slowly raising his right hand, his index finger pointing directly at Xiao Yu. Buzz. Dark red light points rapidly condensed, spinning wildly, the surrounding air distorted from the heat and friction. At the same time, the group of candidates who could not move found that beneath their feet bright red circles of light were glowing. They were densely packed like the red spider lilies blooming in hell, exuding a breath of destruction. What is this? Xiao Ye's pupils constricted violently. Lin Mo, what have you done? Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight arc as he calmly replied, it's nothing, just want to send you all to heaven right where you stand. Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment. The next second, boom! Dark red spiral flames carrying a destructive momentum instantly tore through the air, piercing directly through Xiao Ye's chest. At the same time, boom 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 boom, more than 20 thick pillars of flame erupted from those red circles, accompanied by the 15 explosive fireballs falling from the sky. At that instant the entire black muddy swamp seemed to have caught fire. Crimson flames shot into the sky, completely tearing apart the gloomy sky along with all the screens swallowed up. Columns of white light rose. That was the glow of soul protection in effect, densely packed. 50 or so people were directly instantaneously killed in 2/3. Only a few dozen remained on the field. They were either lucky and not hit by the red circles of fire, or they were tank classes and had good positions, only sustaining minor injuries. But at this moment their eyes were filled with fear, their legs trembling. I wasn't hit," one candidate muttered. He raised his head to look at the young man. Under the glow of the flames, Lin Mo's figure was elongated. This is the worth of passing 30 levels in 24 seconds. An invisible sense of oppression rushed over. He has used up all his skills. Now's our chance. In this deathly silence a shout rang out. It was the trio of triplet brothers. They were relatively lucky, not directly hit by the pillars of fire, only sustaining minor injuries. Nonetheless, they were still left half disabled. Let's go all out. As long as we can knock him out, millions will be ours. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Under the immense temptation of profit, the three brothers unleashed their last potential. Just as the binding time of the quicksand ended, they charged towards Lin Mo. Die! The eldest brother roared, raising the tower shield in his hand. The second and third followed closely, ready to flank him. Boom! Crimson magma surged into being, instantly covering Lin Mo's entire body. Lin Mo clenched his right fist, the scorching magma flowing over his knuckles. He faced the heavy tower shield and threw a punch. Bang! The deafening explosion. The tower shield shattered instantly. The force of the fist continued unabated, crashing heavily into the eldest brother's chest. Puff! The eldest brother spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. While in the air, the white light lit up directly, putting him into the protection state.
This scene left the second and third brothers stunned. No. Although their eldest brother was not in good health, you smashed the shield of a tank class with a single punch and sent him straight into the protection state.
Are you really calling this a mage? Watching their leader being knocked away by a single punch, the remaining second and third members were instantly dumbfounded. Run! Run quickly! The second member, as an assassin, reacted the fastest. He shouted in surprise without any hesitation and turned to flee. The third member also turned around directly. Their leader had just been knocked into a protective state with a single blow. Staying here would mean offering themselves as sacrifices. The fireball technique was furious. Want to escape? Die for me? Ahem. The fireball instantly coalesced in front of Lin Mo, then shot towards the second member, who was running the fastest. After all, the second member was an assassin and he had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Relying on his instincts, he executed a sidestep. The fireball whizzed past his clothing. Dodged. He dodged it. The second member's heart raced, his eyes filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Although he had spiritual protection, he couldn't die. But that feeling of being on the brink of death was real, and no one wanted to experience it. More importantly, being knocked into a protective state here would greatly affect his exam results. At that moment, the fireball, which had already flown not far in front of him, suddenly made a sharp turn. What the hell? No way, can it really turn like that? Is this something that a practitioner of their level can perform? The second member was stunned, the fireball rapidly enlarging in his pupils. He wanted to sidestep again, but he was already in cooldown and unable to execute it. Boom! The flames erupted. The second member, already half damaged from the fiery pillar, was instantly killed. Monster! Run! Run! The remaining candidates who could still move had no hesitation and scattered in all directions. Joking, an entire assault team was wiped out in a single encounter, with Xiao Xiao and the strongest triplets all being killed. This was more like a boss than a wild boss. Lin Mo looked at the candidates fleeing in all directions and chose not to pursue. After all, his goal was merely to intimidate, to kill the chicken, to scare the monkeys, and if the monkeys scattered, then so be it. The goal had been achieved. Chasing after each one would be troublesome and unnecessary. Lin Mo stepped in the direction where Zhao Yu was. As he passed by the crooked-necked tree, he paused slightly. Xia Qingyue was sitting there, half leaning against it, unable to move. She was enveloped in white light, resembling a beautiful statue.
Seeing Lin Mo approach, her eyes were filled with guilt. Although the outcome was good, Lin Mo had dominated the scene with an invincible stance.
But regardless, it was because of her information that Lin Mo had stepped into the trap meticulously set by Zhao Yu. If Lin Mo's strength had been slightly weaker, the outcome today could have been very different. Lin Xiao. Xia Qingyu's voice carried a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I was careless and almost got you in trouble. Trouble? What a big deal. Lin Mo waved his hand, smiling nonchalantly. If you hadn't gathered them all together, how long would it take me to track them down one by one? After all, if it weren't for Xia Qingyue, Zhao Yu wouldn't have been waiting here for him. He wouldn't have comprehended the powerful control skill of quicksand domain in this treacherous black mud swamp. This was his first large-scale strong control skill, and its effectiveness was quite remarkable. Watching Lin Mo's carefree departing figure, Xia Qingyue let out a sigh of relief. But then a deep shock surged in her heart. She looked at the chaotic battlefield around her. So powerful. This strength had completely surpassed her understanding of her peers. Much stronger than before in the Abyss dungeon, she didn't know how many times over. This growth rate was terrifying. As a top student, Xia Qingyue had some understanding of the skills of various professions, especially mage skills. She immediately recognized that Lin Mo had just used a fire-earth combo skill along with 2 intermediate skills. Xia Qingyue felt a sense of inadequacy. With her aptitude, even if given half a year, she might not be able to comprehend an intermediate skill. Let alone that even more profound combo skill, she might never have the opportunity to comprehend it in her lifetime. Is this true genius? Xia Qingyue gazed at Lin Mo's back, her expression becoming incredibly complex, filled with both awe of towering mountains and a hint of relief. Relief that at that moment she chose to stand by this man. At this moment Zhao Yu was lying in the muddy swamp. The white light cocoon tightly protected him, but it also left him without any ability to move. He could only watch as that familiar figure walked step by step towards him. Fear and despair flooded over him like a tide. While watching the video of Lin Mo swiftly clearing the 30th floor, he still thought he had a chance. But when he truly faced Lin Mo, he understood what despair meant. It was a suffocating sense of powerlessness. The meticulously planned trap he had taken such pride in, the terrain advantage, the siege of dozens of people. In front of Lin Mo it was weak and fragile. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't even take out his staff. He cast spells the entire time without a staff. Zhao Yu trembled all over, wanting to close his eyes and not look at Lin Mo, but he couldn't. Lin Mo stopped looking down at Zhao Yu lying at his feet. Xiao to Xiao, you really can't do this just lying down. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, feeling humiliated and furious. You. His lips trembled, countless harsh words swirling in his mind. He wanted to say just wait for me, wanted to say 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. But when he recalled the earlier scene of Lin Mo's overwhelming power, all the harsh words stuck in his throat. A shudder from the depths of his soul rendered him unable to speak. It was the instinctive fear of the weak when facing an absolute strong. He was scared. He was truly scared. The Lin Mo who was grinning in front of him had transformed into an invincible demon in his eyes, a peer who existed like a bug. Seeing Xiao Yu like this, Lin Mo found it uninteresting. Tisk, boring. Lin Mo shook his head. For his current self, Xiao Yu was completely on a different level, lacking even the desire to humiliate him. Just like a dragon flying through the sky, would it care whether an ant beneath it was flaunting its claws? Clearly not. The actions of the ant held no significance to the dragon. Xiao to Xiao, you should reflect on yourself. Hear him off now. Lin Mo stood up, striding over Xiao Yu's body, walking into the depths of the mist. There was still some time left. He could find more monsters to kill. Striving to reach level 20 as soon as possible. He just hoped that by then the lightning skills would be more reliable. In the swamp, Xiao Yu lay in the cold muck, despairingly looking at the gray sky. It was impossible to ever catch up to that guy in this lifetime. No catch up. Laughable. With his level talent. In front of that guy it was nothing but a joke. Perhaps. Only those SS level geniuses that emerge from the millions would have the qualification to glance at Lin Mo's back. As for himself, he didn't even have the qualification to look up. Inside the monitoring room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the enormous main screen. In the footage, the battle in the black cement swamp had completely come to an end. From the muddy ground, dozens of beams of white light shot into the sky, each representing a soul's protection, seemingly recounting the brutality of this battle. Cough, cough. Su Wenchang cleared his throat twice, saying, I didn't expect this kid to really grasp the mid-level Earth-type skill Sandstorm domain. At this, Su Wenchang turned to glance at Lin Tianhao, teasing, Oh Lin, your son wouldn't happen to have some sort of system, would he? You know, like those powerful external aids that protagonists have in popular web novels, otherwise how could he acquire skills as if they were free just by clicking? Lin Tianhao looked at Su Wenchang with a peculiar expression, saying, Old Su, how old are you? You're still reading that kind of web novel? Su Wenchang's face flushed red, chuckling awkwardly, cough. It's not me, it's my little nephew who's particularly into these things lately, so I just flipped through a few pages. You can't deny some of them are quite interesting. I think you've just read too many novels and should cut down on that nonsense. Lin Tianhao shot him a glance. Don't blame me for overthinking. Su Wenchang shook his head, his tone filled with disbelief. Who can comprehend 2 mid-level skills in a single day at this level at this moment? Listening to his old classmate, Lin Tianhao couldn't hide the smugness on his face. Old Su, you know that skills depend purely on comprehension. Some people's realizations are like constipation, they can't produce anything for days. My daughter Moa is like that. Once she gets going, it's unstoppable, no problem, right? Alright, the more we talk the more absurd it gets, and it's not even pleasant to hear. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh, shooting him a glare. Though the analogy is quite disgusting. Su Wan paused, a hint of pride appearing on her face, but the logic is indeed sound. Su Wenchang let out a helpless, bitter laugh. He turned his gaze back to the screen, focusing on Lin Mo, who was wandering around looking for monsters to hunt. Having been an admissions officer in the Dragon Sequence class for so many years, he had seen countless geniuses. However, someone like Lin Mo, who continuously produced skill after skill, had never been seen before. However, just because it has never happened does not mean it cannot happen. After all, isn't history meant to be broken? Perhaps this kid can truly carve a path unprecedented by anyone. With this thought, Su Wenchang's gaze grew increasingly admiring. Just then Lin Tianhao's somewhat smug voice rang out again. "Old Su, what do you say? My daughter Mo are going to the dragon sequence class should make her the top student of this cohort, right? Ha ha ha." Su Wenchang chuckled lightly, then looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. "Old Lin, in Jianghai City your son Lin Mo is indeed the undisputed top, but..." Su Wenchang paused before continuing, "This year's prodigies are extraordinary. We internally refer to this year as the year of the gods' descent." The competition is that fierce this year? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Yes." Su Wenchang nodded, his expression serious. "Let's put it this way, this year's cohort has a space-type mage, a light-type knight, and 12 SS-level geniuses. Moreover, they nearly all comprehended mid-level skills before the major exam." Hearing this, Lin Tianhao gasped. "Looks like the intensity is indeed quite high. It's important to note that light-type and space-type existences are rarer than even SS level." This year two appeared at once. "Yes." Su Wenchang sighed. "So even though Lin Mo is a prodigy in this chaotic battle of gods, securing the position of the top student is difficult." Lin Tianhao was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "That's fine, if there's no challenge, how boring would that be? So it's the gods' descent, huh? Then let's slay the gods." Ha ha ha. Su Wenchang was also infected by this boldness and laughed out loud. "Alright. Then I look forward to seeing if the unbonded Lin Mo can truly slay the gods." Speaking of which, Lin Tianhao's gaze locked onto Zhao Lei, who was quietly preparing to sneak away in the corner. "Hey old Zhao, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei stiffened his back to everyone, his steps coming to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned around, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Cough. "Can't I go to the restroom?" Lin Tianhao leisurely stood up, adjusting his collar. "Going to the restroom? Sure, who could possibly stop you, Commander Zhao, from doing your business? However, first let's hand over that set of equipment. I'm afraid you might run off to avoid paying up." "Avoid paying up?" Zhao Lei instantly exploded. "Lin Tianhao, don't slander me. I, Zhao Lei, keep my word." Saying this, a flash of light appeared. A set of mage equipment radiating an orange-yellow aura appeared in his hand. Phantom Spirit set, legendary grade. Looking at the equipment in hand, Zhao Lei felt his heart bleed. This was something he spent over tens of millions of Dragon Country coins on, leveraging numerous connections and using many favors, and it took him a whole half a year to gather. Sigh. He sighed deeply in his heart. Thankfully he hadn't revealed it to his son, wanting to surprise him. If his son knew that his originally reserved divine gear was given to Lin Tianhao and worn by Lin Mo, Zhao Lei shuddered at the thought. He feared that his son might just faint from rage. Old Lin. Zhao Lei made a final struggle, softening his tone. "Can we discuss something? Could I trade it for money? 50 million? I'll give you 50 million Dragon Country coins. Let me keep this equipment. How about it?" "No way." Lin Tianhao rejected without hesitation. "Money? I have plenty of money. But this set of equipment is a priceless treasure, just right for my mower to use in the meantime." Seeing this, Zhao Lei took a deep breath to calm himself down, ultimately tossing the equipment to Lin Tianhao. Here you go." Lin Tianhao caught the equipment, weighing it in his hands, a mischievous smile on his face. "Thanks, old Zhao. If my mower knows this equipment was gifted by you, he'll surely be touched to the core. I'll have him write you a thank you letter later and even send you a banner. How about that? Get lost." Zhao Lei could no longer hold back roaring as he left the monitoring room with his aide. Su Wenchang chuckled softly, shaking his head. He turned to Lin Tianhao, his expression slightly serious. "Alright, I should be going now. I need to report back to the old folks." After all, a whiteboard mage with no elemental affinity has exhibited such talent. If this situation is too unique. Lin Tianhao nodded, not trying to keep him. "Alright, you go ahead and take care of things. When Mower goes to Kyoto, you must look after him more.
Don't worry, you don't need to tell me. Su Winchan waved his hand and strode out of the monitoring room. As Su Winchan left, Lin Tianhao gently wrapped his arm around Su Wan's shoulder.
Dear, the major exam is almost over. Shall we go to the testing site to prepare to bring our top scholar son home? Su Wan smiled slightly. The final examination officially concluded. At the center of the plaza, a colossal teleportation formation flared to life, erupting with blinding white light that pierced the heavens. When the radiance faded, hundreds of figures materialized out of thin air upon the stone expanse. Ouch, my back. Priest! Where's the priest? Hurry, save me quickly. My leg's broken. Wah, priest, come at once. Wails and moans filled the plaza. Over half the examinees had collapsed into Soul Sanctuary, a state of enforced spiritual dormancy, utterly immobilized. Even those who remained uneliminated fared little better, battered, disheveled, and barely standing. Amidst this chaos stood Lin Mo, utterly incongruous. Like a wealthy young master returning from a leisurely vacation suddenly thrust into a crowd of war-weary refugees. Already stationed at the periphery, the priestly healing team surged forward like celestial emissaries clad in white. Soft golden holy light bloomed across the plaza as they administered urgent restorative rites to the wounded examinees. The harrowing cries gradually subsided beneath the soothing embrace of sacred luminescence. Phase 2 of the examination has ended. The final results are now announced. From the elevated dais, Zhang Tiejuan's commanding voice echoed once more. First place Lin Mo, total score 12880 points. Silence descended, absolute suffocating silence. Not because the score itself was unimaginable, but because many present had witnessed Lin Mo's terrifying prowess firsthand. That towering pillar of flame. That impossible finesse. That magma-forged fist shattering all resistance. Even now, recalling those moments sent chills down their spines and turned their knees to water. Young Master Lin is unmatched. Someone broke the hush, and instantly the plaza erupted into jubilant frenzy. Unbelievably strong. I was right there in the black cement marsh. I saw young Master Lin, a mage, obliterate a frontline tank with a single punch. HSS, a punch-wielding mage. His ranged mastery is what truly astounds, massive area control combined with that apocalyptic fire column. I merely grazed its edge, and nearly lost half my life. What does generational gap mean? This is the definition of a generational gap. Young Master Lin is the pride of Jianghai City. Weren't you all aligned with young Master Zhao? How swiftly your loyalties shift. We were blinded by young Master Zhao's wealth. From this moment forth I swear eternal fealty to young Master Lin. Lin Mo remained impassive, unmoved by the surrounding clamor and adulation. His gaze swept the plaza, then settled instantly upon several familiar figures at its outer edge. His father Lin Tianhao and mother Su Wan stood foremost. Behind them stood Yi Hongyu and Shi Tu among others. Their smiles glowed as radiant as chrysanthemums in full bloom. A faint upward curve touched Lin Mo's lips as he strode forward. Young Master. I couldn't hold back any longer. Shi Tu burst out the moment Lin Mo drew near. Truly worthy of our family name, you've brought us unparalleled honor. Yi Hongyu's eyes shimmered with reverence. Congratulations on claiming the city's top scholar title. This victory was nothing short of magnificent. Lin Mo chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Just routine practice. I owe much to brother Shi Tu and senior sister Yi for guiding my cultivation. At that moment Su Wan stepped forward and gently adjusted his collar. Emor. Mom is so proud of you. Her voice caught eyes glistening faintly. You must be utterly exhausted these past few days. Look, how thin you've grown. A warm tenderness rose within Lin Mo as he met his mother's tender, worried gaze, and deliberately flexed. Mom, this is tone, not thin. See, My abdominal definition is almost visible. Rest easy, I'm not tired at all. The latter claim held truth. He genuinely hadn't been fatigued. These past days had consisted mostly of napping in new locations, or idly strolling through quiet lanes. Ha ha ha! What a fine lad! Lin Tianhao strode over laughing heartily and clapped Lin Mo firmly on the shoulder. Outstanding work! Now let's see who dares call my son Lin Tianhao's useless whiteboard mage ever again. Or I've already dispatched people to process the city champion's reward. It'll arrive at our residence shortly. It will greatly accelerate your comprehension of fire affinity techniques. Given your innate talent, consuming it should allow you to grasp an entirely new fire art in no time. The utterly spent fireball technique jolted upright, drooling profusely. Hurry, feed me. With this I feel the forbidden curse drawing ever closer. Thanks, Dad. Lin Mo smiled in acknowledgement. But this is just the beginning, isn't it? Lin Tianhao grinned mysteriously and flipped his wrist. A set of armor shimmering with amber radiance appeared in his palm. The Illusion Spirit Set, legendary tier wearable at level 20. Its stat bonuses are exceptional, but most crucially it is an exceedingly rare cooldown reduction set. Wearing the full ensemble reduces ability cooldowns by 65%. It is yours now. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He seized it eagerly. A true treasure. His previous purple cloud set, though also elite and cooldown optimized, had long since fallen behind, its stats no longer commensurate with his current power. He'd been pondering how to acquire fitting gear, only for his father to deliver it precisely when needed. Indeed, the world's greatest blessing was a father's love. Well, do you like it? Lin Tianhao asked, feigning mystery. Guess where it came from? Lin Mo blinked. An odd question. If purchased, his father would never pose it thus. Given Lin Tianhao's nature, its provenance was almost certainly unconventional. Lin Mo arched a brow and ventured cautiously, Did Zhao Lei lose it to you? Lin Tianhao roared with laughter, Ha ha ha. Truly, no one knows a father like his own son. Precisely. Won it fair and square from that old fox Zhao Lei. You should know, he spent half a year amassing resources specifically crafting this divine level 20 set for his son Zhao Yu. And now it rests in your hands. We really ought to thank Uncle Zhao properly. Lin Mo laughed aloud at that. If Zhao Yu ever learned his prized legendary gear had been wagered away by his own father, and now adorned Lin Mo, he'd likely collapse on the spot. Truly, father and son were paragons of generosity, bestowing both prestige and priceless equipment. Enough, you two have won handsomely, no need to pretend modesty. Su Wan interjected warmly, halting their banter. Mor must be famished, let's go home. The kitchen's already prepared a victory banquet, rich hearty dishes served without restraint. At the word eat, the dormant skill instantly revived. Fireball technique drooled ecstatically, eyes blazing. Hurry, this body could devour 10 oxen. Earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Finally, home at last. Home is safe. I demand sustenance too. Lin residence, second floor bedroom. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. After a feast of unrestrained indulgence, Lin Mo lay sated and utterly spent, only longing to surrender to stillness. He pushed open his bedroom door and sank deep into the plush expanse of his bed. Ah, pure bliss! Fireball technique belched, sending tiny flames spiraling a full belly, perfect conditions for cultivation. Fireball technique bounced energetically across the skill interface. What splendid weather! Let's clear the nearby wilderness zones, aim to reach level 20 before day's end. Earth shield technique timidly protested. Brother, aren't you exhausted? I simply wish to sleep. Fireball technique nearly kicked it sideways into the adjacent skill slot. Exhaustion. Nonsense. Only the weak seek slumber, true masters transcend rest. Lin Mo glanced at his experience bar. Level LV 1980. He was indeed close to ascending. Yet he felt no desire to leave the house, not after pacing the examination grounds all morning, his legs aching fiercely. Still he eagerly anticipated level 20, when he would finally unlock a new lightning affinity technique. With that thought he rolled onto his side and murmured, "Xiaohua, if you're determined to go then go, but stay concealed. No mishaps, understood."
Should you fail to ascend tonight, I shall hold you in contempt. Fireball technique, scoffed disdainfully Ha. You underestimate me gravely. Just watch, I will elevate you tonight.
At that, fireball technique shot through the window like a crimson comet, vanishing beyond the horizon. Earth shield technique peered out the window, then promptly curled inward, such boundless energy. I'll choose sleep. Sleep is safest. Boom. As night descended, dark clouds loomed over Jianghai City. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the luxurious Lin family villa. On the second floor of the villa, in a hallway adorned with soft wool carpets, Lin Mo had just finished his dinner, chewing on a toothpick as he headed towards his bedroom. Hurry! It's going to rain heavily. The clothes on the terrace haven't been brought in yet. Two young maids hurried past. Upon seeing Lin Mo, they stopped and greeted him. "Good evening, young master. Be careful, don't slip," Lin Mo casually replied. He glanced at the darkening sky outside and muttered, "This dreadful weather changes in an instant. It seems like a night suited for snuggling under the blankets and playing games." He pushed open the bedroom door. Lin Mo immediately sank into the sofa. Comfortable. He opened his profession panel and took a look at his experience bar. Level LV 1999. TSK. Lin Mo smacked his lips, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. How long has it been stuck like this? Why is it still lacking this little bit? The higher the level, the more unrealistic it becomes to level up in the wild. Fortunately, this is fully automated, so I can accept it. Little Fire, why haven't you reached level 20 yet? Did you get sidetracked by some mother fireball? Lin Mo joked. A few seconds later, a furious response came from the fireball spell. "Fireball spell," roared, "what are you making noise about? Are you rushing me? Mother fireball?" "Fireball spell," declared a heart. "Without women naturally casts spells with divinity. Only the opposite sex affects my explosive power." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Then why have you been dawdling without any action?" "Fireball spell," sneered, "I'm luring monsters here. Just wait and see what art looks like. Art is explosion." Before the words fell, Goblin Thrower X12 killed, experience gain 3680. Goblin Warrior X13 killed, experience gain 3710. Goblin Knight X10 killed, experience gain 3550. Killed. A flurry of kill notifications began to flood the screen. Immediately a golden light rose within the bedroom, enveloping Lin Mo. "Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV 20. Here it comes." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he sat up abruptly. With a flick of his wrist, the skill book he had prepared appeared in his hand. Skill book Thunder Strike Basic. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Learn. With a thought, the skill book transformed into a purple stream of light, drilling into Lin Mo's mind. In his sea of consciousness, it felt as if a thunderclap had exploded. "Congratulations! You have successfully learned the basic thunder skill, Thunder Strike LV 1. Thunder Strike unleashes a bolt of thunder that deals thunder attribute damage to the target and has a certain chance to cause paralysis. Cooldown time 3 seconds. In the skill bar, a skill with a lightning icon appeared, exuding a sharp and proud aura. The first to react was the Earth Shield spell. Earth Shield spell, curiously peeked out Ha. A newcomer? Meanwhile, the Fireball spell several kilometers away also noticed. Fireball spell instantly became alert. A newcomer? Fireball spell, snorted coldly. Is this the so-called highest single target burst in the Thunder system? Just wait, I'll head back and let you experience it properly. Fireball spell, status updated, returning at full speed. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, beginning to educate the fireball spell. I say, little fire, aren't we all family? Is this how you welcome newcomers? What do you mean by experience? Earth shield spell immediately chimed in. Exactly. The master is right. Earth shield spell looked at the newly arrived Thunder Strike icon with a compliant expression. Thunder. Thunder third brother. Hello. You can call me Little Earth. From now on we are family, so let's love each other. Fireball spell, snorted coldly. Family? To become my family you must first gain my approval. Earth shield spell, weakly retorted Big Brother. You're wrong, Lin Mo is our master. Since the master has said we are family, we must listen to the master's words. Fireball spell, interrupted angrily. Shut up. I am destined to become an existence of forbidden spells and will never become family with the weak. Lin Mo sighed. This family is truly a handful. At that moment, the newly appeared lightning icon flickered. Thunder strike so noisy. The voice was cold, carrying a strong sense of disdain and arrogance. Lin Mo was taken aback. Huh. This newcomer has quite the personality. Fireball spell immediately exploded in rage. What did you say? Presumptuous. Dare to call me noisy? Fireball spell's flames surged. I am a noble existence destined to become a forbidden spell. What are you, a newcomer spark, to disrespect me? Thunder strike, idiot. Fireball spell. Fireball spell trembled with rage. Fine. Fine. You dare to call me an idiot? Fireball spell fumed. Today I'll show you what true output ceiling looks like. However, facing the furious fireball spell, Thunder Strike remained unresponsive. Fireball spell grew even angrier. Why aren't you talking? Aren't you very arrogant? Have you backed down? Earth shield spell whined. Please stop fighting. At that moment, Thunder Strike spoke. Thunder Strike, only the incompetent weak bark like mad dogs. Fireball spell completely exploded. Fireball spell, I'm furious. I'm furious. I want to compete with it. I want to prove that in this family the fire system is the only true god. Lin Mo rubbed his temples with a headache. This skill is really a handful. Alright, little fire, calm down. You've already comprehended an intermediate skill. Little thunder just arrived. Isn't this bullying? Fireball spell listened and thought it made some sense. Fireball spell generously waved its flames. I'll only use the basic fireball spell. How about that? Before Lin Mo could nod, Thunder Strike let out a light scoff. No need. Thunder Strike said indifferently, use your strongest move, bring it on. Thunder Strike anyway, the outcome will be the same. Lin Mo? This guy is really full of himself. I'll give you full marks. Fireball spell laughed in anger. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. You see, too arrogant. I must show him what true skill is. Alright, let's go to the backyard. There are wooden stakes there for skill testing. Lin Mo stood up from the sofa. He was also quite curious. This Thunder Strike, whose tone was bigger than the sky, does he really have the skills, or is he just a show-off? Lin Mo walked to the window and took a look. Boom. The dull thunder seemed to grow even louder. The dark clouds pressed down as if they might collapse at any moment. Lin Mo walked out of his bedroom and bumped into his mother. Su Wan, accompanied by 2 personal maids, was holding a bowl of soup. More. Where are you going so late? She raised the porcelain bowl slightly, her tone full of affection. Mom just had the kitchen stew some soup and I was about to bring it to your room. You must be exhausted from the big exam these past few days. You need to replenish your energy. Lin Mo paused, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. Mom, I'm not hungry, I just had dinner not long ago. I just learned the Thunder Strike skill, so I was thinking of trying it out on the wooden stake in the backyard. Su Wan was taken aback, looking Lin Mo up and down. Oh? Mower, you are already level 20. If I remember correctly, you were still level 19 this afternoon. Yes, quite close, right? Lin Mo casually brushed it off. Fortunately, Su Wan didn't ask further and just told him to drink the soup first. After Lin Mo finished the soup, Su Wan spoke. Alright, but don't stay out too late, it might rain outside. Just try it a couple of times and hurry back to rest, don't get soaked. Got it, Mom, I'll just throw a few casually. Lin Mo waved his hand, passing by Su Wan heading towards the staircase. Watching her son disappear around the corner of the stairs, Su Wan's smile grew brighter, even tinged with a hint of emotion. This child clearly works very hard yet insists on hiding it. Why? Is working hard something to be ashamed of? Su Wan felt both gratified and amused. He must be afraid that everyone has too high expectations of him, causing him too much pressure, which is why he pretends to be nonchalant. In reality, behind the scenes he is more diligent than anyone. Level 20. Thunder Elemental Skills. Su Wan murmured, her eyes gradually lighting up. Previously, with the fire and earth elemental skills, Mower had surprised everyone greatly. This time this is known as the strongest single-target burst thunder skill. Although it's just a basic skill, who knows what kind of earth-shattering results it might produce. No, I need to inform old Lin. With that thought, Su Wan turned and quickly walked toward the study at the end of the corridor. At this moment in the second-floor study, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. The heavy soundproof door blocked most of the thunder from the outside, leaving only a faint rumble. Lin Tianhao's expression was stern, and his casual attire could not hide the authority of the city defense commander. Opposite him, Yi Hongyu and Shi Tu stood upright, equally serious. You all need to remember what I just mentioned. Recently the world has been quite unstable. According to intelligence from the front lines, monsters in various wild areas have shown varying degrees of unrest. Last year a small beast tide occurred only once a month. This month it has happened 3 times already, and each time the scale has been larger, with the frequency doubling compared to last year. Saying this, Lin Tianhao stood up and walked to the window, pulling apart the curtain. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning split the sky. Thundercloud beast. It hasn't appeared for several years. Lin Tianhao sighed. Yi Hongyu asked with concern, Commander, should we go to Yunhai City to support? Lin Tianhao shook his head. No need, it's just a world boss. There are at least 5 magic deities stationed in Yunhai City. This little thundercloud beast can't cause much trouble. However, the movements of such high-tier monsters often trigger chain reactions. For the time being, our patrols in Jianghai City need to be more frequent. You two arrange this? Yes, Commander. The two answered in unison. Just then there was a knock on the door. Before Lin Tianhao could speak, the door was pushed open. In the entire Lin family, the only one bold enough to barge into the commander's study without prior notice was Su Wan. Upon seeing Su Wan enter, a smile instantly appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. Wife, what brings you here? Su Wan noticed the serious atmosphere and couldn't help but ask, did I interrupt you discussing important matters? No. Lin Tianhao waved his hands repeatedly, his expression serious. What important matter could be more important than my wife's presence? Besides, the meeting has already concluded, and I was just about to let them go back to rest. What do you need, dear? Seeing Lin Tianhao like this, Yi Hongyu and Shi Tu exchanged glances, seemingly sharing a mutual understanding of helpless amusement. The commander, who was formidable and decisive outside, had no temper at all in front of his wife. Perhaps this is what they call a devoted husband. Su Wan smiled and said, Mower has reached level 20 and just learned the Thunder Strike skill. He said he was going to try it on the wooden stake in the backyard. I thought since this is our son's first thunder skill, would you like to go and see? Hearing this, Lin Tianhao waved his hand, chuckling, oh, it's just a thunder strike. He hadn't finished his sentence. Lin Tianhao suddenly remembered. That was Moer's thunder strike. Who knows what surprises might arise? No, I have to go. Let's go. Hurry up and take a look. Lin Tianhao pulled Su Wan out, his face full of anticipation. Yi Hongyu exchanged glances with Shi Tu and followed suit. They were also very curious. What would the strongest single-target burst thunder skill look like in the hands of the young master? Meanwhile, in the Lin family villa. Hey! Have you heard? The young master went to the training ground in the backyard. A maid jogged over, whispering to another colleague who was wiping a vase. Huh? The young master went to the training ground. I've been at the Lin family for 3 years, but I've never seen the young master go there. So should we go and join the fun? But I haven't finished my work yet. Oh, come on, when can't the work wait? The young master rarely goes to the backyard, there must be a great show to see. That's true. In no time, similar conversations erupted in various corners of the villa. Within just a few minutes, the servants who had been focused on their tasks were all finding excuses to put their work down. Groups of 3 or 5 made their way to the backyard. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao and his wife were usually kind, never acting superior to the servants, nor would they scold them for such trivial matters. The servants also knew that Commander Lin and his wife dote on the young master to the core. As long as it was about the young master, it was a big deal. They went to watch the young master train, and maybe Commander Lin would feel happy that everyone cared about the young master's growth. In the backyard of the Lin family. This was an extremely spacious outdoor lawn surrounded by various wooden weapons and racks. In the center of the lawn stood a massive wooden stake connected to a device that could display damage. This was no ordinary wooden stake. It was incredibly hard and had a strong self-repair capability. Just the cost of this one stake reached tens of millions of Long Nation dollars. Looking across the entire Jianghai city, very few families could afford to install such a testing stake at home. At this moment, Lin Mo was standing about 20 meters in front of the stake. He suddenly felt something was off and turned around to look. The originally empty entrance of the backyard was now bustling with people. At the front were his father Lin Tianhao and mother Su Wan, both looking at him with eager expressions. Beside them were Yi Hongyu and Shi Tu, equally full of curiosity. And that's not all. Behind them were the chef in a white uniform, the gardener with large scissors, and even the security uncle walking his dog. Boom! The lightning tore through the heavy dark clouds. Son! Show them what true thunderous power is. Lin Tianhao stood at the forefront of the crowd, hands on his hips. His loud voice even drowned out the thunder above. Lin Mo, standing in front of the wooden stake, couldn't help but twitch his lips twice. Dad! I'm just trying a basic skill, does it really need to be so grand? Lin Mo sighed, feeling an immense pressure. He turned his head again, his gaze landing on the test wooden stake. Alright, since neither of you wants to back down, let's see who truly has the skills. Xiao Hu, Xiao Lei, are you ready? Who's going first? The Earth Shield technique cautiously poked its head out. Well, we're all family, harmony is paramount, let's not hurt our feelings, how about we shake hands and make peace? The Earth Shield technique attempted to mediate. Big brother, let the third brother have a chance. You third brother, you should respect big brother. Can't we just protect our master together? Fireball technique exploded in anger. Shut up. You have no say here. After scolding its little brother, the fireball technique turned to the new arrival, lightning strike technique. Fireball technique, hey newcomer, don't say I'm bullying you, but let me ask you again, do you need me to give you a few chances? Lightning strike technique, coldly replied Noisy. Fireball technique, blew up, ha. Think you're tough? Fine, I'll show you what despairing damage looks like, the insurmountable mountain you'll face for the rest of your life. Alright, stop rambling. Xiaohui, you go first. Lin Mo, too lazy for further chit-chat, directly issued the command. The fireball technique wasted no time and instantly entered a combat state. Buzz! In that moment the ground beneath the wooden stake lit up with a dazzling red glow. The next second, boom! A thick pillar of fire shot into the sky. Following that, a second, a third. Over 20 pillars of fire all erupted frantically from the same spot. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosion sounds caused everyone's eardrums to ache. On the side, the damage display screen showed red numbers flashing wildly. Every damage tick was accompanied by the violent shaking of the wooden stake. In less than 10 seconds the fire pillars dissipated. The test wooden stake was now completely charred, emitting thick smoke. Total damage 138,521. Hiss! A young chef gasped. Although he was just a cook, he had seen enough to know what was impressive.
For a normal level 20 professional, dealing 10,000 damage with a single skill is already quite impressive. Even a class genius would only max out at around 30 to 40,000.
But now, 138,000? Is this even something a level 20 can achieve? Meanwhile, the young maids around were all starry-eyed. Oh my! Young master is so fierce, so wild, so manly. I really like it. Yeah, I feel so secure with young master. I want to marry him. Sigh, it seems I need to improve my skills again tonight. Listening to the flattery around her, Su Wan helplessly rubbed her forehead. Then she frowned and looked at Lin Qianhao with some confusion. Old Lin didn't Mo say he wanted to try the new thunder skill. Why is he starting with a fire pillar? Lin Qianhao pondered, analyzing. I suspect this kid wants to make a comparison. But to be fair, the damage of Mo's fire pillar is truly outrageous. Su Wan's confusion deepened, but old Lin, the fire pillar is a mid-level skill while the lightning strike technique is just a basic thunder skill. No matter how powerful the thunder skill is, it can't compare to a mid-level fire skill, can it? Lin Qianhao thought for a moment, unable to figure it out. Who cares, dear? Let's just watch. Mo must have his reasons. Fireball technique, with smug nostrils flaring. So what? Are you scared? What do you have to compare with my authority? Fireball technique contemptuously looked at lightning strike technique. I advise you to call me big brother properly. If you follow me, there will be benefits. However, lightning strike technique showed no reaction. Lightning strike technique was observing the wooden stake, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but say, Xiao Lei, you just arrived. It's a basic skill. Comparing damage with Xiaohua's mid-level skill is indeed quite unfair. Moreover, while Xiaohua's skill looks high in damage, it's actually very difficult to hit all fire circles on the same target in practice. How about this? As long as you can deal even 1/10 of Xiaohua's damage, you'll consider you the winner. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Fireball technique also agreed. Fireball technique generously waved a hand. No problem. I'm not an unreasonable fire. Facing Lin Mo's proposal and Fireball technique's generosity, lightning strike technique seemed uninterested. Lightning strike technique gazed into the starry sky. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He then looked up as well. In the pitch-black night sky, dark clouds loomed and thunder rolled. What is Mo doing? Su Wan looked at her son, who suddenly gazed skyward, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to hit the wooden stake? Why are you looking at the sky? Is it going to rain? However, Lin Qianhao, standing beside her, suddenly jolted. His eyes fixed intensely on a certain point in the sky, then swiftly turned to Lin Mo. As one of the top thunder warriors even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Lin Qianhao possessed an exceptionally terrifying perception of the thunder elements. In his eyes, the world at this moment was not just filled with dark clouds and fierce winds. Countless turbulent thunder elements were wildly surging within the clouds. Amid this chaotic frenzy were invisible blue threads descending from the heavens. This is also known as the lightning guiding threads. Lin Qianhao had a relatively deep understanding of all thunder skills. The Thunder Mage had a mid-level skill that precisely triggered heavenly lightning to deal massive single-target damage. However, the comprehension difficulty of this skill is extremely high. One must have an almost abnormal sensitivity to the thunder elements to see and control these lightning guiding threads. Even he back then only managed to grasp this lightning guiding thread after reaching level 40, having experienced countless life and death trials in thunderstorms. And now, Lin Qianhao gazed at Lin Mo not far away. No doubt about it. The lightning guiding thread Mo. He saw it. What are you looking at? Lin Mo tilted his head, feeling a bit of strain in his neck. Xiao Lei, can you really summon the heavenly thunder down? Just as the words fell, lines of information appeared on the panel. Lightning strike technique, sense the threads descending from the heavens, each containing world-destroying power. Lightning strike technique seemed to feel something, perhaps it could harness this power. Lightning strike technique attempted to grasp it, and the violent thunder surged along the threads, yet lightning strike technique did not retreat but gripped even tighter. Lightning strike technique saw the legendary thunder deity, a divine beast clad in purple lightning, stepping on clouds. Congratulations! Your skill, lightning strike technique, has comprehended the power of heaven and earth, successfully deducing and grasping the mid-level thunder skill. Thunder Kirin descends LV. 1. Thunder Kirin descends summons divine lightning, transforming into a Thunder Kirin that deals massive thunder damage to a single target while guaranteeing a paralysis effect and splash damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown time 1 minute. Lin Mo was completely stunned. What the heck? I just said it casually and you actually did it. You're truly a genius. This kid. Lin Qianhao stood at the forefront of the crowd, suddenly shaking. As a top-tier thunder system warrior, he keenly sensed the change of thunder elements within Lin Mo. Old Lin, what's wrong? Su Wan noticed her husband's unusual behavior. Lin Qianhao paused before speaking. Wife, just watch. He gazed at Lin Mo's silhouette. Just now that fluctuation of thunder elements, if he guessed correctly, was likely that skill. The strongest mid-tier skill among thunder mages, thunder summoning. One must know that among countless mid-tier skills across all professions, the difficulty of comprehending thunder summoning ranks in the top 5. Many high-level old thunder mages might spend their entire lives without being able to cast this move. And how long has Lin Mo just learned the basic thunder skills? Lin Qianhao felt a buzzing in his head. Meanwhile, in front of the wooden stake, Lin Mo stared at the brand new skill icon on his profession panel, somewhat astonished. Thunder summoning. Just hearing this name, the prestige is overwhelming. He directly skipped the initial skills and comprehended a mid-tier one. This little thunder kid really has some talent. In the skill bar, both Earth Shield and Fireball found a new thunder skill beneath Thunder Strike. Earth Shield trembles. Oh my big brother, that seems to be a mid-tier skill. This third brother seems a bit fierce. Fireball snorts disdainfully. Flashy and whatnot. A Chilin, what is this? Is it a zoo? Fireball crosses its arms and sneers. I want to see how much damage you can deal. Lin Mo looked at the thunder skill icon on the panel. Little thunder, shall we give it a try? Thunder strike flickered slightly. You're noisy. The next second, boom. The night sky, already filled with dark clouds, seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand at this moment. The thunder elements within a radius of several kilometers seemed to have heard the king's command, completely going berserk. In the backyard of the Lin family, the wind howled and dust and stones flew. Everyone present felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, even their hair standing on end. That was the instinctive shudder of living beings in the face of heavenly might. The crowd looked up in shock. Deep within the thick surging clouds, countless electric snakes that had been drifting began to intertwine wildly. The dazzling blue light illuminated the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. That is. A maid covered her mouth, her face full of shock. The clouds churned and thunder gathered. Roar. A roar reverberated through heaven and earth. Immediately after the clouds parted, a colossal being entirely composed of lightning was slowly taking shape in the clouds. With a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, a deer body, dragon scales, and an ox tail. Thunder Qilin. It stood proudly above the sky, each scale shimmering with a terrifying electric arc. Then the Thunder Qilin stomped on the clouds, transforming into a thick blue beam of light crashing down. Its speed was at the extreme. That was the ultimate speed of light and thunder. Many people didn't even have time to catch its trajectory before their vision was filled with blinding blue light. Boom! Thunder pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying shockwave mixed with countless tiny electric arcs spread wildly in all directions. The wooden stake trembled violently, although it didn't break. The entire stake was struck until it turned bright red, emitting thick smoke. On the nearby damage display screen, the numbers began to jump wildly. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. Finally the numbers settled. Total damage 1047561. 1 million. Stone was stunned, murmuring, "Am I seeing things? Yi team. Could you help me check, is that a 7-digit number?" Yi Hongyu didn't answer. Because she was stunned too. 1 million damage. What does that mean? That is damage that only a level 40 professional could deal, and the young master is only level 20. Oh my god. The servants in the back were also in an uproar. Did the young master really deal this? 1 million damage. Even a top-tier tank profession at the same level, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Please remove the "I'm afraid." Thank you. Damn, just now I felt like my heart stopped for 3 seconds. The young master is not human. Su-won also snapped back to reality. She asked blankly, "Old Lin, is this machine broken? 1 million damage, can it really be done without being level 40? Is that wooden stake short-circuited by lightning? After all, it hasn't been used for many years." Facing his wife's question, Lin Tianhao appeared very calm. "The machine is not broken, this damage is very normal." Lin Tianhao glanced at the thunderclouds in the sky, then looked towards the direction of Yunhai City. The skill that Moer comprehended is the mid-tier skill of Thunder Mage's Thunder Summoning. This skill's comprehension difficulty ranks in the top 5 among mid-tier skills of all professions, with high difficulty and naturally great power. More importantly, Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and explained, "What Moer just summoned was not just the thunder above our heads. He, with his terrifying perception, summoned the thunder from the world-class boss Thunder Cloud Beast in Yunhai City, which was currently going berserk." Thunder Cloud Beast? That 80-level world boss? Su-won was taken aback. Lin Tianhao nodded and said lightly, "Yes, that is an 80-level world boss. Even if he only attracted a wisp of it, dealing this million damage is not surprising." Upon hearing this explanation, Su-won suddenly understood. She patted her chest and let out a long breath. "So that's how it is. Almost scared me to death. I thought my son had really turned into some kind of monster. Since he borrowed the power of a world boss, that is still understandable." "Not at all. Even if he borrowed power, the premise is that he must first have learned Thunder Summoning. This defiant son just learned Thunder Strike and then comprehended Thunder Summoning, and even went hundreds of kilometers to siphon the world boss's power. Old Lin. Fire, Earth, and now adding Thunder, that's already 3 systems." Su-won looked at Lin Mo's back, sighing. "In just a short time he can reach the extreme of 3 systems, even surpassing the extreme. At this rate, water, wind, light, and dark. Even time and space systems, this full system god of magic, might really not be just talk. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao pulled out a cigar from his pocket. Light and dark systems. That's still manageable. Given Moer's talent, when his level is high enough he will likely be able to learn them. But the elusive time and space systems? There are no skill books produced for that. Saying this, Lin Tianhao smiled bitterly. Forget it, that's too far away. Wife. Lin Tianhao looked at Su Wan with a serious expression. Our son is working so hard, I can't just wait for retirement. Tomorrow I'll go out to hunt and try to get some good things for Moer. Su Wan looked at her suddenly ignited husband and nodded heavily. Okay. I'll take care of things at home, you be safe outside. What the hell? Lin Mo stared at the long cascade of damage numbers and swallowed hard. 10 times higher than the blazing pillar unleashed with every fire ring stacked at full power. Is that little Lei even human? Lin Mo paused, then realization dawned. Oh, apparently not. My mistake for disturbing you. The skill panel fell deathly silent. After a few seconds, Earth Shield poked Fireball and said, Big brother, it's a 7-digit number. Looks like. Third brother might be a bit stronger than you. The skill bar quieted. If the spells had bodies, Fireball would have leapt up and slammed Earth Shield down. Thanks for the reminder, really. And what do you mean by, a bit stronger? 10 times stronger is, a bit stronger. Are you mocking me? Fireball glanced at Lightning Strike. But Lightning Strike simply remained there motionless. It didn't utter a word, not even a glance. Fireball felt unsettled. Sometimes silence hurts more than any insult. What does silence signify? It signifies disregard. It means the other party doesn't even regard you as being on the same plane. This silent contempt was more painful to proud Fireball than any wound. Fireball fixed its gaze on Lightning Strike, the once frenzied flames suddenly stilled. Fireball said coldly, Newcomer, I admit, you are indeed strong. This time I was outmatched. Then his tone shifted, but mark my words, this is only temporary. With resolute intensity, Fireball declared, the potential of flame is boundless. I am fated to become a forbidden curse that will annihilate the world. One day I will make you witness the true pinnacle of flame. Lightning Strike, oh. Fireball. Lin Mo watched the scene with a quiet swell of satisfaction. That's how it should be, he said. Admit the gap, face it soberly, then transcend it. That is the mark of a mature skill. We are family, this kind of healthy rivalry is what we want. Little Hua, I am rooting for you. Lin Mo offered timely encouragement. Fireball suddenly asked, what about the reward? The heart. Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, not here yet, they said it will be delivered tonight. Fireball's tone turned solemn, when it arrives please eat it immediately. Huh? Lin Mo blinked. Since when did Xiaohua become so polite and earnest? It seemed Xiao Lei had indeed provoked Xiaohua, now it was determined to improve itself. Alright, I'll arrange it when it arrives. Lin Mo agreed. Fireball added quietly, best if eaten raw. Lin Mo's mouth twitched, he refused outright, no way. Don't even think about it. Fireball fell silent for a moment and ultimately did not press the matter further. It had conceded. Lin Mo glanced upward. Let's go home and sleep, this miserable weather. Lin Tianhao looked around at the crowd and called out, all right, disperse. Go home, don't stand in the rain. Yes. The servants, still savoring the excitement, drifted away in 2s and 3s. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan did not leave, they waited for Lin Mo. Dad, Mom. Lin Mo approached with a smile. Good boy. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and slapped Lin Mo's shoulder with force. This uproar of yours is louder than your old man's back then. Su Wan rolled her eyes at Lin Tianhao. Old Lin, don't paint yourself in gold, you're exaggerating. Lin Qianhao smiled awkwardly, then said to Lin Mo, by the way, almost forgot, the Longshu class list will be announced soon, but you should be on it. Sleep early tonight, you report to Jingdu tomorrow. What? Lin Mo froze. Tomorrow? So soon? Everyone else has summer break, are they taking mine away? Lin Qianhao nodded, his tone growing serious. Yes. Longshu class is different. He continued, Longshu class is not an ordinary academy. Each cohort has only 20 students, it carries enormous strategic significance for Longhua. You'll understand once you go. Seeing that, Lin Mo could only agree. Alright, I get it. Might as well, staying home was boring anyway. Come to think of it, had never been to Jingdu. It would be a good chance to see it. Oh Dad, where's the reward for my first place? Has it arrived? No sooner had he spoken than a butler in black uniform hurried over carrying a metal box. Master, young master, the item has just been delivered. Lin Qianhao took the box and handed it to Lin Mo with a smile. Right on cue. Decide how you want it handled. Lin Mo felt the weight of it in his hands. He passed it to his mother Su Wan with a serious face. Mom, have the kitchen take care of it. Su Wan asked with a smile, no problem, how would you like it prepared?
Braised, steamed, or sliced for hot pot. Lin Mo considered for a moment. Make it like a steak, medium rare.
Sear the outside lightly to lock in the juices to keep the inside as natural as possible, and use plenty of sauce. Su Wan nodded, alright, I'll arrange it now. Thanks, Mom. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Jingdu, on the top floor of the Longhua Professional Association headquarters, an office glowed with light. Shaolin, the Longshu class list is confirmed. They'll send it to you, prepare it for release, a middle-aged supervisor told a young clerk. Got it. Shaolin glanced at the document and his eyes landed on the first few lines. 1. Lin Mo, Jianghai City Fashion Nun. 2. Yikong Jingdu Spacewalker SSS. 3. Chu Lingshuan Modu Dawn Arbiter SSS. 4. Han Mengyao Modu Lord of Winter SSS. Just from reading these professions, Shaolin felt the overwhelming presence of true power. TSK, this is Longshu class, all monsters, he remarked. Then he noticed the topmost line and froze. Huh? Boss, what's the profession listed for the first entry? Shaolin asked, puzzled. The supervisor took a sip of coffee and rolled his eyes. Can't you read? Isn't it written there? Shaolin grew even more bewildered, scratching his head. I know it says Fashi, but why just Fashi? What does the nun in parentheses mean? Is this a mistake? A blank slate, Fashi, you idiot, the supervisor replied offhandedly. Blank slate, Fashi? Shaolin repeated in astonishment. The supervisor nodded calmly. I've confirmed with higher-ups, there's no mistake. It's a blank slate, Fashi. Shaolin stared at the list in disbelief. By tradition, the Longshu class order was not arbitrary. The sequence reflected a comprehensive assessment of strength. Shaolin felt his worldview shaken. How? How is this possible? The supervisor glanced at the time and urged, enough with the theatrics. Why are you making a fuss? Your job is to release it, get it done and go home. Shaolin shrank back, though 1,000 complaints churned inside him. He nevertheless nodded obediently. Alright, they'll send it. As he moved the mouse, he muttered under his breath, what an era, seeing a blank slate Fashi ranked above SSS talents. Utterly surreal. Hurry up and publish so I can go home and play games to calm my nerves. Lin Mo returned to his bedroom, and not long after there was a gentle knock at the door. 2 maids wheeled in a food cart. A rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire room. As per Lin Mo's request, it was cooked medium rare. Fireball technique, stirred with excitement. It's here. I can feel it. Quick. Quick. Show it off in your mouth. Young master, your meal is ready. Do you need us to feed you? One of the maids said sweetly. Lin Mo waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the piece of meat. Got it, no need. You may leave now. Yes, young master. The two maids respectfully bowed and then exited the room. Only Lin Mo remained in the room. He sat at the table cutting a small piece to put in his mouth. He had expected it to taste strange at medium rare, but to his surprise it melted in his mouth, incredibly tender and smooth. Moreover, the special sauce perfectly neutralized any hint of fishiness, unleashing a wild meaty fragrance. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. No wonder you're our in-house chef, your skills are exceptional. As the food went down, a pure elemental energy of fire began to spread within him. Fireball technique emitted a pleasurable moan. Power. I feel like my whole body is on fire. After eating to his fill, the fireball technique could no longer stay still. It was now entirely focused on the lightning qilin with damage exceeding 7 digits. If it didn't regain its honor, how could its big brother continue to mix in the skill bar? Fireball technique rolled up its sleeves. I'm going to level up. I'm going to comprehend an even more powerful single target skill than that broken qilin. After saying that, Fireball technique looked towards the lightning strike technique on the other side. Fireball technique declared, just you wait, third brother. Tomorrow morning I'll show you what a real nuclear explosion looks like. In response to its big brother's provocation, lightning strike technique only flickered slightly. Lightning strike technique boring. Fireball technique was infuriated and trembled. Fine. Fine. You're so aloof. You're so impressive. After saying that, Fireball technique charged out into the wilderness filled with anger. Lin Mo watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. This damn competitive spirit. Earth Shield technique looked out the window and couldn't help but complain, big brother, really, third brother is so fierce. Why don't we just stick close to him? Why the competition? Earth Shield technique looked expectantly, third brother, we're relying on you from now on. In response to Earth Shield technique's friendliness, Lightning Strike technique coldly replied, useless. Earth Shield technique. Earth Shield technique said pitifully, boo-hoo, why is this family so hard to get along with? It's still better with the master. Lin Mo yawned, washed up simply, and then burrowed into the warm blanket. Time to sleep, I need to go to Kyoto tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes and instinctively stretched. Another beautiful day. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his profession panel. The habit he had developed in the past few days was to check what new tricks Fireball technique had pulled off last night as the first thing upon waking. Level LV 2078, almost level 21. The efficiency of grinding monsters in the wild is already quite good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the skill bar. Lin Mo suddenly jolted. He found that there were 2 new intermediate skills added to his fire skills bar. Flame Wind Wings LV. 1 form wings from condensed flames, gaining the ability to fly for 3 minutes. During flight, fire feathers can be shot to attack, causing area splash damage. Cooldown 30 minutes. Flame Storm LV. 1 erupts a rotating flame storm centered on oneself, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. What? This is great. Not bad at all, little fire. One allows flight with area damage while the other is pure area damage. Both complement each other very well. Lin Mo's gaze landed on the Fireball technique icon, but he noticed something was off. Fireball technique status in an emo state. Lin Mo's face was filled with confusion. What's wrong? Not happy about comprehending new skills. Did you lose a fight? With questions in mind, Lin Mo began to check what had happened last night. A series of messages popped up. Your skill, Fireball technique filled with ambition, vowed to comprehend a super high burst single target skill beyond, lightning Qilin descends. It charged into the wilderness looking for the strongest single target monster to duel. However, it wasn't very lucky and encountered a group of flying, flame magic eagles. These magic eagles flew very high and were extremely agile, and Fireball technique couldn't even touch a single feather. Fireball technique began to get angry and started to think. In the end, it successfully deduced and comprehended the intermediate fire skill Flame Wind Wings. Click to view details. Seeing this, Lin Mo rubbed his chin. So that's how this skill came about, but why is it in an emo state? Lin Mo continued to look down. With the new skill, Fireball technique greatly increased its agility and successfully killed that group of magic eagles. But it didn't forget its original intention. Its goal was a single target nuclear explosion. It continued to search and finally locked onto a lone, rotten giant. Fireball technique was overjoyed and began to attempt to achieve extreme rotation and compression of the fire element, trying to elevate it to a higher level based on the explosive flame spiral Dragon Ball. Compress. Compress again. Rotate. Rotate again. However, with one failed attempt after another, the spiral Dragon Ball had reached its limit. The rotten giant roared to the sky, summoning a horde of corpses. The mass of corpses instantly surrounded Fireball technique. Fireball technique was at its wit's end. Its rotational rhythm had been disrupted. What was meant to be a compression rotation inadvertently turned into a massive outward expansion. Fireball technique was furious. To hell with the single target. Get lost. It unleashed the power of rotation in an explosion. Successfully deduced and comprehended the intermediate fire skill Flame Storm. Click to view details. This. Lin Mo looked at the battle report, unable to help but exclaimed, so that's how the second skill came about. Instead of compressing inward, it expanded outward. You're quite the genius, little fire. But aren't these two skills pretty good? Lin Mo frowned. Fireball technique has killed countless monsters all night. It looked up at the sky, recalling the lightning Qilin that shone brightly. It knew very well that even with these two new skills it still couldn't win against lightning strike technique. Fireball technique was devastated. Why is it that despite my hard work I'm still not as good as it? Lin Mo sighed. Sigh, little fire, you're too competitive. Actually, you're already quite amazing. You can fly and clear areas on a large scale. How versatile is that? Every skill has its strengths. What can little Lei do besides striking? Can it fly? Can it spin? It cannot. Although Lin Mo tried hard to comfort it, Fireball technique still showed no reaction. Alright, I'll let you be for a while. Lin Mo then took out a large stack of skill books. Use them all? Buzz buzz buzz. Streams of light entered Lin Mo's body. Moments later, all the skill levels were maxed out. Lin Mo glanced at the dazzling skill list. Fire skills: Fireball technique, basic multi-explosion, Fireball beginner, explosive flame spiral, Dragon Ball beginner, flame pillar intermediate, flame wind wings intermediate, flame storm intermediate. Earth skills: earth shield technique, basic, earth flow wall beginner, earth submersion intermediate, sand flow domain intermediate. Lightning skills: lightning strike technique, basic, lightning Qilin descends intermediate. Combination skill: lava battle armor. A sense of security welled up within him. Geez, I'm only level 20, and look at this skill set. Able to fly, tank, deal damage and control. With this configuration, going to Kyoto should not be bullied, right? Lin Mo climbed out of bed feeling great. Let's go. Kyoto, at the central train station of Jianghai City. In this world, the preferred choice for long-distance travel is almost always the magical train. It is not that humans cannot build airplanes, but rather that there are various high-level flying magical beasts in the sky which are extremely dangerous. In contrast, the magical train equipped with powerful defensive arrays is actually the safest and fastest means of transportation. At the entrance of the station, a crowd surged. Lin Mo stood empty-handed, not even carrying a backpack. Su-won tightly held Lin Mo's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance, unable to help but remind him, "Moer, once you get there, don't hold back, buy whatever you need." As she spoke, Su-won took out a black card from her bag and stuffed it into Lin Mo's hand. "Keep this card, the password is your birth date. There are 30 million Longwa coins in it, don't deprive yourself. If you run out, call mom immediately." Lin Mo felt a warm current surge through his heart. 30 million. Pocket money. If this were in his previous life, it would be an unimaginable sum. But in this life it was just a small gesture from his mother, worried he might go hungry in a distant place. "Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I'm already an adult, I'll take good care of myself." Lin Mo smiled as he put the card away. Lin Tianhao approached from the side. He reached out to help Lin Mo adjust his collar, his gaze falling on the shining badge on Lin Mo's chest. It was a badge made of pure gold. Engraved on it was a vividly lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around the blade of a sword. This was a badge specially delivered to the Lin family last night by a designated escort belonging exclusively to the Longshu class. Lin Tianhao gently stroked the badge, his voice filled with pride. "Longshu class. Good lad, you really bring honor to your father. Son, since you're working so hard, I can't fall behind either. I'll be heading to the front line to take a look soon." Lin Mo. "Wait, how did the skills pull my dad into this too?" Lin Mo looked at the streak of white hair at Lin Tianha's temples, feeling a bit worried, and couldn't help but advise, "Dad, you're getting old, it's time to slow down. Those places at the front line are dangerous. With your old bones, it's safer to stay back and command from the rear, safety first." Hearing this, Lin Tianha's eyes widened. "Nonsense. What do you mean by old bones?" He slapped his broad chest and shouted with vigor, "I'm in my prime. This is the age of peak performance. You little brat, you underestimate your father too much. In the entire Longhua there are only a handful of people who can match up to me." Seeing his father like this, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. All right, you're the best, you're the Thunder War God. Just be careful and don't get too reckless." There was no other choice. After all these years, he knew his father's temperament best. Once he made up his mind, even a herd of cattle couldn't pull him back. However, there was one thing his father was right about: his strength was indeed among the very top in all of Longhua. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily and then turned to Yi Hongyu beside him. "Hongyu, you don't need to follow me for the time being. Take a break and rest well, improve yourself." Yi Hongyu nodded, then her gaze shifted to Lin Mo, her eyes filled with reluctance and respect. "Young master, safe travels." "Don't worry, Sister Yi." Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then waved to the three. "All right, Dad, Mom, Sister Yi, you all head back here, the train is about to depart." After saying that, Lin Mo turned and walked confidently towards the entrance. He watched his son's upright figure disappear at the end of the passage. Su-won's eyes turned slightly red. "Old Lin, our son has really grown up. Yes, the young eagle must spread its wings." Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. "Let's go, it's time to head back." In the station hall there were indeed many people heading to the capital, forming a long line. Lin Mo stood obediently in line, slowly moving with the crowd. At that moment a staff member in uniform walked over. He was merely conducting a routine inspection, casually scanning the crowd. Suddenly he caught sight of the badge on Lin Mo's chest and was taken aback. "This is..." The staff member rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. Under the station's lights, the pure gold 5-clawed dragon badge shone brightly. Longshu class. The most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in Longhua. The staff member quickly straightened his collar and rushed to Lin Mo's side. "Hello, may I ask if you are a new student of the Longshu class. Lin Mo was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Yes, is there something wrong? Ha ha ha, the Longshu class has a special passage, follow me. The staff member wore a smile full of flattery and gestured for him to go ahead. There's this too. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and followed the staff member to the other side. The people in line around them heard the commotion and cast envious glances. Longshu class. Oh my god, I've really seen a real person. I've only seen that badge on TV, it's shiny and really impressive. If my son could enter the Longshu class, I could bask in his glory too. Stop dreaming, hurry up and line up, don't think about nonsense. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo swaggered into the empty special passage. The passage was spacious and bright. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, sure enough, privileges are a bit vulgar, but those who experience them know how enjoyable they are. The silver-white Aurora magical train quietly rested beside the platform. Following the guidance on his ticket, Lin Mo arrived at a luxurious carriage. The ticket he held was also given to him last night when the Longshu class staff delivered the badge. The carriage was extremely spacious. There were groups of 4 seats facing each other with a large table in the middle. All the seats were genuine leather sofas equipped with massage and adjustment functions, providing exceptional comfort. At this moment the carriage was still empty. Lin Mo walked to his designated 4-seat area. On the table were exquisite fruit platters and snacks along with the day's newspapers and several latest profession magazines. This environment is quite nice. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction as he sat by the window. He glanced at the seats across and beside him. 4 seats. Does that mean there are 3 classmates from the Longshu class besides me on this trip? Meanwhile, the Earth Shield technique began to become lively.
The Earth Shield technique excitedly peeked. Wow. Is this the train to Kyoto? It's so big. Master, is Kyoto really fun?
Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at its naive enthusiasm. Of course, Kyoto is the heart of Longwa, it must be much more fun than Jianghai City. The fireball technique snorted coldly. Country bumpkin, all you know is play. Going to Kyoto is for better resources and stronger monsters. I want to upgrade and make a name for myself in Kyoto. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead and reassured, alright little fire, don't rush, we'll discuss everything once we settle in Kyoto. The fireball technique agreed, fine, let those monsters live a few more days. After saying that, the fireball technique looked at the skill bar next door again. Fireball technique old 3. Listen carefully. Once we reach Kyoto, I will definitely develop a single target skill stronger than you. Just wait and see. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it, little fire. Rising up after feeling ashamed, that's the big brother I know who wants to master forbidden spells. Keep this momentum and I have high hopes for you. The lightning strike technique spoke lazily and coldly. Oh. Boring. The tone was clearly one of disdain, as if it didn't see the fireball technique as a rival at all. Lin Mo glanced at the fireball technique, which had turned red in the face, and couldn't help but start advising little Lei, don't be too aloof. Inside the luxurious carriage, passengers gradually filled the seats. With a gentle shudder, the Magitrain began moving forward and the scenery outside the window slowly receded. Lin Mo gazed serenely at the passing landscape. So we're finally departing. A faint sigh rose in his heart. Truth be told, after spending 18 years in this world, he had never once set foot in the capital city. It wasn't that he couldn't go, merely that he found no particular urge to leave home. Just then a middle-aged man strode down the aisle and halted beside Lin Mo's seat. Lin Mo lifted his gaze slightly. The man appeared to be in his 40s, broad-browed and sharp-eyed, with the unmistakable bearing of a seasoned soldier, crisp, disciplined, and edged with quiet authority. Behind him stood a young attendant barely in his early 20s, his demeanor somewhat reserved. Excuse me, may I ask if you are Lin Mo? The man glanced at the insignia pinned to Lin Mo's chest and offered a warm smile. Lin Mo nodded politely. Yes, that's me. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shinifeng, captain of this train's security detail. I oversee the entire journey's safety operations. Shinifeng smiled and gestured toward the young man behind him. This is my deputy officer Lu. Lin Mo nodded, comprehension dawning. So, the head of train security. Indeed, though the train was protected by defensive arcane arrays capable of repelling moderate beast swarms, the wilderness remained inherently unpredictable. Should a massive swarm surge forth, or worse an elite wilderness boss manifest unexpectedly, the array would stand little chance against such overwhelming force. That was precisely when the security team stepped in, to neutralize emergent threats. Greetings, Captain Shen, Lin Mo replied courteously. Is there something I can assist with? Shinifeng waved a dismissive hand, his laughter hearty and unrestrained. Nothing urgent, just a routine patrol. I noticed a Dragon Sequence class prodigy was aboard, so I made it a point to pay my respects. His eyes lingered on Lin Mo with genuine admiration. We've long heard tales of Jianghai City's extraordinary talent this year, and today meeting you in person I see Lin Mo truly lives up to his reputation, refined poise and radiating quiet distinction. Those admitted into the Dragon Sequence class are not merely students, they are the pillars of Longgua's future true dragons among men. Though these words sounded like formal pleasantries, Shinifeng spoke them with unfeigned sincerity. As a captain who spent his life navigating perilous frontiers, he understood better than most the weight carried by that single insignia, the Dragon Sequence emblem. It signified not only honor but proven strength and unparalleled potential. Lin Mo smiled modestly. You flatter me, Captain Shen, mere luck really. Ah, Lin Mo far too humble? Shinifeng grew earnest. The journey ahead is long, and we'll pass through several high-risk wastelands. But rest assured, every member of our security team is elite. Your safety is guaranteed. Should you require anything during the trip, or encounter any difficulty, please don't hesitate to reach out to me directly or simply notify any train attendant. Lin Mo nodded. Understood, thank you for your diligence, Captain Shen. I'll speak up if anything arises. Very well. I won't intrude further on your rest. Shinifeng, ever mindful of propriety, departed without delay, guiding Officer Lu toward the next carriage to continue his rounds. They passed 2 carriages and entered the designated smoking area at the junction. Shinifeng lit a cigarette and drew a slow deep breath. Officer Lu, who had trailed silently behind, could no longer contain himself. Captain, that was Lin Mo. He seems utterly ordinary. Aside from being rather handsome, I sense no aura of exceptional power. Lu lowered his voice, skepticism coloring his tone. And isn't he just a blank slate mage? Online rumors claim he cleared Trial Tower's 30th floor in record time. Surely that was cheating. At this, Lu curled his lip, wearing the smug expression of one who'd seen through the facade. I heard his father is Lin Tianhao, the war god, and his mother a tycoon. Wealth and influence opened the door to the Dragon Sequence class. Snap! Before he could finish, Shinifeng delivered a light but firm slap to the back of Lu's head, enough to make him flinch and duck instinctively. Ow, Captain, why hit me? Shinifeng shot him a stern glare and snapped, tuck away those petty assumptions, now. Cheating on entrance exams. Pulling strings. Do you have any idea what the Dragon Sequence class is? Shinifeng exhaled a slow ring of smoke, his gaze turning distant and grave. Their lineage means nothing, not even if you're the son of heaven's sovereign. Without strength you're cast out, without exception. Lu rubbed his scalp, still unconvinced. But, a blank slate mage, that defies logic. Defies logic. Shinifeng let out a dry, knowing laugh. This world overflows with impossibilities. Never measure true genius by the narrow confines of your own understanding. If he ascended to the Dragon Sequence class's pinnacle bearing no inherited advantages, then his gifts must transcend all ordinary reckoning. Shenifeng crushed the cigarette stub beneath his boot, his voice hardening. Enough talk. Orders came down. We're facing rising instability in the wilds. Beast swarms are surging across regions. Stay sharp. Captain, for this student convoy alone we've deployed triple our standard escort strength. What could possibly go wrong? Shenifeng's eyes flashed with icy intensity. Triple. Then treat it as tenfold, and still give it your absolute unwavering vigilance. Remember this: aboard this train ride 4 Dragon Sequence class students, strategic assets vital to Longwu's survival. Should even a single hair be harmed, consider yourself fortunate if they merely strip your uniform. Should you fail, your body will be fed to the mage's wolves, raw, unburied, and unremembered. A chill raced up Lu's spine, freezing him to the marrow. Yes, sir. Understood, Captain. Back inside the luxurious carriage. After placing his order, Lin Mo leaned against the window to rest, his only discomfort the man seated diagonally behind him blaring short videos at maximum volume.
Soon a young waitress wheeled her food trolley to his side. She looked barely 18 or 19, her hair tied neatly in a ponytail, her smile both professional and warmly engaging.
Good day, may I take your order? Lin Mo smiled and pointed to several items on the menu. This one, this, and all of these on this page. Yes, the whole page. She jotted down the order swiftly, her expression unruffled. After all, anyone who could afford a luxury class ticket was surely either immensely wealthy or profoundly influential. Right away, please wait just a moment. Yet she didn't leave immediately. Instead, gathering courage, she ventured softly, student, I've always deeply admired Dragon Sequence class members. Would you mind taking a photo with me? Just one? Lin Mo chuckled inwardly at her hopeful, nervous expression. In this era, attending school had become a celebrity pursuit. With practiced ease, he straightened his collar and swept a stray lock of hair from his forehead. Go ahead, his lordship is in a generous mood today. Permission granted. Thank you. Thank you so much. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and pressed close to Lin Mo. A soft click echoed. Glancing at the screen, her eyes sparkled like twin stars. You photograph so well, I forgot to turn on beauty filters, yet you look flawless. Your features are so striking. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke. Ah, beauty's a gift from my parents. Every morning upon seeing my reflection, I bow to them in silent gratitude. At this she burst into delighted laughter. You're absolutely hilarious. Then I'll leave you to rest, your meal will arrive shortly. Wait, hold on a moment. Lin Mo gently detained the departing waitress, pointing toward the seat diagonally behind him. Could you kindly ask that gentleman to lower his volume? She followed his gesture, and the blaring audio from the video became unmistakably clear. The apocalypse arrives, global zombie outbreak. In my past life I was betrayed by my lover, and devoured alive. Reborn 3 days before the cataclysm, I liquidated every asset, hoarding goddesses' supplies and salvation itself. Dear esteemed passengers, please be advised that the train is about to arrive at Motu Station. Please take care of your belongings while getting on and off the train and watch your step. The announcement echoed in the luxurious carriage, yet it could not drown out the irritating background noise of short videos. That night the Dragon King returned and discovered that his daughter was living in a doghouse. With a single command, 100,000 soldiers. The girl took a deep breath, putting on a professional smile as she walked in that direction. There was a burly bald man wearing a black tank top revealing his tattooed arms. He was currently lounging with one leg crossed over the other, a foot resting on the back of the front seat, holding a phone with the volume turned up to the maximum. Hello, sir. A female attendant approached, her voice soft. Excuse me, could you please lower the volume of your phone a little or wear headphones? The bald man glanced at the girl, not intending to respond, and even deliberately pressed the volume button up twice. 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, "Welcome, Dragon King." The surrounding passengers cast disgusted glances. However, seeing the bald man's fierce demeanor, they all shrank back in silence, afraid to voice their anger. The girl, steeling herself, spoke again. "Sir, I truly apologize, but your actions are indeed disturbing others. I kindly ask for your cooperation." The bald man slammed his hand on the table. "Are you annoying or what? I paid thousands for this ticket, so what's wrong with watching a video? Is it illegal?" The girl was startled but still managed to explain, "Sir, there's nothing wrong with watching videos, that's your freedom. But this is a public carriage, you can use headphones so you can enjoy the video without disturbing others. What do you think?" The bald man suddenly stood up. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, instantly brought a sense of oppression. "I'm not comfortable with that, and if anyone thinks it's noisy, they can just leave or wear their own headphones. Why should I be the one to wear them?" The girl's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. She tightly grasped the hem of her clothes but still stubbornly said, "Sir, please mind your manners, there are others here besides you." "Manners? To hell with manners." The bald man was completely enraged. "Do you believe I'll complain about you?" Nearby Lin Mo frowned slightly. "Such trash exists everywhere." He turned his head and took a glance. This bald man was also a professional level 24. Although he was 4 levels higher than Lin Mo, to be honest, in this world he was merely just above the novice village's strength. With such power, instead of leveling up in the wild, he's here bullying a little girl to seek attention. He really was disgracing the profession. Since no one is managing him, let him be managed by his family. Just as Lin Mo stood up ready to take action, the bald man seemed to feel that mere insults were not enough, raising his large hand and fiercely swinging it towards the girl's face. Even though he was only level 24, if that slap hit the girl, would likely be disfigured on the spot. The girl screamed in fear, closing her eyes in despair. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold swept through the entire carriage. Frost quickly formed on the train window. In the next second, a silver spear cut through the air. Roar! The bald man let out a cry of horror. The spear stood between him and the girl. A sharp pain shot through him and he felt as if his entire arm was numb. "Who?" The bald man turned his head sharply. Standing less than 2 meters away from him was a tall girl with white hair. The silver spear that restrained the bald man's arm was held firmly in her grasp. Behind her, a small girl with pink twin tails peeked out, wearing an expression of amusement. In public, loud noises are prohibited and violence is strictly forbidden. The white-haired girl spoke coldly. The bald man was intimidated by her imposing presence. He noticed a flash of blue light in his eyes and realized that these 2 girls were only level 20. "I thought it was some big shot, it turns out it's just 2 little girls." The bald man sneered, his eyes filled with malevolence. "Waste at level 20 dares to draw blades against me? You must be tired of living. If I don't show you some colors today, you won't know how many eyes the king of horses has," he said, clenching his other fist, which glowed with a yellowish light, and punched towards the white-haired girl's face. Facing this powerful punch, the white-haired girl merely rotated her wrist slightly. The spear shook violently. Boom! A terrifying cold erupted instantly. The bald man, frozen in the act of swinging his punch, turned into an ice statue in an instant. The entire carriage fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene. Killed in seconds. This is a level 24 professional. He didn't even get to cast a skill before being killed. The white-haired girl casually swung her spear, creating a beautiful flourish before retracting it. Her movements were clean and deft. "Everyone, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The girl with twin tails jumped out from behind the white-haired girl, smiling cheerfully as she explained to the crowd, "My sister just thought this big brother was too aggressive and helped him calm down, cooling him off a bit." As she spoke, she poked the bald man with her finger. See, isn't it much quieter now? So obedient Lin Mo observed this scene deep in thought. A level 20 defeated a level 24 in an instant. That's some real strength. Suddenly he noticed that both girls were wearing 5-clawed golden dragon badges on their chests. Students from the Dragon Order class. No wonder they were so fierce. At that moment the attendant girl finally came to her senses. She quickly wiped her tears, deeply bowing to the white-haired girl. Her voice choked. Thank you. I am so grateful to you. If it weren't for you The white-haired girl merely nodded slightly, not saying much. The twin-tailed girl, however, waved her hand with a smile, with an air of a big sister. No need to be polite, it's just a shout against injustice. All right, now it's up to you to handle the rest, and please prepare some food for us too, we were starving. The girl broke into a smile, quickly nodding. Okay, I will notify the security team to handle the situation here. Food will be delivered to you right away. This meal is on me, thank you so much. After speaking, the girl began calling for the security team. Meanwhile, the two girls turned their gazes towards Lin Mo as they walked straight to his direction. The two sat down opposite Lin Mo. The twin-tailed girl sized him up and spoke first. Hello classmate, I'm Han Menqing, and this is my sister Han Mengyao. After speaking, she smiled and extended her hand. Lin Mo politely shook it. Hello, I'm Lin Mo. As soon as this was said, the two sisters instantly fixed their gazes on Lin Mo. You are the whiteboard mage Lin Mo who pooped on our heads. Right on your head. Defecating. Lin Mo's mouth twitched faintly. He could not fathom how such an adorable girl could utter something so utterly unhygienic. Han Menqing, silence. Before Lin Mo could reply, Han Mengyao shot her younger sister a sharp admonishing glance. After reprimanding her sister, Han Mengyao turned back to Lin Mo and explained calmly. Apologies, my sister meant that you've been ranked first in the Longshu class. The Longshu roster is strictly ordered by comprehensive strength. Her younger sister Han Menqing stuck out her tongue and nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's precisely what I meant. Wow, how did you, a blank slate mage, manage to surpass so many SS-Rank cultivators? Even Yikong from the capital, my elder sister, and sister Lingxian, all of them rank beneath you. Lin Mo's lips twitched faintly again. Though technically true, beneath, what kind of phrasing was that? Could she not speak more plainly? Han Menqing launched into her own introduction without prompting. Alright then, top-ranked senior brother, I'm a healer class. From now on we're classmates, please treat me kindly. A healer? Lin Mo glanced at Han Menqing with genuine surprise. A healer admitted into the Longshu class. Then her supportive capabilities must be peerless, truly unmatched. At that moment Earth Shield Art surged with sudden vitality. Earth Shield Art exclaimed, elated, a healer. A living powerhouse healer. Master, hurry and forge a strong rapport with her. With such a healer by our side, our survival odds will skyrocket. Fireball Art sneered dismissively, TCH, only the weak rely on support. Then it flicked its gaze toward the other side of the skill panel. Hey third brother, back me up won't you? We violent damage specialists need no healers whatsoever, am I right? Thunder Strike Art replied flatly, boring. Fireball Art sputtered, you? Lin Mo listened to the bickering skills with quiet exasperation. He decided then and there to nickname Thunder Strike Art, boring brother. Pleasure meeting you, powerhouse healers are always welcome. I'll count on you for a few healing bursts later, Miss Han, I value my life quite highly. Lin Mo smiled as he spoke. Whether or not he'd truly need healing later, they were classmates now, and a few courteous words cost nothing. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Han Mengyao, who had just drawn a book from her bag and prepared to read, paused. She lifted her gaze and looked directly at Lin Mo. If you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, you'd best refrain from letting her heal you. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Why so? Sister. How dare you undermine me in front of outsiders? Han Mengqing instantly bristled, pouting indignantly. Top-ranked senior brother, don't believe a word she says, she's just jealous of my popularity. My healing output and buffing efficacy rank second to none among all peers across Longhua. Having declared this, Han Mengqing stole a quick sideways glance at her elder sister. Han Mengyao offered no further explanation, merely let out a soft disdainful hum and resumed reading. Lin Mo observed the two sisters' reactions with mild curiosity, but dismissed it as little more than sibling banter. After all, Han Mengqing radiated such vibrant wholesome energy, she simply didn't seem the type to cause harm. And any support class cultivator admitted into the Longshu class was undoubtedly a top-tier asset. Just then another young woman approached, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Spotting her, Han Mengqing's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically. Sister Lingxian. Over here? Why are you so late? Upon hearing her, Chu Lingxian hurried over, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry. Mengqing Mengyao. Just now at the platform a tiny kitten nearly tumbled into the rail gap. I helped rescue it. After lifting it safely I fed it a bit, so I lost some time. Han Mengqing guided Chu Lingxian to sit beside her, adding warmly. Ah, our dear sister Lingxian remains as compassionate as ever. A living bodhisattva reborn. Then turning to Chu Lingxuan she began introducing eagerly. Sister Lingxian, meet this year's top-ranked cultivator Lin Mo, a blank slate mage. Next she gestured toward Chu Lingxian and said to Lin Mo. Top-ranked senior brother, this is our beloved sister Lingxuan, an SS-Rank light element cultivator, Dawn Light Arbiter, a supremely formidable tank class specialist. Chu Lingxuan's delicate cheeks flushed faintly as she lowered her head, shy and slightly flustered. Top-ranked senior brother, hello. Lin Mo nearly choked. It felt for a fleeting second as if she might ask him to send a virtual rocket. Ah, please ignore her teasing. Just call me Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand lightly. Okay. Lin Mo then. Chu Lingxian nodded obediently. Lin Mo studied her closely. Long flowing hair, refined features, a voice soft and gentle. She bore no outward resemblance to a supreme tank class cultivator. Fireball art eyed her skeptically. Her? An SS-Rank supreme tank. Pulling our leg, are we? Earth Shield art, however, was smitten. Oh, she looks so tender-hearted. She must be wonderful. Still Lin Mo didn't dwell on it. After all, SS-Rank rare light element cultivator, she was unquestionably formidable. Suddenly Chu Lingxian turned to Lin Mo with solemn sincerity. Lin Mo, though your rank proves your strength beyond doubt, mages are inherently fragile. Now that we're classmates, should danger arise in battle, please stand firmly behind me. I will protect you, with everything I have. Lin Mo paused, gazing at Chu Lingxuan's earnest face, amused yet touched. This girl, truly was refreshingly sincere. Then allow me to thank you in advance, Miss Chu. Lin Mo accepted graciously, offering no refusal. After all, gaining a powerful light element tank as an ally could only benefit him. And her kindness of heart made her well worth befriending. Just then Chu Lingxian seemed to recall something, and turned puzzled toward the rear of the carriage. By the way, what's happening over there? At her words everyone turned their heads. There sat the arrogant bald man from earlier, now huddled in the corner of his seat, swaddled in thick blankets, shivering violently. A train medic bustled around him while several security officers stood nearby. Sea cold, freezing, save me, hurry. His lips were bluish, teeth chattering uncontrollably. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Mengqing withdrew her gaze, grinning mischievously. Serves him right. Let's ignore him, Sister Lingxian, shall we play cards? Oh, yes, the ride is rather long and dull. Chu Lingxian murmured softly in agreement. Han Mingyao upon hearing this declined without hesitation. No interest, I'll read. You two play. She adjusted her posture and immersed herself once more in her book. Han Mengqing however beamed even brighter, perfect. Let's play 3-player Dodiju. She pulled a deck of playing cards from her small satchel and asked Lin Mo. What do you say, top-ranked senior brother, up for a couple of rounds? Sure, I'll join you. Lin Mo agreed readily. With still a long journey ahead to the capital, passing time this way was far from unwelcome. Though, please stop calling me top-ranked senior brother. Just Lin Mo is fine. Lin Mo reminded her half amused. Han Mengqing stuck out her tongue and shuffled the deck deftly. Got it, understood Lin Mo. In the cockpit of the magical train, this is the control center of the train. Outside the window the desolate scenery stretches into blurred streaks of color. Old Zhang, how is it? Is everything okay? Shen Yifeng casually asked as he entered the cockpit. The pressure weighed heavily on him with 4 new students from the Longshu class on board. The conductor was fully focused on the front. Don't worry, Captain Shen. The train was just maintained before departure and I've run this route 800 times, I could drive it with my eyes closed. That's good to hear. Shen Yifeng nodded. Suddenly the automatic door to the cockpit slid open. Xiao Lu walked in. Shen Yifeng turned his head and asked, Xiao Lu, what happened in the luxury carriage just now? Xiao Lu took out his phone and sighed, Hey Captain Shen, just take a look for yourself, this is the footage from the carriage's surveillance. Shen Yifeng took the phone. Soon the playback finished. Xiao Lu glanced at Shen Yifeng and asked, Captain, this is the situation, how should we deal with that bald man? Shen Yifeng snorted coldly, to openly commit violence on the train he really met a hard nut. If it weren't for the Longshu class students intervening, wouldn't that have led to casualties? Detain him. Once we reach Kyoto, hand him over to the Public Security Bureau directly. Got it. Understood. Xiao Lu chuckled and put away his phone. Then he couldn't help but exclaim, but Captain, those Longshu class students are really fierce. A level 24 professional couldn't withstand even one move from a level 20 Longshu class student. Of course. Shen Yifeng shot him a glance. Do you think the Longshu class is just any place? It's where the most elite students from the entire Long Kingdom are gathered. It's not just about professional talent but also combat awareness. Their overall abilities are top-notch. It's normal to be subdued in one move by such an overbearing display. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement and continued, that student is called Han Mengyao. I've checked, she ranks 3rd on the Longshu class roster. If the 3rd-ranked student is already this formidable, I really want to see the 1st-ranked Lin Mo in action. I feel she must be incredibly strong. Shen Yifeng glanced at him with a smirk. What? Didn't you say before that Lin Mo got in through family connections? Ahem. Xiao Lu awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Captain Shen, I thought about it carefully and realized you were right. What kind of place is the Longshu class? How could anyone walk in through the back door and reach the top? Shen Yifeng said with a light laugh, just know that.
The Longshu class represents the highest combat power of the nation's future. The top-ranked Lin Mo must have terrifying strength that silences everyone.
Shen Yifeng gazed out at the passing wilderness. These individuals will undoubtedly become the focus of the Long Kingdom in the future. Their strength cannot be hidden. Want to see Lin Mo in action? There will be opportunities eventually. Xiao Lu felt excited, his eyes gleaming. Hey Captain, do you think I should ask for a signed photo or something now? Shen Yifeng playfully kicked him and scolded, ambitious? Can't you just focus on improving your own strength instead of chasing after celebrities? When you can match these big shots in battle one day, wouldn't that be 1,000 times better than just getting an autograph? Xiao Lu rubbed his backside and chuckled. You're right, Captain. You have such high awareness. Just then the conductor suddenly spoke up, "Captain Shin, there's a situation on the radar." Both Xinifeng and Xiao Lu leaned in towards the radar screen. On the display numerous red dots appeared at the edges rushing towards the train's path. "Well, it's just a beast tide." Xiao Lu looked relaxed. "We encounter them on average every 2 trips. They can't break through the train's defensive formation at all. Even if they did, our escort team would have already taken care of them before they could get close." At this moment Xinifeng wasn't too worried either. Indeed, as Xiao Lu said, encountering a beast tide in this world was quite common. Most of them were small-scale beast tides that posed no real threat. However, since there were a few National Treasure level students on board, Xinifeng still cautiously instructed, "Xiao Lu, bring me the binoculars, I need to confirm this personally." "Yes." Xiao Lu didn't waste any time and quickly turned to fetch 2 pairs of high-powered binoculars, handing one to Xinifeng. The two walked to the large lookout window in the cockpit, raised the binoculars. The lens zoomed in. 5 kilometers away in the wilderness there were dense masses of creatures running on the ground and flying in the sky. However, looking at the types of magical creatures, they were no different from the beast tides encountered in the past. Suddenly Xinifeng's body jolted, his pupils constricting. "That is the ghost-faced owl." "Ghost-faced owl?" The conductor hurriedly grabbed the binoculars from Xiao Lu to take a look. "Oh Zhang, Captain, what's going on with you two?" Xiao Lu looked bewildered. The conductor ignored him. Through the high-powered binoculars he clearly saw several grayish-white monstrous birds circling above the beast tide. They had eerie human-like faces, grayish-white feathers, and cold, sinister gazes. "No doubt about it. It's the ghost-faced owl." The conductor put down the binoculars, his face pale, murmuring, "It's over this time, it's over." Xiao Lu was even more confused, anxiously stamping his feet. "Wait, what exactly is happening? What exactly is a ghost-faced owl?" Xinifeng took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. "The ghost-faced owl is a special type of magical creature. Its strength isn't particularly high, but it is one of the most intelligent magical creatures, and it also possesses high mental resistance. They absolutely will not participate in small to medium beast tides. Their appearance usually indicates one of 2 situations. The first situation is that the scale of this beast tide is unimaginably large, capable of sweeping everything away, and they are here to share in the feast. The second situation is that behind this beast tide there exists a dominating force strong enough to make even the ghost-faced owl submit. Xiao Liu's mouth fell open, his mind struggling to comprehend. "So you're saying this beast tide is either huge in scale or there's an extremely powerful boss behind it?" Xinifeng's expression darkened. "Most of the time both situations occur simultaneously." Xiao Lu inhaled sharply, then, "With our escort team being 3 times stronger than usual, we should be fine, right?" Xinifeng did not respond, but turned to command, "Stop the idle chatter, immediately notify everyone. All personnel to the roof for combat readiness. Be prepared for battle. I will contact the higher-ups to request reinforcements at the fastest speed." "Yes." Xiao Lu didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately turned and dashed out of the cockpit. Inside the luxurious car the atmosphere was tense. "Bomb. I just want to know, are you going to die or not?" Han Mengqing slammed 4 cards on the table. At this moment her once fair and delicate face was covered in white sticky notes. Clearly she had lost terribly. Yet she felt confident about this round. "Lin Mo, you're doomed this round." Han Mengqing looked at the remaining cards in her hand, a smirk forming on her lips. She had 4 twos and 1 single card left. Lin Mo obviously had a trump card in hand, but it didn't matter, she was certain of victory. Beside her, Han Mengyao put down her book, casting a cold glance at her younger sister, her eyes conveying the message of looking at an idiot before silently returning her gaze to the book. Ahem. Chu Lingxian shrank her neck and quietly reminded, "Mengqing, how about being a bit low-key?" "Low-key my ass." Sister Ling Xuan, today I Han Mengqing will win back all the notes on my face with this hand. Han Mengqing said proudly, looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I know you have a trump card, but you still have 17 cards in hand. I don't believe those 17 cards can take me down. If you can take me down with 17 cards today, I'll eat this table right here. 17 cards, huh? Lin Mo slurped his juice and casually started throwing cards. Bomb plane gone. Han Mengqing's smile froze on her face. Thank you, Lin Mo said with a smile, cupping his hands. Chu Lingxian looked at Han Mengqing with some sympathy and weakly said, Mengqing, let's just eat the table, okay? It's quite expensive and it's not hygienic. I'm not playing anymore. This is no fun at all. Han Mengqing threw her cards on the table angrily and sulked back onto the sofa. At that moment Han Mengyao said softly, even a dog could win with this hand. TSK. I suggest donating your brain to someone in need. Sister. Han Mengqing was as puffed up as a pufferfish, her cheeks round and swollen. She angrily tore off the sticky notes on her forehead, muttering softly, you all bully me. There's no love left in this world. Just then, ding dong, attention esteemed passengers, signs of monster activity have been detected ahead, possibly accompanied by a beast tide. The train is about to enter defense mode. We may experience slight turbulence. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Do not wander around the carriage. Repeating, please fasten your seatbelts. Lin Mo listened to the announcement in the carriage, frowning slightly. A beast tide? He turned his head and looked out the window into the distance. On the horizon a black line appeared in his field of vision. It was the encroaching monsters. The sky and ground were shrouded in darkness. That's quite a number, Lin Mo exclaimed. Meanwhile Han Mengyao closed her book with a blank expression, stood up, and a silver spear appeared in her hand, exuding a chilling aura. Sister. What are you doing? Han Mengqing was taken aback. The guard team can handle a beast tide, we can just sit back and enjoy the show. Han Mengyao ignored her sister and replied calmly, with great power comes great responsibility. Since we've encountered it, we can't just stand by and do nothing. I'll go see if help is needed. With that she grabbed her spear and walked away. Sigh. Han Mengqing let out a helpless sigh. Then Chu Lingxuan, sitting next to her, cautiously stood up and said, I'll go take a look too. Although Chu Lingxuan's voice was gentle, her tone was exceptionally firm. I am a knight and it is my duty to protect the weak. Plus I can help Sister Mengyao defend a bit. After saying that, she nodded to Lin Mo and Han Mengqing and jogged to catch up with Han Mengyao. Watching them leave, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Tisk, I didn't expect these two to have such awareness. The fireball skill in his skill bar also began to stir. Fireball was excited, shaking all over so many monsters.
Earth Shield cautiously advised Big Brother, it's so dangerous outside, it's safer to stay in the carriage. The broadcast said not to run around.
Lin Mo was also soothing in his heart. Little fire, don't rush, there will be plenty of monsters to kill when we get to Kyoto. We're not in a hurry. Besides, didn't Captain Shin say? We've brought 3 times the usual escort force. If we rush out now, we'd be stealing their jobs, which isn't fair. Our current task is to be a noble passenger in this luxurious carriage and enjoy the journey. At this moment Han Mengqing pouted and sighed, it's just a beast tide. It's normal for the train to encounter a beast tide. The guard team can handle it, yet they insist on rushing out to create chaos. Don't they feel tired? And Sister Lingxian too, rushing to the front. I really don't understand them. Listening to Han Mengqing's complaints, Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. You can't say that. In a way, it's because of people like them that we can lie here so comfortably. In a certain sense, they are pretty cool. Han Mengqing was slightly taken aback by his words. She was silent for a few seconds, then chuckled lightly. I guess that's true. I didn't expect you to speak so philosophically. You're flattering me. Lin Mo smiled and curiously asked, by the way, aren't you a powerful support? Why don't you go give your sister some buffs? Supporting from the back should be safe, right? Sigh, my sister doesn't care for my buffs. Han Mengqing waved her hand dismissively. Why not? Lin Mo was even more puzzled. In this world, is there really someone who doesn't like buffs? Well. Han Mengqing's gaze shifted, stammering, maybe she thinks she's strong enough. Or maybe she thinks my buffs are a bit redundant. Let's not talk about this. Han Mengqing forcefully changed the topic. Anyway, she's so powerful she doesn't need my buffs.
Come on, Lin Mo, let's play Draw Eternal. I refuse to believe I can lose this round.
This was the train's defensive position. The wind howled, nearly knocking people off their feet. On the armored plate atop the train, a magic-powered machine gun was installed at intervals. Members of the escort team nervously stood at their posts. Ranged professions stood on the inner side while melee professions were ready to protect their safety. Hey! What are you two doing up here? A squad leader of the escort team, seeing Han Mengyao and Chu Lingshuan, was momentarily stunned after noticing the shining badges on their chests. It's too dangerous here. Hurry back to the carriage. Han Mengyao did not waste words. Glancing at the approaching beast's hide, she said calmly, we're here to help. Beside her, Chu Lingxian nodded firmly. But this. The squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked into their determined eyes. No buts. Han Mengyao interrupted him, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. As a profession of the Dragon Kingdom, having enjoyed the protection and resources of the state, we must also bear corresponding responsibilities. One more person means one more strength. Chu Lingxian behind her also mustered courage to say, I'm a light-type knight and I can shield you big brothers. I want to contribute too. Looking at these two passionate girls who were clearly not very old, the squad leader felt a warmth rising in his heart. Alright. The squad leader nodded heavily and stopped being pretentious. In that case, we will trouble you too. Dejuan. Heir Lei. You two come over and protect these two students well. If a single hair is lost from them, I'll hold you accountable. Yes. Two burly shield warriors immediately ran over, guarding the two girls in the middle. Then the squad leader turned and left. Han Mengjiao's gaze swept across the front and back of the train. Suddenly she frowned slightly. Magic cannon. Sister Mengyao, what's wrong? Chu Lingxian noticed Han Mengjiao's unusual expression and asked curiously. Han Mengyao looked at the magic cannon charging up in the front and back, her tone serious. The magic cannon consumes precious resources every time it is activated. Under normal circumstances, activating just the magic machine guns is sufficient for an ordinary beast's hide. This. Chu Lingxian immediately became tense. Han Mengyao took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the spear. Lingshuan, stay alert. This beast's hide might not be that simple. Inside the cockpit, Shinifeng, the train conductor, and Xiao Lu were all intently gazing into the distance, searching for the source of the beast's hide. Where is it? Where exactly? Shinifeng frantically searched through the telescope. Suddenly Xiao Lu exclaimed, Captain Shin, it seems we've found it. Look at the 11 o'clock direction. Shinifeng's heart raced as he immediately turned to look. A massive silhouette entered his line of sight. It was a terrifying giant towering over 20 meters tall, composed entirely of grayish-white rock. Thick chains were wrapped around its body and a tattered battle flag radiating a crimson glow was stuck on its back. Though its movements appeared somewhat sluggish, its path was directly on the train's route. This is bad. That is a war giant. Shinifeng recognized it, unable to suppress a gasp. A war giant? Captain Shen, is it very powerful? Xiao Lu hurriedly asked. Shen Yifeng's expression grew serious. The war giant itself isn't strong, it just has a very high health pool, is very tough and is immune to all control skills. Isn't that just a bit dull? Xiao Lu was taken aback, then let out a sigh of relief. Since it has no attack power, we can call up the elite squad and focus fire to take it down right. Shen Yifeng set down the telescope and said in a deep voice, what's most terrifying about it isn't the giant itself, but its core skill, war aura. All monsters under its control receive a 200 boost to all attributes. All attributes boosted by 200. Xiao Lu was completely dumbfounded. The current beast tide was at levels around 25 to 30, with the train's defensive capabilities they could easily repel it. But a 200 boost to all attributes changes everything. Those cannon fodder which could be wiped out by a single burst from the magical energy machine guns could now charge straight at the train under fire. Once these enhanced monsters broke through the defensive formations and got into close combat with the guards on the train roof, the passengers inside the car would likely suffer the consequences. Xiao Lu dared not think further. Moreover, seeing the vast and enhanced beast tide, it was only a matter of time before the car's defenses were breached. Damn it! How could we encounter something like this? Shen Yifeng slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes turning crimson. The situation had instantly become a deadlock. If the elite guards focused their fire on this tough giant, the remaining ordinary team members would be unable to hold back the frenzied beast tide with doubled attributes. But if the elite forces were tasked with clearing the smaller monsters to secure the car, the giant would come unhindered to the front of the train. At that point, facing this giant that was immune to control and tough as nails, the passengers inside the car would hardly escape unscathed. There was no way forward or backward. There's no way out. Shen Yifeng's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted at the train conductor, stop the train. What? The conductor trembled. Immediately stop. Hold your ground. Await reinforcements. Shen Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, there's no other choice. Relay my orders. All elites in the guard team, go all out, eliminate that damned giant as fast as possible. Then fall back to defend the car. Everyone else get on the roof. Hold the defense line. We can't let a single monster breach into the car. Even if we all die, we have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. This order carried a tragic resolve of certain death. There was no retreat left. They could only gamble. Gamble that they could eliminate the giant before the beast tide destroyed everything. Yes. Xiao Lu did not hesitate at all, turning to take out the communicator to start relaying the orders. The high-speed magical train abruptly came to a halt. Inside the luxurious car, Lin Mo frowned slightly. What's going on? Did we stop? He looked outside through the window. At this moment, the beast tide had already clashed with the train's guard team, flames shooting into the sky. Tat 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 tat. Boom. 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 The magical energy machine guns and cannons roared furiously. Various professionals unleashed colorful skills, bombarding the continually surging beast tide. That's strange. Lin Mo wondered. I remember that magical trains often encounter beast tides, but they usually keep moving while engaging it. Why are we stopping to fight? Han Mengqing also found it puzzling. Yeah, I've taken this train many times, but I've never seen it stop to fight. Lin Mo looked at the dense beast tide and the explosive battle scene outside, feeling a slight sense of foreboding in his heart. It's hard to finally go out and something's going to happen. My luck can't be that bad, right? However, when he saw the guard team's fierce fire coverage and the monsters being mowed down in groups, he felt a bit more at ease. From the looks of it, the guard team seems pretty fierce. Lin Mo stroked his chin, reassuring himself. Captain Shen is a professional. If he dares to stop, he must have confidence. Besides, I'm just a passenger. This kind of rough work of fighting and killing is best left to the professionals. Having thought this through, Lin Mo's slightly raised heart returned to calm. Alright, stop watching, it's kind of scary. That last hand doesn't count. Let's continue and battle it out for 300 rounds. Han Mengxing urged Lin Mo to resume the card game. Lin Mo agreed. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. 3 of a kind? Not worth it. 5 of a kind? Pass. Suddenly a loud boom echoed from above. What the hell? What's happening? Accompanied by the panic in the carriage, the entire car shook violently. The hard roof was ripped open by a sharp claw, creating a gash several meters long. Above that tier, a massive monster's head poked down, greedily scanning the crowd inside the carriage. Help! The passengers in the car instantly screamed and panicked. The first to react was the Earth Shield spell. Earth Shield, protect us. Fireball burst forth in an instant. Thrilled, come at me? Daring to disturb the peace on my turf. Lin Mo also stood up abruptly, seeking death. His eyes turned cold and the lazy expression vanished as he decisively raised his arm. Buzz! A dark red light condensed at his fingertips. The next moment a spiral dragon bullet shot out. Boom! The monster that was about to pounce down was sent spiraling away by the blast. Phew! Han Mengxing patted her chest, still shaken. Thank goodness you're here. That scared the life out of me. Then Han Mengxing also stood up, her expression serious. But Lin Mo, the defensive formation has been breached. It seems we're really in for a big trouble this time. Lin Mo looked at the hole. Initially he indeed didn't want to intervene, that was the guard team's job after all. But since it had already threatened him, even endangering the lives of everyone in the carriage, there was no reason to stand idly by. Han Mengxing. Lin Mo turned his head and said sharply, cast all your strongest buffs on me. Han Mengxing's eyes lit up and she instantly became excited. Alright, Lin Mo. The next moment a staff appeared in her hand and Han Mengxing swung it vigorously. 3 beams of light fell upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a lightness in his body, an unprecedented sense of power flooding him. Thanks. He then walked into the aisle. Boom! A pair of gigantic flaming wings suddenly unfurled behind him. The dazzling light illuminated the dim carriage, reflecting Han Mengxing's awestruck expression. Wow! Is this really that cool? No wonder you're the top of the leaderboard. Lin Mo ignored the shock of Han Mengxing and the other passengers in the carriage. He flapped his wings and charged out through the gash that had been ripped open. The wind howled. Lin Mo hovered in midair and glanced at the buff bar on his panel. He wanted to see what powerful buffs Han Mengxing had given him. Mighty strength, damage dealt increased by 50, defense decreased by 50, lasts for 5 minutes, cannot be dispelled. Pain and pleasure recovers 2 of maximum health per second, sensitivity to pain increased by 200, lasts for 5 minutes, cannot be dispelled. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of ridiculous names are these? And there are side effects. But this effect is indeed powerful and the side effects are bearable. I have lava armor, so my defense is already strong enough. The 50 decrease is fine. As for pain sensitivity, forget it, as long as I'm not injured it's fine. This health recovery is indeed fierce. As long as I'm not instantly killed, I'll be like an indestructible cockroach. Then Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the third buff. Come over here. All damage taken reduced by 50, forcibly attracts the aggro of all monsters within a 1000 meter range, cannot be dispelled. This effect cannot be immune. Collecting all buffs activates the set buff effect. Hope of the entire village. All the aforementioned numerical effects are additionally increased by 30. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head. Thousands of scarlet eyes locked onto him in midair. Lin Mo smiled. Well, is this how you want to play? Fireball excitedly darted around the panel. Is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? Ha ha ha. Let me show you ants what true destruction looks like. Tremble. turn to ashes in the face of absolute annihilation? A little gift would be appreciated, seeking a bit of free energy TT. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the other train carriages. Boom! A monstrous claw ripped open a jagged gash across the roof. Instantly a grotesque demonic head thrust itself inside. Drool dripped from its razor-sharp fangs, landing mere inches beside the trembling arms of a mother clutching her daughter tightly. Ah! Help! Somebody help us! The mother shut her eyes in despair, shielding the little girl beneath her body with desperate finality. Death's icy breath washed over them. Suddenly the beast shuddered violently, as if struck by an unfathomable, irresistible provocation. It halted its downward lunge and retracted its head back through the torn roof. The anticipated end never came. The young mother trembled as she opened her eyes, dazed and bewildered. What just happened? Quickly look outside. A passenger cried out, pointing frantically toward the window. Every head in the carriage snapped around in unison. There, suspended midair, hovered Lin Mo. Gales howled around him, whipping his robes into furious flaps. Two colossal wings of searing flame blazed behind him, vast, radiant and untamed, like a fire deity descending upon the mortal realm. Mommy, is he a great hero? A hero with wings? The little girl, tears still glistening on her cheeks, clutched a comic book tightly. Its cover depicted a winged human standing alone, back turned defiant, against a tidal wave of countless demons. Passengers stood frozen, awestruck. In that moment of utter desolation, his arrival was nothing short of a lifeline, a surge of hope piercing through despair. That's the Longshu class insignia? A sharp-eyed passenger gasped. It is the Longshu class, the five-clawed golden dragon emblem. There's no mistaking it. Heavens above, we have a Longshu prodigy aboard our train. Thank the heavens we're saved. Yet doubt swiftly rippled through the crowd. But, isn't the Longshu class just first-year students? They're probably only level 20 at most. Exactly, and those beasts outside number in the thousands. Can he possibly hold them back? Oh. Right. Well then, game over. Honey, I love you. The fragile flame of hope flickered, dimmed once more. Though undeniably heroic, his lone figure seemed heartbreakingly frail against the endless sea of rampaging beasts stretching across the sky. Meanwhile, atop the train roof, Han Menyao's spear darted like a living dragon, impaling two stealthy demon wolves in one fluid motion. Beside her, Chu Lingxian raised her shield, golden light radiating softly from her form, as she deflected lethal strikes meant for Han Menyao again and again. Menjiaji, watch your left. Chu Lingxian shouted, lunging forward with shield raised, slamming a leaping demon aside with thunderous force. Their coordination was flawless, yet the demons, enhanced in strength and swarming in numbers, pressed relentlessly. Damn it! At this rate we'll be worn down to nothing. Han Menyao panted heavily, uncorking a vial of mana potion and draining it in one gulp. Suddenly every nearby demon froze in place. Roar! They roared in unison, spreading their wings and lifting into the air, not to attack but to stare, transfixed in one shared direction. Huh? What's going on? Chu Lingxian blinked, utterly baffled. Han Menyao's breath caught, then realization struck like lightning. Only her younger sister Han Menxing could command such instantaneous mass aggro redirection. She whirled around. There, high in the sky, stood a solitary figure, unbowed, unwavering. His blazing wings of flame burned fiercely, searing themselves into the twilight. Blazing wind wings. Han Menyao recognized the technique instantly. A mid-tier fire elemental skill granting both flight and aerial combat mastery. No wonder she tops the rankings, she truly commands mid-tier arts. So Lin Mo, you're a fire mage? Then let me see just how worthy that top-rank title really is. Han Menyao tightened her grip on her spear. Lingxian, we're joining him. Yes. Chu Lingxian nodded firmly, resolve hardening in her gaze. Without hesitation they leapt from the roof, sprinting full speed toward Lin Mo. At the far edge of the same roof, beside the ragged tear in the metal, Han Mengqin perched precariously, her pink-tinted twin braids fluttering wildly in the wind. Her wide eyes locked onto Lin Mo hovering above. So cool. Big brother top ranker, absolutely killing it. I'm coming to help you right now. In one bound she vaulted onto the roof, and launched herself off its edge. High above, Lin Mo surveyed the battlefield. An impenetrable swarm of demons blotted out the sky. Thousands of crimson eyes glared down, low growls rumbling deep within their throats. They looked as though he'd just desecrated their ancestral tombs. Oh, very well indeed. Lin Mo let out a dry, incredulous laugh. No wonder your elder sister refused to let you assist her in battle. No wonder your levels somehow match mine, so that's the secret behind your buff, is it? A 1 kilometer radius of forced aggro. Under normal leveling conditions it would be divine, a flawless efficiency engine. But against a full-scale beast tide? Without overwhelming power, deploying it was tantamount to suicide. Earth shield technique trembled, and master. Shouldn't we run? Fireball technique laughed uproariously, run. Why run? So much experience, what's there to flee from? Fireball technique turned toward lightning strike technique, taunting, third brother, single target damage. Area effect devastation, that's true supremacy. Watch me unleash true annihilation. Lightning strike technique flickered faintly, childish. Lin Mo drew a slow, steady breath. His gaze swept downward, to the train carriage packed with civilians. If he fled, using Earth Shield technique to burrow underground, he could almost certainly survive. But the moment aggro broke, tens of thousands of enraged demons would flood the train without mercy. Every elderly man, every child, every woman aboard would be devoured in an instant. I may not be a savior, but I cannot stand idle while my own kind are slaughtered. Lin Mo murmured, voice quiet but eyes ablaze with iron will. Xiao Huo Xiao Lei Xiao Tu, we go all in. Fireball technique ignited instantly, roaring, all in. All in. I'll incinerate them to ash. Lightning strike technique stirred with rare interest, now that's intriguing. Earth shield technique shrieked in abject terror, no. Master, don't, it's too dangerous. Don't do it. Roar. Roaring with fury, the monstrous horde surged toward Lin Mo. Ranged beasts, both airborne and terrestrial, launched their attacks first. Bone spikes, wind blades, fireballs. A deluge of ranged assaults descended upon Lin Mo from all directions. He made no attempt to evade. Magma armor, activate. Boom. Scorching crimson magma erupted instantly, engulfing Lin Mo's entire body. Armor coalesced rapidly across his form. Molten rivers seethed within its fissures, vaporizing the falling rain into billowing white mist. Thud, 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 thud. Each impact struck the magma armor with a dense muffled thud. Thanks to the 50 damage reduction granted by Come At Me, coupled with the armor's extraordinary defense, the actual harm inflicted upon him was negligible. Yet, HSSSS. Lin Mo sharply inhaled, grimacing in agony as his facial muscles convulsed. Han Mengqin, you wretched bastard. So this is what a 200 amplification of pain sensitivity feels like? Truly, exquisitely excruciating? That searing pain sharpened his gaze into something feral and merciless. He needed an outlet. He would repay this agony tenfold, no 100-fold, to these beasts. By then the flying monsters had closed to within 50 meters. The ground dwellers were already thundering toward his very feet. Lin Mo raised his hand, palm downward, as if he were a divine arbiter passing judgment. Since you've come this far, you won't be leaving. Quicksand domain? A tawny ripple emanated from Lin Mo, spreading outward across the earth. The ground instantly transformed into a horrifying vortex of quicksand. Monsters sprinting across it suddenly felt their footing collapse beneath them. An immense suction force seized their legs, locking them rigidly in place, utterly immobilized. This isn't over yet. Lin Mo's eyes hardened, his palm clenched violently. Inferno Tempest. Boom. A blazing crimson tempest erupted from him, materializing out of thin air. A colossal fire tornado spiraled into being, instantly swallowing every airborne monster within its radius. Multiple explosive fireballs. Blazing pillar of flame. Lin Mo unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. Dozens of fireballs rained down from the sky. Countless crimson circles flared to life across the ground. All of you, die. A faint ruthless smile curled Lin Mo's lips. Behind him his flaming wings flared, and countless incandescent feathers coalesced. In the next instant, thousands of flame-forged feathers shot forth in all directions, like a blinding storm of pear blossom needles. Each feather detonated in a violent micro-explosion upon impact. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. At that moment, sky and earth alike became a single unbroken sea of fire. Lin Mo stood sovereign amid the inferno, every gesture, every breath a harbinger of annihilation and death. The once rampaging beast's hide had been obliterated, leaving behind a vast eerie vacuum where not a single creature remained. Han Mangyao and Chu Lingxuan, sprinting frantically toward Lin Mo, froze in stunned silence, gazing spellbound at his spectacle. Fire rained from the heavens, pillars of flame pierced the earth, a titanic fire tornado roared at the center. Within hundreds of meters, every inch of space shimmered with Lin Mo's arcane effects. Could a level 20 cultivator possibly unleash such devastation? Even a level 40 archmage would struggle to rival this. Lin Mo? Chu Lingxuan's mouth hung agape. Han Mangyao murmured softly, not just fire, dual affinity earth and fire. Is this the true might of the top-ranked student? But she snapped back to focus almost immediately, her gaze sharpening. Now is not the time for awe. Even Lin Mo cannot sustain such intensity for long. Ling Xian, hurry. We must relieve the pressure on him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Mengxing, having just leapt off the train roof, stood frozen before the pyrotechnic spectacle. Whoa! Unbelievably awesome, Big Brother top-tier streamer. I knew it. My buffs paired with Lin Mo are unstoppable. Blow them all to smithereens, those hideous abominations. At the same time, on another flank of the battlefield, Shenifeng led an elite squad of over 20 warriors locked in desperate combat against the War Colossus, a towering boss-class entity. Wrath of the Gale? His staff blazed with emerald light, and howling gales erupted from nowhere. They coalesced into a furious vortex, tightly ensnaring the War Colossus. Wind blades slashed relentlessly across its hide, scattering shards of stone. While inflicting grievous wounds, the gale also severely impeded the Colossus's movement, each step now agonizingly labored. Then, kra-kra-kra. Earth-shattering explosions echoed from behind. What in the hells is that noise? Xiao Lu flinched, instinctively turning his head. One glance, and he went utterly still. Above the train's direction, fire lit the sky like a second sun. The sheer magnitude dwarfed even their own boss battle. Holy, what the hell is happening? Did reinforcements arrive that fast? A squad member cried out in astonishment. Their archer meanwhile activated the Eagle Eye skill, granting vision far beyond mortal limits. He scrutinized the figure at the heart of the conflagration. No, it's not reinforcements. It's that Dragon Sequence class prodigy. Lin Mo? What? Shenifeng whirled around, disbelief flooding his eyes. Staring at the boundless sea of fire stretching across heaven and earth, his jaw slackened. Could a freshman truly command such overwhelming power? Was this the true worth of the Dragon Sequence class's one-ranked newcomer? Incredible. Shenifeng whispered, and in his eyes a flicker of hope ignited. With strength like this, perhaps we can hold the line. At that very moment, the War Colossus's blood-red eyes locked onto the distant blaze. And not only the boss, the hundreds upon hundreds of elite-tier monsters trailing behind it also turned their gazes toward Lin Mo's position. No. Shenifeng paled. Aggro, not just from the boss but from all those elite monsters, had been completely stolen by Lin Mo. How Lin Mo achieved it mattered little. What mattered was that these elites bore no comparison to the ordinary beasts near the train, each possessed the lethality of 10 warriors. Even Lin Mo, formidable as he was, could never withstand them all. And with so many, over 200, his squad of 20 stood no chance of intercepting them. Damn it! Shenifeng acted, instantly bellowing. Xiao Lu, Yu Lao San and De Zhuang, go now to reinforce Lin Mo. Everyone else, fight like your lives depend on it. His eyes burned crimson. 2 for 1. If need be, we die here today, but that accursed boss will fall. Back at Lin Mo's position, the once dense beast's hide had been scoured clean, leaving behind a vast silent vacuum. Charred corpses littered the ground, still smoldering, an eloquent testament to the cataclysmic burst he had just unleashed. Slain mutated wild wolf. Slain clawed demon bat. Slain. A torrent of kill notifications scrolled furiously across Lin Mo's vision. The sensation was intoxicating, like wielding a tenfold experience multiplier. Swish. A golden radiance enveloped Lin Mo. Congratulations. Your level has ascended to LV 21. Ah, bliss. This is how you grind. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, and turned his gaze beyond the vacuum. There thousands upon thousands of monsters still surged forward, endless, relentless. Earth Shield technique trembles with excitement. Master is unmatched. Big Brother is unmatched. Fireball technique swells with pride, then turns to lightning strike technique with a taunt. See that, third brother? Behold my supremacy. This is dominion. This is the true archmage. Yet lightning strike technique offered no reply. Its icon pulsed faintly, lost in deep contemplation. Lightning strike technique reflects lightning is the most untamable, most ferocious force in heaven and earth. It can pierce the heavens like a celestial blade, or ignite cascading chain reactions, or blanket the skies in apocalyptic thunderstorms. Lightning strike technique attempts theoretical refinement. A spark of intuition flickered in Lin Mo's mind. Genius little Lei, is it finally time for you to awaken? Inside the magic train carriage, the passengers leaned against the windows, their eyes wide open as they gazed at the breathtaking scene outside. In the sky, a figure with blazing fiery wings descended like a deity. A massive vacuum was created amidst the torrent of fire, clearing away the dark tide of beasts. A young man muttered to himself, what the hell? Is this what the students of the Longshu class are like? At just 18 years old, how can there be such a huge gap? A bespectacled man beside him calmly retorted, dude, you're overthinking it. The Longshu class is indeed made up of monsters, but I bet that even among them this one is the king of monsters. Level 20. Which level 20 can unleash such explosive combos? Most level 20 professionals barely have 3 basic skills right. How many skills has this monster used? And at least 2 of them are intermediate skills. Yeah, my uncle is a level 40 fire mage, and I feel like my uncle stands like a lackey in front of him. Inside the carriage, discussions erupted one after another. Soon someone realized what was happening, frantically pulled out their phone and began recording this shocking moment. Even more, someone started a live broadcast on the spot. Everyone. I'm done pretending, I'm coming clean. I've been attacked on the magic train, but We also encountered a deity. Let the rockets fly. Let's give our Longshu class students some excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Mo soared high in the sky. Although the previous explosion cleared the surrounding monsters, the beast tide seemed endless, surging towards them like a black tsunami once again. Come on, bring it on. Let's see how many levels I can gain. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. Thankfully, he was wearing the Phantom Spirit set with a cooldown reduction of up to 65, manifesting perfectly at this moment. As the monsters were about to surge forward, the cooldown had already finished. Xiaoju Xiaohui, it's up to you now. Lin Mo took on the role of the casual manager. In front of these highly capable skills, his micromanaging level as their master might not even be better than letting them act on their own. All he needed to do was look cool and leave the rest to the skills. Earth Shield Technique, immediately answered, rest assured, master. I won't let them get within half a step of you. Fireball Technique, was extremely excited, ants, how dare you come forward. Then let this sea of flames be your funeral. Die for me. Buzz. The quicksand domain expanded once again, instantly controlling the monsters on the ground. Immediately after, countless fire-type skills were unleashed towards the beast tide as if they were free. Boom boom boom. Fireball Technique, laughed maniacally, ha 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 ha. Line up. Come one by one to die. Just as Lin Mo cleared another wave of monsters, several figures dashed over. Lin Mo, I'm here to help you. Han Menyao, holding a silver spear, was surrounded by a chilling aura, her long hair flying, resembling a valkyrie. Behind her, Chu Lingxian followed closely with a gigantic sword and a shield taller than herself. Lin Mo, I'm here to protect you. On the other side, Han Mengqing also waved her staff, shouting as she ran over, Lin Mo, get him here too. I'm here to help. Seeing these three classmates rushing over to support, Lin Mo did not refuse. After all, he adhered to a principle: if he could win without effort, he wouldn't take risks; if he could gang up on enemies, he wouldn't fight alone. This is called the rational use of resources. The four quickly gathered together. Chu Lingxian held the giant shield at the front. Although she was petite, that giant shield gave a sense of stability, as immovable as a mountain. The two sisters Han Mengyao and Han Menqing stood on either side. Meanwhile, Lin Mo hovered behind the three, serving as the core output cannon of the team. A temporary yet incredibly luxurious combat team, arguably the strongest level 20 in Longwolf, formed instantly. Roar! The roar of the monsters surged into the sky. This time the momentum was clearly more ferocious than before. The previous two waves Lin Mo cleared were all level 25 monsters. Now this new wave consisted entirely of level 30 monsters. 10 levels higher than Lin Mo and his team. Moreover, these monsters shimmered with the red light granted by the war giant, their attributes skyrocketing. Everyone be careful. This wave is strong. Han Menjio's gaze sharpened, gripping her spear tighter. Don't worry. I can handle it. Chu Lingxian shouted, slamming her giant shield heavily into the ground. Holy light protection. Buzz. A solid golden barrier instantly enveloped all four of them, especially focusing on Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the shimmering golden barrier around them and felt a lot more at ease. Although the previous monsters couldn't break through his defense. Under the buffs from Han Menqing, the pain was still real. Now it seemed that this shield looked sturdy and should block a considerable amount of attacks. This is the output environment a mage should have. Lin Mo sighed. In the next moment, Han Menqing was not to be outdone. Look at my buff, risking my life to deal damage. A blood-red light instantly shot towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's figure swayed in midair. What kind of bizarre skill name is that? What skills has this girl comprehended? Lin Mo glanced at his status bar. Risking life to deal damage. All damage increased by 30, skill cooldown reduced by 10, losing 2 of maximum health per second. Seeing the latter part, Lin Mo felt his scalp tingle. Good heavens! This truly lives up to the name of risking life to deal damage. Losing 2 health every second. A true man for 50 seconds. That's too ruthless, right? Luckily Han Mengqing had given him a super strong healing buff earlier, perfectly offsetting this damage debuff. Looks like these two skills are paired together. Lin Mo silently complained. As the tide of monsters closed in, let's go. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Earth Shield technique received. Buzz. The quicksand domain instantaneously spread out. The iron-armored magic rhino at the front sank into the mire as its legs softened. Xiaohua cleared the field. Boom. A massive fire tornado rose from the center of the beast tide, engulfing countless monsters within. Immediately after, the ground lit up with dense red circles. Over 20 fire pillars shot into the sky, consuming the monsters trapped in the quicksand. As the flames dissipated, those iron-armored magic rhinos did not fall. The monsters before them were almost all level 30, a full 9 levels higher than Lin Mo. Moreover, with the war giant's halo, their health and defense reached a terrifying level. Roar! The iron-armored magic rhinos struggled madly. The difference in levels led to a significant reduction in control effects. As they were about to break free from their restraints, extreme cold domain. Han Mengyao gripped her spear tightly, forcefully plunging the tail of the spear into the ground. Crack! An icy blue chill erupted from the spear's tail, sweeping outward. The iron-armored magic rhinos who were about to escape the quicksand's grip were instantly frozen by this terrifying chill as solid ice crystals rapidly spread along their limbs, turning them into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The control chain was perfectly maintained. Well done. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Without Han Menjia's supplementary control, his skills would have entered cooldown just now and they might have been thrown into disarray. Is this the most unique existence in the water system, known as having the strongest control, the ice system? One can only comprehend it when their understanding of water elements reaches the pinnacle. Perhaps when he reaches level 30, he can also learn some water system skills to strengthen his control. In just a few seconds of control with the dual enhancement of equipment and buffs, Lin Mo's skill cooldown was ready. Xiaohua, send them on their way. Fireball technique was already impatient. Die for me. Boom, 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 boom. A new round of firepower coverage poured down. The ice sculptures exploded in the flames, and although the level 30 ordinary monsters had very high health, they couldn't withstand Lin Mo's 2 waves of terrifying bombardment. In an instant the world fell silent once more. Inside the magic train, the passengers witnessing this scene erupted once again. What the heck? Is this the coordination between the students of the Dragon Sequence class? I heard they are freshmen, right? This should be their first collaboration, but why does it feel like they are old teammates who have been through many years together? So strong. Really too strong. Does anyone understand? A level 20 Dragon Sequence freshman treats a level 30 beast tide like weeds. A young girl covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The big sister with the shield is so reassuring, and that Ice Lance warrior is so cool. And what about that girl with the pink twin tails? Is she a priest? That buff is so fierce. Someone pointed at the figure at the end of the team. The most outrageous one is definitely that winged mage at the back, right? This output is explosive. Yeah. This crowd control, this dominance, it's simply unmatched. I feel like the combined output of those 3 girls doesn't even reach half of Lin Mo's. Be more confident, eliminate that feeling. In the corner, a little girl clung to the window, her big watery eyes reflecting the fiery sky. Mom! That big brother is so handsome and powerful. Even more than in the comic books. The young mother tightly hugged her daughter, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Yes. That's a great hero, a true great hero. The fear in the carriage was swept away. In this world nothing brings more peace than witnessing a human crush a beast tide. As long as that figure remains in the air, this train is an absolute fortress. Fireball looked at the corpses littering the ground, feeling quite inflated. Fireball smugly remarked, "Hold 3, I admit my single target damage is not as good as yours for now, but in terms of area damage you can't even compare to a single hair of mine." Fireball clicked its tongue. "What use is it to only hit wooden stakes? Combat is the only true measure of strength, and you lost." Lin Mo twitched at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean you lost? This little fire has such a strong competitive spirit, but little Lei didn't even bet with you." Earth Shield thought the big brother was getting a bit carried away and stepped in to ease the tension. "Come on big brother, let's not talk too much, we are all family." Earth Shield turned to a lightning strike. "Little brother, don't take it to heart, big brother just talks a lot, we are all on the same side, assisting the main talent is our duty." However, no matter what these two guys said, Lightning Strike showed no reaction at all. Fireball rolled its eyes. "TCH, playing dead? You must be so overwhelmed by my might that you're in a stupor, right?" Fireball disdainfully remarked, "Boring, really boring, being invincible is such a lonely experience." Lin Mo couldn't help but remind, "Shut up little fire, little Lei is brainstorming, don't disturb him." Fireball paused for a moment. Fireball felt a strange unease rising within. But soon Fireball perked up again, believing that in terms of area damage it was the best. "Here we go again." Han Mengio's voice came. Lin Mo looked up. He saw the newly cleared area quickly filling up again with a horde of dark creatures. Lin Mo's expression turned cold, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. "Then let's continue. No matter how many come, we'll take them all down." As his words fell, the coordination of the four resumed. Chu Lingxian raised her shield. Han Mengyao controlled the monsters. Han Mengqing was also busy maintaining buffs while casting small skills with her staff, causing the monsters to be disoriented. Everyone had one goal, which was to create the best output environment for Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu and 2 other elite guards were rushing over to Lin Mo's side. "Wow, that's amazing, really amazing." One of the team members murmured, "How many skills does this kid have? I can't even count them all." Xiao Liu's face was filled with excitement, his expression animated. "This is what output is supposed to be, this is what a mage is supposed to be. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He glanced back at the hundreds of elite beast tides behind him, then looked at the 2 teammates beside him, enthusiastically proclaiming, "Fighting alongside such a high-level young genius is an honor that would make my ancestors proud. Back in the day I fought alongside that one. Brothers. Charge." Yes. The 2 teammates were also infected by this emotion, shouting as they rushed toward Lin Mo. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Mo completed another cleanup. "Ha! I told you, with our combined strength these small fries are just free food." Han Mengqing raised her chin, her pink twin tails swaying gently in the wind. Mainly it's because Lin Mo is too strong." Chu Lingxian glanced at the remaining sparse monsters in the beast tide and smiled gently. Suddenly Han Mengyao turned to the other side. "It's not over yet." Lin Mo followed Han Mengio's gaze. Another wave of dark beast tide was approaching them, and it was evident that this wave was significantly larger than the previous monsters. It was clear that this would not be easy to deal with. Meanwhile, 3 figures were rushing toward them at an incredible speed. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. That person seems a bit familiar. Isn't that the one who was following Shinifeng before? Soon the 3 arrived in front of Lin Mo and his group. "You guys are too amazing." Xiao Lu panted heavily and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. "You're treating a level 30 beast tide like your grandson. Impressive, really impressive." Han Mengqing, hearing the praise, proudly raised her chin. "Of course. Just look at who we are. The Dragon Sequence Class F4, do you understand? Chu Lingxian blushed slightly with embarrassment, sneaking a glance at Lin Mo's profile. But Xiaolu didn't waste any more time with idle talk, his expression turning serious. Everyone, this is not the time to celebrate. The real trouble is coming. He looked back. In the sky, countless two-headed monsters were flying. On the ground, a group of heavily armored halforcs wielding giant axes were rushing toward them. And at the back there were even larger giant monsters following. This is... Lin Mo squinted his eyes. Xiaolu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. That's the war giant's personal guard. All of them are level 30 elite monsters. At this point, Xiaolu pointed to himself and the two teammates beside him. We three are agility-based professions, which is why we got here first. Those brutes have that damned war aura on them, and plus they are elite monsters. In simple terms, the combat effectiveness of these elite monsters is several times more terrifying than all those ordinary monsters combined. Aside from Lin Mo, the rest of us are getting nervous. The level 30 elite monsters are already tougher than ordinary monsters, and now with the war aura that doubles all attributes. It's important to note that elite monsters have higher control resistance than ordinary monsters. Under the suppression of levels for Lin Mo and the others, it's almost like they are immune to control. The previous battle went so smoothly largely due to the strong control from Quicksand Domain and Extreme Cold Domain. But now, control skills might not have a good effect. Once the first round of output is finished and enters cooldown, if they fail to clear or control the field and let the hundreds of enraged elite monsters charge at them. Even if Lin Mo has lava armor, it might not end well. Ultimately, it all comes down to insufficient damage. If the damage were explosive enough to clear the field in the first round, there would be nothing to worry about. What do we do now? Han Mengqing was somewhat panicked. Don't panic. Listen to my arrangements. Xiaolu took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Mo and the others and said solemnly, we three are single target output professions. We can each take down those elite monsters one at a time, but we can't wipe them all at once. Only Lin Mo can clear the field. So our goal is simple, to create an output environment for Lin Mo. Not enough damage? Then let's hit a few more rounds. In short, protect our mage. Yes. The two teammates shouted with red eyes. Chu Lingxian said nothing, silently raised her giant shield, standing in front of Lin Mo, her gaze resolute. Han Mengyao held her spear at a diagonal angle to the ground, exuding a chilling aura. TCH. I'm not scared. Even Han Mengqing bit her lip tightly, ready to heal at any moment. Watching this scene, Lin Mo fell silent. He looked at the backs of those standing in front of him. Some were classmates he had just met, while others were guards he had never seen before. In that moment they used their flesh and blood to build the strongest defense for him. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted and fiercely protected stirred something in Lin Mo's heart. Not enough damage. If only I could clear the field in one go. Just then, Lightning Strike looked at the approaching elite monsters. They were standing very closely together. The distances between them seemed to be within the range of lightning jumps. Lightning Strike began to contemplate the essence of thunder. Thunder is not only a sword that pierces through heaven and earth, but it can also be a chain that connects all things. Since fire can spread like wildfire, then why can't thunder weave a net? Lightning Strike saw it. It saw a net of death woven by thunder with no escape. Congratulations! Your skill, Lightning Strike, has comprehended the profound meaning of thunder conduction, self-derived, and successfully learned the intermediate thunder skill, Thunder Chain Prison LV. 1.
Thunder Chain Prism releases a high-voltage lightning surge, hitting the target including ricochet hits, and the lightning will bounce between all targets within a 5-meter range, causing massive damage until there are no valid targets in the area.
And it applies the electrified effect to all hit targets. Electrified, the target enters a paralyzed state, taking double damage for the next 10 seconds. Lin Mo felt a jolt in his heart. Infinite ricochet with an added electrified effect doubling the damage for 10 seconds. It seems. The damage is enough. The Earth Shield technique exclaimed, "Hey big brother, look over there at third brother. It seems he has silently summoned something big." The Fireball technique abruptly turned its head, gazing at the other side of the skill bar. Indeed, beneath the lightning skill tree a new skill had appeared. The Fireball technique widened its eyes, intermediate skill. Last time it was inexplicably comprehended that lightning Qilin, and now this again? The Earth Shield technique was astonished. "Big brother, you toiled all night to comprehend 2 skills, yet third brother just thought about it and succeeded. Third brother really seems impressive. How about we stick with him from now on?" The Fireball technique. The Fireball technique was enraged. "What side are you on? Can't you even speak? If you can't, just donate that mouth." The Lightning Strike technique. "Just practice more. If you're weak, don't complain." The Fireball technique immediately flared up. "Hey, who are you talking to?" The Earth Shield technique was anxious. "Oh no. Big brother, calm down. Third brother, you should also say less. Harmony is the most important." Lin Mo ignored the skills. He looked up at the distance where a horde of elite monsters surged like a tide. Time waits for no one. Since he had learned a new skill, he would maximize it right away. Lin Mo directly pulled out one skill book after another from his inventory. Buzz buzz buzz. The precious skill books instantly transformed into streams of light, wildly drilling into Lin Mo's body. This commotion caught the attention of several onlookers. Xiaolu watched this scene, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. What is he doing? Eating skill books? In his understanding, skill books were treasures. It takes ordinary people a long time to save enough money to get one. Lin Mo seemed to treat them like they were free. These skill books would require at least 5 years' worth of salary to afford. Moreover, what he couldn't understand the most was, with the situation so dire, what was the use of eating skill books now? Generally speaking, eating skill books only speeds up the comprehension process, and one cannot just eat them to immediately understand. In other words, skill books only serve an auxiliary purpose. Isn't this a typical case of cramming at the last minute? Classmate, isn't it a bit late to eat books now? Xiaolu couldn't help but remind him. Standing aside, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also showed surprise, but they didn't react like Xiaolu. They were also top-tier prodigies, fully aware that top-tier prodigies possess unique peculiarities. And Lin Mo, without a doubt, was a prodigy among prodigies. He must have his reasons for doing this. They just needed to quietly watch and wait for Lin Mo's performance. Lin Mo ignored Xiaolu. At this moment he was immersed in the thrill of leveling up. As the skill books were devoured, his skill levels skyrocketed. The level of Lightning Strike increased. LV 21. The level of Lightning Qilin descends increased. LV 21. The level of Thunder Chain Prison increased. LV 21. The level of Flame Storm increased. LV 21. Maxed out. Everything is maxed out. Lin Mo let out a long breath, his gaze sharpening. Alright, now that everything that can be leveled up has been leveled up, it's time to assess the results. Boom. 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 The heavy footsteps shook the earth. Hundreds of large elite monsters were now less than 100 meters away from the group. With their hideous faces and the nauseating stench from their massive mouths, even the crimson war aura on their bodies was clearly visible. The sense of oppression hit them like a wave. They're coming. Xiao Liu's expression changed instantly, entering battle mode. The distance is sufficient. Classmate Lin Mo prepared to unleash the first wave of skills. Others protect Lin Mo at all costs. Buy him time for skill cooldowns. Yes. The other 2 team members and Chu Lingxian shouted in unison, ready to sacrifice themselves. The fireball technique erupted in flames. Step aside. Everyone step aside. Come on third brother, let's compare and see whose area damage is stronger. Lin Mo calmly reassured in his heart, little fire don't rush, you'll let little thunder take the lead this time. The fireball technique was indifferent, tisk fine then. It doesn't matter who takes the lead if the final spotlight will definitely be mine. The fireball technique found a way to save face, I'm the grand finale, do you understand the concept of a grand finale? Then Lin Mo looked at the skill icon of lightning strike. Little thunder, are you ready? The lightning strike technique replied flatly, stop wasting time, let's start directly. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly upward. So bold, I like it. Then, let's begin. Buzz. In an instant,
a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from Lin Mo's right hand. Countless fine electric arcs leaped in his palm, producing a tingling zzz sound like 1,000 birds singing together.
What is this? Xiao Liu's eyes widened instantly. Lightning system? Wasn't he of the fire and earth dual systems? He can also use lightning? Han Mengyao also looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. She had always thought of Lin Mo as a top genius of the fire and earth dual systems, but unexpectedly, he also had a hand in lightning. Lin Mo did not pay attention to the others. He suddenly took a step forward and slammed that raging bolt of lightning onto the ground. Thunder Chain Prison. Boom. The bolt of lightning exploded upon contact with the ground, transforming into countless electric sparks that surged toward the elite monster horde at incredible speed. Zzzzz. Groups of lightning struck into the elite monster horde. Following that, after hitting the first target, it began to bounce wildly. A flash of lightning hit another target within a 5-meter radius in an instant. It was as if countless invisible mirrors were refracting the light. In the blink of an eye, within the dark tide of beasts, a massive electric net woven from lightning suddenly illuminated the area. Roar! The elite monsters erupted into a chorus of roars. Thunder! Thunder Chain Prison! Xiao Lu stared at the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape. This move could be considered one of the core skills of a lightning mage. It wasn't because of the damage being particularly high, but rather due to the terrifying area damage debuff, the electrified state. Under the electrified state, it could double subsequent damage. This Lin Mo unexpectedly had such a hand. Or was it just comprehended? Xiao Lu looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of shock. Just as Xiao Lu was still questioning life, Lin Mo did not stop. Little fire, it's your turn now, don't let third brother look down on you. The earth shield technique shouted from the side, big brother, go for it. You're the best. Big brother, you're the strongest. The fireball technique couldn't hold back any longer, everyone go die. In this world only flames are the eternal truth. Multiple explosive fireballs. Flame pillar. Boom. In the sky, a dense rain of fireballs fell like a meteor shower on the elite monster horde. On the ground, countless scarlet flame pillars shot into the sky. Without any reservations, Lin Mo spread his flame wind wings and charged directly into the elite monster horde. Quick! Protect Lin Mo! Seeing this, Xiao Lu hurriedly followed with the others closely behind. Lin Mo flew above the elite monsters, lightly raising his arm and clenching his fist. Flame! Storm! Boom! A crimson flame tornado spun wildly, centered around Lin Mo, devouring everything around it. Xiao Lu and the others who had just arrived instinctively wanted to defend themselves. However, they found that the flames skillfully avoided them. This microcontrol. Xiao Lu was stunned. In such a chaotic battlefield, he could still precisely control the flames to avoid hitting every ally. The top of the Longshu class. Is he even human? Boom 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 boom. Under the electrified state, damage was doubled. Lightning and fire intertwined, the sound of explosions was deafening. Lin Mo was like a walking fire god, leaving nothing alive in his wake. After a wave of skills, the flames dissipated and the lightning ceased. The originally dense elite monster horde had now vanished. On the battlefield, only charred remains lay scattered across the ground. Lin Mo hovered in midair, the flame wind wings behind him slowly flapping. He looked down at Xiao Lu and the others, who were dumbfounded. Xiao Lu maintained his gaping mouth posture. He looked at the empty surroundings, feeling his mind go blank. Where are the monsters? Cleared the field. A level 21 mage unleashed a barrage of firepower, and the level 30 elite monster horde with a berserk buff. All vanished. On the other side of the battlefield, the fierce wind howled. Wrath of the Wind God. Shenifeng was engulfed by raging winds, transforming into dozens of massive blades of wind that fiercely slashed at the war giant. Shards of stone flew as the war giant let out a deep roar. Shield formation. Hold the line. Several guards with massive shields gritted their teeth and stood at the forefront. Heal. Quickly. Keep the damage coming. Shenifeng shouted orders while continuously releasing wind-based skills to restrain the enemy. Though the war giant was cumbersome, its health was extraordinarily high. Coupled with its despair-inducing defensive strength, it was indeed a tough nut to crack. At that moment, a team member suddenly turned to look behind. In the next second, he froze in place. What the hell? Captain! Captain! Look behind you. Focus on the battle ahead. Shenifeng reprimanded sharply, but he couldn't help but glance back. When he did, everyone was stunned. Where did the elite monsters go? They disappeared so quickly. A team member couldn't help but ask. Someone exclaimed in surprise, it must be reinforcements. Otherwise, who could clear such a large area of monsters in an instant? No, it wasn't reinforcements. It was still the archer profession. His vision was exceptional, and he even caught a glimpse of residual energy from a lightning-based skill. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Was Xiao Lu and the kids from the Longshu class who used a wide area lightning skill and a wide area fire skill. Lightning skill? Shenifeng paused for a moment. Xiao Lu and the others are not lightning-based professions. Moreover, those Longshu class students don't seem to have lightning professions either. Han Meng Yao is ice type, Chu Lingxian is light type, and Han Meng Qing is support. As for Lin Mo, he himself remembered being a dual fire and earth type, right? But previously, when he saw Lin Mo in action, it was an overwhelming display of fire-based skills. Where did the lightning come from? Everyone exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Roar! The roar of the war giant interrupted everyone's thoughts. The annihilation of the personal guard seemed to have made this behemoth sense a threat, causing its attacks to become even more frenzied. Stop overthinking. We'll find out soon enough. Shenifeng came back to his senses, his eyes sharpening as he shouted, no matter who did it, since the trouble over there has been resolved, this is our final battlefield. This giant's health is low. Brothers, give it your all. Don't let those kids outshine us. Yes. Shenifeng's encouragement instantly boosted the morale of the guards. Meanwhile, inside the magic train, the atmosphere in the carriage was extremely excited. The scene of lightning and fire intertwining was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. A young passenger was so excited that he was dancing with his hands. So cool. Really so cool. Lightning controlling the field, fire washing the ground. This is art. I thought that guy from Longshu class was the deity of fire. I didn't expect him to also moonlight as the god of lightning. These students from Longshu class are indeed monsters among monsters. In the corner, a little girl holding a comic book had her eyes sparkling. She pointed outside and said to her mother in a childish voice, "Mom, I know who that big brother is." "Oh, who is it?" The young mother gently stroked her daughter's head. "He is the great hero of lightning and fire." The little girl waved her tiny fist, mimicking Lin Mo's earlier skill release, boom. All the bad guys turned to ashes. A burst of kind laughter erupted in the carriage. The originally tense atmosphere lightened at that moment. Thanks to him, or else we would probably be done for today. Yeah, when we get back I must set up a longevity tablet for him. Let's skip the tablet, he's still young. But with this strength he will definitely be the backbone of our long kingdom in the future. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Mo floated in midair. Earth Shield technique was wildly jumping. Big Brother is amazing. Big Brother is really amazing. Fireball technique was somewhat dazed at that moment. It fell into deep self-doubt. Is this really the damage I caused? Then, Fireball technique rejoiced. It seems I have become stronger. No doubt about it. Evolving in battle, sublimating in slaughter. Just as the Fireball technique was lost in its self-indulgence. Lin Mo poured a bucket of cold water. Don't overindulge, you're thinking too much. It was Xiao Lei's new skill that put the monsters in an electrified state, which doubles the damage you deal in that state. Plus its rebound damage helped lower the health line. So do you understand why I had Xiao Lei go first? This is cooperation, this is teamwork. Fireball technique was stunned. Fireball technique couldn't help but glance at lightning strike technique. Hey third, was it really your electrified that doubled my damage? On the other side of the skill bar, lightning strike technique replied coldly. Only an idiot would think that with your little flames you could instantly take out the entire field. Earth shield technique. Fireball technique instantly exploded. Who are you calling an idiot? You. As it looked like they were about to bicker again, Lin Mo quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, we're all on the same side. Xiao Lei, although your big brother is a bit straightforward, his damage output is indeed real. Without his burst those monsters wouldn't have been defeated so easily. And Xiaohua, can't you just admit someone else's excellence? Under Lin Mo's mediation, Fireball technique calmed down a little. Though it was proud, it wasn't ungrateful. The thrill of that instant kill was indeed unprecedented. If this was really due to the assistance of lightning strike technique. Fireball technique snorted coldly. Fine, but just remember this. Fireball technique declared proudly, regardless of whether your assistance is there, my area damage is still the strongest. Fireball technique proudly stated. As for single target damage, fun, just temporarily not as good as you. Wait until I comprehend the forbidden spell, then you'll see what true flames are. Facing Fireball technique's declaration filled with competitiveness, lightning strike technique flickered with a faint blue light. Lightning strike technique calmly responded, fine, I'll wait for you. These three short words left Fireball technique stunned. It had originally thought it would be scolded as boring or idiot, and was even prepared to retort. Fireball technique awkwardly shifted a hem. Then it's a deal? Don't get scared when I scare you later. Lin Mo looked at the two skills like this and also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohua and Xiao Lei finally eased up a bit. Lin Mo slowly landed. Lin Mo? You're amazing. Han Mengqin was the first to rush over, circling around Lin Mo several times. Wow! That lightning and fire combo just now was simply awesome. Lin Mo smiled casually, fixing his wind-blown hair. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. At this moment Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also walked over. Lin Mo, aren't you a fire and earth dual type? How come your lightning skills are so strong? Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo, unable to help but ask. At this level, a dual-type mage capable of such mastery was extremely rare, truly deserving of the title of top student in Longshu class. Yet now Lin Mo had utilized a third-type skill, and it was even an intermediate skill at that. Lin Mo innocently retorted, when did I ever say I was a fire and earth dual-type mage? Han Mengyao was taken aback. She recalled carefully. Indeed. Everything was what she had seen and imagined herself. It seems. That's also true. Han Mengyao smiled bitterly and shook her head. Soon after her expression became even more complex. So does that mean you're actually a triple type mage? Fire, Earth, Lightning, triple mastery? Upon hearing this question, Lin Mo stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, For now I suppose so. For now? Han Menyao showed a puzzled expression. What do you mean by for now? After all, the most powerful mage in history had only achieved triple mastery. Triple mastery was already the limit of human cognition, the ceiling. Yet Lin Mo said for now. Could it be he still had energy left? Could he believe he could master a fourth or even fifth type in the future? Ha ha ha, for now is just for now, who can predict the future? Lin Mo said with a smile. Classmates. Xiaolu ran over with 2 other teammates. Since the elite monsters here have been dealt with, the remaining magical creatures can be completely handled by the guards on the train. He pointed to the distance. Captain Shen is still battling over there. Let's go help Captain Shen, shall we? Want to join us? That's a rare practical battle opportunity. Let's go. Of course we will. Han Menjio's spear trembled in her hand, her fighting spirit soaring. For the boss battle, how can we not be involved? I'll go too. Chu Lingxian raised her massive shield, her gaze resolute. And me? Han Menqing jumped up with her staff raised. I want to give Captain Shen a buff. Lin Mo glanced at everyone and smiled. Since it has come to this, let's go give it a final send-off. Huff. Huff. Shen Yifeng's chest heaved violently. Around him, the members of the guard team were nearly exhausted, relying solely on willpower to hold on. At this moment, the war giant was also at the end of its strength. Its body was covered in wounds, and its stone-like skin was cracked, revealing the dark red blood within. Captain. It should be almost over. A team member wiped the sweat off his face. Shen Yifeng squinted. The health bar above the war giant's head was swaying precariously. Less than 10 left. With just a bit more effort, they could completely eliminate the culprit behind the beast tide. Shen Yifeng glanced at his brothers behind him. Everyone's condition was poor, their stamina and spirit nearly at their limits. In contrast, the war giant, though severely weakened, had entered a frenzied dying phase. Roar! The war giant let out a roar, its originally gray-white eyes turning into 2 burning orbs of blood fire. It raised its massive stone fist high. A desperate struggle often yields the most lethal blows. Hold on tight. Shen Yifeng gritted his teeth. This is the last wave. Just then a piercing thunderous sound echoed from above. Shen Yifeng instinctively looked up.
Lin Mo with blazing wings of fire dove down like a shooting star. The red flames illuminated the dim battlefield, casting light on his young and stern face.
That was. Before Shen Yifeng could react, get out of the way. In the next second, see? Lin Mo made a grasping motion in the air. A massive thunder net woven from blue lightning descended from the sky, heavily enveloping the war giant's body. The violent current surged into the war giant's wounds, leaping and exploding across its form. The war giant suddenly stiffened. Its enormous body convulsed violently, letting out a painful muffled roar. A strange arc of electricity flickered crazily across its surface. Electrocution. All damage taken will be doubled for the next 10 seconds. This is. Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at the figure standing in front of them. Wings of fire, prison of thunder. The intense visual impact left even this seasoned veteran momentarily dazed. Lin Mo? Shen Yifeng recognized him as the top student of the Dragon Sequence class, the newcomer who should have been protected at the rear. Wait. Is that a lightning skill? So. Those elite monsters were all taken out by Lin Mo? A newcomer at just level 20. Shen Yifeng felt a bit dizzy. How could level 20 be related to a 3-element proficient mage? What are you standing there for? Output. Lin Mo's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Immediately after, boom. Lin Mo raised his hand and unleashed a flame pillar followed by multiple exploding fireballs blazing spiral dragon bullet. One fire skill after another rained down on the war giant as if there were no cost. This. So fierce. A team member stared in astonishment. Previously he had been too far away to see clearly. Now witnessing it up close, the pressure from the top mage of the dragon sequence class was simply suffocating. Don't just stand there. Take advantage of the electrocution buff. Everyone. Give it your all. Shenifeng snapped back to reality and yelled. Yes. The team members roared in response. Arrows, wind blades, heavy slashes. Colorful skills poured towards the war giant. Shenifeng's expression also turned cold as he prepared to squeeze out the last bit of magic power from within. Just then a pink figure suddenly darted out from the side. Uncle. Let me give you a supreme luxurious family set. Han Mengqing waved her staff, excitement written all over her face. Shenifeng was taken aback. Before he could react, several halos converged upon him. Shenifeng felt his body tremble violently. So strong. But in the next moment Shenifeng's expression changed drastically. AOO. The previous wounds under the doubled sensation of pain felt as if salt had been poured into them, then rubbed with a steel ball. At the same time Shenifeng could clearly feel his health points rapidly depleting, only to be frantically restored. His health bar was dancing, his heart was racing, his body felt as fragile as paper, and it hurt like hell. Hee uncle, the combo is ready. Han Mengqing stuck out her tongue and waved her small fist, shouting, now you are the hope of the whole village. Go for it. I really thank you. Shenifeng shouted with tears of anger. In the midst of such extreme pain and the thrill of life and death, he poured all his grievances and strength into the staff. Storm execution. Boom. Dozens of azure wind blades converged into a gigantic, devastating tornado, crashing violently into the war giant. On the other side, Han Mengjiu's spear also pierced forth with a chilling brilliance, while Chu Lingshuan's holy light judgment descended. The myriad skills' brilliance instantly engulfed the war giant. However, amidst the overwhelming skills and shadows, a more terrifying and domineering aura was brewing around Lin Mo. The sky darkened. Lin Mo hovered high in the air, his expression indifferent, his clothes billowing in the fierce wind. He slowly raised his right hand, lightning swirling around it. Little thunder, give it the final blow. Thunder strike, snorted, it was about time. Crack. The dark clouds rolled and lightning snakes danced wildly. A pressure descended from the heavens. Shenifeng and the others who were frantically outputting paused and looked up. The thunderbolts in the sky quickly gathered and condensed. In the end, a divine beast, a qilin made entirely of lightning, appeared before their eyes. It walked on the thunderclouds, letting out a long cry towards the heavens, shaking the land for miles. This is... Shenifeng, ignoring the intense pain in his body, was completely stunned. As a seasoned professional, how could he not recognize this move? It was known as one of the top 5 most difficult high-explosion single-target skills among all mid-tier skills. The lightning qilin descends. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Mo pressed his arm down. Fall. Roar. The thunder qilin let out an earth-shattering roar, engulfing the war giant in a torrent of lightning. At that moment the world lost its color. All that remained in everyone's vision was that dazzling bolt of lightning. Rumble. The lightning burst, arcs sweeping in all directions. Even Shenifeng and the others, who were tens of meters away, were pushed back by the terrifying shockwave. And at the center of the explosion, the war giant's body finally began to disintegrate. Following that, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky from Lin Mo. Having just cleared that wave of elite monsters, his experience bar was already nearly full. Now, with the massive experience from this boss-level enemy, Lin Mo's level broke through again. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV 22. Current level LV 2275.
The lightning faded. The battlefield fell into silence. Everyone stared at the boy hovering in midair.
The dark clouds dispersed and a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Lin Mo as if he were a deity. Earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Wow! Wow! So cool! Truly so cool! That aura of destruction, that oppressive feeling of ruling over all. It's never enough to watch it a billion times. Fireball technique coldly huffed. Isn't it just relying on me to bring the health down to the killing line? Just a head and a dog. If I were to deliver the final blow, it would be even more spectacular. Lightning strike technique simply replied with 2 words, ha. Fireball technique instantly got flustered. What does ha mean? You need to clarify this for me. Don't think just because you managed to pull it off you. Lin Mo slowly descended and retracted his wings. Huh. Everyone in the escort team let out a long sigh of relief. Finally they managed to defeat the boss. Shenifeng walked up to Lin Mo, took a deep breath. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be a tri-elemental mage. And one of the elements is lightning. Lin Mo nodded and casually replied, oh, I heard that lightning type has a very explosive single target damage, and I was just a bit lacking in that area, so I learned it. Shenifeng's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean you just learned it? That's the lightning element. Among all the elements in the mage profession aside from light and dark, the lightning element is recognized as the most difficult attribute. This kid is only around level 20 and he just learned and successfully comprehended the core lightning technique Thunder Chain Prison, as well as the extremely difficult lightning unicorn descending. And just now the aura that summoned the thunder. This proficiency, this control, it's likely that even a specialized lightning mage of this level would have to kneel and surrender. Not far away 3 girls were gathered together, their eyes never leaving Lin Mo. Wow! So cool, that lightning unicorn, that aura! Han Menking's eyes sparkled with stars, exclaiming as expected, the number 1 on the leaderboard is indeed the number 1, so impressive. Hey sis, can you withstand that lightning unicorn? Han Mengqing turned her head, her big eyes fluttering as she looked at her sister. Han Mengyao turned to her sister, her expression becoming strange. She pointed at herself. Me? You're asking about me? Do you want your older sister to turn to ash so you can inherit my credit? Ah, this. Han Mengqing shrank her neck. Beside her, Chu Lingxian timidly interjected, I definitely can't withstand it. Absolutely can't. Even if I activate Holy Light Barrier in the face of that strike, I'd probably be as fragile as paper. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Mengqing shook her head. You have to know Chu Lingxian is Dawn's Arbiter, an SS level light type profession known for being invincible in defense among her peers. Even someone like her, a human fortress, feels like paper. So overpowered, really so overpowered. Suddenly Han Mengqing seemed to think of something, extending her finger and starting to count his. Let me count.
From the most basic fireball to that spiral dragon bullet, fire pillars, fire tornadoes, fire wings. Then there's quicksand, electric net, and the great unicorn. The more Han Mengqing counted, the wider her eyes became. Oh my goodness, how many skills is this?
Han Mengqing looked at her hand, feeling defeated. Although I'm a genius support, I've only learned 6 skills and only one of them is an intermediate skill. What about you, sis? Han Mengqing looked at Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao pursed her lips and replied truthfully, I know 5. Among them Extreme Cold Domain and Ice Thorn Spear are intermediate skills. Han Mengqing looked at Chu Lingxian again. Chu Lingxian felt even more embarrassed, whispering, I know 4, only Holy Light Barrier is an intermediate skill. It's over, it's over. Han Mengqing slapped her forehead, looking utterly desperate. The total number of skills we have doesn't even match the number of intermediate skills that person has.
Is this really someone our age?
Does anyone even want to live anymore? At this moment Chu Lingxian weakly added, by the way. Lin Mo seems to know a combo skill that lava armor. Oh right. Han Mengqing suddenly realized I almost forgot about that. That's a combination of fire and earth skills. That thing is even harder. The three fell into silence again. After a long while Han Mengyao took a deep breath looking at the figure of the youth in the distance and sighed, maybe that's why he is number one. Just then, in the distance Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed. Wow! Captain! Something dropped. A big drop. Everyone on the scene turned their gaze towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was holding a scroll radiating an unusual glow, quickly running towards Shenifeng, handing the item to the captain. Shenifeng took it, glanced at it, and his pupils constricted. This is such good luck. This thing actually dropped. Lin Mo looked curiously at the scroll. At a glance he recognized it as a dungeon scroll. But is it worth getting this excited over just a dungeon scroll? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Captain Shen, isn't this just a dungeon scroll? Lin Mo, this is not an ordinary dungeon scroll. Shenifeng forcibly calmed himself and looked at Lin Mo. This is the Thunder Fire Temple scroll. Shenifeng laughed aloud. By regulation, any additional drops acquired during an outdoor escort mission are customarily handled by our guard squad themselves. Hearing that, Lin Mo relaxed. That made things simple. If the unclaimed items could be disposed of at will, everything was negotiable. Captain Shen, name your price, I'll buy it, Lin Mo said directly. Shenifeng shook his head, pushing the scroll into Lin Mo's hands, his tone grave and sincere. Buy it. What for? Take it. If it hadn't been for the help of your Longshu class this time, never mind the scroll, everyone in that carriage might have lost their lives, there would surely have been a disaster. You earned the highest merit, these spoils belong to you as is only right. Shenifeng knew the truth well. His gesture was not merely one of gratitude. It was also because of the terrifying potential Lin Mo had shown, a 3-discipline mage who at level 20 could solo a beast onslaught and who had turned the tide at the crucial moment. Even a fool could see how formidable Lin Mo's future would be. Granting this out of courtesy and forging a good bond would be profit regardless of how one calculated it. Rather than hawking this hot potato for cash, it was better to give it to a future mage god. Lin Mo did not reach for it, he refused. Accounts must be kept separate. Without you holding the front, I wouldn't have had the conditions to output. Everyone risked their lives, I cannot accept this for nothing. Lin Mo was not short of money. As the young scion of Tianlan Moyao Group, anything that could be solved with money posed no difficulty for him. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. If it can be bought, why owe someone a favor? Shenifeng frowned and still tried to press the scroll upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're being too formal. We are soldiers, defending the homeland is our duty. We were lucky to keep our lives, what significance does this trifle have? Take it. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, stepped back half a pace and said earnestly, Captain Shen, if you won't accept payment, this thing will be a hot potato for me. Our brothers have families, many were injured and will need money for treatment and resettlement. If I take this without compensation, do you expect our comrades to go hungry? Enough of the refusals. If you keep objecting, Captain Shen, then I won't take the scroll. Shenifeng met Lin Mo's steadfast gaze and felt a warm current well up in his chest. This young man was not only powerful but principled, pleasant to be around. Shen sighed and forced a wry smile. Very well. Since you insist, well, follow the old ad hoc group custom, everyone bids. The final proceeds will be split evenly among the others. Lin Mo nodded and spoke plainly, all right, then he'll offer 30 million Longwu coins. Xiao Lu, who was drinking, immediately spat out a mouthful. The guards around them gaped, scarcely believing their ears. Duo Xiao. 30 million? One could hardly blame them. Temple scrolls like this rarely surface on the open market, they circulate privately among top guilds and great houses through special channels. For these guards living on fixed wages, such things were legend. And 30 million, that figure was astronomical to them. It was money they might need 10 years of scrimping to save. Lin Mo, this is too much. Shenifeng hastened to refuse. Not too much, Lin Mo waved his hand. This scroll has a price but no market, even if it were put in an auction 30 million might not secure it. Besides, consider it a little comfort for the brothers. They risked their lives, we can't let them return empty-handed, can we? Having said that, Lin Mo glanced at Han Mengyao and the others with a smile. Any bids following the process? Han Mengyao rolled her eyes and sheathed her spear. In ice affinity, am I to use this thunderfire scroll as kindling? Han Mengqing spread his hands, in support after all. Chu Lingxian shook her head, I'm a light affinity knight, I don't need it. Lin Mo's gaze swept the other guards. Anyone else? Feel free to raise the bid, don't be shy. The others exchanged looks at Lin Mo's lavishness. Raise the bid? What a joke, starting with 30 million, how could one top that? Who had such liquid funds? With no answer, Shenifeng declared, very well, no bids. The scroll belongs to Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not dawdle, he stowed the scroll in his inventory. Then he asked Shenifeng for a bank account and transferred the money on the spot. A moment later, Shenifeng's phone vibrated. Seeing the string of zeros in the deposit message, his hand trembled slightly. Then, thank you, young Master Lin. Shenifeng dispensed with further pretense and rendered a solemn military salute. The men behind him saluted in unison, their eyes full of gratitude and reverence. This was real stature, strength, integrity, and remarkably wealth. Is this what a true big shot is? Just then Lin Mo's phone in his pocket rang. He answered to see his mother Su Wan calling. Hello, Mom. Her voice came through frantic, Moer. Son. Are you okay? I just heard your train was attacked by a massive beast onslaught. Are you injured? Speak up. You're making your mother worry herself sick. Hearing his mother's concern warmed Lin Mo. Mom, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Can't you tell him on the phone? Turn on the camera so I can see you. Su Wan urged. Lin Mo obliged and switched to a video call. When the camera flipped, Lin Mo tilted his handsome face into view and swept the lens over the others. See? Everyone's fine. The danger has passed. On the screen, Su Wan wore professional attire, the background a high-end conference room. Hello, Auntie. Han Mengqing chimed in sweetly. Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian waved politely as well. Seeing that, Su Wan finally relaxed, you scared me to death. Truly. If anything had happened to you, how would your father and I go on? Don't worry, Mom, what could possibly happen to me? Lin Mo soothed his mother. Nearby, Han Mengqing suddenly murmured, huh? Isn't that Director Su? Director Su? Which Director Su? Han Mengyao blinked in surprise. Han Mengqing explained excitedly, Sister, don't you read the financial news? Su Wan, she's the chairwoman of Tianlan Moyao, the largest potion conglomerate in Jiangnan province. Oh. Tianlan Moyao, that monopolizes 70% of the province's high-tier potion market. Chu Lingxian was taken aback. Their expressions toward Lin Mo shifted instantly. No wonder he could casually produce 30 million, so he was a super rich heir. Lin Mo said into the phone, by the way, Mom, I need to tell you something. That boss dropped a Thunderfire Temple scroll, the kind that yields combo tech components. After discussing it with the Guard brothers, we spent 30 million to acquire it. Worth the price, right? On the other end, Su Wan's eyes brightened, a temple scroll. Absolutely worth it. Such a temple scroll, don't speak of 30 million, at auction it could be driven to 300 million in minutes. Take as many of these good things as you can. If you're short, tell Mom. Lin Mo grinned. Alright, that's fine, my card had just enough. Mom, transfer me some more later or I won't be able to afford meals at school. Pa, it's nothing. Su Wan waved imperiously. You'll have finance put 50 million on your card. If it's not enough, ask for more. Buy what you want, don't skimp on yourself.
As long as your safe money is but paper. Those nearby listened to the mother answer exchange and exchanged astonished looks.
Is this the world of the wealthy? 30 million a bargain, 50 million pocket money. Lin Mo exchanged a few pleasant words with his mother and ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than he felt dozens of eyes upon him. Ahem. What's up? Lin Mo rubbed his nose. Rich guy, spare some favors. Han Mengqing begged ingratiatingly. I'll cheer you on and add buffs. Can you spare me some pocket money? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Go on, go play somewhere else. Just then a tremendous rumble rolled across the sky. Everyone looked up. Between the distant clouds a black mass of armed transports screamed toward them. Reinforcements. Finally arrived, someone murmured. Xiao Lu watched the aerial formation with feeling. Although the crisis had been resolved, the sight of such swift and powerful support filled him with a sense of safety. Shenifeng straightened his uniform and said to Lin Mo, let's go, let's report the situation together. The fireball technique complained weakly, I'm so hungry. The earth shield technique also lamented, Master. I'm hungry too, I want to eat. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth and retorted in his heart, stop whining. Am I raising a bunch of pigs? There's plenty to eat at school. Hearing this, the skills finally quieted down reluctantly. Boom! The roar of the airplane drowned out everything around. In the sky, a giant command transport aircraft landed on the flat ground not far away. The hatch opened. A poised figure descended from the gangway. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in a crisp military uniform, her epaulettes gleaming with golden stars under the sunlight. With her short, capable hair, she exuded an air of authority and decisiveness in her every movement. Behind her, several aides closely followed. Seeing this scene, Shenifeng was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that Zhao Yu, the commander of the Magic Capital Force? Although this support was urgent, it shouldn't have reached the point where the commander of the Magic Capital personally led the team, right? At that moment, Han Mengqing nudged her sister beside her and whispered, your mom is here. I have eyes. Han Mengyao said coldly. Upon hearing the sister's words, Lin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows. Mom? The commander of the Magic Capital? It seems these two also have some background. Shenifeng quickly straightened his appearance and hurriedly approached with Lin Mo and the others. Hello, Chief. Although Shenifeng belonged to the railway guard system and was not directly under Zhao Ye's command, respect must be given to such high-ranking military figures. Zhao Yu returned a standard military salute. Her gaze then fell on Han Mengyao and Han Mengqing. Are you both alright? Are you missing any limbs? Han Mengqing changed to a sweet expression, linking arms with Zhao Yu, and said, oh Mom. Why did you come personally? What could have happened to us? We're just fine. Thanks to Captain Shen and classmate Lin Mo, those monsters have all been dealt with. Han Mengyao also stepped forward, saying lightly, Mom, we're fine. After confirming that her two daughters were indeed unharmed, Zhao Ye's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. She then looked at the magic train, which was somewhat damaged but overall intact, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She knew too well what the war giant signified. With Shenifeng's strength, it would be a miracle if half of the personnel on this train survived. But now, the casualties among the train crew seemed minimal. Shenifeng. When did he become so strong? At this moment, Shenifeng stepped forward and saluted. Hello, Chief. Captain Shenifeng of the Aurora Train Guard team reporting to you. Zhao Yu returned a standard military salute. Captain Shen, thank you for your hard work. What is the situation now? Shen Yifeng took a deep breath and began to report, Commander Zhao, the reason we achieved a comprehensive victory this time was entirely thanks to classmate Lin Mo from the Dragon Sequence class. Classmate Lin Mo single-handedly cleared several waves of beast tides, annihilated the War Giant's elite guard, and ultimately assisted us in defeating the boss. Upon saying this, Shen Yifeng sighed. Commander Zhao, classmate Lin Mo is a rare triple-element mage proficient in fire, earth, and lightning. Without him this time the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhao Yi's pupils shrank at his words. Triple-element proficiency? Annihilating several waves of beast tides, even the elite monster guard. Zhao Yu couldn't believe Shen Yifeng would lie about this. A soldier wouldn't dare to lie about such matters, especially with so many witnesses around. Lin Mo. Zhao Yu looked at the calm and composed young man. She knew Lin Mo. He was the son of that scoundrel Lin Tianhao. Ever since his son entered the Dragon Sequence class, it seemed like everyone in the military system knew about it. Moreover, Zhao Yu had also reviewed the list of this year's Dragon Sequence class. Lin Mo was indeed the top of the list. Being the top of the list isn't abnormal, I suppose. However, at this age and level, being proficient in 3 elements, and one of them being lightning, it still felt a bit outrageous. Classmate Lin Mo. Zhao Yu nodded slightly at Lin Mo, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude. I am Zhao Yu, the commander of the Magic Capital Garrison and also the mother of these 2 girls. Thank you for your help in saving the civilians on the train and my daughters. I, Zhao Yu, will remember this favor. Lin Mo smiled. Commander Zhao is too polite. I am also a member of the train, just saving myself. Besides, we are all classmates in the Dragon Sequence class, helping each other is only natural. Looking at the calm and composed young man before her, Zhao Yi's appreciation for him deepened. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, with a remarkably good temperament. Zhao Yu glanced at the time. You still need to report to the Dragon Sequence class. Take my plane, I'll personally take you to Kyoto. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble Commander Zhao.
A few minutes later, the giant command aircraft slowly ascended, roaring towards Kyoto. On the ground,
Little Lu tilted his head back and couldn't help but exclaim, while the commander is personally escorting them to school. If I had this privilege back then, I could boast about it for a lifetime. Shen Yifeng slapped him on the back of the head, scolding with a laugh, Stop dreaming. That's what they deserve. If you had that ability, I'd carry you to Kyoto on my back. In the high sky, the inside of the command aircraft was extremely spacious. A massive holographic map was projected in the center, with several staff officers busily working. Lin Mo sat alone in the rest area, looking at the sea of clouds outside, feeling somewhat relaxed. The Han sisters and Chu Lingxian were in another rest area, catching up on sleep, as the earlier battle had also taken a toll on them. Tap tap tap. The sound of steady footsteps approached. Lin Mo turned around to see Zhao Yu coming over with 2 steaming cups of coffee in her hands. He instinctively wanted to stand up. Sit, don't be so formal. This isn't a military camp. Zhao Yu waved her hand and casually handed a cup of coffee to him. Try this, it's made from special beans supplied to the military. You can't find it outside, and it's quite invigorating. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Lin Mo took the coffee and the rich aroma filled his senses. Zhao Yu sat down across from Lin Mo, her gaze penetrating as she looked at the young man. In the past, I have heard your father mention you many times. Lin Mo paused in his movements, forcing a bitter smile. Old Lin. He probably didn't say anything good, did he? Did he say I'm lazy, a good for nothing, and not motivated? Pretty much. Zhao Yi's lips curled slightly. He said you only want to be a rich second generation who eats and waits to die, with your greatest dream being to lie down and spend money. So when I saw today's situation and then saw you in person, I was very surprised. A person who just wants to lie down wouldn't choose to step up in the face of such a dire situation. Lin Mo took a sip of coffee, the bitterness accompanied by a hint of sweetness. He gazed out at the clouds, falling silent for a moment. People can change, Commander Zhao. Zhao Yu nodded, watching Lin Mo closely. Lin Mo, since you've entered that class, you should understand what the Dragon Sequence class means, right? Privileges. Resources. Status. Lin Mo countered. Not entirely. Zhao Yu shook her head, her voice growing serious. Dragon Sequence, which means the sequence of dragons. It represents the highest combat power reserve of the Dragon Kingdom and is the backbone of this nation. Having a very high status also means that when disaster strikes, you must be among the first to step up. Zhao Yu paused and continued, I initially thought you entered the Dragon Sequence class just for the privileges. But your performance today tells me that you seem to be prepared. Lin Mo looked down at the dark coffee in his cup. In the past he indeed just wanted to be a carefree slacker. After all, his family was wealthy and powerful, and if the sky fell, someone tall would support it. However, everything changed after the skills became sentient. He realized that he would likely possess the power to overturn the rules in the future. This world is not peaceful. The abyss is watching and the monsters are restless. Beast tides like today's could erupt at any city at any time. If I don't become stronger when real calamity arrives, money won't buy a life and my father's power can't stop destruction. Commander Zhao, I still consider myself quite lazy. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes clear. If possible, I certainly hope for world peace so I can sleep at home. But I also understand one thing, when the nest is overturned, how can there be intact eggs? Since I have this ability and since I am here, some things must be done by someone. If the sky truly collapses, then I hope I can be that tall person. Zhao Yu stared at Lin Mo in a daze. The youth's tone was very calm, without passionate oaths or fiery slogans. Yet it was this calmness that revealed a sense of awareness that was most touching. After a long time, Zhao Yu stood up, a look of relief on her face. She patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, this time with a bit more force. Good. With your words I'm at ease. It seems that Lin Tianhao, that rough man, has done the best thing in his life, which is to have you as his son. Rest, in an hour we will arrive in Kyoto. After saying that, Zhao Yu turned and left. Watching Zhao Yu's retreating figure, Lin Mo leaned back against the chair. With a thought, he opened the backpack in the panel. Thunderfire Temple instance scroll, the key to the ancient Thunderfire Temple, level limit LV 20 LV 25. The combination skill of thunder and fire. That is a real killing weapon. First you'll report to school, then find an opportunity to visit the instance. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the airplane flew steadily. Lin Mo leisurely enjoyed the military-provided afternoon tea. There is not even a hint of fire element. The earth shield technique, grumbled Master. I want to eat dirt. That mine we just passed looked quite tasty. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. We're 2,000 meters up in an airplane. Where am I supposed to find good food for you? You'll need it when we get to school. Also, Little Earth, what did you just say? I'm a normal human. I can't possibly eat dirt, not in this lifetime. The earth shield technique replied, sounding aggrieved, but Master, that isn't ordinary mud, it's hard soil rich in rare minerals, very chewy. The earth shield technique attempted to negotiate. How about just a taste? Just one bite. Get lost. Lin Mo replied indifferently. Just then, wow. There's moose cake too. Han Mengqing dashed to Lin Mo's table and unceremoniously grabbed a piece of cake. Lin Mo didn't mind. After all, the military-provided afternoon tea was more than sufficient. Even if he ate alone, he wouldn't finish it by tomorrow morning. Han Mengqing, are you a pig? Han Mengyao followed closely behind, watching her younger sister devour the food like a starving ghost, unable to suppress a sigh, her eyes filled with disdain. You just ate all the way on the bus. You flaunted 2 bags of chips in the lounge and now that you've woken up you want to eat again? Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Han Mengqing didn't take it to heart at all. She stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth with an ah woo, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. It's none of your business. I'm still growing. If I don't eat more, how will I grow tall? After saying that, she provocatively licked the cream off the corner of her mouth, plopping down on the sofa opposite Lin Mo and aimed at the macarons on the plate. Chu Lingxian followed, a bit awkwardly nodded at Lin Mo and sat next to Han Mengqing. The 3 of them settled down. Han Mengqing chewed on the cake while scrolling through her phone. That's strange. What's going on? Why can't I find anything at all? Han Mengqing stared at the screen in confusion. What are you searching for? Lin Mo casually asked. Han Mengqing continued scrolling while saying, it's the video of us battling the beast tied on the train. Just now I clearly saw many passengers recording and there were even a few live streaming to gain popularity. I wanted to relive the heroic figure of Lin Mo, but after searching the entire internet I couldn't find a single trace. Lin Mo was taken aback. He hadn't really cared about this, after all he didn't want to be an internet celebrity. But it was indeed strange that there was nothing to be found. At this moment Han Mengyao said calmly, if you could find it that would be alarming. Don't forget our current identities. Identities? Lin Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. Dragon Sequence class student. Exactly. Han Mengyao's expression became serious. As students of the Dragon Sequence class, our files are classified as the highest national secrets, especially for newcomers. Before officially entering the battlefield, our abilities, skills, and combat styles must not be leaked. Battlefield. Lin Mo keenly captured this keyword. It was no wonder, for these years after crossing over, all he thought about was how to spend money and enjoy life. He had never paid attention to such matters. Even if his father occasionally mentioned it at the dinner table, he had treated it as mere background noise. That's right, battlefield. Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo and patiently explained, do you think the country established the Dragon Sequence class consisting of only 20 people just to cultivate the future's supreme combat power? Huh? Isn't that the case? Han Mengqing, with a spoon in her mouth, looked bewildered. Aren't we supposed to be placed in high positions in the future to guard against beast tides? Han Mengyao took a deep breath, her urge to turn her sister into an ice sculpture growing stronger. She glared at Han Mengqing. How many times has Mom mentioned this at the dinner table? Did you stuff cotton in your ears or cake in your brain? Every time we talk about serious matters you fall asleep, and when it matters you know nothing. Han Mengqing shrank her neck, feeling guilty, murmured softly, well, the food at home is just too delicious. Who has the heart to listen to nagging? Han Mengyao was too lazy to deal with this foodie, turning her head to look at Lin Mo. Of course it's not just that. Her tone became serious. As new students of the Dragon Sequence class, besides being cultivated as the future's highest combat power, there is another extremely important and special responsibility, which is the 10,000 Nations battlefield. After a certain period, the 10,000 Nations battlefield will open, where each country is limited to entering no more than 20 professionals. Soon the level 30 10,000 Nations battlefield will open, and at that time we will represent the country and compete for resources with top professionals of the same level from other countries. As she spoke, Han Mengyao paused, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes. The level 30 10,000 Nations battlefield will produce an extremely important strategic resource, the profession-specific weapon. They are incredibly powerful. At the same level and strength, the side with a dedicated weapon can easily crush the side without it. After hearing Han Mengyao's explanation, Lin Mo suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the information about the new students of the Dragon Sequence class is kept so secret, even going as far as using national power to delete videos and block news. They are afraid that our skills and trump cards will be known by other countries in advance, leading to losses in the 10,000 Nations battlefield. It's no wonder the country wants to establish a Dragon Sequence class. It turns out to gather the most elite new students from across the country to snatch dedicated weapons on the battlefield. However, Lin Mo frowned, voicing his doubts. Aren't the monsters the common enemy of all humanity? Since everyone faces the threat of monsters, why don't all countries unite to distribute dedicated weapons and jointly resist the monsters? Instead, they have to compete with each other on the battlefield? Isn't this internal strife? Han Mengqing nodded vigorously. Yes. It's like playing cards. Since we need to deal with the landlord together, the farmers must unite. How can farmers throw bombs at each other? Han Mengyao sighed and shook her head. Farmers and landlords. Little sister, your analogy is quite cute. But if this game goes to the end, the winner takes all and the loser not only loses all their wealth but also loses their life. Would you still trust the teammate sitting opposite you? Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo and slowly explained, Lin Mo, you are right, this is indeed internal strife, but this kind of internal strife is an inevitable result of human greed. A long time ago, when the first 10,000 nations battlefield opened, humanity was indeed as you imagined. The 5 strongest nations at that time signed a treaty to allocate the produced resources as needed once they entered the battlefield. But what happened? Han Mengyao chuckled softly and shook her head. When the first forbidden level dedicated weapon appeared, the treaty became a scrap of paper. Upon hearing this, Han Mengqing blinked her big eyes innocently, saying, then, shouldn't we just surrender? Although it sounds bad, at least we have someone to rely on and can survive, right? Han Mengyao turned her head, looking at her silly and sweet younger sister. Do you think that surrendering guarantees you a good life? The citizens of the annexed countries become second-class citizens or even slaves. Their resources are plundered, and the young people who have awakened their professions are forcibly conscripted into so-called death squads. Han Mengqing listened, her face pale in shock. Han Mengyao continued, our dragon country also suffered greatly during that time. Countless predecessors fought bravely to defend a city during that period, dying on the battlefield, leaving no remains. It wasn't until we obtained the first forbidden level dedicated weapon, Divine Dragon Barrier, in a 10,000 nations battlefield that this situation was broken. Later, more and more forbidden level dedicated weapons appeared, and humanity finally gained the capital to confront the monsters on equal footing. As she spoke, Han Mengjiao's tone became firm. All countries understand one principle. On the surface we can jointly resist the monsters, but in the 10,000 nations battlefield it's every person for themselves, regardless of life or death. We must grasp as many of these great weapons as possible. If there really exists a gun that can completely end the monsters and the apocalypse. Han Mengyao stared intensely at Lin Mo, then the finger that pulls the trigger must belong to our dragon country. Lin Mo fell silent for a long time after hearing it. Indeed, there is no absolute utopia in this world. As long as humanity exists, conflicts will never cease. I see. Lin Mo nodded. It seems that this dragon sequence class is even more thrilling than I imagined. So those videos online. Han Mengqing interjected at this moment, as if she also understood. They must have been cleared by Captain Shen and the others immediately. And you know our country's cybersecurity team and firewall are top-notch. Clearing all the videos is a matter of minutes, and ordinary people can't possibly upload them to the external network. Hearing this, Han Mengqing sighed with regret. It's a pity. I originally wanted to post on Moments to show off. Han Mengyao shot her a glance, too lazy to deal with her sister. Beside, Chu Lingxian whispered, It's okay. We just need to know that Lin Mo is very capable. She added, and being low-key is good, it makes Lin Mo safer. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The firewall in this world is entirely different from the one in his past life on Blue Star, where one could traverse freely with just software. The wall here is a physical barrier coupled with a top-tier cybersecurity bureau. Unless one can physically cross the border in this dragon country, if the state does not want you to post something, you cannot transmit even a byte. The group chatted idly for a while. By the way, after reporting to school, how about we go to the temple instance together? Lin Mo looked at the three and extended the invitation. Lin Mo, who valued his life, would definitely not choose to solo, as this instance sounded far from simple. Among the three present, one was an exceptional controller and off-tank, another was a sturdy light-type meat shield, and the last was an auxiliary with truly overpowered buffs. This configuration was practically designed to allow him to safely act as artillery. Let's go. Of course we're going. Han Mengqing was the first to raise her hand, the temple instance. The experience points in the instance are much higher than those from wild monsters. Not going would be foolish. I'll go too. Han Mengyao glanced at her sister and helplessly said, I'm worried about this girl without anyone watching her. Chu Lingxian then looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression and determined eyes. Lin Mo saved everyone. If you need me to help tank monsters, I will not hesitate. Seeing the three agree so readily, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. By the way, Lin Mo the Great. Han Mengqing suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, I heard that the scrolls for the temple instance come in two types, one blue and one orange. Which one did you drop?
Lin Mo didn't think much and glanced at the scroll in his inventory. Orange, what's the significance? Wow.
It really is orange. Han Mengqing's eyes instantly lit up, then she explained seriously, the significance is immense. The blue type is also called a temple instance, but it is actually no different from a regular instance, with a ridiculously low chance of dropping combo skill materials less than 3. However, the orange quality is different. Its base drop rate starts at 30. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Is it that much of a difference? It's directly 10 times higher. Han Mengqing nodded, but that's not the main point. The main point is that the orange quality temple instance has a special mechanism, and the final drop rate will increase based on the completion score. The base drop rate is 30, and if you achieve the highest score of S rank, the drop rate can reach 100. 100? Lin Mo's heart raced. For someone who always considered himself unlucky, nothing sounded more delightful than the phrase guaranteed drop. What are the specific mechanisms and rules? Lin Mo immediately inquired. Well, Han Mengqing took out her phone and started searching. The mechanisms are random, varying each time. Some people online have shared numerous rules they've encountered. Let me show you, they are quite bizarre. Bizarre. Lin Mo frowned, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Found it. You all listen to this. Han Mengqing looked at the screen and began to read. For example, this rule is called Silence is Golden. After defeating the BOSS, the average decibel level of the team's voices throughout the instance will determine the score. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? It's too torturous. Especially for someone like Han Mengqing, who talks a lot. It's practically worse than killing her. And then there's this one called Face Your Own Self. To deal damage to the BOSS, you must loudly shout the most embarrassing secret about yourself before attacking. The more embarrassing and sincere the shout, the higher the damage bonus. If you don't shout or make something up, the attack will be ineffective. After reading, Han Mengqing glanced at everyone. What the heck is this social death instance? The designers of these instances must be psychologically twisted. Han Mengyao commented coldly. And there are these. Han Mengqing continued swiping through her phone screen, her expression becoming more and more interesting. Life and death decision, hold hands. Master-slave contract. Randomly designating one person as master and the other 3 as slaves who must obey any command from the master unconditionally. Wait, what the heck is candid encounter? Entering the instance causes all clothing to forcibly disappear. Han Mengqing read this part, her face turning slightly red. Vulgar. Filthy. Han Mengyao snorted coldly. Chu Lingxian murmured softly, who designed this instance? They are too indecent. Lin Mo looked at the orange scroll in his inventory, feeling a bit uncertain. Why does this temple instance sound so much like a prank show? However, no matter what, in order to obtain that Thunderfire combo skill I still have to go. I spent 30 million on it, I can't waste it. Well, since it's all random, well, just face whatever comes our way. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down. Exactly, it's still an orange temple instance. How many people never get a chance to go in their lifetime? Anyway, I'm definitely going. Han Mengqing waved her little fist. Just then Zhao Yu walked over. She looked at the group of lively young people with a smile in her eyes. What are you all so happy about? Reporting, Commander. We are studying tactics. Han Mengqing immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zhao Yu shook her head helplessly and said, all right, enough joking, get ready. We will arrive in Kyoto in 10 minutes. However, with such a large combat aircraft formation, if we directly enter Kyoto University or the city center, the commotion would be too big and could cause panic. I will have the plane land at Kyoto Military Airport, and then you can take a taxi to report. Lin Mo nodded, smiling. No problem, thank you, Commander Zhao. It's no trouble at all. Zhao Yu walked to the window, gesturing for everyone to look down. Through the porthole, the magnificent city below gradually came into view. Kyoto. That's where all the talents of Dragon Country gather. Zhao Yu sighed. She turned around, looking at Lin Mo and the others, her gaze finally resting on Lin Mo, reminding him, Lin Mo, the local figures in Kyoto are quite ambitious, especially that rank 2 Yikong who ranks behind you. In the Kyoto circle, he has always been seen as the undisputed leader of this generation. But with the release of the list, you emerged and overshadowed him. That kid is quite arrogant. He won't submit just because you ranked first. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, didn't seem to care much. The more lively the better. Everyone is a classmate. If he wants to be the boss, let him be. I am most afraid of trouble. Zhao Yu looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, smiling as she shook her head. This is precisely what she admired most about Lin Mo. He had strength but did not show off. Alright, just remember, if it comes down to it, it's best not to cause any fatalities. In Dragon Sequence class, strength speaks the loudest. Received, Commander Zhao. Kyoto. As the political and cultural center of the Dragon Kingdom, its prosperity is unmatched by Jianghai City. Lin Mo and his companions took a taxi to Kyoto University. Before their eyes stood a grand and imposing entrance gate. The gate reached several dozen meters high. The stone pillars on both sides were intricately carved with lifelike giant dragons, their heads held high as if they were about to burst through the wall and soar into the sky. Above the entrance, the words Kyoto University were embossed in gold, radiating an aura of majesty. Wow, how impressive! It's several times larger than the entrance of the shopping malls in our Magic City. Han Mengqing gaped and gestured. I feel like an ant here. Han Mengyao, standing nearby, glanced at her sister and said, that's to make you understand reverence. Also, don't act like you've never seen the world before, it's embarrassing. It is impressive, isn't it? Han Mengqing pouted. Lin Mo adjusted his collar and stepped forward. Let's go in and take a look. The four of them walked towards the entrance. At this moment, the ordinary freshmen were still on summer vacation, making the grand entrance appear somewhat deserted. A few security guards were on duty, scanning the surroundings. When their gazes swept over Lin Mo and his companions, they focused on the badges on their chests. The golden dragon coiled around the sword's edge, and 4 badges sparkled in the sunlight. The leading guard without hesitation pressed the button on the control device in his hand. The gate slowly opened to both sides. Han Mengqing lifted her chin and swaggered in, waving cheerfully at the guard as she passed. Thanks, uncle. It's really hot standing guard in this weather. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Lingxian hurried past with her head down, whispering, thank you, sorry for the trouble. Han Mengyao kept her eyes straight ahead, nodding slightly. Lin Mo walked last and smiled at the guard. Thanks. They passed through the school gate. Not far away there was a meticulously set up sunshade on a patch of grass. A banner hung above it reading reception for new students of the Dragon Sequence class. Under the sunshade sat a long-haired girl who was idly scrolling on her phone. Hearing the noise, she looked up and immediately approached them. "Hello. I've been waiting for you." The girl smiled and confidently extended her hand. "I am Guchinga, a sophomore at Kyoto University responsible for welcoming the new students of your Dragon Sequence class. Welcome to Kyoto University." "Hello, senior. I'm Han Mengqing." Han Mengqing familiarized herself with the senior's hand, saying, "Your skin is so nice. What brand of skincare products do you use?" Guchinga was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Thanks for the compliment, I'll recommend it to you later." After the other three introduced themselves, Guqing's gaze fell on Lin Mo. "Ah, you are the one at the top of the rankings. I didn't expect you to be so handsome in person." Our group was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was curious about how a blank mage could outshine everyone else. Lin Mo shrugged and smiled. "Senior, you flatter me. I am indeed handsome, but as for being at the top of the rankings, I just got lucky. Haha." Guchinga covered her mouth and chuckled. "All right, let me take you to the dormitory area. We can chat as we walk. The campus of Kyoto University is vast." As Guchinga walked, she enthusiastically introduced the building. On the left is the library, which houses almost all historical records, skill manuals, dungeon guides, and monster compendiums from the Great Catastrophe to the present. That building over there is the technology lab. This is our first cafeteria. I heard a new chef joined recently and his cooking is truly exceptional. As soon as she mentioned food, Han Mengqing's eyes lit up and she frantically nodded, taking notes. After passing through a teaching area, they arrived at a huge square. In the center of the square stood a 10-meter tall statue of a figure. There was an elderly man holding a staff, gazing deeply into the distance. Guchinga stopped and looked up at the statue, her eyes filled with reverence. "This is our Dragon Kingdom's legendary mage god Zhang Wuyo. He is the first and only tri-elemental mage god in history who led the Dragon Kingdom out of the Dark Ages with his terrifying prowess in fire, wind, and water." Lin Mo followed Guqing's gaze. On the base of the statue there was a line carved in large letters. "With my flesh and blood I forge the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. With my strength I protect the eternal prosperity of the Great Xia." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flickered. A heavy sense of weightiness washed over him. Han Mengqing pouted. "A tri-elemental mage god? Isn't our Lin Mo also a tri? Before she could finish, Han Mengyao quickly covered her mouth. "What?" Guchinga turned back with a puzzled look. "It's nothing." Han Mengyao smiled faintly. "Lin Mo hasn't taken a shower in 3 days, so let's go to the dormitory quickly." Lin Mo? This seemed overly cautious. He felt it was unnecessary. In a world where strength is paramount, hiding one's capabilities is indeed a form of survival wisdom. However, most of the time revealing one's brilliance could save one from a lot of unnecessary trouble. But Lin Mo had no intention of exposing it, he would just let things unfold naturally. Guchinga didn't ask further. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she smiled and said, "By the way, fellow students of the Dragon Sequence class, please go easy on us in a few days." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Go easy? What do you mean?" Guchinga blinked. "Didn't you know? This is an old tradition at our Kyoto University. Every new batch of Dragon Sequence class students must have a friendly skirmish with us ordinary second-year students at the start of the semester." "A skirmish?" Han Mengqing frowned upon hearing this. "There are only 20 of us, how can you second-year students with over 1,000 in your grade call this fair?" Guchinga shook her head with a smile. No, we won't send everyone. We'll select the best among us, about 200 to practice with you." "What?" Han Mengqing's eyes widened. 200 people? Are we supposed to fight 10 of you each?" Lin Mo glanced at Guchinga and cast a detection spell. Goodness, level 31. For them, a group of 20 to fight against 200 second-year students at around level 30. This old tradition is truly absurd. Guchinga said as if it were natural. You are from the Dragon Sequence class. You are the top geniuses in the nation, the monsters among monsters. If the numbers were equal, how would it be a fight? Moreover, this is also to test your practical stress resilience. Han Mengqin puffed up her cheeks in anger. This is an excuse. This is definitely an excuse. You just want to bully the freshmen? Han Mengyao furrowed her brow slightly, speaking calmly. Senior, if I remember correctly, since this tradition was established, it seems that the new students of the Dragon Sequence class have never won even once, right? Chu Lingxuan's face paled, exclaiming, what? Not even once? How tragic. Han Mengyao nodded. After all, the gap in numbers is there. Even the most talented person finds it hard to cross such a chasm. Hearing this, Guchinga smiled and said, Han, you are very clear about this. Indeed, you have never won in the past, but this batch is different. This batch has SS level Spatial Walker Yikong Light Mage Chu Lingxian. And this mysterious Lin Mo? Perhaps history will be rewritten in your hands. Guchinga playfully winked, clasping her hands together, pretending to be weak. So please go easy on us when that time comes. Being beaten is quite painful. I'm super afraid of pain. Although Guchinga was saying to go easy, Lin Mo could clearly sense that there wasn't much genuine concern in her tone. That kind of confidence was built upon absolute numerical superiority and historical experience. The so-called rewriting history was merely a polite compliment. Lin Mo smiled and shifted the topic. Senior, are we almost at the dormitory? Ah, we're here. Guchinga pointed ahead. Just cross this grove and we will arrive. As they spoke, the group arrived at a tranquil area nestled between mountains and waters. Unique villas were elegantly distributed at the foot of the mountain. Here it is. This is your dormitory area. Guchinga pointed at the cluster of villas ahead, a hint of envy in her eyes. Truly, it's a case of comparison killing one's spirit. We ordinary students have to squeeze into a 4-person apartment. You all have a villa each. The villas are assigned according to the list number. The door number represents the sequence number. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. Guchinga saw the person and quickly greeted respectfully, Teacher Su, what brings you here? Lin Mo turned to look. Teacher Su. It seemed to be his father's old classmate and enrollment officer, Su Wenchang, whom he had mentioned before. Hello, Professor Su. Lin Mo greeted first. Professor Su Wenchang approached the group, his face warm with a gentle smile. You've all arrived. He turned to the Han sisters and nodded with quiet familiarity. Mengyao Mengqin, long time no see. Just now I spoke with your mother on the phone. She entrusted me with strict instructions to watch over you two carefully. Han Mengqin stuck out her tongue and murmured softly, Mom worries over nothing. I'm not a child anymore. Han Mengyao, ever poised, replied politely, Thank you for your concern, Uncle Su. Then Professor Su turned to Lin Mo, his gaze brimming with unmistakable admiration. Lin Mo, you truly impressed me. I've heard everything about what happened on the train. Brilliant work. He paused, then glanced at Guchinga. Chinga, please escort these 3 young ladies to their dormitory. I'll take Lin Mo to his residence myself. Understood, Professor Su, Guchinga replied, obediently nodding before ushering the 3 girls away. As they departed, Professor Su watched them go. He clapped Lin Mo lightly on the shoulder. Let's go, we'll walk and talk. Together they headed toward Villa No. 1, the most prestigious residence on campus. Lin Mo, that incident with the beast tied aboard the train, truly masterful. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Su sighed in genuine awe, to step forward under such dire circumstances, and not only hold the line but command it, that transcends mere strength. It speaks to temperament, resolve, and innate leadership. Your father would boast about this across the entire war zone for 3 days straight. Lin Mo smiled modestly, you flatter me, Professor. I simply wanted to survive, and so did everyone else. We helped one another. Professor Su shook his head. To retain such composure in utter despair, that is pure talent. After a brief silence, Lin Mo asked abruptly, by the way, Professor, earlier that senior mentioned we'd have to fight 200 sophomores during orientation? Professor Su halted mid-step then chuckled. Indeed. You're familiar with the Myriad Nation battlefield, correct? Yes. Lin Mo nodded. Professor Su's expression grew solemn. The Myriad Nation battlefield is defined not by beasts, but by human adversaries, ambushes, betrayals, ruthless stratagems, every conceivable trick of deception and warfare. The orientation trial is designed precisely to acclimate you to this treacherous human arena. Lin Mo listened, thoughtful and silent. So that was the reasoning. Still, 20 against 200? Preposterous. Professor Su grinned. For past cohorts of the Longshu class, this trial has been sheer hell. No freshman class has ever emerged victorious. But I suspect this year may rewrite history. You obliterated an entire elite mob of level 30 monsters bearing the war aura, 200 upperclassmen. They might not even last a single round against you. Lin Mo gave a light self-deprecating laugh. Professor, one mustn't exaggerate. People are alive and adaptive, elite mobs are predictable and static. Enough of that modesty, it's just arrogance in disguise. In the Longshu class, confidence isn't optional. When the moment calls for it, you must radiate absolute unassailable authority. The very aura of none shall stand before me. Understood, understood. By then they had reached the entrance of Villa No. 1, a sprawling 3-story residence boasting a private garden and infinity pool, its design exuding understated opulence. As Professor Su unlocked the door, he said, "This will be your home from now on. Dedicated support staff will handle cleaning and laundry daily. The villa is equipped with an intelligent domestic system. Summon the AI steward anytime for any personal need." Understood. Lin Mo acknowledged. They stepped into the grand hall, spacious, sunlit and furnished with state-of-the-art appliances and elegant furnishings. And as for meals, Professor Su gestured toward the campus cafeteria, the Hulangyuan Pavilion, a dining hall exclusively reserved for Longshu class students, is open 24 hours free of charge. Order anything you wish, so long as your stomach can hold it, it's yours without limit. At this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. That sounded perfect. His own family's insatiable eaters could easily devour tens of thousands of Longguo credits per meal. Though money posed no issue, sustaining such extravagance daily would still sting. Come with me. Professor Su led Lin Mo up to the second-floor terrace and pointed toward a distant mountain range behind the villa district. Do you see those peaks? That's our designated wilderness training zone, the Blackthorn Grove, where monsters range from level 20 to 25. And over there lies the Thunderclap Gorge, a level 25-30 training ground. He paused briefly. Still, wilderness leveling remains inefficient. For rapid advancement, you'll want the Dungeon Nexus. He pointed eastward to a colossal structure on campus. It connects to dozens of dungeons across all tiers, but entry requires a spatial keystone. Keystones are exceedingly rare. Ordinary students receive only one per week. Longshu class members, however, are granted 3 each day. What? So many? Lin Mo's pulse quickened. A standard student could clear 1 dungeon weekly, while he could attempt 21. Precisely, the privilege of distinction. Professor Su nodded gravely. Were it not for the hard physiological limit of 3 entries per day, your quota would be even higher. Dungeons are fragments of alien dimensions. Frequent transdimensional travel imposes severe strain upon the mind. 3 times daily is already the absolute threshold. Forcing a 4th entry risks total mental collapse, irreversible cognitive dissolution. I understand, Lin Mo replied, committing every word to memory. That covers the essentials. Report to the Central Plaza at 9 a.m. The day after tomorrow, do not be late. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with the campus. Lin Mo hesitated, then added, actually Professor, I plan to leave campus tomorrow. Leave? Professor Su blinked. Where? To Tianbei City. Lin Mo answered plainly, I possess a temple dungeon scroll, the activation coordinates lie there. I intend to clear it. A temple dungeon? Professor Su recoiled in surprise. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened his interface, retrieved the scroll from his inventory and presented it. An amber radiance flooded half the living room. Amber. Amber tear. And the Thunderfire Temple? Staring at the artifact, Professor Su drew a sharp breath. Where on earth did you acquire something like this? Dropped by that war giant. Seemed worthwhile, so I purchased it from the Security Corps for 30 million. Professor Su studied Lin Mo with complex, unreadable eyes. 30 million? The boy's fortune was staggering. An amber-tier temple scroll would ignite bidding wars worth hundreds of millions, if not billions. After a moment's reflection, he declared, given its rarity, this expedition is unquestionably justified. Yet Tianbei lies on the frontier, danger is inevitable. I cannot permit you to go alone. He made his decision. Very well, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Lin Mo accepted instantly. That's ideal. Under your protection I'd stride through danger unchallenged. Enough flattery. Professor Su smiled wryly. Rest well tonight, I'll collect you at dawn.
As he turned to leave, he cast Lin Mo a knowing glance. Thunder's fury and Flame's wrath. These elements resist fusion more fiercely than any other pair. Yet when harmonized, their power becomes cataclysmic.
You wouldn't happen to be preparing a Thunder-Fire combination technique as a post-dungeon surprise, would you? Lin Mo merely shrugged. Who knows? After all, dreams must be dared. And sometimes, they manifest. If so, I shall already begin mourning those poor sophomores. Ha ha ha, excellent. I eagerly await your revelation. Professor Su laughed heartily before departing. The heavy door clicked shut, leaving the villa bathed once more in serene silence. Fireball technique churned impatiently, hungry. Hungry. Starving. Earth shield technique echoed plaintively, master. I'm famished too, starvation is fatal. Alright, I'll feed you both lavishly. Lin Mo rubbed his temples with weary affection. These temperamental techniques, never a moment's peace. As Lin Mo stepped out of the cafeteria, he was almost assisted out. One must admit the meals in the Dragon Sequence class of Kyoto University are extravagantly luxurious. Even Lin Mo, who was accustomed to feasting on delicacies as a wealthy second generation, was utterly impressed by tonight's banquet. Steamed deep-sea demon crab, braised fiery bull tendons, ultra-cold ice crystal fish sashimi. Each dish utilized high-grade monster ingredients containing elemental energy that was remarkably pure. Back at Villa No. 1, Lin Mo collapsed onto the sofa with a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. Not just him, several other skilled companions were also content at this moment. Earth shield technique, burped delicious. So delicious. Master, if I could eat like this every day, I fear I would die of happiness. Lightning strike technique, remained aloof. These foods are barely acceptable. Fireball technique, was spirited. I feel so empowered right now. I want to level up. I want to slay monsters. I want those trash monsters to feel my strength. Fireball technique. Hey third. Want to go out and hunt some monsters together? Lightning strike technique, raised its eyelids slightly. No, it sounds boring. Fireball technique, scoffed TCH. So lazy. Then it looked towards Earth shield technique. Hey second, what about you? Don't sleep, let's go have some fun in the thorny forest. Earth shield technique, mumbled, sounding drowsy. Ah. Ice cream. I don't want ice cream anymore. Fireball technique was exasperated. I was talking about the thorny forest to stretch those muscles. Earth shield technique, grumbled Ribs. I don't want ribs either, I can't eat anymore. Fireball technique. Fireball technique completely lost its temper. Get lost. All of you lazy dogs. You're all like rotten wood, uncarvable. Fine little fire, if you want to go then go. Lin Mo reminded in his heart, but remember, tone it down, don't cause any trouble. Fireball technique confidently responded, don't worry master. I can handle things, you should trust me. Fireball technique proclaimed, I am the assassin of the night, the ghost in the flames. I will definitely act without being noticed. Off I go. As soon as the words left its mouth, a small fireball flew out of the window and vanished into the night. Lin Mo shook his head, preparing to wash up and sleep. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Hey mom, still awake this late? Lin Mo answered the call, his voice languid. On the other end, Su Wan's concerned voice came through, not yet, just finished dealing with company matters. How about you, son? Are you getting used to it over there? Is the food and accommodation alright? Haven't been bullied, have you? A classic motherly triple inquiry. Lin Mo felt warm in his heart and smiled. Don't worry mom, I'm the top student in the dragon sequence class. Who would dare bully me? That would be asking for trouble. That's good, that's good. Su Wan sighed in relief, then shifted the topic. By the way son, where did you farm that temple dungeon? Tianbei City, I'll go there tomorrow morning. Lin Mo replied. Su Wan paused for a moment and said, Tianbei City. I heard it's not very safe over there. This is what we'll do, your dad happens to be nearby, I'll have him check in on you. Lin Mo quickly refused. No need, teacher Su is personally accompanying me with him around, what could happen? Don't let dad go through the trouble. However, Su Wan's attitude was unusually firm. No, Tianbei City is a mixed bag, this is non-negotiable, so let's leave it at that. You should rest early. Fine, as you say, let dad come. Lin Mo reluctantly compromised. Once he hung up the phone, Lin Mo sighed softly and then went to wash up and sleep. He left the leveling up to the little fireball. The next morning Lin Mo woke up feeling incredibly refreshed. Habitually he glanced at his status panel. The screen was filled with records of kills by fireball technique. Killed LV. 22 Blackthorn Wild Boar. Killed LV. 23 Poison Flower Fairy. Killed LV. 24 Shadow Leopard. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched at the sight. Good heavens! Did the little fireball clear the Blackthorn Forest last night? He quickly looked at his level bar. Current level LV. 23-24. So comfortable. I leveled up just by sleeping. Lin Mo revealed a satisfied smile. Is this the joy of idle leveling? Just then. Lin Mo? Get up. A bright voice called from downstairs. Lin Mo walked to the window and looked down. Han Mengqing was standing at the villa's entrance shouting up to him. Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian leaned against the car while Su Wenchang looked up with a smile. Coming, stop shouting. Lin Mo quickly washed up and went downstairs. At the villa entrance he yawned and walked out. What do you mean early? The sun is already shining. Han Mengqing was dressed cheerfully today. Her pink sportswear exuded vitality. Suddenly she exclaimed, oh! Lin Mo, you leveled up. You're at level 23. A group of people arrived at the Kyoto train station. As the capital of the Dragon Country, it is naturally a transportation hub with a dense schedule of trains heading to various parts of the nation. A few hours later, accompanied by the announcement of the train arriving at the station, Lin Mo and his group arrived at Tianbei City. Unlike the bustling Kyoto, as soon as they stepped out of the station, the first impression of Tianbei City was one of backwardness. The station hall didn't even have air conditioning, only a few old fans whirring overhead. The walls were plastered with various obnoxious advertisements. High prices for monster corpses. Urgently hiring a death squad daily payment. Black market trading integrity is fundamental. The passers-by mostly looked hurried. Many wore clothes stained with dried blood. Cough cough. Han Mengqin grimaced. Wow. Is this really a city of our dragon country? Why does it feel like we're back in a city from the Great Cataclysm? Su Wenchang said lightly, let's go, we need to rent a car first. The coordinates for the temple dungeon are in the outskirts in the rocky wilderness, still dozens of kilometers away from here. Lin Mo nodded and the group walked towards the station exit. At this moment the 5-clawed golden dragon badge of the Longshu class had already been removed from their chests. The reason was simple, it was too eye-catching. Wherever they went along the way they would become the center of attention. They came to grind dungeons, not to be observed like pandas. Outside the station there was a shop with a sign that read Integrity Car Rental. The owner was a one-eyed man casually smoking a cigarette with his legs crossed at the door. Upon seeing Lin Mo and his group, especially the 3 unusually elegant girls, a glint of excitement flashed in his lone eye. They looked like easy prey. Ladies and gentlemen renting a car. The owner exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing to a dirty old pickup truck in the corner. Unfortunately, all the cars are rented out and that one is all that's left. The rental fee is 3,000 a day with a deposit of 100,000. No negotiating. Su Wenchang frowned slightly. He stepped forward to inspect the vehicle and immediately saw that its condition was terrible. Boss, this car is going to the outskirts, it probably won't come back, will it? Do you have any others? No. The owner replied casually, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. In his heart he was calculating. Within a 5-kilometer radius he was the only car rental place. These young masters and ladies were most afraid of trouble, so they would definitely rent it. If this broken car went out it would surely not return, and then the 100,000 deposit would all be his. Just then a slightly immature voice came from the garage, you can't rent this. The brake pads are worn out and the chassis is cracked. This car will break down before it goes 5 kilometers. The group turned their heads towards the sound. A young man dressed in greasy overalls emerged holding a wrench in his hand. His face was smeared with dirt, but his eyes were clear and stubborn. The owner's expression changed and he glared at the young man, Ajay. What nonsense are you talking? You want to quit, huh? Ajay snorted coldly, tearing off his overalls and slamming the wrench down on the table. I've wanted to quit this lousy job for a long time. Our sign says Integrity Car Rental and you're obviously trying to scam people. The owner was so angry that his face twitched. You've gone too far. Get out. Get out now. You won't see a penny of this month's salary. Ajay didn't bother to argue, straightening his neck. I won't take it if you don't want to give it. Save it for your coffin. With that he turned and left the shop, not even glancing back at the furious owner. The owner continued to curse behind him. Su Wenchang, uninterested in this kind of unscrupulous merchant, shot him a cold glance. Let's go. As they exited the shop, Han Mengqin said with a frown, Teacher Su, that place is dozens of kilometers away. How are we supposed to get there? And there don't seem to be any other rental places nearby. We can't walk there, can we? Lin Mo's gaze fell on the roadside. The young man named Ajay was just loading a shabby bag into an old off-road vehicle parked by the side. The vehicle looked a bit old, but it was still clear that it was well maintained by its owner. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then walked over quickly and knocked on the car window. The window rolled down and Ajay was taken aback upon seeing Lin Mo. Hey brother, thanks for earlier. Lin Mo smiled and said, if it weren't for your reminder we would have been scammed by that unscrupulous boss today. Ajay scratched his head a bit shyly, laughing foolishly. It's nothing, I didn't help much, I just couldn't stand him scamming people. Are you okay? Lin Mo asked. You lost your job and your pay isn't settled yet. Ajay waved his hand looking indifferent. Hey, it's fine. I didn't want to work there anyway. Earning that kind of ill-gotten money didn't sit well with me. Saying this, Ajay wore a disdainful expression. Besides, I was working there just to save money to buy a dungeon scroll. That dungeon produces materials to save my sister. Now that I've saved enough money and bought the dungeon scroll, I don't want to work there anymore. Lin Mo immediately asked, grinding dungeons? We are also going to grind dungeons. Where are you going? The rocky wilderness. Hearing Aji's answer, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. What a coincidence, we are going there too. Since we're going the same way, why don't you give us a ride? Don't worry, we won't let you drive for free, we will pay for the gas. Ajay hesitated, looking at his own car and then at the four people behind Lin Mo. It's not that I don't want to take you, Ajay said with a bitter smile. This car, although I modified it myself and it performs well, I still need to pick up my 3 childhood friends. We agreed to go to the dungeon together. And this car simply cannot fit so many people. Lin Mo felt a bit regretful. At that moment Ajay thought for a while. How about this, I'll rent this car to you. I have another vehicle with my friend, although it's a 3-wheeled one we can squeeze in. You can just give me some gas money, how about it? Lin Mo was taken aback, then smiled. This young man was indeed refreshingly honest. To help a stranger not get scammed and lose his job, now he was willing to lend his own car to squeeze into a 3-wheeler. Alright, it's settled then. Without hesitation, Lin Mo took out his phone to scan the QR code. 5,000, is that enough? Huh? 5,000? That's way too much. Ajay was startled, shaking his hands repeatedly. Just give a bit for gas. Take it. Lin Mo directly transferred the money. Consider it a thank you for earlier and an advance for car repairs. What if we bump it? Receiving the money, Aji's face turned bright red with excitement. After handing over the car keys to Lin Mo, he shouldered his bag and ran towards the intersection. Thanks, brother. I'll go hitch a ride with my friend's car. This car is fine, except that the air conditioning isn't very cool and the suspension is a bit hard, but it's definitely in good shape. Watching Aji's figure disappear around the corner, Han Mengqin couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this young man is really honest. Chu Lingxian nodded, whispering, he's a good brother. I hope he can successfully grind for the materials to treat his sister. Su Wenchang smiled, let's go, we can't let down his good intentions. Off to the rocky wilderness. The off-road vehicle drove out of the city and the surrounding scenery quickly turned desolate. The rocky wilderness lived up to its name. Everywhere was exposed brown rocks and withered grasses. Occasionally a few low-level monsters could be seen wandering in the distance. The vehicle traveled for a full 3 hours. However, this road, which should have only been dozens of kilometers, took Su Wenchang almost 3 hours to traverse. Teacher Su. Han Mengqin, sitting in the back seat, had been jolted to a dizzy state, looking utterly disheartened. Are we lost? How long has it been? We should have arrived by now. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Wenchang's face as he chuckled ahem. How could we be lost? Back in my day when I was on a mission around here, I could walk with my eyes closed. The main road is blocked, so I'm taking you on a shortcut. Do you understand a shortcut? Don't worry, it's almost there, right? Saying this, Su Wenchang sneaked a glance at the navigation and then suddenly jerked the steering wheel. After a violent bump, the vehicle finally stopped. Ahead was a complex and steep pile of rocks, completely blocking any further progress. Ahem, it seems we can only walk from here. Su Wenchang pulled out the car keys, smiling awkwardly. The group had no choice but to get out of the car, stepping carefully as they walked in. After walking for about 10 minutes and climbing over a small hill, the scene before them suddenly opened up. There were many people gathered in the open space ahead. Strangely, a long barbed wire fence had been set up around the area, forcibly enclosing a large space. What's going on? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The outdoor leveling area and dungeon activation point are usually public resources. Why would they set up barbed wire? Suddenly Han Mengqing with keen eyes exclaimed, "Hey! Isn't that a Jai?" Lin Mo focused his gaze. Sure enough, in the muddy ground at the entrance of the barbed wire, a Jai and his 3 friends were lying there in a very messy state. What happened? Who hit them? Han Mengqing's eyes widened. A young onlooker beside them sighed and spoke in a low voice, "Little girl, who else could it be?" "It's the members of the Crazy Shark Guild." "The Crazy Shark Guild?" Lin Mo asked in confusion. The young man nodded bitterly, smiling. "You know, although the dungeon scroll can activate a dungeon, it must be within a specific coordinate area to be activated." A flash of hatred appeared in the young man's eyes. "The Crazy Shark Guild, a bunch of scoundrels, directly occupied this area for dungeon activation coordinates and established rules. Anyone who wants to activate a dungeon here, whether solo or in a team, must forcibly hire someone from their guild to assist in grinding. The hiring fee starts at 100,000. Don't have the money? Then don't think about getting in." The young man pointed towards Aji's group in the distance and shook his head. Those guys insisted on breaking in, saying they didn't need to hire them and questioning why they should pay. As a result, it ended up like this. How shameless can they be? Han Mengqing's face turned red with anger. Isn't this just strong-arming? Is there no law? At that moment, a bald man with a face full of flesh shouted arrogantly at the surrounding onlookers, "What are you looking at? Listen up. Here our Crazy Shark Guild is the law. If you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. If you have no money, don't block the way. This is what happens." The bald man shouted while glaring fiercely at a Jai on the ground, causing many professionals nearby to retreat in fear, too angry to speak. Seeing this, Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. The smile vanished from Su Wencheng's originally cheerful face. The country has been vigorously cracking down on organized crime in recent years, yet I didn't expect to find such fish that escaped the net in a place like this. A dull thud echoed through the air. A Jia was kicked away, sliding several meters across the stony ground before finally coming to a stop. The bald, muscular man grinned maliciously as he approached, his eyes filled with mockery. "Do I need to repeat myself? Want to get in? Sure. Pay up. 100,000 for the entry fee. If you're a single cent short, I'll break your hand today." I won't pay." A Jia gritted his teeth, forcing the words out between clenched jaws. "This is a public area. Why should we pay you? I bought this scroll. We have the ability to clear the dungeon ourselves. Why should we pay your fee? Why should we?" The bald man seemed to have heard the greatest joke, laughing heartily at the surrounding guild members. "Brothers, this kid wants to know why." Laughter erupted around them. The bald man's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning cold and vicious. "Kid, in this territory our Crazy Shark Guild is the law. What we say is the rule. If I say you need to pay, then you must pay. Either hand over the money or you can forget about that hand."
The bald man abruptly raised his right leg, a swirl of earthy yellow light emanating from it. Skill rock crushing kick. If this kick landed, it would crush not just bones but even steel into pancakes.
The onlookers instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. This was the tragic fate of ordinary people in this area, lacking background and strength. A Jia closed his eyes in despair. "Sister. Brother is useless." Just then a dazzling golden shield appeared before him. Bang! The bald man's powerful kick struck the suddenly materialized golden shield. However, at his level of 45, he merely felt a tingling at the soles of his feet, not even swaying in his stance. He unexpectedly withdrew his foot, curiously glancing sideways. 2 young girls were slowly walking toward him. The girl on the left was petite, holding a massive shield radiating a sacred aura in her left hand, while her right hand gripped a knight's sword. As practitioners bullying the weak. "Don't you feel ashamed?" Chu Lingshuan's voice sounded somewhat frail but was exceptionally firm. Beside her, Han Mengyao held a silver spear in one hand, the spear tip angled toward the ground, her silver hair fluttering gently in the wind. She shot a cold glance at those around her, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, ashamed. Talking about shame with a bunch of apes is too much of a compliment for them, isn't it? Just muscles without brains. Apart from bullying the weak, these waste can only seek a sense of existence here. The moment she finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Those who had been watching the spectacle gasped in shock. This little girl has quite the sharp tongue. Here, daring to call the Crazy Shark Guild members apes and waste. The smile on the bald man's face vanished in an instant. He squinted his eyes, silently casting detection. The next second he was stunned. Where did this river dragon come from? Turns out to be two little kittens just weaned. The caution in the bald man's heart instantly diminished by half. The average level of his guild members was over 40, and his own level was even 45. This vast difference in levels was an insurmountable chasm. Even the so-called SS level light profession couldn't cross it. At this moment, Ajia, lying on the ground, recognized the newcomers. They were the ones who had rented his vehicle. Run! You can't beat them. This is my own business, don't get yourselves involved. Ajia struggled and shouted. He knew very well that facing level 40 at level 20 was almost a death sentence, and not even the top-tier prodigy could survive. Run! The bald man snorted coldly. In this territory, if I don't nod, even the king must leave something behind for me. Brothers, surround them. With his command, dozens of Crazy Shark Guild members approached with sinister grins. At this moment, a calm yet authoritative voice rang out, "Step aside." Everyone instinctively turned to look. Three figures parted the crowd, slowly walking forward. The one in front was an elderly man who appeared quite refined. Behind him on the left side, a girl with pink twin tails glared angrily at the guild members. On the right was a boy with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat nonchalant. Su Wencheng's gaze swept over the ferocious thugs, finally landing on the bald man as he spoke lightly. "When did this land of Longguo become your private property?" The bald man frowned, about to curse. But being a seasoned individual, he instinctively cast detection first. Upon seeing the result, he stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. Level 88. The seemingly frail old man before him was actually a top-tier powerhouse at level 88. Such an existence could eliminate all the guild members here in an instant. However, the bald man quickly forced himself to calm down. Senior, this is our Crazy Shark Guild's matter. We have several experts at level 80 in our guild, even our president is a strong 82. Your strength is formidable, but is it worth offending our Crazy Shark Guild for a few strangers? The bald man forced himself to maintain a threatening tone. In his view, there were also many strong individuals in the guild, and it was common to give each other face. No one would offend a local guild with several level 80 experts for a few lowly ants. However, Su Wencheng smiled. He took out a badge and pinned it to his chest. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around a sharp sword, gleaming in the sunlight. At the same time, Lin Mo and Han Mengqing also took out identical badges and pinned them to their chests. In front, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian exchanged glances and silently brought out their own golden badges representing their identities. 5 badges shone simultaneously. At this moment, an invisible sense of pressure enveloped the entire area. The golden dragon on the badge seemed to come alive, exuding an air of disdain for the common folk. That is the 5-clawed golden dragon badge. Yes, it's the dragon sequence class. What? The national team is on the field. Yes, absolutely. Only the state-run elite Dragon Guard and the Dragon Sequence class are qualified to wear such badges. No wonder. No wonder these two girls dared to confront the Crazy Shark Guild. Is that their confidence? The crowd instantly stirred. Dragon Guard. Dragon Sequence class. The bald man felt his legs weaken, his lips trembling. Impossible. How could they come to this godforsaken place? Fake. It must be fake. Do you dare impersonate state personnel? He shouted as if raising his voice could cover his inner fear. Fake. Su Wenchang's lips curled into a smile. He slowly raised both hands. Buzz. A dark golden light flashed. A pair of ancient-looking gauntlets covered in dragon scale patterns enveloped his hands. The instant the gauntlets appeared, the surrounding space trembled as if unable to withstand this terrifying power. Holy crap! That is the heaven-shattering Dragon God Gauntlet. The exclusive weapon of the Dragon Fist profession. In the entire Longhua only one person possesses it. Su Wenchang, a member of the Dragon Guard, also serves as a teacher in the Dragon Sequence class. The crowd erupted into chaos. If the badge could be forged, this unique exclusive weapon could never be faked. This was the Dragon Sequence class. The genuine national team. Seeing this scene, the bald man fell into complete despair, trembling uncontrollably. Su Wenchang gently flexed his wrist. His tone was calm yet carried a suffocating dominance. Now do you still think it's fake? Those bearing the 5-clawed golden dragon badge have the right to execute first and report later with special dragon authority. If I decide to kill you here today, I don't even need to write a report or take any responsibility. Do you believe me? The bald man felt a mountain-like killing intent. Cold sweat had long soaked his back. He believed. He really believed. Oh my goodness. Guangsha has really hit a solid wall this time, or rather a titanium alloy plate. How satisfying. This gang usually bullies others, but who would have thought they'd end up like this? The onlookers around were all agitated, their faces flushed with excitement. Their gazes towards the members of the Guangsha Guild were filled with schadenfreude. At that moment the crowd parted again in the distance. A middle-aged man in a suit, sweating profusely, rushed over. He was the vice president of the Guangsha Guild.
He had been at the back sipping tea, but upon hearing the commotion ahead he nearly lost his shoes while running. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Before he could get close, he slid to his knees right in front of Su Wenchang.
Ignoring the intense pain in his knees, he plastered a fawning smile on his face. This leader. This is entirely a misunderstanding. These blind fools have offended you all. They deserve to die. Truly deserve to die. Saying this, he got up and turned to slap the bald, muscular man hard. The slap was delivered with full force, knocking out 2 of the bald man's teeth. You better apologize to the leader and all your classmates. The vice president roared. The bald man, clutching his swollen face, cried out in a muffled voice, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Su Wenchang coldly observed everything, barely lifting an eyelid. He withdrew the suffocating pressure, and the Hantian Longshan boxing gloves in his hand dissipated into flowing light. Take your people and get lost. The vice president, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowed, yes, yes, yes. You'll leave now? You'll leave now? I won't appear before you again. After saying this, he kicked the already terrified guild members, scurrying away in a panic. Their disheveled appearance no longer resembled the usual arrogance of a local tyrant. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted around. Well done. This is what we call evil meets its match. So satisfying. I wonder if the Guangsha Guild will dare to be this arrogant in the future. Indeed, it's our national team. They don't strike unless necessary, but when they do, it's with thunderous force. Just now that single word, get lost, made my scalp tingle, so domineering. Exactly such a malignant tumor should have been eradicated long ago. Today is truly heartening. Watching the Guangsha Guild members flee in disarray, the onlookers erupted into cheers, with some even wanting to set off firecrackers to celebrate. However, Han Mengxing pouted and stuffed the badge back into her pocket. Teacher Su, why let them go? These bad guys must have committed numerous wrongdoings. They should be arrested or given a good beating. Su Wenchang turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Little Han, although we possess privileges, those privileges are meant to protect, not for personal vendettas. If I were to go on a killing spree here today, even though no one would dare say anything, how would we be any different from them? Moreover, letting them go doesn't mean I'm sparing them. Once you finish the temple instance, I will report to the Dragon Guard army and notify the relevant departments. None of them will escape. Han Mengqing, after listening, nodded in vague understanding. Oh. Then I can rest assured. Lin Mo smiled from the side. He agreed with Su Wenchang's approach. In this world, having power indeed allows one to do as they please. For Su Wenchang, it would be easier to crush these ruffians of the Guangsha Guild than to squash an ant. But they represent the Longshu class, the face of the national machinery. If a massacre occurred here today with rivers of blood flowing, it may be momentarily satisfying, but once this gets out, the nature of the situation would change. How would the public perceive it? They would think the Longshu class is a group of privileged executioners who can arbitrarily take lives rather than guardians. Once fear outweighs respect, order will collapse. Moreover, for these bullies who usually act arrogantly, death is too merciful. Depriving them of everything and making them spend the rest of their lives in prison is the most cruel punishment for them. Lin Mo turned around and approached the still dazed Jia, extending his hand. Are you okay? Can you stand up? Jia looked at the boy in front of him, completely stunned. He stared blankly at Lin Mo. He never expected that his moment of kindness would save his life in such a dire situation. It even allowed him to meet these big shots standing on cloud 9. Since childhood, Jia's idol has always been the Dragon Guard army, and his dream place has always been the Longshu class. In his mind, those who wore the Golden Dragon badge were heroes protecting the nation, beings as untouchable as gods. And now the god in his heart was standing in front of him, smiling and extending his hand. Jia trembled and extended his dirty hand. Suddenly a strong wave of inferiority surged in his heart. Big shot, my hands are dirty, don't get them dirty. Jia's voice trembled with excitement, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand. But Lin Mo didn't care about that, grabbing his wrist and forcefully pulling him up from the ground. Hands can be washed, but if the heart is dirty, it can never be cleaned. Lin Mo patted Jia's shoulder and smiled. In my eyes, your hands are 1,000 times cleaner than the hearts of those earlier. Jia trembled all over. He raised his head, his eyes suddenly reddening. Big shot. Don't call me big shot, it sounds weird. Lin Mo waved his hand, his tone casual and gentle. My name is Lin Mo, just an ordinary student. Ordinary student? Jia twitched the corner of his mouth. If you're an ordinary student, what are we? At this moment, Han Mengyao also walked over, putting away her long gun. She said lightly, I'm Han Mengyao. Chu Lingxian shyly said, I'm Chu Lingxian. Han Mengqing proudly raised her chin. I'm Han Mengqing, remember we are the F4 of this year's Longshu class. Longshu class. Upon hearing these 3 words, Jia felt his head buzzing. I actually rented a car for the students of the Longshu class. And even charged you money? Jia's face was filled with regret and panic, wishing he could slap himself twice. I'm guilty. Seeing Jia like this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't say that, your car is quite good, just the brakes are a bit stimulating. Han Mengqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. The next moment she glanced at the injuries on several people. Jia and his friends were now all bruised and battered, some even with dislocated arms, looking utterly miserable. Oh dear, you've all been beaten to a pulp. How pitiful. Han Mengqing waved her staff. Watch this, I'll cast an instant full heal spell. Jia and the others immediately became alarmed, shaking their heads repeatedly. No. No need. We only have minor injuries, just some medicine will do. How can we waste your magical power? Stop talking nonsense. I'll heal whoever I want. Han Menqing didn't give them a chance to refuse. Her staff pointed sharply. Buzz! A thick emerald green beam of light enveloped the group. Ah! What the hell? The heart-wrenching screams rang out instantly. Moments later the light faded away. Ajia and his friends' injuries were completely healed. However, they were all drenched in sweat, their eyes dazed. Ajia gasped heavily, his face filled with terror. Just now, in that instant, I feel like I saw my great-grandmother waving at me from across the river. Watching this scene, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Mo also found it amusing. This little Han's skill is powerful, but it's really not something ordinary people can withstand. At that moment, Su Wenchang walked over. Alright, since everyone's injuries are healed, let's set off. If the coordinates are very close to us. Alright. Let's go. Han Menqing shouted. Lin Mo looked at Ajia beside him and smiled. Your instance coordinates should be ahead too. Want to go together? Ajia was taken aback for a moment, then heavily nodded, yes. Thank you, big brother Lin. He quickly followed, his gaze resolute. It felt as if being behind this boy made him fearless. The wind of the rocky wasteland carried a coarse scent of dust. Ajia walked alongside Lin Mo. Although he had just been tormented by Han Menqing's skill, his face was now adorned with uncontainable excitement and admiration. That gaze was akin to a devout follower encountering a divine being walking among mortals. Master Lin, Ajia rubbed his hands together, his tone filled with excitement. Thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you and Teacher Su stepping in, not only would my hand be ruined, but I might have even lost my life here. The three companions behind him nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Lin Mo and the others. In their view from the bottom rung, the Mad Shark Guild was an insurmountable mountain, a tyrant that could cover the sky with one hand. Yet just moments ago this mountain had been effortlessly shaken to its core by the words of these people before them. This was the Dragon Sequence class. This was the national team. Haha, it was just a casual act. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. It's our Dragon Kingdom's traditional virtue to help those in need. Virtue. Ajia murmured, his eyes slightly reddening. In the past, when I saw news about the Dragon Sequence class on television, I always thought they were just a bunch of privileged young masters and ladies. At this point Ajia slapped himself hard on the face, exclaiming, I should be damned. How could I have such a narrow-minded thought in the past? After today I finally understand what true vision is. What it means to embody the demeanor of true strength. You do not put on airs or look down upon us, treating us as friends. Moreover, when you see injustice, you are genuinely willing to step in to seek justice for us. Master Lin, Sister Han, Sister Chu, Teacher Su, this kindness Ajia will remember for a lifetime. In the future, even if it means walking through fire and stepping on knives, if I flinch, then I am not worthy. Alright. Han Menqing interrupted Ajia's vow, waving her hand, as long as you remember to treat me to a nice meal when you strike it rich in the future. Ajia paused, thumping his chest, no problem. Whatever you want to eat, I will definitely treat you. Han Mengyao shot a glance at her younger sister, her tone cold. Don't listen to this glutton's nonsense. Shall have you bankrupt. Hey! Stop undermining me. Han Menqing puffed up her cheeks, waiting for her sister. After walking for a while, Ajia halted, looking reluctantly at Lin Mo. Master, our dungeon coordinates are in that direction. Lin Mo nodded. Ours is to the left. Ajia took a deep breath, solemnly bowing to Lin Mo and the others. Esteemed ones, may the mountains be high and the waters long. I wish you great success in your dungeon. And I wish you find the materials to save your sister soon. Lin Mo said with a smile. Then the group walked toward the left. Only after Lin Mo and the others' figures disappeared from view did a Jia straighten up, his eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. Brother Jia, let's go. Let's go. Even the big shots of the Dragon Sequence class have encouraged us. We must definitely gather the materials this time. On the other side. TSK TSK TSK. Han Mengqing walked along the gravel path sighing, although that a Jia is of average strength, he's truly a good person. Han Mengyao glanced at her, speaking lightly, this is the reality of bottom-tier professionals. Without resources and background, every dungeon run is a life-or-death struggle. In comparison, we are indeed much more fortunate. Chu Lingxian quietly chimed in, yes. Therefore we must not waste this fortune. We need to become stronger to protect more people like a Jia. Lin Mo listened to the three girls' sentiments, remaining silent, merely quickening his pace. This world is both cruel and realistic. Only the strong are qualified to speak of kindness and protection. We have arrived. Lin Mo glanced at the dungeon scroll in his inventory, suddenly speaking. Everyone stopped. Ahead lay a vast basin surrounded by jagged rocks. Su Wenchang turned to the group saying, all right, the dungeon has level restrictions, I can't enter. They'll watch from outside, you all go in. Thank you, Teacher Su. Lin Mo nodded. He then took out the temple dungeon scroll. Fireball, immediately ignited with blazing flames. Ah! I can already smell the scent of slaughter and destruction. Hurry up, I want to fight. Lightning strike, coldly remarked Idiot. Fireball. What do you mean, third? Do you want to fight? Ignoring the noise in his mind, Lin Mo directly used the scroll. Buzz. As the scroll shattered, the void before them seemed to be violently torn apart by a pair of giant hands. A massive void gate slowly opened in front of the four. Let's go. Lin Mo took the lead and stepped into the gate. Han Mengyao followed closely behind, silver spear in hand, her expression vigilant. Chu Lingxian raised her giant shield protecting her side. After a violent whirlwind, their vision gradually cleared. An ancient forest filled with primal and savage energy appeared before them. The trees here were exceptionally tall, often reaching dozens of meters high, their bodies a charred black as if struck by lightning countless times. Thick thunderclouds rolled overhead with bolts of lightning occasionally tearing through the sky. At the same time, a semi-transparent map automatically floated before the four. At the farthest point on the map, an icon seemed to represent a grand temple. Before they could examine it closely, a series of prompt sounds arrived. Welcome to the special dungeon, Thunderfire Temple Orange. Dungeon level LV. 20 LV. 25. Please traverse the Thunderfire Forest and reach the temple. Current dungeon special rule, Throne of the Lone Walker. Rule description: a true king is destined to be lonely. Transform your companions into steps toward the throne to enjoy divine power. Current rating C. Base drop rate 30. Advancement condition: for each life sacrificed, the rating can be increased by 1 level.
Sacrifice 3 lives to elevate the rating to S. Drop rate 100. Note: those sacrificed will experience true death within the dungeon, their souls imprisoned by the temple, never to be reborn.
What the? Han Mengqing's face instantly turned pale as she exclaimed, what kind of perverse rule is this? Sacrificing teammates? The air in the temple seemed to freeze. The three girls instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Mo. A 100 drop rate for the Thunderfire combination skill materials was indeed a huge temptation. Moreover, communication within the dungeon was isolated from the outside world, meaning nobody outside would know what happened inside. Most importantly, they were very aware of Lin Mo's strength. With his strength, there was almost no suspense in taking down the three of them. Lin Mo looked at the three girls, frowning. What are you looking at me for? Let's go. A 30 drop rate is already quite high. After saying that, Lin Mo took the lead, walking toward the direction of the temple. What a joke! To kill teammates just for materials. With money and cheats in hand, why would he do such a thing? One must have some principles in life. Besides a 30 drop rate. In the past life playing gacha games, which game had such a high drop rate? Seeing Lin Mo like this, Han Mengqing let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. The number one brother is the best. Phew. Han Mengyao also relaxed, quickly catching up. Chu Lingxian felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Even though Lin Mo had saved everyone so many times, she had momentarily doubted him. She really should be ashamed. She raised her giant shield and hurried to catch up. No matter what, she must protect Lin Mo. In Tianbei City, at the headquarters of the Wild Shark Guild. Inside the guild's hall, a burly man sat on the sofa, a fierce and bloodthirsty shark tattooed on his chest. A scar ran across his entire back, giving him a particularly ferocious appearance. Opposite him sat two men. The one on the left wore golden-rimmed glasses, his hair neatly combed, giving off a scholarly air. The man on the right was a middle-aged man, currently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, restlessly shifting in his seat, his gaze wandering. The man with the golden glasses watched the video on the computer and exclaimed in somewhat stiff Dragon Kingdom dialect, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Is this the top student of your Dragon Kingdom's Longshu class this year? Not only mastering fire and earth, but also proficient in lightning? To achieve such a level at level 20. At this moment the middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Yamamoto, I've already given you the things, including detailed files on all the students of this year's Longshu class as well as battle videos. You promised that as long as I provided these you would release my wife and daughter. And the 50 million and send my family to Ingwa. Please arrange it quickly. Once the upper authorities find out, it would be a death sentence. I can't stay in the Dragon Kingdom any longer. Every second is tormenting for me." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled as he stood up, walked behind the man, placed his hands on his shoulders and spoke in a gentle tone. "Shinseng, do not be anxious. You people from the Dragon Kingdom often say that those who understand the times are the wise ones. You are able to decisively abandon the illusory national righteousness for the safety of your family. This spirit of sacrificing the greater good for the small family is truly moving." The man's tense nerves relaxed slightly and he smiled apologetically. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yamamoto. I am also forced into this situation. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will not spare them." Suddenly, a large hand without warning pierced through from behind to the front. Choke. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Yamamoto Kenichi. Blood instantly soaked his clothing. Yamamoto Kenichi withdrew his bloodied right hand, disdainfully took out a handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains, and a chilling smile emerged on his face. "While I appreciate your understanding, I truly detest traitors. To betray one's own country is simply disgusting. As for your family..." Yamamoto Kenichi tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the twitching corpse and said indifferently, "Family should be together, they will soon join you." The light in the middle-aged man's eyes quickly faded, filled with endless regret as he collapsed into the pool of blood. The president of the Wild Shark Guild, Zhao Tianling, who had been watching the scene from the sofa, slightly furrowed his brows. Though he was also a ruthless killer, Yamamoto Kenichi's perverse behavior still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Someone drag this trash away and clean the floor." Zhao Tianling waved his hand and two subordinates immediately entered to drag away the corpse. Moments later, Zhao Tianling's voice was deep. "Yamamoto, the things you wanted have been obtained. Hurry and leave. Recently investigations have been tight. If it is discovered that our Wild Shark Guild has relations with your Ingwa, my 9 heads won't be enough to chop off." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled nonchalantly. "President Zhao, there is no need to be so nervous. This is unavoidable. Your Dragon Kingdom is too closed off, with no data transmission via networks or communications, relying only on human transport." Speaking of which, a cold glint flashed in Yamamoto Kenichi's eyes. "In the upcoming multinational battlefield, our Ingwa and your Dragon Kingdom are placed on the same battlefield. This information is crucial to the Empire. As long as we thoroughly understand the trump cards of this Longshu class, it will be a tremendous help for our Empire's Ghost God Legion. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, impatiently, saying, "That is your matter, do not drag me into it, hurry and leave." Just then, the door was pushed open and a refined-looking man walked in. Zhao Tianling glanced over, frowning slightly. "Lao San, weren't you guarding the Shattered Stone Wasteland? Why are you back?" The man did not waste words and reported, "Big brother, we encountered the Dragon Guardian Army Su Wenchang, who is likely bringing the Longshu class students to that side for a dungeon run, and chased us away." Su Wenchang of the Dragon Fist. Zhao Tianling was taken aback. How could the Longshu class come here to run a dungeon? Isn't there enough for them to run at Kyoto University? The man replied in a deep voice, "President, I remember there is a temple dungeon opening coordinate right in the Shattered Stone Wasteland. I think they must be here for the temple dungeon." "Is that so?" A glint of greed flashed in Zhao Tianling's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. "Since they are from the Longshu class, let it go, do not provoke them." Though he was fierce, he also knew his limits. Bullying jobless people without backgrounds was one thing, but provoking the Dragon Guardian Army's Longshu class was simply asking for death. Beside him, Yamamoto Kenichi turned the laptop screen towards him. "Are these the students you encountered?" The man leaned closer to the screen to identify for a few seconds, then nodded with certainty, "Yes, these are the ones." After receiving a positive response, Yamamoto Kenichi gently closed the laptop and looked at Zhao Tianling. "President Zhao, if I recall correctly, there should still be some interference scrolls in your guild's warehouse, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianling's eyelids twitched violently. He looked warily at Yamamoto Kenichi. "What do you want to do? What else is there to do?" Yamamoto Kenichi shrugged, stating as if it were obvious, "Of course, to kill them." "What?" Zhao Tianling jumped up from the sofa. "Are you crazy? That is the Longshu class. And Su Wenchang is outside guarding. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I still want to live." Facing Zhao Tianling's fury, Yamamoto Kenichi's tone remained calm. "President Zhao, if I could kill the strongest force of the Longshu class here, this merit would be enough for me to be granted a title in the Empire." Zhao Tianling snorted coldly. "That is your accomplishment, it has nothing to do with me. All I know is that once I take action, my head will roll tomorrow." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled slightly at this. "President Zhao, Su Wenchang of the Dragon Fist, even I, a Ingwa native, know him to be a famous killer known for his vengeance against evil. Now that he knows you are bullying the weak in the Shattered Stone Wasteland, do you think you can still live?" Yamamoto Kenichi laughed coldly. "Once his students finish the dungeon, I guarantee he will turn around, bring the Dragon Guardian Army, and bloodily cleanse your Wild Shark Guild." After saying this, Zhao Tianling's face suddenly turned pale. Though he did not want to admit it, he knew in his heart that Yamamoto Kenichi was right. That old Su Wenchang despised such things the most. The reason he hadn't acted yet was because he had to consider his students finishing the dungeon. Once he was free, it would be a deadly situation. Yamamoto Kenichi continued, "But if you help me kill those students, I have special evacuation channels. I can take you and your core members to Ingwa. I guarantee that not only can you survive in Ingwa, but you can also enjoy wealth and glory that you can never exhaust in your lifetime." Zhao Tianling stared at him firmly. The image of the earlier middle-aged man's tragic death was still fresh in his mind. "Why should I trust you? Herr President Zhao, you have no choice. It's either waiting for the Dragon Guardian Army to come knocking or believing in me and taking a gamble. You decide." After Yamamoto Kenichi finished speaking, he sat back down, watching Zhao Tianling with great interest. Zhao Tianling fell silent. The words of the Ingwa people were correct. He had fallen into a deadlock. No matter where he fled, as long as he was within the Dragon Kingdom, given the capabilities of the Dragon Guardian Army, he would undoubtedly die. There was only one path left, and that was to escape the Dragon Kingdom. After a long time, Zhao Tianling suddenly lifted his head. "Damn it, let's do it. Yamamoto Kenichi, I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise I will definitely fight you. Yamamoto Kenichi smiled. President Zhao, please believe me, as long as we successfully kill those few students, I will definitely take you to our Ingwa. You'd better do that. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, then looked at the man beside him. Lao-san, what is the level restriction for the temple dungeon in that area? Lao-san seemed to have checked it beforehand and replied immediately, President, it's for levels 20-25. Alright. Zhao Tianling nodded, saying, fortunately the interference scrolls do not require proximity to the dungeon, they only need to be used in the area to see all nearby open dungeons, otherwise it would really be difficult to deal with that old man. Then he reddened his eyes and spoke rapidly, gather all the elites in the guild who are level 20-25, distribute the best equipment and weapons, and take the best potions. The interference scrolls are too precious, here we only have 3, so split the people into 3 teams. Use the most elite manpower to conduct a will battle against them. 3 scrolls, 3 waves of assassination with the best equipment. I don't believe we can't kill him. Yes. Big brother. Lao-san accepted the order, turned and ran. Wait. Zhao Tianling stopped him, his voice cold. Tell the brothers that whoever can kill Lin Mo will be rewarded 100 million. I'll take him to Ingwa to enjoy life. Hurry. We must send people in before they clear the dungeon. Yes. Looking at Lao-san's rapidly fleeing figure, Yamamoto Kenichi smiled with satisfaction. President Zhao, a wise choice. A desolate wilderness 500 kilometers north of Tianbei City. A battle had just concluded here. Smoke hung thick in the air and the acrid stench of blood saturated every inch of space. Corpses of countless monstrous beasts lay heaped like mountains, severed limbs and shattered torsos scattered across the ground. Even colossal austere monsters, normally fearsome and indomitable, now slumped lifelessly in the mud, reduced to inert lumps of flesh. At the heart of this sea of carnage, a towering figure sat calmly atop a relatively clean boulder. Lin Qianhao casually tore off a ragged cloth and wiped blood from his heavy greatsword with detached nonchalance. Commander, casualty reports are in. An aide rushed over, eyes blazing with fervor. This operation resulted in 0 casualties. Especially those 3 bosses, all felled by your single blade. Once this report reaches military command, they'll surely award you another major commendation. Your rank is bound to rise yet again. Hearing this, Lin Qianhao's expression remained utterly unmoved. He rose, brushing dust from his trousers. That's enough. Let Old Li and the others handle the cleanup. I'm heading out. Heading out. The aide blinked in confusion, instinctively asking. Where to, Commander? Military command has already prepared a victory banquet in your honor. Victory? Bah! Lin Qianhao shot him an exasperated glance, then turned his gaze northward. His previously fierce, battle-hardened eyes softened instantly, warmth and paternal tenderness blooming within them. To Tianbei City. My wayward son's running a dungeon there. You know well enough, Tianbei sits on the frontier, a lawless confluence of rogues and opportunists, chaotic beyond measure. I can't rest easy, I must go check on him. The aide's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Commander. Young Master Lin ranks first in the Longshu class, and didn't you say Su Wenchang is accompanying him? So what's there to worry about? What do you know? Lin Qianhao chuckled wryly, unapologetically defiant. That's Su Wenchang's duty, but watching over my own son, that's heaven's decree. What if some fool dares nick even a single fingernail of my boy? I'm off. With that, Lin Qianhao strode toward a helicopter parked nearby. Watching his commanders retreating back, the aide murmured. Commander Lin, the rumors were true after all, you truly are a devoted husband and doting father. Meanwhile, deep inside the Leihua Temple dungeon. Roar! Roars erupted in thunderous waves. Under Han Menqing's forced aggro buff. Every monstrous beast within a 1 kilometer radius surged toward the party like sharks scenting blood, frenzied, unstoppable, and utterly relentless. Earth Shield Technique, Master, beware! I sense tremors beneath the earth, so many enormous creatures, approaching from all directions. Fireball Technique snorts disdainfully, look at you trembling like a leaf, more foes mean more experience, nothing more. Earth Shield Technique pauses thoughtfully, brothers right, the two of you stand guard, even heaven's sovereign would falter before us. They're here. Han Mengyao snapped, gripping her long spear tightly. Boom! As the earth convulsed, dozens of massive two-headed lizards burst from the dense forest. Their violet-red scaled hides scorched trees to charcoal in their wake. Leihua two-headed lizard elite. Level 25. Humph. Merely level 25 elites. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. In the next instant Chu Lingxian cast a protective shield upon him, while Han Mengqing rained down a cascade of empowering buffs. Feeling surging power flood his veins, Lin Mo unfurled his blazing fire wings and ascended, hovering midair sovereign and still. Xiaohua. Xiaolei. Begin. Fireball Technique adopts elder brotherly heir, third brother, same as always you lead the charge. Lightning Strike Technique, a cold blue light flares, too much talk. Earth Shield Technique, waving frantically, elder brother. Third brother. You're my gods. Chain Prison of Thunder. Lin Mo clenched his right fist, lightning exploded. ZZZZT. Countless violent arcs erupted from the void, ricocheting wildly through the dense horde, weaving a colossal crackling net of electricity. Then, storm of flame, feathers of fire, pillars of inferno. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. A crimson tornado of fire erupted from the earth, fiery feathers rained like monsoon downpour, and searing pillars erupted violently from the ground. Lightning and flame intertwined, bathing the entire forest in blinding daylight brilliance. Deafening detonations shook the heavens, shockwaves rolled like ocean tides. The sheer visual spectacle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, when the final spell faded, Lin Mo paused, startled. Ordinary monsters had indeed been obliterated instantly, no surprise there. But the elite monsters still stood. Their scales were cracked and splintered, some had even lost tails, visibly battered yet stubbornly alive. Clearly they clung to mere slivers of health. What's going on? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Lin Mo's eyes. This combo could erase level 30 elites, how could it fail against level 25 ones? Roar! Wounded, the lizards grew even more ferocious, launching themselves forward with savage, desperate fury. Lin Mo had no time to ponder. Xiaohua, finish them. Fireball Technique, stunned, still alive. Then lie down, now. A roaring fireball hurtled forth. Simultaneously Han Mengyao, Chu Lingshuan and Han Mengqing joined the assault, ice spears piercing flesh, holy light descending in judgment, even Han Mengqing straining to land feeble scraping blows. After a flurry of finishing strikes, the battlefield fell silent. A torrent of experience flooded Lin Mo, his XP bar surged upward by 10%. Yet unease lingered. This clearing efficiency was unacceptably low, utterly alien to his signature style of instantaneous annihilation. What gives? Han Mengqing tilted her head, puzzled. Senior Lin Mo, why couldn't you one-shot these elites? It defies logic.
Lin Mo wore equal bafflement. Then Han Mengyao looked up, recognition dawning. It's not Lin Mo's fault. It's the monster's fault.
These are Leihua dual-resistant beasts. Their resistance to lightning and fire drastically diminishes damage from both elements. Han Mengqing raised an eyebrow. No wonder sister's DPS nearly rivals senior Lin Mo's, turns out it's not her growth but his suppression. Silence. Han Mengyao shot her sister a sharp glare. Once she had been the undisputed prodigy of Motu City, yet now she couldn't even glimpse Lin Mo's distant silhouette. Han Mengqing stuck out her tongue. She knew full well, but couldn't resist teasing her elder sister. Upon hearing Han Menya's explanation, Lin Mo frowned deeply. So that was it. Extremely high dual resistance to lightning and fire. No wonder he'd failed to obliterate them. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He sighed. Seems I'm still too weak. My elemental repertoire remains far too narrow. The words hung in the air, silence stretched for 3 breaths. All 3 turned staring at Lin Mo in stunned disbelief. Come on, most mages spend lifetimes mastering one element. And he commands 3, including the most devastating fire and lightning. Chu Lingxian spoke gently. Well, slower is slower. If we clear it in the end, isn't that what matters? Just then, Han Mengqing interjected. Senior Lin Mo, you wield earth magic too, don't you? Doesn't earth have offensive spells? Like the basic earth spike? Lin Mo instinctively glanced at his skill interface, only to find it absent. Xiao Tu, do you know earth spike? A basic technique, simple enough: gather earth and energy underground and thrust a sharp spike upward. He asked inwardly. Fireball technique. Watching with theatrical amusement, this coward. He knows nothing. Can barely smash walls. Faced with his elder brother's mockery, earth shield technique shrank inward, ashamed. Earth shield technique hunching smaller, elder brother's right. 2 can only shatter walls, or protect master. Hearing such abject self-deprecation, Lin Mo felt a fresh wave of exasperation. Enough chatter. Even a shield can become a weapon when pushed. Concentrate your earthen energy, sharpen it, then drive it upward from below. Try it now. Lin Mo's tone brooked no refusal. Earth shield technique, feeling his master's urgency, not fear but the burning desire to prove himself. Earth shield technique timidly, then. I'll try.
I will give it a try. Lin Mo glanced at Han Mengqing beside him, his tone calm.
The ground merely bulged into a smooth and soft little mound lacking any sharpness or lethality. The earth shield technique immediately gave up, feeling wronged. I can't do it, master. All I can do is build walls. Lin Mo was frustrated. Imagine if a bad guy were to sneak attack me, wouldn't you need to hit him hard? Concentrate it into a point. Strike up fiercely from underground. Upon hearing this, the earth shield technique instantly became enraged, sneak attacking the master. Then I definitely need to hit him hard. Whoever dares to touch the master, I will stab him to death. The earth shield technique began to wildly compress the earth elements, sharpen it. Make it sharper. Stab the bad guys. A light sound. A stone spike about 2 meters long and as sharp as a spear suddenly shot up from the ground. Congratulations. Your skill earth shield technique, driven by your eagerness to protect your master, has successfully deduced and comprehended the beginner earth skill, ground spike technique LV. 1. The earth shield technique was overjoyed. Wow. Master. I did it. The earth shield technique was somewhat incredulous. I can also become this aggressive. The fireball technique looked on disdainfully. Is that all? Struggling to comprehend a beginner skill like this, you really bring shame to our skill realm. The earth shield technique immediately became timid. Big brother is right, I'm still too useless. Compared to big brother and third brother, I'm just a child playing house. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this cowardly little earth. He turned to the 3 girls, his face serious as he said, I got it now. The 3 girls. They looked at the stone spike, then at Lin Mo, who appeared calm. Got it now? What do you mean now? You must know that for the vast majority of earth mages, managing to comprehend a half-meter-long ground spike is already quite impressive. You started with a 2-meter-long stone spike and you're telling me this is newly learned. You're kidding me? Lin Mo, big brother. Han Menking's lips twitched. You must have learned it a long time ago, right? You must have known it long ago, right? Lin Mo shrugged, offering no explanation. Han Mengqing circled the ground spike, slightly disappointed as she pouted, but the ground spike technique is a single target attack. Facing such a massive beast, tide stabbing one by one would take ages, wouldn't it? What we need now is an area damage skill. One that can take down a whole bunch at once. Han Mengyao nodded from the side, her expression serious as she analyzed. Mengqing is right, the ground spike technique is too inefficient. As far as I know, among the Earth skills there is a powerful skill at the intermediate level that has the highest lethality and also includes control called Seismic Shock Thousand Stone Spike. This skill creates hundreds or thousands of ground spikes through breaking the Earth and instantly performs large-scale piercing attacks. It is hailed as the strongest intermediate skill of the Earth type. Not only does it deal greater damage, but it also carries a quake effect, making it hard to stand during the Earth's rupture, causing a state of stiffness. If we had this skill, our efficiency in clearing monsters would definitely double. After saying this, Han Mengyao sighed and shook her head. Unfortunately, this skill requires extremely high affinity and perception with Earth elements. Even a level 40 mage specialized in Earth finds it hard to master. Lin Mo nodded silently after hearing this. Large area damage along with strong area control. This skill sounds really powerful. Plus both my lightning and fire elements are restrained. If I had this skill it would be great. Sounds good, I'll give it a try, Lin Mo said lightly. The three girls were taken aback. Han Mengyao opened her mouth wanting to say something but hesitated. Did big brother Lin Mo not hear the latter part of what she just said? Even a level 40 specialized Earth mage finds it difficult to master. But seeing Lin Mo's serious expression, she swallowed her words. Lin Mo looked at the skill panel. Little Earth, did you hear? Seismic Shock Thousand Stone Spike. Since you can produce one, it shouldn't be a problem to create 1,000, right? Plus add some vibrations, make the ground shake. The Earth Shield technique suddenly felt immense pressure. Master. This is too difficult, isn't it? The Earth Shield technique attempted to exert itself. Vibrate. 1,000 stakes. Externally, the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet trembled slightly, as if an elephant had stomped its foot. Then, nothing followed. There was no 1,000 stone spike nor any seismic shock. That faint tremor was not enough for even Han Mengqing to stand steadily. Han Mengqing blinked. Is that it? Han Mengyao also sighed in relief. Thankfully, Lin Mo, though abnormal, wasn't to the point of being completely unreasonable. If he could really learn such a high difficulty intermediate skill just by hearing its name, what would that mean for our efforts? It's okay, Lin Mo, Han Mengyao stepped forward, comforting him. This is very normal. It's a top-tier intermediate skill and one of the hardest to control among Earth skills. Let's take it slow, there's no need to force it. Chu Lingxian also said softly, yes Lin Mo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your fire and lightning damage are already quite high. We're just a bit slow, but a steady approach can still lead to victory. No need to force yourself too much. However, Lin Mo paid no mind to their comfort. He looked at the skill panel, intending to strengthen the Earth Shield technique. After all, being the spirit of Earth, this little guy will never know how strong it is without being pushed. The fireball technique burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You must be kidding. Just this. Second brother, you should just obediently stay behind and build walls. For such a grand occasion it still relies on. Shut up, do you want to eat braised firebull tendon or not? Get out of the way. Lin Mo yelled in his mind. The fireball technique originally wanted to retort, but upon hearing braised firebull tendon, which it had savored the night before, it couldn't resist. Caught between the temptation of food and its pride, the fireball technique reluctantly retracted its flames. Fine, you'll go? The world fell silent. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began to exert pressure on the Earth Shield technique. Little Earth, you see it now, both Little Fire and Little Thunder are restrained and their damage is no longer enough to deal with these elite monsters. Now is the time for you to rise. You are the hope of our entire family. The Earth Shield technique trembled, its light flickering. Hope. Hope of the family? Me? Is it really me? That's right. It's you. Lin Mo spoke passionately, closing in. Who said the Earth type can only take hits? Who said it can only be a turtle? Little Earth, you must understand one principle: the best defense isn't about passively taking hits, but about eliminating all threats. Completely. Usually you always play the supporting role. Big brother bullies you and third brother ignores you. But today? Here. You are the main character. You are the center position. You are the great hero who can turn the tide. Just think, if you comprehend that seismic shock today, would Little Fire still dare to mock you? Would Little Thunder still dare to ignore you? They would have to call you second brother. You are not just mud, you are a mountain. You are a rock. You are the backbone of the earth. Get angry. Let the earth tremble for you. Let those monsters know who the true king of the ground is. This speech directly struck at the deepest desires within the Earth Shield technique. Main character. Center position. Great hero. Second brother. The light of the Earth Shield technique began to pulse quickly and intensely. The one who always cowered in the corner, the one who was constantly looked down upon by big brother and third brother. Now could it become the only hope? Although it was timid and afraid of death, it was also a noble elemental spirit. Its hefty earth body should not be trampled upon by these ants. Seeing that Little Earth's emotions had been stirred up, Lin Mo began earnestly guiding the Earth Shield technique. Little Earth, listen carefully. The name itself is the answer. Why is it called seismic shock? You need to imagine the earth as a drum. You are there to strike it. Find that frequency. Resonance. Do you understand what resonance is? It's that buzzing feeling. Let the soil and rocks press against each other until they can't take it anymore, and they will naturally want to find an exit to burst out. Just like a shaken soda. Once the pressure builds up enough, it will burst out all at once. If a proper Earth-type mentor were to hear these words, they would likely faint from anger. What resonance, what soda, what drumming? It's simply nonsensical. But for the already sentient Earth Shield technique, these words seemed to open a door to a new world. The Earth Shield technique was stunned. Drumming. Resonance. Soda. I think I understand a bit. As long as I let the earth stir up by itself, it will turn into weapons. The Earth Shield technique seemed to grasp something, yet also seemed to grasp nothing. It kept thinking about making the earth solid and indestructible, and now it didn't want to be solid, it wanted to stir. It wanted to release. It began to seek the frequency of the earth, starting to feel the earth. The Earth Shield technique felt it. That was the restlessness of the earth, it was the earth groaning. That's the frequency. The Earth Shield technique fell into a state of flow, realizing the new skill. Congratulations! Your skill Earth Shield technique has, out of extreme desire, successfully comprehended the intermediate Earth skill, Seismic Shock 1000 Stone Spike LV. 1. Seismic Shock 1000 Stone Spike LV. 1 triggers a violent earthquake within a radius of 500 meters, increases by 10 meters per skill level. Seismic forcibly interrupts all ground targets' current actions within the area, causing them to enter a state of stiffness. 1000 Stone summons countless sharp stone spikes from underground, dealing massive earth attribute damage to all enemies in the area. Cooldown time 1 minute. Lin Mo felt delighted. It's done. I'm truly a genius. Just then. Roar. In the distance, another earth-shattering roar came. Han Menqing's expression changed as she pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Not good. Another wave is coming. This time it feels like there are more of them." Han Menjio's eyes narrowed, her long spear swirling with cold air. "Prepare for battle. Ling Xuan, stay at the front. Menqing, buff Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let's take it slow." Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo, stunned. "Ah. Has Lin Mo gone and eaten another book again? This can't be happening again, right?" Han Menqing and Chu Lingxian both looked a bit stunned. At this moment Lin Mo was crazily leveling up his skills. Earthquake 1000 Rock Spike has leveled up to LV 5. Earthquake 1000 Rock Spike has leveled up to LV 12. 23 current limit. In less than 10 seconds. The Earth-type mid-tier ultimate skill he just comprehended was directly maxed out. Earth Shield technique trembled with excitement. "Master? My big knife. Oh no, my Earth spikes are already eager and ready. It's time to show these monsters the power of second brother." Fireball technique. Who screamed? "Scared me." Lightning strike technique. "Quiet, just watch." The ground shook more violently, even the rubble beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. A foul stench rushed towards them, the scent of countless thunderfire two-headed lizards. Those pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the dim forest filled with bloodthirsty madness less than 500 meters away from the four. At this distance it would only take a few charges. "Prepare." Han Mengyao came back to her senses and refocused her gaze ahead. No matter if Lin Mo had truly comprehended a new skill, they had to face every battle seriously. Chu Lingxuan's eyes sharpened, holy light surged around her. The gigantic shield in her hand slammed heavily into the ground, instantly creating a golden holy light barrier that shielded everyone behind it. Han Menqing didn't dare to slack off either, waving her staff to quickly buff everyone. At this moment Lin Mo, who was behind the three, stepped forward. "Let me handle this." Lin Mo's tone and posture exuded confidence. The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this guy truly comprehended a new skill? A devastating ultimate move like Thunder Tribulation? The three exchanged glances and ultimately chose to believe. Roar! The roar was deafening. The horde of thunderfire two-headed lizards was less than 100 meters away from Lin Mo. He looked at the grotesque mouths, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Go little thunder, little earth." Zzz. Brilliant lightning exploded in his palm. Lin Mo bent down sharply, slamming his lightning-wrapped right hand heavily against the ground. Thunder chain hell? Boom. Countless thin blue lightning snakes crazily spread out along the ground. They moved at incredible speed, instantly burrowing into the beast's hide. The lightning crazily bounced among the dense lizard horde, leaving behind flickering electric arc marks with each leap. In the blink of an eye, the state of being electrocuted was spread across the entire area. Immediately after, Lin Mo straightened up, raising his hands in the air. Earthquake 1000 Rock Spike. Rumble. The ground of the entire forest began to tremble violently. Han Menqing felt a numbness beneath her feet and nearly lost her balance. She widened her eyes. What the hell? Sister, this commotion. Earthquake. Is it really an earthquake? Han Mengyao stared intently ahead. She had never seen the actual manifestation of that skill, but this tremor surely couldn't be mistaken. This was the strongest area damage skill of the Earth system, Earthquake 1000 Rock Spike. Lin Mo really succeeded in comprehending it. And ahead, the horde of thunderfire two-headed lizards charging at full speed was already in chaos. The violent tremors forcefully interrupted their movements. Their massive bodies swayed unsteadily, unable to stand firm, all falling into a stunned state. In the next moment, Lin Mo suddenly thrust both hands upward, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the Earth Shield technique in his mind let out a long-suppressed roar. Earth shield technique, die you bastard. Fireball technique was startled, huh? Isn't that my line? Rumble. The ground around them suddenly shattered. Countless thick rock spikes shot up from the ground with unstoppable force. It was like a forest of rock spikes that grew in an instant. The two-headed lizards, caught in a stunned state and under the electrified condition, were pierced through by several rock spikes. Blood spurted everywhere. Countless elite monsters were collectively impaled on the stone forest in that instant. Some were pierced through the abdomen by a single spike, while others were torn apart by multiple spikes. Congratulations! You have killed LV 25 Elite Thunderfire Two-Headed Lizard. A flurry of kill notifications flooded Lin Mo's interface and the experience bar surged significantly. Current level LV 2385. Lin Mo looked at the stone forest ahead, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. That felt good. I told you this is the normal damage. With Han Menking's damage buff plus the electrified state, there was no reason not to take down these mere 25 level elite monsters. Earth shield technique was somewhat stunned by the terrifying destruction it had caused. Earth shield technique excitedly exclaimed, Big Brother. Did you see that? Did you all see that? Lightning strike technique flickered slightly, its tone still cool, not bad. Earth shield technique was ecstatic, wow. You actually praised me, third brother. The nearby fireball technique felt displeased upon hearing that. Fireball technique looked at lightning strike technique, hey third brother, my skill is way more powerful than it. How come I never heard you praise me? Lightning strike technique replied flatly, you're too noisy. Fireball technique. Earth shield technique looked at fireball technique expectantly, big brother, what do you think? Was my last attack. Okay. Fireball technique snorted softly, somewhat shy, It was just that, mainly relying on the attribute not being restrained plus third brother's electrified help, that's why it barely looked good. Earth shield technique felt a bit down, I understand, big brother. I'll keep working hard. The wind blew through the stone forest, making a whistling sound. Han Mengqing swallowed hard. What the hell? What is this, a sugar-coated hawthorns? Chu Lingxian was also in shock. It's incredible. Lin Mo is truly amazing. Han Mengyao was murmuring to herself, is he even human? This is the most difficult mid-tier skill to comprehend in the Earth system. He just comprehended the Earth spike technique and immediately pulled this one out. Lin Mo turned around, brushing off the dust on his hands and looking at the three stunned girls. So how's the efficiency? Not bad, right? Han Mengyao took a deep breath, unable to help but ask Lin Mo, that move just now, did you really just comprehend it? Lin Mo thought for a moment and casually made up a reason, yes, I just feel that the Earth has its own temper, if you knock on it it will shake. Saying this, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. I have to say this move you recommended is indeed useful, simple and straightforward. I really like it. Han Mengyao felt like she was about to suffocate. Always aloof, she was starting to lose her composure. Are you a freak? Lin Mo shrugged casually, making up nonsense maybe. That's just talent. After all, I've loved playing with mud since I was a child. I feel quite close to it. What the hell does being close to mud mean? Han Mengqing couldn't take it any longer and couldn't help but retort loudly, I also play with mud every day and am still a master at making clay figures. But I haven't learned this move. Lin Mo waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this issue for too long. Alright, enough of this, let's hurry up and finish so we can return to school and sleep. With that, Lin Mo took the lead, heading towards the direction of the temple. Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo's back, her expression filled with complexity. The entrance to the Thunderfire Temple dungeon. As the space twisted, four figures appeared out of thin air. Upon landing, a man with green hair cautiously scanned his surroundings. This is the starting point of the dungeon, surrounded by traces of damage caused by fire and thunder elemental skills. The green-haired man crouched down, touched the black ash on the ground, and rubbed his hands together. The president was right. That kid named Lin Mo is indeed dual elemental in thunder and fire, and judging by this level of destruction, his output is very high, extremely high. Standing at the front of the team was a man with a grotesque scar on his face. He was the captain of this elite assassination squad, codenamed Scar. In the Crazy Shark Guild, he was the most ruthless newcomer in history, bar none. He frowned and said coldly, "Indeed very strong. I didn't expect that someone could deal such damage at this level." The green-haired man smiled, looking relaxed. "Brother Scar, fortunately our president has invested heavily this time, giving each of us a set of Thunder Fire Guardian armor, which is a legendary dual resistance equipment that can reduce 80 of thunder and fire attribute damage. No matter how strong he is, just a level 25 kid. In front of our equipment he can only scratch the surface." Another red-haired member of the team showed a sly grin. "Hey, do you think if that kid realizes that we can't even break through his defenses, what kind of expression he will have? It will be quite a sight, ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, everyone except Brother Scar burst into reckless laughter. "Enough, stop laughing." Brother Scar's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the three. "You must understand, we are facing the elite of this dragon sequence class. We may have the advantage, but we must not underestimate our opponent." "Understood, Brother Scar." The three responded in unison, becoming a bit more serious. Although they closed their mouths, the contempt in their eyes did not completely dissipate. The green-haired man leaned closer to the red-haired man and lowered his voice. "This is 100 million. We each have 25 million. With this money we could follow Mr. Yamamoto to in country. TSK TSK TSK." The red-haired man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. 25 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Once we get to in country, I'll first go to that kabukicho and book all the top stars there. Enjoy the life of the elite. Pfft, so unambitious. The green-haired man sneered. "I'm different. I want to buy a villa with hot springs, soak in baths, and drink sake every day. That's called living." The bald man couldn't help but interject. "I just want to have a proper identity. I don't want to live this bloody life anymore." Hearing his subordinates' discussions, Brother Scar did not intervene. Moderate greed is the best stimulant. "All right." Brother Scar's expression suddenly became sharp. "If you want money, if you want women, the premise is that you must complete the job beautifully. If we fail, don't even think about in country. Next year on this day will be our death anniversary. Let's go." With that, Brother Scar took the lead and plunged into the dense forest. The other three exchanged glances, tightened their weapons, and quickly followed. The four maintained a standard combat formation as they swiftly traversed the dense forest. After a moment, the green-haired man suddenly stopped, exclaiming in surprise, "What the hell? What is that?" The three also came to a halt. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply. In front of them, countless thick rock spikes protruded from the ground, forming a spine-tingling stone forest. And atop those rock spikes hung the corpses of monsters. Blood dripped slowly from the stone pillars, staining the ground below a dark red. "This." The red-haired man swallowed hard, almost losing his grip on the giant axe in his hand. "What the hell is this?" Brother Scar stepped forward, touched a rock spike, and said, "It's an Earth-type skill." "Earth-type?" The red-haired man asked in confusion. "Isn't that kid dual elemental in thunder and fire? Where did the Earth-type come from?" The green-haired man's eyes turned, and he smacked his thigh. "I know. This must be a hidden boss in the dungeon." "Hidden boss?" The bald man was taken aback. "Exactly." The green-haired man said with certainty, pointing at the rock spikes. "Think about it, this is an orange temple dungeon. It's normal to have some special BOSS, right?" The bald man, after hearing this, looked skeptical and turned to the red-haired man. "Red-haired, you went to school longer, what do you think?" The red-haired man rolled his eyes. "Me? I dropped out before finishing middle school. I've only gone to school 2 more years than you guys. How would I know? Damn, a bunch of illiterates." The bald man cursed under his breath. Then he looked at the monster corpses on the rock spikes swallowed and said with some worry, "Brothers, do you think will we end up hanging up there too? PFF, 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 don't jinx it." The red-haired man spat. Brother Scar listened to his subordinate's arguments, leaning more towards the green-haired man's guess. It should be the means of a special boss. The dungeon will only close when it's cleared or all entrants are dead. They might have already died.
Let's go continue forward. We need to see the living and the dead. Brother Scar's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Yes. The three responded in unison.
At this moment, deep within the dungeon, Lin Mo and his group were advancing towards the end point. Oh no! My legs are about to break. This road is too hard to walk. It's all pits and stones. Han Mengqing kept complaining along the way. The forehead vein of the leading Han Mengyao throbbed. Han Mengqing, shut your mouth. The monsters were defeated by Lin Mo and Lin Mo cleared the path. You've just been following behind shouting 666 and eating snacks. How can you complain about being tired? Han Mengqing was scolded but remained unbothered. She stood tall declaring, shouting 666 is also very physically demanding, okay? This is called emotional value. Do you understand emotional value? Lin Mo walked at the front listening to the bickering behind him. He didn't mind. It was a bit noisy, but he had to admit that these girls made the dungeon run less tedious. At that moment, Earth Shield Technique excitedly called out, "Master! Master! There's something behind us." Lin Mo was taken aback and asked in his mind, "What is it? Didn't we just clear the area?" Earth Shield Technique sensed the vibrations from the earth. There are 4 monsters. They're coming from behind. Only 4 monsters? Lin Mo showed a puzzled expression. Throughout the journey with Han Mengqing's taunting, it was usually hundreds at a time. Why were only 4 coming this time? Before Lin Mo could think further, the Earth Shield Technique had already entered a state of alert. Ever since it comprehended earthquake, it seemed to have awakened. It was now the second in command, wielding a large-scale destructive weapon. Earth Shield Technique roared, "How dare you sneak up on my master? Did you ask your second uncle? Die!" Before Lin Mo could react, a loud rumbling echoed. The ground trembled violently. Countless trees were forcefully uprooted and rock spikes shot up from the ground. Moments later, a new stone forest formed behind the group. Han Mengqing looked at the clouds of dust, stunned for a moment, then turned to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, what's going on?" Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood still. He didn't know what was happening either. "Little Earth, what are you up to? Where are the monsters?" Lin Mo firmly asked Little Earth in his mind. "Earth Shield Technique," replied confidently, "Master. There really are monsters. I have a very keen sense of the earth. Absolutely no mistake." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Little Earth had no reason to lie. Since it said there were monsters, then there definitely was something. Just now I sensed something approaching from behind, so I cast a skill. Lin Mo looked at the 3 girls and said earnestly, "There are monsters." "Where?" Han Mengqing tiptoed and squinted her eyes to look in that direction. Suddenly Chu Lingxian pointed at a small black dot above the distant stone forest, her tone a bit hesitant. "Look over there. What is that hanging on the rock spikes?" Everyone turned to look in the direction she was pointing. At the top of the 4 rock spikes hung 4 figures. They looked like tattered banners swaying in the wind, blood flowing down the stone pillars, staining the pillars red. "Let's go take a look." Lin Mo took the lead and walked over. The 3 girls exchanged glances and quickly followed. As they got closer, those figures became clearer. Han Mengqing rubbed her eyes, confusion on her face. Green hair, red hair, scar, and a bald man? This This isn't a monster. It seems to be a person. Why are there others in the dungeon? Lin Mo looked up at the few corpses hanging on the rock spikes. On the ground scattered light orbs were the spoils dropped by the fallen adventurers. The Earth Shield technique spoke with a hint of pride, Master C. I wasn't lying to you. There really are monsters. The Earth Shield technique was brimming with confidence. We didn't even need Third Brother to intervene if they died in one hit. It seems my output is quite explosive too. However, in the next moment the Earth Shield technique seemed to sense something was off. Wait. Why do these monsters look just like humans? Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This fool only just realized something was wrong. Han Mengqing covered her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Why are there other people in the instance? Is it a new illusion mechanism? Chu Lingxian cautiously leaned closer to take a look, saying, it shouldn't be an illusion, it's too real. They must really be humans. At that moment Han Mengyao, who had been observing, spoke up, it's a disruption scroll. A disruption scroll? Lin Mo frowned. This term was somewhat unfamiliar to him. It seemed he had never encountered such a thing in textbooks or previous knowledge. Yes, Han Mengyao turned to Lin Mo and explained, it's a special type of item that can forcibly teleport another team into an already opened instance. However, due to rule restrictions, only one team can disrupt an instance at the same time. As she spoke, a hint of disgust flashed in Han Menjiao's eyes. This type of item is a banned substance that the government has strictly prohibited from circulating. You absolutely won't see its shadow in legitimate trading houses or businesses. It can only be occasionally spotted in the underground black market. Han Mengqing looked curiously at her sister. Why is it prohibited? Does it lead to instability in the instance space? Han Mengyao shook her head. No, it's because of its use. An instance is a space independent of the real world. Everything that happens within it is completely unknown to the outside world. There are no surveillance, no witnesses, and even the corpses will disappear when the instance resets. Therefore, the purpose of using such items usually boils down to one thing: killing and plundering. Han Mengyao fixed her gaze on the corpses, her expression icy. The air suddenly fell silent. How despicable! Han Mengqing stomped her feet in anger. These people are too wicked. We are all adventurers struggling against monsters, and yet we have to turn on each other. Chu Lingxuan's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but why? We don't seem to know these people. How did they know we opened the instance? Lin Mo stepped towards the corpses.
He bent down to pick up the scattered light orbs on the ground. As he grasped one, it instantly transformed into an item. Name: Thunderfire Godly Light Armor, Legendary requirements LV 20.
Special set effective 55. Thunderfire defense reduces damage from lightning and fire attributes by 80. Lin Mo glanced at the other light orbs. Each person was equipped with a full set of Thunderfire resistance gear. It seems this isn't just random killing and plundering, they are specifically targeting us. With a light chuckle, Lin Mo tossed one piece of equipment to Han Mengyao. She caught it and glanced at its attributes. Thunderfire dual resistance gear. Such dual resistance gear has very low applicability, it is highly targeted gear. Lin Mo gestured towards the corpses. They all have a full set. At this the atmosphere grew heavy. Everyone present understood what it meant to bring such gear into the instance. This was a meticulously planned assassination attempt against them. After all, before entering this instance, Lin Mo was the core powerhouse of their team, and he happened to excel in Thunderfire dual output. Han Mengyao stared at the corpses and remarked blandly, what a pity, these people calculated everything, but they never expected that Lin Mo would have comprehended the strongest mid-tier earth output skill within the instance. As for these people, they probably won't even know how they die. Han Mengqing was now fuming, her face flushed. How despicable. These people are simply rotten to the core. Chu Lingxian frowned slightly and whispered, but Who exactly did we offend? Mengyao Mengqing and Lin Mo, have you offended anyone? Han Mengyao shook her head slightly, her expression calm. Mengqing and I have been in Magic City. Although our family has some power, we have always acted with discretion and have never made enemies. Han Mengqing nodded repeatedly. That's right. I'm so cute. Who wouldn't like me in Magic City? How could anyone want to kill me? Lin Mo frowned, deep in thought. Enemies. He quickly ran through the names in his mind. The only ones he had a slight conflict with were the Zhao family from Jianghaishi. But he knew Zhao Lei and Zhao Yu well enough. Although they were somewhat petty and narrow-minded, they would only resort to minor underhanded tactics within the bounds of the rules. They wouldn't go so far as to kill their own kind. Moreover, they were in Tianbeishi, a far cry from Jianghaishi, so it shouldn't be them. With the Zhao family ruled out, the remaining suspects were clear. It must be the Mad Shark Guild. Lin Mo glanced at the three and said indifferently, Mengyao mentioned that disruption scrolls only circulate in the black market. Only the Mad Shark Guild, who has been at odds with us and can obtain disruption scrolls while gathering such targeted gear, could possibly be responsible. Han Mengyao nodded at this. Lin Mo is right. The Mad Shark Guild has been entrenched in Tianbeishi for many years and possesses considerable resources, whether it be through black market channels or financial means. Moreover, they were just taught a lesson by Teacher Su and lost face, which is why they would resort to such desperate measures. Han Mengqing immediately exploded in anger. How despicable! Just because they weren't allowed to receive that so-called entrance fee, they want to kill. These people are truly lawless. Once we get out of here, I will definitely tell Teacher Su and have him dismantle that pathetic guild. Chu Lingxian also looked outraged. How dare they? We are students of the Dragon Sequence class. Attacking us is treason. Han Mengyao snorted coldly. As I said, inside the instance there is no evidence. As long as they kill us all, who would know it was them? Just then Lin Mo chuckled lightly and looked at everyone. Perhaps this is a good thing. Huh? The three looked at Lin Mo simultaneously. Lin Mo calmly said, have you forgotten the rules of this broken instance? Sacrificing 3 lives will elevate the rating to S level, and the drop rate for thunder fire materials will be 100. Oh right. Han Mengqing instantly reacted, so we can use these people as sacrifices? After all, they are still behind on information and have no idea that Lin Mo has also mastered exceptional earth output. However, Han Mengqing soon looked at the corpses on the stone spikes, her face dropping, but it's a pity that these 4 are already dead. According to the rules, sacrifices should be made at the final temple altar, right? Lin Mo shook his head and analyzed, not necessarily. If it were you and you had invested a significant cost and were determined to disrupt the instance to kill Dragon Sequence students, would you only send 1 team? You have to understand that if you can't kill them, the consequences will be severe. Han Mengyao immediately picked up the conversation. Exactly. Since they dared to act against us in the Dragon Sequence class, they must be well prepared and likely have a 2nd or even 3rd team. After hearing this, Lin Mo's smile became radiant. Let's go, we will wait for them at the temple to deliver the goods. At that moment Lin Mo felt incredibly elated. Initially worried about the 30 drop rate, wondering what to do if nothing dropped. But now the sacrifices have come to him. Truly, fortune favors those who are prepared. Outside the dungeon, Su Wenchang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. After several rings, the call connected. Hello? Who's speaking? A middle-aged man's voice came through, haughty, laced with the self-assurance of entrenched authority. I'm Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang spoke calmly. There was an audible pause on the other end, followed by the scrape of a chair being hastily shifted. Then the tone turned obsequious. Oh. It's Elder Su. What honor, what could I, a humble mayor of Tianbei City, possibly do for you? Mayor Lu, Su Wenchang cut straight to the point. I am currently at the chaotic stone wastelands. I have witnessed with my own eyes the Kwangsha Guild engaging in illegal land seizures, coercive purchases and sales, and even open acts of violence. I expect an explanation, now. Silence stretched for 2 seconds. Then Mayor Lu's voice rose, feigning shock. What? Such a thing occurred? Elder Su, might there be some misunderstanding here? His tone grew earnest. The Kwangsha Guild is a vital civilian force defending Tianbei City against beast tides. President Zhao is deeply committed to charity and scrupulously abides by the law. Perhaps certain temporary staff acted recklessly, lacking proper discipline. Rest assured, I will personally reprimand President Zhao and demand strict internal reform, no tolerance for those who poison the well. Su Wenchang's voice remained level. I'm not interested in your assurances. I require you to immediately mobilize personnel, seal off the Kwangsha Guild, and detain all core members. On the other end, evasion began. Elder Su. Well, yes, that could be done. But the Kwangsha Guild numbers in the hundreds, and has deep roots here. A sudden crackdown risks triggering mass unrest. Grant me 1 week, I will deliver justice. At those words, Su Wenchang's tone froze, glacial absolute. Mayor Lu. It seems you intend to stall me. Then consider the matter closed. Given how brazenly the Kwangsha Guild operates in Tianbei City, your complicity is no minor footnote. Mayor Lu recoiled, voice trembling. Elder Su, I have no ties to them whatsoever. I'll arrest them myself, immediately. Unnecessary. Su Wenchang replied coolly, I offered you a chance. You simply proved unworthy. He ended the call, no farewell, no hesitation. Pocketing the phone, he gazed into the ashen sky beyond the wasteland, a flicker of revulsion crossing his eyes. In this age of rampaging monsters, such corrupt officials, who shield evil for personal gain, were nothing but rotting termites gnawing at the pillars of order. Since fate placed this blight before me, I shall overturn Tianbei City's heavens, and scour them clean. He murmured to himself. Just then his phone vibrated again. He glanced down, the caller ID read Lin Mo. The icy mask dissolved, replaced by a warm, familiar smile. Hey Lao Lin, what's up? His voice softened, relaxed. Ha ha ha. Lin Qianhao roared with laughter. Lao Su, I'm en route to Tianbei City right now. Heard you're running dungeons there with my son. Su Wenchang blinked, exasperated. Lao Lin, do you really doubt me? Must you come personally to supervise? Nonsense. He's my flesh and blood, how could I entrust him to anyone else? Lin Qianhao declared, unapologetic. Besides, you can't enter the dungeon yourself. You're stuck guarding the entrance. What if intruders breach it? Intrusion scrolls. The state has been systematically destroying them for years. Su Wenchang shook his head. Moreover, the dungeon's level restriction is 20 to 25. Your son clears 30 level elites in waves. Any intruder would merely be delivering their heads. Ha ha ha. Lin Qianhao swelled with paternal pride. His son truly was extraordinary, honoring the family name with every feat. Enough talk, I'll need your exact coordinates. Wait for me. Bye. Lin Qianhao hung up without delay. Su Wenchang stared at the blank screen, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. Truly a devoted father. Approximately 1 kilometer from Su Wenchang's location, a secluded ravine lay hidden, shielded on all sides by towering mounds of jagged boulders. From above it would reveal hundreds of figures lying in silent, disciplined ambush. The Kwangsha Guild had deployed its full strength. President Zhao Tianling stood at the center, flanked by Yamamoto Kenichi, a man from the Yin Kingdom. Beside them a young man held a scroll pulsing with eerie violet-black light. Intrusion scroll upon activation detects active dungeons within a 5-kilometer radius and forcibly constructs a temporary rift, transporting a 4-member team directly inside. Suddenly the youth's hand trembled. President. We can enter now. Now. Zhao Tianling stiffened. If the intrusion scroll permitted entry, it meant his first elite squad, dispatched earlier, had been utterly annihilated. So soon. Scarface's team was our finest, level 25 clad in full thunder and flame resistant armor. Even standing still they couldn't fall so swiftly. Zhao Tianling frowned, baffled. Yamamoto Kenichi's expression darkened, his voice dropped low. It appears we gravely underestimated the true caliber of the top-ranked student of the Longshu class. Zhao Tianling turned toward the youth, standing ready with the second assassination squad. Second squad, prepare to move. He barked the order, teeth clenched. Hold. Yamamoto Kenichi stepped forward, blocking the command. President Zhao, your second squad is weaker than the first. Even with identical armor, the outcome will be identical. Then what do you propose? Zhao Tianling shot him a sharp glance, his brow furrowed, impatience flaring in his eyes. Time was bleeding away. If Lin Mo and his party cleared the dungeon first, all was lost. President Zhao, do you possess high-tier elemental resistance elixirs? Zhao Tianling hesitated, then nodded. I stock thunder, flame, earth, water, wind, even light and shadow resistance elixirs. One dose grants 70% resistance to the corresponding element, for 1 hour. Yamamoto Kenichi inclined his head. Distribute 1 vial to each member of the second squad. Regrettably, these elixirs cannot be stacked. If a second dose is taken, its effect overwrites the first.
Thus we must choose wisely. President Zhao, what element shall we prioritize? Zhao Tianling stared at the vials, thoughtful, calculating.
This decision would determine victory, or ruin. Choose wrongly and the second squad would walk into oblivion. Thunder and flame resistance are already nullified, their armor provides genuine tested immunity. First eliminate earth. Though Lin Mo possesses earth affinity, earth techniques are overwhelmingly defensive, with few offensive applications. And in the footage he never unleashed a single earth-based attack. If he possessed one, he'd have used it already. A cultivator's focus is finite. Having mastered thunder and flame to perfection, earth is surely relegated solely to survival, not offense. The light affinity girl serves as a tank, her support role poses no threat. If forced to choose only one, ice it is. After all, she is a Longshu class student. She cannot be ordinary. Scarface's team likely fell to her ice techniques. Yamamoto Kenichi nodded slowly, his approval tacit, profound. An incisive deduction, President Zhao. Then let it be so. The four threaded their way through the dense forest. Gradually the trees thinned. Lin Mo, look over there. Han Mengqin pointed into the distance, her voice trembling with excitement. Is that the temple? It's huge. The others followed her finger. A towering complex of buildings loomed indistinctly beneath a dim, brooding sky. It was an immense temple complex encircled by a ring of soaring walls. Though weathered by the ages, it still radiated an overwhelming sense of antiquity and solemnity. Massive stone pillars stabbed into the clouds as if supporting the thunderheads above. Thick bolts of lightning occasionally struck the temple's domes, splintering the air into brilliant arcs. Lei Hua Temple. Its presence truly lives up to the name, Han Mengyao murmured, awe flashing across her eyes as she regarded the magnificent edifice. Lin Mo too felt stirred. This orange-tier temple dungeon was evidently no trifling affair. He glanced at his level panel. Current level LV 2420. He had just cleared a few more waves and reached level 24. After finishing this dungeon he would likely hit 25. Only 5 levels remained until 30. At that point he would unlock the 4th elemental skill slot and be able to adopt a new family member. Let's move. Lin Mo turned his gaze back to the complex and addressed the others. All right. Charge. Han Mengqin cried out.
They quickened their pace and soon arrived at the temple's gate. Crossing the high threshold, a vast temple plaza unfolded before them.
The plaza was paved with heavy bluestone slabs, wild yellowed grass sprouting from the cracks. At its center stood a bronze incense burner as tall as 3 people. On either side of the square stood rows of ancient charred cypress trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky like phantom talons. Flanking the stone steps that led to the main hall were 2 towering guardian statues, their eyes wide with fury and each grasping a massive vajra staff, imposing and austere. At that moment a string of notices appeared on the players' panels. Welcome to the front courtyard of Lei Hua Temple. Only those who pass the Guardian's test may enter the main hall and petition the final deity. Start the challenge. Note: starting the challenge grants 1 minute of preparation time. Time to get to work. Without hesitation, Lin Mo selected yes. Han Mengyao, Chu Lingxian and Han Mengqing all confirmed in turn. Challenge initiated. Countdown 0059. 0058. Watching the dwindling numbers, Han Mengqing was equal parts anxious and exhilarated. I wonder what the gatekeeper looks like and how strong it will be. Lin Mo replied evenly, whatever it is, it just stands at a gate. As long as it has a health bar, even a god can be slain. At his remark, all 3 women turned to him. Though his words bordered on bravado, there was no denying that Lin Mo possessed the credentials to back such swagger. The minute vanished in an instant. Challenge start. Thunder rolled. The entire plaza shuddered violently. The 2 colossal statues that had stood by the steps sprang to life. Their stony skins cracked away in pieces, revealing bodies that pulsed with a dark red inner light. Their stone eyes flared with a crimson radiance. With a thunderous roar they swung their great stone vajras and began descending the steps. Temple Guardian Lei Hua Jingang Boss. Level 25. Trait Thunder and Fire damage reduced by 80%. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow. So it seems the gatekeepers were boss-level foes. No wonder an orange-tier temple dungeon carried such weight. Begin the attack, Lin Mo said calmly and issued orders. Mengqing cast the buff. Lingshuan raised the shield. Mengyao take control. On it. Their coordination was flawless. Han Mengqing waved her staff and a familiar halo settled upon Lin Mo's brow. Chu Lingxian slammed her shield to the ground and a golden dome rose. At the same time, Han Mengyao blurred into motion, her spear exuding a biting chill. Extreme cold domain. A blast of frigid air detonated outward. The 2 guardians, only a few paces advanced, froze mid-stride. Thick ice snaked up their legs, rapidly encasing them and strangling their movements. Lin Mo watched the scene, a faint smile playing at his lips. He lifted a single hand. Come then, little fire, earth and lightning, give them a household mixed triple strike. 2 Dunshu earth shield technique cried out with ecstatic pride, big brother, third brother, watch me. This time second brother will carry you. It was the first time 2 Dunshu truly stood as a main attacker alongside its siblings. Huoqiu Shu fireball technique snorted dismissively, look at you all puffed up. Zzzzz, a furious net of lightning immediately engulfed the ice sculptures, inflicting an electrified state. Then columns of flame thrust skyward, followed by a barrage of exploding fireballs. Boom after boom rent the air. Lin Mo planted his foot and his eyes flashed with frost and steel. Di Dong Shan Yao Qian Yan Ci Earth Shaker 1000 Rock Thrust. The plaza ruptured. Jagged stone spikes erupted beneath the Guardian's feet, driven up from the earth with unstoppable penetrating force. Bolstered by the electrified state and Han Mengqing's damage buff, the gargantuan frames were impaled by the stone spikes, and amidst the thunderfire explosions shattered utterly. Fragments of stone flew in every direction. Congratulations, LV. 25 Temple Guardian defeated. 2 Dunshu's voice choked with pride, wah. Too handsome. Second brother is so handsome. It turned to its companions and beamed, big brother, third brother, did you see? The three of us together are invincible. Huixiu Shu conceded, rarely withholding praise. Fine kid, you were useful. That last strike was actually pretty impressive. Lei Jishu lightning strike grunted, not bad. Buoyed by the approval of its kin, Tu Dun Shu felt itself ascend, bubbling over with joy. When the smoke cleared, the once level and majestic plaza had become a ruin. The bluestone slabs were split and heaved, the side halls half collapsed, and even the ancient cypresses had been uprooted. Han Mengqing looked upon the devastation, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This dungeon's quality is terrible. It's collapsed like this. Can the final boss still appear? Can the final boss still come out after all this? Chu Lingxian surveyed the wreckage and explained, Mengqing, I don't think it's the dungeon's quality. Lin Mo is simply over the top. The designer never expected anyone within a level limit of 20 to 25 to deploy a Earth tier ultimate like Di Dong Shanya. In my experience, only Earth specialist archmages above level 60 can wield that move with such mastery. Han Mengqing pondered and nodded, that actually makes sense. Lin Mo's expression remained composed. Relax. As long as the dungeon isn't cleared, the boss can still appear. He pointed toward the ruined main hall. Come on, let's go take a look. The four of them stepped on the ground littered with debris, traversing through the ruins of the collapsed main hall, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. This was an altar located in the core area of the temple. Though the surrounding halls had collapsed, this altar remained intact. In the center of the altar stood a circular pool approximately 10 meters in diameter. The pool was not filled with water but with boiling crimson magma. Behind the magma pool stood a strangely shaped stone platform upon which floated a dark red crystal ball. As the four approached the altar, a system prompt popped up again. You have reached the sacrificial pool. After completing the sacrifice, please touch the crystal ball on the stone platform to initiate the final battle. Current rating level drop rate 30. Han Mengqing walked to the edge of the magma pool, leaned over for a glance, and was immediately pushed back several steps by the heatwave. Does this mean we have to throw someone in? Isn't that too cruel? The designer of this dungeon must be a psychopath. Han Mengyao coldly looked at the pool and analyzed, this embodies the rules of the Lone Walker's throne. To gain the highest benefit, one must sacrifice their companions. It is a test of humanity. Just the thought of such a rule sent chills down their spines. Lin Mo, however, remained calm. He sat down on a nearby broken stone and said, all right, let's just wait here. Han Mengqing snapped back to reality, glanced at the entrance, and couldn't help but complain, seriously. Why are the people from the Crazy Shark Guild so slow? We've already pushed to the boss's door, why hasn't the second team caught up? Could they have gotten lost? Hey sister, do you think we should go guide them? Han Mengyao shot her a look as if she were an idiot, her tone cold. You want to lead them? Aren't you afraid of running into them and getting killed? Also, if you're so bored, just pour out the water in your brain and stop daydreaming all the time. Han Mengqing shrank her neck at the retort, muttering softly, I just want to clear the dungeon quickly. Han Mengyao glanced at the leisurely Lin Mo, feeling a mix of emotions. Clearly they were the ones being hunted, yet they were here complaining about how slowly the killers were arriving, delaying their chance at full score rewards. If the people from the Crazy Shark Guild found out, they would probably be furious enough to spit blood. Lin Mo crossed his legs and chuckled lightly, don't worry, they'll definitely come. After all, they've invested quite a bit. Lin Mo was well aware. Since the Crazy Shark Guild used the intrusion scroll, it was a matter of life and death. If they couldn't wipe out their group in the dungeon once they exited, facing the wrath of Xiao Wenchang and the Longshu squad, the Crazy Shark Guild would be doomed. So even if it meant sacrificing lives, they would still have to come in. For Lin Mo, this was more than just a simple counterattack. Sacrificing the lives of 3 such villains to achieve a 100 drop rate for Thunder-Fire combination skill materials was an incredibly profitable deal. In the dense forest, a 4-person squad was weaving through the trees. The leader was a burly man with a nose ring. Behind him followed a tall thin man and a stout shield warrior with a sneaky archer bringing up the rear. Suddenly they stopped in their tracks. Looking at the blood-soaked stone forest before them, they felt a chill run down their spines. What is this? The tall thin man gulped, his voice trembling. The leader was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, saying, "Forget about this, we need to focus on the task at hand." The thin man replied anxiously, "Captain Knife Brother is the strongest among the new recruits in our guild, if even he fell." "Idiot!" The captain interrupted him, "It's precisely because Knife Scar fell that we have this opportunity. You should be thankful to them. Haven't you heard the president's analysis? Knife Scar and his team were wiped out because we focused solely on Lin Mo and overlooked the other members of the team. You should know there's not a single easy opponent in the Longshu squad." The captain smiled confidently, "But this time is different. We not only equipped the Thunderfire Divine Armor, but we also used high-level frost resistance potions. With Lin Mo taken care of, Han Mengyao will also be neutralized. With just one shield and one healer left, what can they use to fight us?" After hearing the captain's words, the three regained their confidence. Indeed, all their offensive capabilities have been thoroughly countered. How could they possibly lose? This was a victory of intelligence warfare. Captain is brilliant. The president is brilliant. The four of them, brimming with confidence, rushed towards the temple. After passing through the stone forest, they arrived at the temple. The sight before them left the squad momentarily dumbfounded. The ground was cracked and debris was scattered everywhere. "This." The thin man looked at the ruins, hesitating. "Captain, I have a feeling there's a powerful Earth-type expert in their team." The captain gazed at the ruins, his eyelids twitching. But he quickly steadied himself. "Who do you think the president is? He has eaten more salt than you've had rice. Can his analysis possibly be wrong? Stop scaring yourself. Let's go." Under the captain's scolding, the group steeled themselves and stepped inside. Just then a bone-chilling cold swept over them. The captain turned around abruptly. Han Mengyao flashed out from the side, her spear thrusting forward. Extreme cold domain. Buzz. The cold air instantly erupted, sweeping towards the four. Humph. As expected, it's ice-type. The captain's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a look of anticipated triumph. The cold swept over the four's bodies but could not form any ice crystals. "Ha ha ha ha." The captain laughed wildly, his face filled with pride. "Didn't see this coming, did you? We've already guessed it. Today, none of you will escape." However, what surprised him was that Han Mengyao did not display the panic he had expected. Instead, she seemed to show a hint of disdain. Before he could react, rumbling, the ground beneath them suddenly convulsed. The violent tremors caused the four to lose their balance and become rigid. In the next moment, countless sharp stone spikes shot up from the ground. Ah! The piercing screams echoed throughout the temple ruins. The four of them were instantly impaled by the stone spikes in midair. This time under Lin Mo's command, the Earth Shield technique exhibited an astonishing level of microcontrol. All the stone spikes accurately avoided the fatal areas. "Munching, don't let them die." Lin Mo's voice floated over. "Okay." Han Mengqing responded, waving her staff. A green light enveloped the four. Ah! The four, already in immense pain, let out even more agonizing wails. The captain convulsed, blood dripping down his pant leg. He raised his head, looking towards the source of the voice. Lin Mo was watching them with an indifferent expression. Standing beside him were Han Mengqing and Chu Lingxian. In that moment, even if he were a fool, he realized the gravity of the situation. Memories of the president's fervent analysis flashed through his mind before they set out. Damn it! I should have ruled out the Earth type first. Zhao Tianling, I curse you to the ends of the earth. Gazing upon this flawless work of art, the earth shield technique, its consciousness swelled with profound satisfaction. It puffed out its chest with pride. Master, elder brother, third brother, behold. This is second brother's masterful microcontrol. Lin Mo paid no heed to the earth shield technique's boastful display. He strode forward toward the four figures. The squad leader, his nose pierced with a ring, had long since lost his earlier arrogance. Stone spikes had impaled both his thigh and shoulder, and searing agony racked his entire body in violent tremors.
Yet far worse than the physical torment was the soul-shattering terror of imminent death, especially when his eyes met Lin Mo's gaze and a chilling aura of mortality surged straight up his crown.
Mistake, it's all a misunderstanding. The Nosering leader gritted his teeth against the pain voice, trembling. Lin. Young Master Lin. We were forced into this. It was Zhao Tianling, the wretched scoundrel, who ordered us here. We never wished to oppose you. Please, release us as though we were nothing more than a passing puff of air. Lin Mo remained silent, advancing slowly toward them. Seeing his pleas ignored, the leader erupted in hysterical desperation. Lin Mo. You cannot kill us. We are elite members of the Razor Shark Guild. If we perish, Guild Master Zhao will never let you go unpunished. Moreover, murder is illegal. Though you're a student of the Dragon Sequence class, you still cannot slaughter the innocent without consequence. Innocent? Lin Mo let out a light cold laugh, and finally spoke. He approached the stone pillar and gripped the jagged rock spike, piercing the leader's shoulder. You arrived wearing targeted resistance gear, wielding forbidden intrusion scrolls, ambushing me inside this dungeon. And you call that innocent? Am I supposed to laugh? Before the words fully faded, Lin Mo tensed his arm and yanked with brutal force. The leader was ripped flesh and bone from the spike. A blood-curdling shriek echoed through the temple. Lin Mo casually flung him aside like a lifeless carcass, then turned toward the next. Elsewhere, Han Mengyao moved at last, her expression frozen in icy resolve. Her silver spear was already sheathed. Facing such villains, she felt not a shred of mercy. She strode to the two remaining pillars and with swift decisive motion seized one assassin by the collar and another by the ankle, ripping both from their stone restraints in a single motion. Even as crimson droplets spattered across her face, she did not blink. Let's send them on their final journey. Lin Mo said, voice calm and detached. He bent low, gripping the Nosering leader's collar in one hand and the tall gaunt man's ankle in the other, dragging them both toward the molten lava pool at the altar's center. Han Mengyao followed behind, dragging the remaining two. Across the shattered stone floor, 4 trails of vivid gory crimson marked their path. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die. Lin Mo, you'll suffer a wretched fate. Help. Someone, help me. Begging curses and wails tangled together in a cacophony of despair. Yet Lin Mo listened, not with anger or revulsion, but with eerie unshaken calm. This was in truth his first true act of killing. As a transmigrator, his soul still bore the quiet imprint of a peaceful, harmonious world, a world where taking life carried unbearable weight. But this world was different. This world devoured the weak. It was a realm of supreme martial might where personal power reigned absolute, and chaos ruled monsters rampant. Had fortune reversed today, if he lay bleeding on this floor, would these men have shown him mercy? No. They would have severed his head without hesitation, and perhaps even stamped upon it twice. Mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. Lin Mo had once read those words only in books. Now he embodied them. To survive here, one must learn this lesson, no matter how heavy the cost. Huh. Lin Mo exhaled softly, his gaze hardening into glacial resolve. TSK, 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 how pitiful. From somewhere nearby, Han Mengqing produced a small bag of sunflower seeds. Still they brought it upon themselves. Who dares try to kill this young lady? This young lady is utterly adorable, yet they still raised their hands against me. Utterly unforgivable. Though her words feigned pity, her eyes held no sympathy, only the amused detachment of a spectator reveling in spectacle. For her morality was simple: those who treated her well were good, but those who sought her harm were evil. And when evildoers perished, that was cause for celebration worthy of firecrackers. Nearby Chu Lingxian stood uneasy, watching the four drag towards certain doom. Hearing their desperate cries, her frame trembled faintly. As a knight sworn to protect the vulnerable, her heart instinctively recoiled from slaughter. Yet, she uttered no protest. She made no plea. Because she knew, they were villains. Had Lin Mo been weaker, had their vigilance faltered, it would be them cast into the lava pool now. At last, unable to bear witness, Chu Lingxian turned away, choosing not to see that grim finality. All she could do was stand unwaveringly behind her comrades, steadfast in whatever choice they made. At last Lin Mo and Han Mengyao reached the edge of the molten pool at the altar's heart. Waves of blistering heat washed over them. Within, the lava churned violently, giant bubbles erupting and bursting, flinging arcs of incandescent fluid. No. Don't. I've erred, I truly have. Young Master Lin. Grandfather Lin, spare my life. I'm the sole heir of my family. I have elders above and children below. The Nosering leader wept uncontrollably, fingers clawing desperately into fissures in the stone floor, nails splitting, blood streaming, yet refusing to loosen his grip. Lin Mo glanced down, voice ice cold. You haven't realized your error, you've merely realized you're about to die. No. Lin Mo. You'll meet a wretched end. Even as a ghost isle, the leader's final curse died mid-breath. Lin Mo offered no further words. Then descend. With a sharp, brutal kick, he sent the man hurtling into the lava. Simultaneously, he hurled the tall, gaunt figure after him. Across the way, Han Mengyao released her two captives with the same impassive grace. Their screams were cut off instantly. With muffled thuds, all four vanished beneath the roiling magma. Wisps of acrid smoke curled upward, flesh vaporized in an instant. In moments, the pool settled back into its ceaseless, indifferent churning, as if nothing at all had occurred. Lin Mo stood motionless at the rim, watching the lava writhe. How does it feel? Han Mengyao stepped beside him, shoulder to shoulder. Acceptable. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and brushed dust from his palms. Perhaps. I was born a villain at heart. Being a villain beats being dead. Han Mengyao tilted her head, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Just then, a system notification shimmered across everyone's interface. Sacrifice successful. Current sacrifices 43. Current rank S-Rank. Lightning fire combo, material drop rate 100. 43. Lin Mo stared at the number, brow faintly furrowed. Han Mengyao sensed his unease immediately. Lin Mo, something wrong? Lin Mo turned to the others and analyzed. The rules state 3 sacrifices suffice for S-Rank. Logically, the counter should halt at 33. Yet we've sacrificed 4, making it 43. Han Mengyao blinked, then comprehension flashed in her eyes. You mean, if we continue sacrificing, unexpected rewards may await? Exactly. Lin Mo nodded. Han Menqing's eyes lit up. Lightning fire combo materials alone are worth a fortune. Could there possibly be something even greater? Lin Mo looked at the group and stated plainly, the Razor Shark Guild has already dispatched 2 teams into this dungeon. They will not allow us to leave alive. Fortunately, this dungeon restricts entry to levels 20-25. Within that range, we are invincible. Regardless, it's worth attempting. Let's wait. Han Menqing voiced immediate agreement. This young lady has no objections, anyone who comes dies. Agreed. Han Mengyao replied simply. Chu Lingxian glanced among them. Though compassion tugged at her heart, she nodded quietly. If they are truly villains, and if this increases our collective reward, then yes. Let's wait a little longer. Seeing consensus achieved, Lin Mo's lips lifted faintly. I hope my judgment proves sound. Then he found a relatively clean patch of ground and sat down. Xiao Tu, monitor all ground vibrations. Alert me instantly if anyone approaches the temple. The Earth Shield technique snapped to attention. Leave it to me, master. Within several li, even an ant's crawl would register in my awareness. The fireball technique watched its smug younger brother with simmering envy. Enough already, act as if you're the only one who can dispatch foes instantly. The fireball technique lifted its head proudly. Next wave. I won't yield the spotlight, not this time. Let all know within this household fire magic reigns supreme, the one true God. The lightning strike technique, perceiving the fireball technique's anxiety over usurped prestige, and its desire to reaffirm the elder's dominance, remarked coolly to him. Losing composure. The fireball technique bristled instantly. Losing composure? Who? Ready to fight, are you? The lightning strike technique, fool. Lin Mo's mouth twitched faintly. He had long grown numb to his technique's bickering, accepting it as routine. Let them squabble, so long as they performed flawlessly when duty called. In the outside world, amidst a massive pile of chaotic rocks, hundreds of members of the Crazy Shark Guild lay in ambush. All eyes were fixed on the four young men in the center. These four were the third team's substitute. Suddenly the captain among them shook his hand violently. We can go in. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around felt a jolt. This meant that the second team had been completely annihilated. How could this happen? The captain of the third team was a young man codenamed Ironhead. He instinctively took a half step back. The fierce gaze in his eyes was replaced by deep fear. Not only him but the three team members behind him also turned pale and trembled. What exactly was in that instance? Why did even the formidable first team Blade Brother and the well-prepared second team get wiped out? Unknown fear is the most tormenting. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Tianling noticed the unusual behavior of a few people. He understood that the second team had also been wiped out. This doesn't make sense. Zhao Tianling frowned, seemingly talking to himself. With the thunder and fire dual resistance gear along with ice resistance potions, how could they be wiped out so quickly? The calm yet eerie voice of Yamamoto Kenichi interjected. The thunder and fire gear was rendered useless. The ice resistance was nullified by the potions, leaving only two, one a tank and the other support. He turned to Zhao Tianling, his eyes glimmering with intelligence. President Zhao, having ruled out all impossibilities, the remaining explanation, no matter how absurd, is the only truth. Zhao Tianling also reacted, speaking with disbelief. Are you saying that earth element we have always overlooked, thinking it was merely for self-preservation? Exactly. Yamamoto nodded. Zhao Tianling took a deep breath, a deep shock flickering in his eyes. At this stage, achieving mastery over one element is already considered genius. Mastering two elements would be monstrous. And this Lin Mo? Mastery of thunder, fire and earth. Even being able to use each element as a core means of attack. Terrifying. Zhao Tianling murmured. President Zhao, now that we know, it becomes easier to handle. Yamamoto reminded from the side. Zhao Tianling glanced at him, then had someone bring 4 high-tier earth resistance potions. Ironhead, drink this, go in and kill Lin Mo and he'll give you the credit. He looked at the 4 members of the third team, his tone icy. Ironhead, the captain among them, stared at the potion in his hand, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a thud, Ironhead knelt down, wildly bowing to Zhao Tianling. President, spare me. I don't want to die. Blade Brother is dead and the second is also dead. If we go in, we will die too. With their captain leading, the remaining 3 team members completely broke down. The 3 fell to their knees in unison. President, please let someone else go. I still have an elderly mother to take care of. I can't die. President, there must be great terror inside. Going in is certain death. The dragon sequence class is full of demons. As soon as we enter, it's a death sentence and no amount of resistance will help. This scene left the hundreds of crazy Shark Guild members around utterly dumbfounded. Fleeing at the last moment? Especially in front of the president? Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Crazy Shark Guild. You guys. Zhao Tianling trembled with rage. He never expected that his elite subordinates would be so terrified. Trash. A bunch of trash. Zhao Tianling kicked Iron Head to the ground furious, training troops for 1,000 days using them for a moment. The guild usually provides you with good food and drink, and now when asked to kill someone you pretend to be cowardly. Get up. Whoever dares not go, I'll kill him now. Iron Head remained on the ground pleading, President, I've been in the guild for so long, even if I have no accomplishments I've put in hard work, so let someone else go this time. Fine. Good. Good. Zhao Tianling laughed in anger, since you want to die then I'll grant you that. Wait. At that moment Yamamoto Kenichi walked over. He wore a faint smile and softly said to Zhao Tianling, President Zhao, don't be impulsive. Killing them is easy, but if we kill them, who will help us go in? Zhao Tianling's movement froze. He indeed wanted to go in personally. But the level restriction of this instance is 2025 levels, he simply cannot do it. Humph. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, indignantly saying, this bunch of useless trash has been scared out of their wits? Even if I put a knife to their throats they wouldn't dare to move. That's because your method is wrong. Yamamoto Kenichi stepped past him and approached the four kneeling on the ground. He squatted down and helped Iron Head straighten his disheveled collar. Iron Head, right? Yamamoto Kenichi's voice was soft as if chatting with an old friend. Iron Head looked up at this cultured person from the in-country, trembling uncontrollably. Yamamoto Kenichi gently patted Iron Head's shoulder, his voice filled with persuasion. Iron Head, you're a smart person. If you don't go in when that Lin Mo comes out alive, have you thought of the consequences? The Crazy Shark Guild murdering dragon sequence class students is considered treason in your dragon country. At that time there will certainly be no place for you in the dragon country. What awaits you is a certain death sentence. Upon hearing this, Iron Head and his team turned pale as paper. They knew that Yamamoto Kenichi spoke the truth. Committing this act indeed left them with no escape in the dragon country. Yamamoto Kenichi changed his tone, his voice gentle, but if you go in there will still be a glimmer of hope. As long as you kill Lin Mo, as long as he dies inside. I assure you I will use all my connections to send you out of the dragon country to the in-country at the first opportunity. There you will be esteemed as heroes of the Great Ing Empire. Wealth, status, and even any female celebrity you desire, just name her and I can have her kneel before you to serve you. In the in-country you will hold supreme status and enjoy a life of luxury and splendor beyond your imagination. After finishing, Yamamoto Kenichi stood up looking down at the four. One side is a certain death in hell, the other is a paradise where even if the success rate is low, as long as you succeed you can have everything. You can calculate this, Iron Head, right? Silence. A long period of silence. Iron Head's chest heaved violently. He was madly struggling between fear and greed. As a deserter he would certainly die and implicate his family. Charging in, although it was 9 deaths out of 10, but what if? What if they won? That would be a step to the sky. After a long while Iron Head suddenly raised his head, a trace of madness akin to a desperate gambler appearing in his fearful eyes. Damn it. Let's do it. He tightened his grip on the earth resistance potion. Brothers, we're going to die anyway. We might as well go in and fight for wealth. Iron Head gritted his teeth, the whites of his eyes filled with blood. If we win the club's beauties. If we lose, we cannot lose. The 3 team members exchanged glances and stood up. "Yeah." Ironhead roared, using it to dispel the lingering fear within. He looked at Yamamoto Kenichi, his voice hoarse. "In countrymen, I hope you keep your word." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled and nodded. "I swear by the honor of the Yamamoto family." "Go." Ironhead suddenly crushed the intrusion scroll in his hand. Buzz. The space twisted and a pitch-black crack opened once more, instantly engulfing the 4. As the crack closed, the pile of rocks returned to calm. Zhao Tianling gazed at the crack, silent for a long time. Lin Mo. Mastery of thunder, fire and earth, truly strong to the point of being absurd. Yamamoto Kenichi straightened his collar, a cold, killing intent gleaming in his eyes. President Zhao, precisely because he is strong he must die. There is an old saying in your dragon country: the tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. For the future of the empire, such a genius must be strangled in the bud. Zhao Tianling gave a disdainful snort. "Yamamoto, stop talking to me about imperial endeavors. It's none of my business. I only care about one thing. Once this matter is done, you must immediately fulfill your promise and use your special channels to send me to in-country." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled lightly. "President Zhao, please rest assured I am most trustworthy. As long as Lin Mo is dead, within 3 hours you and your core members will be on a plane to in-country." Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, turning away without responding. But his hands were clenched into fists. "Trustworthy? You people are trustworthy, my ass. If it weren't for being in a dead end within the dragon country, I would never stand with you treacherous wolves. Now I can only go all the way to the dark." Zhao Tianling stared intensely at the rift, his expression dark as water. "Shanben, if the 3rd team also fails and Lin Mo manages to get out alive, what then?" "Then, at the entrance of this instance, we kill him. This kind of anomaly, if allowed to enter the world battlefield, will be a huge problem for our great empire. So President Zhao, no matter the cost, he must die today." "Are you crazy?" Zhao Tianling looked at Shanben Jiani in disbelief. "There's Su Wenchang guarding outside? That's the Dragon Fist Su Wenchang of the Dragon Guard Army. An 88 level top powerhouse with a unique weapon. How can we kill him with just us?" Despite Zhao Tianling's low shout, Shanben Jiani maintained his smile. He did not answer directly but countered with a question. "President Zhao, I have a question. From my observations, your guild's upper echelon combat power is quite impressive, with you and the 3 vice presidents all above level 80. But why are the hundreds of people under you all stuck between level 40 and 45? Not even a single pillar at level 50 or 60. Such a gap is a major taboo in ordinary guilds." Hearing this, Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness and disdain flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Shanben, this is Tianbei City, a chaotic border area where loyalty is the least valuable thing. If you train your subordinates to be strong, their first thought will be to find a way to eliminate the boss and take over. You know how difficult it is to level up after reaching a high level. Therefore, to rapidly expand our influence, we provide newcomers with a free frenzy potion." Zhao Tianling paused, his tone chilling. "This thing can overdraw life potential, allowing one to rapidly reach level 40 in a short time, creating immediate combat power, making it convenient for us to get things done. But the cost is that their level cap will be permanently locked at 45. For me, what I want is not obedient elites, but rabid dogs that follow orders to attack in groups." Upon hearing this, Shanben Jiani's eyes flashed with appreciation. "I see exchanging potential for immediate combat power. President Zhao is indeed someone who does great things, quite ruthless." Saying this, Shanben took out a scroll emitting a faint black light. "This is the Dark Veil Barrier Scroll, a one-time skill scroll. Once unfolded, a barrier will form within a 5-kilometer radius. Unless a powerhouse above level 90 with a unique weapon is present, it cannot be broken from the outside. Likewise, those inside cannot get out." Zhao Tianling gazed at the scroll, his pupils constricting. Shanben Jianyi's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. Su Wenchang is indeed strong. His name Dragon Fist is feared far and wide. But you must understand, after all, he is just a person. I am not talented. My level is also 88. You President Zhao are at level 82. Plus your 3 vice presidents, I remember, they are all above level 80, right? As soon as Lin Mo comes out, I will open the barrier immediately. At that time I don't ask to kill Su Wenchang, just to hold him off should not be too difficult for 5 powerhouses above level 80, right? Zhao Tianling's eyes twitched. Hold him off. Easy to say. At that level, every level gap is like a chasm. Not to mention Su Wenchang has a unique weapon in hand. His strength is extraordinary. But he also understood that he had no way out. The entry scroll was used, the killer was dispatched, and the bond had already been firmly established. Shanben Jianyi ignored Zhao Tianling's expression. He pointed to the dark crowd not far away. As long as we can hold off Su Wenchang, your 400 subordinates can deal with Lin Mo. If a foreman team cannot kill them, then what about 400 people? Shanben looked at Zhao Tianling with a smile. Zhao Tianling was stunned for a moment, then he will undoubtedly die. That's right, President Zhao. Shanben Jianyi smiled and clapped his hands, the smile appearing particularly eerie under the gloomy sky.
Thunderfire Temple, the sacrificial altar. Time passed by second. Han Mengqin sat borne on the stone steps, drawing circles in the ground with a twig.
Ah! Why are these people so slow? I've drawn 500 circles. Are they turtles? Or are they lost on the way? Han Mengqin threw away the twig, her face full of impatience. Han Mengyao sat beside her, fiddling with her spear, coldly stating without looking up, "What's the rush? Just consider it a half-time break to recover your state. If anything goes wrong when we fight later, I will throw you into the lava pool to make up the numbers." Han Mengqin shrank her neck, mumbling softly, "Would you really? In your little sister?" Chu Lingxian smiled gently. "Mengqin, don't be anxious. Lin Mo said he would come, so he will definitely come." At this moment Lin Mo was quietly sitting on a broken stone pillar meditating. Suddenly the earth shield jolted. "Master, it's coming." Lin Mo opened his eyes wide and asked in his mind, "Where? How far?" The voice of Earth Shield was somewhat urgent. "Very soon. Very fast. And the footsteps are very light, almost imperceptible." Earth Shield exclaimed, "They've arrived. Right at the entrance." At the entrance? Lin Mo's heart leaped. Without any hesitation Lin Mo shouted directly at Han Mengyao, "Mengyao! At the entrance. Control them." This sudden command stunned everyone. The entrance was empty, not even a ghost shadow was there. But Han Mengyao had high battle instincts. Due to her absolute trust in Lin Mo, she did not hesitate at all, not even asking why. She sharply spun her spear and cold air erupted instantly. Extreme cold field. Boom. The terrifying ice blue chill spread wildly toward the temple entrance along the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze into frost. Just as the chill washed over that empty area, 4 figures maintaining a running posture suddenly appeared. A thick layer of ice instantly covered their entire bodies, firmly restricting their movements. Until this moment the faces of these 4 still held expressions of caution, ready to ambush. Taitu looked at Lin Mo and the others who were not far away, filled with shock. How is this possible? The third brother clearly activated the stealth skill.
Logically speaking, they should be invisible. How could they be discovered? Moreover, he hasn't seen them activate any counter-stealth skills, right?
He couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. The so-called stealth skill in front of the Earth Shield, which was sensitive to the Earth, was as ridiculous as running naked on radar. As long as the feet are still on the ground, as long as there is weight, it cannot escape the perception of Earth Shield. They really came? Han Mengqin jumped up excitedly. Lin Mo is awesome. He could even detect this. Lin Mo stood up, his tone flat. Mention, keep an eye on their health bars, don't let them die. Leave the rest to me. Got it. Han Mengqing replied. However, the frozen Taitu was full of questions. Let their healer pay attention to the enemy's health. What does that mean? Before he could figure it out, Lin Mo had already begun to take action. Zizizi. The violent lightning exploded in his palm in an instant. Lin Mo slammed his hand heavily onto the ground. Boom. Thick lightning snakes dashed swiftly across the ground, wildly bouncing between the four. Then Lin Mo straightened up, clutching his hands. Multiple explosive fireballs. Flame pillar. Flame storm. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fireballs howled out and several fire pillars erupted from beneath their feet. The ice layer shattered instantly under the high temperature. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Little Earth hit them hard. Earth Shield instantly rejoiced. Got it? Second brother is coming. Give them death. At that moment Han Mengqing's anxious voice came. Lin Mo. Stop. If you keep attacking, they'll really die? Lin Mo immediately halted the Earth Shield technique. Earth Shield technique felt wronged. Why did you stop? I was about to come out. Lin Mo frowned. At that moment the four iron heads were charred, blood pouring from their bodies as they lay on the ground convulsing. He looked at the youth, who resembled a demon god filled with despair. So strong. This is a battle of an entirely different dimension. In the face of absolute power, resistance is futile. Xiao Han, it's time to work. Lin Mo instructed calmly. Here we go. Han Mengqing waved her staff. A healing spell descended upon the four of them, forcefully bringing them back from the brink of death. Lin Mo stepped forward, grabbing one like a chick, dragging him across the ground. Han Mengyao walked over expressionlessly, dragging the other two. What? What do you want to do? Ironhead felt intense pain, his vision blurred as Lin Mo held him by the collar, his feet leaving long trails of blood on the gravel. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Lin Mo did not respond, silently dragging them toward the lava pool. The distance of several dozen meters seemed to Ironhead like a road to hell. Finally Lin Mo stopped. A scorching heat wave rushed toward him. The bubbling lava pool was right before his eyes. Are you going to throw us in? Ironhead instantly understood Lin Mo's intention, terrified to the core. Lin Mo looked down at him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, you guessed it right. As a reward, you can choose a more elegant way to enter the water. No. Ironhead collapsed desperately, banging his head on the ground. Lin Mo, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I was forced. I didn't want to come here at all. It was that person from Ingwa. That damn person from Ingwa forced me. Upon hearing Ingwa, Lin Mo abruptly paused. Ingwa. Tell me what happened. Ironhead seemed to grasp onto the last straw of hope, revealing everything. Our guild leader colluded with a person from Ingwa named Yamamoto Kenichi. He wanted to kill you. He said that in this international battlefield our dragon country and Ingwa are on the same battlefield. You are the top of the Longshu class and the greatest threat to them in this international battlefield. Our guild leader has no way out because he provoked you. Yamamoto Kenichi promised to take us to Ingwa for wealth and glory. I was forced.
I really didn't want to come here, but I had no choice. If I didn't come, President Xiao would have killed me on the spot. Boo-hoo.
Ironhead cried, snot and tears flowing. Lin Mo, believe me, we are all compatriots of the dragon country. If it weren't for desperation, I definitely wouldn't want to help someone from Ingwa. After hearing this, Lin Mo turned to Han Mengyao and asked, is what he said true? In this 30-level international battlefield, are we really on the same battlefield as Ingwa? Han Mengyao thought for a moment and nodded. It seems so. I remember my mother mentioning it. After receiving confirmation, Lin Mo squinted his eyes. He initially thought this was just a simple act of revenge from a criminal organization. He never expected it to involve the damned Ingwa behind the scenes. Good, very good. A surge of unnamed anger rose within Lin Mo. As a transmigrator, he held no fondness for that island nation. Now old grievances and new hatreds are all accounted for. Once he enters the international battlefield, he will let that group of people from Ingwa know what true despair means, and that even if they are far away they will be punished. Lin Mo looked back at the still kowtowing Ironhead, his eyes cold, as if he were looking at a pile of trash. Compatriots? When you pointed the knife at your compatriots for the promises of someone from Ingwa, you were no longer one of us. You are a traitor. And traitors are not worthy of pity. Ironhead looked into Lin Mo's emotionless eyes, utterly despaired. No. Don't. Lin Mo did not give him another chance to speak. Go down now. Ah. With 4 piercing screams, the 4 figures were thrown into the boiling lava pool one after another. At the same time, the prompt on the panel changed again. Sacrifice successful. Current sacrifice count 53. 63. When the number reached 63, the prompt suddenly popped up. Triggering extra reward mechanism. New special drop, hidden treasure of the Thunderfire Temple, drop rate 30. Immediately afterward, as the last 2 were consumed. Current sacrifice count 73. Special drop rate increased to 4. Current sacrifice count 83. Hidden treasure drop rate increased to 50. Indeed, there are changes. Lin Mo looked at the prompt on the panel, his eyes brightening. Wow! Special drop. Hidden treasure. Han Mengqing also exclaimed. Chu Lingxian looked curiously at everyone and whispered, hidden treasure. What could it be? Some kind of divine equipment? Han Mengyao frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. It shouldn't be equipment. After all, the temple dungeon originally has a chance to drop the highest rarity divine equipment. The outside world. At the gathering place of the Wild Shark Guild, Zhao Tianling stood before the chaotic rift, his expression grave. Their rift scrolls had been exhausted. This was their last chance for assassination. If they failed again, it would mean facing the terrifying Longquan Su Wenchang. To be honest, if given a choice, Zhao Tianling would rather not provoke that god of death. At that moment, a faint humming sound resonated. The rift trembled slightly, then suddenly shrank and completely vanished from the air. Zhao Tianling's heart sank sharply. The closure of the rift scroll's passage only meant one result: the annihilation of the intruding squad. The surrounding members of the Wild Shark Guild were equally shocked, whispering to each other. It's gone. Again. 3 teams. 3 fully staffed elite teams equipped with specialized gear and even consumed high-tier resistance potions. All gone. Is this the monster of the long sequence class? This gap is simply despairing. A sense of helplessness rapidly spread through the crowd. Bastard! Zhao Tianling clenched his fists tightly. Although he had been mentally prepared the moment this reality struck, the feeling of defeat still took his breath away. President Zhao. Beside him, Yamamoto Kenichi's voice came softly. It seems we underestimated the worth of this prodigy from Long Country. This person must not be left alive. Zhao Tianling took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning ferocious. Since the assassination had failed, they could only confront him directly. Mr. Yamamoto, since the rift tactic won't work, let's proceed as we discussed before. Go find the best-sighted archer profession and keep a close watch on the dungeon exit guarded by Su Wenchang. As soon as Lin Mo shows his face, we will strike immediately. Yes. One of the vice presidents nodded and then turned to leave. Yamamoto Kenichi looked on with satisfaction. He took out the dark veil barrier scroll, gently stroking it with his fingers, his gaze sinister. Lin Mo, although I admire you, I regret to inform you. This is your end. Inside the dungeon by the sacrificial pool, Lin Mo sat on a broken stone gazing at the entrance to the temple, his fingertips lightly tapping his knee. It's been over half an hour. Han Mengqing squatted beside him, bored, drawing circles with a twig. Is the Wild Shark Guild really not planning to send a fourth team to bring some warmth? Han Mengyao put away her spear, coldly replying, perhaps their rift scrolls have already been used up. After all, rift scrolls are contraband, and managing to get 3 is already quite difficult. Lin Mo stood up and clapped his hands. True, one shouldn't be too greedy. A 50 special drop rate is sufficient. If we wait any longer, Teacher Su will likely get anxious. Let's go, time to work. After we finish, we can call it a day. Lin Mo turned towards the stone platform behind the altar. The crystal ball on the platform glowed red, pulsating like a living creature. Everyone unconsciously grew serious. Lin Mo placed his palm on the crystal ball. Hum! A blinding beam of blood light shot up into the sky, instantly dyeing the thunderclouds above the temple a scarlet hue.
Sacrificial ritual completed. Current sacrifice count 83, current rating S grade. With this blood and soul as a guide, awaken the Thunderfire god sleeping beneath the earth.
Awakening the guardian of the temple, Thunderfire dragon beast. Final trial commence. Boom! The entire temple ruins began to tremble violently. In the external plaza, the ground started to crack and countless pillars of lava erupted from the fissures. An ancient and malevolent aura surged forth. Roar! A roar filled with endless brutality exploded from deep within the earth. The sound was so loud that it pained the ears of several people. The next moment, a massive claw covered in dark purple crystalline armor suddenly clawed its way out of the ground. Following that, a terrifying beast over 20 meters long crawled out from the earth. It resembled a giant lizard but had a hideous dragon head with its eyes burning with red and blue ghostly flames. Its back was covered in sharp lightning crystal spikes, and with each breath it exhaled flames and thunder. Temple Guardian Thunderfire Dragon Beast BOSS Level Enhanced Version Level 25 Trait 1 Dual-born Thunderfire Body composed of Thunderfire crystals, immune to 80 of lightning and fire damage and can absorb some damage to heal. Trait 2 Wraith Protection Defense increased by 70. Looking at this luxurious panel, Han Mengqing's face turned pale. Immune to 80 of Thunderfire damage? And it heals. Plus 70 defense. What the? Lin Mo frowned slightly. He raised his hand to cast Thunder Hell combined with Thunder Qilin descends as a test. Boom! The massive Thunder Qilin, enveloped in a torrent of thunder, slammed down on the back of the dragon beast. However, the dragon beast didn't even feel pain, it merely shook its head in annoyance. Clearly it had not sustained any substantial damage, as if it were merely a scratch. Seeing this, Fireball Spell immediately laughed. Oh, come on, third brother, can you handle this? Aren't you supposed to be a high-burst single target? Why are you just scratching it? Fireball Spell stood proudly. Let me show you what real output is. Lin Mo didn't waste words. Since lightning wasn't effective, he decided to try fire. Little fire go. Multiple exploding fireballs. Flame pillars. Firestorm. Wham wham wham. As Lin Mo waved his hands, fire skills rained down on the boss like they were free. Dozens of basketball-sized fireballs howled down, producing a cacophony of explosions. Following that, countless fire pillars erupted. Simultaneously, a furious fire tornado rose from the ground, wildly tearing at the body of the dragon beast. Fire blazed high into the sky, overwhelming in force, as if it aimed to refine this whole realm. However, as the flames dissipated, the dragon beast shook its head. After this series of attacks, it had not only remained uninjured, but hadn't even lost a single scale. Earth Shield timidly raised its hand. Big brother, it seems like you're also quite ineffective. Fireball Spell angrily retorted, do you think I can't see that? Lightning Strike sneered. Fireball Spell, infuriated, what are you sneering at? You're also ineffective. Roar! The dragon beast, provoked repeatedly, was utterly enraged. It opened its massive maw, and deep within its throat red and blue light frantically converged, a perfect compression of thunder and fire. Boom! A colossal column of mixed thunder and fire, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, swept toward the four. "Be careful!" Chu Lingxian shouted, her petite figure standing at the forefront. "Holy light barrier!" Boom! The light column crashed against the golden shield, producing a sound of shattering. Chu Lingxian's face instantly reddened as she braced herself against the shield. Her petite body suddenly sank, her feet carving two deep grooves into the hard ground. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. On the so-called invincible holy light barrier, a horrifying crack appeared. Its damage is too high. Chu Lingxian gritted her teeth, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I can't hold on for too long. Think of a way. Meng Yao. Control it." Lin Mo shouted. Han Menjio's figure flickered like lightning, swiftly cutting into the battlefield's flank. Her spear radiated a chilling aura. Extreme cold domain. Hum! A terrifying chill erupted. A thick layer of ice spread along the dragon beast's legs. However, it only lasted for less than 2 seconds before the dragon beast shook its body, shattering the hard ice layer instantly. Roar! The dragon beast raised its giant claw, crashing down with immense force. Han Menjio's pupils constricted, and relying on her exceptional battle instincts, she rolled to the side at the last moment. Boom! The enormous claw struck the very spot she had just stood, creating a deep pit several meters deep. Debris flew, and the fierce wind carried the rubble, cutting Han Menjio's cheek. She landed awkwardly some distance away, her expression horrified. Is this the enhanced version of a guardian boss? It's simply despairingly strong. Lin Mo watched the scene, his brow slightly furrowed. The thunder and fire were both rendered useless, and the ice control had no effect either. It seemed that the only hope lay in the earth element. Little Earth, stop watching the show. Lin Mo shouted in his heart, "It's your turn." The Earth Shield technique could no longer hold back. "Brother, both the third brother and I have suffered. It's time to rely on the second brother." The Thunder Flame Magic Dragon shook violently, its initial move to gather power and unleash its breath abruptly interrupted, falling into a momentary stiffness.
The next moment. Rise. Lin Mo grasped with one hand and forcefully pulled upwards. Boom, 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 boom. Countless rock spikes erupted madly from the ground beneath the magic dragon's abdomen.
That was a powerful attack from the Earth Shield technique. AOO! The Thunder Flame Magic Dragon let out a cry of pain. Its massive body was forcefully lifted upwards by the dense rock spikes, its limbs leaving the ground. Several of the thickest spikes brutally thrust into the softer gaps between its scales. Blood began to drip slowly down the spikes. Han Mengqing jumped up excitedly from a distance. Wow! It penetrated! It penetrated! Lin Mo is amazing! Han Menjio's eyes lit up and her tense heartstrings relaxed a bit. However, the magic dragon's health bar had only decreased by less than 1%. This defense is way too abnormal. Lin Mo cursed quietly in his heart. However, he understood. This move, Earthquake and Mountain Shake 1000 Rock Stab, was essentially an area damage skill. Although it was impressive the rock spikes were scattered. In reality, only a few dozen could truly stab the boss. Moreover, with the boss's extraordinarily high defense, this meant that while they could break through its defenses, the damage was still insufficient to be significant. Relying solely on this move to grind it down, they would likely be defeated before the boss even fell. Unless Little Earth could comprehend a single target killing move. With that thought, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. He directly called upon the Earth Shield technique in his heart. Little Earth. The Earth Shield technique responded weakly, Master. In here. It had also seen the pitiful damage value. It had originally thought that its first attack would be world-destroying, but in reality it had merely patched the boss's foot. This sudden realization crushed the inflated ego of the second brother. The Earth Shield technique pleaded, "Master Big Brother Third Brother, I did my best, it's better if you take over." "Shut up." Lin Mo interrupted its retreat with a fierce PUA mode activation. "Did your best? Is this what you call doing your best? Little Earth, you need to understand the current situation. In the past you had Big Brother backing you up and Third Brother providing explosive power. You could get by as a slacker. But this time is different. If you can't step up this time, our family is really going to fall apart." This speech directly put the Earth Shield technique on the hot seat. Earth Shield technique asked, "But Master, what should I do? My 1,000 rock stab can't even hurt it." Lin Mo's gaze deepened, his brain racing. Ultimately it was still because the boss's defense was too abnormal. If only there were a move that could deal penetrating damage that ignored defenses. Penetrating. Rock Spear. Lin Mo said solemnly, "Little Earth, I want you to compress all the earth elements you can control to the utmost limit. I just need one. Imagine a spear formed from countless compressed rocks, breaking through with a point. Ultimate penetration." The Earth Shield technique trembled with excitement. "Rock Spear. That sounds powerful. I'll give it a try." The Earth Shield technique began to attempt to mobilize the surrounding earth elements, trying to squeeze them together. But the next second the Earth Shield technique felt disheartened. "No. I can't, the earth elements won't listen, they scatter when squeezed, I can't hold them together." Lin Mo had already anticipated this. He directly called upon his older brother. "Little Fire, stop playing dead. I know you're listening. How did you create that explosive flame spiral dragon bullet back then? As the eldest brother, are you going to just stand by?" The fireball technique coldly snorted, "Humph, as expected, this house cannot do without me. In critical moments it still relies on my technical support." The fireball technique looked at the Earth Shield technique with a masterful demeanor. "Second brother, watch closely. They'll only teach this once. Little Fire, show it what rotation means. Show it what compression means." Lin Mo shouted in his heart. The fireball technique shared its perception, passing on the ultimate control over elements without reservation to the Earth Shield technique. Lin Mo raised his right hand. Buzz. The air suddenly distorted. A fireball condensed at Lin Mo's fingertips, beginning to spin wildly. The surrounding fire elements were forcefully compressed to the extreme. Boom. A dark red spiral beam instantly pierced through the void, striking the magic dragon's chest hard. The high-speed rotating flames frantically tore at the layer of thunder fire crystal armor. However, a few seconds later the light dissipated. The magic dragon lowered its head and glanced at its chest. On that thick crystal armor there was merely a shallow white mark. The fireball technique felt somewhat awkward. Ahem. This skin is too thick, isn't it? But that's not important. What's important is the technique. Second brother, do you understand? Roar. Although the damage was low, it still enraged the thunder flame magic dragon. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, a brilliant light gathering deep within its throat. Boom. Another thick beam of thunder and flame swept horizontally towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Quickly dodge. From a distance, Han Mengyao exclaimed. Lin Mo's expression hardened. A pair of enormous flaming wings unfurled behind him and he quickly darted to the side. The thunder flame beam brushed past his feet, instantly reducing a crumbling stone hall behind him to dust. Lin Mo shouted in his heart, "Little Earth, how's it going? Do you feel anything yet?" The Earth Shield technique seemed to understand, it seems. A little bit. The Earth Shield technique attempted to mimic the older brother's previous maneuver, controlling the earth elements to start spinning. However, the earth elements were too heavy and they were nothing like the active fire elements. It failed. The Earth Shield technique anxiously spun around. I can't do it, Master. Am I too stupid? Seeing the Earth Shield technique about to fall into a dead end again, the Fireball technique scolded in exasperation. Stupid? You're simply incredibly stupid. Are you foolish? The Earth elements are heavy and mindless rotation will only send them flying out. The Earth Shield technique felt wrong, then how can I stop them from flying out? The Fireball technique pointed out, centripetal force. While you are rotating, you must pull them in with greater strength. The Fireball technique continued to instruct, let them collide, grind and fit together while rotating. This sentence instantly enlightened the Earth Shield technique. The Earth Shield technique shook violently, rotate while pulling inward. Next, the Earth Shield technique no longer mindlessly flung about but firmly grasped every Earth element that wanted to fly out, with both forces clashing fiercely. At this moment Chu Lingxuan's voice rang out, Lin Mo, be careful. The magic dragon fired another thunder flame cannon. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the flame wind wings, Lin Mo became much more agile. He flapped his wings and swiftly dodged to the side. The thunder flame cannon missed again. However, the duration of the flame wind wings was only 3 minutes. He needed to urge Little Earth quickly. Little Earth? Don't tell me you're not ready yet. If you can't figure it out soon, your master will be turned into minced meat. The Earth Shield technique under extreme pressure finally found that feeling. Earth Shield technique, roared, Master. I found the feeling. I understand. Second brother, am truly a genius. The Earth Shield technique frantically mobilized the surrounding Earth elements, pulling them towards the center while rotating. Congratulations! Your skill Earth Shield technique has successfully comprehended the mid-level Earth skill, Deadly Thorn Rock Spear LV. 1. Deadly Thorn Rock Spear compresses Earth elements to the utmost, forming an indestructible thorn spear. Possesses the property of absolute penetration, ignoring 70 of the target's defense and dealing massive damage. Damage increases with level cooldown time 30 seconds. It's done. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Ignoring 70 of defense in his past life regardless of the game, this was an incredibly powerful skill. Well done, Little Earth. Lin Mo praised inwardly. With the new skill in hand, there was only one thing to do next. Max it out. In the distance, Han Mengyao, who was struggling to dodge the boss's attacks, happened to catch sight of this scene. She froze in shock. No way, not again. This guy is starting to eat the book again. The skill Dead Thorn Rock Spear has leveled up to LV 5. The skill Dead Thorn Rock Spear has leveled up to LV 24 current limit. In just a few seconds, Lin Mo directly raised the newly born skill to its level cap. An unprecedented sense of power flooded through the Earth Shield technique. The Earth Shield technique looked at the arrogant magic dragon beast with a hint of disdain at the corner of its mouth. Earth Shield technique spoke in a deep tone, my master taught me to penetrate, my elder brother taught me to rotate. Now prepare to meet your end. Fireball technique, I didn't expect you, second brother, to be quite capable. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Little Earth, let it experience what the wrath of the earth means. Buzz. The air trembled violently. Countless earth-colored elements surged and gathered frantically around Lin Mo. A piercing sound of wind tearing through the air arose. The earth elements spun wildly at high speed. In no time, a long spear about 3 meters long formed beside Lin Mo, presenting a dark brown rocky appearance. The spear body and the spear tip were both covered in spiral patterns. In the distance, when Han Mengyao saw the spiraled rock spear, she froze. This is. These spiral patterns. Dead Thorn Rock Spear? Han Menqing, hearing her sister's voice, asked in confusion, what spear? Dead chicken. Han Mengyao shot her a glance, then took a deep breath. Dead thorn? It's the thorn of the thorn. This is the most acknowledged, strongest single-target skill among mid-level Earth skills. The difficulty of comprehension is no less than that previous skill earthquake. Having said that, Han Mengyao looked at the boy in the sky, her eyes filled with the gaze of one observing a monster, insane. Just recently comprehended the strongest group attack in mid-level earth skills and now comprehended the strongest single target. Isn't this just like the reincarnation of a divine being? Chu Lingxian looked up at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with admiration, although I don't understand. But Lin Mo seems so impressive. At that moment Lin Mo moved in the sky. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he waved his right hand forward fiercely. Go! Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The already charged Dead Thorn Rock Spear shot towards the magic dragon beast. The speed was so fast that it created visible sonic boom clouds in the air. Roar! The Thunderfire magic dragon beast hadn't even reacted yet. In the next moment, bang! The rock spear pierced through the magic dragon beast's body, creating a deep pit in the ground behind it. Ow! The magic dragon beast let out a painful howl. A horrific blood hole nearly half a meter in diameter appeared in its chest. Its health bar also took a significant hit from this blow. Damn! Han Menxing swore, jumping up in excitement. It broke through the defense. It broke through the major defense. One hit took 10 of its health. Han Menjiao's pupils also constricted. Although she had anticipated it, witnessing the terrifying damage still made her heart race. Is this the worth of the Dead Thorn Rock Spear? Is this the ultimate physical penetration? In midair, Lin Mo, observing the horrifying damage, felt quite satisfied. Indeed, it was a skill that ignored 70 of defenses. Fighting against such a high defense boss was simply a divine skill. The Earth Shield technique gazed at its masterpiece, now swollen with pride. Earth Shield technique, ha 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 ha. What magic dragon! Before my elder brother's spear, it's all just soft skin. Turning to Fireball technique, elder brother. Look at my spin, my force, did I not embarrass you? Fireball technique snorted, it's just so-so after all, it's still because I taught you well. Lightning strike technique, this damage is indeed impressive. Lin Mo glanced at the skill panel. The cooldown time for Dead Thorn Rock Spear was 30 seconds. The gear he was wearing combined with the buff provided by Han Menxing resulted in a total cooldown reduction of 75. This means he could fire one every 7.5 seconds. Lin Mo hesitated not at all. He looked at the three girls and shouted with the blazing wind wings behind him shaking violently, raising his height again, you hold it down for me, help me by some cooldown time, it won't survive 2 minutes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the three girls instantly regained their senses. Understood. Chu Lingxian shouted, raising her giant shield and charging towards the enraged magic dragon beast. Holy light provocation? Buzz! A golden light shone around her, forcibly drawing the magic dragon beast's attention. Han Mengyao was equally unyielding. She quickly dashed to the side of the BOSS, her spear transforming into a myriad of spear shadows specifically targeting the joints and wounds of the magic dragon beast. With the perfect containment from the three girls, Lin Mo completely transformed into a merciless output machine. When 7.5 seconds passed. Little Earth. Again. Buzz. Another spiraled rock spear formed. Go. Bang! The magic dragon beast was pierced again, blood gushing like a column. Roar! The magic dragon beast howled in agony. It wanted to charge at Lin Mo in the sky but was firmly pinned down by Chu Lingxian and frozen in place by Han Menjiao's frost. It could only rage helplessly, spewing dragon breath into the air. However, under Lin Mo's agile blazing wind wings, it simply couldn't hit him. Third shot, fourth shot. Lin Mo was like a calm magic archer hovering in the sky, firing shot after shot, reaping the boss's life. With each shot, a significant portion of its health bar was taken away. With each shot, a horrific blood hole was left on the magic dragon beast's body. In just a little over a minute, The Thunderfire magic dragon beast had already been turned into a sieve. Its massive body was riddled with holes and blood stained the entire ground. Finally, the last dead thorn rock spear once again penetrated its chest. Boom! The magic dragon beast's massive body collapsed with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. The red and blue ghostly flames in its eyes flickered twice before going out completely. Congratulations! Successfully killed the Temple Guardian Thunderfire magic dragon beast. Completion evaluation S level. Meanwhile, a golden light soared into the sky. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV 25. Current level LV 25-45. The refreshing feeling brought by the level up made Lin Mo unable to help but let out a long breath. Lin Mo glanced at the magic dragon beast's corpse, then slowly descended from the sky, retracting his blazing wind wings. As soon as he landed, the three girls rushed over. Lin Mo, you're too overpowered. Han Mengqing was the first to rush up, circling around Lin Mo. The skill you comprehended is simply the best for every situation. Previously lacking an area clearing skill in Earth type, and you came up with Earthquake. Now that this boss has thick skin and can't be damaged, you just pulled out the dead chicken spear. Beside Han Mengio's temple throbbed with veins as she tapped her sister's head. Shut up, you illiterate, that's the dead thorn rock spear. If I hear you calling such a divine skill with such a ridiculous name again, I will throw you into the magma to wake you up. Han Mengqing covered her head, murmuring in grievance. At this time Chu Lingxian quietly reminded, everyone, shouldn't we go see what the boss dropped? Hearing this, Han Mengqing's eyes lit up brighter than a searchlight. Right. Let's loot the corpse. I love looting corpses the most. Let's go check what special drops there might be. Lin Mo and the three women walked towards the corpse of the demon dragon beast. Three luminous orbs quietly hovered beside the body. The first orb, radiating a red glow, was easily identifiable as a mythical grade weapon. Lin Mo showed little interest. The second orb was the objective of this venture, a material for the Thunder-Fire combination technique. Since it was an expected drop, he paid it little mind. His gaze fell upon the third orb. It was a small object emitting a faint red light, looking unremarkable, like a common piece of red rubble. Yet the space around it slightly distorted, as if unable to withstand the heat it emanated. Is this a special drop? Lin Mo frowned. He reached out and held it in his hand. It was warm but not hot. Fireball technique was entirely captivated by this small stone, trembling in excitement. What is this? I can sense it, it's pure fire elemental energy. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. To make such a picky fireball technique react like this, it must be something extraordinary. He immediately inspected it. Fire element fragment. Special description: a fragment materialized from the rules of fire elements, containing the supreme essence of the path of fire. Fire element fragment. Lin Mo instinctively read the name, frowning slightly. What? Hearing this name, Han Mengyao was suddenly startled. Fire element fragment. Lin Mo glanced at Han Mengyao, then nodded. Yes, that's what it says. What? Do you know about this thing? Han Mengyao took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Fire element fragment. This is something legendary? It's even rarer than combination technique materials. At this moment, Han Mengqing also leaned in. She looked at the red rubble in Lin Mo's hand with curiosity. Sister, why are you so excited? Is this broken stone really that impressive? Broken stone? Han Mengyao looked at her sister as if she were an idiot. You idiot? You should read more. Mom mentioned this before. Even a level 100 expert would covet it. Han Mengqing scolded, shrank her neck. So what is its use? You make it sound so impressive. Lin Mo also looked at Han Mengyao, waiting for her explanation. Han Mengyao calmed herself and explained to Lin Mo, for high-level professionals, while combination techniques are indeed powerful, they are not the end goal. This fragment is the key to unlocking abilities that are more challenging and have greater potential than combination techniques. It is said that by absorbing enough elemental fragments one can comprehend the special technique elemental body. Han Mengyao paused, her tone becoming more animated. Most importantly, continuously absorbing elemental fragments can solidify the legendary elemental avatar. Elemental avatar? Han Menking's eyes widened. What is that? Is it like a summoner's pet? Not quite. Han Mengyao shook her head, explaining a summoner's pet has life health bars and a degree of self-awareness. However, the elemental avatar is essentially an extension of your magical power, a manifestation of your will. In simple terms, it has no self-awareness, it is merely an avatar of yourself. When you cast Fireball technique, you can also control your elemental avatar to simultaneously cast a Fireball technique. In other words, Han Mengyao fixed her gaze on Lin Mo. If you possess the elemental avatar, your output will directly double. Hiss. Hearing this, Han Mengqing and Chu Lingxian both gasped. Doubling output? What a terrifying concept. Lin Mo's current output was already incomprehensible. If it were to double, how would other professions survive? Well, I know about that much. Han Mengyao nodded. This is just something my sister and I casually discussed during meals at home. My mom mentioned it once. Why haven't I heard of it? Han Mengqing muttered, only to receive a slap from her elder sister on the back of her head. No self-awareness. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought. For others perhaps it was truly an image without self-awareness. But what about someone like him who possessed matured skills? Could it mean that skills might have bodies in the future? Wouldn't Xiao Hua and Xiao Lei truly be able to engage in a real PK? That imagery was too beautiful for Lin Mo to dare to imagine. Lin Mo, why are you still waiting? Use it. I want to see what the fire elemental avatar looks like. Han Mengqing urged excitedly. However, Han Mengyao shook her head, throwing cold water on the enthusiasm. It's not that simple.
Let alone solidifying an elemental avatar. To unlock the special technique elemental body, you need to absorb at least 3 to 4 fragments.
At this point, Han Mengyao sighed, her gaze somewhat complex. Unless you achieve perfect absorption, only then is there a chance to successfully comprehend the special technique at once. But this is nearly impossible. To achieve perfect absorption requires a profound understanding of fire elements. To understand fire elements deeply necessitates absorbing enough fire elemental fragments. So it's a paradox. Han Mengyao smiled and shook her head. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, every beginning is difficult if the first piece is the hardest. However, Han Mengqing seemed unimpressed. Here you go again, sister. Don't you see who is standing in front of you? That's Lin Mo we're talking about. What is impossible for him? After saying this, Han Mengqing waved her fist at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, hurry. Use it. Punch my sister in the face. Lin Mo smiled. He looked at the fragment in his hand, clearly sensing the insatiable desire of fireball technique. Alright, let's give it a try. Lin Mo no longer hesitated and directly chose to use it. The small stone shattered, transforming into a red stream of light that drilled into Lin Mo's body. Fireball technique emitted a satisfied sigh. Yes, this is the flavor. It greedily devoured this energy, wasting not a shred. Originally just a mass of indistinct fiery form, fireball technique began to solidify at this moment. Deep within its core it seemed to have gained a heartbeat. Boom! A wave of heat erupted, centered around Lin Mo, spreading violently in all directions. Han Mengyao and the others were forced to step back repeatedly. The next second a series of prompts appeared on Lin Mo's panel. Congratulations! Under the greedy devouring of the skill fireball technique, you achieved perfect absorption. Congratulations! You have unlocked the special technique, Elemental Body LV. 1. Elemental Body LV. 1. Upon activation, all fire-type skill effects increase by 30, including but not limited to damage, range, duration, etc. Absorbing more fragments can enhance the level and effects of elemental body until the fire avatar is solidified. Lin Mo achieved perfect absorption. Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Lin Mo turned to her, grinning. Sorry, it seems I indeed achieved perfect absorption. Han Mengyao. Tired, just destroy me. Discussing theories and logic with Lin Mo was the most foolish thing she had ever done. Did you see it? Did you see it? Han Menxing's face lit up with exhilaration as she bounced gleefully before her elder sister. I told you so. That's Lin Mo, the master himself. How could ordinary mortals presume to fathom the unfathomable depth of a deity? She planted her hands on her hips and leaned in until her nose nearly touched Han Mengyao's. Elder sister, this is vision. Narrow-minded, aren't you? Your so-called paradoxes, your impossible absolutes, they're nothing but farce before Master Lin Mo. Fact proves it. Theory exists only for the common folk. For those blessed with divine advantage, rules are meant to be shattered. Han Mengyao drew a slow deep breath, the tendons along her temples pulsing faintly. Her grip on the long spear tightened, then loosened, then tightened again. Truly. She longed, desperately, to impale the insufferable girl and hurl her straight into the molten lava pool. Yet glancing toward the youth standing nearby, Han Mengyao had no choice but to admit she'd overthought it all. Be silent. She shot her sister a frost-laced glare. Struggling to preserve the last vestiges of elder sisterly authority, she said coolly, your silence won't go unnoticed, you'll hardly be mistaken for mute. And stop swaying like that. It's making me dizzy. Han Mengxing stuck out her tongue. Nya, got flustered. Elder sister's flustered. Did I hit a nerve? Han Mengyao. Exhausted. Let the world end. Chu Lingxian beside them couldn't help but cover her mouth with a soft amused laugh. Her gaze drifted toward Lin Mo, eyes shimmering with pure admiration. Classmate Lin Mo, truly extraordinary. It feels as though every puzzle dissolves effortlessly beneath his touch. This is genius incarnate, whether in combat instinct or elemental mastery. Compared to him, we're clumsy little tortoises. Hearing the three girls chatter, Lin Mo merely smiled, serene, unfazed. He was immersed in the novel power surging within him. Fireball technique is currently in an exalted state. Its once ethereal flame core has solidified into startling density, faintly even taking on the semblance of a human silhouette. Fireball technique lets out a sigh of transcendent bliss. Ah! This power. My entire being rejoices. Trembles with ecstasy. Fireball technique erupts into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. I see it. The stairway to divinity. Just one more shard like this, and I shall soon command true forbidden incantations ascend as the sovereign of flame and reduce all heavens to ash. This spectacle deeply stirred the two techniques standing nearby. Earth Shield technique gazed at its elder brother, drooling with envy. Earth Shield technique whined plaintively, Master. I want one too. Even Lightning Strike technique, normally indifferent to all things, flickered ever so slightly. Lightning Strike technique, me too. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat inwardly, a benevolent smile curling at the corner of his lips. Better ambitious subordinates than idle ones. Where there is desire, there is loyalty, there is potential.
Little Earth, and little Lightning, I understand your hearts. Lin Mo said gravely, his voice rich with paternal wisdom. Look at your elder brother, how majestic. How awe-inspiring. A sovereign reigning supreme amid roaring flames.
Fireball technique floated on cloud 9, indeed. I am destined for forbidden incantation, I am royalty by birthright. Opportunity favors only the prepared technique. Lin Mo's tone swelled with fervor as he launched into his oration. Why has little fire risen so high? Because it trains hardest, fights fiercest, always charging first whether leveling up or unleashing devastation. This is its rightful reward, this is the Tao's recompense for diligence. Though only one fire element shard was granted this time, I promise you strive diligently and the next shard will bear your name. Within this household roles differ, but none are lesser. Train with sincerity, master new arts, slay monsters, ascend in strength. I swear to you. Each of you shall wield an elemental avatar. A radiant future awaits us all. These words struck like lightning, immediate electrifying. Earth shield technique, burst into tears, sob sob sob. Master cherishes me. Master sees me. I will strive, I shall become the ultimate grinder. Lightning strike technique, remained silent, but its restless lightning calmed, sharpened and burned with renewed intensity. Watching his technique's reactions, Lin Mo nodded in quiet satisfaction. That was precisely right. Only when subordinates have purpose can their master soar higher, far higher. A full set of elemental avatars. Even Lin Mo inwardly felt a stirring of longing. If such a feat were ever realized, he alone would become an army, a force unassailable. Then the 10,000 nation battlefield? The tide of demonic beasts. Merely terrain to be swept clean. At that thought, Lin Mo withdrew his skill manual, eager to test whether elemental shards were truly the only path to elevating his unique technique. One priceless skill manual after another dissolved into luminous streams, vanishing into his body. Skill, Fireball technique, leveled up to LV. 25 current cap. Skill, Blazing Pillar of Flame, leveled up to LV. 25 current cap. Skill, Lightning Strike technique, leveled up to LV. 25 current cap.
A cascade of notifications flashed. Every one of Lin Mo's skills, except his unique technique, had been raised to level 25.
He glanced at the lone unique technique, still stubbornly at level 1, and shook his head. So it truly cannot be done. Of course not. If devouring a few mundane manuals could max out such a divine art, it would be absurdly cheap. Lin Mo accepted it swiftly. Greed clouds judgment. To have unlocked a unique technique at this level was already an unparalleled boon. It demanding instant perfection would defy reason itself. Just then, Master Lin Mo, quick, go examine that mythic tier weapon. They say each mythic weapon bears a singular irreplaceable trait. Han Munching, unable to contain her impatience, urged him forward. Her reminder jolted Lin Mo's memory. He'd nearly forgotten the 2 spoils still awaiting collection. He approached, reached out and touched the crimson orb. As the light faded, a magnificently ornate staff rested in his palm. 2 dragon carvings coiled around its shaft, one a blazing scarlet fire dragon, the other a deep sapphire thunder dragon. They spiraled upward in perfect symmetry, converging at the tip to cradle a radiant orb shimmering with dual hues of lightning and flame. Lin Mo inspected it. Name Divine Punishment, Thunder Flame Dragon Sovereign Staff, Mythic Tier. Required level 25. Trait 1, Twin Genesis, increases damage of lightning and fire skills by 30. Trait 2, Elemental Resonance. After using any lightning or fire skill, the next skill of the other element deals 30 damage. Trait 3, Dragon Sovereign's Might, increases damage against draconic beasts by 50. Description: a scepter infused with the divine essence of the Thunderflame Dragon Sovereign, wieldable only by a monarch who has mastered the ultimate truths of lightning and flame. Damn. And all 3 traits, pure damage amplification. Lin Mo couldn't help but curse aloud. He dared not even imagine how immense his current damage amplification had become, amplification from his unique skill, from his weapon, and from Han Menking's buff. It was heaven-defying. Utterly heaven-defying. How is it? How is it? 3 girls crowded close, eyes wide with curiosity. And Lin Mo concealed nothing, he simply displayed his attributes outright. SSS-Rank. And three synchronized gasps echoed sharply. Nan Menking's eyes widened. That name alone sounds overwhelmingly majestic. And these traits, isn't this the exact rhythm of lightning in the left hand, fire in the right, launching straight into the heavens? Nan Mengyao too stood awestruck. No wonder it dropped from the Temple of Thunder and Flame, it's truly absurdly powerful. Lin Mo, with this staff your output will surely ascend to an entirely new tier. And Chu Lingxian spoke enviously, what an extraordinary weapon, and how exquisitely beautiful. Lin Mo gripped the staff, a grin tugging irresistibly at the corners of his lips. And, indeed it's exceptional, and, just in time, I've just leveled up to 25. At that moment an Earth Shield technique watched the Lightning Gan Fire amplification trait with quiet dismay. Earth Shield technique whimpered, wah. Master, why only lightning and fire? I contributed the most just now. This is profoundly unjust. And Fireball technique boasted smugly, what does this prove? That lightning and fire embody the grand Tao itself, the supreme path. The mainstream path. And Fireball technique consoled gently, brother 2, you must dutifully fulfill your role as our steadfast shield. Output, that noble exalted duty, belongs rightly to me and brother 3. Lightning Strike technique remarked coolly, though aesthetically unrefined its attributes are indeed commendable. And Earth Shield technique shattered completely, wah? You're ganging up on me? I demand output too. I demand layered damage. Then Lin Mo listened to his skills bickering, torn between laughter and exasperation. Little 2, don't lose heart, and you are our unshakable foundation, the irreplaceable pillar of our team. You need no such weapon. Besides, this isn't the end. Who knows, perhaps soon we'll acquire a soil element exclusive artifact the Divine Earth God set. Then let them envy you for once. An Earth Shield technique sniffled twice, really. Will such a Divine Earth God artifact truly appear? Absolutely. It will appear. And Lin Mo swore solemnly, though inwardly he had no idea whether it would or not. For now soothing words sufficed. Earth Shield technique finally felt somewhat comforted. Very well. I shall wait a little longer, and having calmed little 2, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the 3 young women. The spoils from this dungeon are truly exceptional, I'll claim them all. And Lin Mo paused thoughtfully, then added, by standard protocol loot is shared among all participants. Here's my proposal. Upon returning to campus I'll transfer each of you a modest compensation fee. In truth, every item suited Lin Mo perfectly. Monetary compensation meant little to him, after all the 3 had contributed meaningfully. Yet Han Mengyao waved her hand dismissively, no need, and we came solely to gain experience. Without you we'd barely have survived this dungeon.
Moreover, do you truly believe we lack funds? And her tone remained calm and unruffled. And Lin Mo glanced at the sisters. Indeed, their mother served as commander of the Shanghai Military Legion. Wealth was no concern.
He then turned to Chu Lingxian. And she blushed faintly and shook her head, no thank you Lin Mo. My father is chairman of Tianhe Group. So and Lin Mo, and well then. So every student in Longshu class possessed celestial level backing? And, very well. If you're all so insistent I won't feign reluctance. Lin Mo accepted their decision without hesitation. And then he approached the final radiant orb, the original objective of this dungeon, the material for the Thunder and Flame composite technique. As the light faded, a fist-sized crystal rested in Lin Mo's palm, its left half deep storm blue lightning, its right half fierce blazing red flame. 2 opposing energies fused flawlessly, pulsing in perfect resonant harmony. Endname Heart of the Thunder Flame Dragon God. Special material and description: the source of power for the Thunder Flame Dragon Beast, containing the ultimate secret of Lightning Gan Fire synthesis. TSK. Could Senior Lin Mo be about to master another composite technique? Henan Mengqing murmured in awe. And upon hearing this Han Mengyao instinctively braced to object. After all, mastering composite techniques was no trivial feat. It demanded profound dual-element comprehension and supreme mastery over both disciplines, all converging in a single flawless epiphany. But the words froze mid-tongue, and she swallowed them silently. And forget it. And this man was an anomaly. Even if Lin Mo declared he'd ascend to immortality the next second, she'd believe it without question. Lin Mo remained oblivious to Han Menyao's expression, and he activated the material directly. Na sharp crack, the crystal shattered instantly. Two torrential chaotic forces surged violently up his arms and flooded into his body. And Fireball Technique, admiring its own flames, suddenly sensed a terrifying foreign fire invading its domain. Fireball Technique roared furiously, "How dare you! What wildfire dares trespass upon my sovereign realm?" And simultaneously Lightning Strike Technique found itself engulfed by a rampaging surge of thunderous energy. Guided by the material, the two forces were forcibly compressed into a narrow constricted space. And Fireball Technique erupted instantly. "What the? Third brother, get away from me! Your electric stench is overwhelming." Lightning Strike Technique replied coolly, "Such crude coercive fusion methods, utterly barbaric." And Fireball Technique flared with indignation, "Barbaric? You dare call me barbaric?" Lightning Strike Technique ignored it entirely, calmly adjusting its essence, seeking order amid the chaos. And Lightning Strike Technique, "Cease your thrashing, fool!" Fireball Technique shrieked in outrage, "Hey! Calling me a fool? Composite Technique Thunderflame, calculation in progress." 1. And Lin Mo observed this familiar spectacle unperturbed. Nade endured the same ordeal during fire and earth synthesis. Eventually the material would harmonize them both. He settled onto the ground, leaning back against a stone pillar to rest his eyes. 10. Moments later, steady rhythmic breathing filled the air. Nan Mengqing crept forward and gently waved her hand before Lin Mo's face.
Ha! Could Senior Lin Mo possibly be asleep again? How utterly relaxed. He falls asleep immediately after slaying the boss.
Han Mengyao swiftly pulled her sister back, signaling silence with a stern, urgent gesture. "Sure. Don't disturb him, man. He's entered deep meditation to fathom the Thunderflame composite technique." As she spoke, Han Mengyao gazed at Lin Mo, awe and quiet concern flickering in her eyes, as she whispered, "Mengqing, do you recall 2 years ago when Mother took us to observe a lieutenant general mastering the Thunderflame composite technique at the military base?" Han Mengqing tilted her head, then brightened with sudden recollection. "Of course. That Uncle General stayed sealed in the meditation chamber for 12 full hours." "Precisely," Nan Mengyao nodded gravely. "Back then 3 high-tier support specialists stood guard around him, rotating healing spells and spiritual calming techniques without pause. Thunder and flame are the most volatile of all elements. Forcing their fusion inflicts catastrophic strain upon the body. The general bled from every pore, sustained only by constant auxiliary intervention." At this, Han Mengyao looked upon Lin Mo's serene, tranquil face, and felt her entire worldview tremble. "And I asked this what true mastery looks like." Leaning casually against a pillar, and just beginning. Han Mengqing, now grasping the gravity of the situation, asked anxiously, "Elder sister, since it's so perilous, should I cast a healing spell for Senior Lin Mo?" Han Mengyao paled slightly and interjected immediately, "Absolutely not your healing spell, then. Do you want to make his fusion more agonizing? What if the pain becomes unbearable and shatters his meditation?" And Nan Mengqing pouted instantly. "I meant the most basic novice healing spell, then, not one I invented myself, just the standard version. Its output is modest, but it carries 0 side effects." Hearing this, Han Mengyao paused, then nodded decisively. "Fine, cast a few. Better safe than sorry." "Understood. Watch me." Nan Mengqing raised her staff. A soft verdant light gathered at its tip, then flowed smoothly into Lin Mo's body. Novice healing spell, modest in potency yet profoundly gentle and nourishing. And Na Lo, deeply contented murmur escaped his lips. Lin Mo shifted slightly, nuzzling his cheek against the stone pillar. Nan Mengqing's expression turned oddly perplexed. Elder sister, and are you certain that Lieutenant General reacted the same way back then? He seems to be sleeping even more soundly, Nan Mengyao, and she drew a slow, steadying breath, and offered her explanation with unwavering conviction. This proves his fusion proceeds flawlessly. Lightning and flame have achieved perfect equilibrium. His body has entered profound relaxation, thus emitting such a sound. In the outside world, on a desolate rocky plain, the howling wind roared. A keen-eyed archer was observing the distant rift which served as the exit for Lin Mo and his companions. Suddenly his pupils constricted sharply as he shouted to Zhao Tianling and Yamamoto Kenichi behind him, "President? The rift is changing. They should be coming out soon." Zhao Tianling's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Finally, are they about to emerge? He turned to look at Yamamoto Kenichi beside him. At this moment the sinister man from in-country wore a smile that suggested determination. He took out a scroll emanating a faint black glow, the dark curtain barrier scroll. "President Zhao, have your men get ready." Yamamoto Kenichi's voice carried a chill. "As soon as they show their faces, I will activate the barrier." As he said this, Yamamoto Kenichi's gaze swept over the dark mass of over 400 guild members behind him, his tone turning grim. "President Zhao, you and I, along with the other 3 vice presidents, will work together to hold back that Su Wenchang at the first opportunity. As for Lin Mo's team of 4 little kids, they'll leave them to you and your 400 men." Yamamoto Kenichi sneered. 400 level 40 professionals surrounding 4 level 25 students. If we can't kill them with this? He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then such useless beings are a waste of air, they might as well commit seppuku in collective apology. Zhao Tianling took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. Did everyone hear that? This is the last opportunity. It's also the only way to survive. If anyone dares to falter, don't wait for the Longshu class to act, he'll deal with them myself. Yes. Over 400 voices roared in unison, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, in front of the rift, Su Wenchang, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. He stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. Finally coming out. Su Wenchang squinted at the rift before him. Suddenly he noticed that the rift was shimmering with a layer of brilliant golden edges. The golden light grew more intense, even faintly overshadowing the original thunder and fire colors. Golden edges with red. This is the mark of an S-level completion rating. Su Wenchang murmured. As a high-ranking officer in the Dragon Guard Corps and a seasoned mentor at Jing University, he had seen a great deal. Yet even so, this scene still left him somewhat shocked. These little guys really have given me a tremendous surprise. Su Wenchang nodded repeatedly. Throughout the hundreds of years of the Dragon Kingdom, he could count on his fingers the teams that had achieved S ratings in the Temple Rift. However, those teams had all achieved this through long-term collaboration. But these kids, can a hastily assembled team truly achieve an S rating? Su Wenchang smiled and shook his head. Most likely it was that Lin Mo kid's doing. This boy certainly knows how to surprise himself. Su Wenchang's eyes flashed with anticipation. In this year's international battlefield, the Dragon Kingdom is bound to dominate. Inside the rift, Lin Mo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. At the same time, prompts began to appear on the panel. Congratulations. Fusion successful. Under the guidance of the heart of the Thunderfire Dragon God, your skills Fireball and Thunder Strike have achieved perfect resonance. Your skills Fireball and Thunder Strike have gained tremendous insights from this fusion. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the dual element combination skill Thunderfire Infernal Judgment LV. 1. Thunderfire Infernal Judgment LV. 1. Locking with thunder, punishing with flames. It draws upon the most violent forces of thunder and fire in the world to deliver devastating strikes to a designated area. Phase 1 Thunder Prison Shackles instantly descends a high-pressure lightning net within a designated range, dealing massive lightning damage to all enemies within the area and imposing an electrified state that lasts for 10 seconds. Phase 2 Infernal Rupture. At the moment the lightning net forms, it detonates the flames underground, dealing devastating fire damage to all enemies within the area. Cooldown 10 minutes. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide. Thunderfire. Infernal Judgment. He looked at the skill icon that had appeared on the panel. It was a burning cross wrapped in thunder, emanating an overwhelming aura of destruction. This skill is something special. Lin Mo was deeply impressed by the skill's effects. He would no longer need to cast Thunderfire Inferno to inflict electrified state before using other skills. This move directly carries an electrified state. Moreover, it also includes control. This is simply a divine skill born for clearing the field. Although the cooldown lasts for 10 minutes, that is sufficient for a battle. Because once this move is executed, nothing would likely be left standing. Unfortunately, the rift had already cleared, leaving no monsters to test the skill. I really want to find a hapless victim to unleash it on. Just then the skills began to stir with excitement. Fireball, at this moment, resembled a muscular man who had just finished working out, puffed up to the extreme. Fireball laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is my power. This earth-shattering momentum. This is the stature I deserve. Fireball glanced at Thunderstrike, unusually praising, "Third brother, you did well this time, you didn't slow me down." Thunderstrike remained cool. "Without my thunder guidance, you brainless one would just be blasting randomly." Fireball, this time, was not angry but rather generously waved his hand. Alright, you're precise and brutal. We call this a match made in heaven." Beside, Earth Shield was almost dying of envy. Earth Shield looked at the new skill icon with envy, so envious. "I also want to combine with Big Brother and Third Brother. I also want to be a big move." Fireball glanced at the second brother, cheerfully comforting, "Hey old two, don't be disheartened. Your attack is physical while we focus on magic. Different paths don't need to force a fusion. There will be opportunities for Big Brother to play with you in the mud later." Earth Shield, "I am the spirit of the earth. I am rock, not mud." Hearing the chatter in his mind, Lin Mo felt great. Seizing the moment, he took out a stack of skill books from his inventory. Since he had comprehended a new skill, he had to max it out. This is the least respect for a big move. Buzzing. The skill books transformed into flowing light and entered his body. Skill Thunderfire Infernal Judgment level increased to LV 5. Skill Thunderfire Infernal Judgment level increased to LV 15. Skill Thunderfire Infernal Judgment level increased to LV 25 current limit. After completing all this, Lin Mo stretched contentedly. It was only then that Han Menqing, who had been guarding by the side, suddenly noticed the commotion. She immediately came over, her big eyes blinking. "Lin Mo, big guy. You're awake." Lin Mo yawned widely, stretching and rubbing his somewhat bleary eyes, nodding, "Yeah, I'm awake. That nap was quite comfortable." Han Menqing. Han Mengyao. Chu Lingshuan. The three girls exchanged glances, each seeing the exasperation in the other's eyes. "So, this guy really fell asleep just now?" Han Menqing wore an incredulous expression, pointing at Lin Mo. "No way. Lin Mo, that's the Thunderfire fusion. I heard that the process is more painful than giving birth. You actually fell asleep. And you slept so soundly. I was worried something would happen to you, so I kept casting healing spells on you." Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, realizing after listening to Han Menqing's complaints. "Ah. So it was you who cast healing spells on me? No wonder. I dreamt I was getting a top-notch spa treatment." Lin Mo sighed sincerely, stretching lazily as his bones cracked with a series of pops. Han Menqing. She pouted angrily, "I've been working hard to be your healer and you actually treated me like a technician." At this moment Han Mengyao stepped forward, interrupting her younger sister's complaints. She stared at Lin Mo with a burning gaze, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. "Lin Mo, have you comprehended the combination technique?" Lin Mo did not keep them in suspense and nodded gently, "Yes, I have comprehended it. I got lucky. It's a large area damage skill called Thunderfire Purgatory Judgment." Han Mengyao was stunned upon hearing the name of the skill. Thunderfire Purgatory Judgment? Her voice was a bit hoarse. "What's wrong, elder sister?" Han Menqing, seeing her sister's expression, curiously asked, "Is this skill really powerful?" Han Mengyao turned to her younger sister and forced a smile. "Powerful? Those two words are insufficient to describe this move." Han Mengyao calmed her inner shock and explained, "There are quite a few Thunderfire combination techniques, but this move's power is second only to the Thunderfire combination forbidden spell." Kiss. As soon as she said this, the other two girls gasped in surprise. They were certainly familiar with the term forbidden spell. The power just shy of a combination technique forbidden spell is enough to illustrate how formidable this move truly is. Han Mengyao continued, "Do you remember what our senior Gu said? At the start of the semester there will be a trial where we need to battle 200 ordinary second-year students. Although those upperclassmen are at a much higher level than us, many are at level 30 or 40. However, with this move combined with your enhancement and Lin Mo's elemental body, just this one move is sufficient to clear the field." Han Menqing covered her mouth, her face full of shock. "So powerful? My goodness! Does that mean Lin Mo can walk around the school with confidence now?" Even the usually quiet Chu Lingxian looked at Lin Mo with admiration. Lin Mo really is amazing. Listening to Han Menjiao's explanations, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Although he knew this skill was strong, he had only thought of it as a powerful ultimate move. He never expected it to be this formidable, second only to a forbidden spell's existence. Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Mo touched his nose, feeling a surge of excitement within. He was itching to find an opportunity to test it out. "All right, enough boasting." Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting the girl's astonishment. He glanced at the time. "We've been in here long enough, let's hurry out. Teacher Su is probably waiting outside until mushrooms grow on him." "Ah, you're right, let's go, I'm a bit hungry." Han Menqing rubbed her stomach. The group turned and walked towards the exit of the dungeon's rift. Outside the dungeon, the originally calm spatial rift suddenly began to vibrate violently. Buzz! Light blazed forth. 4 young figures stepped out from the rift. Phew! Finally out. As soon as Han Menqing landed, she dramatically gasped for fresh air. The air in there was unbearable. "It's much more comfortable out here." Su Wenchang, who had been waiting at the door, instantly beamed upon seeing the 4 emerge unscathed. He quickly approached, scanning the 4 and nodding in satisfaction. "Good. Great. Great. None of you are injured and you all look well. It seems this dungeon adventure has been quite fruitful for you." Su Wenchang looked at Lin Mo with a smile. "So how was it? I saw the S-grade evaluation glowing just now. Tell me, what good loot did you get?" "Was there, however," a cold voice came from nearby. "Truly astonishing talent. Unfortunately, the more brilliant the shooting star, the faster it falls." Su Wenchang's smile vanished instantly. He turned sharply, his gaze like a blade directed towards the source of the voice. On a nearby hillside stood Yamamoto Kenichi and Zhao Tianling. They stood side by side with 3 other professionals, all above level 80, who lined up behind them. Further back, a sea of dark figures, over 400 members of the Crazy Shark Guild, surrounded the area, leaving no escape. "Ingwa people?" Su Wenchang's expression darkened. He recognized the harsh accent immediately. Yamamoto Kenichi slightly bowed wearing a false smile. I've long heard of your name, Elder Su. I am Yamamoto Kenichi and I've come here today to bid farewell to the child behind you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamamoto Kenichi abruptly crushed the black scroll in his hand. Buzz! A pitch-black barrier light curtain shot up into the sky in an instant, enveloping a 5-kilometer radius completely. The world darkened instantly. Upon witnessing this, Su Wenchang's complexion changed drastically. Dark curtain barrier? Yamamoto Kenichi smiled faintly, his eyes cold. Attack. Kill. Over 400 members of the Crazy Shark Guild let out a thunderous roar and surged forward. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kenichi and Zhao Tianling also charged towards Su Wenchang. Lin Mo. You all go first. Su Wenchang shouted without any hesitation. Even if Lin Mo and the others were strong, they still could not face opponents above level 80. He had to eliminate these few first. Lin Mo did not hesitate either. He was not foolish. Even though he was invincible among peers and even against those a dozen levels higher than him. In a battlefield of level 80 and above, he would only be a burden. Staying here would only hold back Teacher Su and distract him. Go! Lin Mo grabbed Han Menyao, who was about to rush in to help. The four turned and ran while over 400 members of the Crazy Shark Guild followed suit, their eyes gleaming with greed. That was 1 billion in bounty. On the wasteland, a dark curtain shrouded the sky. The pitch-black barrier resembled an overturned bowl, completely sealing off the surrounding 5 kilometers of heaven and earth. A fierce wind howled, filled with a chilling aura. Faced with the encirclement of 5 over level 80 powerhouses, Su Wenchang showed no signs of panic. He stood there quietly, his hands hanging naturally. Dark golden heaven-shaking dragon fist gauntlets materialized over his fists as if 2 slumbering giant dragons were awakening. Die! A burly vice president roared, taking the lead to attack. The giant axe in his hand swung down towards Su Wenchang's head. The other 2 vice presidents followed closely behind. One on the left and one on the right, they unleashed their strongest killing moves, attempting to cut off all retreat routes for Su Wenchang. Though they knew the name Dragon Fist struck fear across the land, they had only heard of it and never witnessed it firsthand, especially considering they had the advantage in numbers. However, Su Wenchang raised a disdainful smile. Mediocre. The words were softly uttered. In the next moment, boom! No one saw how he threw his punch. They only heard a deafening explosion that changed the color of the heavens and the earth. The leading vice president wielding the axe was still in midair when he seemed to be struck head-on by a 10% mud truck. His body instantly disintegrated, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Then bang! Bang! 2 more dull sounds echoed. The 2 vice presidents flanking him hadn't even reacted to what happened when their chests caved in. Both were blasted away, crashing into the rocks 1,000 meters away, their fates unknown. 1 punch each. In merely one exchange, 3 powerhouses over level 80 were instantly taken down. This scene caused Zhao Tianling, who was ready to attack next, to halt in his tracks. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. So strong. Is this the worth of the Dragon Guard army? Those 3 were all over level 80 powerhouses dominating the Tianbei city. They couldn't even withstand a single punch. Yamamoto Kenichi also squinted slightly. He knew Su Wenchang was powerful, but he never expected him to be so unreasonable. What are you standing there for? President Zhao, if you want to die, just keep watching. Yamamoto Kenichi shouted sharply, a glow flashing in his hand. 2 oddly shaped long knives, one black and one white, appeared in his hands. Yin-Yang Chaos Shadow Bind. Yamamoto Kenichi's figure flickered, instantly splitting into dozens of illusory shadows. These shadows were difficult to discern between reality and illusion, each exuding a chilling aura, ghostly wrapping around Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang's gaze sharpened, fixing on the black and white dual blades. Yin-Yang Twins Ghost Cut. Is this the exclusive weapon from the royal family of the Yin country? Although it is also a unique type of exclusive weapon in terms of grade, it is far below my gauntlets. Su Wenchang snorted coldly in his heart, instantly seeing through his opponent's secrets. As for Yamamoto Kenichi's profession, he also understood immediately. The Yin-Yang swordsman. This is a rare profession unique to the Yin country, focusing not on swordsmanship's lethality but on elusive control and curses. Though this profession may lack strength in direct confrontations, it acts like a stubborn adhesive plaster, extremely difficult to shake off. Especially the ability to manipulate shadows to restrict an enemy's movements is particularly irritating in combat. You dare to act recklessly before me? Su Wenchang's fists collided and golden dragon-shaped energy erupted. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered several approaching phantoms. However, those shattered shadows did not dissipate, instead they transformed into black sludge, creeping along the ground and tightly binding Su Wenchang's legs. At the same time, rampaging bull charge. Zhao Tianling, having regained his senses, also roared. As a top-tier tank at level 82, his skin instantly turned metallic, resembling a moving iron fortress, violently charging towards the bound Su Wenchang. Get lost! Su Wenchang had no choice but to divert his attention, landing a punch on Zhao Tianling's chest. Puff! Zhao Tianling spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back several dozen meters. But relying on his incredibly high defense and substantial health, he managed to withstand that punch. Taking advantage of this moment, Yamamoto Kenichi's true self had already merged into the shadows. His voice was erratic. Old Su, while I may not be able to kill you, I still have some confidence in restraining you. Yin-Yang technique, slow curse. A gray rune silently imprinted itself on Su Wenchang's back. Su Wenchang felt his body grow heavy, his movements momentarily slowing. Yamamoto Kenichi's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He understood very well that even if he and Zhao Tianling teamed up, they were no match for Su Wenchang. The opponent was the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom, while he was merely an external spy from the Yin country. A heated clash would lead to certain death. But he didn't need to win. As long as he stalled him. Old Su, you are too strong enough to make me feel fear. But precisely because of this, I don't need to win against you, I just need you to watch. Watch as over 400 level 40 professionals tear your future hopes for the Dragon Kingdom to shreds. Ha 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 ha. For the glory of the Empire, my death is not in vain. Yamamoto Kenichi's eyes gleamed with fervor. He waved the dual blades in his hands again, countless shadows pouring towards Su Wenchang like maggots through a bone, not seeking to harm, only to delay. Meanwhile, at the edge of the barrier, Lin Mo and the others finally reached the dark curtain. Huff! Huff! Han Mengqing panted heavily, reaching out to touch the black curtain. It felt icy to the touch, as hard as iron. No matter how hard she pushed, the curtain remained unmoved. It's useless. Han Mengyao suddenly thrust her spear forward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The spear tip struck the curtain, leaving not even a white mark. Han Mengyao said solemnly, "This is the dark curtain barrier, a strategic level sealing tool. Unless a powerhouse over level 90 holds an exclusive weapon, it cannot be broken at all. Moreover, this thing cuts off all communication. We are now completely trapped like turtles in a jar." Chu Lingxuan's face turned pale as she instinctively looked at Han Mengyao. Then, what should we do? Can't we get out? Han Mengqing instantly exploded. Damn it, these bad guys, let's fight them. At worst, we'll die together. Lin Mo said nothing, quietly watching the curtain before him. Little Earth. Earth Shield immediately responded, "Master, I am here." Can we use Earth Baruto drill out? This barrier should only cover the ground, right? Lin Mo asked. Earth Shield began to sense the Earth's pulse. After a moment, the voice of Earth Shield became somewhat dejected. Earth Shield, no master. This big black cover is a sphere. It is a round sphere. It not only covers the sky but even the underground is completely sealed off. I cannot sense the earth elements outside and cannot drill out. Lin Mo frowned. A spherical barrier, even the underground is sealed off. It seems these people have indeed made thorough preparations. There is no way up to the heavens or down to the earth. He turned around looking towards the direction where Su Wencheng was fighting. He was not the slightest bit worried about Su Wencheng's safety. Before coming to school, his father had told him that Su Lao's his strength was extremely formidable with almost no rivals at the same level. And the few professionals attacking Su Lao sure were all below his level. The biggest problem now was themselves. Lin Mo looked towards the wasteland where dust was being kicked up. Over 400 members of the Crazy Shark Guild were rushing towards them. Greedy eyes, ferocious faces, and the murderous aura soaring into the sky. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves had tightly surrounded the four of them at the edge of the barrier. Since we can't get out, then we can only fight. Lin Mo cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound. Since they couldn't escape, they would kill all these people. Once they killed them all, they would naturally be safe. Little fire, little thunder, little earth prepared to attack. Fireball was instantly excited. This group of ants has chased me all the way. I have long wanted to turn them to ash. Earth Shield was also eager to try. Over 400 people. Watch me pierce them one by one. I am now the second brother who has mastered the ultimate truth. Although Thunder Strike did not speak, Lin Mo could feel an extremely sharp will of thunder gathering. Han Mengyao stepped beside Lin Mo, her spear sweeping, bringing up a wave of frost. Let's do it. Her gaze was resolute. Chu Lingxian took a deep breath, standing in front of everyone. Han Mengxing also put away her playful smile, the light on her staff flowing, ready to buff at any moment. Come on. Let this group of bastards know that our Dragon Sequence Class F4 is not to be trifled with. Run. Why stop now? Again from the crowd a burly man stepped forward, hefting a colossal sword over his shoulder. His gaze fell upon Lin Mo and the three others cornered against the wall, and a mocking smile curled across his lips. A prodigy from the Longshu class, reduced to a fugitive cur, and the man spat contemptuously, jabbing a finger at Lin Mo as a cruel grin twisted his features. Boy, I hear your head fetches 100 million credits. A wave of raucous laughter erupted from the surrounding guild members. Captain, why waste breath? Just kill them and split the bounty. In their eyes, these 4 25th level youths were already neat on the chopping block. What did talent matter? 400 versus 4, 100-fold numerical advantage. Their average level exceeded 40, crushing their opponents by a full 15 levels. How could this possibly end in defeat? Easy fight, everyone loves one. Nal surged forward, jostling desperately, terrified that a single hesitation would cost them the 100 million credit bounty. Enough talk. Since you're so eager to die, then leave your lives here. Lin Mo's eyes turned glacial in an instant. Boom. Twin wings of searing flame erupted violently behind him. Scorching shockwave blasted outward. With a single powerful beat he soared into the sky. Mengqing, maximize all buffs. On it, Mengqing's staff whirled furiously, and shimmering multicolored auras instantly enveloped Lin Mo. The Shark Guild members froze mid-step. Impossible, how can a mere 25th level brat fly? I can't even do that. No wonder he tops the Longshu class rankings. Who cares if he flies, just kill him. Focus fire ranged units? The burly man roared. Hovering in midair, Lin Mo felt raw power surging through his veins like a wildfire. Slowly he raised his right hand, his expression utterly detached. You chose the wrong enemy. Ignis elemental body, activate. Then Lin Mo's voice dropped to a low resonant command. Boom. Cataclysmic wave of incandescent fire energy exploded from his core. The air behind him warped violently. Now towering phantom of living flame coalesced, emerging as though from the abyss itself, a sovereign of infernal wrath. The flame demon bore no discernible face, only two slender slanted eyes gazing down with chilling indifference. And within that gaze lay no emotion, only absolute soul-deep contempt, and the unassailable authority of a being beyond mortal reckoning. As if to it those below were nothing more than insects, crushable at will. And what is that? And the Shark Guild members stared trembling at the colossal infernal apparition. Someone recognized it and, a special technique. That's the fire element's special technique. And, impossible? How can a 25th level cultivator unlock a special technique? That ability is coveted even by elite archmages. Then, he's not human, he's a monster, and an overwhelming pressure emanating from the very depths of their souls left every onlooker gasping for breath. Lin Mo paid no heed to their terror. Ni's right hand closed around empty air. And, thunder flame. Infernal judgment then crack. A wave of apocalyptic dread descended from the heavens. An immense net of crackling lightning engulfed the crowd overhead. And, what is this? The burly man stood frozen, staring up at the divine punishment looming above him, his legs quaking uncontrollably. And primal fear erupted from the core of his being. Why? And how? And hadn't they held every advantage? And then why this paralyzing dread? And, no, don't. None voice broke free, raw, broken, desperate. Lin Mo granted them no reprieve. And the colossal lightning net crashed downward. And over 400 Shark Guild members were instantly swallowed by violent blinding arcs of thunder. And shrieks of agony pierced the heavens. And under the storm's wrath every body locked rigid, convulsing under dazzling searing electricity. An electrified status, applied to all. Then, Lin Mo slashed his right hand downward. And, detonate, and krakra. The earth shattered. And explosions erupted beneath every foot, scorching magma and ravenous lightning erupting upward from the depths. Blinding fire lit the sky, serpentine lightning writhed in frenzy. In that instant, and battlefield ceased to be of this world. It became true hellfire. And amplified by the electrified state, and Lin Mo's absurdly stacked damage buffs. Even 40-something level professionals crumbled before such heaven-shattering force. And boom. 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 A maelstrom of fire and lightning tore through the ranks. And flesh and bone disintegrated, limbs hurled skyward only to vaporize instantly in searing heat. And agony echoed without cease. And crowds collapsed in waves, each person watching in helpless horror as their own bodies dissolved into ash under the twin scourges of thunder and flame. Within seconds, an 400-strong legion was reduced to barely a dozen survivors, heavily armored tank-class cultivators clinging to life by sheer resilience. They whirled about Wildeed. And where was the overwhelming advantage they'd boasted of? And how had everyone simply vanished? And, still breathing. Lin Mo's gaze hardened. And, Xiao finish them, and Earth Shield technique eagerly rubbed its hands together, right away master. Krakra. And the ground trembled again. And countless jagged stone spikes erupted upward, impaling the last survivors midair. The final remnants hung suspended, pierced, bleeding, silent. And thus, 400 souls. And annihilated. And not one remained. Nan Mengyao, Chu Lingshuan, and Han Mengqing stood motionless, stunned by the spectacle before them. This has to be a forbidden spell. It must be, Nan Mengqing whispered, dazed. Nan Mengyao's spirit trembled violently. She knew the Thunder Flame combo was formidable, but to obliterate over 400 level 40 cultivators in an instant, it defied all reason. Even accounting for Lin Mo's Ignis elemental body damage amplification, his myth-tier weapon, and Han Menqing's buff synergy, it remained incomprehensibly extreme. And was this truly the power just shy of a forbidden spell? Smoke filled the air and the ground was scorched. The Earth Shield technique gazed at the scene before him, his tone full of awe. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Big brother, third brother, is this the power you wield after merging? From now on I'll just be your support, honestly. This central position is too hot to handle, I can't grasp it. The fireball technique arrogantly replied, second brother, it's good that you understand, but there's much more you need to learn. Lin Mo sheathed his blazing wings and landed on the ground. With the closure of the special skill fire elemental body, the massive phantom of the flame demon behind him also dissipated. Lin Mo, big guy. Han Mengqing was the first to rush over. She came to a sudden halt right in front of Lin Mo. She looked at Lin Mo struggling for a moment before finally managing to say, so overpowered. Even with more than 400 pigs it wouldn't be this fast to kill them. Han Mengyao also approached, gazing at Lin Mo with a complex expression. This person was truly terrifying. Time and again he refreshed her understanding. Xu Lingshuan's eyes sparkled with stars. Lin Mo, classmate. You are truly powerful. I must work hard striving to block even one attack for you in the future. Lin Mo looked at the three astonished girls and smiled lightly. All right, stop dawdling next. Lin Mo's words were not yet finished. The lightning strike technique suddenly became alert. A terrifying surge of lightning elements was rapidly approaching. From behind overhead. Lin Mo abruptly raised his head. However, being inside the barrier, most of the light was cut off and he couldn't see what was happening outside. Lin Mo frowned slightly. A terrifying surge of lightning elements? Could it be his father coming? Didn't he say he would come? On the other side a minute earlier. Boom! Su Wencheng's iron fist infused with dark golden dragon-like energy struck Zhao Tianling's chest with a heavy blow. This time Zhao Tianling could no longer withstand it. Zhao Tianling coughed up blood, flying backward for hundreds of meters and crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. Dust rose and life and death were uncertain. Meanwhile Su Wencheng was also drawn by the commotion from afar. He suddenly turned his head to look. A terrifying beam of interwoven crimson and deep blue light shot into the sky. Even from thousands of meters away, the aura of destruction still made one's heart race. Was that Lin Mo's skill? Not far away, Yamamoto Kenichi also witnessed this scene. The black and white twin blades in his hand froze in midair, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of power is this? Hee. Su Wencheng chuckled lightly, turning around to look at Yamamoto Kenichi mockingly. Lord Yamamoto, Su Wencheng straightened his somewhat disheveled sleeves, it seems your plan has indeed fallen through. At this, Su Wencheng's gaze suddenly turned icy, and overwhelming killing intent bursting forth from him. He stepped forward. Next, it's your turn. The pressure of a top-tier powerhouse was released without reservation. Yamamoto Kenichi was forced to retreat repeatedly by this overwhelming aura. He stared intently at the distant scene, his face filled with disbelief. No. Impossible. Even if he's a genius, even if he's the ancient millennium genius of the grading empire, it's impossible for him to achieve this level. Lin Mo. He is a devil. He is the true devil. Yamamoto Kenichi was terrified. But it wasn't the fear of death, it was the fear for the future of the empire. If such a monster were allowed to grow, if he entered the battlefield of nations with such terrifying power, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe for the grading empire. The younger generation of the empire would surely be slaughtered by him. He must die. He must die. Yamamoto Kenichi's gaze instantly became fervent. It was a kind of hysterical madness and extreme obsession. For the empire? For His Majesty the Emperor? Lin Mo, no matter the cost, you must die here today. Yamamoto Kenichi shouted angrily, suddenly pulling out 2 vials of potions. One was a strange crimson color resembling boiling blood. The other vial was pitch black, exuding an aura of decay. Upon seeing these two vials, Su Wenchang frowned sharply. Blood of the Azura and netherworld soul-locking water. He recognized these two items at a glance. Both of these potions were strictly controlled items in the Dragon Kingdom. The former was a forbidden drug that exchanged life force for a temporary surge in power. The latter forcibly locked the last drop of blood, allowing one to maintain combat ability even if the body was destroyed. Using these two items together was a desperate gamble, completely cutting off one's retreat. Once the effect wore off, death was certain, and not even a divine being could save them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Wenchang shook his head, his eyes filled with sarcasm. To kill a few kids you dare to drink such drugs. You people from the Yin Kingdom are truly brainwashed mad dogs. It's a sad and laughable belief. Ha ha ha. For my grading empire, what does my death matter? Yamamoto Kenichi laughed maniacally without any hesitation, directly using both vials of potions. Boom! A wave of dark red terror erupted from within him. His skin began to crack inch by inch, his eyes turning pitch black. His level kept climbing. Level 85 temporary level increase 1. Level 85 temporary level increase 2. Level 85 temporary level increase 3. Level 85 temporary level increase 10, roar. Yamamoto Kenichi let out a non-human roar. At this moment he had completely lost his human form. His skin was shattered, blood surrounded him like steam, and his eyes were fixed on Su Wenchang. He extended his tongue, licking his cracked lips. Do you see this? This is the power of the Empire. Now, even you can't stop me anymore. He elegantly twirled his blade, a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth, borrowing a phrase from your Dragon Kingdom. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, Lin Mo must die. The spirit of the warrior's way had completely reduced Yamamoto Kenichi to a beast born only for slaughter. However, Su Wenchang seemed to sense something. He raised his head, looking towards the black barrier above. Oh! Su Wenchang's lips curled slightly, turning his gaze back to Yamamoto Kenichi, a hint of pity in his eyes. Lord Yamamoto, it seems your plan is about to fail again. What? Yamamoto Kenichi paused slightly. He thought Su Wenchang was just bluffing. This dark barrier was indestructible unless held by a weapon-wielding powerhouse above level 90. Before he could react, booming thunder. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted above. The heart barrier was forcibly penetrated. A blinding purple lightning struck down from the sky. Yamamoto Kenichi quickly looked up. He saw a towering figure surrounded by electrical light, wielding a massive sword slashing down at him. Accompanying this was an extremely domineering roar. The King of Heaven can't do it. Then what about his father? Yamamoto Kenichi instinctively raised his twin blades to block. Boom! The power that had just surged within him seemed like a joke in front of this sword strike. He didn't even see the opponent's face. He only felt an irresistible massive force hit him. His entire body was sent flying directly by this sword. Bang, 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 bang. Yamamoto Kenichi crashed through 3 small hills in succession, ultimately smashing into a rock wall, unable to dislodge himself. The smoke dissipated. Lin Tianhao embedded the giant sword into the ground. He stood tall, surrounded by thunder, his square face exuding an intimidating presence. Yamamoto Kenichi struggled to emerge from the rocky wall. He looked at the man who resembled a descending thunder god, a hint of fear creeping onto his face. You? Lin Tianhao? No, it can't be. How could you be here? Lin Tianhao ignored him. He turned to Su Wenchang and asked, Old Su, am I late? Where's that little brat of mine? Su Wenchang chuckled helplessly and pointed into the distance. Don't worry, your son is fine. Just a moment ago he casually sent over 400 people flying. Lin Tianhao was stunned. What is going on? Su Wenchang rolled his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Since you're here, this little Yamato person is all yours. I could use a rest. Oh my old bones. With that, Su Wenchang stepped aside. Lin Tianhao turned his head. The confusion in his eyes turned icy the moment he looked at Yamamoto Kenichi. In the distance, Yamamoto Kenichi slowly walked out from the pile of rubble. Stimulated by the effects of the drug combined with the indoctrination ingrained in his bones, he not only did not shrink back but instead erupted into a chilling maniacal laughter. What of Lin Tianhao? What of the war god? Yamamoto Kenichi hunched over, dragging his twin blades across the ground, sparks flying, his eyes filled with fervor. I now carry the will of billions of people from the great Yamato Empire. Our spirit is invincible. Our souls will return to the Yamato nation forever immortal. You inferior races have no understanding of the sorrow of cherry blossoms falling. You don't understand what Bushido is. Yamamoto Kenichi raised his twin blades, striking a bizarre stance. For His Majesty the Emperor, today I will use your blood to achieve my own death in glory. With a hysterical roar, Yamamoto Kenichi transformed into a black-red shadow, rushing towards Lin Tianhao. Watching the charging Yamamoto Kenichi, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but laugh, then sheathed his giant sword. Death in glory? I'll shatter your head. Boom. It was a simple, straightforward punch without any flashy techniques. This punch was imbued with the force of thunder. The speed was so great that even space twisted. Bang! Yamamoto Kenichi's seemingly fierce charge resembled someone willingly offering their face. Lin Tianhao's fist struck severely against Yamamoto Kenichi's face. Crack! The sound of his nasal bones shattering was distinctly audible. Yamamoto Kenichi was sent flying, his body still in midair, when a blue figure faster than him had already reached his landing spot. A fist as large as a cooking pot slammed against his chest. Bang! Yamamoto Kenichi was heavily pounded into the ground, creating a shallow pit. Before he could get back up, a large foot pressed down on his chest. Puff! Yamamoto Kenichi coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Lin Tianhao stood over him, looking down. You bastard! I am a warrior of the great Yamato Empire. I bear the Emperor's grace. Yamamoto Kenichi continued to scream frantically. I'll shatter your head. Lin Tianhao suddenly bent down, grabbing Yamamoto Kenichi's sparse hair and delivering a heavy punch to his old face. Bang! Damn it! Yamamoto Kenichi screamed, his nasal bones collapsing. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Tianhao delivered another punch to his eye. Bang! You bastard! Yamamoto Kenichi attempted to raise his knife in resistance. Lin Tianhao slapped his hand, directly pinning his wrist to the ground and grinding down hard. Crack! You want to use a knife against me? Ah! Yamamoto Kenichi let out a shriek like a slaughtered pig as his knife-wielding hand was crushed into a pulp. Lin Tianhao had no intention of stopping. His fists fell like raindrops, each accompanied by a perfectly standard phrase of national essence, touch my son. Who gave you the audacity? Ah! Speak up, you beast! Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Weren't you going to fight for the Emperor? Damn! If I don't beat the crap out of you today, then your Emperor must have taken a clean dump. Bang 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 bang! Yamamoto Kenichi's face was already unrecognizable. Lin Tianhao grabbed his neck, lifting his battered face close. Damn it! You old bastard still want some dignity? Surrounding a few kids with hundreds of people. Did your mother throw you away to let the placenta raise you? How could someone like you come into existence without a shred of dignity? Yamamoto Kenichi was beaten to the point of delirium, mumbling, For the Emperor. The spirit of Bushido cannot be dishonored. Curse your Bushido. Upon hearing those three words, Lin Tianhao's anger soared to the heavens. He stood up and delivered a fierce kick to Yamamoto Kenichi's ribs. Crack! For the emperor? Is your emperor your illegitimate father that you fight so desperately? Stop using Bushido to glamorize yourselves. Is that Bushido? I see you as sewer rats. A bunch of filthy worms who only know how to steal and sneak. How dare you talk to me about spirit? Your faces must be made of bulletproof vests, you shameless things. The more Lin Tianhao spoke, the angrier he became, pulling out the thunder giant sword. The terrifying thunder light illuminated his grim face, resembling a god of judgment punishing evil. The last strand of madness in Yamamoto Kenichi's eyes dissipated, replaced by endless fear and confusion. Why is this happening? He had clearly paid any price, overdrawing his life to forcibly level up to level 95. Moreover, he also wielded a unique weapon, albeit of low rank. But even against the Dragon Fist Su Wenchang he had confidence to fight for 300 rounds. But why? In front of Lin Tianhao he felt like a dead dog casually trampled upon. Is this the war god of the Dragon Kingdom? Yamamoto Kenichi looked at the giant sword raised high, entwined with destructive thunder, and at Lin Tianhao's eyes filled with a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He was frightened. He was truly terrified. All beliefs and fervor crumbled under absolute violence and death. No! No! Yami! Whoosh! A burst of blood light erupted. Yamamoto Kenichi's arm and thigh instantly severed from his body. Ah! A shrill scream echoed across the wasteland. Lin Tianhao kicked Yamamoto Kenichi's remains flying. Humph! He spat on the ground. Damn it, you were roaring quite fiercely, but once the fight started you turned cowardly. I haven't even warmed up yet. Was there really no one left on your broken island? Sending trash like you to die? Thanks to Luoshi Naisi for the gift of the king, it's huge, the first time I've seen such a big gift. Also thanks to Please Let Me Laugh Like a Maggot for the explosive update flowers, and thanks to everyone for the small gifts and support, thank you. In the distance Lin Mo and the three girls paused, watching the scene of Lin Tianhao violently beating Yamamoto Kenichi. That. Han Menqing pointed at the domineering figure in the distance and asked Lin Mo beside her. Lin Mo observed his father's straightforward and brutal fighting style, his mouth twitching slightly before he nodded. Yes, that's my dad. My dad has this violent temper. Hearing Lin Mo's affirmation, Han Menqing couldn't help but complain, isn't he too fierce? My sister just mentioned that little Baka took performance-enhancing drugs, raising his level by a full 10. Holding a special weapon. A level 95 little Baka. He's being beaten like a dead dog. Han Menqing exclaimed, demonstrating the actions, her face filled with shock. This is the charisma of the Lightning Emperor of the Dragon Nation. Han Mengyao gazed at Lin Tianhao's figure, her voice tinged with respect as she spoke slowly. I heard that back when Uncle Lin was on the front lines he was known as the one-man army. At that time, as long as he was on the battlefield, even if he was alone, he could suppress the enemy so they couldn't raise their heads. But later he opted to withdraw from core power to go home and be with his wife and children. Otherwise he would definitely have a seat among the 5 elders at the top of the Dragon Nation now. Hiss! The 5 elders' seats. Han Menqing gasped. As a second-generation military child, she naturally understood the significance of the 5 elders' seats. Those are the 5 individuals standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's power. They hold the highest decision-making power of the country, military power and resource allocation rights. It can be said that whenever those 5 elders stamp their feet, the entire Dragon Nation, even the world, would tremble. That is the true existence of being below 1 person and above 10,000. My goodness! Han Menqing's gaze towards Lin Mo changed. I always thought Uncle Lin was just the city defense commander of Jianghai City, but I didn't expect him to have this kind of connection. Han Mengyao nodded and continued, exactly, Anne. In terms of strength, Uncle Lin can definitely be ranked among the top 5 in the Dragon Nation. She added, in extreme circumstances being in the top 3 is not impossible. Hearing this, Chu Lingshuan's gaze darted between Lin Tianhao in the distance and Lin Mo beside her. Her small face flushed, unable to help but exclaim, "Dad is in the top 5 of the Dragon Nation. And his son is the top of the Dragon Sequence class. Lin Mo, you two are truly too strong, it's unfair." Just then Lin Tianhao seemed to notice Lin Mo and the others waving his hand in their direction. "Brat? What are you standing there for? Come over." Lin Mo shrugged. "Let's go take a look." They jogged over. Before they reached, Lin Tianhao's loud voice rang out again, "Hey, the girl munching right. Hurry over and give this little bastard a drink, don't let him die just like that." Oh. Coming." Han Mengqing rarely showed a well-behaved demeanor, speeding up as she ran over. Soon a gentle light enveloped Yamamoto Kenichi. The next second, Yamamoto Kenichi, who had been in a deep coma, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His bloodshot eyes were filled with fear and agony. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed across the wasteland. His body convulsed violently as if countless ants were gnawing at his nerves. "Ah! Kill me! Kill me!" Yamamoto Kenichi twisted his broken body frantically. What the hell? Lin Tianhao was startled by this sudden turn of events. He looked dazedly at Yamamoto Kenichi, who was in agony on the ground, then glanced at the innocent-looking Han Mengqing. "Girl, what did you do?" "Ah. I was healing," Han Mengqing replied innocently. At this moment Su Wenchang approached. He looked at the dire situation on the ground and explained to Lin Tianhao, "Old Lin, this girl from the Han family has a special healing technique. The effects are exceptional, but the process is a bit torturous." "There's such a thing?" Lin Tianhao's eyes widened as he looked at Han Mengqing. "So she's a toxic nurse, a talent." Han Mengqing felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, scratching her head. "No way." Su Wenchang nodded, looking at the rolling Yamamoto Kenichi, and said to everyone, "As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. We still need to take him back for interrogation to see if we can uncover all the rats in the territory." Lin Tianhao laughed heartily. "Old Su, let me interrogate him when the time comes. I love interrogating these little bastards who dare to touch my son. They really seek death." All right, you can interrogate him," Su Wenchang chuckled lightly. At this moment Yamamoto Kenichi lay limp on the ground. He gasped for breath, his eyes hollow. Looking at the crowd around him, especially the sweet-smiling girl and the burly man, he trembled uncontrollably. "Devils! You are all devils!" Lin Tianhao ignored him, pulling Lin Mo over with a concerned expression. "Son, are you okay? You weren't hurt, were you?" Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Really fine, they didn't even touch me." "Phew! That's good. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief.
At this moment Su Wenchang also came over, looking at Lin Mo curiously and asking, "Lin Mo, what just happened?"
"There were over 400 level 40 professionals. How did you do it?" Lin Mo scratched his head and casually said, "Oh, a thunder-fire combo technique material dropped in the temple dungeon, so I comprehended a thunder-fire combo technique. Plus I got lucky and dropped an extra fire element fragment. I tried to absorb it and unexpectedly unlocked the special skill Fire Element Body. The two skills combined along with Little Han's buff made the power slightly greater." Lin Tianhao and Su Wenchang were momentarily dumbfounded. "Wait! What did you say?" Lin Tianhao rubbed his ears, looking at his son in disbelief. "Special skill? Did you just say you unlocked a special skill?" "Yes, Fire Element Body." Lin Mo nodded. "Hiss!" Su Wenchang gasped. "You used just one fragment and unlocked a special skill?" "Yes." Lin Mo blinked. "I felt the absorption was smooth and it was perfectly absorbed." "My goodness!" Su Wenchang felt his head buzzing. Throughout history, the first absorption is the hardest. Which talented individual doesn't have to absorb 3 or 4 fragments just to barely unlock this special skill? But you directly a perfect absorption? One-time success. Monstrous. Truly a monster. Su Wenchang murmured. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of my son. Awesome. So damn awesome. A fragment unlocks a special skill. My son is indeed a peerless genius. Ha ha ha. At that moment Yamamoto Kenichi struggled, tears streaming down his face, begging, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I know a lot of information. I know about the ghost gods. Yes. I know the list and abilities of the ghost gods from our grading empire this time. As long as you spare my life I will tell you everything." Yamamoto Kenichi looked at Lin Mo with eager eyes. "Lin Mo-kun. Although you are powerful, the ghost gods are the pride of our grading empire, and this time is also the strongest. Without my information you will suffer great losses on the battlefield. If you spare me I will help you. With my information the Dragon Nation will definitely win." Yamamoto Kenichi looked at Lin Mo with hope. In his view this was his only bargaining chip. The battlefield concerns extremely important strategic resources and exclusive weapons. No country could afford to be careless. Lin Mo glanced at him and said indifferently, "Ghost gods. Tisk sounds impressive. But you are mistaken. Whether or not I have your information is irrelevant, the outcome will be the same. You all just wait to die." Lin Mo's tone turned cold. For these people from Ing Nation who dared to send someone into the dungeon to assassinate him, he would not swallow this anger. When they reached the battlefield he would let the people of Ing Nation know what true despair and fear are. Lin Tianhao took out a staff radiating an orange glow. At the top of the staff was embedded a crimson gem shimmering with colors clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. He raised an eyebrow proudly, saying, "Hee, this is a fine item that your father unexpectedly obtained this time, the Flame Burst Destroyer Staff level 25 legendary quality. What do you think? Does it suit you?" As Lin Mo looked at his father's eager expression that seemed to say "praise me," a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Legendary equipment is indeed quite rare. However, Lin Mo silently pulled out the massive item he acquired in the temple dungeon. Buzz! As the staff was drawn out, a surge of dragon might instantly enveloped the area. Thunder and flames intertwined around the staff with a dragon heart crystal at its tip. Lin Tianha's smile froze. After checking the attributes of Lin Mo's staff he gasped, "Where did this come from?" Lin Mo scratched his head and replied with a grin, "Dad, I just happened to find it in the temple dungeon. It's a mythic level 25 staff." Lin Tianhao felt a bit embarrassed. As the Thunder Emperor he intended to impress his son with a fine item, but instead, his son ended up outshining him. Beside them Su Wenchang couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Old Lin, you really messed this up. After all that work the kid just goes into a dungeon and gets a mythic level item. As a father you really fell short here. Mythic weapons besides exclusive weapons are the highest quality available." Lin Tianha's face turned red, feeling somewhat humiliated. No way he had to regain his face. He looked at Lin Mo and declared, "Son, since you've unlocked a special skill you will definitely need more elemental fragments. Leave this to your father. They'll find a way to get you some fragments." Upon hearing this Lin Mo was overjoyed. "Thank you, Dad. You're so generous." Lin Tianhao finally regained some dignity, a proud smile returning to his face. All right, it's getting late." Su Wenchang glanced at the sky and said, "Old Lin, why don't you take these kids back to Kyoto on your way?" Lin Tianhao was taken aback. "What about you? Aren't you coming back with us?" Su Wenchang shook his head, his gaze shifting towards Tianbei City with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. "I still have some matters to deal with here. Tianbei City is in chaos because of these pests. Even the Crazy Shark Guild, a massive guild with thousands of members, dares to openly betray the country. There's surely a lot of dirt behind this." Since I'm here I might as well clean it up. On the land of the Dragon Kingdom there is no room for these treacherous dogs. Lin Tianhao nodded solemnly at these words. It's indeed time for a cleanup. These scoundrels have lived too comfortably for too long and have forgotten whose lives were exchanged for their ease. All right, I'll leave this to you. Rest assured. After a simple farewell, a military helicopter's rotor blades began to slowly spin in the distance. Lin Tianhao boarded the helicopter with Lin Mo and the others. Su Wenchang watched as the helicopter flew away until it became a small black dot. He turned around gazing at Yamamoto Kenichi lying on the ground like a dead dog and then looked towards Tianbei City. His originally gentle eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. In Kyoto University exclusive villa area for the Dragon class. At this moment in front of an extremely luxurious villa, 3 figures stood together. Gu Qingge pointed to the villa ahead and said, Yi Shuadi, this is your villa no. 2. As for Wang Shuadi, your villa no. 7 is over there. The villas in our Dragon class are assigned according to rankings. The higher the rank, the closer the villa number. Speaking of which, Gu Qingge glanced at the 2 and added with a hint of playfulness, the upcoming freshman trial is a great opportunity for you to showcase your strength. Although, according to past practices, freshmen usually have no chance against seniors. But the senior sister still has high hopes for this year's freshmen. After all, this year's class is known as the descendants of the gods. I hope you can hold on a bit longer and not lose too badly, otherwise I will be disappointed. Although Gu Qing's words were polite, the inherent superiority of the seniors was hard to disguise. After finishing, Gu Qingge elegantly waved her hand and turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, one of the 2, a robust student, snorted coldly and curled his lip. Humph, what a joke. That pretentious attitude makes my fists clench in irritation. She wants us to hold on longer. Bah! Who knows who will beat whom by then? Yikong frowned and patted Wang Daoi's shoulder, saying lightly, Daowei, be cautious with your words. Although I also dislike her attitude, we must maintain our composure. But, Yikong's lips curled into a confident smile, she is right, the trial is indeed an opportunity. By then I will let these seniors know what a true genius is. Wang Daowei chuckled, of course. Brother Kong, you are an SS level space mage. Those seniors are nothing. By the way, Brother Kong, what are we doing now? Going back to the villa to sleep? Yikong shook his head. His gaze turned to Villa No. 1 next door. Not in a hurry. Since we are here, we should pay a visit to the top-ranked Lin Mo. Yikong adjusted his collar. Although he was deep down unwilling to accept Lin Mo as the top student, after all he was an extremely rare space mage while Lin Mo was just a blank mage. But he also understood that rankings were not assigned randomly. Perhaps Lin Mo, this blank mage, had some unique qualities. Whether it be the upcoming so-called freshman trial or the later dungeons and international battlefields, a fixed team is necessary. We can form a fixed team with Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Wang Daowei was somewhat puzzled. Brother Kong, a team can only have 4 people. I am the tank, you are the damage dealer, and adding another damage dealer makes the team unreasonable, right?
Yikong waved his hand. That also depends on the situation. A dual damage dealer team formed by the 1st and 2nd rank students doesn't need a tank.
Oh. Wang Daowei nodded, somewhat understanding. Yikong ignored him and confidently walked towards Villa No. 1, ringing the doorbell. Ding dong, no one responded. He pressed again. Still no response. Yikong was taken aback. Not in. He thought for a moment and turned to the adjacent Villa No. 3 and Villa No. 4. As a result, he rang the doorbell around, but no one was home. Yikong stood at the empty villa area entrance, somewhat at a loss. Wang Daowei scratched his head and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! Brother Kong, do you think they wouldn't have already formed a team and gone out to grind dungeons? Upon hearing this, Yikong frowned. Was he who had always been first in everything isolated? Impossible. I am a space mage. Such a powerful teammate, how could they not take me? Ah well. Brother Kong, we are not angry. If that is the case, then it just means they are blind. Wang Dawei gently patted Yikong's back, trying to comfort him. Kyoto University playground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive propeller tore through the air and the violent airflow stirred up a cloud of dust. A military armed helicopter descended with a domineering presence, landing on the grass in the center of the playground. Surrounding the playground, passing students all stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. What the hell? Is that an armed helicopter? Are they crazy? This is Kyoto University. The airspace above Kyoto University is a no-fly zone. Who dares to fly a military aircraft in here? This is just too arrogant, right? Where is the school patrol? Aren't they going to do something? As the shocked gazes of the students focused on the helicopter, the cabin door opened. Lin Mo and a few others stepped off the plane. Sun Yim heading off first. Lin Qianhao stood at the cabin door wearing sunglasses and holding an unlit cigar, waving at Lin Mo. Okay, got it. Drive safely on the way. Lin Mo waved to say goodbye. The helicopter roared again, lifting off the ground and disappearing into the sky with great flair. Only after the helicopter had turned into a small black dot did Lin Mo retract his gaze. Looking at the growing crowd around him and the pointing fingers, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. While on the plane, he had mentioned to his father whether it was appropriate to land a helicopter directly on the school playground. Who would have thought his father would just stuff the cigar in his mouth and wave his hand? What's inappropriate about it? I'm sending my son to school, it's only right. Let's see who dares to object. If anyone has a problem, let them come to me. I think they are just itching for trouble. The overwhelming aura from him left Lin Mo speechless. All right. You are the Thunder Emperor, you call the shots. Huh. At that moment, Han Mengxing patted her chest, relieved. Oh my gosh. Finally gone. Lin Mo, your dad has such a strong presence. Sitting across from him, I felt like even breathing was a mistake. I didn't dare to exhale. But speaking of which, those little bastards from Ing country are too wicked. They actually attempted an assassination. If it were up to me, Uncle Lin should just take people and directly crush them. Sink that damn island. Let's see if they dare to act up again. Han Mengyao glanced at her younger sister and tapped her on the head. You're thinking too simply. The sea hides countless great terrors. The seas are an area that humanity still cannot control. In the depths of the ocean, many legendary sea beasts lurk. Carelessly launching a naval assault could lead to an overwhelming loss if faced with a tide of beasts. As she spoke, Han Mengyao paused, her expression becoming more serious. Moreover, Ing country is not as weak as imagined. They also have top-tier powerhouses. Your recklessly crossing the sea not only faces the terrifying threats on the surface, but even on their territory we would be fighting on their home ground, and the costs would be too high. After hearing this, Han Mengxing nodded, somewhat understanding. So that's how it is. The sea is actually that dangerous. But then she stubbornly huffed, so should we just let it go? Of course we can't let it go. Lin Mo interjected, we may not be able to cross the sea, but we can encounter them on the battlefield of all nations. Since they want to play, let's play with them properly on the battlefield. Han Mengxing's eyes lit up as she waved her fist. Yes. Let's beat them until they can't tell up from down on the battlefield. Let them know why the flowers are so red. That's a must, Lin Mo smiled. At that moment, fireball technique rolled around excitedly. I'm hungry. I want to eat braised fiery bull tendon. Earth shield technique followed suit. Master. I'm hungry too. I want to eat dirt. Lin Mo twitched at the corner of his mouth. These guys just finished fighting and already thinking about food. He comforted them in his heart, got it, let's go eat, don't make noise. Lin Mo turned to the three girls, so I'm planning to head to the cafeteria for a meal, what about you? I'm going too. Han Mengqing was the first to express her agreement. Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian nodded as well. After all that commotion, everyone was indeed a bit hungry. The four of them headed toward the Longyuan Pavilion cafeteria. Not far away on the playground stands, three students were watching Lin Mo and his group leave. In the middle stood a boy with a buzz cut and sharp eyes, the leader of the ordinary second-year students at Kyoto University Shinjun. On the left was a long-haired senior sister who had previously hosted the new students Guchinga. On the right was a tall thin boy with an arrogant look named Zhou Kai. Humph, what a grand display. Zhou Kai leaned against the railing filled with disdain, bringing a helicopter into the school playground. Is the Longshu class this arrogant now? Do they really think Kyoto University is their backyard? Guchinga chuckled lightly, brushing her hair. Shinjun, that leading boy is Lin Mo, the top of this year's Longshu class. The three girls beside him are ranked 3rd Han Mengyao, 4th Chu Lingshuan, and 15th Han Mengqin. So that's the number 1 Lin Mo? Shinjun narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the railing with his fingers. Guchinga watched Lin Mo and the others departing, speaking up. From their direction, they're probably heading to the cafeteria. Shinjun adjusted his collar casually, saying, perfect, I'm hungry too. Let's go get to know this, number 1. After all, the new student trial is coming soon. As representatives of the old students, we should get a sense of the situation. With that, Shinjun stepped toward the cafeteria. Zhou Kai and Guchinga exchanged glances and followed suit. Longyuan Pavilion Cafeteria. This is the most luxurious cafeteria at Kyoto University. Rather than a cafeteria, it's more like a 5-star high-end restaurant. Lin Mo and the other three found a window seat. Looking at the table full of dishes, even the worldly Han Mengyao couldn't help but be surprised. This is way too lavish, right? This meal probably costs quite a bit, right? Chu Lingxian said quietly. Who cares, it's free anyway. It's a privilege of the Longshu class. Han Mengqing was unconcerned, picking up her chopsticks and digging in. In Lin Mo's mind, the skills were going crazy. Fireball technique, roared that chicken. That fiery chicken. Get it in my mouth. Hurry. Earth shield technique, drooled that pangolin, looks so delicious. Master, hurry up. Lightning strike technique, that eel. Looks good too. Lin Mo was both amused and exasperated. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of lava chicken, just about to put it in his mouth. Excuse me, would you mind sharing a table? A voice sounded beside him. Lin Mo paused, looking up. 3 students in ordinary class uniforms approached with trays in hand. Shinjun wore a polite smile while Guchinga and Zhou Kai silently followed behind. Although they were second-year seniors, they didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the privileged class of Longshu. Lin Mo swallowed the chicken in his mouth and pointed at the dozens of empty tables around. There's plenty of space here. Is it really necessary to share a table? Shinjun's smile stiffened slightly. This guy really didn't give him any face. But he didn't dare to get angry and could only say more politely, it's more lively to eat together, and we also want to come and admire the style of this year's Longshu class. Saying this, he carefully pulled out a chair and sat down. Guchinga and Zhou Kai followed suit, not daring to get too close. Lin Mo saw this and didn't say anything else. After all, their attitude was quite nice. One should not strike at a smiling face. Shinjun smiled as he introduced himself. Hello, I am Shinjun from the second year of the ordinary class, also a representative of the second-year-old students. These two are Guchinga and Zhou Kai. Nice to meet you, Senior Shen. Lin Mo nodded politely in response, then continued to focus on his food. There was no way those gluttons in his mind were urging him too much. The other 3 girls slightly nodded in greeting. Shinjun looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin, I've heard you are the number 1 of this year's Longshu class. I've long admired your name. Lin Mo with his mouth full mumbled incoherently. The mage profession is indeed the core of the team. Shinjun smiled, pointing at the dish of lava chicken on Lin Mo's plate. I see that Lin eats this lava chicken, which has a strong fire element. It seems you specialize in fire magic? Yes, fire magic. Lin Mo nodded. It seems your fire magic must be exceptional. Shinjun continued to probe his tone, carrying a hint of flattery, but if you only know fire magic you probably couldn't have become number 1 in Longshu class. You should know some other types as well. Lin Mo set down his chopsticks and took a sip of his drink. He looked at Shinjun, fully aware that this guy was trying to gauge him for the upcoming new student trial. However, Lin Mo didn't mind. Let him gauge in the face of absolute strength. Everything is futile. Yes, I also know a bit of earth magic. Lin Mo admitted honestly. Oh, a dual element mage? Shinjun's eyes flashed with surprise, then he exclaimed, fire and earth dual cultivation, both offense and defense, truly impressive. Is there anything else besides fire and earth? Lin Mo thought for a moment and pointed at the plate of thunder eel. I also know a bit of lightning magic. As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The three exchanged glances. Thunder element. It is well known that among the common elements of mages the thunder element is the most difficult to control. The fire element is a close second. To simultaneously master the most difficult thunder and fire elements while also cultivating the earth element. Surely this must be a joke. Shinjun's smile became somewhat stiff. Junior Lin. Truly a prodigy. Since Junior Lin can handle the thunder, fire and earth elements, I presume the legendary combination technique is within your grasp as well. Shinjun's words were actually a jest. He was convinced that Lin Mo was just pulling their leg. Lin Mo nodded seriously, swallowing the eel meat in his mouth. Yes, I can indeed do a bit. I can do 1 fire-earth combination technique and 1 thunder-fire combination technique. Shinjun looked at Lin Mo's earnest and innocent face, feeling an unprecedented insult to his intelligence. Fire-earth combination technique? Thunder-fire combination technique? And he knows too. Why doesn't he check what level he is right now? Who would be so ridiculous? Shinjun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Ha! He forced a laugh and stood up. Junior Lin truly knows how to joke. Since Junior Lin is enjoying himself so much, we won't disturb you further. Let's go. Shinjun waved goodbye to Guchinga and Zhou Kai, turning to leave. Though he dared not say anything directly. However, at the moment he turned, the respect on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a mix of anger and disdain from feeling mocked. Watching the three leave, Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion and looked at the 3 girls beside him. Wait. Why do I feel like they don't believe me? Han Mengyao rolled her eyes. No kidding, who would believe it without seeing it in person? With mastery over 3 elements plus 2 combination techniques, that's way beyond normal expectations. True enough. Lin Mo sighed. Honestly, no one would believe it. At this moment Han Mengqing was chewing on a chicken leg, mumbling, by the way, Lin Mo, did you fill out that skill statistics form in the new student group for the Dragon Sequence class? Skill statistics form? Lin Mo responded, pulling out his phone to check. Sure enough, there was a pinned file in the group. Not yet, I'll fill it out now. While eating, Lin Mo began to fill it out earnestly. His fingers flew across the screen. Fire element skills. Earth element skills. Thunder element skills. Combination techniques. He filled it to the end. Lin Mo's fingers stopped. He frowned, scrolling up and down on the phone screen. Where do I fill in special techniques? Hearing this, the 3 girls were momentarily stunned. Han Mengqing shook her head somewhat helpless. I guess when the school designed this form they never expected someone could learn special techniques at this level. Han Mengyao also smiled wryly. Just fill in the combination techniques, a note will suffice. Alright. Lin Mo nodded and manually added a note in the combination techniques section, special technique fire elemental body fire. After filling it out he clicked send. Meanwhile Shinjun had taken Guqinga and Zhou Kai to a corner and found another spot to sit down. This spot was far from Lin Mo, allowing the three to finally stop pretending. Zhou Kai sneered, what the heck, what's with the act? Fire-earth combination technique? Thunder-fire combination technique? Why doesn't he just say he can do the legendary special technique elemental body too? Are the new students of the Dragon Sequence class so full of hot air now? Do they really think we in the ordinary class are fools? Shinjun snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Dare to look down on us? Or does he think that just because he's in the Dragon Sequence class he can toy with us at will? Shinjun tightened his grip on the chopstick, speaking in a low voice, then let's see the truth in the trials. At that time I will let him know that even in Jing University, if one lacks real skills, no matter if they are in the Dragon Sequence class, they will still be trampled underfoot. As night fell on the top floor of the Jing University administration building in the principal's office. This office was exceptionally spacious. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window stood an elderly man with white hair and beard. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the brightly lit campus with deep-set eyes. Knock knock knock, a knocking sound came. Enter. Gu, he said casually. Su Wenchang pushed the door open and entered. Principal, I'm back. Gu, he turned around and looked at Su Wenchang, a smile appearing on his face. Old Su, why are you back so late? Su Wenchang smiled wryly, sitting down on a nearby sofa. I took Lin Mo and the others to Tianbei City to clear a temple dungeon, but something came up. I took care of it on the way. Oh. Gu, he raised his eyebrows slightly. What happened? Su Wenchang snorted coldly. The Crazy Shark Guild colluded with the people from in-country, openly betraying the country, and attempted to assassinate students from the Dragon Sequence class.
But they have been completely uprooted, including the umbrella behind them. Everyone who should be caught has been caught. Gu, he nodded, showing no particular surprise.
Such things, though rare, are not unheard of. When they happen they should be dealt with accordingly. Since you're back, let's discuss official matters. Gu, he walked to the desk, picked up a freshly printed document and handed it to Su Wenchang. This is the skill statistics form for the new students in the Dragon Sequence class. Take a look. Su Wenchang took the document, glancing over it. At the top of the list was Lin Mo's name, and in the skills section it was densely filled with text. Name Lin Mo, occupation mage, level LV. 25 mastered skills: fire, fireball, basic, multiple explosive, fireball, beginner, explosive flame, spiral, dragon ball, beginner, raging flame, pillar, intermediate, raging flame, wind, wings, intermediate, flame storm, intermediate. Earth shield technique, basic, earth flow wall, beginner, earth stealth, beginner, quicksand domain, intermediate, earthquake, thousand rock stab, intermediate, deadly thorn rock spear, intermediate. Thunder strike technique, basic, thunder beast descends, intermediate, thunder chain prison, intermediate. Combination techniques, lava battle armor, fire, earth, thunder, flame, judgment of the abyss, thunder, fire, special technique, fire, elemental body. This long list of skills was dazzling to behold. Especially the last manually added note, which stood out glaringly. Su Wenchang flipped through the forms of other new students behind it. Even someone as talented as Yi Kong with an SSS rating had far fewer skills compared to Lin Mo. The contrast was simply brutal. This. Su Wenchang pointed at the form, somewhat at a loss for words as he looked at Gu. This kid filled it out quite thoroughly. Gu, he looked at Su Wenchang with a strange expression, even somewhat questioning life. Old Su, are you sure Lin Mo didn't fill it out randomly? Old Su. I know this young man is extraordinary, and I know he's the strongest among this year's Longshu class. Those techniques, Infernal Pillar, Spiral Dragon Blast, Quicksand Domain. Even that Fire-Earth composite art, I'm well aware of them. To master all these in such a short time is already astonishing enough. But these newly added entries on this document, don't they push the boundaries a little too far? He abruptly shifted tone and tapped emphatically on the sheet of paper with his finger. Chain Prison of Thunder. Mountain-shaking earthquake spikes. Barbed stone lances. A new lightning fire composite technique, and even a special art. You expect me to believe this is a freshman? He fixed Su Wenchang with a sharp piercing gaze. Old Su level with me, did he fill this out as a joke? Or did he hold back during the entrance exam? Ha ha ha! Su Wenchang burst into hearty laughter, a subtle self-satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as though the monstrous prodigy had nurtured had finally stunned the world, filling him with quiet ineffable delight. Principal, the form is accurate and he held nothing back at the exam. He truly didn't know these techniques then. This Chain Prison of Thunder? He grasped it spontaneously aboard yesterday's train, improvising under the pressure of the beast's tide. As for the rest, they were all mastered today. At these words Guhi's mouth fell open wide. Astonishment was etched deeply across his weathered face. After a long stunned silence he finally spoke. Mastered this many techniques in a single day, including composite arts and a special art. Tell me, is Lin Mo even human? Humph. Su Wenchang shrugged nonchalantly. Well, that's simply how geniuses are. A genius. He frowned, countering sharply. Old Su, how many prodigies have we seen in our years? Take Yi Kong of this year's spatial affinity cohort, surely brilliant enough. Yet he commands only 5 techniques. And what about Chen Tianming from a few years back, renowned for his transcendent talent? How long did it take him to grasp his first composite art? A full month. Now look at Lin Mo, mastering all this in one day? And casually unveiling a special art on top of it. You call that a genius? Tell me, what genius behaves like this? It's simply. He strained for the right word, but none came. Su Wenchang watched Guhi's flustered expression and murmured quietly, exactly, principal. Before Lin Mo, those so-called geniuses are merely ordinary people with modest aptitude. Guhi. He fell silent. Though the remark stung, cutting deep into pride, his eyes lingered on the skill list before him, and he could not deny its truth. His gaze remained fixed on the list for a long while before he finally said, You're right. Before meeting Lin Mo they were geniuses, yet now there remains but one true genius. Ah. Guhi exhaled deeply and sank back into his chair. His composure returned, yet awe still shimmered in his eyes. Old Su, tell me in detail. What exactly happened today? Su Wenchang nodded, then concisely recounted the day's events. Upon hearing his account, Guhi leaned fully back into his chair, and remained utterly speechless. After a long pause he shook his head and chuckled wryly. Perfect absorption on the first attempt, mastery of a lightning fire composite art after a single night's rest. It seems the Ghost God sect of In Country will suffer grievously in this year's level 30 multinational battlefield. The two exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief thoughtful silence Guhi seemed to recall something, and changed the subject. By the way, Old Su, the freshman trial is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Su Wenchang blinked, then nodded. Yes, 9 a.m. sharp. Per tradition, 20 Longshu freshmen will face off against 200 elite sophomores from the standard classes. At this a relaxed smile touched Su Wenchang's lips. Truth be told, the Longshu freshmen have never won this trial before. The level gap is simply too great and coordination remains unrefined. But this year, Su Wenchang grinned slyly, with young Lin Mo, spatial affinity prodigy Yi Kong and the Han sisters. I feel rather sorry for those 200 selected sophomores. Yet Guhi furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. Old Su, what meaning lies in a trial with no suspense whatsoever? Su Wenchang paused startled. Principal, you mean? Gu He clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing slowly within the office. The freshman trial was conceived to immerse them early in the brutality of the battlefield. To teach them how infinitesimal individual strength becomes against overwhelming numbers, to force their latent potential to the surface and compel them to master teamwork. If Lin Mo alone can effortlessly obliterate 200 sophomores, what purpose remains? Gu He halted, turned and locked eyes with Su Wenchang. What we cultivate are warriors destined for the multinational battlefield. Su Wenchang's heart skipped a beat. Principal, you surely don't intend to. A faint knowing smile lifted Gu He's lips. Here's the revision this year. The entire sophomore year faces them. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wenchang choked, startled beyond measure. The entire sophomore year? Principal, are you serious? 20 versus 2000? That's 100-fold numerical disparity. Gu He waved a dismissive hand. Calm down. Calm down. Old Su, consider the multinational battlefield as fairness ever guaranteed there. Sudden ambushes facing enemies outnumbering you 2 or 10-fold, it's commonplace. Moreover, I wish to see Lin Mo's absolute limits, and whether he can forge another mirror. I also wish to observe whether proud prodigies like Yikong and Han Mengyao can shed their arrogance and truly learn to coalesce around a central pillar in battle. That's where the intrigue lies. A trial without tension holds no value. Su Wenchang opened his mouth to protest, then closed it, conceding Gu He's logic. Yet, 2000. One fireball apiece would drown them in flame. This is sheer madness. He murmured, voice hushed. Gu He smiled. Without madness there is no transcendence. Since this is the generation of the descent of gods, they shall receive the treatment befitting gods. As he spoke, Gu He flipped his wrist, and a torrential surge of thunderous energy instantly flooded the entire office. Su Wenchang instinctively looked up. There, hovering above Gu He's palm, floated a fist-sized azure crystal, translucent, radiant, with countless minuscule lightning serpents coiling and colliding within its depths. Su Wenchang's pupils contracted sharply. A fragment of thunder element? Where did you acquire it? Ha ha ha. That's none of your concern, just fortunate timing a few days ago. Gu He laughed heartily. Su Wenchang paid no mind to its origin, only to the significance of its appearance now. Principal, you intend to? Gu He smiled faintly. Since the trial's difficulty has escalated, surely it demands an appropriately magnificent prize. This fragment of thunder element shall be the ultimate reward for this trial. Whoever emerges victorious claims it. This. Su Wenchang's face was etched with astonishment. This reward. It's far too generous, isn't it? Traditionally, the Dragon Sequence class freshman trial has never offered rewards. After all, the class already enjoys unparalleled privileges. So why this sudden change? Su Wenchang paused, then fixed his gaze upon Gu He, asking cautiously. And headmaster, if my memory serves me right, your lightning elemental simulacrum is just a few fragments away from full manifestation, isn't it? You've been stalled at this threshold for years, yet now that you've finally acquired one fragment, you won't use it yourself. You're offering it as a prize. Su Wenchang grew visibly agitated. Gu He, a peerless lightning mage of Longhua, had long since reached the apex of his cultivation. Once he forged his lightning elemental simulacrum, his power would undergo a quantum leap, potentially reshaping the entire upper echelon of Longhua's combat hierarchy. Yet he would surrender such a pivotal artifact as a mere trial reward. Gu He gazed at Su Wenchang, his eyes softening. With a gentle sigh he murmured. It matters not. Even if I succeed in manifesting the simulacrum, what then? In the grand strategy of Longhua amid the looming multinational battlefield before the unfathomable cataclysm yet to come, one old man more or less changes nothing. Moreover, this single fragment is not the only one I lack. He lifted his gaze toward the villa district beyond the window. But Lin Mo is different, he is still young. At merely level 25, he has already awakened the fire elemental body. Should he achieve the lightning elemental body before reaching level 30? A dual element unique technique, imagine the prodigy he would become. This. Su Wenchang stood frozen in silence. He let out a quiet chuckle and weighed the fragment in his palm. This stone holds greater value in his hands than in mine. Su Wenchang looked upon the venerable elder, his hair and beard snow-white, and felt a profound surge of reverence. In this world, who does not yearn for ever greater strength? Power is the very foundation of survival. Yet here stood the president of Jing University, surrendering his own chance at transcendence for a distant intangible hope and for a stranger he had never met. So, Su Wenchang said wryly, all this elaborate arrangement was simply an excuse to place this fragment into his hands. What do you mean, an excuse? He's expression turned solemn. Private bestowal is strictly forbidden. Though the Dragon Sequence class enjoys special privileges, those privileges must rest firmly upon proven merit. Were I to grant it to him outright, what would others think? They'd accuse me of bias, they'd brand Lin Mo as a rank climber who rose through connections alone. If he desires this fragment, he must strive for it, and earn it through his own ability. Only then will others find no grounds for complaint. Su Wenchang fell silent for a moment, then sighed bitterly. But aren't you afraid this might backfire? What if Shinjun's team actually wins? After all, they field 2,000 students. Then so be it, they may have it, He laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. If Shinjun's team truly triumphs, they shall have proven themselves worthy of this fragment. I may favor Lin Mo, but not to the point of abandoning reason. Whoever wins the prize belongs to them, that is the natural order of things. With that, he swept his arm in a broad gesture. Enough, old Su, you've labored all day. Go home and rest. I must now call the sophomore year director of the regular academic division. This time the rules must change. Su Wenchang shook his head helplessly. He rose, straightened his collar and paused at the door, then turned back with a wry grin. Headmaster, your stratagem is truly ruthless. Tonight the entire sophomore cohort won't sleep a wink. I'm off. Meanwhile, in a spacious student club activity room, the chamber blazed with light wreathed in smoke. Dozens of sophomore students sat in a tight circle, team captains from various squads across the regular academic division, the elite vanguard of their year. Shinjun occupied the head seat, his expression dark and brooding. Beside him, Zhou Kai spoke with feverish intensity, recounting the cafeteria incident. You should have seen how arrogantly Lin Mo behaved. Brother Shu approached them in goodwill, hoping to make acquaintances. Yet what did he receive? That boy treated us with utter contempt. Seeing we were ordinary students, he mocked and toyed with us outright. Zhou Kai grew increasingly animated, slamming his fist onto the table. When Brother Shen asked what techniques he mastered, he claimed to wield both fire-earth composite arts and lightning-fire composite arts. Is he taking us for fools? A freshman, not even enrolled yet, already commands 2 composite arts. Preposterous. Does he openly scorn our intelligence? At these words the room erupted. Damn! That's beyond outrageous. So the Dragon Sequence class thinks it can humiliate anyone at will? Damn it, their privilege makes them dogs. Each voice burned with righteous fury, eyes blazing with indignation. This anger stemmed not only from Lin Mo's demeanor but from long-simmering resentment. At Jing University, the Dragon Sequence class loomed over them like an unshakable mountain. Why? Someone grumbled, we ordinary students labor all week for just one spatial keystone, one dungeon run. They receive 3 per day. And their cafeteria meals are free, served exclusively with high-tier magical beast ingredients. Right now at semester's start we still hold an edge, having trained a full year longer our levels surpass theirs. But in a month, or even half that time, they'll overtake us completely. We won't even glimpse their tail lights. Despair and injustice ignited in that instant. Shinjun watched the seething crowd, then slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept the room, his voice low and resonant. You're right. We may lack their innate talent. We may lack their privileges. But that doesn't entitle them to humiliate us. This freshman trial is our chance. Shinjun clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table. We number 200, elite warriors. Our levels dwarf theirs. This time we'll teach those dragon sequence freshmen that ordinary students are no disposable trash to be trifled with. We'll teach them the meaning of respect. Yes, let's fight them. Crush the dragon sequence class. We've never lost before, and we won't lose now. This time Lin Mo will taste bitter humiliation. Their fervor surged to its peak, fists clenched, muscles coiled, ready to charge into battle this very instant. At that moment nearly all present received a message simultaneously. Who's messaging this late? Confused, they each drew out their phones. It was an official campus-wide announcement from the Academic Affairs Office. As they read its contents, every face went slack with disbelief. Urgent notice: revision to the Dragon Sequence Class Freshman Trial Rules. This trial will no longer function as a selection process. All sophomores currently enrolled, total 1982 students, shall participate en masse. The victorious side shall receive an additional reward, 1 lightning elemental fragment awarded to the participant contributing most decisively. What the hell? Did I misread that? The entire year, 2000 against 20. Has old Master Gu suddenly grown kind-hearted this year? Has he lost his mind? This isn't just a gift, it's a walkover. And there's a reward, a lightning elemental fragment. Shinjun's hand trembled as he clutched his phone, his eyes alight with ecstatic disbelief. The freshman trial had always been a mere training exercise, seniors guiding Dragon Sequence freshmen through drills with no rewards whatsoever. Why introduce a reward this year, especially something as precious as a lightning elemental fragment? And historically Dragon Sequence freshmen had never emerged victorious. Wasn't this simply a pretext to bestow favors upon the regular division? It seems. Old Master Gu has finally begun to recognize us ordinary students. 2000 versus 20. How could we possibly lose? There is no way, we cannot lose. Shinjun raised his head, scanning the assembled faces. Brothers. This time it's not just about dignity. That fragment, we will claim it. The next morning Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes. He had slept particularly well this time, mainly because he had dealt with that spy from Ing Nation yesterday, releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart. With this thought in mind, his sleep quality naturally skyrocketed. Let me see if my little ones worked hard last night. Lin Mo sat up from his bed and brought up his panel. Upon seeing it he was taken aback. Level LV. 26, 35 Level 26 already? He leveled up overnight. This efficiency is considerably higher than the day before. What on earth happened? Lin Mo, filled with curiosity, opened the battle log. Your skill Fireball destroyed a goblin camp in the Wild Black Wind Ridge area using multiple explosive fireballs, leaving a message: useless green-skinned shorty. Your skill Fireball cleared hundreds of wild boars in the Wild Boar Forest area using Flame Pillar and Firestorm, leaving a message: all useless, not a single one worth fighting. Your skill Lightning Strike took out a nest of crocodiles in the Dark Marsh area using Thunder Hail and Lightning Strike, swiftly dispatching one after another. Your skills Fireball and Lightning Strike met in the wild, both confirming each other's intent, and decided to engage in a friendly monster-slaying speed contest. Wherever they passed not a blade of grass grew. Your skill Earth Shield watched the crazed older brother and third brother and decided to go back to sleep. After reading the log, Lin Mo was also momentarily stunned. Goodness! No wonder the leveling efficiency increased this time. It turns out Little Lei and Little Two finally got into action. It seems that the elemental avatar concept he sketched out yesterday was indeed effective. But what's up with Little Two? Why did he return home to sleep after such a short session? At that moment Earth Shield spoke lazily as if just waking up. Good morning, Master. Did you have a good dream last night? Looks like you slept pretty well, Lin Mo thought to himself. What's going on? Your older brother and third brother were busy all night while you strolled around for less than an hour, killed a rabbit and came back to sleep. Don't you want the avatar anymore? Or do you not want to be your imposing second brother? Hearing Lin Mo's questioning, Earth Shield instantly felt wronged. Earth Shield cried, Master. This is unfair. I also want to roll. But I just can't do it. How can you not do it? Lin Mo asked. Earth Shield, Master, look, in terms of monster clearing efficiency, older brother is like a walking artillery, casually throwing out a sea of fire. Third brother's chain lightning is also ridiculous. With a crackle a whole area is wiped out. Even if they don't die, third brother's lightning strike takes out one at a time and it's incredibly fast. What about me? My earth spike damage doesn't even compare to older brother and third brother's basic fireball and lightning strike. Deadly Thorn Rock Gun is fierce, taking down one little one with a shot, but its cooldown is too long. The most useful one is that earth-shaking skill, but Master, didn't you teach us to be low profile and to keep a low profile? Earth Shield felt increasingly wronged. Earth-shaking makes too much noise, rumbling like an earthquake. At this time of night I feel it's not appropriate. I thought about it, and to avoid causing trouble for the Master I could only come back to sleep. After hearing Earth Shield's tearful explanation, Lin Mo understood. It seemed there was indeed some truth to it. The only skill with relatively high efficiency for Little Two was that earth-shaking. However, this skill is indeed better left unused. It would be quite disruptive to cause an earthquake at such an hour. It seems that ultimately Little Two still lacks a more conventional area damage output method. Lin Mo pondered. Since he is the boss, he needs to solve the difficulties for his employees so that they can work better for him, right? Little Two, Earth Shield, Master, I'm here. Since you feel your methods are lacking, then use your brain a bit. Who said earth-type attacks must always be done with earth-shaking? Can't you suddenly realize a method that is less noisy but still quick and fierce for area damage skills? Earth Shield was dumbfounded. Huh? Not noisy? And it still needs to be area damage? Fast and fierce as well? Master, aren't you making it hard for me? Do you have any good ideas? Teach me? Lin Mo sat on the bed deep in thought. The form of the deadly Thorn Rock Gun flashed through his mind. Suddenly a word floated into Lin Mo's mind. His eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. Got it. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Earth Shield, what? What needle? Master, are you craving seafood? What seafood? I'm talking about the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Lin Mo corrected him irately. He then began to explain, think about it, since you can condense one deadly Thorn Rock Gun, why can't you condense thousands of them? Even if the power is a bit weaker, the sheer number will make up for it. Just imagine with a wave of your hand a sky full of rock guns. Overwhelming. Wouldn't that clear out a large area? Listening to Lin Mo's description, Earth Shield fell into deep shock. Earth Shield muttered, thousands of them? Master. That's impossible. I get exhausted just condensing one. If I try to do so many at once I might have a brain hemorrhage. Lin Mo shrugged, then that's the problem you need to solve. I've pointed out the method for you. Whether you can master it, catch up to your older brother and third brother's progress and get your elemental avatar early. Depends on how hard you work. Alright, go ponder this. I need to wash up now. Earth Shield was momentarily stunned, then burst forth with an unprecedented fighting spirit. No. I will catch up to older brother and third brother. I want an avatar too. That storm pear blossom needle. I'll think it over right now. Your skill Earth Shield has been stimulated and entered the deduction state. Watching Earth Shield reignite its fighting spirit, Lin Mo also revealed a satisfied smile. Fortunately, this skill is quite easy to fool. Lin Mo whistled as he got out of bed, humming a little tune as he walked into the bathroom. In the bathroom, gurgle. Spit. Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror. Although his hair was a bit messy, he was undoubtedly handsome. At that moment, ding-dong, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Who could it be so early in the morning? He casually tapped on a smart control screen and opened the surveillance footage at the front door. Outside the villa's iron gate stood two boys. One was dressed in a well-tailored white casual suit, his hair neatly combed, wearing the confident smile typical of a scion from a wealthy family. The other was a burly man with a fierce look, appearing rather unlike a student. I don't recognize them. Lin Mo frowned and pressed the intercom button. Who is it? The boy in the white suit straightened his posture slightly upon hearing the voice, revealing an elegant smile to the camera. Hello, Lin Mo. I am Yi Kong. Yi Kong? Lin Mo thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh. So it's the second one. The smile on Yi Kong's face outside the door instantly froze. What the hell, the second one? Although I am ranked second, can you not say it so? Strangely, Yi Kong took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Lin Mo, you're quite humorous. I wonder if it would be convenient to open the door. I have some matters to discuss with you. Sure, come in. Lin Mo casually pressed the unlock button. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance to the villa's living room. Lin Mo had just descended the stairs in casual attire. Please make yourself at home, no need for formalities. He gestured toward the sofa, then headed straight to the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of cola. Yi Kong, unreserved and poised elegantly, took a seat on the sofa. The burly man stood dutifully beside Yi Kong. Classmate Lin Mo, pleased to meet you for the first time, Yi Kong said, indicating the muscular figure beside him. This is Wang Dawei. Lin Mo glanced at the man and blinked. Wang Dawei? Who's that? Wang Dawei, chest puffed with anticipation, had been bracing himself for the gaze of the top-ranked student. Hearing that, his entire posture crumpled. So, you only remembered the top few names. Those ranked just slightly lower weren't even worthy of recognition. Observing Wang Dawei's crestfallen expression, Yi Kong interjected, Classmate Lin Mo, he's also from our Longshu class, ranked 7th. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies, I didn't pay attention to the names further down. Still, 7th place is truly impressive. It's an honor to meet you. His perfunctory tone left Wang Dawei speechless with despair. Yi Kong's gaze sharpened as he studied Lin Mo. Classmate Lin Mo. I apologize for this unannounced visit, but I have two matters to discuss. First, I've long been curious, how did you, a barebones mage, secure the top rank? To reach the summit you must possess some extraordinary ability, am I right? His words were courteous, yet beneath them simmered unmistakable pride. Deep down he refused to accept it. How could a barebones mage possibly tower over him, a spatial attribute cultivator? Lin Mo replied offhandedly, oh, nothing special, just know a bit more than most. A bit more? Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo nodded. I dabble a little in fire arts, a little in earth arts, and yes, a little in thunder arts too. Yi Kong and Wang Dawei exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, triple affinity mage? Wang Dawei blurted out, astonished. No wonder you claimed the top rank. Triple affinity mages of this caliber are exceedingly rare. I see. The condescension in Yikong's eyes softened considerably. If you're truly triply affinity, topping the rankings is hardly surprising. At that, Yikong fixed Lin Mo with a serious gaze. Given your formidable strength, I'll speak plainly. During the upcoming freshman trial, and later the international battlefield, I hope you'll follow my command and coordinate under my direction. As a spatial attribute cultivator, I hold innate advantages in mobility and battlefield control. Thus I'm the natural choice to lead. And you as a triple affinity mage wield the most devastating offensive power, making you the undisputed core of our team's firepower. Follow my lead and I guarantee we'll sweep aside all upperclassmen of the second year. Yikong spoke with fervent conviction, already envisioning himself leading the team to glorious triumph. Lin Mo listened disinterestedly and waved a hand. It's just 200 upperclassmen. Why bother with tactics? A single overwhelming assault would suffice. Wang Daoi's mouth twitched. You speak boldly, yet upperclassmen hold clear advantages in level numbers and coordination. Isn't that boast a bit excessive? Yikong shot Wang Daoi a sharp glance, silencing him instantly. Then with faint apology, forgive him, Wang Daoi speaks bluntly. I offer my sincere apologies on his behalf. No trouble at all, Lin Mo replied, waving again. Yikong paused, then asked, you may not yet know. Last night the Academy issued an update. Our opponents aren't 200, but the entire sophomore cohort 1,987 students. Wang Daoi folded his arms nearby, wearing the grin of someone eagerly awaiting a spectacle, hoping to witness the top-ranked students' flustered panic. After all, 20 versus 200 was still a challenge. But 20 versus 2,000? That was sheer unmitigated despair. Revise. Lin Mo frowned and pulled out his phone. Indeed, the announcement sat pinned at the top of his feed. His gaze drifted downward, locking onto the final line of the reward description. Huh? His eyes lit up instantly. Thunder Element Shard. So generous. At that very moment the skill, Earth Shield Art, suddenly surfaced in his mind. Earth Shield Art, shattered, haha. Why? Why a Thunder Element Shard? Why not Earth? Seeing its distraught state, Lin Mo thought inwardly, told you so. Your elder brother Xiaohua has always strived diligently, so he earned a Fire Element Shard. Your younger brother Xiao Lei began striving last night, and look, the Thunder Element Shard has already been granted. That's the Tao's reward for diligence. Earth Shield Art froze momentarily, then roared back with renewed resolve, no. I must strive too. I must outwork them all. Your skill, Earth Shield Art, has undergone intense stimulation, entering deep seclusion for profound refinement and evolution. Meanwhile, Yikong, seated across, noticed Lin Mo staring blankly at his phone, and smiled confidently. Well then, classmate Lin Mo. Do you grasp it now? Even at our peak, facing 2,000 upperclassmen, all higher in cultivation level, individual strength is vanishingly insignificant.
To fight alone is to be scattered sand. Only through unity and disciplined teamwork do we retain the slimmest chance of victory.
Yikong rose and adjusted his clothing. I grew up at the Capital Grand Academy, surrounded by strategists trained since childhood in command and coordination. Entrusting this role to me is beyond doubt. All you need do is serve as our ultimate artillery, unleashing your full destructive power precisely when I call for it. What say you? Yikong gazed at Lin Mo with unwavering confidence, certain his argument was flawless and no rational person would decline such a capable commander. Yet Lin Mo waved once more. Forget it. Honestly, 2,000 feels no different from 200. Yikong's smile froze. No difference. Sir, do you realize what you're saying? Tenfold disparity has become 100-fold, and you declare it negligible. Wang Daoi, sensing Yikong's rising agitation, stepped forward smoothly to calm him. Brother Kong, no anger, no anger. Yikong shot him a fierce glare and shook off his hand. Why should I be angry? I act for everyone's sake. He took several deep breaths, forcibly steadying himself, then turned back to fix Lin Mo with a steady stare. Lin Mo, I'll tell you the truth. Each year the Longshu class elects a leader, a tradition requiring unanimous approval from all students. Before coming here I'd already consulted the others. Aside from you, and the Han sisters and Chu Lingxian, everyone else has already agreed to appoint me as leader. A spark of challenge flickered in Yikong's eyes. Since you're so confident, let's settle this by the rules. A duel. Whoever wins becomes this year's Longshu class leader. The loser must submit unconditionally to the winner's command. Lin Mo sighed helplessly at Yikong's earnest expression. What a hassle. Can't we skip the fight? Honestly, I have no desire to be leader, it's exhausting. Yikong pressed forward, then you'll obey my orders without question, if you refuse to fight. Lin Mo gave a gentle shake of his head. Taking orders. Being managed. Coordinating movements per tactical instructions. Goodness, that sounded far more troublesome. Compared to that, a quick bout seemed the simplest solution. Fine, Lin Mo rose from the sofa and stretched lazily. If you insist on fighting, then let's fight. Where shall we go? Yikong's eyes gleamed with battle lust. He'd never accepted Lin Mo's supremacy. So what if he was triple affinity? Fundamentally, he remained a barebones mage. Could he possibly surpass a spatial attribute cultivator like himself? What gave him the right to stand above and dominate? Let's head to the arena within our villa complex. I'll gather the rest of our classmates. Today we'll end this swiftly, and crown the true undisputed top-ranked student of the Longshu class. On the way to the villa district arena, sunlight bathed the path in golden warmth. Paulownia leaves rustled softly along both sides of the road. Lin Mo walked at the front, his pace unhurried and serene.
Han Mingyao, Chu Lingshuan and Han Mengqin trailed beside him. Lin Mo Yikong's profession is an SS-Rank spatial walker, a title also known as Mage Slayer.
Han Mengyao glanced at Lin Mo, her expression grave. Oh. Why so? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Han Mengyao nodded and explained, the most vexing trait of spatial abilities lies in their uncanny unpredictability, appearing and vanishing without warning. Spatial walkers possess not only devastating long-range attacks but also terrifying close combat prowess, making them masters of both distance and proximity. Once they close in using their spatial leap, conventional mages stand no chance against even a single burst of their assault. That is precisely why spatial adepts are nearly invincible within their tier, especially against fragile glass cannon specialists. Indeed, added Chu Lingxian beside them, nodding earnestly, her youthful face alight with sincerity. Yes, Lin Mo-zhen. Moreover, I've heard spatial adepts can retreat into dimensional folds to evade damage, not only excelling in dual-range combat but also boasting extraordinary survivability. Ah, I see. Lin Mo nodded, comprehension dawning upon his features. Yet he felt no anxiety, his arsenal brimmed with skills a defeat seemed all but impossible. Not to mention his magma armor, Yikong would likely fail even to pierce his defenses. Oh, come now, elder sister Lingxian's sister, no need to fret. Han Mengqing chimed in, swaying lightly as she spoke. Even if Yikong is formidable, could he possibly surpass that colossal lizard from the temple ruins? Or outmatch those 400 warriors outside? At her words, Han Mengyao, who had been quietly anxious, paused mid-thought. Her mind flashed back to Lin Mo's temple raid, thunder and wildfire erupting effortlessly from his fingertips, rewriting reality itself. And that horrifying instant when over 400 berserkers vanished into vapor, erased without trace. You're right. Han Mengyao sighed, shaking her head with gentle resignation as the tension eased from her brow. Yikong may be a mage slayer, yet he remains well within the bounds of conventional cultivation. Chu Lingxian nodded vigorously, clenching her tiny fist. I truly believe Lin Mozen cannot lose. Though spatial adepts can vanish, surely their evasion has temporal limits. With Lin Mozen's overwhelming skill density, relentless unbroken barrage, he'll simply exhaust Yikong's evasions. Han Mengyao turned toward Chu Lingxian. Though the logic sounded brutally straightforward, it was undeniably sound. Exactly. Han Mengqin tilted her chin upward, triumphant. Does Yikong truly imagine himself worthy of leadership? Absolutely not. Chu Lingxian stole a shy glance at Lin Mo, her cheeks faintly flushed. Only the strongest deserve to lead. Lin Mozen towers far above Yikong. I'll acknowledge no one else as leader. Go for it, senior brother Lin Mo. Han Mengqin winked playfully at him. Lin Mo, seemingly privy to some unspoken pact, responded with a subtle thumbs up. Rest assured. Though Lin Mo held no desire to assume leadership, he harbored even less tolerance for being commanded. A quarter hour later, the group arrived at the Villa District Arena, a vast indoor coliseum ringed by tiered spectator stands. At its center stood a dueling platform paved with rare resonance-dampening stone, compact in scale, spanning roughly 500 square meters. By then the arena bustled with students. Aside from Lin Mo's quartet, nearly all 16 remaining members of this year's Longshu class had gathered. They clustered around Yikong, chatting animatedly, until Lin Mo and his companions entered, at which point the ambient chatter faded into hushed stillness. Dozens of gazes converged upon them. This place feels rather cramped, Lin Mo remarked, scanning the arena with mild disdain. Han Mengyao clarified, this is the novice arena. Typically practitioners below level 30 possess limited skill ranges and destructive capacity. 500 square meters suffices for rigorous sparring. More advanced arenas, the intermediate and grand arenas, are reserved for level 30 cultivators, even those beyond level 60. Ah, I see. Lin Mo nodded indifferently. It'll do. At that moment Han Mengqin darted forward, sprinting straight toward Yikong. Yikong stood motionless at the arena's heart, arms crossed, eyes closed, in aloof composure, radiating the aura of a seasoned master, when suddenly the air before him shimmered. A mage's staff pressed sharply against the bridge of his nose. Yikong-san? Han Mengqin chirped, brimming with mischief. As challenger of today's pummeling challenge, do you feel confident enduring 10 seconds under senior brother Lin Mo's might? Silence crashed over the arena like a wave. Students exchanged bewildered glances. Pummeling challenge? 10 seconds? Such phrasing, brutally cutting. Yikong's face darkened instantly. He calmly brushed aside the staff with 2 fingers, smoothed his collar, and replied with weary condescension, Miss Han Mengqin, this just falls flat. I am a spatial walker, the natural antithesis of all fragile mages. You know this better than anyone. As for surviving 10 seconds, perhaps you should ask Lin Mo whether he can endure my opening salvo. Wang Dawei snorted nearby, interjecting, exactly. I know you're on Lin Mo's side, but fairness still applies, doesn't it? Brother Kong's profession speaks for itself. 10 seconds. That's outright arrogance. Brother Kong will prevail? TCH. Han Mengqin retrieved her staff, grinning impishly. Then from within her robes she produced 2 stacks of betting slips, one inscribed with Yikong, the other with Lin Mo. Today marks the Longshu class's Dragon Tiger duel. How could we proceed without stakes? Let everyone partake in the spectacle. The Longshu class's top spot showdown is now open for wagers. Waving the slips high, Han Mengqin announced, bet on Yikong odds of 110. Bet on Lin Mo odds of 1-1. 1. Bets locked, fair to young and old alike. Her proclamation left the crowd momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by her sheer audacity. And, were those odds genuine? Yikong at 110. Lin Mo at 111. A single coin wagered on Yikong would yield 10 in return. While backing Lin Mo earned merely a 10% gain, such disparity bordered on absurdity. Wait, Han Mengqing, what does this mean? 110. My odds are that high? Yikong frowned sharply. Higher odds signaled lower perceived probability. This spread felt deeply insulting. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Indeed, that's preposterous. Yikong is an SS-Rank spatial walker. Unfazed Han Mengqing met his glare with unwavering confidence. I'm the bookmaker. The odds are mine to set. Besides, if you deem them high, isn't that advantageous? Greater reward awaits the victor. And if you're so certain of victory, why not bet on yourself? Instant fortune. Tenfold returns, that's a windfall dropped from heaven. Who cares whom I favor? So long as you win, my coins become yours. Yikong faltered. Her reasoning was irrefutable. Odds were purely the house's prerogative, and such a payout would be life-altering should he triumph. Whether for pride or profit, he swept his hand decisively. Very well. If you insist on gifting me wealth, I accept your generosity. Snatching the slip bearing his name, he declared, voice resonant with conviction, 10 million, I stake it all on myself. Hua. Immediately a collective gasp echoed around. A bet of 10 million? Seeing this, Han Mengqing's eyes seemed to fill with symbols of wealth, her smile broadening. All right. Boss is generous. Wishing you wealth. As she spoke, she pulled out a small notebook and began to take notes. Boss Yikong betting on Yikong to win 10 million. All right, anyone else want to place a bet? Money's being given away. With Yikong leading the charge, the students who were previously observing could no longer hold back. Those who could join the dragon class came from families with some resources. Coupled with the high scholarships, none of them were short on money. Moreover, the odds were simply too tempting. 10 to 1. Yikong belonged to the space system with a high chance of winning. This was practically giving away money. I'll bet on Konggu too. 1 million. Konggu, take me to the top. I want in. I'll bet on Yikong too. In an instant, everyone rushed to grab the paper with Yikong's name that Han Mengqing was holding. Han Mengqing was overwhelmed with excitement, her smile never fading. We've hit the jackpot, this is it. Just then, a shorter boy squeezed out from the crowd. He pushed up his glasses, feeling a mix of hesitation. 10 to 1, 10 to 1. Although everyone was betting on Yikong, I think the dealer and Lin Mo are so calm, they must have a hidden card. In such times one must go against the tide. The boy gritted his teeth and grabbed the paper with Lin Mo's name from Han Mengqing's hand. Classmate Han, I'm betting on Lin Mo. 5 million. As soon as he said this, everyone around looked at him as if he were a fool. Why ignore a 10 to high return to bet on Lin Mo, who had only 1 to 1? And he's betting so much money. Has this guy lost his mind? Han Mengqing froze. She looked up at the boy, her smile vanishing in an instant. This student, Han Mengqing said earnestly, her eyes sincere, why don't you think it over? This is not a small amount. Look, Yikong is an SS-level space system while Lin Mo is just a novice mage. Space system against mages, isn't that like chopping vegetables? Moreover, with these odds, betting on Lin Mo is just 1 to 1, there's no profit in it. The boy paused, tugging at the paper in Han Mengqing's hand. He couldn't pull it away. Han Mengqing's grip was surprisingly strong, as if the paper was welded to her hand. No. Classmate Han, just let me bet. I just want to play it safe. And I really have faith in Lin Mo. The boy was anxious. Let go. I want to place my bet. No way. Han Mengqing panicked. Are you kidding me? If I let you bet on Lin Mo and he wins later, although I won't lose much, I still have to return your principal. 5 million already in my pocket, and you want me to give it back. No way. Classmate, listen to the advice, eat your fill. Han Mengqing held tightly to the paper. Think about the spatial traveler's spatial jump. A smooth series of teleportations which fragile one can withstand. What can Lin Mo use to win? Win with his head? This isn't playing it safe, you're just going against your money. You should bet on Yikong, it's 10-1. Play it safe, a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. The boy was somewhat swayed by Han Mengqing's argument. But that gambler's rebellious psychology was still at play. But what if Lin Mo wins? I'm not greedy, I just want to play it safe. Just then Yikong suddenly spoke up. There's no such thing as, but. This student, since you don't believe me so much, then I'll make you a promise, and I'll also make a promise to all the students present. Anyone who bets on my win, if I lose, your principal will be covered by me, Yikong. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. How domineering! So domineering! Covering the loss. This is equivalent to having no risk at all. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Someone is covering the losses. This is a guaranteed profit. If you still don't bet on Yikong, then you really are foolish. Han Mengqing said to the boy. The boy was stunned. With a high return of 10-1 and someone covering the principal? Then why hesitate at all? I'll bet. I'm betting on Yikong. I'm all in on Yikong. The boy let go, grabbing another paper with Yikong's name on it. Alright. Han Mengqing gleefully recorded the betting information. Everyone was betting on Yikong. She looked at the ledger in her hand as if she could already see countless small amounts of money waving at her. Not far away, Han Menyao, watching this scene, helplessly held her forehead. She turned to Lin Mo and apologetically said, Lin Mo, don't take it to heart, I'll definitely deal with her properly when we get back. However, Lin Mo remained calm, waving his hand. It's fine, just before I came here Mengqing had already discussed it with me on the phone, and I'll take 90 of the profits from this round. Han Menyao looked at Lin Mo, then glanced at her sister in the distance, her mouth twitching wildly. So you two are colluding together? Just then the door to the arena was pushed open. Su Wenchang strode in. Behind him was a middle-aged female teacher. Teacher Su. Everyone greeted him. Su Wenchang nodded and pointed to the female teacher behind him, introducing, this is our school's medical department's director Su, a level 85 healing professional. I heard today that our dragon class will elect a class leader in advance, so I specifically invited Director Su to oversee. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly showed respect. A level 85 healing professional? This is a true great healer. After Su Wenchang finished the introduction, his gaze swept over the surrounding environment. He looked at the 500 square meter battle platform, his brows slightly furrowing. Why choose this place? Su Wenchang shook his head. This place is too small, it can't be used fully. With that he waved his hand. Let's go change the venue. To the advanced arena. Everyone was stunned. The advanced arena? Isn't that meant for professionals above level 60? Yikong couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Su, isn't that unnecessary? At our level 500 square meters is enough. Going to the advanced arena, isn't that a bit wasteful? In his view, a few teleportations could easily settle the fight. There was no need for such a large venue. However, Su Wenchang looked at him deeply, then glanced at Lin Mo nearby. Not enough, stop talking, let's go to the advanced arena. After saying this, Su Wenchang didn't explain further and turned to leave with the female teacher. Lin Mo and the others also stepped forward, following Su Wenchang out of the junior arena. Yikong stood in place, watching Su Wenchang and Lin Mo's backs. He felt a bit uneasy. Going to the advanced arena was definitely not because of him. His strength was fully sufficient for the junior arena. So, it must be because of that guy. Could it be that this guy is truly strong to such a degree? Strong enough that even the junior arena can't accommodate his skills. Yikong took a deep breath, forcing down the doubts in his heart. Then I want to see if you Lin Mo truly deserve this advanced arena. Let's go. With that, Yikong took Wang Dawei and stepped out of the junior arena. Under the guidance of Su Wenchang, the crowd arrived at the adjacent high-level arena. This was a massive outdoor structure surrounded by 12 gigantic stone pillars, with the ground paved entirely with exceptionally hard black iron rock.
As soon as she stepped into the arena, Han Mengqing exclaimed, "Wow! This is so much larger. It's far more impressive than that little cage we were in earlier."
Lin Mo stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the expansive space. It was indeed quite large. Roughly estimating, its area was at least a whole circle larger than a standard football field, if not more. Here there was ample room for both large-scale skill bombardments and high-speed combat maneuvers. Now this is more like it. Han Mengyao looked around and nodded in satisfaction. That small place in the beginner's arena was barely enough for Yikong to jump a couple of times. If Lin Mo were to make a move, a single skill would probably tear the roof off. Chu Lingxian agreed wholeheartedly. That's true, Lin Mo's skills have a wide range. If the space is too small, it's easy to accidentally injure the spectators. This arena's size is just right for Lin Mo to unleash his potential. At this moment, the fireball technique, which had been up all night, finally awakened. The fireball technique yawned, feeling quite comfortable after its rest. Where am I? What's going on? Where's my little brother? Big brother is awake and he doesn't come out to greet me. Lin Mo glanced at the interface. Your skill, Earth Shield technique, is currently in deep meditation, developing a new skill. Little brother is busy developing a new skill, so don't disturb him. The fireball technique frowned, somewhat skeptical, researching a new skill. Just him. Lin Mo ignored the fireball technique. He turned his gaze towards Yikong in the distance and thought to himself, alright, let's not worry about that for now. Do you see that guy over there in the white suit? We're going to fight him later. That guy is a space type and he'll definitely rely on his mobility to get in close. Remember that combo we used against the Shadow Wing Demon Lord during the big exam? The fireball technique pondered for a moment and then became excited. I remember. Of course I remember. That was one of my highlight moments. As long as you remember, that's good, Lin Mo said calmly, looking at Yikong in the distance. Once he gets close, we'll use that combo to send him flying. The fireball technique scoffed disdainfully. What kind of clumsy fool dares to provoke us? It'll make him understand why the flowers are so red. On the other side, Director Su looked at the enormous arena before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Old Su, is it really necessary to come here? Isn't it enough for two 20-something kids to spar in the beginner's arena? You're overestimating that student named Lin Mo. Su Wenchang merely smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Director Su, just wait and see. He then refrained from giving any further explanation. He turned to Lin Mo and Yikong, saying, alright, before the official match begins, Director Su will cast a soul protection on each of you. You should have experienced this during the big exam. It can preserve your last breath and lock in the final bit of health. As he said this, Su Wenchang's tone became somewhat serious. Moreover, with Director Su present, as long as you still have a breath left, she can bring you back. So, in this battle you don't need to have any worries. No holding back. No gentle touches. Show me everything you've got. The class leader of Longshu class isn't chosen by words but by strength. You must earn the respect of everyone in the class. Su Wenchang gave both of them a scrutinizing glance. Do you understand? Yikong responded loudly, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Lin Mo, on the other hand, lazily made an okay gesture. Got it. Meanwhile, the other students from Longshu class who had come along were gathered in the stands. Although there were not many of them, only a dozen or so, the atmosphere was exceptionally heated. Hey, who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's Yikong. A space type against a mage. It's like a father battling a son. It's a natural counter. Exactly, spacewalkers are known as the mage killers. Once they get close with a space jump, a mage's frail body won't last a single combo. Although Lin Mo is top of the leaderboard, his profession is a mage. Once he gets close, he's basically done for. I bet all my money on Yikong. 10 million. If he wins this round, that'll be 100 million. Me too, I bet everything. The crowd's discussions leaned overwhelmingly in favor of Yikong. Despite Lin Mo being at the top of the leaderboard in this world, profession counters are common knowledge. Fragile damage-dealing professions fear close combat, not to mention that the opponent is a top-tier profession with space-jumping abilities. In a corner of the crowd, a boy who initially intended to bet on Lin Mo but was convinced to bet on Yikong looked troubled as he stared ahead. There, Han Mengqin was holding a small notebook, grinning foolishly. He. So much money. So much money. Looking at Han Mengqin's greedy expression, the boy felt something was off. Why is the dealer so happy? Could it be I've really been set up? But how could Yikong lose? Forget it, I have a guarantee. Alright Lin Mo, Yikong, please get ready and stand at the sides, Su Wenchang said calmly, glancing at the two. Following this, Lin Mo and Yikong walked towards the center of the arena, standing on opposite ends 100 meters apart. Seeing that they were in position, Director Su gently raised her hand. A white light shot out from her fingertips, splitting into two and instantly entering the bodies of both individuals. The soul protection state was successfully applied. A faint layer of white film appeared on both of them, then vanished. Now that everything is ready. Su Wenchang took a deep breath and waved his hand vigorously. Let the battle begin. The moment the words fell, Yikong's eyes turned sharp and focused. Without any unnecessary words, he grasped the air with his right hand and a tang knife appeared instantly. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. 100 meters was but a thought for the space type. In the next moment, the space rippled like water. Yikong's figure appeared before Lin Mo. This was the terrifying aspect of a spacewalker. Ignoring distance. Ignoring obstacles. Instantly slicing through the backline. Lin Mo, it's over. Yikong's gaze was cold as he mercilessly swung the tang knife towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this ends now, and Yikong intended this single slash to prove before all witnesses that he alone was the strongest in the Dragon Sequence class. Countless torrents of crimson magma and obsidian black rock erupted into existence, instantly engulfing Lin Mo's entire body. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious, imposing suit of heavy armor sealed him completely within its molten embrace. And before Yikong could even react, his blade crashed violently against Lin Mo's armored chest. And clang! Sparks exploded outward. And upon that thick magma-forged armor only a faint white scar remained, no breach, no dent, not even a crack in its defense. And, what? Yikong recoiled in utter shock. And how could a mage possess such an extraordinary armor skill? And in that split second of hesitation, Lin Mo's left hand shot forward like a striking serpent, clamping down hard on Yikong's wrist, still gripping his blade. And, ready for liftoff, a sardonic voice echoed from behind the visor.
Han Yikong from stun. And then, in the next instant, Lin Mo's right fist clenched. And wrapped in seething magma, it slammed with brutal force directly into Yikong's face.
Boom! An immense power detonated upon impact. Yikong felt as though his skull had been struck heat in by a siege ram, his mind roaring with a deafening hum, then plunging into absolute void. His body rocketed backward, airborne. And meanwhile, with Xiaotu still deep in seclusion, Lin Mo had no choice but to activate the technique himself and Earthrise. Crumble! A colossal earthen wall surged violently from the ground. And concentric rings of crimson flame spiraled upward across the battlefield, stacking one upon another. Boom. Nikong slammed hard into the wall. And then whoosh. 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 None after another towering pillars of blazing fire erupted skyward. Yikong was hurled high into the air by the relentless barrage, screaming in raw piercing agony as each fiery column struck him anew. High above, a blinding white light flared suddenly, an unmistakable sign of Soul Sanctuary activating, meaning Yikong had lost. The radiance coalesced into a massive luminous cocoon enshrouding Yikong before crashing heavily to the ground. And silence, absolute suffocating, descended upon the spectators' stands. Mouths hung agape, eyes were fixed unblinking upon the spectacle. And from start to finish, how many seconds had passed? And two. Had Yikong just teleported forward, only to be punched away and blasted through the air like a volleyed ball? And so Han Munching's claim that he'd last 10 seconds wasn't just optimistic, it was generous. What in the world? And someone pointed toward the opposite end of the arena, to that imposing figure clad in magma-forged armor. And, wait, Lin Mo is a mage, isn't he? Since when do mages wear heavy plate? Since when does a mage punch someone clean off their feet? And Lin Mo isn't a conventional mage, he's a melee mage. A battle mage, and then, no wonder, he's number 1 on the rankings. If my memory serves, that armor must be the Fire and Earth fusion technique magma armor. What? He's mastered a fusion technique at this level. Unbelievable. Then, what's even left to fight about? With that impenetrable shell, and terrifying close-range burst power, he can dominate from mid-range with just a few ranged spells. Ranking first. Utterly justified. Yikong's defeat came down to faulty intelligence. He mistook Lin Mo for a fragile long-range caster, not a warrior wearing a mage's mantle. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. One by one they transformed into self-proclaimed experts, analyzing with effortless authority. To them, Lin Mo's instantaneous victory stemmed entirely from the shock of his unexpected heavy armor and overwhelming melee prowess, a perfect ambush. Then, after the analysis concluded, they remembered something else. And my money? And Yikong, refund? Damn it, refund? And wails and howls pierced the stands. Hands clutched chests, grief-stricken, breathless hearts shattered. All their funds, gone. And ruined, my allowance, and I'm heading to the roof. Anyone joining? I'll jump first, and the boy who'd bet on Lin Mo earlier now clutched his chest tightly. I knew it. I knew it, and the house laughs, I laugh too, until my wallet vanishes, and it's over, utterly over. Tonight the rooftop wind will surely howl with sorrow, and lamentations rose wave upon wave. Elsewhere Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian stood calm and unruffled, as if this outcome had been foreseen. Nan Mengqing grinned so widely her eyes crinkled shut, and we're rich. Rich beyond measure. This is a total sweep, complete domination, and then Master Lin Mo is incredible. Dinner's on me, the most expensive meal imaginable then, at the arena's edge. Director Su drew a slow deep breath, then turned to Su Wencheng, her gaze oddly unsettled. And hold Su, and is this really a mage? Su Wencheng crossed his arms, smirking with quiet pride. And impressive, isn't it, Yen? Enough talk, go tend to him. Without another word, Director Su leapt forward, her foot barely brushing the ground before she stood beside Yikong. And thick beams of emerald light cascaded over him, pulling him back from the very brink of oblivion. On the far side of the arena, Lin Mo dispelled his magma armor and shook out his hands. And then, his mind echoed with the haughty voice of Fireball Spell. Pa! What rank is this, daring to close in on this sovereign? Not even worthy of a dungeon monster, pathetic. And Lin Mo pursed his lips, faintly disappointed. TCH. So easily broken. Yen. Under Director Su's potent healing arts, Yikong's wounds rapidly receded, and his consciousness returned slow and dazed. Su Wenchang strode forward and announced loudly, "N, the match is decided. N, victor, Lin Mo. N, this year's Dragon Sequence class leader." And but before he could finish, "Wait!" Nai Kong roared. And though his face remained pale, his eyes burned with indignant fury. "I refuse to accept this, Ren. I refuse. Yen, the Dragon Sequence class leadership must command universal respect. I do not respect this outcome." Lin Mo chuckled softly. And defeated in a single exchange, and still unwilling to yield. And were all scions from the capital truly this unbendingly proud? Su Wenchang frowned sternly at Yi Kong. "And refuse? Yen, you lasted less than 3 seconds, obliterated in one seamless combo. By what right do you refuse? To lose is to lose. Do you lack even the grace to bear it?" Yen, under Su Wenchang's sharp rebuke, Yi Kong flushed crimson and retorted fiercely, "Yen, it's not that I can't accept defeat. It's that I was defeated by misinformation." Yen, he pointed emphatically at Lin Mon. "I believed he was a traditional mage, fragile long range. That's why I closed in for assassination. Then, had I known he was a melee mage, I'd never have foolishly engaged him at point-blank range." Yi Kong grew increasingly impassioned. In his view, his humiliating loss stemmed solely from misjudging Lin Mo's role, rushing in blindly only to shatter against an unyielding truth. He turned to Su Wenchang, steadying his breath. "And, Teacher Su, you know well my true strength lies in long-range combat. This failure was purely the result of flawed intelligence. In a ranged duel, Yi Kong fear no mage." And he inhaled deeply, then locked eyes once more with Lin Mo. "And, Lin Mo, dare you face me again?" Inside the arena, Yi Kong's rapid string of self-justifications instantly ignited the fury of the gambling-obsessed spectators in the stands, readied and seething from their losses. "Again. We demand another match." A young man waved his arms wildly, his face flushed as he roared, "We were careless just now. Our intelligence was insufficient. Who in the world expected a mage to fight hand-to-hand?" "Exactly. This is information fraud. Entrapment by deception." Others chimed in immediately. Students' eyes gleamed crimson with desperation. "Where's the bookmaker? Han Mengqing? Dare you open the odds once more? Just one more match, we'll be ready this time. Yi Kong will surely win. I'll reclaim every coin I lost, and double it." "Precisely. I refuse to believe otherwise. Yi Kong is an SS-Rank spatial type. Now that we know his opponent favors melee, he'll simply kite him at range. This round is utterly assured. Reopen the betting. We must recoup our losses." The clamor swelled like tidal waves. Though Yi Kong had already pledged full compensation, the sting of defeat remained unbearable. Worse still, they had lost a battle they believed unwinnable, defeated not by strength but by flawed intelligence. Driven by raw resentment, these celestial prodigies, normally composed and rational, had devolved into reckless gamblers. They were convinced Lin Mo's earlier victory stemmed solely from surprise, a sudden explosive melee assault. With forewarning, Yi Kong would exploit spatial leaps to maintain distance and dominate unilaterally. After all, Yi Kong himself had declared long-range combat his greatest strength. And everyone knew the immutable truth: mages were inherently short-ranged in close quarters. On the opposite side of the arena, Lin Mo listened to the surging cries of "recouping our losses." A faint twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. He turned his gaze toward Han Mengqing. Their eyes met midair. A mere hundredth of a second passed, long enough for mutual recognition. Two kindred spirits aligned in shared mischief. At that moment, Yi Kong stepped forward, radiating palpable intensity. "Lin Mo, did you hear that? Everyone demands another match. Be a man, no hesitation. Do you dare, or do you not? Speak up." His gaze sharpened, piercing and unyielding. He intended to reclaim every shred of dignity he'd just forfeited. Lin Mo scratched his head, his eyes darting evasively. Stammering, he replied, "Ah, surely that's unnecessary. Ye classmate, you yourself admitted your mastery lies in long-range attacks. True, I'm a mage, but I've always settled disputes with my fists. How on earth am I supposed to chase you across the battlefield while you kite me endlessly? That's simply bullying the honest. I refuse, I'm short-ranged. As he spoke, Lin Mo even took half a step backward. To onlookers this was irrefutable proof. I told you, he's terrified of ranged combat. Ha! He's panicked. Utterly flustered. At that moment Han Mengqing leapt into the fray. Pointing emphatically at Lin Mo, she wore the expression of one confronting a disappointingly stubborn pupil. Lin Mo? Look at yourself. I warned you repeatedly, not to overspecialize. Practice long-range techniques. Yet you refused to listen. All you ever did was forge lava armor and brawl. And now look, you've been exploited at your weakest point. How do you intend to respond? Nearby Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian watched the performance with distinctly awkward expressions. Truly. No long-range training? Short-ranged? How do you utter such lines without blushing? Chu Lingxian murmured, Mengqing, what a waste, she was born for the stage. And Lin Mo, who would have guessed such broad-browed earnest-looking boy could spin such flawless deception? Meanwhile farther away, Su Wenchang's eyelid twitched violently. Watching Lin Mo feign vulnerability, his inner monologue raged. A mage who lives by his fists. Bullying the honest, exploiting short reach. If I hadn't witnessed you personally burying over 400 men in Tianbei City, I might actually have believed you. At the arena's center, Yi Kong observed Lin Mo's evasive posture, and felt absolute certainty. Any lingering doubt dissolved entirely. Indeed, this man was purely a melee mage. A triumphant smile spread across Yi Kong's face. Afraid? Lin Mo, if you decline, consider yourself defeated. The class leadership shall fall to me. All subsequent Dragon Sequence class operations will answer to my command. Lin Mo's